Everyone is struggling to survive the apocalypse, while I'm on vacation, eating meat, soaking in hot springs, living like a villain, something they can't understand. To gain power strong enough to rival mutated beasts, I once swallowed disgusting leeches whole and even gnawed raw on a rare electric eel with 100,000 volts. Yet my madness has only just begun. My name is Xiao Tian, and I am a reborn individual. 3 years ago, an aurora swept across Blue Star, causing plants and animals to violently evolve into mutated beasts, nearly collapsing human civilization. Only some humans swept by the aurora could gain the ability to beastify by devouring animals, becoming spirit beast warriors to fight against the mutated beasts. In my previous life, I was just an ordinary person struggling to survive, and I ended up dying a tragic death. Now that I've been reborn, I will never make the same mistakes again. Ding, the infinite devour system has been successfully bound. Along with the mechanical voice, a status panel exclusive to me popped up. Name Xiao Tian, level none, gene sequence none. The system prompts me that I have obtained 3 devouring opportunities. The stronger the gene sequence of the devoured target, the more powerful the abilities gained. Moreover, the genetic sequences can fuse infinitely to grow stronger, giving me hope of becoming powerful. Future spirit beast warriors only possess a single bestial transformation form, while I can devour limitlessly. Plundering gene sequences, this reminds me of the legendary divine beast, the dragon, which combines the strengths of all to become immensely powerful. Although I only have 3 chances now, I must make the most of them. I immediately recalled an auction in my previous life, where a rare mutated leech became a terrifying mutated beast after the turmoil, capable of sucking blood from a distance and nearly immortal. This was undoubtedly an excellent target for consumption. The turmoil would erupt in 3 days, and I had to obtain it before then. To raise funds, I cashed out my credit cards, sold all my possessions, and scraped together 130,000 yuan, heading straight to the auction house. At the auction site, I sat quietly in a corner waiting. Finally, it was the turn for the mutated leech to be auctioned. The starting bid was 50,000 yuan, but no one showed any interest. I raised my paddle and bid 51,000, which drew laughter from the crowd, but I paid no mind. I knew that when chaos descends, these people will pay the price for today's ignorance. Just as I was about to secure the bid at 60,000, a familiar voice rang out. I bid 60,000. It turned out to be my former roommate from a past life, Li Chong. He once isolated me, mocked me for being an orphan, and literally drove me out of the dormitory. As fate would have it, I suppressed my anger and continued to bid. In the end, they spent almost all their savings, bidding 100,000 to secure the mutated leech. I immediately took the leech back to the rental house. Inside the transparent glass box, the blood-red leech writhed frantically, emitting a nauseating stench of blood. It had sharp, tiny teeth, as disgusting as a mutant sandworm from a movie, and even though I was mentally prepared, I still hesitated. This thing doesn't look edible at all. I had no strength before my rebirth, but now that I have the system, I'm still hesitating. I steeled myself and reached out to grab it. The leech struggled violently and actually bit off a large piece of my flesh. Furious, my adrenaline surging, I grabbed the glass box and directly sucked the leech into my mouth, swallowing it whole. Congratulations, host, for successfully devouring the mutant leech. Gene sequence extraction complete, level 1, gene sequence number 9864, the leech scourge remains unextinguished. The mutant leech's genes can regenerate severed limbs and absorb blood to heal itself. I looked down, the bitten finger visibly restored itself to its original state, and simultaneously, my body underwent a dramatic transformation. My height surged from 1.7 meters to 1.89 meters, my slender frame turning burly and muscular, with 8-pack abs suddenly visible. My black hair transformed into long crimson locks, and my pupils turned scarlet. Even the palm of my hand now had a mouthpart identical to a leech's. I felt terrifyingly powerful, as if I could kill a cow with a single punch. However, this appearance was clearly not suitable for going outside. The moment the thought crossed my mind, the crimson long hair and mouthpart returned to normal, leaving only the robust muscles. With only 2 days left before the chaos erupted, I still had 2 more opportunities to devour. I decided to go and consume a rare electric eel. In my previous life, I remembered that there was an invisible wealthy collector in Daro City who had kept one. After the chaos broke out, it became a terrifying mutated beast capable of releasing lightning. If I could devour her, I would gain even greater power. Given my status, it's difficult for me to meet wealthy individuals, but I know he has a daughter named Yan Ruyu. She's the top campus belle at Tsinghua University, living a low-key life and taking her car from the park near the school's back gate every day. I decided to take a different approach by kidnapping her to obtain the electric eel. In the park, I saw Yan Ruyu, who exuded an air of aloof elegance with her fair long legs, as a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of her. 3 bodyguards respectfully opened the car door for her. I turned the corner with a faint smile and calmly uttered, "Kidnap." The lead bodyguard whipped out his baton and charged at me, but with a single punch, I sent him flying 5 meters back. Knocked unconscious by the tree, Yan Ruyu was stunned, while the remaining 2 bodyguards were so terrified they collapsed to the ground. I stepped forward and kicked the Rolls-Royce, producing a dull thud. This $1 million luxury car was kicked 3 meters away, its door severely deformed. I approached Yan Ruyu, who remained calm despite her tension. He asked, "Are you after money or my looks?" "Neither," I replied bluntly. "Call your father Yen Tianqing and tell him to bring that rare electric eel he's collected." Yen Ruyu had doubts but followed through. Upon receiving the call, her father Yen Tianqiang flew into a rage and immediately notified the military and medical teams. At the same time, I rushed home to fetch the electric eel. While waiting, I told Yen Ruyu that the world would undergo a drastic change in 2 days, and this electric eel would mutate into a variant beast. Their entire family would perish tragically because of this. She said she found it hard to believe, so I smashed my index finger and demonstrated its instantaneous regeneration. Shocked by my ability, she began to reconsider my words. Seizing the moment, I proposed a collaboration with the Yen family, offering to lead them to survival. After some contemplation, she agreed. Just then, the sound of distant sirens echoed as a large military escort arrived with Yen Tianqiang. Yen Tianqiang was astonished to see how young I was when he met me. I took the suitcase from his hands, opened it, and inside was a rare electric eel with a completely blue body. Without hesitation, I immediately picked up the eel and started devouring it. Both the military personnel and Yen Tianqiang were stunned. This was sheer madness. The eel thrashed violently, releasing electric currents, but my enhanced body remained unharmed. I swallowed the entire eel whole. Congratulations, host, for successfully devouring the rare electric eel. Gene sequence extraction complete. Level 1, gene sequence number 9823, Crimson Electric Armament. Inheriting the trait of limb regeneration, it can absorb blood to form a layer of blood armor imbued with lightning attributes. My heart stirred, and the crimson long hair and scarlet pupils reappeared, with lightning coiling within the pupils. On my left shoulder, a ferocious eel's head sprouted. Also surrounded by lightning, I condensed a blood sphere that exploded, the powerful electric current instantly knocking down a large number of military personnel. I glanced at Yen Ruyu and her father, who were completely unharmed, then quietly vanished into the night. I have one last chance to devour, and I'm thinking of a special iron-feathered falcon at the Daro City Zoo that can emit a piercing screech. I had gained the abilities of self-healing and lightning control, and all I lacked was flight. Consuming it would make me unstoppable. I decided to set off early the next morning. Unbeknownst to me, the events of that night had already been recorded and uploaded online, sending shockwaves across the entire Longway internet. Chapter 4, Trinity, Fusion and Sublimation. Xiao Tian's actions last night were fully captured by nearby surveillance cameras and uploaded online. In an instant, major platforms were abuzz. Even overseas platforms were frantically reposting the footage. Additionally, incidents of mutated beasts attacking people had already occurred in some parts of Blue Star, sparking endless speculation. Is this real? Could it be photoshopped? Everyone knows videos can't be photoshopped. This has to be real. Superheroes in real life? That's ridiculous. Besides the Superman, monsters have been appearing all over Blue Star. What the hell is happening to this world? Online discussions flared up, and panic began to spread. Soon, experts stepped forward, leveraging their expertise to placate the public and quell the panic. But the situation only escalated. Inside a Western-style villa, Yen Tianqiang watched the news reports on TV with a grave expression, his face growing intensely complex. "Dad, it seems Xiao Tian wasn't lying to us. The dark turmoil is real. According to him, we have less than a day left," Yen Ruyu said in a low voice. Yen Tianqiang nodded mechanically. He hadn't believed Xiao Tian's words at first, dismissing him as mentally unstable. Dark turmoil? Mutant beasts appearing? Weren't these just plot devices and scenarios reserved for apocalyptic movies? Yet now these absurd events were unfolding before his very eyes, leaving him no choice but to believe. Even he, who had weathered countless storms in the business world, felt utterly shaken. "Ruyu, stay home for now. I'll head to the nearby warehouse to gather supplies. I'll be back soon," Yen Tianqing said abruptly as he stood up and put on his coat. "Dad." Yen Ruyu stood up too. "I'm coming with you." In the rental apartment. Xiao Tian stretched lazily as he sat up. He'd slept exceptionally soundly last night. He picked up his phone and saw the news reports. The dark turmoil hadn't officially begun yet, but some plants, animals, and insects had already mutated prematurely under the influence of the aurora. This was hardly surprising. This was merely the appetizer. When the dark turmoil truly descended, that would be the real apocalypse. But none of this concerned Xiao Tian anymore. This time, he had gained a head start on everyone before the game even began. Time to continue devouring. After a quick wash, Xiao Tian hailed a taxi and headed to the Grand Scholar First Zoo. As the taxi pulled up to the zoo, Xiao Tian paid the fare and stepped out just in time to witness utter chaos unfolding within. Countless people were frantically fleeing toward the exits, their expressions filled with terror. Clearly, they too had received that emergency alert. Monsters appearing who wouldn't be terrified? Without hesitation, Xiao Tian pushed through the crowd and headed straight into the zoo. Following his memory, he came to a halt before the cage holding that peculiar falcon. Xiao Tian felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. For this falcon had mutated. Its black feathers gleamed like razor-sharp blades, flashing a chilling, soul-piercing glint. Worse still, its eyes had inverted, resembling those of a venomous snake. However, it appeared only partially mutated, not fully transformed. Now, the falcon was pecking at the iron cage with its sharp beak. With a loud creak, the cage finally cracked open, revealing a large hole. The partially mutated falcon let out a shrill cry, leaping through the hole and charging straight toward Xiao Tian. Screech! Thud! In an instant, Xiao Tian's movements seemed to slow to a crawl. In the blink of an eye, he seized the falcon's neck with one hand. A mere half-mutated aberration dared to attack him. Truly, heaven offered you a path, yet you chose to plunge headlong into hell. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian summoned a pair of mandibles from his palm and began tearing into the falcon. The falcon let out an agonized roar, wildly flapping its wings to slash at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's arm was instantly riddled with holes, but soon countless blood vessels surfaced, repairing the wounds. Screech! Seeing its attacks ineffective, the hawk let out a piercing screech, attempting to unsettle Xiao Tian. The impact was indeed devastating. Xiao Tian's eardrums shattered instantly, only to be swiftly mended by the blood filaments. Damn it! Rage surged through Xiao Tian. His crimson hair whipped wildly as the monstrous eel head on his shoulder materialized, lunging forward to bite the falcon. Sizzle! A crackle of electricity filled the air, accompanied by the acrid smell of burning flesh. The falcon's wings gradually lowered. Life drained from it completely. Seeing this, Xiao Tian bit into it with a loud crunch. Crunch! Tender chicken flavor. Yet its feathers were as hard and sharp as blades. To ensure the success of the genetic extraction, Xiao Tian forced himself to swallow the feathers whole. The feathers couldn't be chewed and instantly lacerated Xiao Tian's intestines as he swallowed them. Yet, relying on his formidable self-healing abilities, Xiao Tian endured the excruciating pain and swallowed it whole. Congratulations, host! Successful ingestion of half a mutated falcon. Gene sequence extraction complete. Name, Xiao Tian. Level 1. Gene sequence ID 9766, Trinity ability, inherits the trait of regenerating severed limbs, extends a pair of wings, unleashes lightning feathers to slice enemies, and absorbs blood from afar to enhance oneself. With a single thought, a pair of massive black wings, each spanning 6 meters in diameter, suddenly materialized behind Xiao Tian. With a flap of his wings, Xiao Tian shot skyward like a rocket. Flying feels pretty damn good. Xiao Tian grinned widely, only then noticing the crowd of onlookers staring blankly at him. Is this even human? First he charged in and devoured that falcon, then he grew wings himself. What kind of devouring evolution is this? Xiao Tian paid it no mind. With mutated beasts already appearing, the emergence of spirit beast warriors was only a matter of time. The collapse of the world order had entered its final countdown. Whether his identity was exposed or not no longer mattered. All 3 devouring opportunities are exhausted. To continue devouring, I'll need to strengthen myself. Thankfully, this falcon was only partially mutated, otherwise, I might not have been able to devour it at all. Truthfully, devouring mutated beasts yielded far stronger genes than rare animals. But unfortunately, at present, I can only devour plants, animals, and insects. I still can't consume mutated beasts. Growl. Just then, Xiao Tian's stomach suddenly growled. An indescribable hunger, transcending mere biological instinct, instantly spread throughout his entire body. His body felt hollowed out. Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened as he watched the frantically fleeing crowd below, involuntarily swallowing hard. Chapter 5, 1 slap, exploding juice, please vote and add to favorites. An overwhelming urge to consume assaulted Xiao Tian's very soul. He suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to grab someone and bite into them, an impulse as primal as a genetic instinct. Appetite for humans? Was he turning into a zombie? It's a side effect of being a spirit beast warrior. After a moment's thought, Xiao Tian suddenly realized. Spirit beast warriors were beings born from the fusion and mutation of human and animal genes. Due to the animal genes within them, many spirit beast warriors developed peculiar cravings. For instance, a spirit beast warrior fused with hound genes craved feces, while one with rooster genes relished insects. If a single animal gene could cause such effects, imagine the impact of fusing 3 animal genes. And these were peculiar creatures like leeches, electric eels, and falcons, either rare or mutated in nature. The fusion of these 3 unique genes is precisely what caused his condition. The cause was clear. But eating people was out of the question. He could swallow leeches whole to grow stronger, but devouring humans was madness. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze, suppressing the urge within him. His wings spread wide as he swiftly flew away from the scene, soon arriving at a large supermarket. Many people are stocking up on supplies at the supermarket, with canned goods being the top choice. The dark turmoil hadn't officially descended yet, and people could still maintain basic restraint. When Xiao Tian appeared, everyone froze in shock. Xiao Tian remained in his beast form, his wings retracted behind him yet radiating an overwhelming sense of menace. Holy! A monster's broken in! Someone yelled, and everyone dropped their items, fleeing the supermarket in a mad dash. Xiao Tian paid no heed, striding straight to the fresh meat section. He grabbed a bloody piece of beef, took a bite, and began chewing. A look of pure bliss spreading across his face. Never had he imagined raw meat could taste this delicious. Since he didn't have to pay, Xiao Tian devoured over 10 pounds of beef before finally stopping. With his belly full, it was time to consider his next move. In this dark and turbulent era, no matter how powerful an individual might be, their strength was ultimately limited. Building one's own faction and establishing a base was the only true path to dominance. As for hunting mutated beasts for experience, that could wait. The dark turmoil hadn't officially begun yet. The mutated beasts appearing now were all low-level creatures, yielding little experience upon defeat. He recalled informing Yen Ruyu of the situation last time. He wondered how she was progressing with her thoughts. As Xiao Tian pondered, his phone rang. It was Yen Ruyu calling. After their parting at the abandoned park, she had been the one to proactively leave him her number. The moment he pressed the answer button, Yen Ruyu's slightly panicked voice came through. "Xiao Tian, we're in trouble. Several humanoid monsters have broken in. Can you come over?" Her voice betrayed a hint of panic, and she sounded somewhat flustered. "I can." Without further ado, Xiao Tian asked for the approximate location before hanging up. Black wings abruptly unfolded behind him, shattering through the half-meter-thick concrete ceiling as he burst out of the mall. Following the address Yen Ruyu provided, Xiao Tian soon arrived near a food warehouse. If he remembered correctly, this was also a warehouse under the Yen family's ownership. Squinting his eyes, Xiao Tian flapped his wings and dove straight downward. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, vast quantities of supplies were stockpiled, primarily processed foods suitable for long-term storage. Two men with menacing horns watched the scene with wild excitement. Big Brother sure has a sharp mind. With this warehouse secured, we'll never have to worry about food again. A pig-nosed, flabby creature bellowed with laughter. Beside him, a 3-meter-tall giant with bull horns joined in the maniacal laughter. Monsters are appearing worldwide, yet we've gained beast-like superpowers. We're the favored sons of heaven, blessed with divine fortune. Now we can do whatever we damn well please. Both men roared with laughter. Originally local thugs and ruffians, they were now ecstatic over their sudden beast-like powers, initially unaware of their true strength. That changed when a nearby patrol squad mistook them for monsters and opened fire. To their astonished delight, the bullets bounced off them harmlessly. They were superhuman. After wiping out the patrol squad, they came here and seized the warehouse. Yen Tianchang and Yen Ruyu, father and daughter, crouched on the ground with the workers, helplessly watching the scene unfold. Just then, the bull-horned man suddenly spotted Yen Ruyu in the crowd. His eyes lit up, and he began rubbing his hands together with a wicked grin. Who'd have thought we'd get a bonus this time? The pig-nosed man chuckled along. Big Brother, she's top tier, absolutely top tier. Women like this were the kind they'd never dare to even glance at before. But now. Boss, let's find a spot. You go first, I'll push you from behind. No need. I like doing it in crowded places. Listening to their lewd conversation, Yen Ruyu's fair face gradually paled. Yen Tianchang shielded Yen Ruyu tightly behind him, his brow furrowed. Just as he was about to speak. At that very moment, a gaping hole burst open in the warehouse roof. With a flapping of his wings, Xiao Tian plunged like a falling meteor, crashing directly into the factory. It's Xiao Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian appear, Yen Ruyu couldn't explain why, but she suddenly exhaled a long breath of relief. At that moment, the other two also turned their gaze toward Xiao Tian. Who'd have thought someone besides us would get favored by the heavens? Kid, I'd advise you not to meddle in this. Otherwise. Xiao Tian scratched his ear, too lazy to waste words on these two. He swung his hand out with a single slap. Two crisp cracks echoed as the two men, utterly defenseless, had their skulls shattered. Their brains splattered everywhere. Dead silence. The workers, huddled in a tight cluster, stared blankly at Xiao Tian. Those two monsters earlier had been terrifying enough, but to be taken out with a single slap. And now an even more terrifying one had appeared. Many had warm liquid splattered across their faces, their hearts pounding so hard they fainted on the spot. Yen Ruyu and her father Yen Tiancheng stared blankly at Xiao Tian, their emotions taking a long time to settle. Those two individuals must have been the spirit beast warriors Xiao Tian had mentioned. They possess strength far beyond that of ordinary humans. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them superheroes appearing in reality. And yet, they were blown to bits with a single slap. The dark turmoil hasn't officially arrived yet. The mutated beasts appearing so far are generally not very powerful, and the spirit beast warriors we've encountered now are similar in that regard. Xiao Tian rubbed his palm and turned to the father and daughter, offering an explanation. In the past, witnessing two people explode before his eyes would have made even Xiao Tian, who had seen it all, unable to suppress the urge to vomit. It was an instinctive reaction. But now, perhaps due to the fusion of three animal genes, Xiao Tian felt nothing unusual. Instead, he crouched down, dipped his finger in a smear of blood, and took a taste. Then he spat it out. Not as tasty as raw meat. Not as good as raw meat? Has this guy already eaten human flesh? Father and daughter were utterly horrified. Yen Ruyu's face turned as pale as paper, while Yen Tiancheng swallowed hard with visible effort. Have you thought about what happened last time? Xiao Tian suddenly addressed Yen Ruyu. Yen Tiancheng shielded Yen Ruyu behind him, hesitating for a long moment before asking, Xiao. Xiao Tian, young friend, if we choose not to cooperate with you, will you eat us? Xiao Tian. Chapter 6, Order collapses, Turmoil begins. Yan Tianqing's face drained of color, his lips turning purple. The terror in his eyes was palpable. He could have slapped himself. Had he known Xiao Tian was this formidable, he should have accepted the cooperation offer back then. 2 spirit beast warriors killed without hesitation. If the other party flew into a rage and truly stewed them alive, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Yan Ruyu's expression also shifted subtly. She might be the aloof campus beauty, but she was human too. Who wouldn't panic faced with such supernatural phenomena? The most terrified of all, however, were the workers huddled in the corner. Damn it! 2 ruthless men had just met violent ends, and now this Hannibal of Longwa was showing signs of appetite. Heaven, why so cruel to them? Taking in everyone's expressions, Xiao Tian silently massaged his temples. He felt like an 80-year-old grandmother falsely accused of slander. He ate raw animals to extract genetic sequences for self-enhancement. He had no interest in human flesh. I have no interest in eating people. The dark turmoil is about to begin. What are your plans now? Xiao Tian asked the father and daughter. Hearing Xiao Tian's assurance that he disliked eating people, the father and daughter, along with the numerous workers present, exhaled a long, heavy breath. If not for you, Xiao Tian, we'd already be dead. We'll follow your lead on what comes next, Yan Tianqing said, his eyes burning with intensity as he fixed them on Xiao Tian. His Tianqing group maintained certain collaborations with the military, granting access to vital internal intelligence. Yet regarding this particular incident, not a whisper had reached him. Even military personnel seemed completely unaware. Xiao Tian, however, could foresee the dark turmoil in advance. As fellow spirit beast warriors, he managed to crush his opponents. Anyone with eyes could see he was no ordinary figure. Yan Tianqing, a hidden tycoon of the great scholar city, possessed remarkable clarity of mind. He swiftly weighed the pros and cons. Partnering with such a figure and clinging to his coattails was a surefire win, a deal with no downside. Agreed. Seeing this, Xiao Tian wasted no words and nodded. The dark turmoil is imminent. When it strikes, all existing order will collapse. Finding a secure location to establish a base is our top priority now. My villa boasts top-tier security and premium materials. If you don't mind, young friend Xiao Tian, you're welcome to use it, Yan Tianqing hurriedly offered. Accepted. Xiao Tian nodded again. That was precisely his intention. Merely possessing formidable strength held little value now. Once the dark turmoil descended, all resources would become scarce, and the environment would undergo drastic changes in its later stages. A 10,000-year cold snap and a decade-long drought would follow one after another. At such times, a secure sanctuary would prove invaluable. After making his decision, Xiao Tian turned his gaze to the workers huddled in the corner. If you wish to leave, I won't stop you. Those who choose to stay may remain and follow me. Building the base would undoubtedly require a certain amount of manpower. Later, when transporting supplies from outside, manpower would be needed, something Xiao Tian couldn't handle alone. The workers exchanged glances. In the end, aside from a small number who chose to leave, most decided to stay. Though they didn't understand what the dark turmoil entailed, the events they just witnessed had shaken them to their core. The world was no longer peaceful. Since Boss Yan had chosen to follow the youth before them, following him couldn't be wrong. The dark turmoil is far more brutal and dangerous than you can imagine. Since you've chosen to follow me, you must obey my orders unconditionally. Is that clear? Xiao Tian surveyed the group with a calm gaze. Understood. The group responded in unison. Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction, then signaled for everyone to begin moving the supplies. With these supplies, even if the dark turmoil descended now, it would have enough to sustain them for a considerable time. Fortunately, the dark turmoil had not yet fully descended, and the numbers of mutant beasts and spirit beast warriors remained extremely limited. The return journey proceeded without incident. Within an hour, all the supplies were safely transported back to the villa nestled halfway up the mountain. It was fortunate they had a villa. An apartment building would never have been able to store such a large quantity of supplies. In the villa's living room, father and daughter sat panting on the sofa. Yan Tianqing suddenly sat up straight and looked at Xiao Tian. Young friend Xiao Tian, shouldn't we continue stockpiling supplies? According to your assessment, the dark turmoil will persist indefinitely. With so many of us, these provisions won't last long. Xiao Tian silently nodded. Whether it was the dark turmoil or the zombie apocalypse, in any post-apocalyptic scenario, supplies were everything. In his previous life, those who controlled vast supplies could command the winds and rains, doing as they pleased. With just food alone, they could recruit legions of powerful warriors to serve them, while beautiful women vied to warm their beds. This time, reborn and equipped with a system, Xiao Tian's ambitions naturally extended far beyond mere supplies. He intended to monopolize the entire supply market. Shaking his head, Xiao Tian declared, supplies must continue to be gathered, but we have more pressing matters now. The first forbidden zone is about to descend, and the resources within it are far more crucial to us. If he remembered correctly, many resources within the first forbidden zone could be used to construct a base, exactly what Xiao Tian needed right now. Yan Ruyu and Yin Tiancheng exchanged glances. Though they didn't fully grasp the meaning of this forbidden zone, they wisely kept their questions to themselves. Just then, Xiao Tian noticed a problem. In his previous life, father and daughter had met a tragic end at home due to that suddenly mutated electric eel, never getting the chance to become spirit beast warriors. He wondered if this time would bring that chance. If both father and daughter could become spirit beast warriors, it would be a significant boost to his own strength. Xiao Tian, I recall you once said that if you hadn't taken that rare electric eel, we would have all perished horribly after the dark turmoil erupted. Is that true? Yan Ruyu gazed at Xiao Tian, hesitating for a long moment before suddenly asking. Seeing Xiao Tian nod, both father and daughter were suddenly overcome with dread. Yan Ruyu had already informed Yin Tiancheng of this matter. Initially, neither could quite believe it, but after experiencing these events, they had no choice but to accept the truth. If only we possessed the strength of our young friend Xiao Tian, Yin Tiancheng sighed. Perhaps we could try, Xiao Tian suggested. Try? Yin Tiancheng paused, then exclaimed excitedly, could we become spirit beast warriors too? A glimmer of hope flickered in Yan Ruyu's beautiful eyes. After the dark turmoil begins, an aurora will sweep across Blue Star. Some individuals have a chance to awaken as the last animal they consumed before the aurora's arrival, though the probability is random. It's like how some people eat beef without mutating, while others do. It's all a matter of probability. As long as the ingredients are diverse enough, the opportunity isn't entirely out of reach. Xiao Tian roughly explained the principle before leading father and daughter to the warehouse. They gathered a large assortment of ingredients and cooked up a pot of stew. Beef, pork, melon seeds, bananas. In short, the ingredients were incredibly diverse, numbering in the dozens. Next, Xiao Tian had the father and daughter serve themselves a bowl and begin eating. The flavors of dozens of foods stewed together were indescribable, but determined to become spirit beast warriors, neither hesitated. They dug in heartily. The aurora hadn't yet swept across Blue Star, and aside from feeling a bit stuffed, the father and daughter detected nothing unusual. Is it ready now? Yan Ruyu asked curiously. We can proceed now. After the aurora sweeps across Blue Star tomorrow, we'll be able to detect any anomalies. Get some rest early tonight. Tomorrow, the first forbidden zone will descend. You two will follow me there. Both nodded. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Tian had already become their anchor. Returning to their respective rooms to rest, neither could fall asleep despite tossing and turning. The thought of tomorrow's impending collapse of the world order left them with understandably complex emotions. Xiao Tian, however, found no rest. He sat on the balcony, gazing at the stars above. The last night of peace. I truly wish it wouldn't end so soon. The next day. 8 o'clock in the morning. In the pitch-black depths of the cosmos, a faint blue, eerie aurora suddenly appeared, sweeping across the entire Blue Star in an overwhelming manner. The apocalypse of Blue Star, brought about by the dark turmoil, officially commenced. Chapter 7. The Forbidden Land opens. A single slap instantly kills the dark creatures. Under the aurora's gaze, some creatures on Blue Star underwent mutations, transforming into hideous monsters. Stray dogs had their flesh torn open, their bodies swelling to over 3 meters tall. Hot blood gushed from their nostrils, their eyes gleaming with cold fury. With a savage howl, they charged into the dog-catching squad, slaughtering indiscriminately. Parrots, once known for mimicking speech, suddenly grew enormous, their sharp beaks becoming lethal weapons as they savagely slaughtered all living things nearby. Though this was merely the early phase of the dark upheaval, with only some animals, insects, and plants undergoing mutations. For humans accustomed to prolonged peace, it remained a profoundly shocking and utterly unacceptable occurrence. The disasters depicted in movies were now mirrored in reality. Similarly, more people gained the ability to transform into beasts, becoming powerful spirit beast warriors who enjoyed the benefits of their newfound strength. Order was gradually crumbling. At the villa, Yan Ruyu and her daughter, who had spent the entire night in unease, also sensed the anomaly. Their bodies began to undergo strange transformations. Yan Ruyu was enveloped in a golden light, a sunflower pattern appearing between her brows, radiating golden energy. Yan Tianqing's height surged to 3 meters. His once proportional physique bulged with muscle, and a pair of long horns sprouted from his forehead. When father and daughter found Xiao Tian, he was utterly astonished. He hadn't expected both father and daughter to simultaneously gain beast transformation abilities. After a brief exchange, Xiao Tian grasped the nature of their abilities. Yin Tiancheng possessed the common beast transformation ability, commonly known as a spirit beast warrior. He gained immense strength and significantly enhanced defensive capabilities. Yan Ruyu's ability was somewhat unique. She had gained the power of plant transformation. The golden energy she released could heal injuries and provide a certain degree of strength enhancement. The ability to transform into plants was quite rare, especially during the mid to late stages of the dark turmoil. If Yin Tianqing's awakened power was that of a warrior, then Yan Ruyu's awakened power was akin to that of a support. Moreover, enveloped in golden light, Yan Ruyu radiated an aura of sanctity. Combined with her naturally aloof demeanor, she exuded the air of a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. She stood out even more strikingly.
Young friend Xiao Tian, we've actually succeeded. Yan Tiansheng was overjoyed.
Clenching his fists, he felt the immense power surging within him, his body lighter than ever before. Yan Ruyu also looked down at her hands, then turned to Xiao Tian with gratitude. Without Xiao Tian's assistance, they might never have had the chance to awaken at all. In times of chaos, ordinary people are always the most insignificant beings. This is a universal truth.
With the dark turmoil descending, the first forbidden zone should be emerging.
Gather your people and follow me there. We need to secure resources to fortify the villa, Xiao Tian declared, his gaze deepening.
Although Yan Tiansheng's villa boasted a high security rating capable of withstanding even artillery bombardment.
But remember, whether it's mutated beasts or spirit beast warriors, their power far exceeds what ordinary people can comprehend.
The villa's current defenses alone were insufficient to qualify as a proper base.
In his memories, the first forbidden zone contained many premium materials for building bases. However, in his previous life, Xiao Tian was just an ordinary person, completely unqualified to enter the forbidden zone and participate in the scramble. Though father and daughter didn't fully grasp the meaning of the forbidden zone Xiao Tian spoke of, they trusted him unconditionally. Nodding, he led the entire crew of workers in a grand procession. The crew numbered over 20, and surprisingly, 8 of them had awakened as spirit beast warriors, though their abilities were relatively ordinary. Having witnessed Xiao Tian's battle the previous day, they were acutely aware of their own weakness. Thus, even after becoming spirit beast warriors, none entertained thoughts of leaving. What good were spirit beast warriors?
Clinging to this powerful ally was far more practical.
They set off in a large truck, which Yan Tiansheng had prepared in advance. Xiao Tian and his 2 companions sat in the cab, while the rest occupied the cargo bed. Along the way, they witnessed numerous scenes of chaos. Spirit beast warriors were rampaging through the city, plundering everything in sight. The military forces of Dax's city had mobilized urgently to engage them in firefights. Flames raged everywhere, piercing gunfire echoed, and ordinary people fled in panic.
I never imagined things would descend into such chaos in just a single day, Yan Tiansheng remarked with a sigh.
Xiao Tian remained silent, paying no heed to the chaos unfolding outside. This was merely the beginning. In the later stages of the dark turmoil, supplies grew even scarcer, and all hope vanished.
Cannibalism became commonplace then, far more brutal than anything witnessed now.
In less than half an hour, the group reached the entrance to the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone was located on the outskirts of an amusement park. The so-called entrance was actually a swirling spatial vortex. A small crowd had gathered nearby, but they all watched the vortex warily, none daring to approach.
Young friend Xiao Tian, is this the entrance to the Forbidden Zone? Yan Tiansheng asked curiously.
Yes.
Xiao Tian nodded.
Yan Tiansheng opened the truck door, preparing to exit.
I'll have everyone get out and prepare. No need. We'll just drive right in.
Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively, stomped on the gas pedal, and the massive truck charged straight into the vortex. Seeing the group drive into the vortex, the hesitant crowd around them all wore thoughtful expressions. Not far away, Li Chong and his group watched the scene unfold, their expressions slightly peculiar.
How did that penniless loser Xiao Tian end up with Yan, the campus beauty? And he actually drove right into that mysterious vortex?
Brotherly, what should we do now? Someone beside him suddenly asked. After a moment's thought, Li Chong gritted his teeth.
Follow them in and check it out.
The boss told us to scout this place.
If that loser dares drive in, we've already got superpowers. What the hell are we afraid of?
The Forbidden Zone was shrouded in gloom, thick fog swirling everywhere. Above, a blood-red sun cast an eerie crimson glow.
The entire Forbidden Zone resembled a hell on earth, eerie and terrifying. Is this the Forbidden Zone? Yan Tiansheng peered out the window with curiosity. This Forbidden Zone felt eerily sinister. Just then, wails and howls suddenly pierced the thick fog ahead, instantly putting everyone in the carriage on high alert. Dark creatures dwell within the Forbidden Zone. Think of them as alien life forms. Xiao Tian calmly pressed the accelerator and turned to Yan Tiansheng. Mr. Yan, you take the wheel. I'll clear the way for you. Yan Tiansheng hesitated. Young friend Xiao Tian, can you handle it alone? Should we have Ruyu drive while I accompany you? Xiao Tian shook his head. I'll be faster alone. Yan Tiansheng.
The moment Xiao Tian stepped out of the car, a group of eerie figures shrouded in black mist surged out of the fog.
Standing nearly 2 meters tall, these humanoid forms were clearly not human. 2 eerie green glows flickered within the mist.
And there were 6 of these figures charging out.
This won't do. Though Xiao Tian is quite capable, there are too many of them. I must get out and help.
Ruyu, you drive. Yan Tiansheng frowned, reaching for the door handle. Having chosen to follow Xiao Tian, they were now bound by a bond of shared honor and disgrace.
But just then, a dull thud echoed through the air. Outside, Xiao Tian swung his palm forward.
The 6 dark creatures ahead instantly shattered into a mist of blood. Not even a trace remained.
Yan Tiansheng's opening motion froze mid-motion. Holy! Chapter 8, did I give you permission to leave? Yan Tiansheng was dumbfounded. What happened to the dark creature? The name alone sounded so powerful.
Yet they got knocked out with a single slap from Xiao Tian. For a moment, Yen Tianqing couldn't tell whether Xiao Tian was just that strong or the dark creature was that weak. He even began to entertain a delusion. I could do that too. Yen Ruyu gazed at Xiao Tian's retreating figure, her eyes rippling with emotion. A man who could crush a dark creature with a single blow, how incredibly handsome. He made her heart flutter. After dispatching the dark creature before him, Xiao Tian turned and nodded to Yen Ruyu and the others. He then strode forward. The dark creatures within the first dungeon were generally weak, comparable to newly awakened spirit beast warriors. Xiao Tian had begun absorbing and devouring them 3 days before the dark turmoil descended. Now, having achieved a trinity of fusion with 3 distinct genes, his power naturally crushed these dark creatures. The group continued onward. Xiao Tian walked with his hands behind his back, his pristine white robes untouched by dust. He moved through this hellish forbidden zone with the leisurely grace of a peerless master from a novel. To deal with these dark creatures, he didn't even need to transform into his beast form. The engine of the large truck behind him roared and growled, following him in an orderly fashion. Any dark creature that appeared along the way, no matter how many, was instantly crushed by Xiao Tian's palm. Later, 13 dark figures appeared, prompting Yen Tianqing to prepare to intervene. Yet Xiao Tian obliterated them all with a single swipe. The workers in the cargo hold couldn't see outside, but the father and daughter in the cab witnessed it all clearly. As Xiao Tian continuously obliterated the dark creatures, their initial shock gradually gave way to numbness. Powerful. Absolutely incredible. Yen Tianqing turned to Yen Ruyu and asked sternly, Ruyu, what do you think of that kid Xiao Tian? Yen Ruyu froze, then flushed crimson as she playfully scolded, Dad, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not talking nonsense. You're not a child anymore. It's time you started looking for a boyfriend. Dad, haven't you always opposed me dating too early? That's different. I trust that Xiao Tian lad. He's capable yet reasonable, neither arrogant nor impatient, and speaks well. He's a talent. Having him as my son-in-law would put my mind at ease. Yen Ruyu. Meanwhile, in the mist not far behind the truck, Li Chong and the others watched the scene intently. When they witnessed Xiao Tian instantly slaying the dark creatures, their hearts trembled uncontrollably. The aura emanating from the dark creature made them tremble even from this distance, yet Xiao Tian dispatched them with a single swipe, not even a flicker of concern. Just what kind of monster was this guy? That bastard actually gained superpowers too and he's stronger than me? Damn it! Li Chong clenched his fists, his face twisted with resentment. Brotherly, this kid's trouble. What should we do now? Someone cautiously asked. Keep following him. Drive that truck right in here. Maybe this kid knows something. This place might hold resources. Li Chong exhaled a heavy breath and said in a deep voice, besides, no matter how powerful he is, he's still human. Humans have limits. He's been pushing himself this hard, sooner or later, he'll run out of steam. We'll trail him, let him clear the path for us. When we find something worthwhile, we'll move in to seize it. By then, he'll be spent and we've got 5 men. How could we not take him down? The others nodded in agreement. Up ahead, Xiao Tian continued clearing the path. After another wave of dark creatures fell to his attacks, he glanced back without a flicker of emotion, then let a cold smile touch his lips. Having fused 3 genetic sequences, Xiao Tian's senses surpassed those of ordinary humans. He had long since detected the presence of Li Chong and the others. Moreover, besides Li Chong and his group, many others lurked in the mist. Xiao Tian could hear their conversation clearly. Thinking of using me as a human shield to clear the way? To that, Xiao Tian had only one thing to say, bring it on. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiao Tian himself didn't know how many dark creatures he had slain. Fortunately, these dark creatures appeared in waves. Had they all emerged at once, even Xiao Tian would have found such numbers daunting. Too bad these dark creatures aren't mutated beasts. They don't drop mutated beast cores. Otherwise, I could have leveled up several times over. Xiao Tian sighed with regret. Soon after, he drove the truck to a stone platform. The stone platform was engraved with intricate ancient patterns, still faintly glowing with a red light, as if it possessed life. This was the place. Seeing Xiao Tian abruptly halt, the truck stopped as well. Yen Ruyu and her daughter stepped out. Their gaze swept toward the elevated platform, where numerous pieces of jet black metal emitted a faint, eerie glow. This is all Chaos Steel exceptional construction material. Its quality and density far surpass anything currently available on Blue Star. We can take it back to reinforce the villa. Xiao Tian wasted no words, briefly explaining its purpose. Yen Tianqing wasted no time either. He opened the rear cargo door and signaled the workers to disembark and begin transporting the materials. Spirit beast warriors possess terrifying strength, and mutant beasts wielded immense destructive power. With the villa's current defenses, it would indeed struggle to withstand such threats. But with these materials, things would be different. Perhaps his villa could become the safest place in all of Grand Scholar City. Xiao Tian stood rooted to the spot, watching the workers carry the refined steel as if waiting for something. It was about time to make a move, wasn't it? In the shadows. Brotherly, that pile of black stuff might not be simple.
Shouldn't we make our move? Someone urged impatiently. Xiao Tian had slain a large number of dark creatures along the way and was likely exhausted now, the perfect opportunity for them to strike. Li Chong agreed, nodding as he prepared to speak. Suddenly, a booming laugh echoed from nearby. 3 men and 2 women strode out of the mist with swagger. Chaos steel? That's some prime stuff. But it's not meant for you lot. Now, pack up your people and get the hell out. I might spare your lives. You're spent no match for the 5 of us. I'd advise you to. As the blonde-haired leader spoke, his body suddenly swelled, transforming into a 3-meter-tall mountain of flesh. His face became a pig's head as he slowly approached Xiao Tian. With each step, the ground thudded. The pig-like face, illuminated by the blood-red sun, looked especially hideous, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Before he could finish his threat, black wings erupted from Xiao Tian's back. A feather crackling with electricity shot through the air, instantly piercing the man's abdomen. A powerful surge of electricity instantly erupted from the feather, spreading throughout the man's entire body. Sizzle! After the electric shock, the mountain of flesh crashed to the ground, emitting the aroma of roasted meat. He'd been electrocuted to death. Even though they had witnessed Xiao Tian's power before, Yan Ruyu and her daughter were still stunned to see him take down another opponent in an instant. The yellow-haired man's accomplice was also dumbfounded. A woman with an unconventional hairstyle gasped instinctively, "You actually dared to kill someone." Xiao Tian exhaled a deep breath of stale air and wiped his face. What a idiot. The dark turmoil had officially descended. What was killing someone compared to that? No need for unnecessary chatter. If they intended to attack him, they were enemies through and through. Xiao Tian did value reason, but only among his own allies. For enemies, he showed no mercy whatsoever. Black wings flapped behind him, sending more feathers streaking through the air. The remaining few hadn't even had time to transform and dodge before the feathers pierced their foreheads, releasing a powerful electric current. Their skulls instantly exploded from the electrical blast. Brotherly, should we still intervene? In the shadows, all eyes turned to Li Chong. Li Chang's eyes bulged, his body numb. What the hell are you talking about? Can't you see what level they're at? Run! Run now! Li Chong turned and fled without hesitation. He'd planned to wait until Xiao Tian was exhausted before striking while the iron was hot. Who could have imagined the enemy was so ferocious? Even after slaughtering so many dark creatures, he could still pull off an instant kill. Run! He had to run. But just as Li Chong took his first step, a feather fell from the sky, plunging straight into the ground 3 meters ahead. Xiao Tian's voice, as sinister as a demon's, echoed slowly, "Did I say you could leave?" Chapter 9, Do you think you're the celestial destiny in white? Hearing that icy voice, Li Chong and his companions trembled violently, feeling as if death itself had fixed its gaze upon them. Instantly, they felt a chill run down their spines. Li Chong ducked his head slightly. Above them, Xiao Tian's black wings flapped in the sky, descending like a demon lord. The vast black wings flapped, scattering much of the surrounding mist. Li Chong narrowed his eyes, a flicker of panic darting through his gaze. It's over. There's no escaping this. Only then did Yan Ruyu and the others realize they were being targeted, and not just by 1 or 2 people. How had Xiao Tian sensed them? They were all spirit beast warriors, yet they hadn't sensed a thing. How had he managed it? Could it be that there were disparities among spirit beast warriors? What they didn't know was that while gaps did exist among spirit beast warriors, Xiao Tian was different from them. Xiao Tian was no ordinary spirit beast warrior. He possessed the ability to infinitely fuse and extract genetic sequences. His body contained 2 additional gene strands compared to the father and daughter, naturally granting him heightened senses across all dimensions. Xiao Tian, I never imagined you'd acquire this ability too. Congratulations. Well, it's getting late. I should head back. Let's meet again next time. This time, I'll treat. Li Chong forced a smile before preparing to lead his men away. Did I give you permission to leave? Xiao Tian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Before his rebirth, this forbidden zone had appeared for the first time, so few dared to venture in recklessly. At the time, Li Chong had been among the first wave of explorers to venture in. Later, most of the treasures within this secret realm were seized by that bastard, not because Li Chong was particularly capable. It was mainly because he clung tightly to Chao Menglong's coattails. Using these materials, Chao Menglong forged an exceptionally strong base. Even many spirit beast warriors working together would struggle to breach its defenses. Protected by this formidable base, the bastard managed to live it up for quite some time during the dark turmoil. Unexpectedly, after reincarnating, the same scenario was unfolding once more. But this time, the building materials here would likely never fall into Chao Menglong's hands. Xiao Tian, what exactly do you want? We were classmates once, don't you remember? I even treated you to a meal back then. The auction was my fault, but you can't just repay grievance with grievance. When will this cycle of vengeance ever end? Noticing Xiao Tian's grim expression, Li Chong hurriedly spoke, trying to appeal to his mercy while slowly backing away, ready to flee at any moment. Xiao Tian caught every one of his little moves, shook his head, then pinched a feather between 2 fingers. You, hold on, don't do this. I've got people backing me. Brother Xiao is my boss. I'm under his wing now.
Even if you're strong, you're no match for him.
Don't do anything stupid.
Li Chang's face drained of color. As he spoke, he frantically pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and activated the speakerphone. Seconds later, the call connected. Hearing the familiar voice on the other end, Li Chong suddenly felt a sense of relief.
The call was connected. Xiao Tian wouldn't dare kill him outright, right?
But at the very moment the call connected, the feather in Xiao Tian's hand sliced through the air, instantly piercing Li Chang's forehead. Instead of the expected sharp pain, only numbness washed over him. The instant the feather pierced his brow, a powerful electric current surged through Li Chang's entire body. His body stiffened, his eyes filled with utter disbelief.
That bastard actually dared to attack me. Madman. This bastard is insane. Brotherly. Damn it.
This guy's dead meat.
He actually killed Brotherly? Boss Xiao won't let him off. Run. Everyone, run. Seeing Li Chong instantly killed, the remaining men were instantly seized by terror.
They screamed and turned to flee. But Xiao Tian wouldn't give them that chance. Almost simultaneously, several feathers charged with electricity shot out like a shower of heavenly maidens scattering flowers. Whoosh! 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 Like Li Chong, every last one of them was instantly killed before they could even activate their beast forms. The world was quiet once more.
No!
From the foam lying on the ground came a continuous, coarse roar.
It was Qiao Menglong's voice. Damn it! Who the hell dares to lay a finger on my men? Who the hell? Though unaware of the exact situation, the screams of his men made it clear to Qiao Menglong that his people had been taken out. Having acquired the abilities of a spirit beast warrior, he relied on his extraordinary perception to follow Xiao Tian's example and build his own faction for mutual protection. In less than a day, he had gathered 6 spirit beast warriors. This time, he'd specifically dispatched Li Chong and 4 others to scout the Forbidden Zone. Now it seemed they were all but wiped out. Xiao Tian picked up his phone and held it to his ear. Qiao Menglong. Who are you? Do you know me? Xiao Tian remained silent. Qiao Menglong gritted his teeth and continued, Dare to touch my men? Whoever you are, you're dead. Xiao Tian still didn't respond. Qiao Menglong was furious, feeling utterly powerless, like punching a pillow. Where do you live? Give me your address. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. Now that he'd crossed swords with this man, he had to handle it properly. When it came to enemies, Xiao Tian's principle was to eliminate them completely, cutting off any future trouble. Otherwise, it would be an endless cycle of dealing with the weak only to have the strong emerge, making things far too troublesome. Qiao Menglong on the other end of the line paused abruptly, then grew even angrier. How dare you ask for my address? Think you're some kind of holy messenger? I'm in an apartment near 5-Star Garden. If you've got the guts, come find me and we'll settle this face to face. I'll beat the crap out of you and that'll be the end of it. Qiao Menglong blurted out his address without hesitation, utterly confident in his own strength. Besides, he was still recruiting new members and was confident he'd sign up plenty more spirit beast warriors today. Even if Xiao Tian did come looking for him, he wasn't the least bit intimidated. In fact, he was more worried that Xiao Tian wouldn't dare show up, so he deliberately taunted him with insults, trying to provoke him. No need to provoke me. I've noted your address. I'll come find you when I have time. Xiao Tian crushed his phone into pieces. He then approached Yan Ruyu and the others, instructing everyone to continue transporting resources. Yan Ruyu and the others hadn't yet recovered from their earlier shock. They'd assumed Xiao Tian had brought them to the Forbidden Zone to assist him. Now it seemed Xiao Tian didn't need them at all. They hadn't even gotten a chance to lift a finger. Xiao Tian had handled every problem single-handedly. They felt more like extras in a scene. I brought you to the Forbidden Zone merely to give you a preview of the world in chaos. In such times, mercy shown to enemies is cruelty inflicted upon yourself and those close to you. Meeting the stunned gazes of father and daughter, Xiao Tian suddenly asked, I killed every single one of them without mercy. Do you think I'm being cruel? Yan Ruyu shook her head solemnly. Though I've never lived through an apocalypse, they already attacked us. If we were outmatched, our fate wouldn't have been much better. Yan Tiancheng nodded in agreement. Though they had only recently awakened their spirit beast warrior abilities and had never personally taken a life, neither of them was a brainless do-gooder. They knew when certain actions were necessary. Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded with satisfaction. Teammates who weren't brain-dead do-gooders? That was definitely a good thing. Chapter 10, Enemies Meet Again, the slaughter continues. Before long, all the refined steel was loaded onto the trucks. The group climbed back into the vehicles and drove away from the Forbidden Zone. The return journey passed without encountering other people, but dark creatures still emerged periodically from the mist. These dark creatures spawned endlessly, like minions in a game dungeon. Seeing Xiao Tian effortlessly eliminate the dark creatures, Yan Tiancheng wanted to experience the fight himself and gain some combat experience. Xiao Tian agreed. Thus, Yan Tiancheng stepped off the vehicle with confidence, assuming a fighting stance and striking at the 2 dark creatures before him.
His muscles bulged dramatically, his frame instantly swelling to over 9 feet tall. His suit jacket ripped apart in an instant. A pair of horns sprouted from his forehead, and a hot stream gushed from his nostrils as he lowered his head and charged at one of the dark creatures. Crash! The sharp horns collided with the dark entity's body. To Yen Tianqing's astonishment, it didn't budge an inch. Yen Tianqing reacted swiftly. After only a moment's hesitation, he launched a punch straight at the dark entity's head. But though he was fast, the dark creature was faster. It countered with a backhand slap that smacked Yen Tianqing square in the face, leaving him stunned and dazed. Yen Ruyu, sitting in the driver's seat, gaped in disbelief, her entire body numb. Her own father had been slapped by a dark creature? Xiao Tian, however, showed no surprise. Yen Tianqing was a pampered, reclusive wealthy man who knew nothing of combat techniques. Moreover, having only recently awakened as a spirit beast warrior, he hadn't fully adapted to this newfound power. Xiao Tian had intended to step in and eliminate the two dark creatures for Yen Tianqing, but the latter refused his help. Relying on his sturdy, resilient physique, Yen Tianqing fought them down, trading blows until both dark creatures were finally defeated. By the time he returned to the carriage, he was gasping for breath, his body covered in wounds. He'd nearly lost half his life. Young friend Xiao Tian, I'm nowhere near your level. I foolishly thought these dark creatures would be easy to handle. I've made a fool of myself in front of you. Yen Tianqing said with a bitter smile. Having personally experienced the dark creature's power, he now understood just how formidable Xiao Tian truly was. To single-handedly annihilate 6 dark creatures in an instant, that was truly extraordinary. Xiao Tian merely smiled in response, saying nothing. Soon, the group drove smoothly out of the forbidden zone and returned to the villa. Yen Tianqing directed the workers to unload the cargo while simultaneously arranging for personnel to prepare the installation of the high-grade steel. With the dark chaos already underway, putting this high-grade steel to use as soon as possible and transforming the villa into an apocalyptic fortress would give them an extra layer of protection. With the resources from the restricted zone secured, it's time to start stockpiling supplies, Xiao Tian suddenly remarked. It's indeed time to stockpile food in advance. While our current supplies aren't insignificant, they simply won't last long enough to withstand prolonged consumption. Yen Tianqing nodded in agreement. Xiao Tian shook his head. It's not just food. We need to stockpile all kinds of supplies: cigarettes, tools, tents, and so on. The more of these we have, the better. Yen Tianqing paused, then grasped Xiao Tian's meaning. In the apocalypse, food was crucial, but other resources were equally indispensable. Take prisons, for instance. Cigarettes function as hard currency. Possessing them grants dominance and freedom from control. The same principle applied now. Young Xiao Tian truly lived up to his reputation, thinking even further ahead than he had. Establishing the base is urgent. I'll stay behind with some men to refine it. I'll leave the supplies to you, Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, I want to go with you. Yen Ruyu placed her hands over her chest and whispered softly. Through their interactions over this period, Yen Ruyu had gained much insight. The frost that once covered the surface of this formerly aloof campus beauty seemed to be gradually melting. Of course, this transformation was exclusive to Xiao Tian's presence. All right. Xiao Tian didn't refuse. After gathering a group of workers, he and Yen Ruyu got back into the vehicle and departed. Watching the truck fade into the distance, Yen Tianqing's eyes brimmed with amusement. Without Xiao Tian's support, their lives would undoubtedly take a sharp turn for the worse. They might not even be able to protect themselves. After leaving the villa, Xiao Tian drove toward the largest supply warehouse in Dalu City. Incidentally, this facility also belonged to the Tianqing group. From the very beginning, Xiao Tian had intended to come here for resources, but the distance and the opening of the forbidden zone had forced him to temporarily abandon the plan. Now, he hoped it wasn't too late. But disaster struck almost immediately after setting off. A fierce-looking old woman suddenly dashed out onto the road, collapsing in front of the truck and lying motionless. She clutched her legs in agony, wailing incessantly while cursing under her breath. Ouch. Someone hit me. Everyone, come see. If you don't give me some supplies as compensation, I won't get up. We'll call the police to settle this. Xiao Tian in the driver's seat was stunned. He never imagined such scams still existed these days. Should I go handle this? Yen Ruyu asked, frowning. No need. Xiao Tian shook his head, then slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The truck roared to life, charging straight toward the old woman. It takes a villain to deal with a villain. Coming out to stage a scam during such dark and chaotic times, what else could it be but courting death? After this minor incident, Xiao Tian and his group arrived safely at the warehouse location. The security booth outside the warehouse gate stood empty. The iron gate, once sealed shut, now bore severe deformations clearly forced open by brute force. Someone beat us to it, Yen Ruyu said in a low voice. Xiao Tian nodded and led Yen Ruyu inside. The shelves, once packed with supplies, now stood completely bare. The vast warehouse had been almost completely emptied. However, 2 figures remained up ahead, struggling to move a massive shipping container. This container resembled the metal shipping boxes found at ports, impossible for ordinary people to lift, typically requiring a crane.
Yet the two figures before them were carrying the massive metal box, one in front and one behind. It was clear they were no ordinary people either. As they were carrying the container out, they froze upon suddenly seeing Xiao Tian and his companion appear. "Are you the reinforcements sent by Boss Xiao?" one of them asked. "You mean Xiao Menglong?" Xiao Tian instantly understood. What a coincidence, he never expected to run into Xiao Menglong's men here. Unsurprisingly, the supplies here were likely being hauled away by this very man. Hearing Xiao Tian address Xiao Menglong by name, the two instantly realized they weren't allies. They immediately dropped the metal boxes, which clattered to the ground with a dull thud. Instantly, they transformed into beast forms, shifting into combat mode. The figure ahead sprouted a pair of furry ears, his fingernails sharpened into claws, two fangs protruding from his mouth, and his body rapidly covered in thick fur. The other individual's physique ballooned, transforming into a mountain of flesh. Since the people of Dragon Nation loved pork, most awoke as pig-related spirit beast warriors after the dark turmoil descended. Yet even among these pig-related spirit beast warriors, their abilities varied greatly. Take the creature before him, for instance, its defenses were maxed out. Xiao Tian paid no heed, cutting straight to the point. "Tell me where Xiao Menglong is." Though Xiao Menglong had already revealed the base's location to Xiao Tian, it never hurt to be cautious. Xiao Tian couldn't be certain if the other was telling the truth. "If you want to know Boss Xiao's location, you'll have to fight me first. Today, I'll show you my superpowers." The boar-type spirit beast warrior bellowed, charging forward with heavy footsteps, bearing down on Xiao Tian. Yan Ruyu had witnessed Xiao Tian's strength and seen the battle scenes, yet she still felt a surge of tension in this moment. Xiao Tian shook his head. Black wings materialized behind him, and then a feather shot out like a bullet. Whoosh! The feather pierced through the mountain of flesh. Powerful electric currents surged through the thick layers of fat. The next moment, the mountain of flesh before his eyes exploded violently. Dead as a doornail. After completing this with an air of nonchalance, Xiao Tian turned his gaze to the other man. The moment that man met Xiao Tian's gaze, he froze in terror. "Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything you want to know." Chapter 11, Squeeze every last drop out of Xiao Menglong. "Where is Xiao Menglong?" Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and spoke again. The man was utterly broken. A pale yellow liquid slowly dripped from his crotch onto the floor, its pungent stench gradually spreading. What the hell kind of monster was this guy? Damn it, he's terrifying even without entering his beast form. What would happen if he did? Facing an opponent like this, there was truly no chance of resistance. "He's in room 288 of the new Cloud Apartments next to 5-Star Garden." The man finished trembling, then looked hopefully at Xiao Tian. "The location is correct. Boss Xiao is right there. I've told you everything. Can you let me go?" Xiao Tian extended his right hand, plucked a feather, and flicked it away. The feather pierced the man's forehead like an arrow. His eyes bulged wide, refusing to close in death. These two had already planned to attack him earlier. If he'd been overpowered, would they have let him go? The answer was clearly no. Thus, Xiao Tian struck without a shred of remorse. "Let's go." To 5-Star Garden, Xiao Tian said to Yan Ruyu as he retracted his black wings. Yan Ruyu nodded blankly, following closely behind Xiao Tian. The youth before her was terrifyingly powerful. Staying by his side, even if it meant facing the fiercest dangers, brought her an unusual sense of security. Even knowing they were heading straight for Xiao Menglong's stronghold, Yan Ruyu felt no fear whatsoever. The two exited the warehouse, got back into the car, set the navigation, and set off. Fortunately, this was still the early stages of the turmoil. Networks and such weren't significantly affected and could still be used normally. 5-Star Garden wasn't far from here. They arrived in less than half an hour. Along the way, Xiao Tian and the others witnessed thick plumes of smoke billowing from supermarkets and shopping malls, with occasional bursts of combat energy rippling through the air. But Xiao Tian paid them no mind. Dealing with Xiao Menglong was the absolute priority now. 5-Star Garden. The moment Xiao Tian parked his car, a rugged man in a jacket, cigar dangling from his mouth, emerged from a nearby apartment building with a group of henchmen in tow. "You're Xiao Menglong?" Xiao Tian appraised the man before him, his voice devoid of emotion. "It's you." The moment he heard Xiao Tian's voice, Xiao Menglong instantly recognized his identity. This bastard had taken out 5 of his men. He had thought the other was merely bluffing, but never expected him to actually show up. And judging by their setup, there were only 2 of them. On his side, including himself, there were a full 8 men, all spirit beast warriors. "Everyone, prepare for battle. Kill this bastard and avenge our brothers." Xiao Menglong roared, raising his arm triumphantly. "Whoever takes this bastard down first gets 3 whole crates of beef jerky from me." Canned beef was usually just trash food that countless people despised. But in these dark, chaotic times, they were an absolute treasure, a rare feast that was easy to store and convenient to eat. The moment Xiao Menglong spoke, his crew erupted like they'd been injected with adrenaline, roaring their agreement. Their gazes fixed on Xiao Tian grew increasingly sharp. Boom! Every single one of them simultaneously entered a beast-like state as traits of pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep began to manifest on their bodies.
Some sprouted goat horns, others swelled into colossal giants, while others grew thick, ominous fur all over their bodies.
Xiao Tian, are we really okay with this? Though she had witnessed Xiao Tian's power, the group before her were all spirit beast warriors, and their transformed auras were terrifying. Yan Ruyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Xiao Tian offered no reply, instead fixing his piercing gaze on Xiao Menglong without activating his own beast transformation. He was calculating every possible escape route the enemy might take.
Having located their lair, Xiao Tian intended to eliminate them completely, leaving no potential threats behind.
Therefore, he had to eliminate every possible escape route. Otherwise, wouldn't this entire mission have been for naught? But to Xiao Menglong, Xiao Tian's deliberation appeared as hesitation.
Xiao Menglong burst into laughter and roared, "Charge!" He charged forward first, slamming a fist toward Xiao Tian.
Unfazed, Xiao Tian countered with a punch of his own.
The collision of their fists produced a dull thud, sending sparks flying. Both men stood utterly unmoved. In the instant their fists collided, Xiao Menglong's arms were simultaneously covered in fish scale-like armor. These were carp scales. This bastard had acquired the genetic ability of crushing carp.
My ability lets me form fish scale armor on my arms bulletproof. Getting in my face for hand to hand? You're playing with fire.
Seeing Xiao Tian's silence, Xiao Menglong grew even more brazen. "You'll regret provoking me for the rest of your life. Hand over the resources from the Forbidden Zone now, and I might let you die painlessly." Seeing their boss so fierce, the underlings in the rear scrambled to suck up.
Xiao boss is the man.
Beat the crap out of that bastard. Looks like we won't need to lift a finger. Boss Xiao's going to knock the crap out of that cocky little punk. Yan Ruyu pressed her lips tightly together, a hint of worry visible. Xiao Tian remained expressionless, while the blood flowing down his shoulders suddenly coalesced into a grotesque eel-like head. The electric eel's eyes flashed with two piercing beams of light. Suddenly, it snapped its gaping maw open and lunged at Xiao Menglong's arm.
Xiao Menglong didn't flinch, confident his fish-scale armor would repel any ordinary attack.
What he hadn't anticipated was that the moment the electric eel's head bit down, its razor-sharp fangs pierced right through his fish-scale armor as if it were nothing, sinking deep into his flesh. Immediately, a colossal suction force surged forth, frantically draining his blood.
Damn it! Xiao Menglong finally panicked, realizing Xiao Tian was no ordinary opponent.
He tried to burst backward, but Xiao Tian pinned his shoulders down with both hands, holding him firmly in place. Feeling the relentless drain of his blood, Xiao Menglong's face visibly paled as a chill gradually swept through his entire body. Overwhelmed by helplessness, his heart pounded with increasing terror.
Stop! Damn it, stop! I know I was wrong. I apologize. What the hell kind of monster are you, Xiao Anima? These were Xiao Menglong's final words before he died. Xiao Tian offered no reply, simply draining the last of his blood. Once the blood was drained, Xiao Tian felt his body regain considerable strength, and the electric eel skull on his shoulder took on a hint of color. That's it? Yan Ruyu was utterly bewildered, having witnessed Xiao Menglong being drained dry by Xiao Tian. The sheer visual impact was overwhelming. Come to think of it, she still didn't know what kind of animal gene ability Xiao Tian had awakened. He could absorb blood, unleash lightning, and even form wings to fly. Was there even such a creature on Blue Star? As Xiao Menglong collapsed into a desiccated corpse, his flag-waving henchmen all froze in shock. Their boss had been perfectly fine one moment, only to be sucked dry the next. What the hell was going on? A monster. That kid in front of us isn't human, damn it. Run. That was the unanimous thought on everyone's mind. Xiao Menglong was the strongest among them, yet even he was instantly killed. How could the rest of them possibly muster the courage to resist? And the very moment they turned to flee without resistance, it was practically a death sentence. Xiao Tian stared expressionless ahead as the black wings reappeared behind him. Having absorbed Xiao Menglong's blood, the wings now glowed with a sinister crimson hue, an eerie sight. In the next instant, several feathers shot out simultaneously, mercilessly reaping the lives of the lowly. Chapter 12, Bloodline Rank? The scene descended into a one-sided slaughter. Before long, Xiao Tian had swiftly ended the battle. The tense atmosphere returned to normal, though the air now carried a faint scent of blood, and the ground was littered with numerous corpses. Yan Ruyu stared blankly at Xiao Tian. The pungent smell of blood filled her nostrils, making her feel nauseous. Yet Yan Ruyu understood all too well that in this chaotic age, such horrors were commonplace. To seize even the slimmest chance of survival, combat was unavoidable. She couldn't remain forever sheltered behind Xiao Tian like a caged bird. Sooner or later, she would have to fight for herself. So she forced herself to suppress the urge, refusing to vomit. Witnessing this, Xiao Tian felt a flicker of surprise. Before his rebirth, this was the first time he'd seen someone torn to shreds by a mutated beast right before his eyes. Internal organs scattered across the ground, scalding blood splattering his face. That primal urge was impossible to suppress. Xiao Tian had vomited on the spot, so he never imagined that Yan Ruyu, this pampered young lady, could endure it. The troublesome ones are dealt with. Supplies should be inside the apartment. Have everyone get out and load up, Xiao Tian said, withdrawing his gaze. Got it.
Yan Ruyu nodded, then opened the rear cargo door and signaled the workers to disembark and begin loading.
Upon entering the apartment, they indeed discovered the vast stockpile of supplies hoarded by Chao Menglong and his crew.
The workers were overjoyed, carefully handling each item to prevent damage.
Box after box was carried over with utmost care.
Though they contained only food and daily necessities, in the current environment, these supplies were worth far more than gold or diamonds. Gold and diamonds might be for showing off, but food was the real lifesaver. Yan Ruyu's awakened abilities weren't suited for combat, and Yan Tiancheng needed to personally oversee the villa.
To ensure absolute safety, Xiao Tian personally took charge of the transport. Xiao Tian estimated that 5 round trips would suffice to transport all the supplies. But just as they set out, an unexpected incident occurred.
A massive mutated beast suddenly blocked the truck's path.
This was a mutated wild dog, its fur resembling countless silver needles.
Its thick limbs gripped the ground tightly as it leaned forward, baring its teeth menacingly before the truck, poised to attack at any moment. Yan Ruyu honked the horn several times, but this mutant beast was no ordinary stray dog. Clearly, it wouldn't be easily intimidated. The honking only seemed to fuel its rage. As the mutant beast lunged forward, Xiao Tian wasted no words, yanking open the door and stepping out. The instant Xiao Tian stepped out, 8 massive mutated beasts emerged one after another from the alleys on both sides of the street. All were mutated from stray dogs. Most mutated beasts appearing in the city originated from various pets.
As pack animals, dogs retained their social instincts even after mutation. These mutated beasts intended to gang up on Xiao Tian. This was the early stage of the Dark Turmoil, and while the mutated beasts' levels were generally low, the Spirit Beast warriors faced the same situation. If any other Spirit Beast warrior had been in his place, their legs would likely have started trembling. But Xiao Tian? He wasn't afraid at all. Black wings unfurled from Xiao Tian's back as he soared into the air. Several feathers shot forth, instantly piercing the bodies of numerous mutated beasts. This time, the feathers did not release powerful electric currents. Instead, faint crimson threads connected them to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian remotely manipulated the feathers to unleash a powerful suction force. Before his eyes, the mutated beasts' bodies visibly shrank and withered at an alarming rate. In mere moments, they were drained into desiccated corpses. As for Xiao Tian, he felt his body brimming with power, as if he had fully regained his peak strength. Earlier, when battling the dark creatures within the Forbidden Zone, Xiao Tian had indeed expended energy, but the 3 types of genes had minimized the impact. Now, having absorbed the mutated beast's blood, all his depleted energy was fully replenished. After completing this, Xiao Tian approached the mutated beast's corpse and ran his hands over it. Eventually, he pulled out several transparent crystal cores. These were the mutated beast's crystal cores, storing the source of their power. Absorbing them would enhance one's own strength. However, absorption required time and was quite energy-intensive, akin to melting steel. It demanded steady, methodical effort. But Xiao Tian was different.
A sharp, serrated blade materialized in his palm, forcibly tearing open the crystal cores before he began to chew them.
Crunch! Crunch!
A shrill cracking sound filled the air as the hard crystal cores were effortlessly crushed and swallowed by the jaws in Xiao Tian's palm. A surge of pure energy flooded his body, causing Xiao Tian's rank to shift.
Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 3. Bloodline level, none.
Genetic sequence ID 9766, Trinity ability, inherits the trait of regenerating severed limbs, extends a pair of wings, unleashes lightning feathers to slice enemies, and absorbs blood from afar to enhance oneself. Opening the system interface, Xiao Tian saw his level had jumped directly to level 3. For Spirit Beast warriors, every 10 levels marked a watershed moment, but Xiao Tian didn't dwell on that.
What caught his attention was a newly appeared interface tab. What did bloodline level mean? Why was his bloodline level currently marked as none? Unable to figure it out, Xiao Tian decided to stop thinking about it. He got back on the vehicle and departed with Yan Ruyu. After 6 round trips, all the supplies were finally transported. The villa's warehouse was nearly filled to capacity. Seeing these supplies, Yan Tianqing's wrinkles crinkled with joy. With these supplies, they could not only survive for a long time but live quite comfortably. Especially after hearing Yan Ruyu recount how Xiao Tian had swiftly defeated Chao Menglong and the others, Yan Tianqing's admiration for Xiao Tian grew exponentially. Young friend Xiao Tian, Yan Tianqing said with a smile, with these supplies, we can easily survive for 2 or 3 years. We're hardly short on provisions now. Xiao Tian shook his head. Supplies were never too plentiful. Who would ever complain about having too little? Besides, Xiao Tian had his own plans for these supplies. To put it simply, he intended to secure every last bit of supplies within a 10-kilometer radius. Exhausted from using his abilities in battle, Xiao Tian was ravenously hungry. After devouring over 10 pounds of raw meat, he set out again with his men. By sunset, he had practically ransacked every warehouse and shopping mall in the vicinity. As for the fate of others? Frankly, it was none of his concern. In this extraordinary environment, he only needed to consider himself. Before his rebirth, Xiao Tian had been an ordinary person, but his family had stockpiled some instant noodles.
Back then, he had kindly shared them with his neighbors. Initially, the neighbors were grateful. But as the instant noodles dwindled, the darker side of human nature began to surface. To conserve their own rations, these neighbors actually banded together to drive Xiao Tian, the very person who had shared with them, out.
It could be said that Xiao Tian's subsequent demise at the jaws of the mutated beasts was directly linked to these very neighbors. Human nature is the most fragile thing imaginable. That's why, given another chance, Xiao Tian would never play the role of the savior saint again. At night, the city of Dalu remained fraught with danger. Now everyone knew of the existence of mutated beasts and spirit beast warriors. Though the power lines function normally for now, to avoid attracting the attention of others or the mutated beasts, they could only huddle in their rooms, not even daring to turn on the lights. Xiao Tian's villa, however, was a different story. Bright lights illuminated the space, and the aroma of grilled meat gradually wafted through the air. Under Xiao Tian's direction, an extravagant doomsday barbecue feast was being prepared with meticulous order. The aroma of grilled meat gradually permeated the air throughout the entire villa district. It caught the attention of many. Soon, an uninvited guest appeared before the villa. P.S. Starting from Chapter 13, membership is required to view the content. This is the website's policy, and I have no choice in the matter. Membership access means that no matter how well written the content is, there will inevitably be some loss of readers. However, Shuchi is not a free platform and operates under its own rules. I hope everyone will support the official version so we can journey further together. Those willing to become members demonstrate a certain level of recognition for my work, for which I am deeply grateful. Those who choose not to become members simply indicate that I haven't done enough yet and need to keep striving harder. I will continue to give it my all. Additionally, wishing everyone great wealth and robust health in the new year. May you all find your perfect match. True love conquers all. Finally, I humbly request your monthly votes. They mean the world to this book. Thank you for your unwavering support, brothers. Chapter 13, What Goes Around Comes Around. The visitor was a middle-aged man in a suit, roughly the same age as Yen Tiancheng. Living in such an exclusive villa district clearly signaled his status and background were no ordinary affair. Old Yen, I haven't had a hot meal in days. Please, could you spare me some food? I'm begging you. Yen Tiancheng's face lit up the moment he recognized the visitor. This man was his rival, the founder of Huang Group, a conglomerate only slightly less prominent than Yen Tiancheng's Tiancheng Group. After hearing Xiao Tian recount the dark chaos, Yen Tiancheng adopted a better safe than sorry approach. He began fortifying his villa and dispatched teams for large-scale food procurement. But now this man had stumbled upon him, mocking him relentlessly. He called him brain dead, a billionaire CEO abandoning his company to hoard supplies instead. At the time, Yen Tiancheng couldn't confirm the truth of Xiao Tian's claims and had to endure the humiliation, feeling deeply aggrieved. But now, seeing the other man gaunt and emaciated, humbly begging for food, that resentment vanished instantly. The CEO of Huang Group running out of food? Don't joke with me. Huang Dijong's expression was bitter. I truly have no food left. Everything in the villa is gone. I won't take your food for free, I can trade. Speaking of exchange, Huang Dijong removed his wristwatch and handed it to Yen Tiancheng. This is a Patek Philippe worth 3 million. I only ask for a satisfying meal in return. Yen Tiancheng folded his arms before him, his tone mocking. Mr. Huang should know that in this day and age, luxury watches are worthless. Huang Diarong grew anxious and hastily added, I've got a Cullinan in my garage and a Lamborghini too. I can give them to you, all of them. Seeing his former rival groveling at his feet felt incredibly satisfying. Yen Tiancheng turned to Xiao Tian. Young friend Xiao Tian, you procured all these supplies. Now, what do you suggest we do? Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow and smiled. What do you think, Mr. Yen? Not giving them. Xiao Tian chuckled, then we won't give them. Yen Tiancheng shrugged and turned back to Huang Dijong. Mr. Huang, it seems I can't help you after all. Huang Dijong's face darkened. Yen Tiancheng, are you even human? You're seriously going to stand by and watch me die? Just then, the other bosses from the villa appeared at the scene, their eyes fixed on the grilled meat sizzling on the iron plate. They were all nearly out of supplies, surviving on fresh vegetables flown in daily with little to no reserves. Mr. Yen, we're all neighbors here. Can't you lend a hand? We're all human beings, how can you be so cold-hearted? Are you even human? The others chimed in unison. Yen Tiancheng's muscles bulged violently, transforming him instantly into a muscular minotaur. A hot breath erupted from his nostrils. Get lost. A thunderous roar erupted in the air, nearly shattering everyone's eardrums. A spirit beast warrior. Yen Tiancheng had actually become a spirit beast warrior. The crowd scattered like birds and beasts, daring not to linger. Just then, Yen Tiancheng suddenly sighed with emotion. I, Yen Tiancheng, built this empire from nothing. Most of the people here are local tycoons and aristocrats. Back when I was starting out, they targeted me relentlessly. They nearly forced a takeover of my company. Never did I imagine I'd get my revenge. What a satisfying feeling.
Later, though Tianqing Group became the leading conglomerate in Deru City, Yan Tiancheng couldn't do much in a society governed by law.
But now it was different. With order collapsing, if he wanted to, not a single one of these bastards would survive.
Xiao Tian merely smiled at this. He could understand such sentiments to some extent.
After the brief interlude, the barbecue feast resumed. While everyone savored the grilled meats, Xiao Tian had already retired upstairs for an early rest. He had lost all interest in cooked meat. Raw flesh was his only preference now. In his room, Xiao Tian propped his hands behind his head and began contemplating his next moves. Now that he had obtained the materials to enhance the villa and had ample supplies, it was time to strengthen his own abilities. In the villa courtyard, everyone savored the hard-earned delicacy with utmost care. Xiao Tian's generosity only strengthened their resolve to follow him. Just then, Yan Tianshan leaned close to Yan Ruyu. Ruyu, tell Dad the truth. Do you have feelings for Xiao Tian? Yan Ruyu set down her wineglass, her face flushing as she whispered, Dad, what are you talking about? Did she have feelings for Xiao Tian? How could she possibly utter such words casually? Seeing Yan Ruyu's evasive expression, Yan Tianshang sighed helplessly. Ruyu, you know full well that everything we have now is thanks to that Xiao Tian. Though he treats us well now, what if he turns his back on us one day? What then? I see Xiao Tian as a capable young man, skilled and strategic. If you have feelings for him, seal the deal now. Once you're his wife and I'm his father-in-law, we'll secure a lifeline in these chaotic times. Yan Tiansheng wasn't being pushy about this. With Xiao Tian standing, what woman couldn't he have in this chaotic world? They had the advantage of proximity. The sooner they acted, the better. If another woman seized the opportunity, he'd be heartbroken. Yan Ruyu, being no fool herself, fell deep in thought upon hearing her father's words. Actually, I do have feelings for Xiao Tian. Before Yan Ruyu could finish her sentence, Yan Tiansheng shoved her toward the villa. Dad, what are you doing? Yan Ruyu asked, puzzled. I'm taking you to Xiao Tian's room. Make it official sooner rather than later, Yan Tiansheng said sternly. Yan Ruyu. A flicker of bewilderment crossed her stunning face. Was this really her father, the man who clung to traditional values? He used to dread her getting involved with that punk kid, but now he's practically shoving her into someone else's bed. Seriously. Though she felt a certain attraction toward Xiao Tian, they hadn't spent much time together. The idea of climbing into his bed to make a baby now felt somewhat awkward to her. Just as Yan Ruyu was at a loss, a Cadillac pulled up before the villa's gates. A young man with dyed yellow hair stepped out of the car. His face lit up with surprise and delight the moment he saw Yan Ruyu. Ruyu, I finally found you. Recognizing the visitor, Yan Ruyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Yan Tiansheng also turned to look at the visitor, his expression darkening. He recognized this blonde-haired youth. Li Qingshan, Yan Ruyu's suitor. He understood youthful passion, but Li Qingshan was an absolute oddball. Orphaned and raised in an orphanage, his academic performance was subpar. Relying solely on attending the same university as Yan Ruyu, he had launched a relentless pursuit. Yan Ruyu wasn't interested in this guy, and Yan Tiansheng had even intervened to have a serious talk with him. You're penniless and uneducated, just coasting through life waiting to die. What gives you the nerve to pursue my precious daughter? The young fool, fearless as a newborn calf, delivered a response that stunned Yan Tiansheng for 30 years. If I can win Ruyu's heart, I'll reach the pinnacle of life and avoid decades of detours. Winning her over will prove my worth. Then the entire Tiansheng group will need me to manage it. How could Uncle say I lack goals and plans? At the time, Yan Tiansheng was utterly disgusted and had his men beat the guy senseless. Little did he expect the man would track him down here. Uncle Yan is here too? Perfect timing. Spotting Yan Tiansheng with his dark expression nearby, Li Qingshan flashed a smile. After a moment of deliberation, he declared arrogantly, I'm now a spirit beast warrior. I came here specifically to confess my feelings to Ruyu. With my current status, I should be worthy of your precious daughter, right? Ignoring Yan Tiansheng's increasingly dark expression, Li Qingshan opened the trunk and pulled out several shabby food cans. And they were all expired. I worked hard to get these. You know food's scarce now, Uncle Yan. I know your family eats air-freighted veggies and doesn't have much stored grain. You must have gone hungry all day, right? Here, take these, Uncle Yan and Ruyu. Don't be formal with me, and don't worry about them being too valuable. Consider them my betrothal gift for marrying Ruyu. How about that? He added, times change. I'm not the same person I was back then. I'll make Ruyu happy. Yan Ruyu turned her face away, her eyes reddening but not from emotion, only from fury. Being pursued by someone like this made her feel utterly humiliated. Yan Tiansheng stood protectively before Yan Ruyu, veins bulging on his body. Suddenly, he desperately wanted to beat the hell out of this fool. P.S. Votes and bookmarks are appreciated. New book launches rely heavily on data. Your support means everything. Thanks. Chapter 14, Shocking News Supplies Exposed. Uncle Yan, I know you've always held a prejudice against me. I don't blame you for your narrow-mindedness, but I urge you to calm down. After all, I'm now a high-ranking spirit beast warrior. An ordinary person like you can't do anything to me. But you are still my future father-in-law. If you're truly that angry, then hit me. I'll stand right here and let you land 3 punches, anything to let you vent. No matter what, Ruyu is my woman. I'll take care of her for the rest of my life. Yan Tianshang was already teetering on the edge of losing control. Hearing Li Qingshan's tirade pushed him over the brink. His body, which had briefly returned to normal proportions, swelled once more into a 3-meter-tall, muscle-bound minotaur, radiating pure malevolence from every pore. Seeing this, the confident Li Qingshan froze. What the hell? So you're a spirit beast warrior too? Then let's do it your way. Take 3 of my punches. If you can withstand all 3, I'll marry Ruyu to you. Yan Tianshang gritted his teeth, enunciating each word deliberately. He took a step forward, closing in on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan swallowed hard, his mind going blank. True, he was a spirit beast warrior, but not one skilled in brute force combat. His family was poor, and he'd always worked part-time to support himself. He worked one day and took 3 off, leaving him with no savings whatsoever. On the eve of the dark turmoil, starving, he rummaged through trash bins outside the school for scraps. He finally found a dead rat and roasted it to eat. The ability he'd awakened was that of a rat. His sense of smell had become incredibly heightened, allowing him to detect the location of food. These expired canned goods were precisely what he tracked down using his heightened sense of smell. Most people awaken with incredible abilities, superhuman strength, divine physical prowess, or even the power to defy fate itself. He, however, was an exception. Before the dark turmoil, he was a rat everyone despised. After the dark turmoil, he truly became a rat. Even though rat-type spirit beast warriors aren't adept at combat, his physical constitution still far surpasses that of ordinary humans. He'd hoped his spirit beast warrior status might earn him Yan Tianshang's respect, only to discover the other was also a spirit beast warrior. And far more formidable than himself. Watching Yan Tianshang advance step by step, Li Qingshan panicked. His physique might be slightly superior to an ordinary person's, but it was absolutely no match for Yan Tianshang's attacks. Forget 3 punches. Judging by the man's build, a single blow would likely finish him off. No, Uncle Yan. We're civilized people. Gentlemen settle matters with words, not fists. Since you don't welcome me, I'll just leave. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth, his face twisted with reluctance, and without hesitation, he turned and walked away. He'd originally planned to force his way in if Yan Tianshang refused. After all, with order collapsing, might ruled supreme. He never expected this outcome. Hell. Even now, he still wondered, if he hadn't eaten the dead rat back then, would he have awakened as a different kind of spirit beast warrior? But the world had no room for what-ifs. Just before leaving, Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and turned back. Uncle Yan, I'll take good care of Ruyu. Are you really not going to reconsider? Even if you're a spirit beast warrior, Ruyu is still just an ordinary person. She won't suffer with me. I'll make sure she's well fed and plump. You. Yan Tianshang lost his temper instantly, snatching up the nearby barbecue grill and hurling it at the Cadillac. With a thunderous crash, the Cadillac instantly buckled and crumpled. Seeing this, Li Qingshan felt a pang of pain in his heart. He had bought this car with his own hard-earned money, a used one for 30,000 yuan, paid off in 24 installments. Uncle Yan, I'll leave. But you'll regret this. Li Qingshan scrambled away, clutching a pile of expired canned goods. Before disappearing, he turned back to shout one last warning. Yan Tianshang cursed himself for not having wings, otherwise, he would have flown up and torn that brat to shreds. Tonight's barbecue feast should have been a joyous occasion, but this damn brat had to come and ruin it. What a bummer. You think you're good enough to have your eye on Ruyu? How do you compare to Xiao Tian? Not even a single hair. Even if he let Ruyu choose for herself, he'd never let this worthless piece of trash have her. Watching Li Qingshan depart, Yan Tianshang finally returned to his normal form. Turning to Yan Ruyu, he spoke earnestly. Ruyu, you need to reconsider your approach with Xiao Tian. The sooner you make your move, the better. We absolutely must latch onto this powerful ally now. Yan Ruyu showed no resistance, only palpable tension. She nodded lightly. Yes. They say spirit beast warriors possess physiques far surpassing ordinary humans, and that applies to other aspects too. With Xiao Tian being so powerful, she wondered if she could even handle it. But Yan Ruyu quickly shook her head, snapping herself back to reality. She was Yan Ruyu, famed as the aloof campus beauty. What strange thoughts were these that had entered her mind? After leaving the villa and reaching a safe location, Li Qingshan finally halted his steps. He turned to glance back at the villa, his nostrils flaring as a flash of ruthless malice flickered in his eyes. Damn it! That old bastard had so much hidden away in the villa's warehouse. Did he know about the dark turmoil all along and prepare for it? If we had become family, it would have been different. What's yours is mine. But since you refuse to give Ruyu to me, don't blame me for being ruthless. I told you reject me, and you'll regret it. Li Qingshan's face twisted with malice as he pulled out his phone and began recording a video. Folks, I've uncovered some explosive news. The boss of Tianqing Group has a villa packed with massive supplies, every kind of food imaginable. And guess what? They're having a barbecue party right now. My awakened rat abilities? My keen sense of smell is no joke.
Supplies were scarce all over Dalu City now, with nearly every supermarket and mall looted clean.
When hunger reaches a certain point, people often turn into irrational beasts. Once word spreads, this place will definitely be targeted.
When the villa's supplies are looted, he wouldn't believe Yen Tiancheng would still dare to look down on him. These expired canned goods might seem worthless to them now, but soon enough, they'd be begging him for them. The image of Yen Tiancheng kneeling and begging to hand over Yen Ruyu as his woman sent a thrill through Li Qingshan. With a flick of his body, he vanished into the darkness at the end of the street. After Li Qingshan's video was uploaded, it quickly went viral online, causing a massive sensation. Though most expressed skepticism, supplies were now so crucial that people preferred to believe it might be true.
Many began eyeing the villa covetously.
Yen Ruyu and the others remained unaware of the situation.
The next day, Xiao Tian was roused by Yen Tiancheng. Mr. Yen, what's going on? Is there a problem with the villa's reinforcement? Xiao Tian was dragged into the living room, rubbing his eyes in confusion.
The refined steel within the forbidden zone could be freely molded into any desired shape before solidification.
Logically, there shouldn't be any issues. It's not about the steel. It's about the villa.
The supplies stockpiled in our warehouse have been exposed. Young friend Xiao Tian, Ruyu and I have dragged you into this. Yen Tiancheng spoke with evident guilt before handing his phone to Xiao Tian.
Xiao Tian took the phone and glanced at the screen.
Family members, the villa of the president of Tiancheng Group is stockpiling large quantities of supplies. Xiao Tian glanced at the screen, his expression unchanged. After mentally committing Li Qingshan's appearance to memory, he poured himself a cup of hot water.
Xiao Tian, this is serious. We might already be on a lot of people's radar. Should we release a video to debunk the rumors now? Yen Ruyu spoke with a grave expression.
She felt she had dragged Xiao Tian into this mess, but it was all that bastard Li Qingshan's fault.
How could he have known the villa was stockpiling such a large amount of supplies?
Yen Ruyu now deeply regretted not cutting the grass at its roots. She should have urged her father to kill him that very night, no matter the cost.
Dispelling rumors now would just be like drawing attention to something you're trying to hide, wouldn't it? Xiao Tian crossed his legs and sat back on the sofa, chuckling. Honestly, this isn't too serious. Solving it is actually quite simple. Hearing this, both father and daughter fixed their gaze on Xiao Tian. The severity of this matter had even left Yen Tiancheng helpless. Could Xiao Tian truly have a solution? Chapter 15, My Rules Are the Rules.
Yen Ruyu and her father felt deeply guilty, realizing they had dragged Xiao Tian into this mess, causing all the supplies to be exposed online.
They knew all too well the current state of Darren City. Order was gradually collapsing and disintegrating.
Everywhere on the streets, crowds scrambled for supplies in supermarkets and shopping malls. Among them, powerful spirit beast warriors were not uncommon. News of their substantial stockpile had spread like wildfire, and the base's fortifications weren't fully completed yet. Should any group come looking for them, things would become extremely troublesome. Xiao Tian was indeed formidable. Every target he'd engaged so far had been instantly eliminated. But what about 10 spirit beast warriors? 30? If their numbers were large enough, even someone as formidable as Xiao Tian would likely struggle. But they didn't know that such a situation was no real problem for Xiao Tian. Absolute power granted him this kind of fearlessness. Last night, he'd been pondering how to rapidly boost his strength. At this stage, the only way to rapidly enhance his power was to slay mutated beasts and absorb their crystal cores. Though not a first-tier city, Grand Scholar City was still a major metropolis. With few native animals, most mutated beasts here were domesticated pets. Hunting them required searching one by one, and since this was only the early phase of the Dark Turmoil, the mutated beasts were low-level, yielding little experience upon defeat. The revelation that supplies were stored in the villa sparked an idea in Xiao Tian's mind. Xiao Tian, what should we do now? We're all listening to you. Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian earnestly. Go live. Xiao Tian took a sip of hot water and said casually. Go live? Yen Ruyu and Yen Tiancheng exchanged glances, both looking utterly bewildered. Go live at a time like this? What a strange move. Out of trust for Xiao Tian, though baffled, they complied. Soon, Yen Ruyu launched the live stream using her phone. The moment the stream went live, a massive crowd flooded in. News of Yen Ruyu's villa stockpiling massive supplies had already gone viral online, and many were now discussing forming alliances to raid it together. Yen Ruyu starting her livestream at this moment naturally caused a huge stir. Yen Ruyu? That's her. She was the campus beauty at my university. I recognize her. Well, hoarding all that supplies, and now she has the nerve to go live? Who gave her the guts? While so many of us are suffering, the Yen family hoards supplies? How selfish can you get? She's pretty, but who knew she was so rotten inside? Selfish, cold-hearted, malicious. Watching the relentless stream of abusive comments refresh on the screen, Yen Ruyu remained expressionless, though her heart couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. Xiao Tian suddenly said, "Hand me the camera."
Yan Ruyu nodded and pointed the camera at Xiao Tian. Who is this guy? No idea. He's in the Yan family villa. Could he be Yan Ruyu's boyfriend? No way. Yan Ruyu, the campus beauty, has never dated anyone. None of that matters. Hurry up and distribute the supplies fairly among everyone. Don't even think about hogging them all yourself.
Xiao Tian met the camera's gaze with an unflappable expression, then dropped a bombshell. I do have a lot of supplies here, and I won't hoard them.
Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Yan Ruyu and her father's faces flashed with momentary shock.
They'd considered countless possibilities, but never imagined Xiao Tian would so openly admit it.
What kind of move was this?
As Xiao Tian confirmed the villa's massive stockpile, the live chat exploded with fury, drawing even more viewers into the stream. Unfazed, Xiao Tian motioned for Yan Ruyu to follow him directly to the warehouse door where the supplies were stored.
Then, under the astonished gazes of Yan Ruyu and the others, Xiao Tian opened the warehouse door. In an instant, a dazzling array of supplies filled the room, overwhelming the senses.
All supplies were neatly categorized and arranged on shelves: various foods, fresh meats, even cigarettes and other items.
For a single person, these supplies would be enough to last decades.
Seeing such an abundance of supplies, the live stream audience erupted.
Holy, there's so much stuff. Damn it, hoarding all this stuff and still daring to stream it? Does he think we're idiots? It's the end of the world now. Why should they get to feast while we're still eating bran and vegetables? I haven't eaten in 2 days, and they have all this good stuff.
In a rented apartment in Dalu City, Li Qingshan watched the livestream with a look of schadenfreude on his face. He didn't know who Xiao Tian was, but he thought this guy was incredibly bold, daring to stream all these supplies.
Was he afraid no one would dare take these supplies? In this apocalyptic age, order had collapsed, and spirit beast warriors had become the new authority. Barring any surprises, the villa's location would be exposed within the day, and its warehouse would be sacked by a frenzied mob. Yan Tiancheng, you old fool. If you'd agreed to marry Ruyu to me, why would I have exposed these supplies? You ungrateful fool, I'm waiting for you to beg me.
Inside the villa warehouse, Xiao Tian motioned for Yan Ruyu to hold the phone and pan around the entire space. Only after all the supplies were clearly displayed before the camera did he continue. I know you want these supplies badly.
I can give them to you, but not for free.
If you want them, trade in mutant beast crystals. As he spoke, Xiao Tian immediately grabbed paper and pen to begin writing. One level 1 mutant beast crystal core could be exchanged for 1 pack of cigarettes and 1 can of carp. A level 2 mutant beast core could be exchanged for 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 cans of carp. With the warehouse holding a wide variety of supplies, Xiao Tian personally set the exchange rates for each item.
It took him a full half-hour to finish writing.
But without a doubt, witnessing Xiao Tian's actions only infuriated the livestream audience even more.
Seriously? In this era of total collapse, you're seriously trying to barter? We already know there's plenty of supplies here, why not just loot it? Hell. You idiot. I'll remember you, you bastard. I'm heading straight to the villa now, and I'll make sure to kill you when I get there. The chat was filled with rage and fury, as if they wanted to tear Xiao Tiancheng limb from limb.
Xiao Tian paid no heed to the comments. Seeing the timing was right, he had Yan Ruyu shut down the livestream immediately.
Xiao Tian, is this your solution?
Yan Ruyu pursed her lips, her expression complex as she asked. This wasn't solving the problem, it was practically provoking a fight and flaunting their wealth. If those who'd previously heard the news merely wanted to loot the supplies, now they were absolutely seething with the urge to tear Xiao Tian apart with their bare hands.
To Yan Ruyu, Xiao Tian's actions were tantamount to declaring war on every spirit beast warrior in the entire city of Daru.
And the purpose of this livestream, in her view, was essentially, I've got the resources, come and take them if you dare.
The next day would be perilous for them.
This is the solution I came up with, Xiao Tian said calmly. Resources are limited. If we can use these resources to achieve something, that's ideal. They need resources, we need crystal cores.
It's a win-win deal. But do you really think they'll obediently trade their crystal cores for supplies? Yan Ruyu forced a bitter smile.
Ha! Xiao Tian chuckled a few times, his gaze suddenly deepening.
I've laid out the rules and principles clearly.
If they don't abide by them, don't blame me for unleashing hell.
Chapter 16, Moral Blackmail? Kill them all. Does Xiao Tian not understand the risks of this approach?
His audacity stemmed entirely from the confidence born of overwhelming power. This was merely the early stage of the dark turmoil, when everyone's levels were generally low. Having fused 3 gene sequences, he could easily beat these spirit beast warriors senseless if he chose to. They could either obediently trade their crystal cores for supplies, or die.
Seeing Xiao Tian's unwavering confidence, Yan Ruyu and Yan Tiancheng said no more. Though they harbored some concern, they chose to trust Xiao Tian's judgment. A being capable of foreseeing the impending dark turmoil was certainly no simple fool. How's the villa reinforcement coming along? Xiao Tian suddenly asked at that moment. It's nearly complete. Only a few minor areas require reinforcement.
We should finish today, Yan Tiancheng replied with a smile. The refined steel brought from the Forbidden Zone was remarkably malleable, it only needed embedding within the villa's walls. He had personally tested its hardness, even his full-power beast form strikes couldn't leave a single dent. Its strength was undeniable, surpassing any material he'd ever encountered. Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded and walked out to the courtyard, lying down on a bench to bask in the sun. Sunlight was a precious thing, though it would vanish entirely during the later stages of the turmoil.
1 hour later,
the first wave of people arrived at the villa. But they weren't the spirit beast warriors here to cause trouble. Instead, it was a group of familiar faces to Xiao Tian.
These people were all Xiao Tian's relatives.
Xiao Tian's parents had passed away early, and he had always supported himself through hard work and frugality, much like Li Qingshan.
Yet these very relatives had distanced themselves during his toughest times.
Now, unexpectedly, they were all here.
Xiao Tian, we all saw your livestream. Who would have thought you'd become so accomplished?
Hoarding all these supplies, you're truly the pride of our family. A middle-aged man stepped forward with a smile, none other than Xiao Tian's maternal uncle, Xiao Wu. Seeing this, the other aunts and uncles quickly joined in, smiling and flattering him.
Xiao Tian snorted coldly. Even a fool could see through their intentions.
Sure enough, Xiao Wu suddenly chimed in with a smile. Xiao Tian, our family blood is thicker than water.
You know how chaotic things are outside right now. Since you've got supplies here, it only makes sense for you to help us out, right?
Why should I support you?
Xiao Tian sneered coldly, unwilling to waste his breath. He simply spat out one word: get lost.
At this, Xiao Hu and the others paled.
Xiao Tian, I'm your own uncle. Are you going to stand by and watch us die? I saved your life back then.
Xiao Hu roared angrily, when your mother begged me for money to buy medicine for baby's passing. If I hadn't lent her that money, you wouldn't be here today. And now you turn out to be such an ungrateful bastard.
Xiao Tian's mouth fell open.
For the first time, he was stunned by his own uncle's shamelessness.
How could someone be this shameless? If you don't want to die, get out.
Xiao Tian took a deep breath, his tone growing heavier. If these people weren't related to him by blood, he would have slaughtered them all long ago.
Yes.
Xiao Hu, oblivious to the icy venom in Xiao Tian's words, repeated his agreement 3 times in a flustered rush. Suddenly turning to the crowd, he bellowed, everyone. Since this unfilial son refuses to support us, we'll take matters into our own hands. All spirit beast warriors, step forward.
We'll act together and seize the resources here first. As his words fell, 5 figures stepped forward from the crowd, simultaneously entering their beast forms.
Xiao Hu himself then entered his beast form, his right arm transforming into a meter-long green snake. He raised his head to glare at Xiao Tian just as he opened his mouth to threaten.
Suddenly, Xiao Tian vanished from his spot.
The next moment, he materialized right before Xiao Hu.
Blazing speed. Is this kid a spirit beast warrior too?
Xiao Hu was utterly shocked. Just as he tried to step back to create distance, Xiao Tian grabbed his right arm and yanked it hard.
Snap.
Xiao Hu's right arm, tendons and all, was wrenched clean from its socket by Xiao Tian. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, refusing to stop.
My arm. My arm. You damned beast. You're the disgrace of the Xiao family.
No wonder your parents died so young, it's all because of you, you ungrateful wretch. Xiao Hu howled in agony, but as a spirit beast warrior, he didn't faint from the pain. Instead, he clutched his arm while spewing venomous words.
Xiao Tian's expression darkened further.
He drove a fist straight into Xiao Hu's chest, piercing his heart. Xiao Hu's expression froze, his screams abruptly cut off. He twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground, utterly still. The other relatives were all stunned into silence.
Damn it! Killing someone over a trivial argument? Are you ing by Chi reincarnated?
Sure, we threatened you, tried to morally blackmail you, and wanted to steal your supplies, but we're still family, for crying out loud. To be so ruthless over such a trivial matter, striking him down without mercy, what a ing ingrate.
This kid's a spirit beast warrior too. If we all attack together, there's no way he can handle it.
The livestream's already out there, soon people will rush here to loot supplies. Better we take it ourselves than let outsiders profit.
The remaining 5 shouted in unison. Xiao Tian remained expressionless, yet a faint smile curved his lips. Very well.
They were practically forcing him to kill. Black wings unfurled from Xiao Tian's back, dozens of feathers erupting like a celestial maiden scattering blossoms as they shot forward. Whoosh! 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 Before anyone could react, they were instantly slaughtered. Have these bodies removed. They'll start to stink if left lying here too long and spoil our appetite, Xiao Tian said to Yan Ruyu as he returned to sit on the bench. Yan Ruyu nodded and began instructing the workers to clean up the scene. She felt no pity for these men. Xiao Tian had given them a chance, but they foolishly believed they could suppress him. Yan Ruyu actually admired Xiao Tian's ruthless decisiveness.
No saintly nonsense, no dragging things out cross the line and get instantly eliminated. That was how a normal person should behave in the apocalypse. Just as the cleanup concluded, Yin Tianqing approached Xiao Tian with good news. The villa's reinforcement was complete. Every corner, including the underground foundation, was now encased in reinforced steel. Even missile strikes couldn't breach its defenses. Even against attacks from spirit beast warriors, the villa would remain unscathed. Excellent. Now the shelter is truly established. We finally have a place to call home. Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. As the group chatted casually, outside the villa, a convoy of vehicles rolled in majestically, coming to a halt before the main gate. Over a dozen individuals stepped out of the vehicles with swagger. A loud, arrogant shout suddenly exploded through the air. Xiao Tian! Hand over all the supplies, you bastard! Then clean your own neck and face death. Chapter 17, Giving it everything, yet still can't break through the defense? Hearing the roar, Yen Ruyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She hurriedly activated the villa's surveillance system, and the living room TV instantly displayed the scene outside. A convoy had arrived outside the villa. Over a dozen men stood there menacingly, all having entered their beast forms. A terrifying aura rippled through the air, accompanied by howling winds. All spirit beast warriors, 13 of them. Yen Tianqing's breathing quickened noticeably, and Yen Ruyu lost her composure. Such a combined force of spirit beast warriors would be devastating to anyone. In that moment, both father and daughter turned their gaze toward Xiao Tian. Yen Tiansheng, a renowned wealthy merchant in the great scholar city, was utterly unskilled in combat. Yen Ruyu was even less equipped, having awakened only a healing-type plant transformation ability that offered no combat utility. As for the villa's workers, only a handful had awakened as spirit beast warriors. Their only hope now rested solely on Xiao Tian. But upon seeing Xiao Tian's calm expression, father and daughter both unconsciously exhaled in relief. Yen Tiansheng then asked, "Young friend Xiao Tian, in your opinion, what should we do now?" Xiao Tian sat on the sofa, took a piece of raw meat, and began munching on it like popcorn while watching the television screen. "We needn't do anything. Just watch." Xiao Tian had no intention of intervening. The villa's reinforcement had just been completed, and he wanted to see how strong it truly was, whether it could withstand the combined assault of these 13 spirit beast warriors. These 13 fellows will serve perfectly as a whetstone. If my memory serves me right, with these high-grade steel materials, these 13 spirit beast warriors wouldn't stand a chance of breaking through the defenses even if they were utterly exhausted. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Yen Ruyu and her daughter nodded in agreement, their expressions gradually relaxing. They were well aware of the villa's current fortifications, absolutely formidable. Yet facing the combined assault of 13 spirit beast warriors, they remained uncertain whether it could withstand the onslaught. Outside the villa, the 13 men continued bellowing their taunts. "Xiao Tian, you coward! Come out and face your death." Their faces flushed crimson as they shouted themselves hoarse, yet the villa remained utterly silent. Seeing that Xiao Tian showed no intention of emerging, the group finally began to grow impatient. "Brother Xiong, seeing so many of us, that punk must be too scared to come out. I say we just storm the place." The crowd turned to the leader, a man with a crew cut, who spoke up. Their bodies were now impervious to blades and bullets, and even a 3-meter-thick concrete wall could be shattered with a single punch. Breaching this villa would be child's play. This kid's no pushover. He seems to have gained spirit beast warrior powers before the dark chaos even erupted. He kidnapped Yen Ruyu and clashed with military personnel. Everyone be extra cautious. If you spot him, team up and take him down immediately. Xiong Tao paused thoughtfully before issuing his stern warning. The 12 spirit beast warriors present were all gathered by him. To have achieved this, he was certainly no fool. He understood well the principle that caution was the mother of safety. "Don't worry, brother Xiong. Even if this kid is something special, we've got 13 spirit beast warriors on our side. Let's storm in together and take him down. Then all the resources in that villa will be ours. Enough talk, let's move." Their spirits soared at the thought of the villa's bounty, their blood boiling with anticipation. Securing this haul would let them live large for a long time. No more talk. Xiong Tao stepped forward and slammed a fist against the villa's front door. Instead of the door buckling as he'd imagined, Xiong Tao's brow furrowed as he let out a pained yell. Damn it! A punch that could shatter a security door couldn't even budge this villa gate. Witnessing this, all 12 spirit beast warriors were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is brother Xiong doing? Could he be joking around to entertain everyone by failing to break down the villa door with a single punch? Xiong Tao's face turned purple with rage. He took a deep breath, channeled all his strength, and unleashed another punch. Boom! Snap! This time, the gate still didn't budge. Instead, the sound of shattered bone echoed from his fist. One punch had actually fractured his own bones. Xiong Tao's features contorted in agony as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he raised his head to stare at the gate before him. Stunned! The others exchanged bewildered glances, their mouths agape in stunned disbelief. This gate is strange. Charge together! Xiong Tao roared, his voice harsh but betraying inner fear. Without another word, the group unleashed their full power, pounding relentlessly at the gate. Boom! 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 A series of ear-piercing explosions echoed through the air. But after all their attacks landed, the gate remained completely unmoved, not even a dent appearing. The group was stunned. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Could such an indestructible gate truly exist? Inside the villa, Xiao Tian finished the raw meat in his hand, wiped his palms, and let a faint smile curve his lips. The villa's entrance had long been reinforced with high-grade steel. His hunch had been correct. The steel's immense strength made it nearly impossible for the attackers outside to breach it. Yan Ruyu and Yan Tianchang both breathed a collective sigh of relief. Thankfully, the villa's reinforcement work had been fully completed at the critical moment. With the protection of the steel plates, the villa was now quite secure. Outside the villa, seeing their prolonged failure to breach the gate, Xiong Tao and his group were thoroughly enraged. They had stormed here in full force to plunder supplies, only to find themselves unable to even breach the entrance. What the hell was this? Everyone, unleash your full power. I refuse to believe we can't break down a mere gate. At Xiong Tao's command, everyone unleashed their full firepower without restraint. Some unleashed barbed projectiles from their backs, firing relentlessly at the villa. Others ignited blazing flames on their fists, unleashing punches that transformed into fiery ripples crashing against the gate. Earlier, they'd held back, worried that too much force would destroy the entire villa and its supplies. Now, however, they held back no longer. But to their utter despair, even their full-force assault failed to breach the villa's front door. Not a single dent, not even the slightest scratch, was left behind. The steel-clad door remained flawless, its gleaming surface untouched. Refusing to accept defeat, they continued their relentless assault. Inside the villa, Xiao Tian suddenly stretched lazily and stood up. He had held back from intervening immediately precisely to let them test the steel's strength. Now that he had his answer, it was time to swat these pesky flies. Open the gate. Xiao Tian cracked his neck and said indifferently. Yan Ruyu hesitated not a moment, immediately unlocking the villa's main gate. Outside, the attackers were still furiously assaulting the property. Seeing the gate swing open on its own, they all froze, their expressions shifting to astonishment. Moments later, they watched as Xiao Tian, accompanied by Yan Ruyu and Yan Tianchang, strolled out with the air of leisurely visitors. Xiao Tian, you've hoarded vast supplies while disregarding others' lives. Today, we'll uphold justice and punish you. Surrender those supplies to atone for your crimes, and I might spare you a whole corpse. Unable to fathom why Xiao Tian and his companions had emerged of their own accord, Xiong Tao refused to dwell on it. You clearly want to plunder others' supplies, yet you wrap it in such noble-sounding rhetoric. You're all such hypocrites. I can't stand fools like you. Xiao Tian sneered, his black wings abruptly unfurling behind him. Countless razor-sharp black feathers trembled faintly. Slaughter begins now. Chapter 18, Vampires wreak havoc in the parking lot. Seeing Xiao Tian's stance, Yan Ruyu knew these guys were in for trouble. There are 13 of us. Are we really afraid of just one person like you? Xiong Tao pounded his chest with brazen arrogance. Since you refuse to surrender your resources to atone for your crimes, we'll take matters into our own hands. The tension in the air thickened. Xiao Tian remained calm and composed, turning to Yan Ruyu and signaling, start the livestream. Start a livestream? Yan Ruyu instinctively glanced at her old man. What was Xiao Tian up to now? With both sides about to come to blows, what was the point of asking her to start a livestream now? Was Xiao Tian trying to become an apocalyptic internet celebrity? Do as Xiao Tian says. He must have his reasons, Yan Tianqing nodded. All right. Yan Ruyu took a deep breath, pulled out her phone, and deftly launched the livestream. She then aimed the camera at the scene before her. Once the livestream began, a flood of viewers poured in. Seeing the scene before them, they all cheered and applauded. Holy crap, 13 spirit beast warriors showing up at his doorstep? Xiao Tian's done for. Heh, who told him to show off like that? He had all that loot and still dared to flaunt it on stream. Doesn't he know the saying, a tree that stands out gets hit by the wind? Karma's A. Even if Xiao Tian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he'd never stand a chance against 13 spirit beast warriors alone. Isn't that guy up front Xiong Tao? Who is Xiong Tao? Someone upstairs, explain it. No one knows what animal ability Xiong Tao awakened, but he has self-healing powers. From day 1 of the Dark Turmoil, he started looting supplies and wiped out several military squads. Whoa, that's a badass. Xiao Tian's done for. The Dark Turmoil had engulfed the entire Blue Star, and its inhabitants dubbed this catastrophe the Dark Turmoil. Humans who acquired animal genetic abilities were called spirit beast warriors. Mutated plants, animals, and insects were dubbed mutant beasts. Amid the anticipation of countless viewers in the livestream, Xiong Tao led 12 spirit beast warriors in launching their first attack against Xiao Tian. Their attacks were exceptionally brutal, unleashing lethal strikes aimed at instantly eliminating Xiao Tian. Whoosh! 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 3 sharp spikes sliced through the air, instantly piercing Xiao Tian's right arm. 3 gaping wounds appeared, gushing blood. The sight alone made one's own arm throb with pain. Xiao Tian whipped his head toward the creature covered in backward-facing spikes. With a flutter of his black wings, he charged straight at the figure. The creature's expression changed drastically. Before it could retreat, Xiao Tian was already upon it. Xiao Tian extended his right hand. A sharp, beak-like appendage emerged from his palm, ripping through the man's clothing.
Like a vacuum cleaner, it latched onto his chest.
It began frantically sucking blood. Ah! What the hell is this thing? What are you doing to me?
The man struggled frantically, but it was futile. At that moment, Xiao Tian resembled a beast starved for 3 days, reveling in the sweet, delicious taste of blood.
As the blood was relentlessly drained, the man's body visibly withered away.
Finally, the color completely drained from his eyes as he was drained dry, left as nothing but a lifeless corpse. Witnessing this grotesque and brutal scene, everyone fell silent.
What the hell kind of godly technique was this?
A living person drained of blood right before their eyes.
What kind of animal ability did this kid awaken? How the hell is this any different from a vampire? Brother Xiong, look!
The hole in that guy's arm is healing, someone suddenly pointed at Xiao Tian, shouting hoarsely. Everyone stared in horror, their scalps prickling. Countless blood vessels surged across Xiao Tian's wounded right arm, swiftly repairing the injured limb.
This kid has self-healing abilities too? Could he have gained leech powers as well? Xiong Tao narrowed his eyes.
He had always had a peculiar taste for unusual foods. On the eve of the aurora sweeping across Blue Star, he had just swallowed a common leech. However, his leech was an ordinary variety, gutted, coated in flour, and deep-fried, not consumed raw like Xiao Tian had done.
Regardless, Xiong Tao realized he couldn't afford to delay any longer. He must finish this quickly. Moreover, the opponent possessed self-healing abilities. They had to finish him off in one go. Attack together. Kill that brat at any cost.
Xiong Tao roared, leading the remaining 11 men in a simultaneous charge toward Xiao Tian.
They aimed to overwhelm Xiao Tian with sheer numerical superiority.
Xiao Tian's wings flapped violently behind him, propelling his entire body upward. A ferocious electric eel head then emerged from his shoulder. His appearance now resembled a demon lord descending upon the world, fierce and eerily demonic. Swish! 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 Under the setting sun, countless black feathers ignited simultaneously, raining down like a torrential storm of pear blossoms. Within this beautiful scene lay absolute lethal intent. There was no time to defend, no time to utter a scream. Everyone was riddled with holes like sieves, meeting a gruesome death in an instant. Even in their final moments, many still wore expressions of utter terror and despair. Even Xiong Tao, with his self-healing abilities, was instantly obliterated without even a chance to regenerate. Even Yen Ruyu, who had prepared herself, sucked in a sharp breath and clenched her fists tightly.
Xiao Tian, he was truly formidable. How could he be this powerful, being just another spirit beast warrior? What kind of animal power did he acquire? Whoa! He's not human, this is beyond human. 13 spirit beast warriors including that brutal Xiong Tao just wiped out like that? Damn it, someone tell me what the hell is going on. He's cheating. He's cheating. The livestream audience fell silent after witnessing this scene.
They had assumed 13 spirit beast warriors would crush Xiao Tian like dry twigs, yet this was the outcome. The reversal was too dramatic, too full of twists. Xiao Tian flapped his wings, landing back on the ground. He then looked straight into the camera and spoke calmly, "I've got plenty of supplies here. Anyone who isn't afraid of dying is welcome to give it a shot." Xiao Tian had Yen Ruyu start the livestream for a reason. He intended to use the livestream to intimidate everyone. "I do have supplies here. But you'd better not covet these supplies, and you'd better not bother me or people will die." And this livestream clearly achieved Xiao Tian's objective. The previously gloating comments vanished without a trace. It was as if everyone in the chat room had suddenly lost their fingers, ceasing all comments. "I'll say it again, if you want supplies, you can trade crystal cores with me. The more crystal cores you have, the more supplies you can exchange for." Xiao Tian spoke again, and these words instantly reignited hope in many. Xiao Tian was simply too powerful, even 13 spirit beast warriors couldn't stand against him. What could they possibly do? But if they could exchange crystal cores for supplies, that was worth considering. I want to ask, is this crystal core exchange for supplies for real? A bullet suddenly appeared in the livestream chat. Xiao Tian glanced at the screen and replied indifferently, "As long as you can obtain crystal cores, you can exchange them for supplies here." Receiving Xiao Tian's confirmation, many began to form their own plans. This, in fact, was Xiao Tian's original intention for collecting supplies on such a large scale. Monopolize supplies to control everyone, making them all work for him. Spirit beast warriors also had tiers. The higher the tier, the stronger the power. However, the number of mutant beasts in the early stages was limited, and the experience they provided was scarce. Rather than hunting mutated beasts himself, it was more efficient to have everyone else do the killing for him. They traded crystal cores for survival supplies, while he exchanged supplies for level-up crystal cores, a win-win arrangement. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian lifted his gaze slightly and continued, "Besides crystal cores from mutated beasts, Li Qingshan's head can also be exchanged for supplies." The moment Xiao Tian uttered these words, the entire livestream audience erupted in chaos. Chapter 19, Since he's the enemy, we fight to the death. Xiao Tian had already learned Li Qingshan's name from Yen Ruyu. The news about the villa's massive supply cache had been leaked by this very man. He must die. But Xiao Tian had much more to do, and Darren City was so vast it was clearly impossible for him to track the person down personally. Handing this matter over to the online community was the most suitable solution.
Who's Li Qingshan? Never heard of that name.
That's the guy who exposed the villa's resources. That bastard. I almost followed Xiong Tao and the others to loot supplies at the villa.
Thank goodness I didn't go, otherwise I'd probably be dead by now. I'm sworn enemies with that scumbag. Can we really trade Li Qingshan's head for supplies?
The live chat exploded with comments once more.
Everyone expressed skepticism. Until Xiao Tian gave his definitive answer, sending the crowd into a frenzy.
Because Xiao Tian had explicitly stated, bring Li Qingshan's head and you'll receive a large crate of supplies.
What did that even mean?
Though the dark turmoil had erupted only recently, all kinds of supplies were already in short supply. Powerful spirit beast warriors had begun hoarding supplies like mad, further straining the already scarce resources.
Take instant noodles, for instance. Even with money, you couldn't buy them anywhere. Money had essentially become worthless paper in this new reality.
Now, with Li Qingshan's head valued at a whole crate of supplies, these people went absolutely mad. Many immediately heeded the call, leaving the shelters to search for Li Qingshan's whereabouts. Across the networks of Great Scholar City, a frenzy to find Li Qingshan swept through. Order collapses, the weak are preyed upon by the strong.
Killing has long been the norm, with no legal consequences whatsoever. Trading human heads for vast supplies?
That's a surefire win-win deal. Li Qingshan watched the entire livestream unfold, his head buzzing as endless comments flooded the screen.
He was finished. That was Li Qingshan's thought at that very moment.
A shiver ran down his spine as an unprecedented wave of dread washed over him.
How could this happen? How could this happen?
Li Qingshan clutched his head in his hands, muttering frantically to himself.
He had only intended to use someone else's knife to kill. How had it escalated to this?
None of this was his fault. If anyone was to blame, it was Xiao Tian for being utterly depraved.
Mercy.
He had to beg for mercy.
His current hiding spot was somewhat concealed, but there was no guarantee a spirit beast warrior couldn't track him down using their abilities.
Li Qingshan steadied his breathing and, after a moment's struggle, dialed Yen Ruyu's number.
Li Qingshan called me.
Inside the villa, Yen Ruyu glanced at the caller ID on her phone before looking up at Xiao Tian.
She pressed the answer button.
Ruyu, Xiao Tian, no, brother Xiao should be right beside you.
Could you hand him the phone? I need to speak with him.
Yen Ruyu had the speakerphone on, so Xiao Tian naturally heard everything.
Taking the phone, Xiao Tian said flatly, "You're Li Qingshan?"
Li Qingshan jolted awake and immediately began wailing tearfully, "Brother Xiao, I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it.
It was all a misunderstanding. I realize my mistake now. Please spare my life." Exchanging his head for resources in the current climate, what difference was that from a bounty hunt?
With the military in shambles, reporting to the police was pointless. His only recourse was to beg Xiao Tian for mercy in exchange for forgiveness.
Unfortunately, Xiao Tian was no saint.
If he couldn't match their strength, he'd likely be beaten to death by Xiong Tao and the others. The moment Li Qingshan leaked the villa's hidden supplies, they became sworn enemies.
It was a fight to the death. I'm a reasonable man. Everything can be discussed, Xiao Tian suddenly said. Really? Hearing Xiao Tian hint at forgiveness, Li Qingshan exclaimed with surprise and delight. Absolutely. Xiao Tian paused thoughtfully. Here's what we'll do. Phone calls aren't convenient. Give me your current address and I'll come over in person to discuss this thoroughly.
Li Qingshan nearly dropped his phone from the shock.
Asking for my address now? You're not here to talk, you're here to kill me.
Brother Xiao, don't joke around.
If I tell you my address now, you'll definitely kill me.
Li Qingshan's mind raced frantically. Suddenly, an idea struck him.
I'm also a spirit beast warrior.
Though I'm not skilled in combat, my sense of smell is exceptionally keen.
I can help you track down all kinds of supplies.
Just spare me, and from now on, I'll regard you as my leader and swear allegiance to you. Truth be told, most supplies were already hoarded by others, making Xiao Tian's search incredibly difficult.
Having Li Qingshan's assistance would certainly make things much easier.
But the same principle applied.
Once enemies, it's all or nothing. There's no turning back now. Since we're already enemies, there's no point in saying more. Good luck to you. Xiao Tian hung up the phone without hesitation.
On the other end, Li Qingshan's expression flickered for a moment as if he'd glimpsed his grandmother waving at him.
Damn it! The peace talks failed. Run!
He had to get out of there, find a relatively safe place to hide.
If time travel were possible, he'd slap himself right now.
Why did he have to provoke this particular demon star?
This was a vendetta that would last until one of them was dead.
But there's no pill for regret.
He'd just have to live day by day.
After gathering a few essentials, Li Qingshan slipped on a mask and descended the stairs, laden with bags and bundles. Just then, three figures approached side by side from ahead.
You must be Li Qingshan.
The youth leading the group grinned, his lips curling.
No. I'm not. You've got the wrong person. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't immediately admit his identity. He tightened his mask and tried to slip past them. But the trio blocked his path. One of them suddenly grew a dog's face, pointed at his snout, and chuckled. I awakened the scent tracking ability of a hunting dog. I've locked onto your scent long ago. Even if you got plastic surgery, you can't fool my dog nose. You are Li Qingshan. After swiftly defeating Xiao Tian and his crew during the livestream, the rest of the day passed without incident. Early the next morning, before the sun had even risen, 3 figures appeared outside the villa carrying a briefcase. They opened the suitcase to reveal none other than Li Qingshan's severed head inside. The look on his face as he died was quite something. Resentment, regret, rage. Yan Ruyu took just one glance before her stomach churned violently, the urge to vomit rising within her. Yan Tiansheng felt the same. Only Xiao Tian remained composed. Before his rebirth, he had witnessed scenes of starvation-stricken corpses littering the land and had even eaten among the piles of dead bodies. He had long since developed immunity to such sights. Upon seeing Li Qingshan's severed head, Xiao Tian wasted no words. He immediately had a crate of supplies brought over and handed it to the 3 men. Seeing Xiao Tian's promptness, the trio felt quite excited. As they turned to leave with the supplies, the delicate-featured girl in their group suddenly halted. Brother Xiao Tian, I can warm your bed for you. Could you take me in? Let me stay by your side and serve you? I don't need anything, just 3 square meals a day. Xiao Wan, what are you? A boy in the crowd's eyes widened in shock. Holy! After 3 years of pursuing her, never even holding her hand, she'd always seen me as her pure goddess crush. And now she's willing to sell her body to warm someone's bed just for 3 square meals a day. Where is justice? Where is justice in this world? Chapter 20, Anomaly Beast Extermination Operation, Kill Them to Extinction. The boy's face twisted in anguish as he clenched his fists and said sadly, Xiaojuan, what are you doing? Xiaojuan placed her hand against his lips. Jiangwo, thank you for looking after me these past days. But I'm not good enough yet. Once I become truly worthy, I will come back for you. Will you wait for me? I will. Seeing Jiangwo nod, Xiaojuan flashed a smile before turning back to Xiao Tian, big brother Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was stunned. The scheming female lead and the devoted male lead, truly a match made in heaven. Not to mention, with Xiao Tian's current status, what woman couldn't he have? Just take Yan Ruyu by his side, whether it's figure, looks, or aura, she completely outshines Xiao Wan in every way. Get lost. Xiao Tian spat out the single word, his face dark with fury. Xiao Wan immediately turned, gazing at Jiangwo with deep affection. Jiangwo, I'm back. I've become even better than before. Xiao Wan. The two embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Xiao Tian. After dismissing the others, the group returned to the villa. Yan Ruyu looked deeply preoccupied. Recalling his father's admonitions and linking them to Xiao Wan's earlier hints about Xiao Tian, a sudden sense of crisis welled up within him. Xiao Tian was exceptional, possessed formidable strength, and, crucially, had a certain charm about him. In these dark and turbulent times, such a man was undoubtedly a shining piece of gold. Moreover, with the existing order crumbling and monogamy long a thing of the past, if Xiao Tian so desired, amassing a harem of wives and concubines was only a matter of time. No! She had to act quickly and make it a done deal. But she had always maintained the image of the aloof campus beauty. Even with a cold expression, suitors never failed to surround her. Now, the idea of her confessing her feelings to Xiao Tian and actively sealing the deal left her utterly at a loss. As Yan Ruyu was lost in her thoughts, several vehicles pulled up outside the villa. Several figures stepped out, carrying burlap sacks filled with mutated beast cores. Xiao Tian had already spotted the commotion through the villa's surveillance and walked straight out the door. Xiao Tian. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, these men immediately adopted a submissive demeanor. After all, the scene of Xiao Tian instantly killing Xiao Tao and the others was still vivid in their minds. This guy was absolutely ruthless. Don't misunderstand us, we mean no harm. We're here to exchange supplies. These crystals are all from mutated beasts we hunted. Seeing Xiao Tian remain silent, the group hurriedly pointed to the crystal cores in the burlap sacks and explained. Xiao Tian gave them a cursory glance. The snakeskin bags contained no fewer than a dozen crystal cores in total. Accepted. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Tian had his men bring over some supplies to exchange, then took the crystal nuclei back to the villa. Back at the villa, Xiao Tian gave 1 crystal core each to Yan Ruyu and her daughter to absorb. It wasn't that Xiao Tian was stingy. Most of the villa's resources had been plundered by him, so exchanging resources for crystal nuclei meant ownership naturally fell to him. Moreover, absorbing crystal cores was extremely energy-consuming for ordinary spirit beast warriors. A single crystal core would be enough for both of them to absorb for a very long time. Over the past period, they had learned about crystal cores from Xiao Tian, understanding that these things could boost their levels. Without hesitation, they began the absorption process. Holding their respective crystal cores in their palms, they commenced the absorption. The crystal cores glowed faintly. As they steadily absorbed the energy, the light gradually dimmed, though the fading process was slow.
Meanwhile, Xiao Tian picked up a crystal core and placed it in his palm. A gaping maw then appeared in his palm, swallowing it whole. Crunch crunch. The crisp sound of chewing echoed through the villa's grand hall. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tian had completely absorbed the mutated beast crystal core.
Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 4. Bloodline level, none.
Genetic sequence ID 9766, Trinity ability, inherits the trait of regenerating severed limbs, extends a pair of wings, unleashes lightning feathers to slice enemies, and absorbs blood from afar to enhance oneself.
Xiao Tian's level smoothly reached level 4, but higher levels demanded more crystal cores. Xiao Tian estimated his remaining crystal cores wouldn't even suffice for advancing to level 5. Sure enough. After absorbing all the crystal cores, Xiao Tian's level barely reached level 5. Meanwhile, Yan Ruyu and her daughter were still absorbing that single crystal core. Seeing Xiao Tian had already absorbed all the crystal cores from 2 snakeskin bags, the father and daughter were utterly dumbfounded, both completely stunned. How could the gap be so vast between fellow spirit beast warriors? The gap in strength was one thing, but the sheer speed at which he absorbed crystal cores was terrifying. He was practically a monster. Hurry up and absorb them. Focus on leveling up during this period. Soon, due to the influence of the aurora, plants and insects on Blue Star will undergo massive mutations, making things far more dangerous than they are now. The animals visible in major cities were mostly domesticated pets or creatures considered fierce beasts by other animals. Thus, cities haven't suffered widespread destruction yet. The greatest threat at present is the spirit beast warriors. But as insects and plants mutate, aberrant beasts will become ubiquitous, and the danger will intensify. This is precisely why Xiao Tian is exchanging supplies for crystal cores. Supplies are important, but in these chaotic times, enhancing one's strength is far more crucial. Father and daughter exchanged a glance, nodded firmly, and continued absorbing the crystal core's energy. The day passed relatively uneventfully, with people occasionally bringing crystal cores to Xiao Tian to exchange for resources. Xiao Tian welcomed every visitor. After all, his stockpiled supplies were ample enough to handle even if every resident of Grand Scholar City came seeking exchanges. By the end of the day, Xiao Tian had exchanged hundreds of crystal cores. After setting aside a small portion for the father and daughter, he absorbed the majority himself. Xiao Tian's strength had now reached level 9. The dark turmoil has only just erupted, yet I've already reached level 9. This rate of advancement must be crushing most others, right? Feeling the heightened strength coursing through his body, Xiao Tian murmured to himself, but compared to this power surge, I'm far more preoccupied with devouring genes. I wonder when the next opportunity to absorb them will unlock. Meanwhile, Yan Ruyu and her daughter had also absorbed 2 crystal cores each, both reaching level 3. While the 3 in the villa absorbed the crystal cores, the internet was already exploding. Once it was confirmed that crystal cores could indeed be exchanged for various supplies at Xiao Tian's place, everyone went wild. Numerous spirit beast warriors in Darren City mobilized, sparing no effort to hunt down and eliminate the mutated beasts. Thus began a bizarre campaign to exterminate mutated beasts, all sparked by Xiao Tian. Some beasts were even slain the moment they began mutating, discovered by the frenzied crowds. To maximize efficiency, some even began mass farming animals, waiting for them to mutate, essentially trying to dam a spring. That day, the mutated beasts of Dalu City were utterly bewildered. Before they could even savor this newfound world, they were beaten to death by crowds with eyes glowing green. At this stage, Dalu City had become the safest city on Blue Star. Because nearly every mutated beast had been hunted to extinction. Night fell silently. Xiao Tian returned to his room early to rest. Half asleep, he heard faint footsteps outside his door. Immediately after, the tightly shut door creaked open with a soft squeak. A slender figure clad in pajamas tiptoed in, slipping through the crack. Chapter 21, One that glows is enough, surrender to me. Xiao Tian, who hadn't fallen into a deep sleep, nearly leapt out of bed. Had a burglar broken into the villa? Or had an enemy come knocking? The villa's defenses were so high, fully encased in steel, impenetrable even to spirit beast warriors, let alone common thieves. Enemies were even less likely. Anyone who dared become his enemy was swiftly dispatched. If it wasn't thieves or enemies, then who could be sneaking around in his room in the dead of night? Xiao Tian soon had his answer. It was Yan Ruyu. As that graceful figure tiptoed to the bedside, Xiao Tian could already catch the faint, distinctive scent of Yan Ruyu's body fragrance. Yan Ruyu was no longer the aloof campus beauty she usually portrayed. Flushed, she stood before the bed in the darkness. She kept adjusting her breathing, trying to steady herself, but her heart still pounded so hard it felt like it would leap out of her throat. For a young lady of privilege like her to sneak into a man's bed in the dead of night, this wasn't something she'd ever done in real life, nor had she ever seen it on TV. Why am I doing this? Is it just to cling to Xiao Tian's coattails? To survive in this cruel apocalypse, have I chosen to sell my body? After confirming Xiao Tian remained fast asleep, Yan Ruyu exhaled in relief. Yet, at the final moment, hesitation gripped her. If she went through with this, how would she be any different from Xiao Wan during the day? There was a difference. She was just an ordinary person, while I was the campus beauty queen. No, it's true I want to cling to Xiao Tian's coattails.
But after spending time with him, I genuinely developed feelings for him. Besides, he saved our entire family. If he hadn't taken that electric eel, it might have mutated under the Aurora's influence just as he said, and both my father and I would have died. A life-saving favor deserves a wellspring of gratitude, especially when it saved my entire family. In ancient times, a woman with nothing to offer would pledge herself in gratitude. Now, with nothing to repay him, pledging myself seems only natural. Yen Ruyu gave a slight nod, her eyes regaining their sparkle. She then made a bold decision that defied ancestral traditions. She lifted the quilt beside Xiao Tian and slipped in beside him, quiet as a mouse. Xiao Tian, who had been pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, was utterly stunned. He had assumed Yen Ruyu intended to repay kindness with betrayal, having already prepared to kill in her beast form. Instead, she pulled this stunt.
What are you doing?
Yen Ruyu had just settled down, still trying to steady her racing heart, when Xiao Tian's voice startled her into letting out a sharp, piercing scream.
Ah! Xiao Tian! You weren't asleep?
I was just about to fall asleep when you woke me up.
What are you doing here in the middle of the night?
Yen Ruyu instantly flushed bright red, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she tried to bolt for the door.
But then she thought, how could she give up now that things had come to this? Before Xiao Tian could react, Yen Ruyu suddenly turned and pulled him close.
His eyes widened in surprise, but before he could utter a word, her soft, red lips pressed against his. That night, the springtime passion knew no bounds. Yen Ruyu could never have imagined that tonight, she would come so close to death.
The next day, Xiao Tian rose early, feeling refreshed and energetic.
He devoured several dozen pounds of raw meat.
As for Yen Ruyu, she didn't rise until nearly noon, her gait oddly unsteady. The atmosphere in the living room was slightly awkward.
Facing her father's gaze, Yen Ruyu's face flushed crimson, wishing she could sink into the ground.
Yen Tiansheng, however, was inwardly overjoyed. He wasn't some stubborn old fogey.
Since his daughter had feelings for this Xiao Tian lad, getting things settled sooner rather than later wasn't such a bad idea.
Mr. Yen, last night.
After a long silence, Xiao Tian suddenly spoke up. Young friend Xiao Tian, matters between you young people are none of this old man's business, nor do I wish to meddle.
You two should handle things as you see fit. Yen Tiansheng waved his hand dismissively, stroking his beard with a smile. Xiao Tian.
Oh, and this morning, quite a few people came to exchange supplies. All the crystal cores are right here.
I counted them earlier, 13 in total.
Yen Ruyu gestured toward a nearby briefcase as she spoke. Xiao Tian nodded, opened the briefcase, picked up the crystal cores inside, and began absorbing them casually. Within minutes, all 13 crystal cores were fully absorbed.
Xiao Tian's level reached 10. Though mentally prepared, Yen Tiansheng couldn't help but feel stunned.
He had stayed up all night last night and only absorbed one crystal core, barely reaching level 3. Xiao Tian had absorbed 13 crystal cores in mere minutes, a speed that was utterly terrifying.
Thankfully, Xiao Tian wasn't an enemy, otherwise, how utterly hopeless would that be?
At the same time, a hint of surprise and delight flashed across Xiao Tian's face.
The moment his level hit 10, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, on reaching level 10. You have earned one devouring opportunity. Congratulations, host, on reaching level 10. Bloodline function unlocked. Host may now devour mutated flora, fauna, and insects. Xiao Tian opened the interface panel. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 10. Bloodline level, 10.
Genetic sequence ID 9766, Trinity, inherits the ability to regenerate severed limbs, sprouts a pair of wings, unleashes lightning feathers to slice enemies, and absorbs blood from afar to enhance oneself. His bloodline level was also 10, though Xiao Tian wasn't yet sure what purpose this bloodline level served. But none of that mattered now. He had gained another opportunity to devour, and this time he could consume mutated animals, plants, and insects. His options were far broader. He must find an opportunity to devour new targets. Moreover, if his calculations were correct, the second forbidden zone would soon open. Hidden within that forbidden zone lay a set of resurrection equipment. This equipment was incredibly powerful, essentially granting a second life. However, locating it proved exceedingly difficult. Before his rebirth, this equipment had been discovered by the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist master, Fat Ocean. Relying on this gear, he later ascended to become one of the top-tier powerhouses in the Dragon Nation. This fellow possessed divination skills and mastered numerous magical arts. Though he never became a spirit beast warrior, his combat prowess remained formidable. Crucially, his divination skills could locate all manner of treasures. This meant he now had two immediate objectives. Find a new target to devour. Locate Pang Dahui and bring him along to the second instance dungeon. Just then, Yen Tiansheng suddenly remembered something. He pulled out an envelope and handed it to Xiao Tian. This morning, someone came to the villa and asked me to deliver this letter to you. They didn't say anything specific. Xiao Tian nodded, opened the envelope, and began reading. The contents were simple. Xiao Tian, this is He Huan. I demand your unconditional submission. Refuse, and I will exact revenge. One who shines is enough.
Dalu City needs only one ruler. Xiao Tian. Chapter 22. Boss, you seem like you might die soon. He Huan? The name felt familiar to Xiao Tian. After some thought, it finally clicked. Before his rebirth, He Huan had been a minor leader in Deru City. Like Chao Menglong, he began recruiting followers and building his own power base after the turmoil erupted. But unlike Chao Menglong, He Huan operated with far greater ruthlessness and possessed a much longer-term vision. If memory served correctly, following the natural course of events, Chao Menglong would ultimately be eliminated by He Huan. As the dark turmoil intensified, conditions on Blue Star deteriorated, and resources in Deru City were finite. To seize control of all resources, He Huan rallied every spirit beast warrior under his command and launched a purge against rival factions. He never imagined that after being reborn, he would end up on the other side's radar. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, his actions lately had been quite conspicuous. Moreover, his control over the majority of resources inevitably squeezed others' survival space. He Huan's move against him was only a matter of time. What Xiao Tian hadn't anticipated was the sheer brutality and speed of their attack. Had this been before his rebirth, as an ordinary person targeted by someone like He Huan, Xiao Tian would have been sleepless for nights on end. But times had changed. With the system by his side, what was there to fear? Just get it done. This guy dared to send a threatening letter. He'd already chosen his path to destruction. Xiao Tian had to find a way to eliminate this threat. Knowingly letting an enemy who could threaten him remain unchecked, waiting for them to strike first before taking action? Xiao Tian wouldn't be so foolish. Yan Ruyu and Yan Tianshang, father and daughter, also saw the contents of the envelope, their expressions darkening instantly. The incident with Chao Menglong and Xiong Tao had barely passed, and now this He Huan had appeared. However, they merely felt a headache coming on, not enough to cause them undue worry. First, the villa was now encased in reinforced steel. Even spirit beast warriors would struggle to breach it directly. Second, with the terrifying presence of Xiao Tian stationed there, ordinary people simply didn't have the capital to act recklessly. Young friend Xiao Tian, since they dared send a threatening letter, they must have some backing. We should deliberate carefully. Yan Tianshang voiced his opinion. Xiao Tian didn't respond. Instead, he glanced at the back of the envelope and noticed a phone number written there. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian pulled out his phone, dialed the number, and pressed call. Seconds later, the call connected, revealing a deep, masculine voice. Heh, so you've already read the contents of the envelope. He Huan chuckled eerily, about to let out a series of farts, but Xiao Tian cut him off. Where do you live? He Huan was a bit baffled. How come this wasn't what he'd expected? She'd assumed the caller had already made some concessions, but instead, the first thing they asked was where she lived. What was that supposed to mean? What was he up to? What do you mean? He Huan asked slowly after a moment's thought. Nothing much, Xiao Tian replied indifferently. You're from Dalu City, right? He Huan was baffled, but still answered, yes. Exactly. I'm also from Deru City. We might have even been classmates back in kindergarten. Meeting again like this after all these years is quite a coincidence. I have some local specialties here. Give me your contact info, and I'll find time to mail them to you. Something's off. 9/10 of it fell off. Though he didn't know why Xiao Tian was asking for his address, his gut told He Huan it couldn't be anything good. Hand over all the supplies you have in your possession. Then, bring your people to submit to me. I can tell you everything you want to know. At those words, Xiao Tian instantly lost interest and hung up the phone. Seems He Huan isn't some brute like Chao Menglong. He didn't fall for the bait. He had already reached level 10 and fused 3 gene sequences. With such power, few in Deru City could stand against him. If He Huan gave him the exact address, he'd be there in a heartbeat to slaughter the entire family. Too bad he didn't take the bait. Mr. Yan, have everyone at the villa stay inside as much as possible for now, Xiao Tian said to Yan Tianqing after a moment's thought. If he remembered correctly, He Huan had already recruited numerous men by now, including some spirit beast warriors under his command. The villa's defenses were formidable. Even a group of ordinary people like Xiong Tao couldn't breach them. Staying inside would be quite safe. Understood. Yan Tianqing nodded in agreement, raising no objections. After giving the instructions, Xiao Tian pulled out his phone, recorded a video, and posted it online. The message was simple. Whoever could bring He Huan's head could come to the villa to claim 5 large crates of resources. The other party remained unseen, and Xiao Tian had no intention of actively searching for them. After all, Darren City was vast. Finding someone there would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Besides, he had plenty of other matters to attend to. Since he lacked the time, he'd let others handle it. With resources in hand, anyone could become his servant. The moment the video was released, it instantly exploded across Darren City's online circles. Holy! Not long after the Li Qingshan incident, Xiao God has issued another bounty. Who is this He Huan? What did he do to piss off Xiaoshan that his head is worth 5 crates of resources, with specific items even specified? Who He Huan is doesn't matter anymore. I'm heading out now. Any spirit beast warriors skilled in tracking? Drop me your contact info, let's team up.
The comments section beneath the video exploded, hitting 99 plus messages in under a minute. After Xiao Tian's last livestream where he instantly took down Xiong Tao and his crew, countless people privately dubbed him the God of Death. Everyone assumed that after that, no one in the entire city of Diru would dare challenge Xiao Tian's authority again. But just days later, someone else had already stepped up to court death. One head was worth 5 crates of supplies. Keep in mind that most of Dalu City's supplies are now controlled by a small handful of people, while the majority of citizens still go hungry.
The news spread like wildfire throughout the city.
It was like starving wolves smelling blood.
In an instant, the entire city erupted into chaos.
Groups of spirit beast warriors roamed the streets in 3s and 5s, searching everywhere for traces of He Huan.
On the other end of the line,
seeing Xiao Tian hang up, He Huan was puzzled.
He hadn't called to surrender, but merely to ask for her exact address. What was this guy playing at? But he soon understood.
Boss, we're in big trouble. Outside the abandoned warehouse, a man in jeans rushed in, looking frantic.
What's with all the shouting?
We're spirit beast warriors now, not ordinary people.
Even if something huge happens, we need to stay calm and maintain our cool, got it?
He Huan shot the man a disapproving glance. The man swallowed hard, his emotions gradually settling. Seeing this, He Huan finally spoke calmly. Alright, what happened?
Why are you so panicked? Boss, you seem like you're about to die.
Hearing this, He Huan froze in place.
Seeing He Huan's bewildered expression, the man offered no further explanation. Instead, he pulled out his phone and played a video.
After watching the video, He Huan fell silent.
After a long moment, a furious roar erupted within the abandoned warehouse. Xiao Tian, I'll be damned. Meanwhile, after handling He Huan's matter, Xiao Tian took Yan Ruyu out. The second instance was about to open.
To secure the resurrection grade gear inside, he needed to recruit Pang Dahai, the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist master, to his side as soon as possible. This trip, he intended to turn the man into his own. Chapter 23, stepping out of the car and immediately fighting the Taoist master got knocked out. After leaving the villa, the two boarded a red Ferrari and set off for Dragon Tiger Mountain. This wasn't a supply run, after all driving a big truck would be inappropriate. Gripping the leather steering wheel with one hand, Xiao Tian felt a surge of emotion. He never dared dream of driving such a luxury car before, yet here he was, living that reality. Yet in this dark, chaotic era, luxury cars were practically worthless, not even enough to trade for a bucket of instant noodles. Along the way, Yan Ruyu asked about the purpose of their journey. Since she was one of his own, Xiao Tian didn't hold back. He explained Pang Dehai's divination abilities and the resurrection equipment found within the second dungeon. Yan Ruyu was stunned to hear that the second dungeon contained gear with built-in resurrection properties. Wasn't this essentially a resurrection armor? That such gear could exist in reality. But considering the dark turmoil had erupted, with even plants, animals, and insects mutating into monsters, the shock began to fade. Can these items truly bring people back to life? Yan Ruyu turned her head to look at Xiao Tian, her voice brimming with curiosity.
Yes. Xiao Tian nodded. After a moment of deep thought, Yan Ruyu suddenly asked, if someone wearing this gear gets beaten to a pulp, can they still be revived? Xiao Tian fell silent at the question. It was something he hadn't considered. Before his rebirth, he'd only seen online accounts of Pang Dahai surviving a beast horde siege by exploiting his gear's resurrection feature. As for whether there were any restrictions on resurrection, that remained unclear for now. I'd say it should work. After all, this gear comes from the Forbidden Zone. It defies conventional logic. After pondering for a while, Xiao Tian offered a reasonable explanation. Yan Ruyu nodded, then pressed further, but what if Pang Dahai refuses to cooperate? Beat him until he cooperates, Xiao Tian replied without hesitation. It was a simple truth, without legal protection, might ruled supreme. If the other party refused to follow, beat them into submission. If they insisted on opposing you, use them until they were no longer of use, then eliminate them to silence them. Such was the confidence born of overwhelming strength. Of course, based on Xiao Tian's knowledge of Pang Dahai from his previous life, this guy probably wouldn't refuse his request for cooperation. Due to the near extinction of mutated beasts in Dalu City, their journey was surprisingly smooth. Moreover, with scarcely any other vehicles in sight, they drove unimpeded for 2.5 hours before arriving safely at Dragon Tiger Mountain. Dragon Tiger Mountain, nestled between hills and water, boasted breathtaking scenery. The lingering mist shrouding the peaks added an ethereal beauty to the landscape. With no mind to appreciate the mountain scenery, Xiao Tian pulled the car to a stop before the Taoist temple's gates. The moment they stepped out, the temple doors swung open. A plump man in Taoist robes, rubbing his sleepy eyes, emerged with a yawn. Spotting Xiao Tian and his companion outside, he froze in shock. Holy, 2 living people? News of the dark chaos outbreak had already spread far and wide. Though Fat Dahai lived year-round on Dragon Tiger Mountain, he still scrolled through his phone and knew the general situation. Abnormal beasts ran rampant, and spirit beast warriors emerged. The entire city of Darren had descended into utter chaos, with many resorting to murder over scarce supplies. Who would have thought that at this moment, someone would actually drive to Dragon Tiger Mountain? Were they here to burn incense and make wishes? This Taoist temple no longer accepts incense offerings. We now accept supplies instead. You may exchange various goods for blessings, preferably food items. Fatsi cleared his throat and began to speak. Before he could finish, Xiao Tian stepped forward. Black wings unfurled behind him, an electric eel head emerged from his shoulder, and he instantly entered his beast form. In a flash, his fist slammed toward Pang Dawai's face. Holy! Fatsi cried out in shock, completely dumbfounded. What kind of lunatic shows up this early in the morning? Attacking me the moment we meet? What kind of grudge is this? But as the 98th generation Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Pang Dahai wasn't one to be pushed around. His bulky frame suddenly became incredibly agile as he swiftly leaped backward. Yet before he could steady himself, his foot suddenly slipped. His body lost balance, tilting forward as his head slammed straight into Xiao Tian's fist. Holy! Fat Ocean's eyes bulged in horror. After a startled cry, he forced his head to meet Xiao Tian's fist. His right eye instantly turned into a panda eye. With a wail of pain, Pang Dahai scrambled backward several steps, rubbing his eyes and grimacing in agony. Xiao Tian was a bit stunned. He knew this fat man was the Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain and probably had his own pride and such. To prevent the other from refusing, he'd planned to strike first, knock him into submission and demonstrate his overwhelming strength. But the man didn't play by the rules. He had blocked the punch with just his head. Truly, a Taoist master was a Taoist master. Such tactics were beyond the grasp of ordinary people. More importantly, that punch would have crushed even a spirit beast warrior. Yet after taking it with his head, the man had nothing but a black eye, not a scratch on him. This fat man was no ordinary opponent, no wonder he ranked among the Dragon Nation's elite warriors. Keep attacking. Xiao Tian wasted no words. He flexed his limbs and prepared to strike again. But at the critical moment, the fat man, who had been rubbing his eyes, suddenly paled. His knees buckled, and he dropped to his knees before Xiao Tian. Spare me, sir. I know I was wrong. I'll give you anything you want, just stop hitting me. Staring at the suddenly pleading Fat Dahai, Xiao Tian blinked, momentarily taken aback. Wait. You're the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist master, one of the future elite warriors of the Dragon Nation. Now he's kneeling before me begging for mercy? What's going on here? Yen Ruyu's sparkling eyes also flickered with confusion. This fat guy didn't look like a master at all. Did he really know any divination techniques? Seeing the two of them staring blankly, Fat Dahai's eyes darted around. In an instant, he bolted toward the Taoist temple. Damn it! That madman's picking on the honest folk. While the successive generations of celestial masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain had cultivated techniques to strengthen their bodies, these physical training methods couldn't compare to the innate, formidable constitution of spirit beast warriors. What the Dragon Tiger Mountain celestial masters truly excelled at was the art of talismans. But he'd just gotten out of bed, wearing only a thin robe. He hadn't brought any talismans. Just you wait until I get my talismans. I'll beat you until you're crying for your parents, or I'm not the Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Master. Pang Dahai transformed into a nimble, rotund figure, dashing straight into the main hall of the Taoist temple. He pulled a small box from a drawer and opened it. Inside lay a stack of talismans. These talismans, passed down through generations of Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Masters, could summon thunderbolts and ignite blazing fires, truly formidable weapons for vanquishing demons and monsters. However, since Fat Ocean arrived at Dragon Tiger Mountain, he hadn't encountered any demons or monsters, and these talismans had hardly been used. But they should be more than sufficient to deal with the spirit beast warriors. Just then, Xiao Tian charged over. Kid, you're done for. Let me tell you, these are high-grade talismans passed down by generations of celestial masters of Longhu Mountain. Even if you're a spirit beast warrior, this isn't the place for you to run wild. I'll beat you so badly you'll be crying for your mom and dad. After obtaining the talismans, Pang Dahai suddenly felt confident. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he grinned smugly. But the next moment, his smile vanished. Xiao Tian fixed his gaze on the stack of talismans. A feather shot out from his back, piercing straight through the stack of high-grade talismans left behind by generations of celestial masters. A terrifying electric current surged from the feather, causing the talismans to heat up and ignite. They were consumed by the raging flames, reduced to a pile of ashes. Fatsi stared blankly at the ashes drifting away in the wind, his mouth agape in utter bewilderment. Holy! The confidence Pang Dahai had just mustered vanished along with the drifting ashes. Hero, if I told you now that everything earlier was just a joke, would you believe me? Chapter 24, Superhero blocks the door, despair strikes. Cold sweat soaked Pang Dahai's Taoist robe, clinging to his body and making him look utterly wretched. Yet Xiao Tian remained silent, his fists pumping relentlessly. Xiao Tian was determined to obtain the resurrection equipment within the second forbidden zone. Without knowing whether Pang Dahai was reliable, he must beat the man into submission. Forget talk of cruelty or inhumanity in the apocalypse, survival demanded putting oneself first. As for how Pang Dahai felt getting beaten up, that wasn't Xiao Tian's concern. Stop. Please. Stop hitting me, please stop. I'm begging you, why won't you stop? I'm a Taoist master, for crying out loud. Damn it! What the hell did I ever do to you? Driving all the way to Dragon Tiger Mountain first thing in the morning just to beat me up? Is that really necessary? I'm sorry. I really am sorry. Ouch, what the hell are you doing? 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, 5 punches. Fatty Dahai was beaten into submission, utterly defenseless. The once mighty celestial master now cowered helplessly in the corner, hands clutching his head. The entire ordeal lasted a full half hour. Pang Dahai had lost the ability to scream, his voice was completely hoarse. His body had gone numb from the beating, gradually losing all sensation of pain. His already plump face was now swollen like a pig's head. Only when Xiao Tian finally stopped did Pang Dahai curl up tighter, silently wiping away his tears. He desperately wanted to know what he had done to provoke this demon incarnate. To be brutally beaten first thing in the morning, right after waking up, what on earth had he done to deserve this? Yan Ruyu had been watching the entire time. Seeing Pang Dahai's pitiful state, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. Xiao Tian, did we go too far? Yan Ruyu pressed her lips together, asking cautiously. Too far? Xiao Tian thought it was fine. Though he'd beaten the guy senseless for half an hour, he deliberately held back his strength the entire time. He wouldn't kill him, nor would he leave any permanent disabilities. We came here to seek cooperation, Yan Ruyu murmured softly. This approach is indeed a bit underhanded. Even if this fatso didn't seem entirely trustworthy, cornering him against the wall and beating him senseless for half an hour right after meeting him was truly cruel. Every word of their conversation was absorbed by the fat man. He was stunned. His pupils suddenly contracted and his voice shot up 8 octaves. Holy! You're here to partner with me? At that moment, Pang Dahai felt so wronged he could have cried. Is this how you treat someone you want to partner with? At the slightest provocation, he transformed into his beast form and beat him senseless for half an hour. During that time, he relived every single misdeed he'd ever committed in his life. He'd thought he'd broken some divine law. And now they're telling him this ruthless guy is here to partner up? Who in their right mind would approach someone for a partnership with that kind of attitude? After Yan Ruyu's reminder, Xiao Tian cut to the chase, looking down at Pang Dahai. The second forbidden zone is about to open. Inside are several sets of resurrection gear. I need you to use your divination skills to help me locate them. Of course, I won't ask you to work for free. I can compensate you with supplies. As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, Yan Ruyu instantly understood. She left the Taoist temple and carried several large boxes from the Ferrari inside. Upon opening the boxes, they were filled to the brim with all kinds of supplies. Canned goods, fine wines, even cigarettes. Even an average person with a hearty appetite could comfortably survive for months on these supplies. Gazing at the dazzling array of supplies in the boxes, Pang Dahai's eye twitched. Then, a single tear rolled down his cheek and fell to the ground. Damn it! Why the hell didn't you ask me to partner up sooner? And you even brought all this stuff as compensation. You should have said something sooner. If you just said something sooner, I would have agreed right away. Ever since the dark turmoil began, he'd been holed up on Dragon Tiger Mountain. The supplies up there were practically depleted. What he needed most now was food. With Xiao Tian offering several crates of supplies in exchange, he had no reason to refuse. This is my offer. If you agree to cooperate, that's ideal. If not, what happens if I don't agree? Pang Dahai shrank his neck, asking the question as if compelled by some unseen force. Xiao Tian clenched his fists. Then I'll beat you until you agree. Pang Dahai's mouth twisted in a grimace as darkness flooded his vision. This guy definitely had an excess of testosterone. He was absolutely hypermasculine. Ready to throw punches at the drop of a hat. He was more dangerous than those mutated beasts. I agree. I agree. My divination skills can indeed foretell the location of treasures. I can help you. Fearing Xiao Tian might strike again, Pang Dahai agreed without hesitation. Xiao Tian nodded. Things were progressing surprisingly smoothly. Seems his strategy of a strike first, negotiate later was paying off. After Pang Dahai quickly gathered his belongings, he followed Xiao Tian and the other man to the front of the Ferrari. But upon seeing the Ferrari's two-seat configuration, Pang Dahai fell silent. Where am I supposed to sit? Fatty Dahai pointed at the two-seater Ferrari and asked timidly. Xiao Tian was momentarily speechless. He had indeed overlooked this issue when they arrived. But as long as one's thinking doesn't falter, solutions always outnumber difficulties. A few minutes later, the three set off. Xiao Tian took the driver's seat, while Yan Ruyu sat in the passenger seat. As for Pang Dahai, his sour expression remained fixed as he was tightly bound to the roof of the car. As the Ferrari accelerated, the northwest wind roared in, nearly suffocating Pang Dahai. Even his bangs were whipped upward. Damn it! What kind of karma did I build up in my past life? 2.5 hours later, the group finally returned to the villa. Only after the Ferrari came to a steady stop was Fatsy released from his bonds and brought down. Feeling solid ground beneath his feet, Pang Dahai's face turned deathly pale, his mind still reeling. Xiao Tian suddenly said, "The second forbidden zone will open soon. Stay with us for now. There's nothing you need to do right now. Just rest and recuperate, waiting for the forbidden zone to open." Fat Ocean nodded blankly.
After handling Pang Dawai's affairs, Xiao Tian brought Yen Ruyu to find Yen Tiansheng and briefly explained the situation here. They then learned that while he and Yen Ruyu were at Dragon Tiger Mountain, more crystal cores had been delivered. The total number of crystal cores now exceeded 50. During this period, Yen Tiansheng had been absorbing the power of the crystal cores, successfully assimilating 2 of them and advancing to level 5.
Xiao Tian nodded in understanding.
After leaving some crystal nuclei for Yen Tiansheng and Yen Ruyu, he returned to his room to begin absorbing the nuclei himself.
In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Tian had completely absorbed all 30+ mutated beast crystal cores. However, higher levels demanded more experience.
After absorbing the power of over 30 crystal cores, Xiao Tian's level barely reached 14.
Before long, night fell. Dinner time arrived quickly. Fat Ocean joined Xiao Tian and the others for their meal.
Xiao Tian methodically gnawed on raw meat at the side, while Pang Dahai attacked the food on his plate like a whirlwind. Watching the table nearly cleared before he'd even taken a bite, Yen Tiansheng was dumbfounded.
Was this young man the reincarnation of Zhu Beiji? Young Xiao Tian, did you bring back a glutton? Are you very hungry?
After a long silence, Yen Tiansheng suddenly asked. Hearing this, Pang Dahai's hand froze mid-motion, nearly bringing tears to his eyes.
There's only a pile of instant noodles left on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Everything else is gone.
Though I am the Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, our Taoists are permitted to eat meat.
And as omnivores, humans will suffer physical problems if they go too long without meat.
To replenish my body's nutrients, I practically ate every rat on Dragon Tiger Mountain and raided every bird's nest.
My life is so miserable.
Thank goodness I met this super brother who brought me down the mountain.
Otherwise, I'd probably have started eating maggots.
If Pang Dahai had initially been furious at Xiao Tian for attacking him on sight, now all that remained was gratitude. This time, he had truly escaped the depths of misery. Finishing his story, Fat Dahai lowered his head again and resumed eating with a satisfying munch.
Xiao Tian's lips twitched.
Suddenly, he began to doubt whether he'd chosen the wrong person.
Could this rambling, incoherent fat man truly be one of the top-tier powerhouses of the Dragon Nation in the future? Chapter 25, The Indestructible Cockroach, Devour.
Xiao Tian, ever since you released that video, every spirit beast warrior in Deru City has been searching for Yihuan's whereabouts. But that bastard is hiding deep. He still hasn't been found. Yen Tiansheng suddenly turned to look at Xiao Tian. Ever since Yen Ruyu and Xiao Tian had teamed up last night, his way of addressing Xiao Tian had changed.
Xiao Tian nodded. This guy was quite the master of concealment, far superior to Chao Menglong. Should we offer more incentives to get more people joining the search? Yen Tiansheng asked. Having observed him over time, Yen Tiansheng understood Xiao Tian's vindictive nature, especially his ruthless approach toward enemies. For Xiao Tian's enemies, provoking him would become a lifelong nightmare. Yet for his allies, this approach offered reassurance. Xiao Tian shook his head in refusal.
We have more pressing matters at hand.
The second forbidden zone is about to open.
We'll address Yihuan's situation later.
The resurrection grade equipment within the second forbidden zone was Xiao Tian's primary objective now.
Besides, he still had one more opportunity to devour an opponent left unused.
As for Yihuan's matter, Xiao Tian couldn't afford to linger. The entire city of Deru was now combing for the enemy's trail.
In the short term, he wouldn't dare cause any more trouble.
The villa had been successfully transformed into a highly fortified safe haven.
It had reached level 14, and he had stockpiled a large amount of supplies. The only thing left to consider now was completing the current phase of devouring before the second forbidden zone opened.
Xiao Tian could now devour mutated flora, fauna, and insects, essentially consuming mutated beasts. But what kind of mutated beast would truly be worth the effort? Just then, the television in the living room cut to an emergency broadcast. An immortal mutant cockroach has been discovered at Dalu City's first research institute. The Dalu City military is now requesting assistance from all residents of Dalu City. The television displayed footage from inside one of the institute's laboratories. A black cockroach, as large as a small cat, was darting wildly around the lab, which had descended into complete chaos. All test personnel, regardless of the methods employed, were utterly helpless against this giant cockroach. In the chaotic scene, someone fired a heat weapon, unleashing a crimson fire dragon, and even an automatic rifle was deployed. Yet when bullets struck the cockroach's body, they were instantly deflected by its black armor, merely sparking a few sparks. Among the lab researchers were spirit beast warriors, who didn't stand idly by but chose to intervene. Yet this cockroach proved as resilient as an indestructible cockroach, deftly dodging every attack the moment it was launched. It was harder to catch than a pig during the new year. Chaos erupted in the lab as instruments and test tubes crashed to the floor. The incident quickly trended on news platforms, with the comments section flooded with gawkers relishing the drama. As for help? None in sight. With the dark chaos erupting, many were already overwhelmed by food shortages. Who had time to help the lab deal with its mess? Who knew cockroaches could mutate into beasts? The military in Dallo City actually posted an online plea for help. Looks like they're truly at their wits' end. Yan Tiancheng smacked his lips as he watched the footage on TV, silently taking a bite of his chicken drumstick. He had extensive collaborations with the Dallo City military and knew them well, which made him feel a bit sentimental. Thankfully, only plants, animals, and insects were mutating. Bacteria and other microorganisms remained unaffected. Otherwise, if bacteria and microbes could also become mutated beasts, Blue Star would instantly become a living hell. This cockroach. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and abruptly stood up. To evade attacks amidst an assault of various firearms and numerous spirit beast warriors, this cockroach was no ordinary creature. Perhaps it could be devoured. I'm heading to the lab. Stay inside the villa. Don't go out unless absolutely necessary. No matter what happens, wait until I return. Yan Ruyu and Yan Tiancheng froze upon hearing Xiao Tian's words. Was this kid planning to go help in the lab? Yan Tiancheng was stunned. Never would he have imagined that Xiao Tian, who showed no mercy to his enemies, could harbor such a compassionate heart. As for Pang Dahai, he remained utterly unmoved. Come hell or high water, he remained solely focused on shoveling down his food. Go with peace of mind. We'll all be here waiting for your return. Yan Tiancheng nodded with a smile. Xiao Tian, you must return safely. Yan Ruyu stood up, her face flushed as she whispered softly. Xiao Tian nodded, then drove his Ferrari away from the villa, heading straight for the first research institute. Research institutes like this one existed in many parts of the Dragon Nation. Each was a top-secret military facility, heavily guarded by sentries. Ordinary people would be warned if they ventured too close, or even invited in for a chat at the station. But now, with the outbreak of the Dark Turmoil, the old rules had long become a mere formality. Director! Reinforcements have arrived for our institute. I've brought them here. A staff member led Xiao Tian into an office and exclaimed with delight to the figure ahead. Seated on the leather sofa was a voluptuous woman clad in a lab coat, revealing only a pair of long, fair legs. She seemed genuinely excited at first, but her expression turned to disappointment the moment she saw Xiao Tian standing alone. Only one person? Xin Xiulan asked the staff member. Yes, only this one, the staff member replied, scratching his head. Xin Xiulan sighed, then rose and approached Xiao Tian. A wave of perfume wafted over him. Xiao Tian found this woman's beauty remarkably enduring, comparable to Yan Ruyu in every way. Even up close, she showed no flaws. Her delicate features were flawless, and the beauty mark beneath her right eye added a touch of allure. How to put it, she had an aura of a married woman. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xin Xiulan, the director of this facility. Xin Xiulan extended her hand toward Xiao Tian. Xin Xiulan? Xiao Tian's expression turned peculiar. If he remembered correctly, this Xin Xiulan was quite the talent. Before his rebirth, she had developed numerous powerful pieces of equipment by researching various items within the Forbidden Zone. Xiao Tian. After a moment's silence, Xiao Tian extended his hand and shook hers. First, I'm deeply grateful you came to the lab to help us without compensation. But there are things I must tell you. This cockroach is no ordinary mutated beast. We estimate it to be only at the beginner level, yet even all the spirit beast warriors in our lab combined couldn't defeat it. Since you've chosen to assist us, might you tell me what kind of animal's abilities you've acquired? Xin Xiulan spoke with genuine sincerity. But Xiao Tian found himself at a loss. The abilities he possessed were, to be precise, a fusion of a mutated leech, a mutated electric eel, and a rare falcon. Yet it was common knowledge that spirit beast warriors could only acquire the enhanced abilities of a single animal. Even if Xiao Tian told the truth, the other party might not believe him. Dean Shin, I think we should cut to the chase. Since I made it here to help, I won't hold you back. Xin Xiulan had intended to say more, but inexplicably, she sensed an unusual confidence emanating from Xiao Tian. This confidence baffled her. Where did this kid get such confidence at such a young age? After all, their lab also had spirit beast warriors. Yet even with so many spirit beast warriors working together, they still couldn't handle this mutated cockroach. What gave him such overwhelming confidence? But now the entire research institute was helpless. No one else had arrived on the scene to help except Xiao Tian. If that mutant cockroach was allowed to continue rampaging unchecked, the entire laboratory would be completely destroyed. Desperate for any solution, Xin Xiulan personally escorted Xiao Tian to the lab. Chaos reigned inside the lab. Walls made of special materials were pockmarked with holes, the scene utterly devastating. Numerous spirit beast warriors from the institute were still working together to hunt down the mutant cockroach. The moment the laboratory doors swung open, the mutated cockroach, unscathed despite the onslaught, suddenly slammed on its brakes. It then shifted direction, leaping a meter into the air from its spot. Spreading its 8 massive legs like a facehugger from the movies, it charged straight toward Xiao Tian. Chapter 26, Code 9527, The Transformed Twin-Tailed Warrior. Holy! Xiao Tian froze, his pupils contracting as he blurted out the national exclamation. He had fused the genetic sequences of 3 animals, reaching level 14, a force to be reckoned with in Dallas City. But picture this, a half-meter-long giant cockroach lunging at you in an utterly bizarre posture. Wouldn't you panic? Xiao Tian was experiencing precisely that state of mind. Never mind, the crowd of onlookers beside him stood none other than the beautiful Dean Xiao. This cockroach had singled him out. Why, Xiao Tian couldn't fathom, but he was certain it wasn't out of affection. Watch out! Xiao beside him reacted too, but she wasn't a spirit beast warrior utterly helpless. The other spirit beast warriors in the lab all paled visibly. This is bad. This kid is done for. Though this mutated cockroach hadn't demonstrated overwhelming destructive power yet, it was still a mutated beast. If it got close enough, it could tear off a layer of skin. The chaotic scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone turned to look at Xiao Tian, certain he was in trouble. Xiao Tian himself felt the same way. After a brief moment of shock, he was about to enter his beast transformation state. But then, something utterly unexpected happened. Instead of attacking Xiao Tian, the mutated cockroach lunged toward him, then crawled to the ground, emitting constant squeaking sounds from its mouth. It appeared to be expressing submission to Xiao Tian. What the hell is this? Xiao Tian scratched his head, utterly bewildered despite his reincarnated status. A mutated beast displaying submission to a human? He'd never heard of such a thing before his rebirth. Are you submitting to me? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tian pointed at himself and asked the mutated cockroach. Squeak squeak. The mutant cockroach let out a low growl, as if responding to Xiao Tian. Though he couldn't decipher the meaning behind the growl, Xiao Tian could clearly see the creature's posture had lowered even further. Submission. The mutant cockroach had truly submitted to him. What on earth is going on? The entire laboratory fell silent. All the test personnel, including Xiao, stood frozen in place. This utterly baffling scene shattered their worldviews and shook their very souls. This mutated beast, which had left the entire research institute helpless, was now voluntarily submitting to a human. What is happening? As the director, Xiao quickly composed herself and turned to Xiao Tian, seeking answers. Xiao Tian himself was utterly bewildered. But he soon recalled the bloodline level displayed in the system interface. His current bloodline level was 10, and this mutated cockroach also belonged to the basic tier within level 10. Could it be that his bloodline level exerted a suppressing effect on mutated beasts? Xiao Tian began to suspect this possibility, but without verification, he dared not jump to conclusions. What was certain, however, was that this mutant cockroach before him had indeed expressed its intention to submit. He had initially thought he'd have to fight it, subdue the mutant cockroach first, then figure out how to transport it away from the research institute to consume it. But now, it seemed things had taken a much simpler turn. Director Shin, it seems everything is resolved now. I'll take this mutated cockroach with me. Xiao Tian gave Xiao a nod, paying little heed to whether she agreed or not. He turned to the mutated cockroach on the ground and asked, "Come with me?" With that, he turned and strode toward the laboratory exit. The mutant cockroach followed closely behind, as if it truly understood Xiao Tian's words. Good heavens! Mutant beasts not only submit to humans, but they understand human speech? The scene was utterly bizarre. Everyone stared at each other, speechless for a long moment. The entire lab was filled only with the sound of people gasping in shock. Only after Xiao Tian led the mutated cockroach out of the lab did the others gradually snap out of their stunned stupor. The government has declared mutant beasts are enemies, bloodthirsty monsters devoid of humanity. Who'd have thought one would follow that young man? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never have believed it. Mutant beasts willingly submitting to humans, could this be related to his awakened animal ability? But what kind of animal ability could possibly make mutated beasts submit willingly? I remember now, no wonder he looked familiar. He's that Xiao Xin guy who monopolized most supplies and posted bounties online. Xiao Tian? It's actually him. How is he so? The lab, filled mostly with researchers, quickly erupted into heated debate. Only Xiao gazed in the direction Xiao Tian had departed, her expression deep in thought. She was genuinely curious to study how Xiao Tian had managed to make the mutated beast submit willingly. But she was also acutely aware that this was the dark turmoil period. Order had long since collapsed, and she had no standing to stop Xiao Tian and demand answers. After all, he had just helped the research institute resolve this crisis. Xiao Tian remained unaware of the uproar his actions had caused within the research institute. After leaving the lab with the mutated cockroach, Xiao Tian casually found a secluded corner. Since the dark turmoil began, the law of the jungle had been taken to its extreme. Humans not only faced the dangers brought by mutated beasts but also had to guard against attacks from spirit beast warriors. Thus, the streets that were usually teeming with people were now almost deserted. Can you understand what I'm saying? Xiao Tian turned to face the mutated cockroach. The mutated cockroach let out a low growl and gave a slight nod with its flat head, as if responding. It really understood. Xiao Tian was astonished, then rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Could all of this truly be related to bloodline rank? His current bloodline rank was 10. Could it be that any mutated beast with a rank lower than his bloodline rank would be suppressed and subjugated by his bloodline power? Without dwelling on it too long, his immediate priority remained completing the devouring process to continue growing stronger. With that thought, Xiao Tian turned his gaze back to the mutated cockroach and said earnestly, "Since you've already submitted to me, I'm about to consume you. No objections, right?" Squeak! Squeak! The mutant cockroach let out a low growl before turning and bolting. Its 8 legs moved so fast they left after images. Xiao Tian. It seemed that although it had submitted to him, it still retained its own rationality. It wasn't some emotionless machine. Xiao Tian sighed softly. Then, black wings unfolded behind him as he entered beast form. 2 lightning-charged feathers shot forth. Crackle! The mutant cockroach, still in mid-flight, was instantly engulfed in electricity. Its body froze rigid in place. It screeched incessantly. Xiao Tian paid it no mind. Flapping his wings, he closed in, then lowered his head and bit down on the mutant cockroach's head. Crunch! Chicken flavor. Surprisingly not bad at all. Within minutes, the mutant cockroach was devoured by Xiao Tian, leaving not even a wing behind. Congratulations, host, on successfully consuming the mutant cockroach. Genetic sequence extraction complete. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 14. Bloodline level, 12. Gene sequence ID 9527, Spirit Whisker Warrior inherits the ability to regenerate severed limbs, grows a pair of wings, unleashes lightning-charged feathers to slice enemies, and possesses powerful danger perception. Spirit Whisk Warrior? That's a peculiar name. But more than that, he was eager to test how well his new genes detected danger. Xiao Tian's thoughts flickered. The next moment, 2 slender cockroach antennae sprouted from his head. A twin ponytail warrior? Xiao Tian's lips twitched and he froze in awkwardness. Chapter 27, Encountering Zombies in the Forbidden Zone? So far, every time he absorbed a new genetic sequence, his body underwent a corresponding transformation. For instance, the leech-like mouthparts in his palms, the black hawk wings on his back, and the electric eel head on his shoulder. But after devouring the mutated cockroach, a pair of cockroach antennae had actually sprouted. His beast form seemed to be getting increasingly bizarre. But soon, Xiao Tian sensed something unusual. As the pair of cockroach antennae on his head swayed in the breeze, his senses became infinitely amplified. Not a single rustle or movement in the surrounding area escaped his perception. He could even clearly track the paths of ants carrying food scraps on the ground, several meters away. The sensation was uncanny, like his soul had left his body, allowing him to observe everything around him from a third-person perspective. Suddenly, Xiao Tian sensed danger. Without a moment to think, he darted sideways to evade. Behind him, a large tree began to twist and contort. A massive chameleon, over 2.5 meters long, materialized instantly and launched its attack. Where Xiao Tian had stood moments before, a deep crater now gaped in the ground. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tian felt utterly shaken. This was a mutated chameleon, a monstrous beast. It must have been hiding here all along, unnoticed by him. If not for those 2 tentacles on its head, Xiao Tian would never have reacted in time. Even with his extraordinary defense, he would have been crippled if not killed. Seeing Xiao Tian evade its attack, the chameleon let out a furious roar and charged toward him again with all its might. Its speed was blindingly fast. Ordinary people couldn't even track its movements. Yet to Xiao Tian, its actions appeared unnaturally slow. It was like watching a movie in slow motion. Not only could Xiao Tian see its movements in slow motion, he could even calculate its trajectory. Using this advantage, Xiao Tian executed a graceful sidestep to effortlessly evade the chameleon's attack. Simultaneously, he extended his palm and placed it on the chameleon's abdomen. The mouthparts in his palm latched onto the chameleon's belly, and countless razor-sharp teeth, like a shield-tunneling machine activated, began tearing into it with frenzied ferocity. The chameleon let out a piercing scream as its internal organs were torn out and instantly chewed to pieces. Its vision went black and it met its end. Instant kill. Xiao Tian stared at his blood-soaked palm, taking a long moment to snap back to reality before erupting in wild elation. It seemed these cockroach antennae were no trivial matter. With these things, he would be far more adept in combat against his opponents. You may be fast, and I may not be as fast as you, but no matter how quick your movements are, they appear like slow motion to me. How did I lose? Immediately after, Xiao Tian withdrew from his beast form, extracted a crystal core from the chameleon's corpse and absorbed it. His level didn't rise immediately, but his strength increased slightly. At Xiao Tian's current level, advancing required vast quantities of mutated beast crystal cores. After devouring this cockroach, my bloodline rank rose from level 10 to level 12. Could the advancement of bloodline rank be tied to the creatures I consume? After resolving the battle, Xiao Tian began pondering the advancement of his bloodline level. But before he could ponder further, the entire city of Darren underwent a sudden transformation. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened with gathering clouds. A pillar of black light shot skyward from an unknown direction, piercing straight into the clouds. At that moment, countless residents of Dalu City witnessed this spectacular sight simultaneously. The second forbidden zone has opened. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, a flicker of excitement dancing within them. Before his rebirth, he had been an ordinary man, forever denied all such benefits. But now, he would claim it all. Rushing back to the villa, Xiao Tian immediately summoned Yan Ruyu, her daughter, and Pang Dehuai. Together, they set off in a grand procession toward the location where the Pillar of Light had appeared. The Pillar of Light had already caused a tremendous stir in Dalu City, with many fearing it might be an omen of impending disaster. Most people kept their distance, unwilling to risk potential danger. Yet a number of daring souls ventured near to investigate. By the time Xiao Tian's group arrived at the scene, a large crowd had already gathered. All present were spirit beast warriors, this much was certain, as ordinary folk dared not venture out at such a time. Even among the spirit beast warriors, however, no one dared make any rash moves. They all stared suspiciously at the scene before them. Beneath the Pillar of Light lay a twisted vortex of space and time. A faint suction emanated from the vortex, its interior shrouded in chaos, obscuring any visible details. Xiao Tian knew this vortex was the gateway to the second Forbidden Land. Xiao Tian, is this the gateway to the second Forbidden Land you mentioned? Yan Ruyu asked curiously as she studied the vortex. Xiao Tian nodded in response. Fatsi calculated with his fingers, then frowned deeply. I can't discern anything within this vortex. The world inside must be no ordinary place. Xiao Tian remained non-committal. The world within the Forbidden Realm was essentially another dimension. If Pang Dehai could truly divine anything within it, he'd be a god. Xiao Tian. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from nearby. Xiao Tian looked up to see the beautiful Dean Xinshulan, surrounded by layers of military personnel. This beauty was here too? I never expected to run into you here. Thank you for what you did at the Research Institute. You had to leave in such a hurry back then that I didn't get a chance to thank you properly. Xinshulan was acting quite warm and friendly after all. Without Xiao Tian's help, the Research Institute might have been destroyed. We were simply pursuing our own interests. No need to thank me. Xiao Tian remained remarkably nonchalant. Before the cataclysm, if such a mature beauty had approached him, he would have been so nervous he couldn't speak. But now, in this dark and chaotic era, a beautiful woman was nothing more than a pink skeleton. Only enhancing his strength mattered above all else. Women only slowed his draw. Xinshulan didn't dwell on it either. She shifted the topic to the vortex before them. You're a spirit beast warrior too. Do you know the origin of this vortex? The vortex connects to a peculiar realm, Xiao Tian replied without hesitation. Connects to another world? Xinshulan froze. This vortex holds many dangers. You're just an ordinary person. Even with protection, it might not be safe. It's best not to enter lightly. Xiao Tian added a final warning before glancing at Yan Ruyu and the others. He then stepped forward and walked into the vortex. As Xiao Tian's figure vanished into the vortex, Yan Ruyu and Pang Dehuai exchanged glances before steeled themselves and followed suit. Seeing all four enter the vortex together, the others present were also stirred. They had all heard what Xiao Tian told Xinshulan. This vortex was a gateway to another world. Though aware of potential dangers within, they were equally certain immense rewards lay hidden there. Many followed Xiao Tian's group without hesitation, while others, fearful of the unknown dangers, chose to stay behind. Dean, we really shouldn't go in. There might be dangers inside, and even with our protection, it might not be safe. At that moment, someone looked at Xinshulan with concern and spoke up. No. Xinshulan shook her head firmly. Danger and opportunity coexist. Knowing this place connects to another world makes me even more determined to enter. If we find something here and study it, we might gain valuable insights. Seeing Xinshulan's resolute stance, the others reluctantly followed her into the vortex. Meanwhile, as Xiao Tian and his group entered the vortex, the world before their eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. A blood-red moon appeared overhead without warning. Before they could fully take in their surroundings, a humanoid figure let out a beast-like roar and charged toward Xiao Tian and his companions. Holy zombies! Fat Dehai let out a high-pitched scream, nearly jumping out of his skin in terror. Chapter 28, Elite Class Dark Creature. Xiao Tian had long since grown accustomed to dark creatures. He'd even slaughtered a large group of them when entering the first Forbidden Zone. As for Yan Ruyu and her father, having already accompanied Xiao Tian into the Forbidden Zone and witnessed the existence of dark creatures, they remained relatively composed. Still, the black mist swirling around the dark creature sent a chill down their spines. Yan Tiansheng, in particular, had fought one before. Dealing with a single dark creature had nearly drained him of all strength. These monsters were far more terrifying than the mutated beasts in the city by several orders of magnitude. If such dark creatures appeared on Blue Star, they would become every human's worst nightmare. Among the group, only Pang Dehai was seeing a dark being for the first time, so his strong reaction was understandable. Xiao Tian wasted no words. Black wings emerged from his back, and a feather shot out like a dart, piercing the dark creature's skull. Instant kill. Are you truly the current celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Only after finishing this did Xiao Tian turn his head, his expression odd as he looked at Pang Dehuai. Pang Dehuai snapped back to reality.
Seeing even Yen Ruyu remain so composed, he suddenly felt rather embarrassed about his role as a celestial master.
It was as if he'd never seen anything like this before. Truth be told, he hadn't seen much of the world. Ever since arriving at Dragon Tiger Mountain to study under his master, he'd scarcely ventured down the mountain. These are dark creatures, not zombies. They're unique beings found only in forbidden zones. Yen Ruyu stepped forward to smooth things over, explaining. Dark creatures, huh? This is my first time encountering such bizarre beings. It feels like stepping into an apocalyptic movie. Fat Dahai scratched his head, genuinely feeling awkward. The power of these dark creatures is beyond comparison with mutated beasts. Thankfully, these things only exist within the forbidden zone. Yen Tianqing chimed in at this moment. Xiao Tian glanced at him and shook his head. The dark turmoil is divided into 9 tiers. With each tier, the scale of the calamity escalates. The strength of subsequent mutated beasts increases, and even fused mutated beasts may appear. Dark creatures will also descend upon Blue Star. He paused before adding, moreover, the ranks of these dark beings, much like spirit beast warriors, can be elevated without limit. This information was gleaned from Xiao Tian's past life and was absolutely reliable. Yen Tianqing's lips parted slightly as a chill shot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He could comprehend the mutation beasts growing stronger, but the notion that such terrifying dark entities would one day descend upon Blue Star was utterly horrifying. If such a thing truly happened, even spirit beast warriors would face an extreme threat. Consider that even now, with only mutated beasts running rampant, the entire Blue Star had lost its original order and rules. If dark creatures descended upon Blue Star, wouldn't everything descend into utter chaos? Moreover, Xiao Tian had mentioned that the dark turmoil was divided into 9 distinct realms. What did that mean? Could it be that what they were experiencing now was merely the first heaven of the dark turmoil, with 8 more heavens awaiting them? If all this is true, how did Xiao Tian know? Yen Tianqing realized the youth before him was profoundly enigmatic. Even his years of business acumen couldn't fathom him. But now, trapped within this forbidden land teeming with perils and dark creatures running rampant, Yen Tianqing refrained from asking further questions. Fatso, it's time for you, the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist Master, to show us what you've got. Xiao Tian snapped out of his thoughts and turned to Fat Dahai. Fat Dahai immediately began to swagger. While Longhu Mountain might not boast the strongest combat prowess on Blue Star, when it came to divination arts, they were second to none. No one dared claim the top spot. Don't worry, I've got this. Pang Daihui patted his chest confidently, then pulled out a compass from his robe. Holding it in his left hand while forming a seal with his right, he began to calculate. Moments later, he suddenly pointed in one direction. The greatest opportunity within this forbidden zone lies that way. We just need to keep heading straight ahead to find it. Xiao Tian nodded. As expected of a Taoist master from Dragon Tiger Mountain, he truly possessed genuine abilities. Let's go. Xiao Tian waved his hand, leading the group toward the direction Pang Dahui had indicated. At the same time, Xin Xiulan and the others also entered the forbidden zone one after another. The first thing that struck them was the blood moon within the forbidden zone. No sign of life was visible here. The entire area was shrouded in mist. Could hell be any different? The vortex behind them remained. A concerned voice from the military personnel spoke up. Director, this place is extremely dangerous. Perhaps we should turn back now. If anything were to happen to you, none of us could bear the responsibility. Xin Xiulan surveyed the surroundings, feeling a chill run down her spine. Yet, for the sake of her cherished research, she shook her head. My mind is made up. Captain Wang, lead the team forward. Thank you for your service. One by one, they entered the forbidden zone. The moment Xiao Tian and his team departed, several figures appeared furtively at the same spot. Exchanging a glance, they all followed in the direction Xiao Tian and his team had gone. Xiao Tian and his group slaughtered any divine or mortal who dared to stand in their path. Any dark creatures encountered along the way were instantly annihilated by Xiao Tian, regardless of their numbers. It wasn't that the dark creatures were weak, it was mainly because the dark creatures in the second forbidden zone were only at the beginner level, all under level 10, while Xiao Tian was a full 14 levels strong. Combined with the power boosts from the 4 gene sequences, his presence here was akin to a dimensional strike. Guided by Pang Dahai, the group traversed layer upon layer of mist until they emerged before a colossal altar. The altar was as large as a football field, and miraculously, the mist surrounding it had been dispersed by an invisible force. At the altar's center stood an elevated platform, its surface etched with intricate patterns that exuded an eerie aura. Directly above the platform stood 6 crucifixes, each bearing a suit of armor. The armor was entirely jet black, pulsing with a peculiar energy. At its center sat a pale blue gemstone. The gem itself bore intricate, unrecognizable patterns. This is the place. Fat Ocean glanced at the compass in his hand, then looked up at the platform above. The greatest opportunity here lies in the armor on those crosses. Resurrection-grade equipment. It had truly been found. Xiao Tian gazed at the armor on the cross, his eyes gleaming with greed as his breathing grew ragged. He could never forget. He would never forget it. In his previous life, nearly every elite warrior in the Dragon Nation possessed a set of this very armor. These resurrection tier items had another name. Resurrection armor. Back then, as an ordinary man, treasures of this caliber were beyond Xiao Tian's reach. But now, they were within his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tian's black wings flapped behind him as he soared toward the elevated platform. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Roar! A furious roar pierced the silent night. Out of the mist, a colossal beast descended before the altar, blocking Xiao Tian's path. Though shrouded in mist, its bulging muscles and blood-red eyes were faintly visible. A pair of wings, somewhat bat-like, extended from its back. In its grasp, it held a trident blazing with blue flames. A dark creature. The creature before him was indeed a dark creature, but not an ordinary one. It was an elite-level dark creature. Moreover, judging by the aura it emitted, its level had already reached intermediate. Xiao Tian sensed it was a formidable level 20 entity. Indeed, obtaining this batch of resurrection armor wouldn't be easy. It was guarded by such a powerful dark creature. But facing a level 20 dark creature's obstruction, how exactly had the Fat Sea of his past life managed to obtain this batch of resurrection armor? There was no time for deep thought. The resurrection armor was right before him. Even if a mountain of blades or a sea of fire stood in his way, he wouldn't bat an eyelid. A deep, furious roar erupted as Xiao Tian's eyes turned bloodshot. Instead of retreating, he charged forward. He activated beast mode and charged straight at the dark creature before him. Chapter 29. Sorry, I was just showing off. Xiao Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian charge forward, Yen Ruyu was stunned. That was a level 20 dark creature. And you just charge out like that? Holy. Fatsi was equally stunned, utterly impressed by Xiao Tian. What a badass. Charging in like that? That's practically suicide. Was this guy made of pure courage? Did he even know the meaning of the word fear? In that moment, Pang Dehai even wondered if Xiao Tian had chosen him precisely because he was the last Taoist master on Dragon Tiger Mountain who still knew the art of divination. If the little old man who had taught him these skills were still alive, he'd probably be the one getting beaten up right now. Just then, a furious roar erupted across the sky, snatching everyone's attention. Seeing the lowly human dare to attack it, the dark creature flew into a rage. It unleashed a fist directly toward Xiao Tian. The punch compressed the air to its limit, causing it to crackle with a deafening roar, a clear indication of its immense power. If it connected, he would be blown to bits, no question. The two figures closed in rapidly. At the last possible moment, Xiao Tian's wings flapped violently behind him, narrowly evading the attack. Then, several feathers shot out from his back toward the dark creature. Swish! 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 Without exception, the feathers embedded themselves into the dark creature's flesh, then released a terrifying electric current. But to Xiao Tian's surprise, the electric current within the feathers had no effect whatsoever on the massive creature before him. The shock only enraged the dark creature further. The crimson in its eyes deepened as it swung its trident toward Xiao Tian. Damn it! Xiao Tian cursed under his breath, forced to brace his body against the blow in his panic. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Tian was slammed into the ground like a fly caught in a swatter, the immense force driving him into the earth. Xiao Tian. Yen Ruyu's face drained of color. The man she had just pledged her life to, if he died here now, wouldn't she be forced into widowhood? Just as Yen Ruyu and the others were about to rush forward to check on him, Xiao Tian staggered to his feet from the collapsed ground. Covered in blood, his breath uneven and faint, he looked gravely wounded. I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head. Seeing the blood oozing from Xiao Tian's back of his head, Pang Dehai smacked his lips in disbelief, utterly speechless. Let me heal you. Yen Ruyu clenched her fists as she rushed to Xiao Tian's side. Placing both hands on his back, a faint yellow glow began to coalesce. Under the pale yellow glow, Xiao Tian's injuries began to gradually heal. However, due to Yen Ruyu's current low level and Xiao Tian's abnormally resilient constitution, the recovery was extremely slow. Xiao Tian glanced at the dark creature ahead and shook his head. It's useless. The recovery is too slow. You go ahead. I'll handle this here. Just as Yen Ruyu was about to protest, Yen Tiancheng stepped forward with a bold grin. Xiao Tian, you stay here and tend to your wounds. I'll hold this guy off. With that, he entered his beast form, his clothes bursting as he transformed into a devilishly muscular figure. Yet even before this elite-level dark creature, he still appeared remarkably small. Xiao Tian's gaze flickered between the two, hesitation in his voice. Are you sure it'll be okay? Yen Tiancheng was barely even a level 10. It wasn't that Xiao Tian didn't trust him, the gap between them was simply too vast. Relax. I dropped out at 17, entered the business world at 18, and built my own empire by 23. What storms haven't I weathered? Thanks for looking out for me these past few days, but we can't keep relying on you for everything. Buying you some time is the least I can do. Yen Tiancheng chuckled a few times, then let out a fierce roar as he charged toward the dark creature. His movements were decisive, leaving Xiao Tian no chance to speak further, only a dashing silhouette behind him. Yen Ruyu, while healing Xiao Tian, watched her father's departing figure.
In her eyes, his stature grew even more imposing.
Boom!
Yan Tianqing's body bulged with veins as he leapt 3 meters into the air, driving a full-force punch into the dark creature's abdomen. He had poured every ounce of strength into that punch. Even if it couldn't cripple the creature, surely it would inflict some damage? Yet when Yan Tianqing looked at the dark creature, he couldn't hold back his shock. Not only did it fail to inflict any damage, but damn it, not a single hair on its body was even singed. He'd clearly spoken too soon. At his current level, he was no match for this dark creature before him. As Yan Tianqing froze in shock, the space before him suddenly darkened. Looking up, he saw a fist as big as a sandbag descending toward him, obscuring the sky. As a seasoned business executive, Yan Tianqing maintained basic decorum and composure, unflappable even when faced with a mountain collapsing before him. But now, he couldn't help but let a curse slip out. His composure was shattered. Boom! The punch landed, sending Yan Tianqing flying like a kite with a broken string. He tumbled dozens of times across the ground before finally stabilizing his body. Once steady, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood with a gurgling sound.
Yan Ruyu. Xiao Tian's lips twitched.
Yan Tianqing had indeed bought him some time to recover.
3 seconds. Xiao Tian, I did my best.
Yan Tianqing cleared his throat softly, lowering his head, unable to meet Xiao Tian in Yan Ruyu's gazes. He'd already made bold claims earlier, and now he'd been instantly defeated by a dark creature the moment he acted.
It was utterly humiliating. Your levels are too low. Leave this to me for now. Xiao Tian shook his head, about to stand up, when Pang Dehai stepped forward. Leave it to me. Sure, you beat me senseless before we left the mountain, but I've eaten plenty of your food. As the last Tiancher of Dragon Tiger Mountain, I can't just eat without working, can I? Fat Dehai grinned widely, pulling a talisman from his sleeve and flicking it forward. The dark creature stared blankly at the scene, making no move. The talisman smoothly adhered to the creature's thick arm. Seeing this, Fat C narrowed his small eyes, formed hand seals, and chanted, "All warriors advance in formation." Swiftly, as commanded. Summon the 9 heavenly thunderbolts. Explode. Boom. Crackle.
As the incantation fell, the yellow talisman suddenly erupted with thunderous energy, completely enveloping the dark creature's arm.
Did it work?
Yan Ruyu asked hopefully, gazing at the thunder filling the sky.
Yet when the lightning faded, the dark creature's form reappeared before everyone's eyes.
Not only was it unscathed, but its blood-red eyes now glared at Pang Dehai with murderous intent.
Gulp. Pang Dehai's chubby face drained of color. His Adam's apple bobbed as he silently retreated behind Xiao Tian. Sorry, I admit I was putting on a bit of a show earlier. I can't handle this beast. You've burned all my awesome talismans. You're better off dealing with it yourself. Xiao Tian. The very moment Pang Dehai finished speaking, the whistling sound of wind cutting through the air echoed once more. The dark creature swung its trident, thrusting it directly toward the direction where Xiao Tian and his companions stood. In that instant, everyone felt the chill of death envelop them. We're done for. Chapter 30, Cutting Off Hands Without Warning? You're insane. As the trident descended, Pang Dehai braced himself for a gruesome end. He wasn't a spirit beast warrior, and the Taoist master was ultimately just an ordinary person utterly helpless in such a sudden crisis. Yan Ruyu and Yan Tianqing, father and daughter, were also deathly pale. While they were indeed spirit beast warriors, their ranks were far too low to offer any real resistance. At the critical moment, Xiao Tian stepped forward. His wings trembled, sending countless feathers flying forward like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, temporarily halting the descent of the massive trident. After the barrage, his wings were instantly covered in countless crimson threads, but new feathers quickly grew back. These attacks only temporarily slow the enemy down, they can't inflict significant damage. Xiao Tian glanced up at the undamaged dark creature and offered his assessment. In truth, the dark creature was a living being, and as such, it possessed flesh and blood. Before devouring the mutated cockroach, Xiao Tian could restore his own strength by draining blood. But now, that was no longer possible. That ability had been erased. He could still regenerate severed limbs, but restoring injuries by absorbing blood was no longer possible. This was only natural. He could infinitely devour genes to evolve, gaining new abilities with each consumption while shedding others. If he permanently retained every specific ability trait from each new genetic sequence consumed, he'd truly become a monster. Looks like I'll have to rely on the mutated cockroach's abilities. Xiao Tian sighed inwardly. Since the battle began, he hadn't once revealed his cockroach antennae. While these appendages could sense danger in advance and even track an opponent's movements, their appearance was simply too ridiculous. They resembled twin ponytails. Xiao Tian had refrained from using them out of embarrassment, but now he had no choice. With a flick of his thoughts, 2 long cockroach antennae sprouted from Xiao Tian's head. Yan Ruyu and the others behind him stared in stunned silence. I don't recall Xiao Tian having these antennae before, Yan Tianqing muttered blankly. What kind of animal ability did Xiao Tian actually gain? First wings, then an electric eel head, and now antennae? Yan Ruyu's lovely face was also filled with bewilderment. But none of that was the crux of the matter. The real turning point came when the cockroach antennae appeared, completely reversing the tide of battle. Before this dark creature, even Xiao Tian had scarcely a chance to fight back. But with the cockroach antennae, Xiao Tian suddenly seemed to have a cheat code activated. He could not only dodge the dark creature's attacks in advance but even predict them with pinpoint accuracy. The dark creature attempted to deliver a crushing punch, but the moment it raised its fist, Xiao Tian anticipated the move. Using his wings, he dodged the attack in advance. Simultaneously, he darted beneath the dark creature's torso and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks to its groin. The dark creature's defenses were maxed out, yet regardless of the creature, this area remained its most vulnerable spot. It immediately screamed in agony, teeth bared in pain. Yan Tianqing and Pang Dahu exchanged a glance, both feeling a sudden chill in their groins. Who says men can't empathize? Xiao Tian's move was truly vicious. Roar! Xiao Tian's actions had completely enraged the dark creature. Blue flames surged around it as it wildly swung its trident at Xiao Tian. But Xiao Tian, aided by the cockroach antennae, was utterly unstoppable. He was like a summer mosquito, you could hear its buzzing, yet you just couldn't swat it. Xiao Tian was that summer mosquito, while the dark creature was the helpless victim being drained of blood. It pounded its chest in rage, utterly powerless to stop him. After several exchanges, the dark creature gradually exhausted its strength. Seeing this, Xiao Tian wasted no words. Seizing the moment, he grabbed a feather and lunged at the creature's neck. The feather plunged deep into the skin, then unleashed a powerful electric current. The dark creature, already utterly exhausted, couldn't withstand this blow. With a crackling hum, the creature's massive form froze rigid. Then, with a thunderous thud, it crashed to the ground, utterly lifeless. Dead. This level 20 dark creature had been toyed with by Xiao Tian, ultimately meeting a tragic end. After completing this, Xiao Tian landed steadily on the ground, gasping for breath. Xiao Tian, are you okay? Only when the massive figure collapsed did Yen Ruyu and the others snap out of their daze. They rushed to Xiao Tian's side, their concern evident in their voices. Just as Xiao Tian opened his mouth to speak, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees. Had Yen Ruyu not caught him in time, he would have fallen unconscious. Xiao Tian. Yen Ruyu gasped in alarm, urgently saying, "Don't speak. I'll tend to your wounds." Dealing with this dark entity had clearly taken a tremendous toll on Xiao Tian. Having known Xiao Tian for so long, she had never seen him in such a weakened state. This was the first time she had ever seen him so utterly drained. Yet just as Yen Ruyu prepared to tend to Xiao Tian's wounds, a sudden clap of applause echoed from within the mist. Who's there? Yen Ruyu and the others instantly grew alert, whipping their heads around to look behind them. 5 figures emerged shoulder to shoulder from the mist behind them. The leader wore a wicked grin, clapping as he walked. Truly worthy of the title God Xiao, the young man in front remarked, his smile unnatural as he looked at Xiao Tian. To witness someone fight above their level, we've certainly seen something today. Ever since entering the Forbidden Zone, they had been silently tailing Xiao Tian and his companions, witnessing every battle that had unfolded. Seeing Xiao Tian confront the dark entity head-on, they all thought he was courting death. Yet the outcome defied their expectations. Xiao Tian stood unscathed, while the dark creature had been eliminated. Boss, cut the chatter. Just take out Xiao Tian now. At least we'll have something to report back to brother someone behind him suddenly interjected. She nodded, then turned his gaze to the sets of resurrection armor on the high platform, his face contorting with maniacal delight. This armor possesses the power of resurrection absolute gold. We'll take it all with us later. This trip won't have been for nothing if we can snag something this valuable. In the current dark turmoil, possessing such resurrection gear was like gaining an extra life. He Huan? Are you with He Huan? At that moment, Yen Ruyu finally snapped out of it and confronted He Huan is my elder brother. I am He his younger brother. He made no attempt to conceal his identity. In his view, Xiao Tian and his group were already as good as dead, so revealing the truth posed no harm. Ruyu, take Xiao Tian and leave first. I'll hold them off here. Yan Tianqing frowned, entering his beast form once more as he spoke. Every last one of you will die. Not a single one will escape. He wiped the corner of his mouth, his expression turning cold as he waved his hand. Attack! The moment he uttered that final word, the 4 men beside him prepared to act. Suddenly, Xiao Tian, who had been severely wounded, shed all traces of pain from his face and rose to his feet, expressionless. This scene stunned not only He but even Yen Ruyu and the others beside him. Xiao Tian paid no heed to their reactions. The 2 cockroach antennae on his head twitched, and 4 feathers simultaneously flashed out, piercing the 4 men's foreheads in unison. A powerful electric current surged forth. Before the 4 could even scream, they were electrocuted into charred corpses, collapsing to the ground and dying instantly. You weren't seriously injured. You were lying to us. She froze for a moment before suddenly turning to Xiao Tian with intense emotion. Indeed, I was deceiving you. I sensed you tailing me the entire way. I only lured you out to prevent your escape. Xiao Tian chuckled, then picked up a feather and strode forward, slicing cleanly through He's right arm. The cut was incredibly smooth, revealing the severed bone clearly. Only after several seconds did blood begin gushing from the wound.
Warm blood instantly drenched half his body, pooling in his shoes as it ran down his thigh. She was stunned.
You're insane. Cutting off an arm without warning? Is this something a human being would do?
She wanted to scream in pain, but Xiao Tian beat him to it, slamming his hand over his mouth. Leaning his face close, he asked in a sinister tone, "Tell me where your brother Huan is, and I might consider sparing your worthless life."
Chapter 31. Sorry, I'm a man without principles.
She instinctively wanted to refuse, but Xiao Tian seemed to have foreseen this, his eyes instantly turning dangerous. With a swift motion, he snapped Shi's other arm clean off. Scorching blood gushed forth like a fountain. Shi's eyelids twitched violently, his pupils dilating in terror as his entire being faltered.
Beast warriors were still human. Excessive blood loss would send even a Deluo immortal into shock or death.
He could feel the blood steadily draining from his body, carrying away his warmth with it. The forbidden zone was already bitterly cold, with chilling winds whistling through the air. With every drop of blood lost, his body grew colder. But it was the sound of flowing water echoing through the scene that truly pushed Shi over the edge. This wasn't the sound of water flowing, it was the sound of his own blood pooling on the ground.
My elder brother is my blood brother.
He holds a place in my heart more precious than any beloved friend or relative. I am his own flesh and blood younger brother.
Do you really think I would betray him?
At this moment, Shi unexpectedly grew defiant, causing Xiao Tian to raise an eyebrow. Yet the next moment, Shi abruptly changed tack. "If I tell you where he is, will you spare me?" As if worried his words weren't clear enough, he added, "I know where he is."
If you promise to spare me, I'll tell you right now. The name Xiaoshan was known to every soul in Great Scholar City. He dealt with enemies with ruthless decisiveness. Anyone who had ever crossed Xiao Tian never lived long.
His own brother, Huan, was merely an exception. Therefore, without Xiao Tian's explicit assurance, Shi dared not speak freely. He feared that the moment he revealed the information, Xiao Tian would send someone to silence him. He believed holding this information hostage was his only leverage.
Unfortunately, he had severely underestimated Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was no two-dimensional character from those brainless novels, incapable of adapting. Fine. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian nodded.
I can guarantee this. Tell me Huan's location, and I'll let you go. But letting you go is one thing, killing you after I've released you is quite another.
Swear it on heaven. She suddenly demanded. I swear to heaven. Xiao Tian held up 4 fingers, his words utterly perfunctory. I still don't trust you. What if I tell you now and you kill me immediately?
She pondered for a moment before speaking. First, get me out of this forbidden area. Once I'm safely out, I'll tell you.
Xiao Tian's brow furrowed.
All patience had vanished. Suddenly, he delivered a kick straight to Shi's groin. Having both arms severed was agonizing, but the pain inflicted by his own brother was even more unbearable. Shi's face contorted in agony, his body convulsing violently, nearly knocking him unconscious.
My patience is limited. I'll count to 3. If you don't give me the information I want, I'll crush your balls.
Xiao Tian's face was grim, his tone leaving no room for argument.
He began counting down. 3, 2. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Before Xiao Tian could utter the final number, Shi finally broke down, revealing Huan's hiding place in meticulous detail.
Far outside the forbidden zone, Huan could never have imagined in his wildest dreams that sending his own younger brother and several spirit beast warriors into the forbidden zone to assassinate Xiao Tian. Not only had the mission failed, but his own hiding place had been completely exposed. Xiao Tian had obtained the information he sought, but to be certain, he pressed him several more times.
Only after confirming the truth did he nod. I've told you everything. Can you let me go now?
She looked at Xiao Tian, his face flushed, pleading.
Xiao Tian nodded, then smashed the man's skull with a single punch.
He had indeed promised Shi that, in principle, he would spare her if she told the truth. Unfortunately, he wasn't a man of principle. To survive in this dark and turbulent era, one needed not only overwhelming strength but also a ruthless disposition. If one clung to principles and moral boundaries, they'd likely have died countless times already.
As a reincarnated soul, Xiao Tian would never make such a rookie mistake.
So-called principles and rules were nothing but lies spun by rulers to maintain stability.
In an era of darkness and chaos, ruthlessness and slaughter were the only true path to dominance. Huan, I know where you are.
Clean your neck and wait for me.
The moment I step out of the forbidden zone, I'll come and finish you off.
Xiao Tian placed his right hand over his chest, rubbing the blood in his palm as he spoke to himself. Just then, Yan Ruyu and the others arrived behind Xiao Tian.
Xiao Tian, are you okay?
Yan Ruyu glanced at Shi's headless corpse, her face lighting up with surprise.
I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head with a smile. Then why did you look like you were about to drop dead just now? Pang Dahai tilted his head, clearly skeptical. Then Pang Dahai suddenly slapped his forehead. I get it now.
You knew where these guys were hiding all along.
You deliberately played weak to lure them out. What a deep scheme. Xiao Tian. If this counted as scheming, then every woman in an ancient emperor's harem would be a genius.
What Xiao Tian didn't know was that Dragon Tiger Mountain wasn't nearly as complicated as he imagined. Ever since arriving here, Pang Dahui had been diligently studying under his master. He was a straightforward, honest fellow, and Xiao Tian's tactics truly gave him a refreshingly new perspective. After dealing with the unimportant personnel, Xiao Tian turned his attention back to the sets of resurrection armor on the high platform. He stepped forward and removed them all. According to the information he had obtained before his rebirth, these resurrection armor sets required binding before they could be used.
The binding process was simple, one only needed to infuse their own power into them.
Once bound, the resurrection armor would enter a vaporized state and envelop the wearer. Only when the wearer suffered fatal damage would it manifest again.
We've got all the resurrection suits. Let's head out now,
Xiao Tian said to the group, holding 6 sets of suits.
Yen Tianshang hesitated.
There should be other valuable items in the Forbidden Zone.
Shouldn't we explore a bit more? No need. Xiao Tian shook his head indifferently.
Compared to these 6 sets of resurrection armor, everything else is insignificant.
Hearing Xiao Tian's reasoning, Yen Tianshang and the others no longer hesitated.
They all followed Xiao Tian toward the exit. Along the way, they encountered neither dark creatures nor any other spirit beast warriors who had entered the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone was vast, shrouded in thick mist, and with relatively few people entering this time, encounters were rare. Yet, just as the group reached the vortex, they witnessed an unexpected scene. Xin Xiulan appeared to be holding something close to her chest, protected by military personnel positioned around her.
Surrounding Xin Xiulan's group were no fewer than 10 spirit beast warriors, glaring at her with intense focus.
More accurately, they were fixated on whatever she held in her arms.
Xiao Tian couldn't help but glance over in curiosity.
What he saw left him utterly astonished. For the object Xin Xiulan held was also a piece of equipment. It seemed the beautiful Dean had quite the luck. Her first visit to the Forbidden Zone had yielded a decent piece of gear. Unfortunately, it seemed the surrounding spirit beast warriors had also set their sights on this piece of gear.
Big trees catch the wind.
This beautiful Dean was likely in danger.
Chapter 32, The gap between people is different as heaven and earth.
Xin Xiulan watched the standoff between the two sides, her face clouded with worry.
Just then, Xiao Tian and his group suddenly appeared.
She instinctively glanced over and immediately spotted the 6 sets of resurrection armor Xiao Tian held in his arms. Her gaze then dropped to the single suit she clutched tightly in her arms, her expression turning utterly stunned. She had struggled so hard to find this single piece of gear, yet before she could even carry it out, others had discovered it and surrounded her.
And Xiao Tian? He'd found 6 at once?
Xin Xiulan had no idea that the equipment in her arms couldn't compare to the resurrection armor Xiao Tian held. If they were to be compared, the difference was like heaven and earth. After all, one merely provided a modest strength boost to the wearer, while the other granted the ability to resurrect. Beyond these 6 resurrection armors, what surprised Xin Xiulan even more was that the other spirit beast warriors present had also spotted Xiao Tian's arrival. They also noticed the 6 sets of gear he was holding. Yet they merely glanced at them before turning back, their fierce gazes fixed on her. Holy crap! As a top graduate from a prestigious university who had risen to become a dean, Xin Xiulan possessed a composure far surpassing her peers. Yet at this moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to curse. What the hell, why? All she did was find a piece of gear, and now they were all ganging up on her, practically demanding she hand it over or else. Xiao Tian showed up with 6 sets of gear, yet you all just glanced at him and acted like nothing happened.
Is this really acceptable? This is your final chance. Hand over the gear in your possession. Otherwise, even if you're military personnel, we won't show any mercy.
At that moment, the leader of the spirit beast warriors turned to Xin Xiulan, his voice icy as he spoke. His words were echoed by the surrounding spirit beast warriors. All of them simultaneously entered their beast forms, their posture suggesting that if Xin Xiulan refused, they would attack her without hesitation.
Dean, perhaps we should just hand over the equipment.
With so many spirit beast warriors, our small group stands no chance against them. A military officer leaned close to Xin Xiulan and whispered urgently. Xin Xiulan knew this well, but gazing at the equipment she had worked so hard to obtain, she felt an intense sense of reluctance.
This equipment was no ordinary item.
If they could bring it back to the Research Institute for careful study, they might uncover something significant. Handing it over now would render their entire mission meaningless.
With so many of you present, yet only one piece of equipment. Even if I were to hand it over now, how exactly would you divide it among yourselves? Xin Xiulan asked, gritting her teeth.
The leader sneered coldly.
Heh, you needn't trouble yourself with that.
We're not foolish enough to fall for your attempts to sow discord.
What you need to do now is hand over the item.
Seeing deception was futile, Xin Xiulan's gaze darted rapidly before suddenly locking onto Xiao Tian. That glance proved decisive. She froze in shock. Xiao Tian and his group completely ignored the commotion on their side, passing unimpeded to the front of the vortex. As Xiao Tian lifted his foot to step into the vortex, Xin Xiulan panicked.
Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian paused, turning his gaze toward Xin Xiulan in the crowd. He blinked. Dean Shun, is something wrong?
Shin Xiulan felt like rolling her eyes.
What could possibly be wrong? Can't you see I'm surrounded by a bunch of spirit beast warriors right now? Though speechless, Shin Xiulan took a deep breath and spoke. Xiao Tian, I know your abilities. Could you help me this once?
Hearing Shin Xiulan's words, the spirit beast warriors present all turned their gaze toward Xiao Tian.
Many of their expressions changed instantly. Could this beautiful Dean actually know that notorious figure? Throughout the entire city of Diru, who didn't know that Xiao Tian had single-handedly monopolized most of the resources?
Yet even knowing this, no one dared openly oppose Xiao Tian. Because anyone who had ever crossed him was already 6 feet under from Li Chong at the beginning to Chao Menglong later on, not a single one had ended well. If these two truly knew each other, they'd be in for a world of trouble.
Xiao Tian remained silent, casting a faint glance over the crowd.
That single glance was enough to make many tremble in fear, and some of the more timid individuals nearly wet themselves. Only those familiar with Xiao Tian's reputation understood the sheer terror his gaze could instill. To put it bluntly, even if all present here joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against the man before them.
Could it be that this beautiful Dean actually knew this formidable figure?
Just as everyone was filled with apprehension, Xiao Tian spoke. Dean Shun, we've only met once.
This is your own business. It seems I have no reason to intervene, right? A single encounter? So they weren't actually acquainted? Phew! At this realization, everyone collectively exhaled in relief.
Their taut nerves gradually relaxed, a sense of immense weight lifted from their shoulders. Shin Xiulan, oblivious to their reactions, furrowed her brow and looked at Xiao Tian intently.
If you're willing to help me resolve this immediate trouble, I can join your team. I can assist you. You know how it is in this era, the more friends you have, the more paths open up. Xiao Tian didn't agree rashly, instead quickly considering the bigger picture.
He wasn't the kind of devil who slaughtered innocents indiscriminately, but he certainly wasn't some do-gooder who would shout at every injustice he saw. Since they were neither friends nor acquaintances, asking for his help required offering corresponding leverage that was fair cooperation and mutual benefit. Shin Xiulan would later develop many excellent pieces of equipment and some peculiar inventions. To have someone like this at his disposal with just one act of assistance was a worthwhile investment. And stepping in to resolve the other party's immediate trouble was hardly a difficult task for him. This deal was a win-win no matter how you looked at it.
Alright, I agree. Xiao Tian nodded.
Seeing this, Shin Xiulan exhaled a long breath of relief. Though she didn't know Xiao Tian well, she understood enough to recognize that if he dared to agree, he must have confidence in his ability to deliver. Today's crisis could be resolved smoothly. Just as Shin Xiulan expected Xiao Tian to engage in a fierce battle with the spirit beast warriors present.
Xiao Tian's actions stunned her for 30 years. I've secured Dean Shun. Don't even think about taking the equipment in her possession. Everyone, disperse. Xiao Tian looked at the crowd and waved his hand. What surprised Shin Xiulan even more was that, faced with Xiao Tian's words, the spirit beast warriors didn't grow angry. Instead, each of them flashed a smile that said business is business. Very well, very well. Since Lord Xiao has spoken, we must certainly grant him this favor. Since Lord Xiao has spoken, we'd be remiss to argue. Rest assured, Lord Xiao, we'll leave immediately. The spirit beast warriors who had earlier eyed Shin Xiulan hungrily now behaved as obediently as elementary school students. Bowing and scraping before Xiao Tian, they turned without a moment's hesitation and vanished into the mist ahead. Wait, that's it? Shin Xiulan's mouth fell slightly open. Her worldview was shattered. The military personnel scratched their heads and exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions utterly bizarre. They'd all braced for a life or death battle, yet Xiao Tian had defused the crisis with just one sentence. Damn it! What kind of demonic force was this? Could the gap between people really be this vast? Chapter 33, You've Got a Crush on Me? Shin Xiulan finally understood why the spirit beast warriors present, despite clearly seeing the equipment in Xiao Tian's arms, remained utterly unmoved. So these are your people? Seeming to catch the confusion in Shin Xiulan's eyes, Xiao Tian replied calmly, they're not my people. They just understand a simple truth. What principle? Shin Xiulan instinctively pressed. They understand that I'm someone they can't afford to mess with. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Shin Xiulan's eyelid twitched violently. She wanted to argue back but found herself speechless. It seemed undeniably true. After all, when those men had seen Xiao Tian earlier, they'd acted like mice encountering a cat. Thank you for today. I'll honor my earlier promise. However, I remain a member of the military and must stay at the lab to continue my research. Should you need anything, just let me know, I won't refuse. Shin Xiulan understood well that there was no such thing as a free lunch. That this stranger, whom she had barely met, was willing to lend a hand. She owed him an enormous debt of gratitude. Moreover, having secured this equipment now, perhaps upon returning, she truly could use it to uncover something significant. Xiao Tian nodded, then turned to leave with Yen Ruyu and the others.
But after taking a few steps, Xiao Tian suddenly halted and asked Xiao, "I'm curious, with the dark turmoil upon us, the existing order already shattered, and the military and great scholar city existing in name only, why are you so determined to pursue your research?" This question had actually puzzled Xiao Tian even before his rebirth, though back then he was merely an ordinary person. Struggling to afford 3 meals a day, he certainly wouldn't have sought out Xiao specifically to ask such a question. Xiao pondered for a moment before looking up earnestly. "Through my research, I want to help more people weather this crisis together." Xiao Tian nodded in understanding, his lingering doubts finally resolved. Xiaolan's mindset wasn't exactly saintly, it was downright noble. Yet to Xiao Tian, while noble, it also seemed somewhat laughable. The descent of the dark turmoil remained an enigma thus far, and it was divided into 9 layers. If the first layer was already this formidable, who knew what terrifying entities would emerge in the subsequent 8 layers? Xiaolan's research might prove useful, but it could alter nothing in the face of absolute darkness. Just as Xiao Tian prepared to leave, his gaze suddenly fell upon the resurrection armor in his embrace. After a moment's hesitation, he took one piece and handed it to Xiao. "What is this?" Xiao instinctively took the resurrection armor, looking at Xiao Tian in confusion. Yan Ruyu and the others stared at Xiao Tian in astonishment. They were all acutely aware of the resurrection armor's significance. This was an item capable of granting its wearer a second life. And Xiao Tian had just casually given one to the woman before him. Fang Dawai's astonishment was plain to see, while Yan Ruyu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao. Though older than herself, the woman appeared to be only in her early 30s, with skin even more dewy and radiant than her own. More importantly, Xiaolan's ample bust was simply breathtaking, her figure exceptionally shapely, and her entire being radiated the unique allure of a mature woman. A prime young woman. Xiao Tian actually gave such a precious thing to the woman before him. Could she be his type? Women were naturally more sentimental and tended to overthink things far more than men. It was no wonder she was pondering this. This is a resurrection armor. When worn, it grants one chance to revive after a fatal blow. Infuse your power into it to bind it. Resurrection armor? Xiaolan's eyes widened in astonishment. Guided by Xiao Tian, she released a strand of her power into the armor. As the energy flowed in, the armor flickered faintly before transforming into a streak of light that enveloped Xiaolan. Then it vanished entirely. Xiao Tian knew this signaled the successful binding of the armor. It would remain dormant under normal circumstances, only manifesting when Xiaolan faced mortal peril. After completing this, Xiao Tian prepared to leave. But just then, Xiaolan called out to him. "Is there something else, Dean Shun?" Gazing at Xiao Tian's carefree face, Xiaolan asked solemnly, "Why did you give me something so precious?" Xiao Tian's reason was straightforward, since Xiaolan was now one of his own, he naturally needed to show some consideration. After all, the research she had developed could prove immensely valuable in the future. Moreover, Xiaolan herself was not a spirit beast warrior, meaning she would be defenseless in the face of danger. Therefore, to prevent any mishaps, Xiao Tian had deliberated and decided to gift her a set of resurrection armor. He didn't have many people around him now anyway, so giving away one set of resurrection armor wouldn't hurt. The reason was that straightforward. But to Xiaolan, it was a different story entirely. Even the foolish son of a wealthy family wouldn't just throw gold coins around like that. "I'm in a good mood today and simply want to offer a gift. Don't read too much into it, I have no ulterior motives." Xiao Tian pondered before replying, then led Yan Ruyu and the others out of the forbidden zone. Mulling over Xiao Tian's words, Xiaolan was convinced the matter couldn't possibly be that straightforward. What kind of sane person just randomly throws gold coins around when they're in a good mood? Yet here he was, offering her such a precious gift for no apparent reason. What could possibly be behind it? Could it be that this young man had a secret crush on her? Once the thought surfaced, Xiaolan's heart refused to settle for a long time. The first time, when the Research Institute faced the threat of mutant cockroaches, it was Xiao Tian who came alone to resolve the situation. This time, facing a group attack, Xiao Tian stepped forward and resolved the trouble. Putting these two incidents together and thinking it through carefully, Xiaolan felt more and more convinced that this was indeed the case. This kid. Xiaolan lowered her head, a faint smile suddenly curving her lips. Though she felt somewhat flattered. Being secretly admired and liked by such a powerful and handsome youth felt genuinely rather nice. "Dean, shall we head out now?" Just then, someone beside her asked abruptly. Xiaolan snapped out of her reverie. After a moment's thought, she shook her head. With Xiao Tian's presence to intimidate them, those guys probably won't dare to make a move on us. Let's keep pushing deeper into the forbidden zone and see if we can find anything else worthwhile. Meanwhile, after leaving the forbidden zone, Xiao Tian didn't immediately seek out He Huan for retribution. Instead, he summoned 2 spirit beast warriors who had been lingering near the restricted area. When Xiao Tian beckoned them over, the 2 were initially terrified, fearing their ugly appearance had offended him. But as they approached with trepidation and heard Xiao Tian's words, their fear instantly turned to joy. "You 2 will guard this entrance.
Anyone wishing to enter the Forbidden Zone must first surrender 3 mutated beast cores. No exceptions. Once the task is complete, I'll provide you with supplies. Understood? So this demon was turning them into gatekeepers?
The Forbidden Zone was a public space that had appeared out of nowhere. Logically, everyone should have the right to enter. Yet this tyrant treated it like his personal fiefdom, charging fees for entry.
How utterly tyrannical.
But given his power, he certainly has the capital to be so overbearing.
Understood.
We'll guard the Forbidden Zone properly.
Anyone wanting in must pay with crystal cores.
The two nodded vigorously in agreement.
Xiao Tian nodded.
If anyone dares to force their way in, mention my name. If they persist, report the incident to me immediately.
If memory served, the second Forbidden Zone would open in 3 days. With his current strength, monopolizing the area wasn't beyond his reach.
In summary, during the apocalypse, one must utilize every available resource. Xiao Tian saw nothing wrong with his approach after all. If you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you.
After giving his instructions to the two, Xiao Tian finally led Yen Ruyu and the others away.
Instead of returning directly to the villa, they headed to a relatively secluded location.
Only then did Xiao Tian turn to Yen Ruyu and the others. There are 5 more resurrection suits here. Come and divide them up. Chapter 34, No need for chatter, prove yourself or get out of my way.
At Xiao Tian's words, everyone's eyes lit up.
Who wouldn't want a set of gear with resurrection properties?
But what they hadn't anticipated was that Xiao Tian would actually be willing to share such precious gear with them. Yen Ruyu, Yen Tianchang, and Pang Dahui each received a set of resurrection armor. Including Xiao Tian himself, a total of 4 sets of resurrection armor were distributed, leaving only 1 set temporarily unused. After receiving their armor, each person bound it to themselves as Xiao Tian had instructed.
Once bound, the armor instantly vanished into nothingness.
Though they'd witnessed this effect before with Xinxiulan, the experience still felt fresh to them.
Amidst their astonishment, they were also deeply moved. Xiao Tian showed no mercy to his enemies, but his loyalty to his own people was beyond reproach.
Yen Tiancheng could guarantee that if anyone else were in Xiao Tian's position, they likely wouldn't have shared such precious equipment with those around them.
Amidst the current dark turmoil, humanity's darker side was unleashed without restraint. Selfishness had become the norm for many.
We're all on the same side, no need for meaningless formalities. Seeing Yen Tiancheng and the others overcome with gratitude, Xiao Tian hastily waved his hand to interrupt. The dark turmoil was divided into 9 tiers. To survive in this chaotic age, personal strength alone was woefully insufficient. This was precisely why Xiao Tian had distributed the resurrection armor among them. The others nodded in understanding, dispensing with further formalities.
Fat C wiped away a tear of emotion.
Back when Xiao Tian had beaten him senseless on Dragon Tiger Mountain, even after feasting lavishly afterward, a lingering resentment remained. He'd always thought Xiao Tian was a bully, the kind who'd beat people up over the slightest disagreement. But now, with the resurrection armor successfully bound, the last remnants of resentment toward Xiao Tian vanished completely.
He even began to see Xiao Tian as a remarkable figure.
Sure, this guy did throw punches at the drop of a hat, but he was ridiculously good to those close to him.
To be by such a man's side, what did it matter if he was a bully?
Originally, Pang Dahai had planned to return to his Dragon Tiger Mountain after resolving matters here. But now, that thought had suddenly vanished.
Longhu Mountain offered endless noodles, yet he spent every day in solitary confinement. How could that compare to the comfortable life of feasting in revelry by Xiao Tian's side? Xiao Tian, shouldn't we handle that He Huan business now?
Yen Tiancheng suddenly spoke up.
Xiao Tian nodded. He hadn't forgotten about He Huan.
After a moment's thought, Xiao Tian said, Mr. Yen, you take the fat man back to the villa first.
Though it's temporarily safe there, it still needs someone to guard it. As for He Huan, Ruyu and I will handle it. Yen Tiancheng raised no objections. He trusted Xiao Tian's capabilities implicitly. All right, stay safe. After giving his instructions, Yen Tiancheng departed with Fat Hai. Xiao Tian then turned to Yen Ruyu, let's get moving.
All right. Yen Ruyu nodded, but her heart was no longer calm after hearing Xiao Tian address her as Ruyu. While the two were rushing to He Huan's location, He Huan was suffering greatly. During his days as a fugitive, he dared not step outside, terrified of revealing his whereabouts. What frustrated him most was that he had recruited a large number of spirit beast warriors under his command, enough to dominate the region. Yet now he was forced to swallow his pride and endure. No choice while he had men, they were nowhere near enough to take on the entire spirit beast warriors of Grand Scholar City.
Xiao Tian, you just wait. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Don't ever let me catch you off guard, or you'll suffer the consequences.
At the floor-to-ceiling window, He Huan held a stemmed glass, his expression shifting between light and shadow as he gazed at the view outside. Just then, a frantic figure stumbled through the door.
Brother Huan, it's bad news. He Huan frowned, turning to the newcomer. Didn't I tell you? We're not ordinary people anymore.
Even if something earth-shattering happens, you must keep your cool. The man swallowed hard, his voice bitter.
Brother Huan, this is serious. The brothers we sent to tail Xiao Tian have all lost contact. At those words, Huan instantly lost his composure, leaping to his feet. What did you say? His voice shot up an octave. The man shrank back, his voice barely above a whisper. Everyone who entered the vortex has come out by now. Xiao Tian emerged unscathed too. But our men still haven't made a move. Maybe they've already. Huan slammed his wine glass onto the floor in fury, his face darkening further. He had dispatched an entire squad of nameless spirit beast warriors this time, and they weren't low level either, yet they still hadn't taken down Xiao Tian. And among those 5 was his own younger brother, Shi. Now that all contact had been lost, Shi was likely in grave danger too. Damn Xiao Tian. I'll never rest until I've finished you. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted outside, followed by another spirit beast warrior rushing in breathlessly. Brother Huan, it's bad. Xiao Tian stormed in with his men. None of our guys could stand up to him. Several were taken down in a single round. Whoosh! Huan's face instantly twisted into a ferocious grimace, hot breath flaring from his nostrils. Damn it! You killed my own brother, and I haven't even come for you yet. Now you've got the nerve to show up on my turf first? You think you're untouchable in the whole of Deru City? If Xiao Tian used his resources to issue a kill order against him, he'd have little recourse. But Xiao Tian coming to his turf himself? That's suicide. How many of them are there? Huan wasn't entirely without brains. He didn't rush out immediately. Only 2. Besides Xiao Tian, there's a woman, the spirit beast warrior reported truthfully. Hearing this, Huan's expression grew even more ferocious as he smashed the glass coffee table before him with a single punch. Well, Xiao Tian. You think you can just waltz into my turf with a woman in tow? Think I'm some pushover? With the enemy coming alone and bringing only a woman, Huan now had no reservations. He immediately ordered, notify all brothers. Take action together and eliminate that arrogant fool right where he stands. Whoever brings me Xiao Tian's head will receive a generous reward. The news sent Huan's entire spirit beast warrior contingent into a frenzy. Like they'd been injected with adrenaline, they howled and charged out of the warehouse, surrounding Xiao Tian and Yenruyu. The leader stepped forward, his fists transforming into sharp claws. Licking his lips, he grinned savagely at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, you. Xiao Tian's expression remained icy, showing no sign of backing down. Glancing around, he suddenly crouched down, picked up a brick, and casually flung it forward. With a thunderous crash, the creature in front, utterly unprepared for Xiao Tian's sudden ambush, took the brick squarely in the face. Blood began gushing out. Everyone. Chapter 35, the top-tier contrast of the school flower. Except for Yenruyu, who knew Xiao Tian well, the others clearly hadn't expected him to resort to violence at the drop of a hat. The spirit beast warrior still felt the pain. As the searing sensation hit his face, the spirit beast warrior struck by the brick flew into a rage. You're asking for it. His eyes narrowed into slits, filled with venom as he charged at Xiao Tian, claws raised. He looked ready to tear Xiao Tian to shreds. Xiao Tian remained expressionless, standing perfectly straight in place, showing no intention of dodging. Even Yenruyu was momentarily baffled by Xiao Tian's intent. Xiao Tian was indeed powerful, but his physical defenses weren't impenetrable. Standing still to take a beating wasn't his style. Just as they were about to collide, Xiao Tian's gaze suddenly locked onto the blue water bucket beside the warehouse door. Whoosh! Black wings emerged from his back, and a feather shot toward the blue bucket. The bucket exploded, spraying water everywhere. It drenched the floor and soaked the numerous spirit beast warriors present. Witnessing this, the expressions of the other spirit beast warriors turned peculiar as they looked at Xiao Tian. Is this guy crazy? With an attack already upon him, not only did he not dodge, but he had the nerve to blow up a water bucket for fun? Only Yenruyu's pupils contracted slightly, as if she vaguely guessed Xiao Tian's intention. The moment the bucket exploded, the surface of the black feather that had pierced the ground began to flicker with electric sparks. Crackle! A sudden crackle of electricity filled the air. Before anyone could react, the powerful current surged through the puddles on the floor and spread across their bodies. In that instant, everyone was electrically stiffened in place, their bodies twitching violently. Under the powerful current's influence, every muscle instantly went numb, as if struck by a petrification spell, leaving them utterly immobilized. Ruyu, I'll leave these people to you. Xiao Tian turned to look at Yenruyu and said. Understood. Yenruyu took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. Killing. As a pampered young lady, this concept had once been utterly foreign to her. But now the world had changed. It was a world of survival of the fittest. To protect herself, she had to keep killing and growing stronger. The people before her were all under Huan's command. Had Xiao Tian not possessed overwhelming strength, it would have been them who perished. Therefore, Yenruyu felt no psychological burden in taking action against them. She too must grow stronger. She refused to be a mere ornament. Just as Yenruyu prepared to act, she suddenly turned to Xiao Tian and said, My beast transformation ability only heals. It seems I can't fight. Use this. Xiao Tian picked up another brick and handed it to Yenruyu. Yenruyu.
After hesitating for a moment, Yen Ruyu reached out and took the brick Xiao Tian offered. But she'd never even killed a chicken in her life. Now, suddenly asked to kill someone, she felt utterly at a loss. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Tian patiently guided her, just smash it over the head. Damn it! The others, numb from the electric shock, twitched their lips in disbelief, tears welling up in their eyes. Devil! This bastard is absolutely a devil. If you've got the guts, just finish us off. Why torture us like this? Many began to regret their rash actions, regretting that they had dared to strike at this devil before them. They wanted to beg for mercy, to kneel, to cling to any sliver of hope. But now their bodies were paralyzed, muscles utterly uncontrollable. All they could do was stand frozen in place, utterly helpless. They could only watch helplessly as Yen Ruyu, brick in hand, approached them. Yen Ruyu approached one unlucky soul. After steeled herself, she closed her eyes and swung the brick with all her might. Thud! The brick smashed into the unfortunate man's face, blood gushing out instantly. A searing, excruciating pain radiated from his facial nerves throughout his entire body. But this level of injury wouldn't kill him. Aim for the temple, Xiao Tian continued to guide patiently. Got it. Yen Ruyu nodded, then aimed the brick squarely at the temple and swung it down. One brick to the head, and the poor bastard's eyes rolled back instantly. He collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. Dead. Is this what it feels like to kill someone? Yen Ruyu murmured to herself, her heart racing as she looked at the blood-soaked brick in her hand. It felt strangely peculiar. Perhaps knowing these people before her deserved death, Yen Ruyu felt no psychological discomfort whatsoever. Instead, she experienced a sense of exhilaration. With that first successful strike under her belt, the subsequent steps came effortlessly to Yen Ruyu, growing increasingly proficient with each kill. In less than a few minutes, all the spirit beast warriors at the scene were eliminated. How does it feel to kill someone for the first time? Xiao Tian approached Yen Ruyu and asked with a smile. He had expected Yen Ruyu to hesitate at her first kill, but the girl proved surprisingly decisive. This earned her a newfound respect from Xiao Tian. Regardless, this was a hurdle Yen Ruyu had to overcome. To survive in chaotic times, one's hands must be stained with blood. It felt pretty good. Thrilling, Yen Ruyu said, discarding the brick and glancing at the bloody scene before lowering her head. Her response left Xiao Tian utterly flummoxed. He'd expected Yen Ruyu to feel sickened or even develop psychological trauma. He never expected this kind of response. The contrast was striking. No wonder they say the prettier the woman, the greater the contrast seems to hold true. Let's go. It's time to find He Huan, Xiao Tian said. Yen Ruyu nodded, and the two walked one after the other into the warehouse. Inside the warehouse hall, He Huan had already witnessed everything happening outside through the surveillance feed. So many brothers, and they were wiped out in a single encounter. Is this guy even human? It was even more outrageous than the rumors circulating online. During this period, Xiao Tian had been steadily expanding his influence while also leveling up. He had now reached level 12 and had believed this level would be enough to decisively suppress Xiao Tian. But now it seems that might be a stretch. Run! He had to get out of there. Just then, footsteps echoed, growing louder as they approached. He Huan's body tensed. A pair of bat-like wings unfolded behind him, propelling him straight through the warehouse ceiling. The tremendous commotion naturally caught Xiao Tian's attention. Xiao Tian, I admit I underestimated you a bit. But don't get cocky, we'll cross paths again. I'm keeping score. He Huan looked down on Xiao Tian from above, delivering his threat. Xiao Tian arched an eyebrow. Black wings materialized behind him as he scooped Princess Yen Ruyu into a princess carry, then charged upward. Holy! Seeing Xiao Tian take flight as well, alarm bells instantly rang for He Huan. Without a word, he spun around and sped off in one direction. But even pushing himself to his absolute limit, he couldn't completely shake off the pursuing pair. In fact, the gap between them was closing rapidly. Consider this, Xiao Tian was carrying someone. Yet he still moved this fast. What the hell kind of monster is this? He Huan was already regretting provoking Xiao Tian. But the bastard controlled most of the resources in Grand Scholar City, severely squeezing the survival space of others. To survive, he had no choice but to challenge Xiao Tian. As the two sides closed in, a massive bunker suddenly appeared on the horizon ahead. Seeing this, He Huan's spirits soared. He accelerated, diving sharply toward the bunker. Originally a military-controlled facility, the bunker had been seized by He Huan after the dark turmoil erupted. Though unassuming in appearance, its defenses were formidable, even artillery couldn't breach it. He'd always regarded it as his ultimate safeguard. Once inside, not even 10 Xiao Tians could touch him. Chapter 36, Flesh Shatters Steel Madman. Xiao Tian, that bastard's trying to escape. Yen Ruyu suddenly cried out. Cradled in Xiao Tian's arms, she felt dazed, her head resting against his chest where she could hear his heart pounding fiercely. Xiao Tian nodded slightly. Even without Yen Ruyu's warning, he could see He Huan's intent. Because the man's purpose couldn't be more blatantly obvious.
Fixing his gaze on the massive fortress below, a faint, contemptuous curve touched the corner of Xiao Tian's mouth.
With just a glance, Xiao Tian determined the bunker wasn't constructed with any special materials. It was built entirely from resources available on Blue Star. While its strength might seem formidable enough for humans on Blue Star, it was still far inferior to the fortified villas encased in steel.
Poof. You think hiding in a bunker means I can't touch you? Xiao Tian, today's business isn't settled.
As the bunker drew nearer, He Huan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He even turned to taunt Xiao Tian, "You killed my men and left me in such a mess.
I'll make you pay for this someday. Just you wait." Xiao Tian remained expressionless, finding the entire scene utterly ridiculous.
"If you think hiding in the bunker will keep you safe, I'll shatter that illusion first, then finish you off completely."
With that thought, Xiao Tian deliberately began to slow down.
He Huan could clearly feel Xiao Tian's pace drop significantly, but she didn't think much of it, assuming he was simply exhausted. With a loud laugh, he landed directly before the bunker's main gate. A spirit beast warrior stood guard at the entrance, one of He Huan's subordinates. Besides the warehouse, he had also stationed several spirit beast warriors here to guard the bunker.
"Brother Huan."
Seeing He Huan land from the sky in a disheveled state, the spirit beast warrior froze in place, about to ask questions.
He Huan urgently cut him off. "Don't ask questions. Close the bunker doors immediately."
Without another word, he dashed into the bunker. The spirit beast warrior stood there dumbfounded.
Just then, Xiao Tian landed on the ground with Yen Ruyu in tow. "Damn it!"
The spirit beast warrior clearly startled at the sight of Xiao Tian.
"Wasn't this Xiao Shen? How did our brother Huan manage to provoke this demon star? No wonder he looked so beaten up." It wasn't surprising that he recognized Xiao Tian.
In present-day Grand Scholar City, even ordinary people who hadn't awakened beast transformation abilities mostly knew who Xiao Tian was. His name was at the peak of its influence in the city. Without hesitation, the spirit beast warrior decisively pressed the button beside him. The bunker doors slowly activated, gradually closing. He Huan had already dashed into one of the offices within the bunker. Numerous screens lined the front of the room, providing a clear view of the outside. Hearing the heavy thud of the doors closing, his taut nerves finally began to relax. He slumped into the chair, completely spent.
Safe. This bunker was built entirely to wartime specifications. Not even a mushroom cloud could affect it.
The entire structure was encased in high-density materials, with the bunker doors themselves 10 meters thick, all made of high-strength alloy. Even a Barrett rifle bullet would only leave a shallow scratch upon impact. With defenses like these, even if Xiao Tian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't stand a chance of breaking through. Watching Xiao Tian outside, He Huan's lips curled upward as she pressed a button beside her. A hidden hatch opened directly above the bunker, and a large, jet-black loudspeaker slowly rose into view. Then, He Huan's taunting voice boomed from the loudspeaker. "Xiao Tian, once I'm holed up in this bunker, even the King of Heaven himself couldn't touch me. The defenses around it are rock solid, and I've stockpiled enough supplies inside to live in style for a whole year. You can either storm in and kill me now, or you can obediently guard me out here for a year.
You'd better not give me any chance. Because if I get even the slightest chance, I'll make you suffer like hell."
He Huan's arrogant laughter echoed across the sky. Yen Ruyu pressed her red lips together, her expression oddly unsettled. This He Huan was quite the character. In all her time with Xiao Tian, she'd never seen anyone dare to provoke him like this. Though she didn't know the exact offensive strength of the bunker before them, she firmly believed Xiao Tian would find a way.
Listening to the taunts blaring from the loudspeaker, Xiao Tian couldn't help but chuckle.
He strode directly to the front of the bunker's entrance and came to a halt. Then, he unleashed a powerful punch.
Boom! The blow landed, yet the gate remained unscathed, merely dented slightly.
In contrast, blood gushed from Xiao Tian's fist and several bones had shattered.
"Ha ha ha ha! I told you the bunker's defenses are impenetrable. You'll never break through. I know you're desperate now, but don't rush. It won't do you any good. Knowing I'm right here inside, yet being utterly powerless to get me. That must be a bitter taste, huh?" He Huan's mocking voice boomed through the loudspeaker once more. Xiao Tian's expression darkened as he unleashed another punch.
The heavy metal door dented slightly under the impact, yet remained largely intact.
Instead, Xiao Tian's fist shattered completely.
But soon, countless crimson threads wrapped around the injured fist, swiftly restoring it to its original state. This was the innate healing power encoded in Xiao Tian's genes. The bunker's construction was indeed exceptionally sturdy. While weaker points might exist elsewhere, Xiao Tian couldn't be bothered to search for them. He intended to breach the door and charge inside using the simplest, most brutal method possible. Boom! With his fist restored, Xiao Tian wasted no words and unleashed another punch. This blow still failed to budge the metal door, though the dent on its surface grew slightly deeper. The taunts blared incessantly from the loudspeaker, and Xiao Tian's actions never ceased. Wounded? Healed. Once healed, he kept punching. Half an hour later, the heavy metal gate bore a concave arc over a meter deep. 1 hour later, the gate was dented 3 meters deep. 2 hours later, the gate caved in another 3 meters. During this time, Xiao Tian's right fist had fractured countless times, bleeding profusely. Yet he fought like a beast, oblivious to pain, the taste of blood only fueling his fury. One punch, then another. Xiao Tian's strikes grew faster and faster. The once impenetrable gate warped further, gradually showing signs of shattering. Yan Ruyu remained quietly by the side, watching. Seeing the warped metal gate, she could easily imagine the despair He Huan would soon face. Arrogance wasn't a crime, and brazenness carried no guilt. But he had chosen the wrong target to provoke. Inside the bunker office, watching the door warp, He Huan's once steady heart grew colder by the second. Finally, he stood up abruptly, his face frozen in utter bewilderment. This idiot, is he some kind of demon? A 10-meter thick metal door, this lunatic had actually shattered it with his bare hands. Brother Huan, the door probably can't withstand this attack anymore. He's completely insane. What should we do now? The two spirit beast warriors beside him were already panicking. They were the only two assigned to guard the entire bunker. With He Huan, there were only 3 of them now. Xiao Tian pounded the gate with punch after punch, the heavy thuds echoing relentlessly through the empty bunker. The deafening impact shook their eardrums and shattered their will to resist. What should they do? Hearing their questions, He Huan didn't know what to do either. The bunker had no back door, only the front entrance. Now, that door was nearly shattered. They were trapped like fish in a barrel, with no escape. At this very moment, He Huan truly regretted provoking Xiao Tian. Had he known this madman was so ruthless, he would never have dared to cross him. But it was too late now. Regrets were meaningless. Boom! Just then, as Xiao Tian's final punch landed, his 5 fingers shattered completely, reduced to a gruesome, bloody mess. The seemingly indestructible metal door finally gave way under the force of that blow, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. He Huan's pupils contracted violently. It's over. Chapter 37, The Utmost Despair, the price of provoking Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian remained expressionless as he raised his hand to begin repairing the damage to his fist. The thick metal door that should have been impenetrable now lay severely warped and collapsed to the side. Amidst the swirling dust, Xiao Tian's figure appeared hazy, seeming even more mysterious in Yan Ruyu's eyes. Yan Ruyu had initially thought Xiao Tian was just an ordinary student at her school who had unexpectedly awakened as a spirit beast warrior after being struck by the aurora. Before this, she had always wondered what animal's abilities Xiao Tian had awakened. With falcon wings and an electric eel's head, it was clear he had fused with more than one creature. Now, Yan Ruyu found herself even more intrigued. Who exactly was Xiao Tian? The metal gate before them was clearly the strongest defensive point of the entire bunker. He could have easily chosen another entry point. At the very least, given his current standing in Deru City, he could easily follow He Huan's suggestion and station someone here to monitor He Huan's every move, engaging in a standoff with him. After all, Xiao Tian had access to all kinds of resources outside, while the supplies inside the bunker could only sustain He Huan for a year. But Xiao Tian didn't do that. Instead, he resorted to the simplest, most brutal, even self-mutilating method to force open the metal door. True, Xiao Tian possessed healing abilities, but his fist still shattered against the metal door, and the pain was real. During those hours of pounding the door, Xiao Tian's fists shattered countless times. Yet he never once flinched. Even Yan Ruyu, with her limited life experience, understood this was a level of willpower beyond the ordinary. Just then, the wounds on Xiao Tian's fists healed, and he stepped through the gate. Seeing this, Yan Ruyu hurriedly followed behind him. The two walked one after the other, but before they had taken a few steps, He Huan emerged from the office with 2 subordinates in tow. Xiao Tian's lips curled upward as he regarded He Huan with an amused expression. He Huan, however, looked dazed, his entire being drained of vitality. The moment the metal door was blown open, any thought of escape had vanished from his mind. It wasn't that he suddenly felt fearless, it was simply that the door was the only exit, leaving him no way to run. Xiao Tian's overwhelming display of power had left him almost numb. That was a 10-meter thick metal door, yet this madman had shattered and deformed it piece by piece with his bare fists. Facing such an opponent was utterly despairing. Not running anymore? Xiao Tian suddenly spoke. No more running. He Huan took a deep breath and shook his head. If I'd known you were such a madman, I never would have provoked you. Xiao Tian replied coldly, you think saying that now will make me let you go? He Huan chuckled softly. He wasn't that naive. Having built his own power base, he was certainly no fool. Since the Dark Turmoil began, he had made almost no mistakes. His only mistake had been provoking Xiao Tian at the wrong time and in the wrong place. I've long heard of your power and seen the video of you killing Chao Menglong. But that was merely seeing it, I've never experienced it firsthand. He Huan lifted his head, his expression earnest. All my supplies are in the bunker warehouse. Kill me, and they're yours. To die by your hand, I wouldn't regret a single moment of my life. Killing you outright won't change that. These supplies are still mine. Xiao Tian gave a cold laugh, then abruptly changed his tone. But I can grant your request. He then turned to Yan Ruyu, start the livestream. Yan Ruyu instantly understood, pulling out her phone and expertly launching the livestream. Seeing this, He Huan gave a bitter smile.
Just days ago, he'd been scheming to subdue Xiao Tian. Now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself cornered and desperate. Now he was about to become the other's stepping stone. But none of that mattered anymore. As soon as the livestream went live, Xiao Tian wasted no words. He beckoned He Huan with a flick of his finger. He Huan took a deep breath, channeling all his resentment as he charged toward Xiao Tian. A punch erupted. Xiao Tian dodged it effortlessly. A kick flew out. Dodge again. Xiao Tian seemed to read every one of his moves, reacting the instant he struck. In half an hour, he couldn't even touch the hem of Xiao Tian's robe. Despair. Utter despair. After half an hour of exhausting combat, He Huan was gasping for breath, while Xiao Tian remained as calm as ever. What level are you? He Huan was on the verge of breaking down and finally couldn't help but ask Xiao Tian's level. He figured that if Xiao Tian was this powerful, his level must be way higher than his. Level 14. Xiao Tian's lips parted slightly as he answered truthfully. Level 14? He Huan was utterly devastated. Only 2 levels higher than himself, yet capable of utterly crushing him in combat power. It was simply unbelievable. Monster. This bastard isn't even human. After the peak of despair came an uncontrollable rage. Bat wings materialized behind He Huan's back as he suddenly roared at Xiao Tian. Soundwave attack. He had awakened the abilities of a bat. Not only could he spread his wings and fly, but he could also attack opponents with sonic waves. This move never fails. Even Yen Ruyu, holding her phone nearby, furrowed her brow, her face contorted with pain. The sonic waves possessed incredible penetrating power, like invisible blades attempting to pierce through her skull. Yet at the edge of the sound waves, Xiao Tian stood perfectly still, his body rigid as a pillar. How is that possible? He Huan completely lost her composure. How can you be completely unaffected? Are you even human? Xiao Tian offered no reply. He Huan's sonic attack was indeed formidable. Xiao Tian, standing directly in front, had his eardrums shattered almost instantly. Yet this pain was nothing to Xiao Tian. The instant his eardrums ruptured, crimson threads appeared, swiftly repairing the damaged membranes. It's time to end this. Seeing the moment was ripe, black wings emerged from Xiao Tian's back and he vanished from his spot in an instant. He Huan felt a sudden chill sweep over him as Xiao Tian abruptly materialized behind him, a black feather already clenched in his hand. With a swift thrust, it pierced deep into He Huan's chest. Thud! The sound of flesh being torn echoed. He Huan's eyes widened in shock as he slowly lowered his gaze to the gaping wound in his chest. His emotions were complex. Fear, despair, and even a hint of relief. At life's final threshold, he mustered his last ounce of strength and weakly pleaded, "They were my trusted confidants. After I die, I beg you to spare them. They are all innocent." Before Xiao Tian could respond, He Huan collapsed to the ground, his life completely extinguished. Seeing He Huan meet his end, the 2 spirit beast warriors stood frozen in place, helpless and overwhelmed by despair. At that moment, Xiao Tian turned his gaze toward them. With a flick of his wrist, the feathers fell, and both men met their end. Their innocence no longer mattered. Xiao Tian would never nurture a threat that could turn against him. Having chosen to follow He Huan, they were now his enemies. The proper way to deal with enemies was to eliminate them completely, cutting off the root to prevent future troubles. The battle ended swiftly, but the livestream exploded. Chapter 38, The Taoist Master Takes on the Docks. Is this how Xiao Shen deals with his enemies? That bastard He Huan was too good at hiding, so many people couldn't find him, yet Xiao Shen managed to track him down in the end. He Huan's strength far surpasses Chao Menglong and the others, yet he was still crushed. Is Xiao Shen even human? Could he truly be a god? Seeing the chat flooded with comments, Yen Ruyu's lips curved upward. She felt a surge of quiet pride. Such an exceptional man, successfully won over by her, it was indeed something to be proud of. All of He Huan's supplies are in the bunker. Go look inside, Xiao Tian said, withdrawing from his beast form. Should we turn off the live stream first? Yen Ruyu asked instinctively. Xiao Tian understood her concern. If they really found a large cache of resources, who knew how many people might covet it? Better safe than sorry, that was the logic. But Xiao Tian shook his head. Keep it on. While others feared the covetous glances of thieves, he couldn't care less. When he took down his enemies, he live-streamed the entire process, showing everyone what happens to those who cross him. When he counted his spoils of war, he streamed it just as openly, making it crystal clear to everyone, whoever dares covet what's his is doomed. This isn't arrogance, it's confidence. Hearing their conversation, the live-stream audience grew intensely curious about just how much supplies He Huan had stockpiled in his bunker. Within minutes, Xiao Tian and his partner discovered several warehouses packed to the rafters with supplies. The variety was impressive, though not as extensive as the reserves in Xiao Tian's villa, it was still substantial. Seeing all this, the viewers nearly drooled through their screens. Holy crap, He Huan actually hoarded this much stuff? What the hell is this idiot planning? With all these supplies, couldn't he just hunker down and develop? Why provoke that demon star? Don't forget he's got a whole army behind him. These supplies will be depleted sooner or later. If he wants to survive long term, he'll have to face the mountain that is Xiao Tian. If only all this stuff were mine. Go steal it then. Xiao Tian just turned on location sharing. Ugh. Forget it. I'd rather live a little longer. After taking inventory, Xiao Tian had Yen Ruyu call the villa workers to come haul the supplies. Only after everything was settled did he follow Yen Ruyu out of the bunker. The livestream continued uninterrupted. As the two emerged, the damaged bunker entrance came into clear view before the audience. The crowd, who had been discussing the bunker's abundant supplies, suddenly found their attention drawn to the wrecked entrance. Holy crap, is that the bunker's main door? Such a thick metal door looks like it was blown open by force. Damn, did Xiao Tian just blast through the door to storm the bunker and take out He Huan? That's unlikely. That door must be nearly 10 meters thick. And it's metal. Not every spirit beast warrior is a strongman. Amidst the heated discussion, a self-proclaimed expert in the field stepped forward. Claiming to be one of the bunker's designers, he proceeded to educate the group on the entire structure's defensive strength and the high-grade materials used. He emphasized the bunker's entrance, constructed from the toughest material currently available on Blue Star, making it the strongest defensive point of the entire structure. Even spirit beast warriors would struggle to breach it in a short time. Hearing this explanation, the crowd was utterly stunned. He Huan had taken refuge in the bunker only to be killed on the spot by Xiao Tian. It was obvious who had breached the bunker. Moreover, judging by the damage, Xiao Tian had directly breached the strongest point, the main entrance, to gain access. How the hell did Xiao Tian pull this off? Is this guy even human? In that moment, countless people silently resolved within themselves, no matter what, they must never provoke Xiao Tian. Targeting a formidable being might lead to a gruesome death. But provoke Xiao Tian, and you won't live long. It didn't take long for the workers to arrive by car and begin transporting supplies from the bunker. Fatty Dahai led the team, while Yen Tianchang remained stationed at the villa to handle any emergencies. Xiao Tian motioned for Yen Ruyu to end the livestream, then approached Pang Dahai. Pang Dahai, brimming with confidence, was directing the workers as they hauled supplies. Spotting Xiao Tian, he forced a smile. "Hello, boss." Xiao Tian's lips twitched awkwardly. "You're a Taoist master, for crying out loud. What's with this sudden sycophantic vibe? How long has he even been following me that he's already started calling me big brother? What's the deal? You're ditching your role as Dragon Tiger Mountain Celestial Master to become a dockyard thug? Aren't you afraid the Celestial Masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain throughout history will rise from their graves in fury when they hear this? What did you just call me?" Xiao Tian cleared his throat and asked again. "Big brother." Fat C blinked and grinned. "I felt like we were old friends the moment I met you. From the very first time I saw you, I knew you were my big brother. From now on, as long as you don't mind, I'll stay by your side forever, working like a horse or an ox, ready to fight wherever you point." Awesome. It felt so damn good. Ever since following Xiao Tian, he no longer had to worry about food. Not only did he get 3 square meals a day, but they were always filling. In fact, every meal was a feast of meat and fish. After leaving the Forbidden Zone, Xiao Tian took Yen Ruyu to settle accounts with He Huan, while he followed Yen Tiancheng back to the villa to hold down the fort. Back at the villa, he cracked open a bottle of soda and cooked up a meat-heavy hotpot feast. It was absolutely amazing. In the past, a single hotpot meal wouldn't have meant much. But now, in the midst of the dark turmoil, food was a scarce resource. To be able to eat whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted, what more could he ask for? Whoever could feed him would be his big brother. Dear big brother. Fatsy gazed at Xiao Tian with adoring eyes, wishing he were a woman so he could repay Xiao Tian's kindness with his body. Xiao Tian couldn't fathom what had gotten into the fat man, only finding his gaze physically unsettling. After entrusting everything here to Fatsy's care, he returned to the villa with Yen Ruyu. No sooner had they arrived than Yen Tiancheng appeared, laden with a large pile of crystal cores. "Xiao Tian, as soon as I got back to the villa, people started bringing crystal nuclei to trade for supplies. I've counted them all, 318 in total. You can verify it. 318 crystal cores. That was an absolutely staggering amount." Xiao Tian was somewhat taken aback. Over 300 crystal cores? That must mean they hunted down every mutated beast in the entire city of Deru. Xiao Tian did a quick count, then set aside 50 crystal cores each for Yen Ruyu and Yen Tiancheng, father and daughter. He began absorbing the remainder himself. 218 crystal cores. Even Xiao Tian would need considerable time to absorb them all. After bidding farewell to the father and daughter, Xiao Tian carried the crystal cores back to his room and began the absorption process. He now possessed level 14 strength. He wondered what level he would reach after fully absorbing these 218 crystal cores. A comprehensive transformation was imminent, and the large-scale mutations of insects and plants were just around the corner. At this critical juncture, every ounce of additional strength meant an extra layer of protection. Devour. Absorb. P.S. I've been offline for a few days, caught the flu. It's been brutal, and I'm still not fully recovered. My head feels like it's in a fog. This flu is really vicious lately, everyone. Remember to wear masks when you go out. Chapter 39, Fusion Mutant Beast appears.
After Xiao Tian entered the room, Yan Ruyu and her daughter began absorbing the crystal core's power. Their absorption rate remained far slower than Xiao Tian's, but as their levels increased, their absorption speed did improve somewhat.
6 hours passed in the blink of an eye.
They each absorbed the energy from 5 crystal cores. Yan Ruyu successfully reached level 10, while Yan Tianqing advanced to level 12. Had Xiao Tian witnessed this scene, he would have been utterly astonished. Absorbing the same number of crystal cores as them, Xiao Tian would never have reached such levels.
This led to an undeniable conclusion. Xiao Tian required a far greater number of crystal cores to level up than ordinary cultivators. This might be related to the multiple gene sequences within his body. Much like protagonists in novels, who possess combat power far surpassing other cultivators at the same realm due to the immense energy required for their breakthroughs. I wonder how Xiao Tian is faring now. Yan Ruyu paused her absorption and glanced toward the second-floor bedroom. Just then, a terrifying aura radiated out from the second-floor room.
As the two watched in astonishment, Xiao Tian pushed open the door and stepped out. Outwardly, Xiao Tian appeared unchanged, yet an intangible sense of pressure emanated from him, intensified severalfold. If the original Xiao Tian was like a drawn blade, its edge exposed and ready to strike, the current Xiao Tian was like a sword sheath, poised but not yet unleashed.
Yan Tianqing froze, stammering, "Xiao Tian, why are you out?" "I've absorbed the entire crystal core," Xiao Tian replied, cracking his neck. Yan Tianqing's mind went blank for a second, and he exchanged bewildered glances with Yan Ruyu. Holy! This is ridiculous. Back when Xiao Tian absorbed crystal cores quickly, he could at least understand it. After all, there were only a few dozen crystal cores in total. But now there are over 200 crystal cores. It took us, father and daughter, several hours to absorb just 5 or 6, yet you've already absorbed them all? How is that even possible? Though hard to believe, after spending time with him, Yan Tianqing knew Xiao Tian wasn't one to exaggerate. "What level are you now?" Yan Tianqing asked, his eyes burning with curiosity. "Level 20. Whoa! How long had it been?"
This kid had already reached such a level, truly a monster. But thankfully, such a prodigy wasn't his enemy, otherwise, it would be utterly disheartening. Xiao Tian descended from the second floor, casually inquiring about the two's devouring progress. Discovering they'd only consumed a few crystal cores, he found himself somewhat speechless. How could they be so slow? Whenever crystal cores became available, he always set aside a portion for them. Yet they hadn't even fully absorbed the crystal cores he'd given them last time. Xiao Tian kept his thoughts to himself, but the two could guess his meaning. They wanted to absorb them quickly too, but they weren't monsters like Xiao Tian. "We really can't do it any faster." And their absorption speed wasn't actually that slow compared to other spirit beast warriors, they were already quite fast. After instructing the two to continue absorbing the crystal cores, Xiao Tian poured himself a cup of hot water, plopped down on the sofa, and started scrolling through his phone. Scrolling through, he was delighted. A brand new topic had surged to the top of the trending list. Shocking. No mutant beasts left to hunt in Deru City. Is this moral decay or humanity's distortion? Clicking in, he discovered that everyone had been hunting mutated beasts lately, exchanging their crystal cores with Xiao Tian for various supplies. This had severely disrupted the mutated beast ecosystem across the entire city. Mutant beasts aren't ordinary animals, they possess tenacious vitality and terrifying combat prowess. But they couldn't withstand the sheer numbers of spirit beast warriors. With spirit beast warriors coordinating their efforts, any mutated beast not utterly absurd in strength is doomed. Now, many spirit beast warriors seeking to enhance their strength and hunt mutant beasts for themselves found there were no targets left to hunt. The related discussion thread was flooded with countless frustrated comments. "Damn it, who the hell wiped out all the mutant beasts? I've been out hunting for 3 days and nights straight and haven't seen a single one. What happened to the dark turmoil? If it weren't for the spirit beast warriors still being around, I'd swear things had already returned to normal. Proposal: designate mutated beasts as Class 1 protected animals in Deru City." Reading through the comments amused Xiao Tian, but after a while, he shut off his phone. Before his rebirth, mutant beasts ran rampant in Deru City. Even spirit beast warriors ventured out in groups with utmost caution. Little did he expect that his rebirth would inadvertently reshape the current landscape. Now, Dalu City might just be the safest place on the entire Blue Star. But this situation wouldn't last long. The complete mutation of plants and insects was likely just days away. Then, mutated beasts would reappear, staging a massive counterattack, and the environment would grow even more hostile. Xiao Tian leaned back on the sofa, pondered for a moment, and opened the system interface. Name: Xiao Tian. Level: 20. Bloodline level: 18. Gene sequence ID 9527, Spirit Whisker Warrior, inherits the ability to regenerate severed limbs, sprouts a pair of wings, unleashes lightning feathers to slice enemies, and possesses powerful danger perception. Everything unfolded exactly as Xiao Tian had anticipated. Upon reaching level 20, he gained another opportunity for devouring. This time, he could devour mutated beasts. Beyond that, his bloodline level had also changed, rising from the original level 14 to level 18.
If I'm not mistaken, any mutated beast below level 18 can now be suppressed and forcibly subdued by me? Xiao Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully.
However, mutant beasts were nowhere to be found in Grand Scholar City lately, so he could only wait a few more days. He would wait for the full-scale mutation of the plant insects before testing his hypothesis. 3 more days slipped by. On this day, a sudden mutation occurred. Plants and insects everywhere in the city underwent mutations, massive mutations. Groups of willow trees mutated into terrifying monsters covered in willow branches. Bee colonies within hives also underwent sudden mutations, their bodies swelling to over a meter in size as they swarmed and attacked spirit beast warriors. Worse still, many shelters were simultaneously damaged. Due to poor sanitation in the shelters, even the cockroaches in the cracks had mutated into 2-meter-tall, muscular beasts. Even in Tianhu Park of Darren City, a level 22 fused mutant beast appeared, rampaging and destroying surrounding structures. This news began spreading like wildfire across the internet. Fused mutant beasts. This was the first time such creatures had ever appeared in the public eye. After just a few days of relative peace, Great Scholar City descended into chaos once more. It was at this very moment that Xiao Tian set out. Fatso, Tianhu Park. Come with me. Chapter 40, Xiao Xin is surrounded. Xiao Tian set out with Fat Hai. Because this newly emerged fusion mutant beast was the most suitable target for consumption at present. After all, fusion mutant beasts differ from ordinary ones. They inherently combine the genetic sequences of multiple mutant beasts. The genetic sequences he could extract from it would naturally be far more powerful. As for why he only brought Fat Hai and not Yen Ruyu and her daughter, the reason was simple. Yen Ruyu and her daughter needed to absorb crystal cores to enhance their strength. Fat Ocean, however, was not a spirit beast warrior and did not require absorbing crystal cores to level up. Shortly after the complete mutation of the plant insects, the Dark Sovereign of the First Heaven would descend upon Blue Star. If one were to liken Dallas City to a massive online game, the mutated beasts and dark creatures were minor foes, while the Dark Overlord was the ultimate boss. Though Xiao Tian possessed sufficient strength to protect them, he couldn't remain by their side every moment. The best way to protect oneself is always to strengthen one's own abilities. One cannot rely entirely on others. Bro, do we really have to take me? Can't I just stay behind? Fat Ocean squirmed in the passenger seat, his voice hesitant. You don't want to go? Xiao Tian shot him a sideways glance. It's not that I don't want to go. I'm decent at treasure hunting, but I'm afraid I'm not much good in combat. Mainly, I'm worried I'll slow you down. Pang Dahai winked. He wasn't lying. The primary combat method of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist masters was talismans. But his talisman skills still needed improvement, and all the talismans passed down through generations of celestial masters had been burned by Xiao Tian. This had severely weakened Pang Dahai's current abilities. Xiao Tian snorted coldly. How about I send you back right now? I'll have someone prepare some hot pot and beer for you. Fat Dahai's face lit up. Sounds good to me. Xiao Tian's face instantly darkened. This fatso's been blabbering on and on. Bottom line, he just doesn't want to lift a finger. Ever since arriving at the villa, he'd grown increasingly sluggish, sleeping later than a dog and eating more than a pig. He'd only been out of the forbidden zone for a few days, yet he'd already gained a significant amount of weight. Remember back before his rebirth, Pang Dahai was just like this. Yet he managed to find the resurrection armor on his own and even rallied a team of powerful allies. Those who dare to offend my dragon nation shall be punished, no matter how far they flee. Those were the words Fat Dahai had shouted when confronting the Dark Overlord head-on, words Xiao Tian still remembered vividly. Back then, Pang Dahai was already regarded as a powerhouse by countless people, standing among the elite ranks, while Xiao Tian was just an ordinary person. Who would have thought such an extraordinary figure would now become this lazy glutton? Could it be that his rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect, disrupting the original storyline's natural progression? After this incident, it seemed he'd have to find more tasks for this lazy fatso to handle. Once we get back, I'll be controlling your food portions. You can't keep gorging yourself like this anymore, Xiao Tian said calmly. Upon hearing this, Pang Dahai felt as if the sky had fallen. No, big brother, I admit I eat a bit more than average, but with all the supplies we have in the villa, are you really worried I'll eat us into bankruptcy? It's not about the supplies. Xiao Tian shot him a dismissive glance. Have you ever seen a Taoist master as fat as you? This is called being broad-shouldered and sturdy, a sign of good fortune. Good fortune, my ass. Once we get back, you're either losing weight or you're out. Hearing Xiao Tian's unquestionable tone, Fat Ocean slumped in the passenger seat, utterly devoid of will to live. If he couldn't keep eating and drinking to his heart's content, what was the point of life? It wasn't that Xiao Tian was heartless, the villa certainly didn't need his supplies. But Fatsi was just an ordinary human, not a spirit beast warrior. If this guy kept gorging himself and ended up dying from high blood pressure, high cholesterol, or high blood sugar, who would Xiao Tian complain to? Before long, the two arrived at Tianhu Park. In the center of the park plaza, a large group of spirit beast warriors had already gathered. At the center of the crowd stood a colossal mutated beast. This mutant beast stood 5 meters tall, its head adorned with 3 ferocious dog-like heads, while its body resembled a gigantic octopus, its 8 massive tentacles constantly writhing and twisting. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern sharp barbs covering the tentacles. The combination of canine heads and an octopus body looked utterly bizarre and grotesque, like a Cthulhu mythos creature manifested in the real world. More crucially, this mutated beast was a staggering level 22. Numerous spirit beast warriors were coordinating their assault on the mutant beast, all entering their beast forms to attack together. Countless attacks slammed down, yet failed to inflict significant damage. Even if severed, the limbs quickly regrew. Just then, an octopus tentacle suddenly coiled around the spirit beast warrior, binding him tightly in place. The spirit beast warrior panicked instantly, roaring, "Damn bear strength!" His body instantly swelled to 2 meters tall, covered in bulging muscles as he strained every fiber to break free from the tentacle's grip. But just then, the tentacle began to contract, driving countless sharp barbs deep into the spirit beast warrior's chest. The warrior's face froze, then he stood rooted to the spot as if his soul had been drained. Bad news. Those barbs on the tentacles released deadly poison. Retreat now. Just then, someone with keen eyes spotted the critical detail and shouted urgently. Hearing the words deadly poison, panic swept through the crowd. Everyone scrambled backward, none daring to advance further. The fused mutant beast continued its roar as its tentacles kept contracting. Finally, the spirit beast warrior exploded into a mist of blood amidst utter despair. Gulp! The scene suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath involuntarily, feeling utterly sickened. They were all acutely aware that they were facing a terrifying level 22 entity, which was precisely why they had decided to band together in such numbers to confront it. After their recent leveling, most had reached around level 10. They had thought that enough ants could kill an elephant, but reality dealt them a crushing blow. Impossible. Even with all of them working together, they still couldn't kill the mutated beast before them. Impossible. This thing is too powerful, and it's fused the traits of multiple mutated beasts. We can't win. We should retreat. Watching comrades get slaughtered before their eyes, some were already losing heart. Amidst their hesitation, Xiao Tian approached from ahead, accompanied by Pang Dahai. It's Xiao Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian, everyone was taken aback. Who would have thought Xiao Tian would appear here in person? Could it be he's here for this massive creature too? Under everyone's gaze, Xiao Tian led the way with Pang Dahai following behind. They walked straight into the crowd and came to a stop right in front of the fused mutant beast. Holy! The crowd gasped, their bodies trembling. True to his reputation as Xiao Shen, he was damn bold. They were barely thinking about saving their own skins, yet Xiao Shen was actually stepping forward and getting right up close to this monster. What Xiao got up to? He wouldn't actually be planning to take on this monster, would he? Xiao Shen is only around level 10, right? This thing is a level 22 fusion mutant beast. Amidst the stunned silence, the fused mutant beast suddenly reared its head and roared, as if feeling provoked. The roar echoed, and nearby mutated beasts seemed to answer the call. 18 massive mutated beasts charged in from all directions. They sealed off all escape routes, encircling Xiao Tian and Pang Dahai in the center. Seeing this, the group inwardly cried out in alarm. Facing this terrifying fusion mutant alone was already challenging enough, but now they had over a dozen more mutants to contend with. How could they possibly fight this? Xiao Tian is surrounded. He's done for. Chapter 41, Xiao Tian defies heaven's will. Many faces wore expressions of regret. Was the formidable figure who had dominated Diru City for months finally going to meet his end here today? The crowd murmured in dismay. But suddenly, someone snapped to attention. Why the hell would they feel sorry for Xiao Tian dying? This ruthless man had monopolized countless resources. If he died here, all the supplies in the villa would become ownerless. The villa's defenses were formidable, but without Xiao Tian commanding them, if they all joined forces, they might just stand a chance of breaching those defenses. This thought sent waves of elation through many hearts. Suddenly, what had seemed a bleak future was filled with boundless light. When a whale falls, all things thrive. Yet Xiao Tian stood before them, unharmed. Though their hearts swelled with secret delight, none dared show it. All held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the fused mutant beast before them, each hoping it would make its move. At that moment, the fused mutant beast let out a commanding roar. The 18 mutated beasts beside it simultaneously entered a frenzied state, their gaze locking onto Xiao Tian and Pang Dahai. A mutated gorilla suddenly raised its right arm. The already thick limb instantly swelled, transforming into a colossal arm 8 meters long. Gurgle. Seeing this, Pang Dahai's pupils contracted as he swallowed hard. This is going to hurt. If hit by that fist, they'd likely be reduced to mincemeat, not a single bone fragment left. Brother, what should we do now? You must have a way to deal with these mutated beasts, right? Pang Dahai looked at Xiao Tian anxiously. Though he was a Taoist master, facing so many mutated beasts at once still left him feeling helpless. Xiao Tian didn't respond. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. None of these 18 mutated beasts had reached level 18, yet his bloodline power had already ascended to level 18. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be able to forcibly control these beasts.
Seeing Xiao Tian's posture, Pang Dehuai panicked even more.
Holy! Bro, why did you close your eyes?
Just do something. Take down these mutated beasts.
What's with closing your eyes?
Fat Dehai was on the verge of tears, tugging at Xiao Tian's sleeve. Bro, don't scare me like this. This is freaking me out. Xiao Tian still hadn't recovered, and Pang Dehai felt utterly defeated.
Just then, the 18 mutated beasts roared in unison and charged toward Xiao Tian and his companion.
Seeing this, the onlookers all around lit up with excitement.
Fatsy's knees buckled, nearly collapsing him to his knees in terror.
It's over.
Yet at this critical moment, Xiao Tian suddenly opened his eyes, two sharp beams of light flashing within.
In the next instant, an invisible aura of authority radiated outward from Xiao Tian's body.
The 18 mutated beasts that had been charging toward the two of them all halted their attacks simultaneously.
What's going on? Why did these mutated beasts suddenly stop? What's the meaning of this?
The onlookers all looked utterly bewildered, completely unsure of what had just transpired.
Even Pang Dehuai beside Xiao Tian eyed the mutated beast before them with equal suspicion, scratching his head in bewilderment.
Why had these creatures all stopped moving at once?
What was the meaning behind this?
His gaze shifted to Xiao Tian. A gut feeling told Pang Dehai that this might somehow be connected to Xiao Tian, though the thought struck even him as absurd.
Kneel.
Xiao Tian pursed his lips and spoke in a calm tone.
Swish. Dead silence fell over the scene.
Everyone's eyes widened simultaneously, staring at Xiao Tian as if he were a monster.
Kneel? The divine Xiao actually ordered these mutated beasts to kneel. Are you kidding me? These are mutated beasts. You think they'll just kneel because you tell them to? Do you think you're some divine being descended from heaven, the king of all beasts?
Many thought Xiao Tian had lost his mind, spouting utter nonsense.
Kneel. Submit to me.
At that moment, Xiao Tian spoke again, his tone carrying an air of absolute certainty.
A scene that stunned everyone unfolded.
The moment the words left his mouth, the 18 mutated beasts ahead trembled violently, as if witnessing some great horror. Then, to the stunned gazes of everyone present, they actually dropped to their knees straight and flat, prostrating themselves before Xiao Tian.
Holy, they actually knelt down?
These mutated beasts actually understood Xiao Tian's words and really knelt down.
Holy, is Xiao Tian really a god incarnate?
Making 18 mutated beasts kneel simultaneously with a single command, is that even humanly possible?
Good heavens, what on earth have I just witnessed?
Chaos erupted among the crowd. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. The scene unfolding before their eyes had completely shattered their worldview. In everyone's minds, mutated beasts had always been threats to humanity, uncontrollable variables. Yet now, these uncontrollable variables had voluntarily submitted themselves before Xiao Tian, a single human.
How could this not be shocking? Fatsy glanced at Xiao Tian, then looked at the 18 mutant beasts kneeling respectfully before him, and he was stunned too. Who the hell is the real celestial master here?
To make mutant beasts kneel with a single word, even he, the current celestial master, couldn't pull off something like that. It wasn't just Pang Dehai and the others, even that fusion mutant beast was utterly bewildered.
What the heck is going on?
I summon 18 mutated beasts to fight for me, and now these 18 things have knelt down on their own.
Roar!
The fused mutant beast roared furiously, trying to force the 18 beasts to rise and attack Xiao Tian and his companion once more. Under its shrieking roar, the 18 mutated beasts once again stirred with restless energy.
But at that moment, Xiao Tian's expression darkened as he roared, "Kneel!"
The 18 mutated beasts, who had just begun to stir, immediately dropped to their knees once more at Xiao Tian's command. The fusion mutant stared blankly at the scene, utterly dumbfounded. The human before it could actually command them better than it could. Who the hell was the true fusion mutant beast here? Mutant beasts possessed bloodline ranks, and as a fusion mutant beast, it held a degree of sentience, its bloodline far surpassing ordinary mutant beasts.
Normally, it could command other mutated beasts to attack enemies. But how did this human manage it? Could he be a fusion mutant beast too? But he's just a human, that's an undeniable fact. If he's merely human, why does his command hold more sway than his own? Just as the fused mutant beast stood bewildered, Xiao Tian had already confirmed one undeniable truth. His bloodline rank could indeed suppress the 18 mutated beasts before him and command their obedience. Moreover, his authority seemed to far exceed that of the fused mutant beast before him. If that was the case, then things became simple. Attack together. Xiao Tian extended a finger toward the fused mutant beast, issuing the command with an expressionless face. Boom! The 18 mutated beasts moved like programmed killing machines. The moment Xiao Tian's words fell, the 18 mutated beasts abruptly rose to their feet, simultaneously turning to face the fused mutated beast before them. Then, with a furious roar, they transformed into bolts of lightning and charged forward together. Witnessing this scene, the fused mutant beast was utterly dumbfounded. The surrounding spirit beast warriors were stunned. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. The fused mutant beast had summoned these 18 mutant beasts to attack Xiao Tian, only for them to turn on their master at his command. Reversing heaven's will.
Xiao Tian, this ruthless man, had indeed reversed the heavenly gangs.
Chapter 42, Secret Exposed, Silence the Witness?
The fusion mutant beast roared in fury, attempting to command the 18 mutant beasts to cease their assault. But it was utterly useless.
Xiao Tian's dominance far surpassed that of the fused mutant beast.
The 18 mutant beasts simply refused to heed its commands.
They attacked with frenzied ferocity, tearing and biting with desperate abandon. Though the fusion mutant beast outranked these 18, its massive size slowed its movements.
Coupled with the sheer numbers of the 18 mutated beasts, they quickly tore off large chunks of flesh. But the fusion mutant beast wasn't one to be trifled with. Its barbed tentacles lashed out wildly, instantly crushing the skulls of 2 mutant beasts to a pulp. Witnessing this bloody spectacle, everyone felt their scalps crawl. Mutant beasts attacking a fusion mutant beast, who would have thought they'd witnessed such a sight in their lifetime?
Brother, how did you pull this off? Fat C snapped out of his shock and looked at Xiao Tian with excitement. Unbelievable.
As a Taoist master, he possessed abilities beyond ordinary people's reach, even having a basic grasp of the Qingshan possession ritual.
But turning a mutant beast to his own use? That was something he dared not even dream of.
And yet, Xiao Tian had actually pulled off this very thing he dared not imagine.
Pang Dehai was now burning with curiosity, desperate to uncover the truth.
Bro, just tell me the truth, did you use some special method? Or is there a trick to it?
Fatsi pestered Xiao Tian with relentless questions. The surrounding spirit beast warriors all pricked up their ears, waiting for Xiao Tian's answer.
Xiao Tian was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. All of this was thanks to the system, but he absolutely couldn't reveal its existence. I don't know why either, Xiao Tian pondered before saying, some kind of instinct just tells me I can control these mutated beasts.
Fatsi immediately wore a mournful expression. Xiao Tian clearly thought he was a fool. Would he really believe such an explanation? But Pang Dehai understood, since Xiao Tian refused to reveal the truth, he couldn't force the issue.
At that moment, the battle ahead raged on. The 16 mutated beasts possessed formidable physiques. Even gravely wounded, they continued to fight, causing the battle to reach a stalemate. The fusion mutant beast, relying on its overwhelming level advantage, barely managed to withstand the combined attacks of the 16 mutant beasts. Meanwhile, the 16 mutant beasts, relying on their formidable physical prowess, were barely holding their own against the fused mutant beast. Seeing this, the surrounding spirit beast warriors hesitated no longer. They unleashed their full power, entering their beast forms, and charged headlong toward the fusion mutant beast. The fusion mutant's defeat was inevitable. Adding to its downfall now was far better than continuing to stand by. That big beast is done for. Everyone, attack together. Deliver the finishing blow. I'll lead the charge. Boom! The fusion mutant beast was already on its last legs. With numerous spirit beast warriors joining the fray, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The fusion mutant beast was crippled in just a few exchanges, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Countless tentacles flailed weakly at the spot. Lord Xiao, if not for you, we might all have perished here. Leave this fused mutant beast to you. At that moment, the numerous spirit beast warriors all retracted their beast forms and obediently approached Xiao Tian. Though all coveted the mutated beast, Xiao Tian's presence deterred any rash actions. Xiao Tian nodded. You harbored thoughts you shouldn't have earlier. Since you fought alongside me, I won't hold it against you. Now, get out of here. Hearing this, everyone's hair stood on end. They had intended to sit back and watch the conflict unfold, assuming Xiao Tian hadn't noticed. Little did they know he was fully aware of everything. In that moment, countless people silently thanked their lucky stars that they had intervened. Otherwise, given Xiao Tian's vindictive nature, they would have certainly faced his wrath and met their end here. After 1,000 thanks, the crowd dispersed. Xiao Tian, accompanied by Pang Dehai, approached the dying fusion mutant beast. The remaining 16 mutant beasts stood behind Xiao Tian like utterly loyal warriors, perfectly disciplined. The scene radiated overwhelming dominance. The massive bodies of the mutant beasts made Xiao Tian's human form appear minuscule in comparison. Though small, they radiated an unchallengeable dominance. Xiao Tian approached the fused mutant beast, extending his right hand. The mouthparts within his palm suddenly materialized, tearing into the creature's flesh. In less than a few minutes, a massive tentacle was completely pulverized and devoured by the mouthparts. Fatty C watched with his scalp tingling. He knew Xiao Tian enjoyed raw meat, but this mutated beast was still very much alive. At times, Pang Dehai genuinely felt that in certain respects, Xiao Tian was even more monstrous than the mutated beasts themselves. After devouring the tentacle, Xiao Tian closed his eyes. A powerful force surged from his palms, coursing through his entire body. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 20. Bloodline level, 20. Genetic sequence ID 9494, Tentacle Scholar, inherits the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Wings evolved into 6 octopus-like tentacles capable of releasing toxins to paralyze enemies, and possesses danger perception. Xiao Tian closed his eyes as 6 monstrous octopus tentacles suddenly materialized behind him, somewhat resembling the octopus creature from the movie. His original black wings had vanished completely.
Xiao Tian could no longer fly or unleash feather attacks upon his foes. Fortunately, the cockroach antennae on his forehead remained intact, still allowing him to sense impending danger. Genetic fusion is an ongoing process of evolution and strengthening. During this time, some original abilities may be sacrificed. This is unavoidable. We can only wait and see if devouring some mutated beasts might allow the wings to re-evolve. Xiao Tian muttered to himself. Just then, Pang Dehuai beside him let out a startled cry. Holy, an octopus tentacles. Fat Ocean stumbled back several steps, staring at Xiao Tian in utter shock. He was certain Xiao Tian hadn't possessed octopus tentacles in his beast form. He had just devoured an octopus tentacle right before his eyes, and now Xiao Tian had grown octopus tentacles. Fat Ocean wasn't stupid. With just a moment's thought, he grasped the crucial point. Xiao Tian's beast transformation ability could evolve through continuous consumption. Damn it! What kind of god-defying ability was this? Consider this, nearly all spirit beast warriors possess the beast transformation ability of only one animal. But Xiao Tian can devour and evolve endlessly. It's downright insane. This means his potential is immeasurable compared to other spirit beast warriors. Seems you figured it out. Xiao Tian retracted his beast form, turning to flash a wicked grin at Pang Dehai. Gulp! Fat Ocean's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced out a grimace uglier than a cry. He immediately dropped to his knees, palms pressed together in supplication. Big brother, I won't breathe a word of what happened today. Please, spare my life. I'm still one of your men. For the sake of the heavenly masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain throughout the ages, please spare my life. Can you not kill me? Xiao Tian was baffled. When had he ever said he wanted to silence him? Why was this fat guy suddenly freaking out? Chapter 43, Opening Brawl. No time for small talk. Did I ever say I wanted to silence you by killing you? Xiao Tian asked, utterly speechless. Fat Dehai's face lit up. You won't kill me? Xiao Tian. By devouring someone right in front of Fat Dehai, he essentially made it clear he no longer cared if the act was exposed. After all, with Xiao Tian's current power, he truly didn't care anymore. Even if others discovered his ability to devour and evolve, what could they possibly do? At worst, they'd recognize his limitless potential and fear him even more. Still, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. With that thought, Xiao Tian turned to Pang Dehuai and spoke about this matter. Fat Dehai raised his right hand and spoke first. I swear to heaven, I won't tell a soul about what I saw today. May lightning strike me dead if I do. Xiao Tian. This fat guy was surprisingly reliable. After handling matters here, Xiao Tian approached the colossal body of the fused mutant beast. Having had one of its tentacles devoured alive by Xiao Tian, the creature was already barely clinging to life. Xiao Tian acted decisively, ending its suffering once and for all before extracting and devouring its crystal core. The crystal core of a fused mutant beast was nearly indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mutant beast, differing only in its vastly greater energy reserves. After absorbing the crystal core's energy, Xiao Tian's level instantly jumped to 21. One level up. Given Xiao Tian's current level, the experience required for advancement had become truly staggering. A single crystal core granting a full level advancement was an uncommon occurrence. What are you planning to do with these 16 creatures? Just then, Pang Dehai glanced at the 16 mutated beasts trembling behind Xiao Tian and asked. Xiao Tian turned his head to look. Upon seeing Xiao Tian's gaze, the 16 mutated beasts simultaneously let out low growls, as if expressing their submission. A smirk touched Xiao Tian's lips. He felt quite pleased. Having 16 mutated beasts as enforcers was quite useful. When strolling the streets, merely having them stand by his side was enough to intimidate others. But letting these 16 mutated beasts follow him around was a bit too conspicuous. He needed to figure something out. He recalled that before his rebirth, there had been spirit beast warriors who possessed similar abilities, capable of subduing mutant beasts for their own use. But such spirit beast warriors were few and far between, and the number of mutated beasts they could subdue was quite limited. It was completely incomparable to Xiao Tian's current situation. If he remembered correctly, they later developed a containment device to store the mutated beasts. They were only released when combat was necessary. If he could build such a containment device himself, he wouldn't have to worry about drawing too much attention. But Xiao Tian wasn't a scientist. Expecting him to build such a containment device was clearly unrealistic. He needed help. Xin Xiulan's face suddenly flashed through Xiao Tian's mind. Getting this genius researcher to help build the containment device should work. Come with me to a place. Xiao Tian snapped out of his thoughts and turned to Pang Dehai. Where to? Fat Dehai asked instinctively. Guofo Temple. Xiao Tian replied. The materials needed to build the containment device are in the ancient Buddha temple in Dalo City. An ancient temple with a 1,000-year history, Guofo Temple housed a millennia-old tree in its rear courtyard. Influenced by the aurora, the ancient tree had also transformed into a mutated beast, possessing a trace of spatial power. Unlike most mutated beasts, this ancient tree held a degree of sentience. The spatial power of the ancient tree originated from the crystal core within its body.
This crystal core was precisely the ideal material for crafting the containment device.
Soon, the two set off. After 3 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the ancient Buddha temple.
Before the dark turmoil erupted, many people would come here to burn incense and pray for blessings. Since the dark turmoil erupted, everything has changed. Not only had the place become desolate, but even the monks had fled the temple. When the two reached the ancient temple's gates, the surrounding silence was eerie.
Weeds had already sprouted through the cracks in the blue stone pavement.
The place clearly bore the marks of long abandonment.
Guided by memory, Xiao Tian led Pang Dahui through the temple gates into the rear courtyard.
The courtyard was equally barren, save for a towering ancient tree standing 5 meters tall, silent and still.
This ancient tree, it's no ordinary tree.
Pan Dahai suddenly narrowed his eyes and murmured as he gazed at the ancient tree before them.
Xiao Tian glanced at him with some surprise.
Truly worthy of his title as the Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, he had sensed the tree's peculiarity.
Seems this chubby fellow isn't entirely useless after all. This ancient tree is indeed extraordinary.
It has developed its own sentience and is also a mutated beast.
Xiao Tian stared intently at the ancient tree before him and explained, "It is the very purpose of our journey." A mutated beast? Fatsi's mouth fell slightly open.
He shivered and silently retreated behind Xiao Tian. These days, it's impossible to live in peace.
It seems every living thing has turned into a mutated beast. The next moment,
the once still ancient tree suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, the stump started to move slightly.
A hideous human face appeared.
The eyes opened, expressionless as it scrutinized Xiao Tian and his companion.
Then, astonishingly, it spoke in human language, insignificant humans. Knowing of this sovereign's existence, yet daring to disturb my tranquility, truly deserving of death. As if its words commanded the elements, the ancient tree's voice boomed deafeningly.
As the words faded, the lush branches transformed into a sharp claw, swiftly lashing out toward the two.
Holy! Fatsi let out a startled cry, his entire body trembling.
This thing attacks without warning. Xiao Tian, however, remained largely unfazed, calmly clapping his hands.
Smack! Smack! Smack!
With the sound of his clap, the ancient temple's doors shattered violently. 16 ferocious, monstrous beasts burst through simultaneously from outside.
Like 16 guardian deities, they stood obediently on either side of Xiao Tian. Witnessing this scene, the ancient tree froze in its movements. A hint of astonishment flickered across its monstrous, tree-like face.
The ancient tree glanced at the 16 mutated beasts, then looked back at Xiao Tian before it.
It was utterly baffled. What the hell?
These 16 mutated beasts seemed to be obeying the orders of this lowly human before it.
What the hell was going on? You! The ancient tree took a deep breath, about to say something.
But Xiao Tian had no time for idle chatter.
Today, no matter what, the ancient tree must die.
Kill! Xiao Tian's lips parted slightly, uttering the word kill with a faint tone.
16 mutated beasts simultaneously entered a berserk state. At Xiao Tian's command, they hesitated not a moment.
Roaring with fury, they charged headlong toward the ancient tree before them. Some mutated beasts used their sharp claws to furiously slash at the ancient tree's thick trunk. Others tore at the bark with their fangs.
Still others transformed into flames, setting the ancient tree's massive body ablaze. All 16 mutated beasts unleashed their full fury, going berserk. The ancient tree stood rooted to the spot, stunned into silence. Chapter 44, The Sisters Come Calling.
The ancient tree was only level 15, barely matching the 16 mutated beasts in power. Under their overwhelming numerical superiority, it was a one-sided slaughter. Fatsi's mouth opened slightly, and he found himself getting excited.
Could it really be this much fun?
While others were still struggling against the mutated beasts, Xiao Tian had already subdued them, turning them into his own fighting force.
All Pang Dahe could say was, "Damn impressive." The battle didn't last long.
The mutated ancient tree gradually lost its vitality in the group assault, even its wood ash scattered away. After all this, the 16 mutated beasts obediently returned to Xiao Tian's side, letting out low growls. They looked ready to ask for rewards. Xiao Tian approached the pile of ashes, sifting through it until he finally uncovered a pale blue crystal core. This was the crystal core of the mutated ancient tree, containing a faint trace of spatial energy more than enough to craft a containment device.
Let's go. It's time to head back. Xiao Tian tucked the crystal core away and departed the area with Pang Dahai. Naturally, they drove back after all. Xiao Tian had lost his ability to fly. As for the 16 mutated beasts, they followed behind at a steady pace. The scene was truly spectacular. The vehicle led the way, with the 16 mutated beasts trailing behind. To the uninformed observer, it might have seemed as though Xiao Tian and his companions were being pursued by the beasts. Instead of returning to the villa, they headed straight to the research institute and sought out Xinxiulan. Xiao Tian laid out his request plainly, handing the crystal core to Xinxiulan and asking her to craft a containment device. Xinxiulan took the crystal core and examined it in her hands. Constructing a containment device is feasible. This crystal core contains spatial energy. With proper utilization, current human technology can achieve it.
She already owed Xiao Tian a favor, especially since he had shared a set of precious resurrection armor with her. Xin Xiulan naturally had no reason to refuse Xiao Tian.
But she was curious, why did Xiao Tian suddenly want to build containment devices? May I ask why you suddenly need these containment devices? Xin Xiulan inquired, turning to look at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian merely clapped his hands.
The next moment, the ground began to tremble. Xin Xiulan and the military personnel beside her instantly paled.
An earthquake? No. Not an earthquake.
Accompanied by the violent tremors, 16 colossal beasts burst forth from the darkness and materialized behind Xiao Tian. Had these mutated beasts not stopped moving after appearing behind Xiao Tian, Xin Xiulan would have screamed on the spot.
What does this mean?
Xin Xiulan stared at the 16 mutated beasts behind Xiao Tian, her expression blank as she asked. These are all mutated beasts I've subdued. I need to forge containment devices to house them, Xiao Tian stated bluntly. If he could forge containment devices for these 16 mutated beasts, it would be like adding another trump card to his hand.
Just imagine. In a critical moment, you face an invincible, formidable opponent. Suddenly, you pull out the containment device and unleash 16 terrifying mutated beasts. Wouldn't your opponent be utterly stunned? You could even use this trump card to pull off a stunning comeback from the brink of defeat. Xiao Tian's current mission to build containment devices for the 16 mutated beasts is essentially adding another trump card to his hand. Whoa! Upon hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, Xin Xiulan sucked in a sharp breath, stunned into silence for a long moment.
These 16 mutated beasts are all high level.
And he's managed to subdue every single one of them?
What kind of monster is he, capable of subduing mutant beasts and 16 at once, no less?
I understand. I'll expedite the construction of the containment device, though it will require some time, Xin Xiulan said after composing herself.
Understood, Xiao Tian nodded. Based on the current progress, the mutations of plants and insects were complete.
Soon, the Dark Sovereign of the First Heaven would descend. And according to the memories, the Dark Sovereign of the First Heaven would descend upon none other than Deru City. The Dark Overlord's arrival here is both a calamity and an opportunity. Should one succeed in slaying the Dark Overlord, the rewards would be truly immense. Xiao Tian had no intention of leaving the Great Scholar City just yet. He intended to attempt slaying the Sovereign of the First Heaven. To achieve this, he must maximize his strength before the Lord's arrival. Though time was pressing, Xiao Tian could afford to wait this short while. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly noticed that apart from the 2 military personnel beside Xin Xiulan, no other researchers remained in the entire institute. This was highly unusual. Where are the rest of the research institute staff? Xiao Tian asked abruptly. They've all gone out. Mentioning this, Xin Xiulan couldn't help but sigh as she explained, not long ago, outsiders broke into Darren City. Their identities are unknown, and after entering the city, they began a killing spree, clashing with military personnel. Most of the research institute's personnel have gone out to provide backup. An outsider breached the Great Scholar City? At first, Xiao Tian didn't pay much attention, but he soon recalled something. He recalled that before his rebirth, Great Scholar City had once been invaded by powerful outsiders. It was a pair of sisters who had originally developed their power in Yuntian City. However, since Yuntian City was a first-tier city in Longhua, it was rich in resources and boasted exceptionally powerful spirit beast warriors. Seeking better opportunities, the sisters settled for Deru City instead, aiming to dominate the region. Upon arriving in Dalu City, to demonstrate their might, the sisters jointly slew a fusion mutant beast. Later, leveraging their formidable strength, they recruited followers. The fusion mutant beast they had slain was none other than the very same one Xiao Tian had recently defeated. Due to Xiao Tian's rebirth, many plot developments in this lifetime deviated from their original course. This unexpected turn of events led the sisters to clash with military personnel. Are the new arrivals a pair of sisters? Xiao Tian snapped back to reality and asked uncertainly. You actually know? Xin Xiulan looked at Xiao Tian in surprise. Currently, aside from her and a small number of military personnel, no one else knew about this matter. How did Xiao Tian know? But Xiao Tian was already feeling a bit disoriented. Xin Xiulan's reaction indirectly confirmed his suspicions. The intruders who had breached the Great Scholar City were none other than the pair of sisters from his memories before his rebirth. Xiao Tian had never aspired to be a savior, and their reign of conquest held no personal significance for him. But fate had placed his current stronghold in Dalu City. If they sought to dominate here, it would inevitably affect him. A clash between the two sides was almost inevitable. Since conflict was inevitable, they were destined enemies. Should he strike first, catching them off guard? After all, these two sisters were no pushovers far more formidable than Yihuan. As Xiao Tian pondered, footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance. A pair of sisters with delicate features approached side by side, smiles already playing on their lips. Both pairs of eyes locked onto Xiao Tian simultaneously. The girl on the left, clad in a black bodysuit, scrutinized him. Are you Xiao Tian? She asked abruptly. Seeing the two women approach, Xin Xiulan's brows instantly furrowed. These sisters had actually made their way here. Hadn't the military dispatched every available force to block them? Their presence here could only mean one thing. Every single military personnel had been wiped out. The sisters' strength far exceeded everyone's expectations. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow and glanced up at the two women. They looked exactly the same as before his rebirth. They were indeed the sisters from his memories. Before his rebirth, Xiao Tian had been an ordinary man. To his former self, the sisters were superpowered beings he could only look up to in awe. But now, the tables had turned. They were no longer unreachable figures. Pulling his thoughts back, Xiao Tian's gaze turned icy as he spoke, each word deliberate. If you don't want to die, get out of my sight now. Chapter 45, Making Xiaoshan call for reinforcements? Xiao Tian's tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet anyone who knew him understood, Xiao Tian was truly enraged. Unlike others who roared with fury, Xiao Tian's rage manifested in an eerie stillness concealing the most extreme killing intent. So you must be Xiao Tian. Big Sister Yifeng chuckled lightly, paying no heed to Xiao Tian's threat. Sister, don't waste your breath on him. He's the strongest figure openly acknowledged in Great Scholar City right now. He even has a villa built with forbidden land materials and stores tons of supplies. Yilwan sneered coldly, turning to Xiao Tian. Kill him, and all this becomes ours. Listening to the sisters' arrogant exchange, Pang Dahai was stunned into silence for a long time. Arrogant. Since encountering Xiao Tian, he had never seen anyone this brazen. Xiao Tian was powerful, but Deru City wasn't some backwater. There were those who dared to be arrogant in his presence. Yet whether it was Li Chong at the beginning or He Huan later, their fates had been nothing but miserable deaths. He never imagined that not long after He Huan was dealt with, someone else would dare challenge Xiao Tian's authority, and this time, the challengers were two women. Fat Dahai's face already wore a look of pity. Her gut told her the sister's fate wouldn't be a pretty one. If you don't want to die, you still have time to get out of here. Once you anger my big brother, you won't even have a chance to regret it. Fat C gave a heartfelt warning, smacking her lips. But to her surprise, the sisters instantly frowned. Who do you think you are, talking to us like that? Fat C's rage boiled over, her jiggling flesh trembling with fury. What was he? He was the current Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the last Celestial Master on Blue Star. He'd kindly warned them, yet instead of gratitude, they turned around and mocked him. Damn it all to hell. I am the current Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain. What do you call me? Fat C stared at the sisters, trembling with rage. The Celestial Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain? The sisters exchanged a glance before shaking their heads. Never heard of it. Damn it. Fat Dahai was utterly enraged. A talisman appeared in his palm, and he flung it at the two women. Whoosh! The moment it left his hand, the talisman burst into flames, transforming into a wall of fire that closed in on the sisters. Just then, a pair of golden wings materialized behind Yifeng. With a fierce flap, they extinguished the flames entirely. Seeing his attack so easily neutralized, Pang Dahai felt his authority challenged. Gritting her teeth, she immediately pulled another talisman from her bosom and hurled it forth. Crackle! The moment the talisman was thrown, it ignited into ashes before transforming into a thunderbolt as thick as a bowl, striking toward the sisters. Just as the thunderbolt was about to strike the sisters, Yilwan suddenly entered her beast transformation state. A surge of light flowed across her back. A massive green turtle shell materialized out of thin air. Crackle! The thunderbolt slammed into the shell, failing to leave even a scratch. A turtle? Fat C opened his mouth slightly, staring at Yilwan in utter disbelief. Having been down the mountain for so long, he'd seen his share of spirit beast warriors, but this was his first encounter with one wielding the power of a turtle. Xiao Tian, however, wasn't particularly surprised. With his memories from his previous life, he knew exactly what abilities the two sisters had awakened. The eldest sister, Yifeng, possessed the abilities of a pheasant, flight, and the power to emit a crowing sound that affected enemies. The second sister, Yiluan, had gained the turtle's fortification ability. Upon entering her beast form, she could summon a hardened shell to block damage. The sisters complemented each other perfectly, one specializing in offense, the other in defense, making them formidable opponents. But for Xiao Tian now, that was all they had. What a joke of a Taoist master, never expected him to be so weak, Yiluan declared, removing her turtle shell and holding it in her palm as she stared defiantly at Pang Dahai. Fat C was furious, his face alternating between green and purple. Had his high-grade talismans not been burned to ashes by Xiao Tian back then, he wouldn't have ended up in this sorry state. The venerable Tiancher of Dragon Tiger Mountain, mocked by two women who could endure such humiliation? Though his high-grade talismans were gone, he still possessed many low-grade ones. Just as Pang Dahai hesitated, debating whether to hurl all his talismans at once, Yi Fang's gaze suddenly fell upon Xiao Tian. She spoke calmly, "We have come to challenge you. From this day forward, Daru City must recognize us as its rulers. You have two choices now: submit to us and become our dog, or die here." Xiao Tian chuckled and retorted, "Do I have a third option?" "Yes." Yi Feng also smiled, sizing Xiao Tian up from head to toe. You look quite presentable. If you're willing to submit to us and serve us well, you'll reap your share of benefits. At these words, Xiao Tian's expression turned peculiar. Submitting to them was one thing, but they actually wanted him to be their male concubine? Xiao Tian had to admit both sisters were undeniably attractive, arguably more beautiful than most women. But he already had plenty of beauties around him. Even setting aside Yan Ruyu, the wealthy young miss, Xiaolan standing before him alone was beyond comparison to these two. You think you're worthy enough to have me serve as your male concubine? Do I have any other choice? Xiao Tian asked again. We know you've trained your own squad of spirit beast warriors. You can call them now. Yifang's expression darkened. Call for reinforcements? These two women actually wanted him to call for reinforcements? Xiao Tian twitched his lips. This wasn't confidence anymore, it was sheer arrogance. Even Xiaolan was starting to lose her composure. Xiao Tian now monopolized all resources in Deru City. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that with a single command from him, every spirit beast warrior in Deru City would come to his aid. And these two fools actually told Xiao Tian to call for reinforcements? Wasn't that like lighting a lantern in a latrine? Wishing for an early grave? Calling for backup? Better not. Xiao Tian shook his head and cracked his neck. Dealing with these two women didn't warrant calling for reinforcements, he could handle them easily on his own. But Yifeng cut him off, her tone cool. Call for help. Our purpose here isn't just to defeat you, it's to intimidate every spirit beast warrior in Deru City. Only absolute, crushing power will keep them in line. Xiao Tian understood. They had already cast him as a stepping stone, intending to use him to intimidate the other spirit beast warriors of Deru City. If that was the case, he would grant them their wish. Xiao Tian turned to Pang Dahai, call for reinforcements. Fatsi nodded, casting a sympathetic glance at the sisters before pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Soon, Yan Ruyu and Yan Tianshang inside the villa were both informed of the situation. Xiao Tian now wielded near absolute power in Dalo City. Who would have thought someone would dare challenge him? Without a moment's hesitation, the two led the villa's staff toward the research institute. Simultaneously, they posted the incident online. Someone had dared to provoke Xiao Tian and even aspired to dominate the entire city of Darren. When the news broke, the entire Deru City's spirit beast warriors were in an uproar. Holy, who the hell is this madman daring to provoke Xiao Tian? Deru City is his personal fiefdom now. Anyone who crosses Xiao Shen ends up dead and disfigured. Who'd have thought someone would still be so blind? He's at the research institute right now. If we head over, we might catch the spectacle. TSK. Daring to provoke Xiao Shen. I'm genuinely curious what fate awaits them. The internet is buzzing. Countless spirit beast warriors rapidly converged toward the research institute. Chapter 46, My people have arrived. Are you afraid? After watching Pang Dahai finish his call, the two sisters said nothing more, standing silently in place as they waited. They were waiting for the people Xiao Tian had summoned. Once these men arrived, the sisters would crush Xiao Tian with overwhelming force, defeating him, or even executing him on the spot. They intended to use Xiao Tian's head to intimidate every spirit beast warrior in Grand Scholar City. Deru City was merely a stepping stone in their rise to power. Their true ambition lay in the vast expanse of the cosmos. The sisters were still lost in visions of their glorious future, unaware that their own death countdown had already begun. Xiao Tian hadn't acted prematurely either. He had originally intended to deal with the sisters himself, but he couldn't resist their persistent demands for him to call for reinforcements. So he would call for reinforcements. Though it was a bit troublesome, who could blame him for being someone who couldn't refuse others' requests? Big brother. Fatsi nudged Xiao Tian with his elbow. Didn't those women check your background before coming here? Xiao Tian froze, then shook his head. He wasn't sure if the sisters had investigated him before arriving, but judging by the current situation, they probably hadn't. Because if they had done their homework and understood the current climate in Deru City, they wouldn't have been foolish enough to provoke him. TSK, how pitiful. I thought Huan had it bad enough, but these two women are even better at courting disaster. Fat Dahai rubbed his chubby hands together with a wicked grin. Now I'm genuinely curious to see their reactions when they meet the people we've called in. Xiao Tian merely shook his head silently. In Xiao Tian's mind, the Tianzher of Longhu Mountain should be a stern, uncompromising figure of extraordinary power. Though he hadn't met other Taoist masters from Dragon Tiger Mountain, characters resembling them were commonplace in TV dramas. In his previous life, Pang Dahai had somewhat fit Xiao Tian's image of a Taoist master. But since his rebirth, Pang Dahai's image in Xiao Tian's mind had changed. This fatso looked every bit the part of a street thug and hoodlum, completely at odds with the image of a celestial master. How the hell did this guy even get chosen as the Dragon Tiger Mountain celestial master? As the two conversed, the roar of an engine suddenly grew louder from afar. Everyone simultaneously looked up toward the front. There, a dense convoy of vehicles was advancing in full force toward the research institute. Pickup trucks, sedans, SUVs, large trucks. Every type of vehicle imaginable filled the road. Roughly estimated, nearly dozens of vehicles had arrived. The once spacious roadway was instantly choked solid, looking incredibly congested. "They're here." Fat C slapped his thigh in excitement. Yi Feng and Yi Luan exchanged glances, both women seeing a hint of bewilderment in each other's eyes. What was going on? Hadn't they asked Xiao Tian to call people? Did this bastard summon the entire population of Deru City? "These are all people you called?" Yi Feng forced back her unease as she looked at Xiao Tian and asked. "These are all my big brother's men." "Scared now?" Pang Dahai piped up first, smugly responding. Just then, the convoy halted a few meters ahead of the crowd. One by one, everyone opened their doors and stepped out. A dense crowd instantly filled the scene. Though fewer than 50 in number, every single one was a spirit beast warrior. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, the entire group bowed and scraped with excessive deference, like office drones encountering their boss, appearing utterly stiff and constrained. This scene struck the sisters like a visual shockwave. Spirit beast warriors. You're all spirit beast warriors, yet why are you wearing such fawning expressions? In that instant, the sisters suddenly realized they had apparently stirred up trouble. They'd provoked the wrong people. Xiao Tian. Just then, Yan Ruyu emerged from the crowd, accompanied by Yan Tianshang. Seeing Xiao Tian unharmed, Yan Ruyu exhaled a long breath of relief. She then turned to the Yi Feng sisters with a peculiar expression. "Were they the ones provoking you?" "Yes." Xiao Tian nodded lightly. "Holy crap, who'd have thought the once provoking Xiao God would be two women? These days, you really get all sorts of people. Who do you think you are, daring to provoke Xiao Shen? Damn, this really broadens my horizons. Who says women are inferior to men? Those two tigresses sure pack a punch. Mess with Xiao Shen? Give me 3 heads and I wouldn't dare." Xiao Tian and Yan Ruyu's conversation was overheard by everyone present. The scene erupted in an uproar, countless mocking and complex gazes simultaneously landing on the sisters. Hearing the gasps and murmurs of astonishment, the sisters exchanged a glance, their unease growing faintly. Wait. Wasn't this youth named Xiao Tian the strongest in Great Scholar City? Why did he now carry himself like the king of Deru City? Wasn't challenging Xiao Tian perfectly normal? Why were these people reacting so intensely? Who exactly are you? The sisters turned to Xiao Tian simultaneously, their delicate brows furrowed, all traces of their initial confidence vanished. Xiao Tian couldn't be bothered with idle chatter. Instead, Pang Dahai stepped forward, boasting as he detailed Xiao Tian's identity and his standing within the Great Scholar City. Upon hearing these details, the sisters' expressions became quite something. They knew Xiao Tian was the strongest in Great Scholar City and had stockpiled survival supplies. But they never imagined he would hold such a status. Not only was he the city's mightiest, but he also monopolized all of Deru City's resources. Such a man could easily be described as ruling Dallas City with an iron fist. They had dared to provoke someone like him and even allowed him to call for reinforcements. Wasn't that just courting death? This was pure idiocy. The sisters' faces were etched with panic and despair. Pang Dahai watched it all unfold, relishing the sight with a look of pure satisfaction. It was as if he himself were the true incarnation of Xiao Tian. With his hands clasped behind his back, Pang Dahai circled the sisters once, remaining silent for a long while before suddenly speaking. "Now you're scared? Didn't you do your homework before going out to carve out your own little kingdom?" Silence. Dead silence. The sisters didn't know how to respond. They hadn't done their homework because they foolishly believed that with their current levels, taking over the entire city of Deru would be a piece of cake. Seeing their silence, Pang Dahai shook his head and softly uttered 2 words in perfect square characters: "Fools." The sisters. Yi Feng suddenly turned to Xiao Tian, suppressing her inner panic as she spoke earnestly. "If we apologize to you now and pledge to become your women, your bed toys, would you give us a chance? Earlier, I told you to get lost, but you insisted I call my men." Xiao Tian stroked his chin, amused. "Now that the people I called have arrived, you want to be my women?" Finishing his sentence, Xiao Tian spread his hands in a helpless gesture. "You two are making this really difficult for me." Chapter 47, Neither Life Nor Death. Hearing Xiao Tian's response, the sisters' hearts sank to the lowest depths. His meaning couldn't be clearer. He had no intention of letting them off easily. Damn it! Yi Feng suddenly shot Yi Luan a sorrowful glance. As the elder sister, she was far more level-headed than Yi Luan. Before setting off for Deru City, she had instructed Yi Luan to investigate the situation there. Yi Luan's report had been that Deru City was merely a small place, with no threats capable of endangering them. She had trusted Yi Luan's misguided assessment, and now things had spiraled into this mess. If Yi Luan weren't her own flesh and blood sister, she'd have the urge to strangle her. Seeing Yi Feng's furious glare, Yi Luan hung her head in shame. She now understood her mistake. Her arrogance had ruined both her and her eldest sister. But the damage was done. The late emperor had laid the foundation for their dynasty, only to collapse midway. What more could be said now? Yet accepting misfortune as fate was clearly not in the sisters' nature. Having shown themselves ruthless enough to wipe out the military forces of the Great Scholar City, they were clearly no pushovers.
Though they knew the current situation offered almost no hope of reversal, they would not abandon even the slightest chance. If they could seize control of Xiao Tian and use him to threaten those present, they might still find a sliver of hope to escape this place of turmoil. At this thought, the sisters exchanged a knowing glance. Instantly, they understood each other's meaning. The next moment. Strike together. Yi Feng suddenly roared, her wings flapping as she charged straight at Xiao Tian. Yi Luan reacted instantly, using her turtle shell as a shield as she closed in on Xiao Tian. Both sisters had entered their beast forms, they were prepared to fight to the death. But Xiao Tian merely watched the scene unfold with a cold gaze, showing little reaction. Thinking of making a last-ditch effort? Leave these two women who don't know their place to me. Yen Tiancheng stepped forward, rubbing his neck with a battle-ready gleam in his eyes. He had been relentlessly absorbing the power of mutated beast cores all this time, and his current strength was no longer weak. These two women would be perfect practice. Yet Yen Tiancheng was swiftly outpaced by the spirit beast warriors present, whose reactions were even quicker than his. You fools! Daring to attack Xiaoshen when death is upon you? Did you even ask us before attacking Xiaoshen? Damn it, who gave you the guts to act so brazenly in front of Xiaoshen? Brothers, let's do this! The spirit beast warriors on the scene erupted like they'd been injected with adrenaline, their faces flushed and necks bulging as they roared with fury. Yen Tiancheng had barely entered his beast form when these spirit beast warriors, bellowing like wild beasts, charged forward before he could even move, launching a brutal assault on the two sisters. Boom! The scene was a bloodbath. The sisters possessed formidable strength, the very confidence that had emboldened them to come to Daru City seeking dominance. One had to admit, they were indeed formidable. In one-on-one combat, aside from Xiao Tian, almost no one present could match them. But the problem was, there were dozens of spirit beast warriors present. Each person present could easily drown the sisters in their own spit. One transformed into a colossal bear, its strength overwhelming. Another's arm transformed into a thick serpent's head, its fangs releasing terrifying venom. Others grew dog heads outright, lunging to tear into the sisters. These spirit beast warriors unleashed their full fury, holding nothing back. Every strike was a lethal blow. Surrounded by the onslaught of so many spirit beast warriors, the sisters had almost no chance to fight back. Within mere moments, they were blasted into critical injuries, spitting blood as they collapsed to the ground, their vitality rapidly fading. The sisters were utterly dumbfounded. Was this youth before them the reincarnation of Mengpa? Had he drugged these spirit beast warriors? Otherwise, why would these creatures react so violently when they suddenly attacked Xiao Tian? Truthfully, their reaction stemmed not from reverence for Xiao Tian. Rather, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By demonstrating absolute loyalty, they were certain Xiao Tian would reward them with resources. Their attack on the sisters wasn't to defend Xiao Tian, it was purely to secure the resources he would bestow. God Xiao, these two women who don't know their place have been subdued. What should we do now? At your command, Lord Xiao will strike wherever you point. Dealing with such trash? No need for Lord Xiao to lift a finger, we'll handle it. Lord Xiao, how should we deal with them? Just give the order, and we'll carry it out without question. Watching the earnest gazes of his men, Xiao Tian's lips twitched. The most shocking sight was Yen Tiancheng. Yen Tiancheng remained frozen in his beast form, his mind a complete blur. As the former wealthiest man in Daru City, a figure of unparalleled prestige and power, he had just blurted out profanity. Damn it all. Damn it. You lot are nothing but a bunch of beasts. I haven't even taken a step yet, and you've already ended the fight. Do we really have to do it this way? I know you're trying to curry favor with Xiao Tian, but at least give me a chance to prove myself. This makes me look like a complete fool. Xiao Tian, either kill us or set us free. Otherwise, the moment we get our chance, we won't spare a single person close to you. Knowing their fate was sealed, the sisters grew defiant instead, glaring at Xiao Tian with fierce threats. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow. In his entire life, he hated being threatened more than anything. Those who dared threaten him rarely met a good end. To Xiao Tian, the sisters' threats felt more like a death wish. They were trying to provoke him into killing them swiftly. But Xiao Tian would not grant them their wish. Since you're so eager to die, so desperate for a quick end, I won't grant you that wish. I will make you live in agony. Sometimes, making life worse than death is far more torturous than a swift execution. Handle these two women yourselves. Xiao Tian addressed the group of spirit beast warriors. Hearing this, many eyes lit up with excitement. Though these sisters couldn't compare in looks or grace to women like Yen Ruyu, they were quite attractive by ordinary standards. Everyone knew that offending Xiao Tian meant certain death for them. Many even felt it was a pity to let them die so easily. It seemed like a waste of such potential. But now, Xiao Tian had handed the sisters over to them for their own disposal. This was no longer a waste. Among these spirit beast warriors, many were still bachelors who had never known the touch of a woman since birth. Thank you, Lord Xiao. Rest assured, Lord Xiao, those foolish women dared threaten you. We'll make them wish they were dead. Many spirit beast warriors in the crowd swallowed hard, grinning wickedly. Their gazes fixed on the sisters were like starving wolves who'd gone 3 days and nights without food suddenly spotting a flock of sheep. The sisters were stunned. Despair washed over them, and they bitterly regretted their actions. Even a fool could guess the inhuman treatment awaiting them next. In less than half an hour, their weight would likely balloon by 3 pounds. Xiao Tian, you bastard! You animal! May you rot in hell! The sisters were beside themselves with rage, their initial composure shattered. They cursed Xiao Tian like mad women. But they were soon knocked unconscious by the crowd. How dare you! Still threatening Xiao Tian now? Wait till later, I'll make you kneel between my legs and sing conquest. A sneering voice threatened from within the crowd. Xiao Tian observed it all, nodding with satisfaction. He had been far too merciful. They threatened him, attempting to use him as a stepping stone, yet he hadn't killed them. Instead, he had allowed them to live. Across the entire Blue Star, since the dark turmoil began, the dark sides within many hearts had been unleashed. Truly, people as kind-hearted as himself were becoming far too rare. Chapter 48, The Dark Lord arrives early? After sealing the sisters' fate with a single decree, Xiao Tian promised the others some rewards. Though their motives were driven by resource acquisition, they had taken proactive action. Xiao Tian wasn't one to be stingy. Thus, he agreed to reward them with resources. Though the resources weren't abundant, they were better than nothing. It was also an opportunity to make it clear to everyone, those who worked for Xiao Tian would be rewarded. At any time, blindly pursuing violence was always a foolish endeavor. Winning hearts and minds was the superior strategy. True to form. When Xiao Tian promised resources as compensation, the crowd erupted in cheers, shouting his name with enthusiasm. Now that both plants and insects had completed their mutations, the environment had grown far more hostile than during the early days of the dark turmoil. For the people now, food was the most vital survival resource. They had merely helped Xiao Tian deal with the Yi sisters, suffering almost no losses themselves, yet stood to gain a substantial amount of resources for free. No matter how you looked at it, it was a win-win. That's our boy Xiao Tian for you. What a brilliant move. Yan Tianqing couldn't help but stroke his beard and nod approvingly. Dad, did you notice something? Yan Ruyu asked curiously. Yan Tianqing pondered for a moment before explaining. Xiao Tian monopolizes all resources in Grand Scholar City. If he used force or resources to coerce everyone into serving him, even with immense power, it would inevitably breed resentment. So Xiao Tian didn't do that. Instead, he subtly hinted to everyone that they'd reap rewards for serving him. This way, everyone willingly follows him without a hint of rebellion. Problems get resolved before Xiao Tian even has to lift a finger. Yan Ruyu wasn't stupid. Hearing her father's explanation, she quickly grasped the meaning. Her almond-shaped eyes grew brighter as she looked at Xiao Tian. She had always thought Xiao Tian was merely powerful and kind to those around him, but now she realized his wisdom was equally formidable. If one were to replace the current Xiao Tian with the He Huan of the past, would this guy, having monopolized all of Great Scholar City's resources, willingly share them with everyone? The answer was clearly no. Eventually, others would be unable to survive, and over time, resentment would inevitably fester. Then it would be a case of our lords and ministers born from a special breed? But Xiao Tian is different. While he does monopolize the resources of the Great Scholar City, he also ensures others have the means to survive. It's an equal exchange where everyone gets what they need. Before long, the Yi sisters were forcibly dragged down by the crowd amid thick despair. The fate awaiting them would surely be grim. Yan Ruyu and the other women felt no sympathy whatsoever. The sisters had brought this upon themselves. Their ambition to dominate the region was not wrong, nor was their ruthless treatment of enemies. Their mistake was provoking Xiao Tian. After settling everything, Xiao Tian turned his gaze to Xiaolan. The military personnel have been largely eliminated. The research institute is no longer safe. Come with me back to the villa. You can continue your research there from now on. Xiaolan's expression shifted as she gazed at the handsome Xiao Tian, her emotions reaching an extreme complexity. She too was within the scope of danger. With the military virtually wiped out, without their protection, her safety as a civilian at the research institute was no longer assured. She had been contemplating whether to ask Xiao Tian for help. But out of respect for the director's dignity, she couldn't bring herself to say it. She never expected Xiao Tian to proactively suggest she work at the villa. This kid, could he really have a crush on her? But she was so much older than him. Xiaolan had been hailed as a prodigy since childhood. While her peers were still in high school, she had already been admitted to university ahead of schedule. Precisely because she was exceptionally accomplished, her standards for a partner were equally high. At the very least, she needed a man who was even more accomplished than herself. Although Xiao Tian was exceptionally talented and met her expectations for a partner, he was simply too young. An age gap relationship, this was something Xiaolan had never considered. She always believed a man who was too young would seem immature, while she herself was a mature woman. The more Xiaolan thought about it, the more her mind felt muddled. She shook her head to clear her thoughts. Thank you. Since you put it that way, I'd be rude to refuse. Xiaolan smiled brightly. If Yan Ruyu embodied the pure, innocent charm of a maiden's first love, then Xiaolan radiated the consummate sophistication of a mature woman. Like a vintage wine aged for decades, its intoxicating aroma wafted through the jar, potent enough to captivate. Fatso, gather the villa workers to help Director Shen move her research equipment, Xiao Tian instructed Pang Dahui. Fat Dahai pounded his chest emphatically. No worries, boss. Mission accomplished. One had to admit, this contemporary Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain was increasingly displaying the demeanor of a sycophant. After settling everything, Xiao Tian followed Yen Ruyu and her daughter back to the villa first. Just as they arrived, the dim sky suddenly rumbled with a deep, muffled boom. Immediately afterward, a massive fissure tore open in the sky. Out of the fissure poured an endless sea of pitch-black mist, engulfing half the sky in an inky darkness. A darkness so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. This is the Dark Sovereign. Xiao Tian looked up at the sky, his pupils suddenly contracting as his heart skipped a beat. Darkness Dominator? Yen Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian in confusion. Xiao Tian, what's going on? A crack appearing in the sky would have been sensational news in the past. But now, it barely stirred a ripple. The dark turmoil had already descended upon the land. With flora, fauna, and insects mutating, it was only natural for strange celestial phenomena to appear. Moreover, many people couldn't even fill their stomachs, so it was unlikely anyone would care about so-called supernatural phenomena. The dark turmoil unfolds across 9 layers of heaven. Each layer brings its own calamity, and each is ruled by a dark sovereign. Judging by the current situation, the dark sovereign of the first layer has arrived ahead of schedule. Xiao Tian took a deep breath, his expression grave as he spoke. The term darkness ruler was not unfamiliar to Yen Ruyu and her daughter. They had long since learned the basics from Xiao Tian. What they hadn't anticipated was that, according to Xiao Tian's original expectations, the dark ruler of the first heaven would not arrive for at least another half year. Why would it suddenly appear now? Xiao Tian, didn't you say the dark sovereign of the first heaven wouldn't arrive for at least another half year? Yen Ruyu pursed her lips and asked abruptly. Xiao Tian remained silent, his thoughts drifting into the distance. According to his memories before rebirth, the dark ruler of the first heaven would indeed not arrive for another half year. But after his rebirth, he had altered so many things. Perhaps it was precisely the butterfly effect caused by his actions that had brought the dark ruler of the first heaven down early. The crisis was imminent. The peaceful life they now enjoyed was about to enter its final countdown. Chapter 49, Tonight, I'll Be Your Woman. I recall that before the first heavenly realm lord descended, the sky was also torn open by a massive gash. However, the dark sovereign hadn't descended in person, only a fragment of its essence had arrived. The current situation mirrors what Xiao Tian witnessed back then almost exactly. In other words, though his influence hastened the dark sovereign's arrival, the sovereign still proceeded as before rebirth. It wasn't the true form descending directly, but a clone arriving first. Realizing this, Xiao Tian's taut nerves finally relaxed slightly. An avatar is good enough. An avatar's power is significantly weaker than the true form. I still have time to grow stronger. Xiao Tian patted his chest and muttered to himself. Yen Ruyu's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time she'd ever seen Xiao Tian so distracted. It wasn't hard to guess the dark sovereign of the first heaven was immensely powerful. So formidable that even Xiao Tian felt apprehensive. Indeed, if the dark turmoil were likened to a game, it would have 10 levels in total. The ruler of the first heaven was essentially the final boss of the first level. Even after reincarnating and gaining his own system, his current strength wasn't exactly weak. Xiao Tian still couldn't suppress his unease. Because this was reality, not a game. If he stumbled here, there would be no chance for another resurrection. Xiao Tian, you don't look well. Are you okay? Yen Ruyu gently traced Xiao Tian's cheek, her voice soft and reassuring. It's okay. No matter how powerful the dark ruler of the first heaven may be, we're not fighting this alone. At her words, Xiao Tian's eyes lit up instantly. Right. How could he have forgotten about the others? The dark sovereign of the first heaven might indeed be formidable, but he wasn't fighting alone now. Moreover, every person close to him now possessed a set of resurrection armor. Possessing a resurrection armor meant having one chance to make a mistake. So what if he's the dark ruler? He's just the dark ruler of the first heaven. And he's only sent a clone to fight, just get it over with. He refused to believe that, having been reborn and now backed by the system, he couldn't defeat a mere first heaven sovereign. Evening. Fatsi escorted Shinshoulan as they transported the various experimental equipment back to the villa. The equipment was numerous, and some pieces were quite large. Fortunately, the villa's spacious layout and numerous vacant rooms provided ample storage without issue. After everything was arranged. Dinner time. Everyone sat down together for dinner. Xiao Tian sat off to the side, chewing on a raw steak. After pondering for a while, he finally shared the matter of the Dark Overlord with everyone. Upon learning that the Dark Turmoil was divided into 9 stages, with the current being only the first and that subsequent stages would grow increasingly difficult, Xin Xiulan and Pang Dahui were utterly dumbfounded. Life was already tough enough as it was. Their current comfortable existence was solely due to following Xiao Tian and riding his coattails.
In contrast, others, even spirit beast warriors, often went hungry, with tragic cases of cannibalism even emerging. The thought of even tougher days ahead made Pang Dahwai dread what the future might hold. And at each stage, a powerful overlord would descend a devastating blow. Dark creatures were terrifying enough, especially the elite level ones they'd encountered in the Forbidden Zone last time. If not for Xiao Tian, their entire group would have been wiped out. If elite level dark creatures were this formidable, it was unimaginable how terrifying a dark sovereign would be. Brother, you must have a way to deal with the dark overlord, right? Pang Dahwai lost his appetite, setting down his chopsticks and staring intently at Xiao Tian. The others turned their gaze toward him simultaneously, awaiting Xiao Tian's response. Xiao Tian shook his head solemnly. To be honest, I don't have absolute confidence either. Whoa! Everyone sucked in their breath simultaneously. In their minds, Xiao Tian was synonymous with invincibility. If even he lacked absolute certainty. Just how powerful was this so-called Dark Sovereign? The Dark Sovereign will descend upon Darren City. Why don't we just hightail it out of here? As long as we get away from this place, won't we be safe? Fatsi spoke up again. If we can't defeat it, then let's flee. Xiao Tian shook his head again and murmured softly, great danger often brings great opportunity. If we can slay the Dark Sovereign, the rewards would be immense. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian continued, besides, you can't hide forever. 8 more lords will descend one after another. By then, the entire Blue Star will become a living hell. Escape is not the solution. Only by growing stronger can we take control of our own destiny. I agree with Xiao Tian. Only by growing stronger can we control our own destiny. Yan Tiancheng abruptly stood up and addressed Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, what should we do next? Speak freely, I know you've already made plans. Xiao Tian shot Yan Tiancheng a surprised glance.
Truly worthy of being the wealthiest man in the city, a great scholar who built a vast commercial empire. That sheer boldness alone was beyond the reach of ordinary people. From this moment on, everyone should focus on absorbing the power of the crystal cores and strive to raise their levels. Our sole mission now is to enhance our strength relentlessly. During this period, it's best to avoid going out unnecessarily. The Dark Lord's avatar has arrived. For safety's sake, staying within the villa is the wiser choice. Xiao Tian laid out his plan, and everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Tian had long become their pillar of strength at this critical juncture, no one would dare challenge his decisions. After dinner, Yan Ruyu and her daughter returned to their rooms to absorb the crystal cores. Their absorption speed was nowhere near Xiao Tian's. The crystal nuclei he had given them were still largely untouched. Now that they knew of the impending crisis, they had to work overtime to absorb them. What about me? Fatsi blinked at Xiao Tian. Big brother, I'm not a spirit beast warrior. I can't absorb crystal core power. What should I do now? You're the Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, right? Go draw new talismans and prepare every possible measure. Got it. Fat Dahai nodded and returned to his room to begin preparations. Drawing talismans required numerous materials, but fortunately, the villa was well stocked, and he could find almost everything he needed. Besides talismans, he possessed numerous offensive methods, though they required advanced preparation. After assigning tasks to everyone, Xiao Tian turned to Xinxiulan Din Shun. Your task for the coming period is to expedite the development of the containment device. Shouldn't be a problem, right? If any materials are lacking, just let me know. I'll do my best to provide them. Xinxiulan smiled faintly. I'll do whatever you say. Gazing at Xiao Tian's handsome face, Xinxiulan suddenly felt her heart racing. After a moment of silence, she said, Xiao Tian, I need to discuss something with you. Come with me to the room. I want to talk to you privately about a few things. What kind of matter required discussing in a private room? Though puzzled, Xiao Tian didn't dwell on it and followed Xinxiulan to the room. As Xiao Tian stepped inside, Xinxiulan's red lips curved into a beautiful smile before she closed the door with her foot. Xiao Tian, upon entering, briefly surveyed the room's layout. This room had been prepared in advance, equipped with basic necessities. This will be your room from now on. If you need any supplies, just let me know. As Xiao Tian spoke, he turned to look at Xinxiulan. The moment his eyes met hers, the rest of his sentence died in his throat. His pupils dilated violently, and his entire being froze in shock. Because Xinxiulan had, at some point, begun undressing. Catching Xiao Tian's gaze, Xinxiulan flushed instinctively, feeling slightly embarrassed. Yet she didn't pause her actions, instead speaking slowly. Xiao Tian, you might not know this, but I've always been exceptionally so. That's why very few men have ever met my standards. I won't hide it from you, campus beauty, even though I'm now the director of the research institute and recognized nationally as a key scientific talent. But even now, I remain untouched, never having experienced the pleasures of lovemaking. With the first heavenly sovereign about to descend and the world entering its final days, I've always known you treat those around you well. So tonight, grant me this favor. Let me experience the joys of intimacy. Xiao Tian. Holy. Chapter 50, I thought I could handle it, Part 1. Xinxiulan was naturally quite mature. She usually appeared in her lab coat, always giving off the aura of a stern teacher straight out of an island nation film. But now, Xin Xiaolan wore a loose nightgown, her curvaceous figure faintly visible beneath the fabric, radiating the mature charm of a next-door older sister. Under the warm glow of the room's lighting, the faint blush on her oval face was still visible. In this moment, Xin Xiaolan was indescribably beautiful, almost breathtaking. Her delicate hands wrapped around Xiao Tian's arm as she drew close, her face flushed with embarrassment. She breathed a warm sigh into his ear. Goosebumps instantly rose on Xiao Tian's skin. He had thought that with Yan Ruyu by his side, he'd become immune to other beauties. But when faced with Xin Xiaolan, this captivating beauty, he couldn't help but blush, starting from his ears. This was hardly the director of the research institute. During the day, clad in her white lab coat, she certainly exuded the dignified aura of the institute's director. But at night, when she slipped into a loose nightgown, she was indistinguishable from a seductive spirit. What cadre could withstand such temptation? You can still back out now, Xiao Tian gasped, warning her. With such a soft beauty in his arms, he wasn't some saint, he simply couldn't stay composed. His rationality was being eroded bit by bit. He could barely hold on. What? Xin Xiaolan found Xiao Tian's words somewhat amusing. Her pale fingers traced his chest as she gave a sly smile. You chickened out? When facing enemies, Xiao Tian was ruthless and decisive, cutting off the roots completely. In the eyes of the people of Great Scholar City, Xiao Tian was a god of death incarnate. Yet now, before her, a mere young woman, Xiao Tian displayed such bashful demeanor. This stark contrast amused Xin Xiaolan, sending a thrill through her entire being. Xin Xiaolan grew bolder with each step, pressing forward relentlessly until she cornered Xiao Tian against the wall. Their faces were inches apart, and Xiao Tian could even catch the faint, sweet scent of her perfume. A beauty throws herself at you, and you actually chicken out? Is it because you can't perform? Xin Xiaolan asked, batting her large eyes with a smile. Xiao Tian's blood surged through his veins like a volcano ready to erupt. Dare to say he couldn't perform? Woman, you're playing with fire. Still, Xiao Tian fought to maintain his composure. I'm a spirit beast warrior. You're just an ordinary human. I'm afraid you couldn't handle my fury. Xin Xiaolan arched an eyebrow, her competitive spirit igniting instantly. I can handle it. You won't. I can handle it. You won't. Xin Xiaolan took a deep breath, chuckled softly a few times, then shook her head. I can handle it. Xiao Tian. He was genuinely warning her from the bottom of his heart. Why couldn't Xin Xiaolan believe him? Just then, Xin Xiaolan suddenly released her grip on Xiao Tian's arm, rolled over, and flopped onto the bed. She struck a provocative pose, glaring at Xiao Tian with a defiant look. Whether I can handle it or not, why don't we just try and see? Why all this nonsense? This isn't like you at all. Could it be, you really can't handle it? Xin Xiaolan's smile blossomed like a flower as she flashed Xiao Tian a seductive glance. Can you or can't you, little dog? Swish. He couldn't hold back any longer. He really couldn't hold back anymore. What man could endure such questioning from a woman? Woman, you've successfully caught my attention. Prepare to face my wrath. Xiao Tian said nothing, merely lunging toward the bed. The next day. Sunshine streamed through the sky, birds sang amidst the blossoms. A heavy downpour had drenched the earth, leaving the ground still damp. Everyone rose early to eat breakfast in the dining hall, simultaneously reporting their completed tasks to Xiao Tian. Fatsi had already drawn numerous talismans the previous night, with other preparations underway. Yan Ruyu and her daughter had absorbed several crystal cores, pushing their levels to new heights. Though these gains were far from sufficient, the group's overall strength was steadily improving. Where is Dean Shun? Yan Ruyu suddenly asked, why hasn't she come down for breakfast? Xiao Tian's hand holding the raw meat froze mid-motion. She probably can't come down. Yan Ruyu blinked, not quite grasping Xiao Tian's meaning. But she wasn't stupid. She quickly pieced together what had happened last night. Had Xiao Tian taken Xin Xiaolan into his harem? Xin Xiaolan was indeed beautiful, and her mature aura was something even Yan Ruyu couldn't match. But she was still just an ordinary mortal, while Xiao Tian was a spirit beast warrior and elite even among his peers. How could the physical prowess of an ordinary mortal possibly compare to that of a spirit beast warrior? They were simply not on the same level. Yan Ruyu, however, felt no sorrow over Xiao Tian taking another woman. She was content, fully aware that her current life depended entirely on Xiao Tian. This was no longer the era of old, the current age was one of survival of the fittest. With sufficient strength, having multiple wives and concubines was perfectly normal. Especially someone as exceptional and powerful as Xiao Tian. With his credentials, he didn't even need to lift a finger. Countless women would flock to him, eager to climb into his bed. She had prepared herself mentally for this long before she decided to give her body to Xiao Tian. In fact, when she learned Xiao Tian had added Xin Xiaolan to his harem, Yan Ruyu even felt a flicker of secret delight. With Xin Xiaolan joining the ranks, she could finally catch her breath. Though she was a spirit beast warrior, her physical constitution couldn't compare to Xiao Tian's. Xiao Tian was simply too formidable, she couldn't keep up.
With that thought, Yen Ruyu hastily finished the food on her tray, packed another portion, and headed upstairs. I'm going to bring Sister Shin something to eat. Seeing this, Xiao Tian made no attempt to stop her. Last night, Shin Xiulan had radiated unshakable confidence from her initial provocations to her eventual pleas for mercy on her knees, all within the span of half an hour. Xiao Tian had considered sending Shin Xiulan breakfast, but the situation felt awkward. He didn't know how to face her. Yen Ruyu stepping in for him saved him the trouble. Inside the room, Yen Ruyu pushed open the door and immediately spotted Shin Xiulan lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with a look of utter despair. Sister Shun, have your breakfast. Yen Ruyu smiled slightly, setting the meal box beside the bed. About last night. Shin Xiulan hadn't expected Yen Ruyu to come deliver breakfast herself. Seeing the messy floor in the room, she felt a bit awkward. After all, she was the other woman. Though she knew things weren't like they used to be, she still felt a pang of shame. She never imagined someone as accomplished as herself would do something like this. But she didn't regret it, because Xiao Tian was truly exceptional. Shin sister, you needn't say more. Xiao Tian is immensely powerful. Truthfully, I've long hoped someone would help shoulder some of the burden. Yen Ruyu sat down at the bedside and smiled. Now that I have you, Sister Shin, I should be able to focus on improving my strength without worry for a while. Seeing Yen Ruyu show no sign of blame, but instead accepting her, Shin Xiulan felt a pang of emotion. Yet the memory of last night's events brought a wave of sorrow washing over her. He truly is formidable. I thought I could handle it, but I couldn't. Given my current condition, I won't be able to engage in strenuous activity for at least half a month. The physical prowess of a spirit beast warrior is truly remarkable. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. After a full day of bed rest, Shin Xiulan was now able to get up. Today, a piece of news rapidly ignited the online circles of Dallas City. A man named Ji Guoqing had made a high-profile appearance in Darren City, aggressively recruiting followers. The news soon reached Xiao Tian's ears. Xiao Tian knew full well that this Ji Guoqing was, barring any surprises, the avatar of the Dark Sovereign of the First Heavenly Realm. The Dark Sovereign was finally making his move. Chapter 51, How is this even possible? Second update. In the villa's living room, Yen Ruyu opened a video. In the video, a long-haired youth with heavy eyeshadow wore a deep black robe, looking as if he had traveled through time from ancient times. His hands clasped behind his back, an eerie smile played upon his face. He was delivering a speech. The message was straightforward: choose to follow him and gain immense power. Xiao Tian, are you sure this guy is really the Dark Overlord? After watching the video, Yen Ruyu suddenly turned to look at Xiao Tian beside her. Though Yen Ruyu had never seen the Dark Sovereign as a dark being herself, her impression was that the Dark Sovereign was a non-human entity, if not grotesquely deformed, then at least a monstrous being with multiple heads and arms, radiating overwhelming demonic energy. Yet the youth in the video, who called himself Ji Guoqing, looked almost indistinguishable from a normal human save for his heavy eye makeup. He simply didn't look like a dark being. The Dark Overlord can shapeshift into any form. He merely appears human on the surface, but his essence remains that of the Dark Overlord. Xiao Tian slumped on the sofa as he explained. Yen Ruyu's eyes widened in realization before she asked curiously, so what's the deal with this guy posting videos to recruit people? A cold smile touched Xiao Tian's lips. Although his own actions had significantly accelerated the original timeline, the Dark Lord's avatar arriving early to recruit forces on Blue Star was something that had already happened once before his rebirth. Therefore, Xiao Tian understood the enemy's objective perfectly. The enemy sought to annihilate the spirit beast warriors of Great Scholar City at minimal cost, recruiting forces to sow discord, pitting spirit beast warriors against spirit beast warriors. Once the spirit beast warriors of Great Scholar City were weakened by mutual combat, the Dark Sovereign's true form would descend to destroy everything. This was precisely how the Dark Lord had operated in the past life, and he had nearly succeeded. Using power as bait, he had indeed recruited many formidable spirit beast warriors. Initially, people remained skeptical, but upon witnessing others truly granted immense power, the rest were moved. Xiao Tian recalled that at least half of the spirit beast warriors in the Great Scholar City chose to follow the Dark Overlord, receiving the gift of dark power. Yet these individuals met the most tragic fates. When the Dark Sovereign descended in person, they became the first sacrifices, their power drained dry by the Dark Sovereign. This time, the Dark Sovereign clearly intended to employ the same strategy. Recruiting followers, stirring up conflicts. But unfortunately, the timeline had been altered too drastically by Xiao Tian this time. The Great Scholar City of today was no longer the Great Scholar City of the past. Xiao Tian outlined the Dark Lord's plan to the assembled group. Upon hearing his explanation, everyone instantly frowned. If half of Dalu City's spirit beast warriors were swayed to follow the enemy, their strength would surge to unprecedented levels. It could even pose a threat to Xiao Tian himself. Brother, since this Dark Sovereign has been planning this all along, we absolutely cannot sit idly by and let him grow stronger. Fat C pondered, should we expose their true intentions to the public now? Xiao Tian chuckled. Do you think anyone would believe us if we revealed the truth now? Fat Ocean and the others fell silent. Human nature is inherently selfish, especially during these extraordinary times.
As Xiao Tian had said, even if they exposed the truth, it might not make much of an impact.
Driven by the lure of power, many might still choose to follow the Dark Overlord. If that were the case, things would get tricky. What should we do then? Just stand by and watch them grow stronger and cause trouble? Pang Daihui felt his head spinning.
No matter how one looked at it, this situation seemed unsolvable and extremely difficult.
Xiao Tian, you must have a solution, right?
Yan Ruyu looked at him with hopeful eyes. He could have told her outright that he definitely had a solution.
There is indeed a way. Xiao Tian sat up straight and grinned. If they can recruit and build their forces, why can't we do the same? You mean?
Yan Ruyu was sharp and instantly grasped Xiao Tian's meaning.
They lure people with force, but we lack that capital.
Instead, we can offer resources in exchange.
Xiao Tian suddenly turned to Yan Ruyu. Announce it now.
Follow me, Xiao Tian, and I'll cover all 3 meals a day.
3 meals a day. Before the collapse of order, even an ordinary person could manage 3 full meals a day.
But in these extraordinary times, even spirit beast warriors might find themselves living hand to mouth. By working for Xiao Tian, they could secure 3 full meals a day.
Too tempting. Moreover, the villa's resources are currently quite abundant, so even if this plan were implemented, it wouldn't cause significant disruption. This plan is indeed feasible. No wonder he's the man I chose. His mind works at lightning speed. What seemed like an unsolvable deadlock was effortlessly resolved by Xiao Tian's casual remark. I'll send out the message right away.
Yan Ruyu, overcome with excitement, pulled out her phone, began composing the message, and clicked send.
Meanwhile, the internet was already buzzing over Ji Guoqing's recruitment video.
Just as Xiao Tian had described, most people expressed skepticism toward the news.
Grant them immense power? Bull.
Spirit beast warriors already far surpass ordinary humans in strength.
Though their abilities vary and the animal genes they awaken differ.
But no matter how formidable you are, you're still just a spirit beast warrior. Bestowing immense power upon others, they've never heard of such a thing.
Where did this Ji Guoqing guy even come from?
He's got the nerve to claim he can grant us immense power.
I reckon he's just blowing smoke. If he could truly grant others immense power, why would he need to recruit people himself? Does he really think we're all fools? What if it's real? What if his awakened animal ability is truly unique and can actually grant power to others? Is the guy downstairs starving himself into stupidity? Where in the world would such a good thing exist? Most netizens expressed skepticism, even disdain. But a small minority started to consider it. Regardless of whether it was real or not, trying it out wouldn't cost them anything. If he could truly grant them immense power, they'd follow him. If he was just full of hot air, they'd beat him up and leave. But just then, another explosive piece of news began spreading like wildfire across the internet. Holy! Xiao Shen is recruiting people too. Holy crap, working for Xiao Shen means free meals 3 times a day? What's there to think about? Charge! I'm heading to find Xiao Shen right now. I'll be his loyal dog. Free meals? The last time I ate was ages ago. Working for Xiao Shen should at least get me a bowl of soup, right? The internet went wild. Spirit beast warriors across the entire city of Diru were going wild. Inside a villa in Diru City, Ji Guoqing stared at the content on his phone, utterly devastated. He had meticulously orchestrated this grand scheme, willing to help these lowly humans enhance their strength. But these ungrateful bastards. They turned their noses up at the power I offered them, only to get their souls lured away by 3 square meals a day? Damn it all to hell. What the hell is the point of this anymore? Chapter 52, Get ready to move, get ready to move. My lord, these short-sighted rabble have no vision. What should we do now? A middle-aged man crouched beside Ji Guoqing, asking cautiously. He was the first subordinate Ji Guoqing had recruited after arriving on Blue Star. This fellow possessed the venomous serpent beast transformation ability, capable of projecting venom that inflicted deadly poison upon even the slightest contact. It was a relatively powerful beast transformation ability. Not long ago, when Ji Guoqing arrived on Blue Star, he immediately encountered this man and demanded his allegiance. Li Haoyan naturally refused, and a fight broke out between them. To Li Haoyan's utter despair, he was severely wounded after just one exchange. Immediately after, Ji Guoqing used force as a lure, successfully bringing him under his command and employing dark power to enhance his body. Upon sensing his body's enhancement and the emergence of a colossal, overwhelming power within him, Li Haoyan became utterly devoted to Ji Guoqing. Especially later, upon learning that Ji Guoqing was an avatar of the sovereign, he prostrated himself completely, willingly becoming the other's loyal dog. This deviates somewhat from the original plan. Ji Guoqing swirled the wine in his glass, taking a sip. His original plan had been to use the avatar to destroy the spirit beast warriors of Great Scholar City, but the outcome was entirely different from what he had imagined. These stubborn commoners had actually rejected immense power in favor of 3 square meals a day. Frankly, he was still speechless about it. Were these people starving ghosts reincarnated? Had they never eaten their fill in 8 lifetimes? Did they just love eating that much?
As the Dark Sovereign, Ji Guoqing had no need to eat and could never comprehend the sensation of hunger.
Hunger isn't just miserable, it can literally kill you. Life was already hard enough, who would choose some powerful force? Who knew if Ji Guoqing was just blowing smoke? After a long pause, Ji Guoqing set down his wineglass and turned his gaze to the floor-to-ceiling window. For now, we'll keep a low profile, he said calmly. Better safe than sorry. Let's observe the situation first. Understood. Li Haoyan stood ramrod straight, nodding respectfully. Meanwhile, outside the villa district, the area was already teeming with people. Nearly every spirit beast warrior in Dalu City had rushed to the scene. Nearly 100 warriors in total. Though Darren City was only a third-tier city, its population still numbered in the millions. Yet the entire city had only 100 or so spirit beast warriors, clearly demonstrating how rare it was to become one. Many people remained ordinary citizens their entire lives. Just like Xiao Tian before his rebirth, hiding in dark corners, clinging to life with extreme caution. Of course, Daru City's spirit beast warriors weren't always so few in number. Many had ended up on the wrong side, opposing Xiao Tian, only to be sent to meet their maker by him. I never expected so many to show up. Inside the villa, Yan Ruyu watched the surveillance feed and exclaimed in astonishment. The scarcity of resources now far exceeds our imagination. The villa's abundant supplies just make us oblivious to it. Yan Tiancheng sighed softly. But for them, having 3 square meals a day is a huge deal. Spirit beast warriors are starving. A single satisfying meal could mean the difference between survival and perishing in these harsh conditions. First, take roll call, then distribute supplies. Xiao Tian suddenly spoke up, his gaze fixed on the display screen. Are we just handing it out like this? Yan Ruyu frowned. What if they refuse to follow our orders after receiving the resources? But the moment the words left her mouth, Yan Ruyu regretted them. Who was Xiao Tian? He was the man revered as Xiao the Divine by the spirit beast warriors of Daru City. He was a ruthless man who showed no mercy to his enemies. If anyone dared take Xiao Tian's resources yet refused to serve him, such a fool wouldn't even need Xiao Tian to act. Someone would step in to handle it for Xiao Tian. I'll go take roll call immediately. Yan Ruyu snapped back to reality, then led Pang Dahuai and the others out at a brisk pace. Outside the villa, everyone stood in orderly formation. Though numerous, there was no sign of disorder. Only after Yan Ruyu finished the headcount did someone cautiously ask, Miss Yan, can Lord Xiao really provide us with 3 meals a day? Everyone worried that with so many people present, Xiao Tian might not take everyone under his wing. After all, spirit beast warriors varied in strength. Some, due to the limitations of their beast transformation abilities, had virtually no combat effectiveness. As long as you're willing to work for Xiao Tian, everyone will be fed, Yan Ruyu declared. Hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. Once upon a time, everyone believed Xiao Tian was the incarnation of a god of slaughter, kind only to those close to him, utterly devoid of emotion toward enemies and strangers. But now, they suddenly felt that Xiao Tian was truly the reincarnation of a saint. In this apocalyptic world, he was actually willing to give them a meal. When Xiao Tian had streamed his executions of He Huan and Xiao Menglong, many had found it rather brutal. Only now did they realize. Their vision was too narrow. Their perspective was too narrow. How could Xiao Tian be cruel? He was clearly moved by He Huan and the others struggling to survive, so he personally delivered them to the Western Paradise to enjoy their blessings. Such a peerless benefactor is truly one in a million across the entire Blue Star. After the headcount was complete, Yan Ruyu personally led her team to distribute supplies to everyone. Supplies will be distributed once daily. As long as you obey Xiao Tian's orders, you may come to collect provisions every day. Yan Ruyu surveyed the crowd and announced loudly. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Long live Xiao Tian. Long live Miss Yan. Long live. The cheers of long live echoed endlessly. Among these spirit beast warriors, many were once millionaires, high-ranking figures in their social circles. A single meal cost more than an ordinary person's monthly salary. They had feasted on delicacies from land and sea and indulged in entertainment beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Yet never in their wildest dreams did they imagine they would one day be this excited about having 3 square meals a day. Enough said. Shaoxin is awesome. After receiving the supplies, many couldn't wait and immediately opened them to feast right there. The delicious flavors exploded in their mouths, bringing tears to many eyes. It had been far too long since they'd tasted anything this good. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian summoned Pang Dehuai back inside the villa. You're skilled in divination, right? Can you pinpoint the location of the Dark Overlord? The entity was merely a clone, far weaker than the true body. The purpose of sending this clone was to dismantle the power of the Great Scholar City without bloodshed. Xiao Tian's immediate goal was to locate the entity swiftly and eliminate it. However, Xiao Tian's beast transformation abilities did not include tracking skills. Locating someone within the Great Scholar City proved exceedingly difficult. My divination works reasonably well on ordinary people, but the Dark Lord is a different matter. I can't guarantee it will reveal his whereabouts. After pondering for a moment, Fat C spoke earnestly, I'll give it a try first. After all, this was merely an avatar, not the true entity. Perhaps he could indeed divine its location? Without delay, Pang Dehai crossed his legs, placed his hands in a ritual seal upon his knees, closed his eyes, and began his careful divination. Xiao Tian waited quietly nearby, not disturbing him. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, Pang Dehai suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of delight in them. Found it! He had indeed divined the Dark Lord's location. Seeing this, Xiao Tian's face also lit up with joy. Preparing to act. Preparing to strike. Chapter 53, The Final Showdown with the Overlord's Avatar. After Pang Dehai revealed the divination result, Xiao Tian immediately headed outside the villa. Outside the villa, many faces wore expressions of deep satisfaction after finishing a hot meal. Some couldn't control their appetites, devouring all the provisions meant for 3 meals in one sitting. Now they lay sprawled on the ground, rubbing their rounded bellies in a daze. Before the dark turmoil descended, none had ever imagined how utterly delightful it could be to simply have a full stomach. Lord Xiao. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, many forced themselves to stand, their eyes gleaming with respect as they looked at him. Their eyes gleamed with alertness as they looked at Xiao Tian, filled with reverence. A full stomach is a debt to repay with a spring. For Xiao Tian, they now felt nothing but gratitude. Though he dealt ruthlessly with enemies, upon reflection, Xiao Shen never slaughtered the innocent nor bullied the weak with a gun. Xiao Tian nodded to the crowd, then turned his gaze to Pang Dehai beside him. Fatty Dehai instantly understood, stepping forward and clearing his throat. Everyone, please quiet down. Let me tell you something. Pang Dehai methodically recounted the events. The Dark Turmoil's 9 Heaven Sovereign, along with the avatar of the first Heaven Sovereign, had already descended. Yen Ruyu and the others remained composed. They had known of this long ago. But for this group, hearing it for the first time, the sheer volume of information left them reeling. Darkness Ruler? 9 Heavens? An avatar's descent. In their understanding, the Dark Turmoil was merely a phenomenon where some humans gained beast-like powers, while plants, animals, and insects underwent mutations. Little did they know the true Dark Turmoil was far more complex than they could have imagined. If the Dark Turmoil were an online game, they were still in the newbie village with 9 bosses yet to be defeated. Who would have thought there are actually 9 Dark Lords? So Ji Guoqing was actually the avatar of the first Heavenly Realm Lord. He intended to undermine us from within. Damn it, that bastard is disgusting. He's a Dark Lord himself, yet he's playing mind games like us. Some of the more timid individuals trembled uncontrollably at the thought of 9 more powerful overlords descending upon Blue Star, their minds teetering on the brink of collapse. But most managed to stay composed. The Dark Turmoil had raged for so long that many among them had already taken lives and tasted the world's cruelty. Things were already this dire. If not for Xiao Tian providing 3 meals a day, many would likely starve to death. As for the 9 sovereigns? Frankly, it didn't matter much. At worst, they'd die, no big deal. Noticing the growing gravity on everyone's faces, Xiao Tian spoke up. Everyone, we haven't reached the point of utter despair yet. We now know the location of the sovereign's avatar. Those unafraid of death, follow me. If we succeed, all rewards and supplies will be doubled. Xiao Tian's resonant voice echoed across the scene like a thunderclap. Those who had been filled with worry, those who had been consumed by despair, those who had lost all will to fight. Upon hearing the words doubled rewards, they instantly transformed. Xiao God is awesome. Someone shouted the first cheer, and soon the air was filled with waves of long live. Take down the Overlord's avatar. Take down the Overlord's avatar. Take down the Overlord's avatar. Everyone raised their arms in a roaring chant. If they had been listless moments before, now they seemed pumped up on steroids, their excitement bordering on madness. The Dark Overlord might be formidable. But with Shaoshan commanding Deru City and double the supplies to claim, what the hell were they afraid of? Without supplies, they might not even survive until the Dark Overlord's true form arrived. They'd come to realize that instead of fretting over trivialities now, it was wiser to follow Shaoshan and stockpile as much supplies as possible. If all else failed, when the Dark Overlord himself arrived, they could simply grab their supplies and make a run for it. Seeing the crowd's spirits lifted, Xiao Tian nodded with satisfaction. Yen Ruyu and the others gazed at Xiao Tian with admiration. With just one sentence, he had shifted the entire atmosphere. In ancient times, he would have been a true general of the nation. Yen Ruyu gazed at Xiao Tian's profile with a radiant smile. This was likely the unique personal charm that defined Xiao Tian. At first, Xiao Tian had struck her as utterly mad, a reckless maniac obsessed only with slaughter. Kill, kill, kill. That was what Xiao Tian had been doing throughout the early days of the Dark Turmoil. Yet toward those close to him, Xiao Tian showed no hesitation, even parting with precious items like resurrection armor without a second thought. The stark contrast between his two sides was so extreme it could almost be called a split personality. But isn't the human species itself a contradictory entity? Slaughtering enemies while showing affection to those close to him in the apocalyptic environment, Xiao Tian's approach was actually perfectly justified. Let's go. Xiao Tian surveyed the group, raising his arm and bellowing the command. Soon, the group boarded their vehicles and set off in a grand procession toward the villa where Ji Guoqing was located, following the coordinates divined by Pang Dahui. Meanwhile, inside a certain villa, Ji Guoqing, standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, suddenly sneezed. For some reason, his mind felt unsettled. A profound sense of impending doom washed over him. But that shouldn't be possible. He was the mighty dark sovereign of the first heaven. How could he possibly feel this way? An illusion. It must be an illusion. But just then, Li Haoyun rushed in from outside, panic etched across his face. My lord, it's terrible. Li Haoyun gasped for breath, his voice trembling. A convoy of vehicles has arrived outside, filled with spirit beast warriors heading straight for the villa. Spirit beast warriors? Ji Guoqing frowned. Before he could say anything, the roar of car engines grew louder, drawing nearer. His gaze swept through the floor-to-ceiling windows down at the villa grounds. Ji Guoqing's mouth twitched violently, his composure beginning to crack. As far as the eye could see stretched a massive convoy. The convoy halted before the villa's gates, and over 100 people poured out of the vehicles. Simultaneously, every single one of them entered a beast-like state. In an instant, the furious roars of various beasts echoed across the scene, threatening to shatter everyone's eardrums. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking, resembling the prelude to an imminent battle between rival factions. Xiao Tian and Yan Ruyu sat calmly in their vehicle, observing the unfolding spectacle. Though the Dark Lord possessed formidable power, he was currently only a clone. Facing so many spirit beast warriors, Xiao Tian wondered. Could it withstand the onslaught? Whoever deals a critical blow to the Overlord's avatar will receive triple the resources. Xiao Tian sat in the driver's seat, calmly issuing his command. After the seemingly casual statement fell, everyone lost their composure. Tripled. What's the difference between this and finding money on the street? Let's do this. Let's take down the Dark Overlord. Money talks. But when driven by absolute desire, people can become reckless. Desire is a good thing. For with sufficient drive, even a coward can become a warrior. Kill. A spirit beast warrior, muscles bulging across his body and wielding a pair of bull horns, roared furiously. He suddenly lifted the car beside him and hurled it toward the second floor of the villa. Ji Guoqing, who had been watching the scene from the second floor-to-ceiling windows, was stunned on the spot. The car's reflection grew larger and larger in his pupils. A palpable sense of danger spread through the air. Holy, holy. Chapter 54, Pretentiousness backfires, dignity vanishes. Ji Guoqing had imagined how, after his clone arrived on Blue Star, he would orchestrate everything with masterful strategy, relying solely on cunning to eliminate the spirit beast warriors of Deru City. He had also considered that the entire process might not go as smoothly as anticipated. But he remained utterly convinced that the Great Darkness would eventually engulf Deru City, indeed, the entire Blue Star. What he never could have imagined was that upon arriving on Blue Star, reality would deliver a brutal blow to the top of his head. His strategy of winning hearts through force had failed. Everyone was lured away by the promise of 3 square meals a day. Now these very people were appearing before him in droves, launching attacks against him. Wait. Have humans evolved now? What the hell gave you the guts? Even if I'm just a fragment of my true self, I'm still the Dark Sovereign. To gang up on me the moment we meet, could you at least show a little respect? Don't I deserve some dignity? Ji Guoqing's rage boiled over. Flames erupted from his right arm as he smashed a fist into the car before him. Sir! Don't! There's gasoline in the car, it'll explode. Li Haoyun, witnessing the scene, shouted the warning with eyes bulging in horror. Ji Guoqing maintained his punching stance, turning his head to glare at Li Yunhao. What did you say? Li Yunhao. Who among his family understood? He was truly at the end of his rope. Boom! Ji Guoqing's flaming fist instantly pulverized the car, causing the gasoline to ignite and leak from the tank. Ignited by the flames on the fist, it instantly erupted in a violent explosion. In a daze, the numerous spirit beast warriors below seemed to witness a miniature mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The entire villa was instantly engulfed in a sea of flames. Moments later, the flames gradually subsided, leaving the villa utterly destroyed and teetering on the brink of collapse. On the second floor, the floor-to-ceiling windows had been shattered, leaving the room in utter disarray. Ji Guoqing and Li Yunhao were no ordinary men. They emerged unscathed. However, while the explosion caused them no harm, it left them utterly disheveled. Both men now sported mohawks, their faces caked in dust. Ji Guoqing, in particular, had his once pristine suit torn to shreds. He stared blankly at the crowd below, his mouth slightly open as if he wanted to say something. But when he opened his mouth, no sound emerged, only a puff of smoke. Put! Yan Ruyu in the passenger seat couldn't help but laugh at the sight. It was hard to believe that this disheveled figure before her eyes was actually the dark ruler of the first heavenly realm. Xiao Tian crossed his arms over his chest, finding the scene rather amusing himself. If memory served him correctly, before his rebirth, when Ji Guoqing had descended upon Darren City, the man had carried himself with considerable gravitas. From the very start of his arrival, he'd begun a plan to win over hearts and minds. He recruited followers by flaunting his power. At first, no one took him seriously. Some even engaged in online verbal sparring with Ji Guoqing. As the Dark Overlord, Ji Guoqing naturally couldn't stomach such insults. He went straight to the opponent's home and killed the Spirit Beast warrior on the spot. As he struck, darkness shrouded the sky, unleashing utter terror. This act not only demonstrated his power, but also struck terror into every Spirit Beast warrior in Deru City. At that moment, Xiao Tian was still huddled in his shelter, watching the entire event unfold through a livestream on his phone. Though he could only experience the atmosphere vicariously through the broadcast, Xiao Tian could still roughly imagine the despair of those present. However, everything changed after his rebirth. That scene from his past life never unfolded. Ji Guoqing failed to pull off his show of bravado and instead got beaten up by the Spirit Beast warriors of Deru City. You lowly humans, you're asking for death. Ji Guoqing clenched his fists, his chest heaving violently as his eyes flashed with unmasked coldness. Sir, they outnumber us. We should retreat first. Seeing Ji Guoqing poised for a major confrontation, Li Haoyun hurriedly cautioned from the side. He knew full well that Ji Guoqing was merely a clone. Facing the entire force of Deru City's Spirit Beast warriors simultaneously offered almost no chance of victory. He was genuinely afraid that Ji Guoqing would charge out in a fit of hot-headedness. When Ji Guoqing remained silent, Li Haoyun's heart sank. He hastily added, "Better safe than sorry, sir. Humans are merely lowly creatures, granted beast-like abilities only by the influence of the Aurora." Ji Guoqing's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he declared, word by word, nearly relying on their numbers, "They have no right to act so brazenly before the sovereign." Hearing Ji Guoqing's words, only two thoughts filled Li Yunhao's mind. It's over. Just as expected. Before he could say anything, Ji Guoqing planted his feet firmly on the ground, and a surge of dark energy erupted around him. Then, spreading his arms wide in an eagle-like spread and utterly pretentious pose, he soared toward the villa below. A powerful warrior's move must exude style. But the Spirit Beast warriors present weren't just standing around. Before Ji Guoqing even touched down, someone roared, "Brothers, charge!" Everyone snapped into action, roaring in unison as they launched their attacks at Ji Guoqing in midair. Knowing Ji Guoqing's true identity, no one dared to underestimate him. They struck with full force. In an instant, a barrage of assaults erupted simultaneously, causing the very fabric of space to shudder. Ji Guoqing's pupils suddenly contracted, his face instantly turning as pale as paper. Damn it! These humans are despicable. They actually resorted to deception and ambush. He hadn't even landed yet, leaving him utterly unable to use the momentum to dodge. He could only frantically channel his dark power to shield his body, brace himself, and endure the incoming onslaught. Boom! A series of ear-piercing explosions erupted. Terrifying shockwaves instantly engulfed Ji Guoqing's figure. Whoosh! Li Haoyun inside the villa sucked in a sharp breath. Even from a considerable distance, he could sense the immense power behind these attacks. If those attacks had been aimed at him, he wouldn't have lasted a single round. He'd have been obliterated without a trace. Could he actually die right here? Gazing at the ripples ahead, Li Haoyun murmured anxiously. The opponent was merely a clone, and with such intense attacks unfolding, it was entirely possible he could be obliterated outright. The crucial thing was that he had already pledged allegiance to this enemy. If Ji Guoqing were truly obliterated on the spot, he himself would be in serious trouble. This is bad. This is it. Is this how it ends? Yen Ruyu, seated in the passenger seat, sat up straight as she watched the rippling waves ahead. It's not that simple. Xiao Tian chuckled. Though this was merely a clone, it was still the Dark Sovereign. There was no way it would go down so easily. Is it dead? Pfft, I thought the Dark Overlord was supposed to be some big shot. Turns out he's just a noob. If all Dark Overlords are like this, I could take on 10 of them single-handedly. Boring. I was expecting a real fight. Numerous Spirit Beast warriors turned their gaze toward Ripple, beginning to whisper among themselves. But just as Xiao Tian had suspected, Ji Guoqing wasn't going down that easily. As the ripples faded, Ji Guoqing's figure gradually materialized before the crowd. He really wasn't dead. Though he hadn't perished, Ji Guoqing's body had undergone a transformation. Where he had been solid before, he now appeared semi-transparent, his complexion grim and his aura noticeably weak. Clearly, though he had withstood their combined assault, the effort had taken a tremendous toll. Sir! Li Haoyun's face lit up with relief as he instantly flashed to Ji Guoqing's side. Run! Ji Guoqing clutched his chest, shooting a vicious glare at everyone present. Without hesitation, he abandoned Li Haoyun. Two swirls of black mist rose from his feet as he shot skyward, streaking rapidly toward the horizon. Better safe than sorry. Suddenly, he realized Li Haoyun's words made sense. Li Haoyun was stunned. Holy! Just a moment ago, he was ready to show these guys the true power of the Dark Overlord. And now you're selling out your own team? For God's sake, act like a human being. Chapter 55. Others walk their dogs, I walk mine. I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. Sir, I haven't gotten on the car yet. I can't ing fly. What if you run off?
Li Haoyun nearly lost his temper and cursed out loud. A flash of dark fury flickered in his eyes as he prepared to unleash his dark power to make his escape. But just then, several spirit beast warriors closed in around him, blocking his escape route. The Dark Lord has abandoned you and fled. Surrender peacefully if you wish to avoid suffering, one of the spirit beast warriors said coldly, rubbing his hands together.
Ha! Li Haoyun was no pushover, and perhaps influenced by the dark power within him.
Facing this predicament, he refused to compromise. My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's. The great darkness shall never be extinguished.
I am now darkness itself, you shall never imprison darkness.
A furious roar erupted as Li Haoyun's massive frame trembled, unleashing a surge of dark energy around him.
Then, over a dozen spirit beast warriors charged forward simultaneously.
They surrounded Li Haoyun completely and proceeded to rain down punches and kicks. A piercing scream suddenly echoed throughout the scene.
You call yourself darkness? Wrong. 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 I know I'm wrong. You're the one who says my fate is in my own hands, not heaven's? Bro, I know I was wrong. I surrender, stop hitting me. You call yourself invincible? Guys, I really know I'm wrong. Stop hitting me, don't hit my face. We're all friends here, harmony brings prosperity. If you must hit me, can you at least spare my face? Outnumbered overwhelmingly, Li Haoyun was undoubtedly cornered. Though he possessed dark power, its intensity clearly couldn't match Ji Guoqing's.
Combined with the disparity in levels and numbers, he had virtually no power to resist.
Xiao Tian, seated in the driver's seat, remained utterly composed. Li Haoyun was merely a pawn, the real prize was Ji Guoqing. Xiao God, that dark overlord has escaped. What should we do now? Pursue him directly?
Just then, a spirit beast warrior approached the window and leaned down to ask Xiao Tian.
No rush.
Xiao Tian shook his head, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and blew out a smoke ring.
Let the bullets fly a little longer. So Ji Guoqing had escaped?
They had the Taoist master Pang Dahai, who could pinpoint Ji Guoqing's location at any moment. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, he could still track him down. Truthfully, the main issue was that Xiao Tian himself had lost his ability to fly, and Ji Guoqing was moving at breakneck speed. While several spirit beast warriors present could fly, their speed made catching up to Ji Guoqing highly unlikely.
Everyone rest here. We'll continue later, Xiao Tian announced loudly to the group. Half an hour. Ji Guoqing fled relentlessly for a full half hour before finally coming to a halt inside an elementary school. The school had long been abandoned, with not a soul in sight. Damned humans! When my true form descends, I shall exact 100-fold vengeance for today's humiliation. Ji Guoqing withdrew his dark power and let out a furious howl, his head thrown back. This was an absolute humiliation. The mighty dark sovereign of the first heavenly realm, reduced to such a pitiful state by a bunch of humans. If word of this got out, who would believe it? This grudge must be avenged or I am no ruler. There's a saying on Blue Star, fortunes change over time. But he was different. He wouldn't need to wait 30 years, only 7 days until his true form descended. By then, crushing these humans would be as easy as squashing an ant. After briefly venting his fury, Ji Guoqing quickly regained his composure. Since winning people over won't work, I'll wait here for 7 days. After 7 days, I'll take my revenge. Ji Guoqing drew a long breath. Just as he was about to find a random classroom to settle in. The next moment, the sound of a car engine grew louder as it approached. Ji Guoqing's body stiffened, his eyelids twitching violently. He turned around in a daze. A familiar motorcade had already arrived in full force outside the school gates and come to a stop. The doors swung open. Over 100 spirit beast warriors stepped out simultaneously, then entered their beast forms. Let's do this, brothers! A voice bellowed from somewhere. All the spirit beast warriors instantly charged toward Ji Guoqing like madmen. The tightly sealed metal doors were smashed open by the sheer force of their charge. Over 100 spirit beast warriors charging in beast mode created a noise like an avalanche and a tidal wave, the ground trembling faintly beneath them. Damn it! Ji Guoqing couldn't help but curse under his breath. He'd deliberately channeled dark power to boost his speed along the way and erased all traces of his presence. How the hell did these bastards find us? Run! He had to keep running. His dark power was nearly depleted now, staying to fight head-on would be suicide. This is outrageous. I remember you all. When my true form descends, not a single one of you will escape. Ji Guoqing gritted his teeth, summoning the last remnants of darkness within him, then shot skyward. Keep running! Seeing this, everyone stopped simultaneously, showing no intention of pursuing him. All of this was Xiao Tian's arrangement. Everyone, get in the vehicles. We continue on our way. Xiao Tian issued his orders methodically. The convoy set off once more in a mighty procession. 1 hour. This time, Ji Guoqing fled for a full hour before finally stopping inside a residential complex. The neighborhood was a typical run-down, cramped area where many ordinary people lived. Seeing Ji Guoqing suddenly descend from the sky, shrouded in black mist, many residents were utterly bewildered. Someone gasped, "Is that a spirit beast warrior?" They can actually fly? How enviable. Ji Guoqing's eyelids twitched. He whipped his head around and snapped at the speaker. What's a spirit beast warrior? I am the great dark overlord. But before he could finish his sentence, the familiar, fawning voice sounded once more. Ji Guoqing's knees buckled instinctively, nearly causing him to kneel on the spot. Honestly, he was on the verge of developing psychological trauma from hearing it. That engine noise again. Had these bastards planted some kind of tracking device on him? No. He had erased all traces again this time, and had been on the run for a full hour. How could they possibly catch up so quickly? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Ji Guoqing forced himself to stay calm, mechanically turning his head to look. Then he saw the familiar convoy parked at the entrance of the residential complex. Damn it! Ji Guoqing's face instantly turned ashen, and he finally couldn't hold back, letting out a curse. You've pushed your luck too far. You're treating me like a dog on a leash. He was itching to fight these people now. After all, he was just a clone. Even if this one was destroyed, he wouldn't die. But this avatar had been split off from his true body. If the avatar were destroyed, the main body's power would be somewhat affected. Left with no choice, Ji Guoqing could only keep running. Yet when he channeled his dark energy, he was stunned. The remaining dark energy within him was insufficient to sustain his escape. He ran out of steam, unable to run any further. Just then, the front door of the vehicle suddenly opened. Xiao Tian stepped out, arms folded, a mocking expression on his face. Facing Ji Guoqing with a gentle smile, he said, "Run. Why stop now? If you don't keep running, I'll have to take action." Ji Guoqing. Chapter 56, tortured to the point of self-destruction. Ji Guoqing glared at Xiao Tian with a dark expression, his eyes burning with undisguised murderous intent. He never imagined this kid's influence in Grand Scholar City had reached such heights. Mobilizing every spirit beast warrior in Deru City to hunt him down, was this something a mere mortal could orchestrate? God Xiao, with just your command, we'll take care of this guy without you lifting a finger. Just then, a spirit beast warrior in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Everyone stared at Ji Guoqing like ravenous beasts, their eyes practically overflowing with greed. If they could slay the Dominion's avatar before them, Xiao Tian might just be in a generous mood and double their resources again. This wasn't a dark overlord at all. He was clearly a walking ATM. How dare you? Ji Guoqing's eyelid twitched. He glared fiercely at the crowd, his voice sharp and menacing. I am the Dark Sovereign of the First Heaven. If any of you dare to act recklessly, you will pay a heavy price when I descend. These lowly humans were utterly lawless, daring to speak so insolently in his presence. He had expected his words to intimidate them, but the outcome was unexpected. Fatsi stepped forward and slapped Ji Guoqing across the face. Though Ji Guoqing was the Dark Sovereign, his avatar here could still feel the pain. As the sting spread across his cheek, disbelief flooded his eyes, leaving him utterly stunned. This fat man dared to lay a hand on him. You call yourself the Dark Ruler? Pang Dahai rubbed his chubby hand, swaying his head like a street thug. Looks like you're not buying it? Ji Guoqing trembled with rage. Seeing this, Pang Dahai swung another slap at him. Not saying anything? You look down on me? Ji Guoqing clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, his heart, liver, spleen, and lungs nearly bursting with rage. I, the Great. Smack! Another slap landed squarely on his face. Fatsi chuckled lightly, sneering, Your Highness? Like you're anything special? I'm the Tiancher of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Is the Dark Lord really that impressive? Faced with Pang Dahai's repeated insults, Ji Guoqing finally erupted. He channeled the dark energy within his body and, without warning, launched a punch straight at Pang Dahai's face. Fat Dahai's expression flickered as he hastily pulled out a talisman and flung it forward. The moment it was released, the talisman transformed into a fiery orb. Not only did it neutralize Ji Guoqing's dark energy, but it also slammed heavily into his body. Ji Guoqing was knocked back several steps, his translucent form growing even more faint. With the current state of his dark energy, he didn't even possess the strength to block the talisman. Seeing this, Pang Dahai instantly relaxed. It seemed the opponent truly was at the end of his rope. He turned to Xiao Tian, winking and nudging him. Big brother, leave this guy to me. Ever since we came down from Dragon Tiger Mountain, I haven't had a chance to fight. Today, I'm going to get my hands dirty. Xiao Tian felt several black lines slide down his forehead. This fatso wasn't here for the fight, he was here to show off. Still, Xiao Tian didn't refuse. Given Ji Guoqing's current state, he stood almost no chance against Pang Dahai. With Xiao Tian's tacit approval, Fat Dahai wasted no time. He turned to Yen Ruyu beside him and smiled, Miss Yen, could you please start a live stream? Yen Ruyu's lips twitched slightly, her expression turning somber. Is this fatso really the Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain? What's with this eagerness to show off? Yen Ruyu instinctively glanced at Xiao Tian. Seeing no reaction from him, she followed Pang Dahai's instructions and started the live stream. Once the stream was live, Pang Dahai wasted no time. His right hand dived into his pocket, pulling out a handful of talismans. Ji Guoqing's expression instantly darkened.
These talismans weren't particularly powerful, but they were enough to exploit his current weakened state. "You fat bastard. If you dare lay a finger on me when my true form descends, I'll tear you to pieces." No sooner had Ji Guoqing finished speaking than a talisman flew straight toward him. Ji Guoqing's expression changed drastically. He tried to dodge, but it was too late. The talisman ignited upon reaching him, engulfing him in a sea of flames. Sizzle! The aroma of roasting meat gradually filled the air, accompanied by Ji Guoqing's blood-curdling screams. The damage from this flame wasn't particularly high. Not only his main body but even his avatars, when at peak condition, would be nearly impervious to any harm. Even in his current weakened state, this flame posed little threat to his life. But while it wasn't life-threatening, the pain from the flames scorching his body was excruciatingly intense. Pure torture. Seeing the opponent's agonized screams as the talisman's flames consumed him, a wave of unprecedented satisfaction surged through Fat Dahai. He then pulled out more talismans and hurled them forth. Just as the flames began to dissipate, an intense cold force suddenly surged, instantly freezing Ji Guoqing's body. The searing agony of the flames was replaced by an icy chill that made him feel as if he'd been thrown into a deep freeze chamber. Ji Guoqing wished he were dead. As one talisman after another was hurled at him. Lightning, poison, shattering. A barrage of assaults closed in on Ji Guoqing. Ji Guoqing knew he had no power to resist and had considered fleeing at the first opportunity. But every escape route had been sealed off by the spirit beast warriors. There was simply no way out. In the distance, inside the old, dilapidated building, numerous windows were thrown open, and Yaiku peered out curiously from inside. "That guy who calls himself some great Dark Lord? That's just pathetic. When we slaughtered the pig for New Year's at my house, it didn't even squeal as loud as he did. He just called himself the Dark Overlord. What does that even mean? No idea. Maybe some kind of mutated beast?" Already tormented by the talisman attacks, Ji Guoqing's mind endured further torture from overhearing these conversations. How magnificent was the Dark Overlord? Now he was being dismissed as some kind of mutated beast. Damned humans! When my true form descends, I shall leave you with no place to bury your remains. The sovereign's might must not be insulted. You have committed an unforgivable crime. Half an hour later, Ji Guoqing could no longer endure the excruciating pain coursing through his body. With a sudden, furious roar, the last remnants of dark energy within him erupted, enveloping his body as it began to swell. Unable to endure this torment and knowing escape was hopeless, he resolved to self-destruct. "Xiao Tian, I remember you. When my true form descends, you will regret this." The Dark Sovereign's maniacal voice suddenly echoed. Then, turning to the obese man beside him, he snarled, "And you fat bastard. I won't let you off either." Ji Guoqing's eyes blazed with savage, murderous intent. Pang Dahu instinctively shuddered, paralyzed by the sheer force of the glare. But glancing at Xiao Tian beside him, he instantly felt reassured. He then extended his right hand, flipping Ji Guoqing the middle finger. Ji Guoqing's eyes bulged as fury consumed him, and he exploded in a thunderous blast. At the same moment, in a world shrouded in darkness, a figure abruptly awoke from a cross-legged seated position. He coughed up a mouthful of black blood, then raised his head in fury and roared, "You lowly humans, I demand your deaths." As the words left his lips, the dark aura surrounding him began to coalesce. At the same time, above the dilapidated old building where Xiao Tian and the others were, a dark force began to slowly coalesce. Chapter 57, Death Notice, 7-Day Countdown. What's happening? Didn't the Overlord's avatar already self-destruct? Could this bastard have a backup plan? Is he still alive? Seeing the gathering dark energy, every spirit beast warrior present, including Xiao Tian, frowned simultaneously. For the others, this was their first encounter with the Dark Sovereign, and their knowledge of him was limited. As for Xiao Tian, he couldn't claim to understand the Dark Overlord either. He merely possessed the experience of 2 lifetimes, giving him a rough idea of the Dark Overlord's methods. But before his rebirth, after the Dark Overlord's avatar was destroyed, this kind of situation had never occurred. Could he still have a hidden card? Or was the Dark Sovereign preparing to manifest its true form directly? If the Dark Sovereign had a hidden card, that would be one thing after all. An avatar was merely an avatar, its combat potential already capped. But if the true entity were to descend, it would spell the end of the entire Great Scholar City. Xiao Tian clearly wasn't prepared to face the true Dark Sovereign head-on. Under the solemn gazes of all present, the dark energy in the sky gradually condensed, coalescing into the form of a human figure. This figure was entirely shrouded in darkness, its outline barely discernible. Once fully formed, the figure suddenly lowered its head, its gaze locking onto Xiao Tian amidst the crowd. A voice, cold and ruthless, echoed out. "Xiao Tian, by destroying my avatar, you have declared war. In 7 days, my true form will descend upon Darren City. At that time, everyone connected to you will die because of you." The crowd's fears proved unfounded. As the words faded, the figure in the sky dissolved into a swirling black mist and vanished. Gone. In that instant, the Dark Sovereign's avatar was utterly shattered, ceasing to exist. His earlier words were both a threat and a warning. The sky regained its calm. Only after confirming the Dominator's clone had truly been scattered did the crowd dare to breathe heavily. But soon, their hearts were filled with worry once more.
7 days. In 7 days, the Dark Lord's true form would descend upon Dalu City.
When that day came, it wouldn't just be Xiao Tian who would die.
Everyone present today would be implicated. We're done for.
Many silently cursed their fate, wishing they hadn't acted so impulsively, sacrificing resources to provoke the Dark Lord. But put yourself in his shoes with that condescending attitude. Even if they hadn't participated today, would he truly spare them when he descended? Lord Xiao. Snapping back to reality, someone approached Xiao Tian, their voice trembling with anxiety. The Overlord's avatar descends in 7 days.
Are you confident you can handle him? Xiao Tian was the strongest combatant in all of Grand Scholar City. With this situation unfolding, everyone's hopes naturally rested on Xiao Tian. I don't have absolute certainty. Xiao Tian replied honestly. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched, instantly plunging them into despair. It was understandable that Xiao Shen lacked absolute certainty. After all, the opponent was the Dark Sovereign, the ultimate boss of the First Heaven. Though Xiao Shen was formidable, he was ultimately just a spirit beast warrior. The scene suddenly fell into a deathly silence, as a sense of despair gradually settled over everyone's hearts. Gazing at the somewhat lifeless crowd, Xiao Tian shook his head gently.
Those who wish to stay may remain.
Those who wish to leave may depart Dalu City now.
You still have 7 days, there is still time.
Xiao Tian's words snapped everyone back to reality. Once the Dark Lord descended, Xiao Tian would be the first to face his vengeance. Yet, judging by the tone of his words, it seemed Xiao Tian had no intention of leaving Dalu City. While they knew Xiao Shen was ruthless, he couldn't possibly be that ruthless, could he? Was he actually planning to confront the Dark Overlord head-on? Xiao Tian gave them no time to ponder.
He bellowed, now that the Overlord's avatar has been destroyed, everyone may come forward to claim their share of resources. Hearing about the resources, the previously gloomy crowd instantly perked up. Regardless, securing the resources first was the priority before considering what came next. Soon after, the group got back into their vehicles and departed in a grand procession. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Tian honored his promise and distributed the agreed-upon rewards. For the spirit beast warriors who had shown exceptional performance, their resources were doubled outright. Each person received their share of generous resources, grinning from ear to ear, temporarily casting the matter of the sovereign's descent to the farthest reaches of their minds. After dismissing the group, Xiao Tian and his companions returned to the villa. Xiao Tian, what are your plans moving forward? Yan Ruyu suddenly asked. Xiao Tian never went into battle unprepared. With the sovereign's arrival only 7 days away, she didn't believe he lacked a plan. In truth, Xiao Tian did have his own plan. If he remembered correctly, before the sovereign of the First Heaven descended, a forbidden realm would open. Within this forbidden realm lay not only various opportunities, but also a sovereign's palace. The true form of the First Heaven's sovereign was concealed within this palace. The Dark Sovereign, strictly speaking, did not belong to the beings of this world. For the true form to descend, it must first condense a fragment. Then, all its power must be infused into the avatar. This process requires a certain amount of time. If they could strike the avatar during the interval when the true form is infusing power, they might directly destroy the true form of the sovereign. But there is one prerequisite for such an endeavor. They must enter the Forbidden Zone and locate the Overlord's avatar. Fatso, can your divination skills locate the Master's clone within the Forbidden Zone? Xiao Tian explained the situation to everyone before turning to Fat Hai. It shouldn't be too difficult, but there are restrictions within the Forbidden Zone. Divining the target's location inside will require some time. Fat Hai responded with relative caution. He loved to show off, but when it came to matters of this gravity, he knew better than to be reckless. As long as you can divine it. Xiao Tian nodded, feeling a significant weight lifted from his shoulders. With that settled, the subsequent plan became straightforward. Wait for the Forbidden Zone to appear, then enter it to find the Dark Sovereign's avatar. Meanwhile, the entire Blue Star Internet was in an uproar. Xiao Tian monopolized the resources of Dalu City, overwhelming all spirit beast warriors in the city with his power. Yet beyond stirring some local commotion in Darren City, this news barely registered elsewhere. After all, Dragon Nation boasted countless cities. Spirit beast warriors possessing formidable strength like Xiao Tian had emerged in every city. But today's events triggered a massive uproar. Someone at the scene livestreamed the entire event, uploading footage of the annihilation of the Sovereign's avatar and the Sovereign's final death notice to the internet. Holy! This Xiao Tian is something else, he actually dared to kill a Sovereign's avatar. That kid is dead meat. With the Sovereign holding a grudge against him, his time is up in 7 days. Not necessarily. If he's smart, he could hightail it out of here. Blue Star is huge, the Dark Overlord might not even find him. What a waste of his resources though. Rumor has it he stashed away quite a fortune. The internet buzzed with commotion. People weren't concerned about Xiao Tian's fate. Instead, they were fixated on the resources in Xiao Tian's possession.
Chapter 58, Eliminating Xiao Tian. First update.
No matter how formidable a spirit beast warrior might be, they remained human at their core.
Resources were indispensable, especially since Xiao Tian's reserves were exceptionally abundant.
Yet no one was foolish enough to directly demand resources from Xiao Tian, especially after witnessing the existence that had forced the sovereign's avatar into self-destruction.
Everyone was investigating.
Using various videos and information about Xiao Tian circulating online, they were tracing the leads to uncover his background. Whether it was his previous kills of He Huan and others, or his current pursuit of the Dominator's clone, relevant footage could almost always be found.
It wasn't difficult to find.
Based on this information, the group reached a conclusion.
Xiao Tian is exceptionally powerful. Crucially, Xiao Tian wields immense influence in the great scholar city. It was here that the Dominator's clone met its downfall.
Attempting to seize these resources by force was nothing short of a pipe dream.
This temporarily dissuaded many from targeting Xiao Tian.
After the incident with the Dominator's avatar concluded, Great Scholar City returned to its usual tranquility. With the resources provided by Xiao Tian, everyone could temporarily stop worrying about supplies. Though mutated beasts roamed the outside world in great numbers, as long as they remained sheltered within the refuge, the threat remained largely contained. As for the online discourse, it gradually subsided with the passage of time.
Until 3 days later, a dungeon suddenly descended upon Deru City, instantly rewriting the current situation. Prior to this, numerous instances had already appeared in Dalu City. Everyone knew dungeons contained abundant resources.
Within half an hour of its appearance, nearby spirit beast warriors had already located it and were preparing to enter. But what no one had anticipated was that this newly appeared forbidden zone was actually protected by a barrier. The vortex at the dungeon's entrance seemed blocked by an invisible barrier, preventing both spirit beast warriors and ordinary people from forcing their way in.
Soon, this news reached Xiao Tian's ears.
Over the past few days, people had been bringing him cores from mutated beasts to exchange for resources, and Xiao Tian had been steadily absorbing them.
His current level had reached 26. There was no way around it.
As his level continued to rise, the number of crystal cores required for each level up grew exponentially.
Xiao Tian's rate of advancement inevitably slowed considerably. But it wasn't a major issue. Just 4 more levels would grant him a new opportunity to devour. Upon hearing news of the Forbidden Zone, Xiao Tian immediately led everyone to the scene.
Xiao God!
It's Xiao Shun.
A large group of spirit beast warriors had already gathered before the Forbidden Zone.
Upon seeing Xiao Tian's arrival, they all stepped aside to make way. An unknown force blocked the Forbidden Zone, preventing anyone from entering. Yet instinctively, everyone felt Xiao Tian must have a solution.
After all, even the lofty sovereign avatar had suffered a crushing defeat at Xiao Tian's hands. In this world, perhaps there was nothing the divine Xiao could not accomplish.
Xiao Tian walked to the gates of the Forbidden Zone before everyone's eyes.
After a brief moment of sensing the area, he was about to step inside. Yet the moment he reached the vortex's edge, an invisible force halted his progress. Divine Xiao, an invisible barrier outside the instance is blocking our path.
We've tried every method, but none can break through it. Someone called out in warning.
Xiao Tian nodded without a word, then turned to Yen Ruyu and the others.
Let's head back to the villa first. We're leaving already? Fang Dahai looked puzzled. Why not try breaking through by force? I've drawn quite a few talismans lately, they might be useful?
The others were equally perplexed.
This wasn't like Xiao Tian at all. Xiao Tian shook his head and explained, the Forbidden Zone will open on its own in one day. At that time, everyone will be able to enter.
Staying here now serves no purpose.
After saying this, Xiao Tian added, this instance is unique. Once inside, everyone's beast transformation abilities will be sealed. Hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, everyone lost their composure. It opens automatically in a day? So the Forbidden Land is still closed right now? If that's the case, then we don't have to do anything, just wait another day and we can enter?
But the crucial part is that our beast transformation abilities will be sealed once inside.
How did Xiao Shin know this? Now that you mention it, something doesn't feel right.
Xiao Shin seems to have been the first to discover the Forbidden Zone.
Putting all the information together, could he be a dark being hiding on Blue Star? You're missing a few marbles. If Xiao Shin were a dark entity, why did he hunt down that Dominion avatar just days ago? Xiao Tian ignored the group's arguments and led his men away from the site.
These insights were, of course, memories left behind from Xiao Tian's previous life. But these were his own secrets, he certainly wouldn't reveal the truth. In any case, they only needed to wait one more day. After Xiao Tian and his group departed, the numerous spirit beast warriors at the scene exchanged bewildered glances. Some chose to leave immediately. After all, they were in an open-air environment, where they could face attacks from mutated beasts at any moment.
Night. Someone had leaked news of the Forbidden Zone online. Soon, the entire Blue Star internet was abuzz. A Forbidden Zone? A new Forbidden Zone has appeared in Deru City? Entering the instance temporarily seals your beast transformation abilities? Is that even real? Why hasn't a new forbidden zone appeared in our area? Could it be because of the Dark Overlord? Normally, when a forbidden zone appears in Deru City, others would simultaneously emerge across Blue Star.
These forbidden zones are not interconnected, each exists independently. But now, a new forbidden zone has appeared in Dalu City, while other places show absolutely no signs of activity. This situation feels off no matter how you look at it. Though the exact cause remains unknown, one thing is certain. Where forbidden zones appear, immense opportunities and benefits are inevitably concealed within. Yet, with the impending arrival of the sovereign looming, many hesitated to venture forth. Yet some bold souls, being nearby, chose to set out for the Great Scholar City immediately. In the cities surrounding the Great Scholar City, numerous powerful figures could no longer sit idly by.
Tianlan City. Inside a Western-style villa.
In the dimly lit hall, a long-haired girl sat quietly in place. Her slender, delicate frame gave off an air of vulnerability, while her school uniform paired with black stockings lent her an alluring, seductive charm. In the past, such charm and beauty would have made her a star-level figure. Yet no one could have imagined that this adorable girl before them was Tianlan City's strongest spirit beast warrior.
Wang Lu. Sis Wang, are we really going to rush to Darren City? The ruler of the first heaven is set to descend in a few days. It's incredibly dangerous there right now.
At the front of the hall, someone clasped their hands together, asking cautiously with an extremely humble demeanor. Though she possessed the adorable, goddess-like appearance and demeanor, her methods were ruthless. Countless enemies had fallen by her hand, earning her the title of Tianlan City's strongest spirit beast warrior.
Great danger brings great opportunity. The forbidden zone of Darren City must hold many treasures.
Wang Lu spoke slowly, her voice crisp and clear. She continued, even if the forbidden zone holds nothing, we can still seize the chance to take action against Xiao Tian and claim his resources. The man froze for a moment before his face lit up with delight. He understood Wang Lu's meaning. If, upon entering the forbidden zone, everyone's beast transformation abilities were truly sealed, then everyone would become ordinary humans. As long as Xiao Tian also entered the forbidden zone to explore, they could then move against him. Once Xiao Tian was dead, the rest would be nothing but a rabble, utterly defenseless. Currently, the entire Tianlan City was under their control, with various military bases also in their grasp. They had access to as many firearms as they desired. If they so desired, they could even procure artillery and tanks. Once Xiao Tian enters the dungeon, there's absolutely no way he'll come out alive. Big sister is wise. I'll make preparations immediately. It's not just Tianlan City. Several cities near Dalu City. The strongest spirit beast warriors from Tailu City, Xinshan City, Tianxian City, and Yuanhong City have all assembled their teams and set off for Dara City. Their intentions were nearly identical to Wang Lu's. They planned to eliminate Xiao Tian while he was inside the forbidden zone and seize all the supplies for themselves. No matter how formidable Xiao Tian might be, once he entered the forbidden zone, he'd be lambs led to slaughter. Moreover, from their current positions, they could reach Dalu City in half a day at most. Xiao Tian's stockpiled resources were theirs for the taking. Chapter 59, with a wave of his hand, he summons an army of mutant beasts. Spirit beast warriors from 5 cities mobilized simultaneously, all converging toward the city of Darren. Such a massive mobilization, no matter how discreetly handled, could never be kept under wraps. News spread like wildfire across the internet, instantly causing an uproar. Holy crap, all 5 cities are surrounding Deru City. What are they up to? They wouldn't be targeting Shaoxun, would they? So what if Xiao Tian is powerful? He's still just a spirit beast warrior. What's wrong with targeting him? Isn't survival of the fittest the way of the world? Plenty of fools tried to provoke Shaoxun back in Darren City. Now they're 6 feet under. If you're really that brave, stop being a keyboard warrior. But let's be real, even if Shaoxun is awesome, facing spirit beast warriors from 5 cities might be a bit much. Many speculated that the spirit beast warriors from these 5 cities might unite to confront Xiao Tian. Some even thought they might wait until Xiao Tian entered the forbidden zone, where his beast transformation abilities would be sealed, before striking together. The spirit beast warriors of Great Scholar City, naturally, had complete faith in Xiao Tian. One word. Even the sovereign's avatar was hunted down by Xiao Tian until it was utterly defeated. What chance do mere spirit beast warriors stand against Shaoxun? Even if they outnumbered him, as long as Xiao Tian didn't enter the forbidden zone and his beast transformation abilities remained unsealed, he would always have a fighting chance. Yet the people from other cities widely believed that facing so many spirit beast warriors at once would surely spell disaster for Xiao Tian. Some even suggested that if Xiao Tian surrendered all his resources and pleaded for mercy, he might still have a sliver of hope. A fierce argument erupted between the two sides over this matter. Meanwhile, in a villa in Darren City, Xiao Tian sat calmly on the sofa, sipping fragrant tea. Though the multiple genetic sequences within his body had robbed him of normal human taste, fortunately, he could still discern the tea's fragrance. Before him, Yen Ruyu sat tense as if facing a formidable enemy, her delicate oval face deeply furrowed.
I know everything now. Xiao Tian blew a puff of hot air, took a sip of tea, and waved his hand calmly. Yan Ruyu clenched her legs tightly, nearly crying out in panic. The strongest spirit beast warriors from 5 cities are leading forces to Daru City. They're definitely coming for you. Yan Ruyu emphasized once more. Xiao Tian nodded, his composure unshaken. I know. Yan Ruyu was utterly stunned. Spirit beast warriors from 5 cities. And they're all here to cause you trouble. I know you're kinda cute, ruthless with enemies, and genuinely kind to those close to you. Even the Dark Lord's avatar you chase like a broken-backed dog. But 5 entire cities worth of spirit beast warriors? There's no shortage of high-level powerhouses among them, and their numbers far outnumber yours. Even if Xiao Tian rallied every spirit beast warrior in Great Scholar City, they'd still be at a disadvantage. This situation is extremely tricky. Even with Xiao Tian's resurrection armor, it wouldn't make much difference. Without exaggeration, this crisis surpasses even the previous arrival of the Overlord's avatar. She had expected Xiao Tian to feel some pressure, yet he remained surprisingly calm. But he was her man after all. Having long since molded herself to his shape, Yan Ruyu had no desire to live out her days as a widow. After a moment's thought, she cautioned, they might hesitate to attack you directly because they fear your power. But once we enter the Forbidden Zone and your beast transformation ability is sealed, they'll surely gang up on you. Before Yan Ruyu could finish, Xiao Tian shook his head and cut her off. We absolutely must enter the Forbidden Zone. If these people insist on courting death, then they have no one to blame but themselves when I wipe them out completely. Seeing Xiao Tian's unwavering resolve, Yan Ruyu's eyes flushed crimson with anger. I know you're powerful, but this time it's truly dangerous. Don't worry. I never fight unprepared. Xiao Tian set down his teacup and gently rubbed Yan Ruyu's small head. Her hair was silky smooth, feeling incredibly soft under his fingers like stroking a kitten. This feeling of being cared for, it was truly wonderful. Recalling the days before his rebirth, when he'd struggled alone to survive, Xiao Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. Compared to his current life, what a miserable existence he had endured back then. Fine, I'm ignoring you. Do whatever you want. Yan Ruyu's face flushed crimson as Xiao Tian suddenly ruffled her hair. She huffed indignantly and stormed off. The once aloof campus beauty now displayed every inch of feminine charm. After Yan Ruyu departed, Xiao Tian rose and made his way to the villa's laboratory to find Xin Xiulan. Xin Xiulan, clad in a white lab coat, had been conducting an experiment. Seeing Xiao Tian suddenly push open the door and walk in, her legs instinctively went weak, nearly causing her to collapse to the floor. There was nothing she could do about it. Truly, nothing. The impact Xiao Tian had left on her that night was simply too profound, causing her to have an instinctive physical reaction whenever she saw him now. How's it going? Everything proceeding smoothly with the experiment? Xiao Tian, who had noticed Xin Xiulan's flustered reaction, walked up to her with a smile and asked. It's going okay. Xin Xiulan quickly regained her composure, replying somewhat unnaturally, I was planning to come find you later. The storage device you requested, I've successfully developed it. As she spoke, Xin Xiulan led Xiao Tian to a nearby counter. 16 palm-sized metal spheres gleamed with a metallic sheen atop the counter. At the center of each sphere was embedded a core that emitted a faint glow, giving them a distinctly high-tech appearance. Their appearance bore a resemblance to pokeballs. Is this the storage device? Xiao Tian casually picked up one of the spheres and weighed it in his palm. It felt quite substantial. Yes. The materials you provided were just enough to craft these 16 containment devices. Storing your 16 mutated beasts inside should pose no problem. However, these things can only contain mutated beasts. Humans and other creatures won't work. Xin Xiulan explained. Listening to Xin Xiulan's explanation, Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. A few minutes later, the two appeared in the villa's backyard. In the backyard, 16 massive mutated beasts lay sprawled on the ground, resting. Sensing Xiao Tian's arrival, all 16 mutated beasts simultaneously lifted their heads to look at Xiao Tian, letting out excited growls. Ever since bringing these 16 mutated beasts back, Xiao Tian had housed them in the villa's backyard. Xiao Tian pulled out the containment device and looked at Xin Xiulan, asking, how do you use this thing? Xin Xiulan whispered softly, just aim it at the mutated beast you want to contain. As long as they're willing, they'll enter the device on their own. The device creates its own space inside, where they'll have plenty of room to move around. Xiao Tian nodded, raised the containment device, and casually selected a 5-meter-tall mutated beast. The mutated beast let out a roar, then in the next instant, it transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the containment device. It really worked! Xiao Tian examined the containment device in his palm with a hint of excitement, though his expression remained calm. Xin Xiulan beside him was also visibly moved. After all, these containment devices were her own creation, and she hadn't even tested them yet. Now that it had been successfully contained, she couldn't help but feel proud of herself. She was truly her own. Genius girl. Genius Dean. Xiao Tian then used the containment devices to sequentially capture the remaining 15 mutated beasts. Once inside the Forbidden Zone, no one can use beast transformation abilities. Everyone will revert to ordinary humans. But I have 16 mutated beasts. Spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities? If you insist on courting death, I wouldn't mind giving you an early send-off. Xiao Tian murmured to himself, his lips curling into a subtle smile. Just imagine the spectacle when he waved his hand and summoned 16 mutated beasts to fight for him. Xiao Tian thought. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 60, Born to Win, Second Update. I'd been informed of all recent events. Xiao Tian was absent-mindedly playing with the containment device when Xiao suddenly changed the subject. Those guys might have come prepared. Are you really sure you want to enter the Forbidden Zone? Xiao Tian glanced at Xiao with surprise, saying nothing. Xiao felt her face flush under his gaze. Who would have thought Dean Xin would show such concern, Xiao Tian remarked teasingly. Xiaolan's cheeks flushed even redder. But she wasn't some delicate young girl like Yan Ruyu. She quickly regained her composure, flashing a charming smile. You're my man. What's wrong with me caring about my own man? Xiao Tian smiled too, tucking the containment device into his pocket. He wrapped an arm around Xiaolan's waist and chuckled, don't worry. If they dare make a move, I'll make sure they never return. Their bodies pressed close together. She breathed in the masculine scent emanating from Xiao Tian, feeling the warmth radiating from his chest. Xiaolan's heart began to race wildly. He truly was the man she had chosen. She adored Xiao Tian's domineering nature. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly scooped Xiaolan up in a princess carry with one arm. What are you doing? Xiaolan's face drained of color. You've worked hard these past few days. I'm giving you a few days off. Xiao Tian flashed a devilish smile as he carried Xiaolan, her face flushed crimson, her nerves tinged with anticipation, back into the room. The door slammed shut behind them. A storm of passion was about to erupt. Time swiftly passed to the afternoon. Spirit beast warriors from 5 cities had also arrived safely in Darren City. A full 468 spirit beast warriors. Such a force would be utterly devastating to any city. Take Daru City as an example. Even combining all its spirit beast warriors, their numbers wouldn't reach 200. When these 468 warriors entered the city, the entire city of Dalu was thrown into an uproar. Such a simultaneous appearance of so many spirit beast warriors was unprecedented. What was surprising, however, was that upon arriving in Dalu City, these spirit beast warriors did not immediately seek out Xiao Tian. Instead, they gathered outside the Forbidden Zone vortex and began waiting. Any clear-eyed observer knows these people are after Xiao Tian's supplies. Now that they're in Dalu City, why aren't they causing trouble for Xiao Tian? Are you kidding? Xiao Shen's strength is no joke. Even if he can't take on 400 alone, if he really wants to make a run for it, these guys won't stand a chance. Then what are they doing? Have they given up? They're probably waiting here for Xiao Shen. If he really intends to enter the Forbidden Zone, once his beast transformation ability is sealed, they'll definitely strike while the iron is hot. Just as the spirit beast warriors of Grand Scholar City were whispering among themselves. Suddenly, someone noticed that nearly every spirit beast warrior carried a gray-black metal box. Stand by in position. Everyone begin maintaining your weapons. A sudden shout rang out from an unknown source. Everyone crossed their legs, opened the metal cases, and began wiping down the firearms inside. Holy, these cases are all packed with assault rifles. The spirit beast warriors of Dalu City stared in stunned disbelief. Everyone knew the current Forbidden Zone was unusual. Entering it temporarily sealed their beast transformation abilities, reducing them to ordinary humans. They also understood that these people were here for Xiao Tian. Now, armed with a firearm each, it was clear they intended to make their move within the Forbidden Zone. Looks like these guys really came prepared. And it's pretty much a given they're going after Xiao Tian. Seriously, their intentions are way too obvious. Unless Xiao Shen is an idiot, I wouldn't enter the Forbidden Zone if I were him. So, Xiao Tian won't be entering the Forbidden Zone? Not necessarily. Xiao Shen is a tough guy. Near the vortex of the Forbidden Zone, the strongest spirit beast warriors from 5 cities gathered, whispering their plans. We proceed exactly as planned. The moment Xiao Tian enters the Forbidden Zone, we strike together and eliminate him on the spot. Afterward, each of us takes the resources from the villa based on our own abilities. Wang Lu looked at the other 4 and spoke first. I'm in. Me neither. Seeing this, the other 4 nodded in agreement. Everyone understood that eliminating Xiao Tian was the absolute priority at this moment. As for how the villa's resources would be divided after his death, that would depend entirely on their individual skills. But soon, another voice cut in, our intentions are too obvious. What if Xiao Tian doesn't dare show up? Then we'll have made this trip for nothing. Wang Lu sneered coldly, this Forbidden Zone is unique. Who knows what treasures lie within? If Xiao Tian dares not come, we'll simply explore the Forbidden Zone first, then join forces to deal with him afterward. Xiao Tian was the strongest spirit beast warrior in Daru City, but weren't they themselves the strongest in their respective cities? Moreover, they had brought nearly all their available forces this time. Even if Xiao Tian could rally the spirit beast warriors of Daru City, he wouldn't gain any advantage. After her words fell, Wang Lu added, I've investigated this Xiao Tian. He's truly formidable, especially ruthless toward his enemies. Given his nature, even if he knows we're prepared, he'll likely come anyway. Very well. We'll proceed as you suggest. The first heaven dominator is about to descend upon Deru City. After this job, we must evacuate as quickly as possible. Everyone was brimming with confidence for this operation. They were thoroughly prepared. Whether Xiao Tian dared to enter the Forbidden Zone or not, he was doomed to die. The next day, the sun had just begun to rise. Xiao Tian arrived at the scene with Yan Ruyu, Pang Dehuai, and Yan Tiancheng. As for Xin Qiulan, being merely an ordinary person with no combat ability, she was now resting in bed after yesterday's battle. When Xiao Tian arrived, all the spirit beast warriors of Darren City stood up. After all, Xiao Tian had never bullied others with his strength or taken advantage of their misfortune. His ruthlessness was reserved solely for his enemies. Compared to these unfamiliar outsiders, they still leaned more toward Xiao Tian. What's gotten into you all? Xiao Tian surveyed the scene, his brow furrowing at the visible injuries scattered across the bodies of the great Scholar City warriors. Who didn't know by now that he had incorporated all the spirit beast warriors of Deru City? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were all his men. Yet now, many of Deru City's spirit beast warriors bore injuries of varying severity. These were clearly battle scars. As he spoke, Xiao Tian's gaze shifted to Wang Lu and the others who occupied the dominant positions. Only now did Xiao Tian realize that the territory near the Forbidden Zone vortex had long been occupied by this group. The local spirit beast warriors of Deru City were relegated to the outermost perimeter. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, emanating a dangerous aura. He had likely already guessed what had transpired the previous night. Lord Xiao, many of us arrived a day early to stake our claim. When these fellows showed up last night, they demanded we give up our spots without warning. Naturally, we refused, and things escalated. But they outnumbered us, we were no match for them. One spirit beast warrior spoke with a look of frustration, head bowed. Being bullied by outsiders on their own turf was an injustice that felt unbearable no matter how one looked at it. Did all of them attack? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. Sensing the sudden surge of killing intent emanating from Xiao Tian, the others hurriedly tried to calm him down. Lord Xiao, these men came for you. They outnumber us. We shouldn't act rashly. Yes, Lord Xiao. A wise man avoids immediate loss. Bide your time, and the storm will pass. Xiao Tian shook his head, as if he'd heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. A hero doesn't take a loss in the moment? Sorry. He wasn't some hero, nor was he born to take losses. Just then, Wang Lu suddenly rose from the crowd and strode toward Xiao Tian. You're the one. Xiao Tian's expression darkened instantly as he shifted into his beast form. A writhing octopus tentacle lashed out toward Wang Lu's beautiful face. Smack! Chapter 61, I'm killing. Third update. Xiao Tian moved too fast. Wang Lu had no time to react before she was flung backward. She rolled awkwardly across the ground more than 10 times before scrambling to her feet. How dare you hit me? Her face burned fiercely as Wang Lu's voice shot up an octave. She stared at Xiao Tian in utter disbelief. I knew you were arrogant, but I never imagined you'd be this arrogant. You resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Are you some kind of super male gene? She was born into a wealthy family, her parents doting on her like she was made of glass, afraid to let her melt in their mouths or break in their hands. But ever since the dark turmoil descended, she alone in her family had gained beast transformation abilities, becoming a spirit beast warrior 1 in 10,000. Perhaps it was precisely this boundless indulgence that shaped Wang Lu's somewhat stubborn personality. She believed the world revolved around her. She believed others' sacrifices for her were their due. Seeing her parents still living as ordinary humans, she hesitated not a moment before personally eliminating these burdens. She then exploited her status as a spirit beast warrior to voraciously absorb the power of mutated beast crystals, rapidly enhancing her strength and gradually building her own faction. The phrase "heart of a snake and scorpion" embodied her to the extreme. It was precisely this utterly selfish and self-serving nature that had elevated her to her current position. Ever since she solidified her position as the city's top leader, everyone bowed before her. The man before her was the first person in her entire life who dared to strike her. Seeing their leader struck, all the spirit beast warriors in Tianlan City instantly turned grim. Their expressions hardened as they instantly entered their beast forms. The tension was palpable, the atmosphere thick with the threat of imminent conflict. He-Yong, the top official of Tailwater City, quickly stepped forward to mediate. This is a critical moment. There's no need for such hostility. Xiao Tian scoffed coldly, too disinterested to listen to his rambling. A tentacle whipped out toward him. A dull thud echoed. He-Yong was sent flying by Xiao Tian's blow, his crisp suit torn to shreds, leaving him looking utterly disheveled. Xiao Tian, you have some nerve. Stumbling to his feet, He-Yong's expression darkened instantly. This brat is truly insolent. We're all adults here, cut the nonsense. Xiao Tian's long hair fluttered as his expression grew icy cold.
These punks had come for his supplies all along, intent on putting him in mortal danger.
And they'd even attacked the spirit beast warriors of the great scholar city. Given that, both sides were now sworn enemies until one side was destroyed. When it came to enemies, Xiao Tian never wasted breath on empty talk. Kill. Damn it, kill, kill, kill. Kill and it's over. Xiao Tian, you've gone too far.
You may be the strongest spirit beast warrior in Deru City, but we're no pushovers either.
Don't think you can act without restraint just because you're on your turf.
Seeing Xiao Tian's blatant arrogance, the leaders of the other 3 cities stepped forward to rebuke him.
To an uninformed observer, this scene might suggest Xiao Tian had committed some heinous crime.
But the truth was, these people intended to kill him to seize resources, and they had even attacked and injured Deru City's spirit beast warriors.
Xiao Tian's actions were nothing more than a justified counterattack.
Who do you think you are, barking like dogs in my presence?
Xiao Tian tilted his head, glaring at the trio.
Their faces turned ashen with rage. Pointing trembling fingers at Xiao Tian, they stood there for ages, unable to utter a single word.
Arrogant. That was their first impression of Xiao Tian. As spirit beast warriors from 5 major cities, they vastly outnumbered and outclassed those from Great Scholar City.
They had assumed that under the crushing weight of their overwhelming strength, even if Xiao Tian was as brazen as the online rumors claimed, he would at least rein himself in somewhat.
But they never imagined.
They never imagined this kid wouldn't back down at all. Instead, he'd resort to violence at the slightest provocation. They racked their brains but couldn't fathom where this kid got the guts. The spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities were stunned. They'd seen ruthless individuals before, but never anyone so utterly reckless. Their combined numbers were several times greater than those of Deru City.
What this kid was doing was practically courting death.
As for the spirit beast warriors from Deru City, they were equally stunned. They'd only intended to vent their frustrations to Xiao Tian. They never expected him to actually stand up for them. After all, they were essentially using Xiao Tian's resources to handle matters for him.
To call them Xiao Tian's men wasn't entirely accurate.
They followed Xiao Tian purely for profit, nothing like the level of loyalty shown by women like Yin Ruyu. Yet they never imagined that despite this relationship, Xiao Tian would willingly bear the pressure to stand up for them.
As the group felt moved, their initial shock gradually faded. After all, Xiao Tian was the kind of figure who dared to defy even the Dark Sovereign. What did a few spirit beast warriors matter now? I can't take this anymore. At that moment, Young roared furiously. The muscles on his arms began to swell and twist, expanding to more than several times their original size. A pair of animal ears sprouted atop his head. Kangaroo.
This guy had acquired the kangaroo's beast transformation ability. Since the topic's been brought up and this kid actually dared to show up, let's not bother with formalities.
Take him out right now. Hearing Young's words, Wang Lu hesitated. According to her investigations, Xiao Tian was far more than he appeared on the surface. What's there to hesitate about? With so many spirit beast warriors, we could wear him down to death.
Seeing Wang Lu's hesitation, Yang spat in disgust and roared in frustration.
Attack together. Wang Lu sighed silently before entering her beast transformation state.
At the 5 commanders' signal, spirit beast warriors from all 5 cities charged toward Xiao Tian without hesitation. They had all heard of Xiao Tian's exploits in Great Scholar City. Live streaming the pursuit of his enemies, live streaming the pursuit of a sovereign's avatar, even receiving a bounty from a first heaven sovereign. Each of these incidents, taken individually, was an absolute bombshell.
Was Xiao Tian powerful? Indeed, he was formidable.
But as the saying goes, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands.
With hundreds of them attacking together, how could they possibly fail to deal with a mere Xiao Tian?
They were all spirit beast warriors. At most, their awakened beast transformation abilities differed, but none considered themselves superior to the others.
These bastards have finally shown their true colors. We're all joining forces. Xiao Tian's standing up for us, so we can't lose face. Someone bellowed from the crowd. The warriors of Deru City instantly felt their blood surge. True, the enemy vastly outnumbered them, but if Xiaoshan wasn't afraid, what did they have to fear? Let's just do it. Yet before anyone could move, a dark figure darted forward ahead of them.
That shadow, of course, was Xiao Tian. A pair of cockroach antennae twitched slightly atop his head as he plunged into the crowd, dodging attacks frantically. Simultaneously, the 6 tentacles on his back writhed relentlessly, releasing vast amounts of paralyzing toxin. Dozens of spirit beast warriors, caught completely off guard, discovered to their despair that Xiao Tian seemed to possess foresight, effortlessly evading every single one of their attacks. Moreover, their own bodies suddenly froze, unable to move for reasons unknown. Just as these dozens of spirit beast warriors were bewildered and perplexed, Xiao Tian struck. 6 octopus tentacles instantly transformed into deadly spears, beginning to reap the fragile lives of the group. Thud! 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 The tentacles pierced through the chests of one spirit beast warrior after another. Every strike was a killing blow. The stench of blood began to fill the air. Xiao Tian's eyes turned red, his gaze growing increasingly bloodthirsty. Kill! Kill! Kill!
Dare to target me, dare to lay a hand on my people, dare to come to my turf and provoke me. ING kill, 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 kill. Chapter 62, Kill Xiao Tian, Seize Resources, First Update. Dismembered limbs were hurled into the air. Blood gushed like fountains, drenching the earth. The screams echoed like the sound of annihilation, lingering endlessly. The scene was too gruesome to behold. Xiao Tian moved through the battlefield as if unopposed, striking terror into the hearts of these self-important fools. He slaughtered them until they were in complete disarray. He slaughtered them until they were wailing like children. Xiao Tian felt that beyond still retaining a human form, he was fundamentally no longer human at his core. Though he had shed the bloodthirsty leech's genetic sequence, unable to absorb power through slaughter. Yet beneath this frenzied slaughter, his entire body still burned with feverish heat, boiling over. The more he killed, the more exhilarating it became. The nearby spirit beast warriors had initially planned to rush forward to support their comrades. But now, they were all stunned into silence by Xiao Tian's frenzied onslaught. Was this even human? All present were spirit beast warriors, beings far more powerful than ordinary humans. How could killing spirit beast warriors in front of Xiao Tian be as simple as slaughtering chickens and dogs? Not only the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities, but even those from the great scholar city watched with hearts pounding in terror. In that moment, they recalled the terror they had felt when Xiao Tian first dominated them. Spirit beast warriors? What the hell are they? This guy dared to hunt down even a sovereign's avatar. These fools provoked Xiao Tian, they'd kicked a titanium plate, no doubt about it. Damn bastards. Daring to kill my men? Do they really think my head is made of dough? Seeing his men fall one after another, Li Yong's eyes bulged with rage. Blinded by fury, he clenched his fists and lunged forward, ready to confront Xiao Tian head-on. At the critical moment, however, Wang Lu intervened just in time. At a time like this, you still dare to stop me? Li Yong's face darkened as he coldly retorted, are you in cahoots with that Xiao Tian? The other 3 also looked at Wang Lu with suspicion. They acknowledged Xiao Tian's undeniable strength and the terrifying tactics he'd just displayed. But he was alone. If they all attacked him at once, Xiao Tian would be as good as dead. That Wang Lu would step forward to intervene at this critical moment made it hard for them not to suspect something. Haven't you noticed that Xiao Tian exhibits characteristics of multiple animals? Wang Lu sighed softly. As her words fell, the group instinctively turned their gaze back to Xiao Tian. Upon closer inspection, the expressions of all 4 changed dramatically. They hadn't paid much attention before, but now, prompted by Wang Lu's words, they realized with horror. Xiao Tian possessed traits from more than one animal. It was common knowledge that awakening a specific beast transformation ability would manifest corresponding physical traits. This was a universally acknowledged fact. After entering their beast forms, all 4 of them displayed some degree of animal characteristics on their bodies. But Xiao Tian? Multiple animal traits had manifested on his body. Insect antennae on his head. An electric eel's head on his right shoulder. A ferocious mouthpart in the palm of his hand. And 6 writhing octopus tentacles on his back. Just how many beast-like abilities has this kid acquired? Seeing the 4 gradually calm down, Wang Lu continued, we've already taken him very seriously, yet we still underestimated him. The animal traits manifesting on his body are at least 4 in number, which means he possesses no fewer than 4 beast transformation abilities. In ancient cold weapon combat, an inch longer meant an inch stronger. Beast transformation abilities follow a similar principle. The more powers a spirit beast warrior awakens, the stronger they become. The 4 felt an immense weight on their hearts, still reeling from the revelation. At least 4 beast transformation abilities. Could such a thing truly exist? In all their years developing their respective cities, they had never even encountered a spirit beast warrior who possessed 2 beast transformation abilities simultaneously. And now, they had witnessed a monster who had acquired at least 4 beast transformation abilities in a single go. Though their minds refused to accept it, their eyes could not lie. The animalistic traits manifesting on Xiao Tian's body were undeniably at least 4 in number. Is this damn thing even human or a monster? Or could it be that this kid isn't human at all, but a fusion of mutated beast forms that took on a human body? Things have come to this. What can we possibly do now? Li Yong suddenly asked. At first, he believed that no matter how powerful Xiao Tian was, it remained within the realm of what ordinary people could comprehend. They were certain they could take him down together. But now, he hesitated. With at least 4 beast-like abilities, who knew what other hidden cards Xiao Tian might still have up his sleeve? Who could say whether Xiao Tian possessed any means of escape? If they failed to kill him and he escaped, he could easily launch a brutal retaliation against them later. We must hold off. Wait until we enter the forbidden zone before acting. Once inside, everyone's beast transformation abilities will be temporarily sealed, Wang Lu said firmly. Alright, we'll follow your lead. The 4 exchanged glances, nodded in agreement, then hurriedly recalled their men. These men had long been terrified by Xiao Tian's fury, but orders had been issued. They had no choice but to advance. Hearing the order to retreat, they instantly breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly retreated back. Up ahead.
Xiao Tian, drenched in blood, drove a fist through the chest of an unfortunate victim, crushing his heart. Only after this did Xiao Tian lift his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Wang Lu and her 4 companions.
Everyone clear the way. Fall back to the outer perimeter.
Wang Lu suddenly bellowed. Without hesitation, the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities retreated, distancing themselves from Xiao Tian and his group.
Seeing this, Xiao Tian swiftly retracted his beast transformation and held back from further action.
His power far surpassed that of spirit beast warriors of the same rank, but their numbers were overwhelming.
Pushing the confrontation to its limits now would only lead to disadvantage. Everything could wait until they entered the Forbidden Zone.
Once inside the Forbidden Zone, everyone's beast transformation abilities would be sealed.
There would be plenty of time to act then.
On the other side, Wang Lu and her group shared the same reasoning.
Your beast transformation abilities are impressive, we'll give you that.
But once we're inside the Forbidden Zone, you'll be as helpless as a pig or a dog.
Xiao Shen is awesome.
Let these guys get cocky, daring to run wild on our turf. Xiao Shen remains as formidable as ever, single-handedly repelling hundreds of spirit beast warriors. The spirit beast warriors of Great Scholar City swarmed around him, gazing at Xiao Tian with awe.
Truly a godlike figure.
If they possessed even a tenth of Xiao Tian's strength, they wouldn't have been bullied so badly. They're merely biding their time. The moment you enter the Forbidden Zone, they'll strike without hesitation, Yan Ruyu stated.
Xiao Tian offered no reply, instead closing his eyes and sitting down on the ground. Wait here. Half an hour later.
The vortex at the Forbidden Zone suddenly emitted a humming sound.
The invisible barrier sealing off the vortex instantly dissipated.
At that very moment, all eyes snapped open, burning with intensity. The Forbidden Land was accessible. Yet the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities did not move rashly.
Instead, they instinctively turned their gaze toward Xiao Tian.
Under countless gazes, Xiao Tian slowly opened his eyes.
He stood up and, without hesitation, strode into the vortex.
The spirit beast warriors of Great Scholar City exchanged glances, then without hesitation, followed Xiao Tian's lead and stepped inside.
Everyone.
Seeing everyone from Great Scholar City enter the vortex, Wang Lu rose to her feet, her voice tinged with excitement. Enter the Forbidden Zone and eliminate Xiao Tian. How utterly arrogant of Xiao Tian to dare enter the Forbidden Zone after they had already laid their cards on the table.
Well then, they wouldn't be held responsible. Kill Xiao Tian. Seize the resources. Chapter 63, Please Kill Me. Second update. Dead silence reigned within the Forbidden Zone.
This place was identical to the previous Forbidden Zones. A hazy mist shrouded the surroundings, and the air was saturated with a bone-chilling cold. Even though this wasn't his first time in a Forbidden Zone, the biting cold still made Panda High shiver. His thick layers of fat just couldn't withstand the cold. My beast transformation ability is indeed temporarily sealed. I can still sense the power within me, but I can't release it. Just then, Yan Tianqing attempted to enter his beast form and spoke up. Hearing this, Yan Ruyu attempted to enter the beast transformation state as well, only to fail without exception. She sensed an invisible force suppressing the abilities within her. Behind them, numerous spirit beast warriors from the Great Scholar City stubbornly attempted to transform as well. After holding their breath and trying for a long while, just as Xiao Tian had said, they couldn't enter the beast transformation state. Xiao Shen is truly divine. This forbidden land has only just appeared, yet Xiao Shen knew it would seal beast transformation abilities. My admiration for Xiao Shen grows by the moment. Could he also practice divination? The temporary restriction on their beast transformation abilities left everyone feeling profoundly uneasy. After all, this was a forbidden land, a place teeming with dark creatures. They have now lost their ability to transform into beasts and are virtually indistinguishable from ordinary people. Should they encounter dark creatures again, they likely wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Let alone confronting the Dark Overlord. I have a way to restore everyone's beast transformation abilities. Don't panic, just stay close to the group, Xiao Tian declared to the assembled crowd. Those few words instantly eased the tension that had been weighing on everyone's hearts. Earlier, Xiao Tian had stood up for them outside, earning him a wave of goodwill. Now, facing Xiao Tian's words, almost no one questioned him. While they spoke, Pang Dahai had already crossed his legs and sat down. His hands clasped the compass before his chest as his head began jerking wildly in an almost demonic manner. At first glance, it looked as though he were having a seizure. Everyone waited for Pang Dahai's divination results. But at that very moment, a faint glow flickered from the vortex behind them. In the next instant, Wang Lu and the others emerged one after another. Upon entering, these individuals did not immediately attend to Xiao Tian and the others before them. Instead, they attempted to channel their internal energy to enter a beast-like state. When the beast transformation failed, their faces betrayed a mix of surprise and tension. We really can't enter the beast transformation state. This place is seriously messed up. I wonder if there are powerful dark creatures here. We're barely stronger than ordinary people now. After Wang Lu and the others tried once and found they couldn't enter the beast form either, their hearts finally relaxed completely. Everything unfolded exactly as Xiao Tian had described. They weren't curious about how Xiao Tian knew all this beforehand.
Nor did they fret over any formidable dark creatures lurking within the forbidden zone. Their sole target was Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian was now fish on the chopping block at their mercy.
Time to move. Wang Lu exhaled a puff of warm breath, her gaze suddenly deepening. Li Yong and the other three nodded in unison, then turned their gaze toward Xiao Tian ahead.
Everyone, prepare to strike. Wang Lu bellowed.
The spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities snapped to attention, opening their briefcases and drawing out the assault rifles inside. Click clack clack. The sound of rifles being cocked echoed in rapid succession. By the time Xiao Tian and the others realized what was happening, hundreds of black muzzles were already trained on them.
I knew it. These bastards would definitely strike inside the forbidden zone. What do we do now? Our beast transformation abilities are restricted, we can't defend against bullets. If we get hit, we'll be riddled with holes like a beehive. The group began to panic. The timid ones turned deathly pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. But seeing Xiao Tian beside them remain utterly composed, for some reason, the tension in everyone's hearts eased considerably. Was Xiaoshan foolish?
Ever since the dark turmoil erupted, anyone who had ever crossed him met a truly miserable end.
Did Xiaoshan not see their treacherous ambitions? Their intentions were practically laid bare.
Even the common folk could see through them, let alone Xiaoshan. If Xiaoshan wasn't foolish and had seen through their schemes, yet still chose to enter the forbidden zone, he must possess his own confidence. And since Xiaoshan is confident, he shows no sign of panic.
Why the hell should they panic? You don't seem the least bit surprised.
Wang Lu gazed at Xiao Tian with a smile, her elegant oval face tilted up in haughty pride. Only the swollen marks on her face marred that beauty.
I have important matters to attend to. If you leave now, I might grant you a few more days of life. Xiao Tian's lips parted slightly as he uttered these words with a faint tone. He wasn't sure yet whether the Dark Lord could perceive everything happening within the forbidden zone.
The 16 mutated beasts were his trump card, he wouldn't deploy them unless absolutely necessary. But that didn't mean Xiao Tian intended to spare Wang Lu and her group at most, he'd grant them a few extra days. Faced with Xiao Tian's warning, Wang Lu and the others burst into maniacal laughter as if they'd heard the most absurd joke imaginable. Li Yong doubled over, tears streaming uncontrollably as he laughed. Ha 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 ha. This useless fool dares to put on airs here? How did such an idiot even become the top scholar in Deru City? Here, you can't use your beast transformation ability. With your beast transformation sealed, where do you get the nerve to threaten us? Wang Lu sneered coldly, Xiao Tian, the humiliation I suffered outside, I'll repay you tenfold later. Xiao Tian shook his head and sighed, why must you push me to this? Force you? Wang Lu's eyes flashed with contempt as she sneered, still acting tough when you're about to die? If you're so skilled, kill us now. I beg you, just kill me. Words alone weren't enough. Wang Lu provocatively thrust out her neck, slapping her own delicate face. Please. Kill me. You're so tough, just kill me already. Seeing this, Xiao Tian wore an expression of regret. Since you're forcing my hand, let's get this over with. No more pretending I have 16 mutated beasts as my enforcers. I'm laying my cards on the table. Xiao Tian reached into his pocket, pulled out a containment device, and tossed it forward. Boom! The moment the containment device was tossed, a force warping space and time coalesced. A blinding flash erupted, followed by a 6-meter-tall, armor-clad colossal bear crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the beast landed, everyone distinctly felt the ground tremble slightly. Take her down. Xiao Tian pointed at Wang Lu ahead and uttered these 3 words in a flat tone. Roar! The bear obeyed Xiao Tian's command without question. With a furious roar, it charged toward Wang Lu. Wang Lu's beast transformation ability was sealed, and her reactions were now indistinguishable from those of an ordinary human. Before she could comprehend what was unfolding before her eyes, the giant bear tore off her head. Splatter! Blood spurted 2 meters high from her severed neck. The scene was instantly plunged into deathly silence. Staring at the sudden appearance of the mutated beast, everyone was stunned. Chapter 64, Total Annihilation, 3rd Update. Out of nowhere, a mutated beast materialized. And this mutant beast seemed to obey Xiao Tianwei's every command, biting off Wang Lu's head in one go. Li Yong and the remaining 3 exchanged bewildered glances. What the hell just happened? Who were these people? Where was this place? While the 4 stood frozen in shock, Xiao Tian scanned the scene, then pulled out another containment device and tossed it forward. A flash of light erupted. A 5-meter-long falcon, covered in crimson feathers, materialized out of thin air in the sky. After materializing, the falcon flapped its wings and let out a piercing cry. With their beast transformation abilities sealed, that single cry nearly deafened them on the spot. Holy crap! Another mutated beast. This mutated beast seems to have been summoned by Xiaoshan. Good heavens, how did he manage that? Could Xiaoshan truly be a celestial being descended from the heavens? Now I understand why Xiaoshan charged headlong into danger. It turns out these outsiders were the real prey all along. After summoning 2 mutated beasts in succession, Li Yong and his crew were utterly dumbfounded. They stood frozen in place, questioning their very existence. The scene was so overwhelming that even the spirit beast warriors of Deru City lost their composure. All their earlier worries vanished into thin air. Their eyes gleamed as they looked at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian is amazing. He truly didn't disappoint them. Though they knew Xiao Tian wasn't one to act on impulse and must have prepared something. But none of them could have imagined that Xiao Tian's preparation would be mutant beasts. Wang Lu and her 4 companions led their team on a long journey to Darren City, each armed with an assault rifle. That was the extent of their preparations. Xiao Tian's preparation, however, was mutant beasts. Hot weapons against mutated beasts. How could there be any comparison? Xiao Tian was unstoppable. But the climax wasn't over yet. After the second mutated beast was unleashed, Xiao Tian pondered briefly before tossing another containment device. Boom! A massive, 5-meter-tall wild wolf appeared in their field of vision, crashing to the ground. With everyone's beast transformation abilities sealed, Xiao Tian had no intention of summoning all his mutated beasts to deal with this group. But these enemies were numerous. Xiao Tian's standard approach to foes was to eliminate them completely. To prevent any escape attempts amidst the chaos, he summoned 3 mutated beasts. 3 mutated beasts should be more than enough to deal with these defenseless fools. Rat-a-tat-tat. Just then, someone in the panic pulled the trigger. The assault rifle let out a shrill crack as crimson fireballs erupted from its barrel. Pure copper bullets flew toward the 3-headed mutant beast. But to the group's despair, despite their assault rifles being the pinnacle of Blue Star's technology, they were utterly useless against the 3 mutated beasts before them. Not a single scratch was inflicted. Gulp! Cold sweat poured down their foreheads as a thick despair spread like wildfire. Suddenly, someone snapped, pulling out a fragmentation grenade and hurling it at the massive bear leading the pack. Boom! The grenade exploded at the giant bear's feet. Countless shards shot out in all directions. The bear remained unscathed, its thick fur effortlessly deflecting every fragment. Instead, 3 spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities were killed by the shrapnel. 3 were killed by the shrapnel blast. Even grenades don't work. Dead silence. Dead silence. Unbelievable. Li Yong and the others were truly stunned. They were utterly hopeless. What the hell kind of fight is this? They were preparing conventional weapons, but Xiao Tian went straight for mutated beasts. No more pretending, huh? This bastard is definitely cheating. Roar! In the dead silence, the giant bear suddenly roared, baring its blood-stained jaws as it charged toward the spirit beast warriors of the 5 cities. Before the colossal bear's massive frame, the human forms of the crowd appeared utterly insignificant. It was as if a colossal, mobile human meat grinder had begun its rotation. Wherever the bear trampled, countless people were crushed into mincemeat before they even had a chance to scream. In mere moments, nearly dozens of spirit beast warriors fell. Their deaths were utterly humiliating. As spirit beast warriors, they could have entered their beast transformation state, yet they perished in the most hopeless and helpless manner. Xiao Tian is way too dangerous. We underestimated him. Run! Seeing the tide turning against them, the 3 beside Li Yong cried out urgently, turning and dashing toward the vortex. Yet barely had they started moving when a piercing screech suddenly split the sky. The crimson hawk dove down, its razor-sharp talons like soul-reaping blades instantly piercing through the hearts of the 3. Their eyes bulged in horror as their bodies were dragged skyward by the hawk, torn to shreds and reduced to a shower of blood raining down. Feeling the scalding liquid splatter across their faces, the spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities completely lost their composure, their minds exploding. Holy! Run! Chaos erupted instantly. To run faster, everyone discarded their assault rifles. But it was all for naught. How could ordinary humans possibly outrun mutated beasts? Under the crushing advance of 3 mutated beasts, the spirit beast warriors of 5 cities met their tragic ends amidst cries of despair. The unlucky ones didn't even leave a whole corpse behind, becoming mere nutrients in the forbidden zone, doomed to remain in this sunless place forever. Those with better luck might at least leave behind a whole corpse. It's over. Everything is over. Watching his men slaughtered relentlessly, Li Yong felt like punching himself in the gut. Greed is a dangerous thing. Had he known Xiao Tian could sneak mutated beasts into the forbidden zone undetected, he'd never have dared provoke him. But now it was too late. Regret was useless. Li Yong's mind raced frantically. He knew full well that with his strength alone, escape was impossible. He threw himself to the ground and began frantically kowtowing to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian. Master Xiao, you're like my own father. I know I was wrong. Spare me this once. Give me a chance to redeem myself. I'll make it up to you. Anything you want, I'll give it. The moment Li Yong uttered his final word, a crimson hawk plunged from the swirling currents above, its razor-sharp talons piercing clean through the dog-like creature's head. Li Yong met a gruesome end right there. Within minutes, the screams at the scene abruptly ceased. All spirit beast warriors from the 5 cities were annihilated, not a single one survived. After the battle concluded, the 3 mutated beasts obediently returned to Xiao Tian's side, affectionately rubbing their heads against his arm. It was hard to believe that these three mutated beasts, now appearing somewhat endearingly clumsy, had just annihilated hundreds of spirit beast warriors across 5 cities.
Well done. Return now.
Xiao Tian patted the giant bear's head, then pulled out the containment device and sealed them back inside. Then, as if nothing had happened, he turned his gaze toward Pang Dahai. Just then, Pang Dahai, who had been sitting on the ground with his head twitching violently, suddenly stopped moving. He opened his eyes, looked up at Xiao Tian, and exclaimed excitedly,
"I found it! I found the sovereign!"
Chapter 65, A Year of Astonishing Ancient Trees. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, feeling a surge of excitement, though he didn't show it outwardly.
Last time, they had only faced a fragment of the sovereign. This time, it was the genuine article, the sovereign's true form. Before his rebirth, he had been an ordinary man struggling to survive. Even a low-level mutated beast could have crushed him to dust, let alone the Dark Sovereign. But this time, he was going to confront a First Heaven Sovereign head-on. Even Xiao Tian found it hard to keep his composure completely unruffled. Success meant glory and fortune, reaping immense rewards. Failure meant shattering into pieces, ascending to heaven on the spot. This operation boiled down to one thing: either the enemy dies or I perish. Where is it? Xiao Tian tucked the containment device into his pocket and looked at Pang Dahai. Fat Ocean scrambled to his feet, then pointed in a direction. Xiao Tian glanced in the direction Pang Dahai indicated. Then he addressed the assembled crowd. "Those unafraid of death, follow me to confront the First Heaven Ruler head-on. Those who fear death may leave the Forbidden Zone now." The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions torn and hesitant. Though Xiao Tian had given them time to consider, the moment finally arrived, sending shockwaves through their hearts. To confront the Dark Sovereign head-on. It was something none of them had ever dared imagine in their wildest dreams. So it's the Dark Sovereign? What's there to fear from this Xiao God? A burly man declared in a deep, booming voice, clenching his iron-like fist. His words instantly ignited the others' emotions. Exactly. He's just the Dark Lord, what's there to fear? Blue Star is our human territory. No single overlord gets to lord over us. We've already destroyed his avatars, how hard could it be to take down the Lord himself? Xiao Shun, we're going with you. Since ancient times, who hasn't faced death? Following Lord Xiao, if we manage to take down the overlord's true form, it's a surefire win. The crowd raised their arms in a roaring cheer, their stirring voices echoing across the entire Forbidden Land. Xiao Tian was somewhat surprised. Despite the large crowd present, not a single soul chose to leave. This was largely due to Xiao Tian stepping up with them outside the Forbidden Zone earlier. At the time, Xiao Tian hadn't overthought it. He simply believed outsiders had no right to bully the people of Great Scholar City. But to the people of Great Scholar City, his actions were seen as a clear demonstration of loyalty and righteousness. He had risked war with the spirit beast warriors of 5 cities to stand up for them. Yet now, when it came to confronting the sovereign's true form, they were ready to flee the battlefield. They couldn't bring themselves to do it. Watching the others red-faced and neck-strained with fury, Yan Ruyu gazed deeply at Xiao Tian, her eyes brimming with profound admiration. The man she had chosen was truly exceptional. If not across the entire Blue Star, then at least within the confines of Great Scholar City, there was no man more outstanding than Xiao Tian. Ruyu, your father always said Xiao Tian was no ordinary lad. Having him by our side is a blessing for both of us. Yan Tianqing sighed, his hands clasped behind his back. After the dark turmoil began, survival demanded the suppression of any remaining humanity. Before Xiao Tian rose to prominence, all the spirit beast warriors in Darren City were at each other's throats, plotting and scheming. They fought fiercely over meager resources, even turning on each other. Back then, expecting them to join Xiao Tian against the sovereign's true form would have been sheer folly. But now, everything had changed. Xiao Tian possessed a unique charisma. Toward his enemies, he was savage, ruthless, and twisted like a madman. Yet toward those close to him, he displayed the utmost sincerity. Under Xiao Tian's influence, the people before him had already undergone a subtle yet profound transformation. Yan Tianqing snapped out of his thoughts, patted Xiao Tian's shoulder, and laughed. Xiao Tian, since everyone's made their stance clear, there's no need for hesitation. Yan Ruyu gazed at Xiao Tian with deep affection, her sweet smile brightening as she said, let's go. It was unclear when exactly this once icy beauty queen had begun to wear her smile so freely. Before we depart, there's one more thing we must do. What could be more important than dealing with the sovereign's true form? Find a way to restore our beast transformation abilities. Whoosh! Everyone fell silent simultaneously. Xiao Tian had mentioned earlier that he had a way to restore their beast transformation abilities. They hadn't taken him seriously at first. Could Xiao Tian actually be serious? Was there truly a way to restore their beast transformation abilities? But coming from Xiao Tian, they chose to believe him. Then, under Xiao Tian's guidance, they set off. Before my rebirth, I'd heard tales of this forbidden land. Back then, Pang Dahai and the others entered the Forbidden Zone and headed straight south. They found an ancient tree with roots like coiled dragons. After passing the tree's trial, they regained their beast transformation abilities. If I recall correctly, continuing southward should lead us to that ancient tree. This ancient tree was neither a mutated beast nor a dark creature.
It was more akin to a neutral being existing within this forbidden land. As they journeyed onward, they encountered attacks from dark creatures along the way. However, these dark creatures were all of low rank.
Xiao Tian could easily handle them by releasing his mutated beast. If one wasn't enough, he'd deploy 2. If 2 weren't enough, he'd deploy 3. After all, he possessed 16 mutant beasts. He wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Half an hour later, the group halted before an ancient tree.
The ancient tree stood over 10 meters tall, its branches lush and verdant, forming a stark contrast to the desolate surroundings. Sensing Xiao Tian and his companions' approach, the ancient tree swayed slightly before a weathered voice slowly echoed forth.
Our meeting is fate.
If you can pass my trial, I shall lift the restrictions on your beast transformations. A branch extended from the tree, twisting and intertwining in the air until it formed a complex knot.
Whichever one of you can untie this knot will pass the test.
But I must warn you, my branches are imbued with dark power.
To untie the knot,
you must endure the agony of its corruption seeping into your flesh.
And
the ancient tree hadn't finished explaining.
Xiao Tian swiftly pulled out a containment device and hurled it forward.
A flash of light erupted as the colossal bear roared into existence.
Its massive form charged toward the ancient tree, its razor-sharp claws shredding the death knot to pieces. Everyone was stunned by the sight.
The rules clearly stated the knot must be untied bare-handed. Xiao Tian's move was blatantly against the rules. The ancient tree froze in shock. Then it erupted in fury.
How dare you!
As it roared, countless branches began to writhe, coalescing into a massive net that closed in on Xiao Tian.
Oh no! It's over! This is bad!
Witnessing this scene, the crowd cried out in unison. But their beast transformation abilities were sealed, making it nearly impossible to intervene even if they wanted to.
At that critical moment, Xiao Tian swiftly pulled out 9 containment devices and hurled them forward.
9 mutated beasts appeared simultaneously.
The ground visibly trembled as they landed.
The spreading branches of the ancient tree suddenly froze rigid in place.
The atmosphere grew awkward.
Xiao Tian stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly, I don't have time for any puzzle games here.
Either you release the seals within us, or I'll send you to the afterlife. The ancient tree people were dumbfounded.
If he had legs, he would have knelt instantly. He was merely an ancient tree within the forbidden zone that had developed its own sentience. His combat prowess wasn't particularly formidable.
These young people today have no sense of martial ethics, daring to threaten an old comrade like him with mutated beasts. Is this okay? This is not good.
The martial world should value harmony above all. Such petty tricks have no place here.
Chapter 66, Xiao Tian upsets the table, 3rd update. I understand youthful impetuosity. I'm not some unreasonable tree. I'll repeat what I said earlier. Our meeting is fate. Since fate has brought us together, what harm is there in lifting this restriction for you?
The ancient tree's aged voice sounded once more, though it now carried a palpable edge of fear compared to its initial tone.
Never mind the overwhelming numbers.
He was merely an ancient tree rooted in forbidden ground. If these mutated beasts truly charged, he wouldn't even be able to run. After all, as an ancient tree, he had no legs to command. Without further ado, the ancient tree began shedding its green leaves, which drifted steadily from its branches.
To everyone's astonishment, the leaves landed on them, instantly transforming into streams of light that merged into their bodies and vanished. Almost simultaneously, shouts of delight erupted all around. My power's back. My beast transformation ability is back. My old beast transformation ability is back. Some had already begun testing it.
This time, the restraints within their bodies vanished, allowing them to smoothly enter their beast forms. Yen Ruyu and the others also tried one after another, feeling the power filling their bodies once more. The lost sense of security had returned. Xiao Tian also sensed his genetic sequences restoring, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned the 10 mutated beasts. With his beast transformation ability restored, he could now easily handle the ancient tree before him using his own strength. Young man, I have lifted the restrictions for you. Our connection has run its course. Depart now. The ancient tree's vines trembled as it spoke to bid them farewell. When Xiao Tian had unleashed the 10 mutated beasts earlier, the ancient tree had clearly seen the intense killing intent in his eyes. He had no doubt that if he had chosen to resist to the end, Xiao Tian would have commanded those 10 mutated beasts to attack him. Such a ruthless individual was best sent on his way sooner rather than later. No way, no way. Xiao Tian raised his head to gaze at the ancient celestial tree before him. Give me 100 of your core leaves. The ancient dark tree's withered face twitched, its heart filled with utter dread. His core leaves were similar to the cores of mutated beasts, but unlike those cores, his core leaves were not unique. Moreover, his core leaves possessed the effect of restoring power. At his current level, a single core leaf could instantly heal all injuries for any spirit beast warrior below level 30. But how did this human youth know about his core leaves? Xiao Tian naturally knew exactly what the opponent's core leaf was. It was an absolute treasure. Before his rebirth, Pang Dahui and the others had passed the Dark Ancient Tree's trial, successfully restoring all their abilities.
The Dark Ancient Tree had even proactively offered 10 core leaves as a reward.
Now that he had come to the right place, Xiao Tian would be wasting this trip if he didn't take some core leaves with him. These core leaves are all formed from my own power.
Each one I lose weakens me. The ancient dark tree murmured before speaking. Xiao Tian remained silent. He simply entered his beast transformation state. The 6 octopus tentacles behind him coiled like venomous snakes poised to strike, ready to pounce on the dark ancient tree at any moment. Gulp!
The ancient dark tree swallowed hard.
The entire tree went numb. This brat is a bandit, a brigand.
Even dark creatures aren't this cruel. Not only did he force me to remove their restrictions without participating in my trial, but now he demands my core leaves.
And he demands 100 leaves. Damn it! This is an outrage.
After a long moment, the ancient dark tree sighed softly.
100 leaves, shimmering with a faint glow, drifted down from its branches and landed near Xiao Tian. Thank you. Xiao Tian collected the 100 leaves without flinching, then turned and led his group away. What a pity. The tree was merely an ancient tree that had developed sentience. It wasn't truly a mutated beast. Otherwise, Xiao Tian would have certainly captured it in a containment device and taken it away. After all, these core leaves were precious. As long as he could take the tree itself, the core leaves would never run out. This time, the group followed the direction indicated by Pang Dahai, heading straight south. No one questioned Xiao Tian about the effects of these 100 core leaves. Nor did anyone question how Xiao Tian had managed to bring so many mutated beasts into the Forbidden Zone.
For soon, they would face a formidable foe.
A first heaven sovereign.
This time, shortly after setting out, the group encountered wave after wave of attacks from dark creatures. But everyone had regained their beast transformation abilities, dispatching the dark creatures without Xiao Tian needing to intervene.
Half an hour later,
the group abruptly halted.
A towering structure loomed ahead.
It was a palace entirely shrouded in pitch blackness, its majestic and imposing form enveloped in an eerie black mist. Through the haze, an aura of wickedness permeated the air. If hell truly existed in this world, it would surely resemble what stood before them. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through.
In that dazed moment, they seemed to hear the howls of ghosts, foxes, and wolves. Many instinctively shivered.
This place is damn creepy. According to my divination, the Dark Lord's true form is right here. Fat Dahai stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Xiao Tian.
Xiao Tian nodded. His gaze locked onto the vast plaza before the palace. The square stretched endlessly, desolate and eerily silent. Yet at its very center stood a statue. It depicted a human figure clad in a cloak. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Without warning, the statue began to tremble. Fragments of rock began to flake away from its surface, revealing a cloaked figure. The cloaked figure first stretched lazily before turning its gaze toward Xiao Tian and his companions. It emitted an eerie, cackling laugh. Everyone was stunned. This statue was actually alive. I am a dark vanguard under the command of the sovereign of the first heaven. If you wish to enter the palace and see the great sovereign, you must first pass my trial. With that, the dark vanguard swept his sleeve, conjuring a chessboard and 2 stone chairs before him. The Dark Vanguard seated himself at one of the stone chairs without waiting for a response. On your blue star, there exists an entertainment activity called chess. This vanguard possesses considerable knowledge of the way of chess. If you can defeat this vanguard in the art of chess, you shall pass this trial. Chess? Everyone was prepared for battle. To them, this so-called trial was nothing more than a fight to the death. They were ready to fight their way through with their own strength. Yet to their utter astonishment, the so-called trial the other party spoke of was merely a game of chess? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the meaning of life. What the hell was this? Did they enter the Forbidden Zone or the Youth Center? Xiao Tian, meanwhile, twirled his fingers thoughtfully. Before his rebirth, as far as he knew, Pang Dahai and his group had their powers sealed upon entering the Forbidden Zone. They initially knew nothing of the Dark Ancient Tree's existence. Upon arriving here, they encountered this Dark Vanguard. With their powers sealed, Pang Dahai and the others chose to accept the trial. The outcome, of course, was failure. This Dark Vanguard's understanding of chess was so profound he could be called a grandmaster of his generation. After many twists and turns, Pang Dahai and his companions finally located the Dark Ancient Tree and successfully lifted their seals. Only then did they force their way in through sheer strength. However, Xiao Tian didn't have to go through the same troubles as Pang Dahai did before his rebirth. Now that all of them had broken the seal, could we bypass the trial and enter directly? Xiao Tian asked as he approached the chessboard. Let you in without the trial? The Dark Vanguard's displeasure was palpable as he coldly retorted, "Boy, you're quite bold. This is the trial set by the great sovereign himself. Demanding this puts me in a difficult position." Put me in a difficult position? Xiao Tian sneered coldly, then let's not do any of it. With that, he overturned the chessboard and entered his beast form state. Behind him, Yan Ruyu and the others witnessed this. Though unclear about the situation, they too entered their beast forms.
gazing at the nearly 100 figures who had simultaneously transformed.
The Dark Vanguard, poised to unleash his fury, froze in shock. Holy! Chapter 67, I, Dark Vanguard, have chosen the light. 4th update. Didn't the Overlord set restrictions within the Forbidden Grounds? All spirit beast warriors entering the Forbidden Land should lose their beast transformation abilities. Then what the hell is going on with these guys? Everyone, they're all in beast form? What the hell is going on?
Dark Vanguard rubbed his eyes hard, then stared wide-eyed ahead once more. Then everything started to unravel.
This wasn't an illusion, it was real. Damn it!
Dark Vanguard was a man of strong emotions.
He knew his strength alone was no match for this entire mob. Without a second thought, he turned and fled.
Just then, Xiao Tian sprang forward with lightning speed, grabbing hold of the Dark Vanguard's legs.
Bastard! The Dark Vanguard furiously pounded Xiao Tian's back.
Each blow landed with a heavy, dull thud.
But Xiao Tian, now in his beast form, had vastly enhanced physical defenses. Are you kidding me? It didn't hurt at all.
His current level had risen far beyond Xiao Tian's reach, and his defense had multiplied several times over.
He was now a walking punching bag, damn tough. He even felt like shouting, what a thrill. Let's all attack together, don't let this guy escape.
The others quickly reacted, swarming forward to surround the Dark Vanguard.
You worthless ants. You bastards. What the hell do you think you're doing? The Great Sovereign will not spare you. You'd best not lay a finger on this Vanguard, or you'll face consequences you can't bear. The Dark Vanguard bellowed hoarsely, attempting to intimidate the humans with the Overlord's name. But after following Xiao Tian for so long, the group had more or less absorbed some of his mad aura. Threatening them with the Dark Sovereign? Their very purpose here was to eliminate the Dark Sovereign.
The Dark Vanguard watched in despair as his threats fell flat.
Instead of backing down, the humans began attacking him. Fists and feet rained down relentlessly upon his body.
Left with no choice, the Dark Vanguard crouched on the ground, clutching his head and wailing in agony.
Stop hitting me.
You rebellious rabble, stop this.
This Vanguard knows he was wrong.
I told you to stop, yet you continue.
The Great Sovereign will never forgive you. You worthless vermin.
The brawl raged on for a full 10 minutes. Only when Xiao Tian spoke did the crowd halt their actions, parting to make way for him. The Dark Vanguard's cloak lay in tatters, revealing an utterly hideous face beneath. This creature was also a dark being, possessing a human form but with skin as black as ink and eyes resembling those of a venomous snake. Despite the dark complexion, Xiao Tian could still make out the bruises and swollen features on the creature's face.
Are there any other mechanical trials within the palace?
Xiao Tian asked, looking down at him from above. If he remembered correctly, the Dark Vanguard was merely the first gate.
Upon entering the palace, numerous other trials awaited.
That's correct. Beyond my trial, there are 6 more testing grounds, each guarded by powerful beings. The Dark Vanguard hunched over, head bowed low, daring not to conceal anything. He had been beaten into submission. As the Vanguard of the Great Sovereign, when had he ever endured such indignity? It was nothing short of a disgrace to the dark beings.
Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Xiao Tian asked abruptly.
The Dark Vanguard froze, his eyes pleading fiercely. I want to live.
I want to live. Then lead us to the Dark Sovereign. Are you certain? If I lead you to the Sovereign, you'll spare my life? The Dark Vanguard sounded doubtful. Xiao Tian replied calmly, do you think you have a choice? The Dark Vanguard fell silent. Great Dark Sovereign, it wasn't me who betrayed you. It's just that these people pushed me too far. If I don't guide them, they'll truly beat me to death. Fine. I'll guide you. Without much deliberation, the Dark Vanguard gritted his teeth and agreed. Survival comes first, no matter what. Follow me. After I pass this checkpoint, there's another gate at the palace entrance. I know how to bypass it. The Dark Vanguard staggered to his feet. Having made this compromise, there was no need to carry any psychological burden. The group followed silently behind the Dark Vanguard, not uttering a word. Xiao Tian, what if this guy plays dirty behind our backs? Yan Ruyu voiced her concern. He wouldn't dare. Xiao Tian's expression was playful, but to be safe, he added, give the order, everyone stay on high alert. If anything unusual happens, strike together and kill this guy. Yan Ruyu nodded and silently relayed the order to the others. The Dark Vanguard walked ahead of Xiao Tian. He had been straining his ears the entire time, listening to Xiao Tian and the others converse. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, he shuddered violently, goosebumps rising across his skin. This human was even more ruthless than the Lord himself. Truly terrifying. He, who had never dared to harbor ill intentions, now became even more docile. Before long, the group arrived before the palace gates. The palace gates were constructed with immense grandeur. Made of an unknown material, they were carved with countless bizarre patterns. Gazing at these patterns for even a moment could make one dizzy and disoriented, as if they possessed a magical power of their own. Flanking the gates stood 2 statues of dark beings, each wielding a massive battle axe.
These dark creature statues not only wielded massive axes but also wore armor, appearing exceptionally imposing and formidable. They bore a resemblance to ancient guardian generals. The dark vanguard halted, turning to flash Xiao Tian a flattering smile. "My lord, this is the second gate. These two statues will awaken. The moment you touch the gate, they will come to life and attack you." Xiao Tian nodded. He detected nothing unusual in the other's eyes. The man was essentially telling the truth. Without his warning, Xiao Tian would never have considered this possibility. After all, he'd only heard second-hand accounts of what had transpired within this forbidden zone. The specifics remained unclear. Without the intelligence provided by the Dark Vanguard, the sudden revival of the two statues could have easily resulted in casualties. "How do we break this?" Xiao Tian asked. "Strike them down before they fully awaken," the Dark Vanguard advised. The Dark Vanguard added, eager to demonstrate his loyalty, "The weakness of these dark creatures lies in their hearts. Destroy the heart, and they will die without fail." Xiao Tian stepped forward, instantly entering his beast form. Two tentacles shot out, striking the chests of both statues. Squish! Squish! The sound of flesh being torn echoed. Two streams of blood spread outward from the chests of the statues. Immediately after, the group witnessed the rock-like coating on the statues shatter into fragments, scattering across the ground. Two dark creatures panted hot breath, staring in disbelief at the Dark Vanguard and Xiao Tian. Then their eyes rolled back, and they breathed their last breaths, dissolving into two wisps of black mist that vanished into thin air. Dead! The two dark creatures guarding the palace gates had perished like cannon fodder. Xiao Tian wasted no words. Retracting his tentacles, he waved his hand decisively. "Press on." Chapter 68, Startled Awakened Death Script. "You can't handle the heat, you bastard." After dispatching the two dark creatures, Xiao Tian and his group smoothly entered the palace gates. They encountered the subsequent 5 palace guardians one after another. The first guardian demanded that Xiao Tian's group send one person to compete with him in a test of strength. At Xiao Tian's command, the entire group swarmed the dark creature and beat it to death. The second guardian demanded Xiao Tian's group select a representative to face him in combat only the victor could pass through. At Xiao Tian's command, the entire group swarmed and beat the guardian to death. The third guardian demanded that Xiao Tian's group turn on each other, declaring only the last 3 survivors would live. At Xiao Tian's command, everyone swarmed forward and beat the third guardian to death. With Xiao Tian's overwhelming numbers and the Dark Sovereign's detailed briefing, the 5 guardians were swiftly eliminated. After eliminating the last guardian, the group entered a corridor. Numerous torches were set into the corridor walls, their faint flames flickering softly. They illuminated intricate and profound murals adorning the walls. "Do these murals hold any special meaning?" Fatsi was fascinated by these murals. After all, throughout the generations of Dragon Tiger Mountain's celestial masters, their deeds were immortalized in such paintings to commemorate their virtues and ensure posterity remembered their legacy. However, from Pang Dahuai's perspective, the murals before him appeared chaotic and disorganized. He couldn't discern what message they were trying to convey. These murals chronicle the birth process of the sovereign of the first heaven and all his glorious deeds to date. Dark Vanguard bowed and scraped, hastily offering an explanation. "Oh?" Fatsi raised an eyebrow, curiously asking, "Then tell me, what exactly is depicted in these murals?" Xiao Tian was also intrigued. He only knew that the aurora had swept across Blue Star, ushering in the dark turmoil, and that the sovereign of the ninth heaven was currently Blue Star's greatest enemy. As for the origin of the mysterious aurora and the purpose behind the Dark Sovereign's existence, he remained in the dark. Faced with Fatsi's inquiry, the Dark Vanguard dared not refuse. His gaze grew complex as he studied the mural, then began explaining to the group. At the dawn of the universe, 9 ultimate forces of darkness emerged. These 9 supreme dark energies became the current 9 dark sovereigns. They embody absolute darkness, growing stronger by slaughtering cosmic beings. Yet darkness and light are interdependent. When darkness grows too powerful, light inevitably suffers backlash. Thus, after the 9 sovereigns devoured 3 successive universes, the cosmic source intervened. As the embodiment of a universe's will, it could not directly interfere. Instead, it had a mystical aurora imbued with enigmatic power. Whenever a universe was targeted by the sovereigns, this cosmic aurora would descend early, fortifying the beings within that realm and granting them unique, formidable powers. Listening to the Dark Vanguard's explanation, Yan Ruyu and the others were utterly shocked. They never imagined this mysterious aurora had emerged for this very reason. They were even more stunned to learn that before descending upon Blue Star, the 9 dark sovereigns had already annihilated several universes. Xiao Tian's expression suddenly turned grave. Having destroyed multiple universes in succession, it seemed the Dark Sovereigns were far more formidable than he had imagined. The first Heaven's Sovereign was currently considered the weakest of the Dark Sovereigns. Yet even the weakest Dark Sovereign, if its true form descended directly and maintained its peak strength, Xiao Tian wouldn't be overly confident in defeating them. "So Blue Star is their next target?" Xiao Tian murmured, fingering his palm. "Correct." The Dark Vanguard nodded. "I know quite a bit about the humans on your Blue Star. You call yourselves galactic humans, but in truth, your universe itself is called the galactic universe.
If they intend to attack the galactic universe, why not just send their true forms? Xiao Tian pressed.
If all 9 sovereigns descended upon Blue Star simultaneously, even in avatar form, no one could possibly stand against them.
Xiao Tian sensed there must be a reason behind this. Upon hearing this, the Dark Vanguard sighed before explaining, the cosmic source has imposed restrictions.
The 9 sovereign lords cannot descend here at will. The greater a sovereign's power, the greater the difficulty in personally descending. Currently, the first heaven sovereign is the weakest, so only he can descend in his true form at this time.
Even so, manifesting their true form demands immense time and energy. Moreover, a forbidden realm must serve as the medium. I see.
No wonder the so-called forbidden zones began appearing one after another since the dark turmoil erupted.
So that's why. As if struck by a thought, Xiao Tian pressed further. You mentioned earlier that the cosmic aurora has descended upon this universe. Before this, the cosmic aurora must have descended upon other universes as well, right?
The beings in those other universes should have gained the beast transformation ability too.
Why did their civilizations end up being destroyed in the end? It's different.
The Dark Vanguard explained, the cosmic aurora is of an entirely different tier. The power granted varies depending on the biological level. The beings in those previous universes only gained some physical enhancements, they couldn't enter the beastification state at all.
You humans of the Milky Way universe are currently the only species capable of receiving the cosmic aurora's full enhancement and attaining beastification abilities.
That's why the first heaven lord places such importance on you, even going so far as to send an avatar ahead to personally intervene.
Through this brief exchange, Xiao Tian grasped their current predicament. Humans on Blue Star are currently the only species to have attained complete beast transformation abilities. Furthermore,
the cosmic source restrains the Dark Sovereign, making the simultaneous emergence of multiple sovereigns virtually impossible. By the time other overlords could descend upon Blue Star, the spirit beast warriors there would likely have advanced significantly in power.
Xiao Tian possessed remarkable resilience. He nodded once and said no more.
Yen Ruyu and the others weren't nearly as composed as Xiao Tian. The Dark Vanguard had revealed too much information at once, and they struggled to process it all immediately. To put it in technical terms, the Dark Overlord was an alien. Moreover, before their arrival on Blue Star, they had already annihilated numerous alien races from other universes.
Could humanity escape this fate? Could Blue Star remain safe? Everyone's mood was exceptionally heavy.
Just as everyone's mood was at its lowest, the corridor came to an end. Stepping out, a colossal underground palace suddenly loomed before them. The underground palace was constructed with magnificent grandeur. Hundreds of night pearls were embedded in the stone wall directly above the entrance. The night pearls shone brilliantly, illuminating the underground palace as brightly as day.
More importantly,
the chamber was saturated with an overwhelmingly potent darkness.
The moment they stepped inside, even Xiao Tian, the strongest among them, couldn't help but shiver.
But at this moment, the group had no time to dwell on such things. For they discovered with horror that at the very center of the underground palace stood a bronze-colored coffin.
A thick, almost black mist continuously billowed from within the coffin.
A figure shrouded in the black mist lay still within the coffin.
Directly above the coffin, a small wormhole materialized eerily, continuously channeling dark energy into the coffin.
As the dark energy poured in, the aura emanating from the figure within the coffin grew steadily stronger.
Lord Overlord, it's inside this coffin. The Dark Overlord swallowed hard, trembling as he pointed toward the coffin. At that very moment,
the figure lying still within the coffin seemed to sense something, abruptly sitting up straight. Then, stiffly, it turned its head to look toward Xiao Tian's position. A familiar voice suddenly boomed out.
It shattered the tomb's million-year-old silence. Xiao Tian, it's you. You bastard actually tracked me here? Are you insane? Chapter 69, This Madman Has Come to My Home, third update. Ji Guoqing was utterly dumbfounded.
A mighty first heaven sovereign, yet he trembled like a frightened bird, his voice now as high-pitched as a eunuch's.
How did this lunatic end up here? Ji Guoqing was suddenly bewildered.
If he remembered correctly, this was his own palace, the very place his true self had descended to. To avoid disturbance, he had personally set up 6 layers of barriers. These 6 barriers were extremely difficult to breach, and any spirit beast warrior who entered the Forbidden Zone would have their beast transformation abilities sealed. Therefore, the probability of passing through them was minuscule.
It made no sense.
There's no way this madman should be here. Ji Guoqing rubbed his eyes and stared intently once more. The moment he saw the mocking expression on Xiao Tian's face, his heart skipped a beat and he felt utterly sick to his stomach.
He wasn't seeing things, nor was he hallucinating.
This lunatic had actually tracked him down to his own lair.
Long time no see. Xiao Tian's lips curled upward as he waved at Ji Guoqing. He looked like someone who'd unexpectedly met an old friend in a foreign land. To the uninformed, they might have seemed like lifelong friends. Who could have imagined that just moments ago, Xiao Tian had been chasing after the other's avatar?
How did you get here? Ji Guoqing's breath came in short gasps as he demanded in a deep voice, "Your beast transformation ability should be sealed."
"How did you even get in here?" "No big deal. I was just wandering around, wandering, and ended up here." Xiao Tian scratched his nose, grinning as he spoke. Wasting words was never Xiao Tian's style.
While he appeared to be casually chatting with Ji Guoqing, he was already silently gauging the other's strength. Any keen observer could tell that Ji Guoqing was currently only in his avatar form. His true self hadn't fully descended. Yet even this avatar was significantly more powerful than the one they'd encountered before. After all, the black hole atop the coffin was continuously channeling dark energy. Nevertheless, the opponent's current power remained within Xiao Tian's grasp. Upon catching this sliver of information, Xiao Tian felt a sudden sense of reassurance wash over him. Listening to Xiao Tian's nonsense, Ji Guoqing's face, shrouded in darkness, couldn't help but twitch violently. Wandering around aimlessly? Like hell, I believe you. What kind of sane person wanders aimlessly into their own forbidden palace? Dark Vanguard. At that moment, Ji Guoqing suddenly noticed the Dark Vanguard following beside Xiao Tian. His eyes widened in fury, and the surrounding black mist rippled violently. He knew it. How could this madman have just wandered into his palace? There must be a traitor among them. "Master, please hear me out. I had no choice." The Dark Vanguard felt like crying, but no tears came. He immediately dropped to his knees. "I never wanted to bring them in, but if I hadn't yielded, they would have killed me. I had no choice. Your Excellency, with your invincible might, I am certain these human ants stand no chance against you. Strike them down. I shall witness your greatness and invincibility here." The Dark Vanguard prostrated himself on the ground, his face etched with sincere supplication as he cried out. Ji Guoqing's face twitched, and he was tempted to curse the Dark Vanguard's ancestors to the 18th generation. His true power could indeed effortlessly annihilate Xiao Tian and his group. But the crucial point was that he was still in the process of transferring his power. Most of it hadn't arrived yet. Invincible? Invincible my ass. You bastard, selling me out while spouting all that high and mighty bull. How could I have such a traitorous piece of trash under my command? Perhaps still haunted by the psychological trauma Xiao Tian inflicted last time, Ji Guoqing instinctively wanted to flee. But now, at this critical moment of power transmission, he was bound within the coffin. There was no way out. "Xiao Tian, perhaps we can have a proper conversation. I've always admired your strength. You're different from other humans. This sovereign can sense that the power within you far surpasses theirs by a vast margin. If you're willing, you could become my disciple. I can guarantee you a life of wealth and honor." Since escape was impossible, he resorted to verbal manipulation. Though a gentleman's word is as good as gold. But he wasn't a gentleman, he was the Dark Sovereign. As long as he could temporarily stabilize Xiao Tian, once his true form fully descended, he could crush him with a flick of his wrist. Xiao Tian shook his head, smiling without a word. Ji Guoqing felt his scalp tingle under that gaze. After a moment's thought, he spoke again. "I know you don't trust my words, but I can swear by the name of the sovereign. I am familiar with some of your Blue Star customs. If you do not trust me, how about this? From this moment on, I adopt you as my godson. Call me father. Once my true form descends, not only will past grievances be forgiven, but I shall bestow upon you boundless blessings." Hearing this, Xiao Tian burst out laughing. Facing imminent death, this guy actually wants to be his father? Put. Yen Ruyu couldn't hold back her laughter. Xiao Tian shot her a look of grievance. "Is that so funny? Sorry, I didn't mean to. Let me recover." The next moment. Put. Fatsi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing Xiao Tian's displeased expression, Pang Dehuai quickly stifled his laughter and explained, "Big brother, don't misunderstand. I wasn't laughing at you. My teeth just got too hot, so I let them cool off." Xiao Tian's brows furrowed tightly, then his face softened with resignation as he let out a deep sigh. He then smacked Pang Dehuai on the back of the head. "Get your talismans out. Throw them all over there." Pang Dehuai snapped back to attention, pulled a stack of talismans from his robe as ordered, and hurled them toward Ji Guoqing. Approximately 300 talismans of various kinds were hurled simultaneously. The scene instantly flickered with blinding lights, sword mountains, seas of fire, icebound glows, Taoist natural laws. Ji Guoqing silently cursed Xiao Tian's ancestors 18 generations back, then channeled his dark energy throughout his body to form a barrier for defense. Boom! Terrifying ripples radiated throughout the palace. When the chaos finally subsided, Ji Guoqing's figure reappeared before the crowd. Though unharmed, his once solid form now appeared noticeably dimmer. Xiao Tian's eyes flickered, keenly catching this subtle change. The opponent could have easily dodged the earlier attack. There was no need to confront it head-on. Yet the opponent chose not to evade, remaining steadfast within the coffin. Moreover, after withstanding that assault, his form had grown even more ethereal. Xiao Tian gleaned two crucial pieces of information. For some reason, the opponent was temporarily unable to move. This explained why they hadn't fled immediately upon encountering his group. Second, the true entity had yet to manifest. This was merely a fragment. The more damage it sustained, the weaker its power would become. If they could exhaust its energy before the true form fully manifested, could they prevent the true form from manifesting? No sooner said than done. Xiao Tian spread his legs wide, his once black short hair instantly transforming into long white locks. The electric eel head on his shoulder roared, unleashing a torrent of lightning bolts. Octopus tentacles writhed behind him, grotesque as flesh-eating maggots. Cockroach antennae waved above his head, radiating utter grotesqueness. Leech's mouthparts opened and closed relentlessly in his palms, emitting a bone-chilling grinding sound. Beast mode activated. Without another word, Xiao Tian channeled all his power into his fist and slammed it straight into Ji Guoqing inside the coffin. Boom! Chapter 70, Mass Brawl, Frenzied Scraping, 4th Update. Everything unfolded exactly as Xiao Tian had anticipated. Ji Guoqing didn't dodge the punch. Instead, he channeled his dark energy to forcefully block it. The impact shattered the dark mist surrounding Ji Guoqing, causing his form to grow even more ethereal. Though the change wasn't particularly noticeable, Xiao Tian's keen senses detected it. It seemed his hunch was correct. Xiao Tian, calm down. We can talk this out. Everything is negotiable. Don't humans value harmony and mutual benefit? Ji Guoqing was dumbfounded. A mighty first heaven sovereign, yet his voice trembled as he spoke. Madman. That lunatic had shattered a significant portion of his dark energy with a single punch. Ji Guoqing never dreamed he'd one day find himself desperately trying to reason with a human. But Xiao Tian had never been one for idle chatter. After confirming his opponent truly couldn't move, Xiao Tian's eyes turned red. The octopus tentacles on his back lashed out like mad, pounding Ji Guoqing's body relentlessly. Poke. Damn it, poke poke poke. So fast it left after images. Boom. 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 Xiao Tian unleashed hundreds of attacks in rapid succession, each one blocked by Ji Guoqing. But with each blocked strike, the darkness surrounding him weakened slightly. This rate of depletion was even faster than the energy being transmitted from the black hole. Xiao Tian, listen to me. We can discuss everything peacefully. If you stop now, I will still forgive you for the past. Xiao Tian gasped for breath, lifting his head in astonishment to stare at Ji Guoqing. Facing his relentless attacks, the other party merely defended. Not once did he strike back. Xiao Tian instantly sensed something was amiss. Could it be that the opponent was not only unable to move, but also incapable of striking back in this state? Xiao Tian glanced at the small black hole above the coffin. To test his hunch, he launched another attack at Ji Guoqing. What a madman! Ji Guoqing's eyelid twitched, and a sudden wave of despair washed over him. They say the Dark Lord is a supreme being, embodying absolute darkness, with a bone-deep love for slaughter. But in his eyes, Xiao Tian's cruelty surpassed his own by 100-fold. When it came to ruthlessness, he was but a mere novice before Xiao Tian. Everything unfolded exactly as Xiao Tian had predicted. Facing his second wave of attacks, Ji Guoqing continued to block relentlessly. In his current state, he can neither move nor strike back. Xiao Tian halted his movements, whirling to face Yan Ruyu and the others. Everyone attacked together, he roared. The moment Xiao Tian attacked Ji Guoqing, everyone had been utterly stunned. After all, this was the true Dark Sovereign standing before them. Yet Xiao Xin showed not a shred of fear, striking without hesitation. Hearing Xiao Tian's command, they snapped back to reality. Unable to move? Unable to fight back? This is nothing but a human punching bag. If that's the case, forget about a mere first heaven sovereign. Even De Luo immortals wouldn't hold back. Didn't you hear Xiao Tian's words? Attack together. Take down the Dark Sovereign. Never imagined in my life I'd get to personally take down a Dark Sovereign. Follow Lord Zhao's lead and unleash your full power. Boom! The crowd snapped out of their daze and launched a frenzied assault. Everyone held nothing back. Even Yan Ruyu, who possessed no combat ability, joined the fray. Armed with the assault rifles left behind by Wang Lu's group, they unleashed a hail of bullets at Ji Guoqing's body. Yan Tiancheng transformed into a muscle-bound warrior, steam puffing from his nostrils as he aimed his menacing bull horns at Ji Guoqing and charged headlong. Even Pang Dahuai wasn't just standing by. He pulled a peachwood sword from his robe, formed a hand seal, and charged forward. Chaos erupted instantly. Far away, the Dark Vanguard stared blankly at the scene, his mind completely blank. The Great Dark Overlord was being ganged up on. He instinctively gripped his sweat-drenched palms. Should he intervene? He feared being beaten to death by the enraged crowd. But if he just watched, he feared Ji Guoqing himself might appear and wipe him out too. What should he do? What the hell should he do? The brawl raged on for a full 3 hours, punctuated by Ji Guoqing's piercing screams. But when 3 hours had passed and everyone was utterly exhausted, only then did the crowd despairingly realize that Ji Guoqing remained completely unharmed. Though his body had become far more ethereal than before, it remained relatively solid. This won't do, brother. Our attacks can weaken this bastard's power, but they're too weak to make a significant dent. Fatsi wiped the sweat from his forehead and frowned. He finally understood. Ji Guoqing was like the ultimate boss in online games, boasting 10,000 hit points. Though currently unable to move or strike back, his massive health pool stood as a formidable barrier far beyond what they could easily overcome.
Ha 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 ha. Just then, Ji Guiqing's arrogant voice suddenly echoed.
He glared viciously at Xiao Tian, snarling, "Xiao Tian, though I am merely an avatar, boundless power flows into me ceaselessly. You cannot destroy my true self. At most, you delay my arrival by a few days, it won't change the outcome. When the true self fully descends, that will be the day you all meet your end. And you will be the first I kill. I will cleave you apart, sever you limb from limb, and chop you to pieces." Ji Guiqing gasped for breath. After enduring such a prolonged beating, he was finally driven to the brink. If this vengeance goes unavenged, he would not be worthy of the title Dark Sovereign. His gaze then shifted to the Dark Vanguard, frozen in shock at a distance. "As a vanguard under my banner, you chose to wallow in the filth of lowly humans. How dare you betray me? When I descend, you won't escape unscathed." The Dark Vanguard's body shuddered. Then he scurried over to Xiao Tian. "Lord Xiao Tian, once the Dark Sovereign's true form descends, none of us will escape death. I'll lend you my strength." As he spoke, dark energy erupted around him. Black mist covered his arms, transforming into two sharp blades that slashed furiously at Ji Guiqing's body. He had been torn about whether to help. Now that Ji Guiqing had spoken these words, there was no need for further deliberation. He knew Ji Guiqing's character well, a man who never went back on his word. Since Ji Guiqing had spoken so decisively, once the true form descended, his own death was certain. If death was inevitable, then why not just defect outright? He swung his double blades wildly at Ji Guiqing for a moment, only to see Xiao Tian and the others standing there watching. Dark Vanguard couldn't help but grow impatient. "Lord Xiao Tian, don't just stand there watching. Join the fight. Once that bastard manifests, he'll unleash a bloodbath. We must strike early to deplete all his power." Xiao Tian. He prided himself on having weathered every storm. But now this guy kept addressing him as Lord Xiao Tian with every other breath. Xiao Tian was rendered speechless. The others were equally baffled. Fatsi opened his mouth slightly, then raised a thumbs up after a moment, exclaiming with admiration, "Damn impressive. Traitor. You've betrayed me after all. But it doesn't matter, you'll be joining them all on their journey soon enough." Dark Vanguard was utterly speechless. "You're practically trying to kill yourself, why wouldn't you defect now? Are you really just waiting to die?" What kind of nonsense had he been following before? Ji Guiqing, enraged to the point of laughter, stood with an air of supreme arrogance, continuing, "Your attacks are utterly incapable of destroying this avatar of mine. Prepare yourselves for death." "Is that so?" Xiao Tian snapped out of his stunned silence, a smirk curling his lips. He pulled 16 containment devices from his chest and hurled them forward. Boom! 16 massive, monstrously deformed beasts instantly descended upon the palace. Chapter 71, The Sovereign Descends Only Level 1? Ji Guiqing was utterly stunned by the sudden appearance of these 16 mutated beasts. Cosmic Aurora was a double-edged sword. While it grants humans the ability to transform into beasts, it also causes animals, plants, and insects to evolve into mutated beasts. Once transformed into a mutant beast, the genes of slaughter were practically etched into their very bones. And this madman before him had actually summoned 16 mutated beasts. Crucially, after these 16 mutated beasts appeared, they bowed and scraped before Xiao Tian, displaying a posture of submission. Especially that massive bear, bulging with tendons like a mutated muscle demon, actually nuzzling Xiao Tian's pant leg affectionately with its head. Were these bloodthirsty mutated beasts, or tamed lapdogs? This was beyond absurd. After summoning the 16 mutated beasts, Xiao Tian wasted no time, immediately commanding them to attack. The scene erupted once more with a series of explosions. Another 3 hours passed. Ji Guiqing's body had grown noticeably dimmer, yet the black hole above the coffin continued to channel dark energy. Ji Guiqing's once faded form gradually regained its vitality. Xiao Tian's brow furrowed deeply. At this rate, eliminating a first heaven sovereign would be nearly impossible. Their attacks were like scraping against a stone. It was like playing an online game where the final boss not only possessed immense health but also superhuman regenerative abilities. To defeat such a boss, one would need to purchase critical strike gear to prevent its recovery. But this was reality, not a game. Where could they find equipment capable of inflicting critical damage? Xiao Tian suddenly turned his head to look at Fat Dahai. "Fatso, is there any way to block the transmission of dark energy?" Fat C didn't respond immediately. His entire chubby face contorted as he racked his brains. There might actually be a way. His eyes lit up with excitement. The Dragon Tiger Mountain lineage of Taoist masters has always possessed a unique scripture called the Dragon Tiger Incantation. This Dragon Tiger Incantation was originally used to suppress malevolent entities. Since this dark sovereign is essentially darkness itself, it might also serve to suppress it. Xiao Tiango glanced at Pang Dahui. He'd only asked casually, never expecting this guy to actually have a solution. No wonder he was the kind of badass who dared to confront a first heaven dominator head-on in his previous life. Too bad since he joined my team, he's been pigging out and wasting his life away. I've kinda spoiled him rotten. Seems like he'd need a good kick in the pants back home to reignite his potential.
Give it a shot? I'll follow your lead, boss.
Fatsy grinned widely, then crossed his legs, closed his eyes, formed an OK sign with his hands, and began chanting sutras.
At first, Ji Guoqing remained unconcerned. He continued mocking and humiliating Xiao Tian and the others. But the moment the dragon tiger chant resonated, his arrogance vanished instantly. The transmission of dark energy visibly slowed. Countless golden runes emanated from Pang Dehai's body, coalescing in the air to form a golden chain.
The dazzling golden chain sealed off more than half the black hole space. If the black hole had originally transmitted tenfold dark energy, now it was less than threefold.
Damn you, Fatso! What the hell did you do? Ji Guoqing's eyes bulged with fury as he roared at Pang Dehui. At that moment, he was truly terrified.
Without the continuous supply of dark energy, he couldn't hold out much longer in his current state. If that kind of assault came again even once more, he might truly be killed right here.
Fat Ocean ignored Ji Guoqing, continuing to recite the sutras with his eyes closed. This scripture really works.
Yan Ruyu clenched her fists excitedly. The others were equally thrilled. It felt like a handsome guy being kept by a rich, beautiful woman suddenly winning 100 billion on the lottery. Not only did he escape the rich beauty's clutches and harassment, but he instantly became the nation's wealthiest man.
Ruyu, start the livestream. Xiao Tian instructed Yan Ruyu.
There's no signal here, so I can't start the livestream, Yan Ruyu replied with a wry smile.
Then record it. We'll upload it once we're out. Xiao Tian shrugged it off.
When news broke that the first heaven sovereign would descend in 7 days, the internet buzzed with schadenfreude. Many felt their doom was sealed, and the people of Dalu City would perish with them. Now, he was about to prove himself, using his own strength to show everyone. The Dark Sovereign was nothing special.
Humans can overcome the heavens. We are not the lowly ants the Dark Ruler speaks of. We can defy the heavens.
Yan Ruyu nodded, silently lowering her assault rifle before stepping aside to raise her phone and begin recording. After firing thousands of rounds in rapid succession, the muzzle of the assault rifle glowed red hot. It was hard to imagine that this once aloof campus beauty had just shouldered an assault rifle and unleashed thousands of rounds. Wildly intense, wildly contrasting. With everything prepared, Xiao Tian led the group to continue their operation. Another 3 hours passed. Having lost most of his dark energy supply, Ji Guoqing's form grew increasingly ethereal.
It seemed as though he might vanish at any moment.
Yet despite this, his form persisted, not yet completely annihilated.
Xiao Tian was drenched in sweat from exhaustion, and witnessing this scene left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Was this guy some kind of indestructible cockroach?
Even with most of his dark energy transmission sealed off, he was still this resilient.
Ha ha ha, Xiao Tian. You cannot kill me. I am the great Dark Sovereign. In 10 minutes, I shall complete my final descent. Then, I shall make you wish for death but find no release, torturing you to death.
Ji Guoqing roared with a savage laugh, yet his heart ached unbearably. His dark power. Most of it had been drained defending against Xiao Tian and the others' attacks. Once his complete form fully descended, these foolish ants would pay a terrible price.
Xiao Tian, what should we do now?
Yan Ruyu looked at Xiao Tian with concern.
Keep attacking. Xiao Tian took a deep breath and charged forward once more. At this point, Xiao Tian could think of no better solution than to keep weakening the enemy's strength. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye.
As the 10 minutes concluded, the black hole above the coffin gradually closed and vanished. Ji Guoqing inside the coffin suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of dark energy, blasting Xiao Tian and his companions backward. Simultaneously, a laugh filled the air, a laugh of boundless arrogance, a laugh that seemed to declare, I alone am supreme, ruling heaven and earth.
Ha 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 ha. My complete form has descended.
You lowly ants, I shall end your lives.
Are you prepared to face judgment? The entire Forbidden Land began to tremble at that moment.
Countless dark energies surged skyward from the heavens, as if welcoming the return of a sovereign. Wails of the damned echoed throughout the land. The thick fog above the Forbidden Land gradually dispersed, revealing a crimson blood moon.
Crimson moonlight poured down upon Ji Guoqing.
He had now completed his transformation, slowly rising from within the coffin. The black mist surrounding him gradually dissipated, revealing his true form. His monstrous appearance radiated sheer dominance, wild black hair whipping about, his body encased in a layer of formidable black armor. The scene resembled a demon god descending upon the mortal realm. Not only everyone present, but even Xiao Tian felt a tightening in his chest, overwhelmed by an immense sense of oppression. Xiao Tian, killing you 1,000 times over would still not be enough. Ji Guoqing lowered his head, laughing maniacally. Suddenly, he extended his right hand, and a surge of dark energy coalesced into a 3-meter-long silver-black spear.
He pointed the spear at Xiao Tian, radiating the aura of a true sovereign.
But at that moment, Xiao Tian froze in place. For he sensed Ji Guoqing's current aura. If one were to convert his current aura into the level of a spirit beast warrior,
it was level 1. Xiao Tian was thrown into disarray. A dark sovereign of level 1 had descended. Could it be that the previous severe weakening of its power, though not directly killing the Dark Overlord, had affected its strength after descending? Holding on to a tentative thought, Xiao Tian swung his right hand, delivering a palm strike toward Ji Guocheng. Smack! Chapter 72, The Vanguard Strikes, instantly slaughtering the retainers. Xiao Tian's palm strike hadn't even utilized 30% of his power. To the onlookers, such an attack resembled slow motion in a movie easily dodged or effortlessly blocked. Yet this seemingly insignificant slap instantly sent Ji Guocheng flying backward. Ha! You shall all perish. I have fully descended upon this world. You lowly ants. Smack! Thud! Ji Guocheng's face instantly contorted, black scales peeling off both cheeks. A mouthful of blood, along with several sharp fangs, was violently torn out. His entire body spun like a top, hurtling at breakneck speed toward the distant palace walls. Crash! Ji Guocheng, who had been cackling wildly just moments before, was now embedded in the wall by Xiao Tian's single blow. Damn it! Ji Guocheng grunted in pain, forcing his body free from the stone wall. His left hand clutched his chest as his knees buckled, forcing him to half-kneel on the ground. His entire body was shattered. Their Dark Overlord bodies possessed a unique structure with 98 ribs, 85 of which were now shattered. One of his 2 hearts had been ripped out and exploded. Even the countless blood vessels within his body had been shattered beyond repair. A flicker of bewilderment passed through his eyes. The great Dark Sovereign, the invincible Dark Source. Now that his true form had descended, he should be crushing everything in his path with invincible might, bringing utter despair to these ants who had dared to insult him. How was it that now, he was instead flung away by a single slap, like a stuffed teddy bear? Damn it! The Dark Vanguard couldn't help but twitch his eyelids violently at the sight. Then came boundless elation. He had bet correctly. These humans had actually pulled it off. Though they couldn't stop the Sovereign's arrival, they'd weakened its power to the absolute limit. With the ruler now at level 1, it posed absolutely no threat. Even if they randomly pulled in any spirit beast warrior, while holding down the fort on Lonely Island, they could easily suppress Ji Guocheng. But sadly, the so-called Dark Overlord before him, the very figure he had once followed, still hadn't realized his own predicament. Lord Xiao Tian. The Dark Vanguard suddenly cried out in anguish, sliding on his knees before Xiao Tian with an utterly fawning expression. His turncoat nature was laid bare for all to see. Grasping Xiao Tian's trouser leg, he wore a pitiful expression. Truth be told, the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew you were destined for greatness. The Dark Overlord slaughters innocents indiscriminately, is bloodthirsty by nature, and is foolishly arrogant. Truthfully, I've long wanted to overthrow him. Seeing my fellow Blue Star citizens tormented by mutated beasts and dark creatures has torn at my heart. Thanks to Lord Xiao Tian's intervention, today I can finally exact my revenge and do what I truly desire. No thanks are needed for such a great favor. From this day forward, in life I am Lord Xiao Tian's man, and in death I am Lord Xiao Tian's ghost. Compared to Ji Guocheng, this Dark Vanguard was no fool. He knew full well that once Xiao Tian and his men dealt with Ji Guocheng, the next target would inevitably be him, the Dark Vanguard who had chosen betrayal. Declaring his loyalty to Xiao Tian now, demonstrating his sincerity in advance, was the only way to sow a sliver of hope for his own survival. As if fearing Xiao Tian's refusal, the Dark Vanguard hastily added, though my abilities are meager, I possess considerable intelligence on the 9 sovereigns. I can relay all this information to you in the future. Xiao Tian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. This fellow wasn't foolish. Seeing the tide turn against him, he promptly betrayed the Dark Vanguard. Earlier, he had even joined the others in weakening the sovereign's power. Now he was suddenly claiming to possess intelligence on the other 9 sovereigns. Leaving him alive was certainly an option. However, the impression he left on Xiao Tian was that of a fickle opportunist, the kind who would betray his master at any moment for personal gain. He would take him in, but he would certainly keep a wary eye on him in the future. After all, Xiao Tian had no desire for what happened to the Dark Sovereign today to happen to him tomorrow. Thank you, Lord Xiao Tian. From now on, this humble servant will follow your lead. The Dark Vanguard was overjoyed, hastily bowing low to Xiao Tian. He was saved. A situation that had seen certain death had been turned around by his own actions. At that very moment, Ji Guocheng, who had overheard their conversation, flew into a rage. A traitor who had betrayed him was now begging his enemy for mercy. Ji Guocheng felt profoundly humiliated. His eyes hardened. Ignoring his wounds, he stomped his foot, hoisted his spear, and charged at the Dark Vanguard. Witnessing this, the onlookers grew restless. A level 1 Dark Overlord? They weren't afraid. In fact, they were eager to test their own strength against him. Even Yen Ruyu, who possessed almost no combat ability, silently crouched down and picked up the assault rifle lying on the ground. She began loading and chambering a round. A level 1 Dark Overlord, surely a full magazine of bullets would inflict some damage? But before anyone could act, the Dark Vanguard stepped forward. You insolent scoundrels! How dare you show disrespect to Lord Xiao Tian? Who gave you the audacity? With that, the Dark Vanguard lashed out with a backhand strike. The Dark Overlord, gun and all, was flung backward, embedding himself once more into the stone wall.
Having already pledged allegiance to Xiao Tian, he saw no need to put on a friendly face for Ji Guoqing anymore.
He knew his last-minute defection had left a terrible impression on Xiao Tian. But none of that mattered now. As long as he proved his worth and actively demonstrated his abilities, everything would improve.
Lord Xiao Tian, there's no need for you to handle such trash personally, it would only soil your hands.
Allow your humble servant to take care of it? Dark Vanguard turned to face Xiao Tian with sincere earnestness. Go ahead. Xiao Tian said nothing more, merely nodding his head. The Dark Vanguard felt a surge of secret delight. Opportunities were always seized, never given.
Clearly, he had secured another chance to prove himself.
Dark Overlord?
I'll be damned if I don't take down the Dark Overlord. From this moment on, this Vanguard officially renounces darkness and embraces the light. Kill. Darkness Pioneer stomped on the dark energy beneath his feet, instantly charging toward Ji Guoqing and unleashing a punch. Ji Guoqing was struck so hard he spat out a mouthful of old blood, his heart filled with unbearable frustration.
Rebellion! Rebellion!
This lowly vanguard dares to turn against its master. But what horrified him even more was that even with his true form manifesting, he was powerless against Xiao Tian.
Now, facing the Dark Vanguard, he couldn't even muster a shred of resistance. Something was terribly wrong.
Scanning his physical condition, Ji Guoqing was stunned. His level had plummeted to a pitiful level 1. Though he was the weakest among the 9 sovereigns, he should still possess at least level 35 strength.
Damn it! But it didn't matter.
His true self had already descended upon this world, and he could now summon 2 dark kin to aid him. Emerge, my dark vassals. Ji Guoqing clenched his teeth against the searing pain as he swung his arms. Dark energy surged violently on both sides of him, forming 2 spatial vortexes. Immediately, 2 colossal figures clad in armor stepped out of the vortex. Each figure stood nearly 10 meters tall, towering like small mountains. Countless tentacles, coalesced from dark energy, wriggled frantically from the cracks in their armor. The sight was utterly grotesque, deeply unsettling. Damn it! I forgot that after the sovereign's descent, he could bring 2 dark kin with him. The Dark Vanguard leapt backward, sensing immediate peril.
The Dark Kin were elite dark creatures and the Dark Lord's most loyal warriors, possessing terrifying power.
Their power was not much weaker than that of Ji Guoqing himself. It seemed his chance to prove himself was gone. But after retreating just a few steps, Ji Guoqing suddenly sensed something. He halted, blinked, and stared at the 2 dark kin with a look of disbelief. The dark energy emanating from them was as faint as Ji Guoqing's own. Upon careful sensing, they were both level 1 beings. Could it be that this guy's dark power has been weakened, dragging down the levels of these 2 dark kin as well? The Dark Vanguard was baffled, tentatively swiping a palm strike. Thud! Boom! The palm strike, infused with dark energy, struck down. The 2 dark kin, who had seemed invincible in formidable moments before, were instantly reduced to black mist. Dark minions, dead. In that instant, the space fell deathly silent. The crowd behind them froze in shock. The smile that had just begun to form on Ji Guoqing's face froze once more. Oh dear! Chapter 73, Devour the Dark Overlord, Extract the Genetic Sequence. This time, he'd truly fallen flat on his face. That was Ji Guoqing's inner state at that very moment. His own power had been severely compromised, dropping him back to level 1. Unexpectedly, the Dark Kin had also been affected, their levels plummeting alongside his. But Ji Guoqing was, after all, a Dark Sovereign. Even as a Dark Sovereign of the First Heavenly Realm, he still possessed an air of arrogance. Unlike the Dark Vanguard, who had immediately begged for mercy upon sensing the tide turning against him, Ji Guoqing did not. Yet he seemed to age hundreds of years in an instant, his crimson eyes losing their former brilliance. For he knew that given Xiao Tian's methods toward his enemies, having fallen to this state, there was no way out for him. Today, he was destined to meet his end. Yet contrary to expectations, his mind grew strangely calm at this moment. Can I have a cigarette? Ji Guoqing slumped to the ground, lifting his gaze toward Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian said nothing, but still pulled out a pack of Jinling 12 Beauties from his pocket and tossed it over. Thanks. Ji Guoqing caught the pack, pulled out a cigarette, lit it with his dark energy, and took a deep drag. Ever since his avatar first arrived on Blue Star, he had developed a deep love for cigarettes. Smoking was a good thing, it could ease 1,000 sorrows. Exhaling a smoke ring, Ji Guoqing continued, Can you give me a chance? I had no choice before, but now I just want to be a good person. Darkness Pioneer's face twisted with contempt. You just called me a traitor, yet here you are betraying the darkness too? Xiao Tian said nothing, merely delivering a backhand slap. Boom! The Dark Sovereign was instantly torn to shreds. The First Heaven Dark Sovereign dead. Before this, no one had imagined that a First Heaven Sovereign could meet such a simple and decisive end. Seeing Ji Guoqing vanquished, Yan Ruyu ceased recording. Her pink lips parted slightly, her expression dreamlike. The Dark Overlord, just like that? Is Daru City saved? Xiao Tian. All of this was because of Xiao Tian, the man she had chosen. Yan Ruyu gazed at Xiao Tian, her eyes so intense they seemed to thicken with desire. Women naturally admire strength, and Yan Ruyu, once the aloof campus beauty, was no exception. What Xiao Tian had accomplished today within the Forbidden Grounds was enough to send any woman into ecstasy. The Dark Lord is gone just like that? What about the promised descent of the Overlord? Wasn't Great Scholar City supposed to be thrown into chaos? Just like that? Did we get played? Was this guy just a clone? The others murmured among themselves, some voicing their disbelief in whispers. It was no wonder they questioned it. This mission had gone far too smoothly. They barely lifted a finger, yet the final boss was vanquished. Xiao Shen had carried them the entire way. His record was undeniable. Just then, deep within Xiao Tian's mind, the long silent system voice resounded. Congratulations, host, on defeating the first Heaven Dark Sovereign. Sovereign's primordial energy detected. Shall we begin extracting the genetic sequence? Xiao Tian was thrown off balance. He hadn't reached level 30 yet, meaning he shouldn't have the opportunity to devour anything further. And even if he had the chance to devour something now, he could only consume plants, animals, insects, and mutated beasts. Devour a dark sovereign? Xiao Tian dared not even imagine it. But since the opportunity existed, there was no need to hesitate. Though the opponent was merely the weakest sovereign, it was still a sovereign. Consuming it might just yield some earth-shattering genetic sequences. Begin extracting the genetic sequence. As Xiao Tian's words fell, an invisible force instantly enveloped the dark fragments drifting in the air. Everyone clearly noticed the dark energy, which had been gradually dissipating, suddenly coalesce and converge toward Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's figure was instantly engulfed by the black mist. Xiao Tian! Xiao God! Brother! Lord Xiao Tian! Witnessing this scene, the bewildered crowd all wore expressions of tension. They thought Ji Guoqing might have left some hidden move. But soon, the black mist surrounding Xiao Tian began to dissipate. Xiao Tian's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. His once long hair had transformed into a fiery crimson, and a faint, almost intangible dark power now emanated from his body. His right arm, concealed by clothing, was now covered in a layer of black scales. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 26. Bloodline level, 30. Genetic sequence ID 9000, Dark Lord, inherits the ability to regenerate severed limbs while retaining sensory perception. Octopus tentacles have evolved into dark Qilin arms, granting ultra-high defense. Capable of absorbing and releasing dark energy. Tearing off an arm transforms it into a black Qilin spear. After absorbing Ji Guoqing's dominion primordial power, Xiao Tian's level remained unchanged, but his bloodline level surged to a terrifying 30. This meant that any mutated beast below level 30 would now instinctively fear him. Even though his actual combat power was only at level 26. Moreover, this dark sovereign with the genetic sequence numbered 9000 was terrifyingly powerful. Dark Qilin arm? Absorb and release a certain amount of dark energy? Tearing off an arm to transform it into a black Qilin spear? Just reading the description makes it feel different from the gene sequences I've obtained before. Xiao Tian, are you okay? Seeing the dark mist dissipate around Xiao Tian, Yan Ruyu approached with concern. I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head, his mind replaying the gene attribute of tearing off his arm to form a black Qilin spear. He wondered if he'd suddenly gone mad. Xiao Tian extended his left arm to grasp his right arm, then pulled with all his might. Rip! His right arm, encased in black scales, was torn clean off flesh and all. Holy! Fat Ocean, standing far away, turned deathly pale. His hands flew to his mouth as a blood-curdling scream erupted. The others watching flinched visibly, many of them so terrified they stumbled backward several steps and collapsed onto the ground. Holy! Has Xiao Shen gone ing mad? We knew he was ruthless with enemies, but never imagined he'd be this brutal with his own. Ripping off his own right arm like that? What the hell was that? But to everyone's astonishment, not a single drop of blood flowed from the severed limb. Instead, the severed limb suddenly transformed into a cloud of black mist. As it coalesced once more, it had transformed into a formidable, 2-meter-long spear of silver gray. Eerie wails seemed to echo from within the spear. A thick layer of dark energy covered the spear's surface, pulsing like black flames. Is this the black Qilin spear? Xiao Tian gripped the spear in his left hand and casually swung it a few times. With each swing, it radiated a fierce, imposing aura. With each swing, a piercing wail echoed forth. This thing truly lived up to its name. The black Qilin spear was indeed rather sinister. And using it was quite a hassle. One had to first tear off their own right arm. While this won't kill you, the pain is unbearable. This thing is a powerful weapon, but it's best not to use it unless absolutely necessary. Lord Xiao Tian, what are you? The Dark Vanguard gestured toward the black Qilin spear in Xiao Tian's grasp, his words trailing off. Just as Xiao Tian was about to speak, the Forbidden Lands suddenly began to violently tremble. Immediately, the pitch-black sky began to tear apart, and the crimson crescent moon started to crumble. This world was showing signs of collapse. Lord Xiao Tian, the sovereign is dead, and this Forbidden Land is about to collapse. If we don't leave immediately, we'll be buried here with it. Dark Vanguard's face paled as he urgently warned. Originally planning to absorb some of the darkness energy here, it now seemed there was no time left.
With a flick of Xiao Tian's thoughts, the black Qilin spear instantly transformed into his right arm. Countless black tentacles extended out, connecting to the stump of his severed limb.
Soon, it was restored to its original state.
Xiao Tian then looked up at the sky and bellowed, "Everyone, retreat!" Chapter 74, Environmental Catastrophe, New Crisis.
The Forbidden Zone remained shrouded in thick fog, visibility extremely limited.
Even spirit beast warriors could easily lose their way here. But with Pang Dahai leading the way, the group charged straight toward the vortex without a moment's hesitation. But on the road,
the group witnessed a startling scene. Numerous dark creatures within the Forbidden Zone were now simultaneously fleeing toward the vortex. If the Forbidden Zone collapses, even dark creatures will perish instantly, the Dark Vanguard explained. Though most dark creatures within the Forbidden Zone possess little sentience, the fear of death is a universal trait shared by nearly all living beings.
Now that the Forbidden Zone was collapsing, these dark creatures sensed danger yet refused to die.
The only option left was to flee through the vortex. Xiao Tian nodded, saying nothing more, and certainly did not intervene to stop the dark creature's flight. The immediate priority was to leave the Forbidden Zone as quickly as possible.
Not long after, the group finally reached the vortex's entrance.
But the vortex, which could normally only accommodate 2 people side by side, was now completely blocked by countless dark creatures.
A glance revealed a dense, oppressive black mass. "We're done for. The exit is blocked. What do we do now?" Fatsi frantically pulled a talisman from his robe, ready to hurl it forward. There were still many delicacies in Xiao Tian's villa he hadn't tasted yet. To die here now would be a tremendous loss. Moreover, as the last Tiancher of Dragon Tiger Mountain, his death here would mean the end of the mountain's lineage.
"We have no choice but to fight our way out together." Yen Tianqing entered his beast form, hot breath flaring from his nostrils as he itched for action. Seeing this, the others rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight.
Breaking out was indeed their only option now. "I'll handle this." At that moment, Xiao Tian shook his head and stepped forward.
The rift in the sky above the Forbidden Zone grew ever wider, spreading down to the ground. The collapse of the Forbidden Zone was imminent. Time was running out for them, and taking matters into his own hands would save precious moments. Besides, it would be a good opportunity to test the Black Qilin Spear's power. Xiao Tian exhaled a breath of stale air just as he prepared to tear off his right arm. At that very moment, the dark creatures ahead suddenly stirred. Instead of surging madly toward the vortex, they halted their movements and simultaneously turned to face Xiao Tian.
"Holy!" Fatsi swallowed hard, his eyes wide. "These bastards aren't planning to take us down with them, are they?" But in the very next moment, a scene that defied all expectations unfolded. Thousands of dark creatures knelt on one knee, all facing Xiao Tian. What does this mean? They're actually kneeling before Xiao Tian? Good heavens! They're dark creatures. Xiao Tian's ability to subdue mutated beasts had already left everyone utterly horrified.
Now even the dark creatures were voluntarily kneeling, a clear sign of submission to Xiao Tian.
But dark beings are peculiar creatures born within the Forbidden Lands. At their core, they are the ultimate source of darkness, much like the Dark Sovereign himself. Their actions were utterly baffling. You absorbed the darkness power of the first Heaven Sovereign. His aura lingers upon you. Now that the Dark Sovereign is dead, they naturally recognize you as their master. At that moment, a hoarse, aged voice suddenly echoed from the distance. All eyes turned to see hundreds of dark creatures swiftly approaching, shouldering a colossal ancient tree. Shouldered by these dark creatures was none other than the ancient dark tree from which Xiao Tian had extorted a batch of core leaves earlier. Xiao Tian's gaze darted back and forth between the ancient dark tree and the dark creatures beneath it. This ancient tree was quite capable indeed. It had actually compelled hundreds of dark creatures to willingly carry it away. Because I absorbed the Dark Sovereign's dark power, have they now recognized me as their master? If that was indeed the case, then by slaying the Dark Sovereign, he had not only gained new genetic sequences but also acquired an entire army of dark creatures. What an immense gain! Recalling the ancient tree's words, Xiao Tian suddenly commanded the dark creatures ahead, form an orderly line. Depart the Forbidden Zone one by one. As soon as Xiao Tian finished speaking, the previously chaotic dark creatures instantly rose to form orderly lines, passing through the vortex in perfect formation. Holy, they're actually obeying Xiao Tian's commands. There are over 1,000 dark creatures here. Xiao Shen already had 16 mutated beasts. Now he's subdued over 1,000 dark creatures. Who in the entire Grand Scholar City could possibly stand against him? Holy crap, Xiao Shen is unstoppable. Before the Forbidden Land collapsed completely, Xiao Tian and his group, accompanied by over 1,000 dark creatures, departed the Forbidden Zone. Upon reappearing in the heart of Deru City, the tension that had gripped everyone for so long finally began to ease. Who could have imagined? Their expedition had culminated in such monumental feats. First, they had annihilated the reckless spirit beast warriors who had attacked 5 cities. Then, they had extorted the ancient dark tree. Finally, they had slain the Dark Sovereign and his dark kin. Yet everyone understood clearly none of this was their doing. It was all Xiao Tian's doing. Some things simply don't need much chatter. Xiao Tian is just that awesome, period. For this expedition into the Forbidden Lands, I thank you all for lending me your strength.
Upon our return, you may claim a portion of resources at the villa. Xiao Tian surveyed the crowd, and his words were met with a wave of cheers. His gaze sharpened as he continued, now that the first heaven dominator has been eliminated, Blue Star's environment will shift within 3 days at most.
An extreme cold wave is imminent. Everyone should prepare accordingly upon returning. Having shared this life or death experience together, a gentle reminder wouldn't hurt. In Xiao Tian's memory, after the first heaven ruler's demise, Blue Star swiftly faced a once-in-a-millennium blizzard. The environment on Blue Star would become even more hostile. The entire planet would be encased in ice, with cities near the poles frozen solid in an instant, trapping and killing everyone within. Temperatures plummeted to dozens of degrees below zero. At such frigid levels, not only ordinary people but even spirit beast warriors would freeze to death. Hearing Xiao Tian's warning, the crowd, who had been laughing and joking moments before, instantly fell silent. Whatever Xiao Shen said always came true. They had thought that after eliminating the first heaven dominator, they could finally catch their breath. Little did they know, this was merely the beginning of a new ordeal. Regardless of their thoughts, after relaying these instructions, Xiao Tian prepared to depart with Yen Ruyu and the others. Young friend. At that moment, the ancient dark tree's voice echoed. Though still ancient, it now carried a hint of flattery. Xiao Tian turned to look and saw a hideous human face suddenly appear on the thick trunk of the ancient tree. The face strained to flash Xiao Tian a fawning smile. Young friend, we share a karmic bond. You're no ordinary person. Why not take me with you? From now on, this old man will follow you wherever you go. Chapter 75. Tonight, hunt to your heart's content. The ancient dark tree was essentially a dark creature itself. Once outside the forbidden zone, it had nowhere to go. Following Xiao Tian was the best option available, at least it wouldn't be hunted down and destroyed by other spirit beast warriors as a dark creature. Besides, Xiao Tian had absorbed the Dark Sovereign's dark power. Following him made perfect sense. I still possess considerable combat strength and can be of great use. Taking me in will be a wise decision. Seeing Xiao Tian's silence, the dark ancient tree hurriedly added, his panic beginning to show. Surely this kid doesn't intend to reject me? After all, I'm an ancient being who's lived for over 100 years. Now I'm actively seeking shelter, and you're actually refusing me? Surely not. But it was exactly that. Xiao Tian already possessed 16 powerful mutated beasts, and with his bloodline rank having risen once more. As long as he prepared enough containment devices, Xiao Tian could subdue even more formidable mutated beasts. And setting mutated beasts aside, Xiao Tian now commanded an entire army of over 1,000 dark creatures. The ancient dark tree really isn't indispensable. Xiao Tian coveted only the core leaves from the dark ancient tree, but he already possessed 100 of them. Soon enough, he would likely reach level 30, and this 100 core leaves would be more than sufficient. Xiao Tian offered no reply, simply turning to leave. Wait. Young friend, let's talk this over. The dark ancient tree's mouth twitched as he hurriedly called out to Xiao Tian, just take me in, and you'll have all the core leaves you need. And once my power increases, these leaves will even benefit high-level spirit beast warriors. Ha! Hearing this, Xiao Tian abruptly halted his steps. Half an hour later, everyone had returned to the villa. The spirit beast warriors of Darren City, having collected their supplies, also returned home with heavy hearts. A cold snap was imminent. Now that they possessed first-hand intelligence, they must return home promptly to prepare. As for the ancient dark tree, Xiao Tian had it planted in front of the villa's main gate. Overwhelmed with joy at being sheltered, the dark ancient tree expressed its gratitude to Xiao Tian repeatedly. Only Yen Ruyu and the others looked at it with pity. The villa had once been besieged by numerous spirit beast warriors. Though Xiao Tian's strength had surged rapidly, making him unmatched throughout the entire city of Deru. But no one could guarantee a similar situation wouldn't happen again. If such an incident were to occur again, the dark ancient tree would undoubtedly be the first victim. After all, the thing was planted right at the villa's entrance. Should that moment arrive, it would bear the brunt of the attack. But one couldn't blame Xiao Tian for being scheming. The thing was simply too massive to fit inside the villa. Back at the villa, everyone collapsed onto the sofas to recover their strength. Xiao Tian, meanwhile, brought over a large basin of raw meat and began devouring it with gusto. He'd been fighting relentlessly inside the forbidden zone and was starving. Yen Ruyu also took advantage of the break to upload the recorded video to the internet. Then, the internet exploded. Holy! Is Xiao Tian this brutal? That's the Dark Sovereign. And he got smacked to death with one blow? And that Dark Vanguard actually defected? Why are so many mutated beasts obeying his commands? What the hell is going on with this world? This kid has limitless potential. We absolutely cannot let him live. Shortly after the video was uploaded, doubts about its authenticity began to surface. Yet as the day of the first heaven ruler's descent drew near, Deru City remained eerily silent. Gradually, the skepticism dissolved on its own. Everyone now grasped the sheer terror of Xiao Tian.
Not only did he confront the Overlord's avatar head-on, but now he'd even taken down the Overlord's true form.
Many began to fear Xiao Tian, secretly vowing not to provoke him. Yet the boldest among them grew curious. What benefits had Xiao Tian gained from slaying the first heaven dominator? In short, after this incident, the name Xiao Tian was gradually being etched into the memories of more and more people. Inside the villa, Xiao Tian devoured a full 13 pounds of fresh meat before his stomach finally felt satisfied. He then stepped outside the villa and frowned at the sight of over 1,000 dark creatures gathered before the gates. How could he possibly accommodate these dark beings? Though the villa was large, it clearly couldn't accommodate over 1,000 dark beings. Moreover, unlike mutated beasts, these dark beings couldn't be contained within containment devices. Even if that were possible, over 1,000 dark beings would require over 1,000 containment devices. Even if Xiao were worked to the bone, it would be nearly impossible to produce that many containment devices in such a short time. Just as Xiao Tian grappled with this dilemma, the 1,000+ dark beings seemed to sense his confusion. Simultaneously enveloped by dark energy, they merged into a single entity, a black cloak now suspended in midair. Simultaneously, a surge of information flooded into Xiao Tian's mind. The cloak was called the Soul Shrouding Banner. Its wearer could block others' perception of their true strength. While it wouldn't be particularly effective against beings far stronger than Xiao Tian, it would suffice for the current situation. Moreover, the Soul Banner was covered with over 1,000 black scales, each representing one of the dark creatures. With a mere thought, Xiao Tian could summon them to battle at any time, anywhere. A surge of delight filled Xiao Tian's heart as he reached out, grasped the Soul Banner, and slipped it onto his back. The black cloak, exquisite yet tinged with a hint of malevolence, further accentuated Xiao Tian's eerie aura. He never imagined dark beings could fuse together to form such an item. This meant he no longer had to worry about how to house them. Moreover, unlike mutated beasts, these dark entities required no sustenance, saving Xiao Tian considerable trouble. When facing enemies in the future, he might not even need to fight personally. First, he unleashed 16 mutated beasts. If the 16 mutated beasts proved insufficient, he would summon his dark spirit army. He'd simply overwhelm them with sheer numbers and engage in a brawl. Tonight, he would rest. Tomorrow, he would venture out to gather supplies to withstand the impending cold snap. The villa also needs reinforcing. Currently, it can only withstand attacks to a certain extent. Its cold resistance remains too weak. Remember, before the cold snap hits, the forbidden zone of the second heaven will descend. The forbidden zone of the second heaven differs from those appearing in the first heaven. When the second heaven's forbidden zone manifests, it will appear simultaneously across all regions of Blue Star. Regardless of where spirit beast warriors are located, entering a forbidden zone will transport them to the same forbidden zone space. This means that starting with the second heaven forbidden zone, all spirit beast warriors on Blue Star will enter a phase of mutual competition. The competition for opportunities and rewards within the forbidden zones would intensify dramatically. But Xiao Tian showed no signs of panic. Instead, he felt a hint of anticipation. Because now, he was terrifyingly powerful. Shaking the Soul Banner on his back, Xiao Tian returned to his room and found Xiao. Xiao lay bored on her bed, scrolling through her phone. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, a flicker of unease crossed her face. Ever since their last double-team match, she still felt a lingering ache. "I'll be staying here tonight." Xiao Tian sat down beside the bed and announced. Xiaolan's cheeks flushed slightly. She had intended to refuse, but upon seeing Xiao Tian's handsome face, she suddenly changed her mind. She nodded and softly agreed. Just as the two were about to get into bed together, footsteps echoed outside the room. Yan Ruyu pushed open the door and stepped inside. Spotting the two about to snuggle up, her face flushed instantly. She lowered her head and said, "Sorry, I guess I came at a bad time." Her face flushed as she turned to leave. She had originally intended to duo Q with Xiao Tian tonight, but after searching everywhere after dinner, she couldn't find him anywhere. She thought to check here at Xiaolan's place, but never imagined she'd stumble upon such an awkward scene. Even Xiaolan, a prodigy, felt a pang of embarrassment at being caught in such a situation. Xiao Tian, however, remained remarkably composed as he called Yan Ruyu back, waving with a smile. "Xiaolan has a delicate constitution. The night is long, you couldn't have come at a better time." Xiao Tian hadn't duo queued in ages either. Tonight, they would hunt to their heart's content. Chapter 76, Dark Vanguard vs. White Little Sweetie. Early the next morning, a bombshell announcement once again dominated the website platforms. The strongest spirit beast warriors from 5 cities surrounding Dalo City, along with an elite contingent, have all vanished without a trace. To this day, there has been no word of their whereabouts. When Wang Lu and her 4 companions led their forces in a grand procession to Daru City, everyone knew about it. Everyone was also aware that their primary target was Xiao Tian. Now, Xiao Tian emerged unscathed and even eliminated a first heaven sovereign, while Wang Lu and her group vanished mysteriously. It didn't take a genius to figure out this incident was connected to Xiao Tian.
The strongest warriors from 5 cities, leading their elite forces in a coordinated assault.
How on earth did Xiao Tian manage this? Countless people were pondering this question, and Xiao Tian's name once again spread across the internet. Inside the villa. After a simple breakfast, Xiao Tian prepared to take Pang Dahai and Dark Vanguard out to gather supplies. As for Yen Ruyu and Xin Xiulan, the two women were still resting in bed.
The dual lane intensity was too high, and with Xiao Tian's level now vastly superior to before, Xin Xiulan, the prodigious young girl, was the first to fall when he unleashed his full power.
She couldn't keep up. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't keep up with the pace. In less than 10 minutes, Yen Ruyu, the spirit beast warrior, also surrendered voluntarily, typing GG in the chat box. Xiao Tian now possessed both formidable combat prowess and endurance, gradually overwhelming the two women. After Dark Vanguard returned to the villa, Xiao Tian settled him into an empty room.
When Xiao Tian finished washing up and found him, he looked rather unwell. He pushed open the door. Inside, a little lowly in loose pajamas with twin ponytails came into view. Her features were adorable and fair-skinned, with a hint of baby fat. Paired with the loose pajamas, it created an oddly beautiful contrast, evoking an irresistible urge to protect her.
Hee, Master Xiao Tian. The little girl beamed at Xiao Tian the moment she saw him. Her voice was crisp and soft, filling the entire room with a sweet, innocent aura. Hearing her call his name only deepened Xiao Tian's confusion. He didn't recognize this little girl at all. When had she even entered the villa? And this was the room he had arranged for the Dark Vanguard. How had she ended up here? Xiao Tian scratched his head, his mind in turmoil. Lord Xiao Tian, it's me, Dark Vanguard. Don't you recognize me? The little girl suddenly snapped out of it, flashing a sweet smile that revealed 2 dimples. You're Dark Vanguard? Xiao Tian was stunned, utterly unable to connect the Dark Vanguard with the twin ponytail little girl before him. Indeed, it is I. I thought that since I'm to follow Lord Xiao Tian and survive on Blue Star, it would be best to take human form. That way, I can avoid much trouble. If you can take human form, why choose this particular appearance? You're a Dark Vanguard, for crying out loud. And after taking human form, you end up as a little girl with twin ponytails? Was that even reasonable? Xiao Tian felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined dark beings could be so similar to humans, harboring such peculiar little quirks. Lord Xiao Tian, dark beings actually have no gender. I am no longer a Dark Vanguard. I have given myself a name, by Xiao Tian. By Xiao Tian? Xiao Tian rubbed his nose, unwilling to dwell on the topic. Changing the subject, he said, I need to go out and gather some supplies. Come with me. Yes, sir. Whatever Lord Xiao Tian commands, no matter how embarrassing, this humble servant will obey your orders. Bai Xiao Tian fidgeted awkwardly, her face flushed as she spoke softly with her head bowed. Xiao Tian's eyelid twitched. Suddenly, he regretted bringing this person along. Next, the two dragged Pang Dahai out of his room. The sun was already high in the sky, yet the deadbeat fatso was still snoring away in bed. This only strengthened Xiao Tian's resolve to properly cultivate Pang Dahai. After all, he was the contemporary Taoist master. He absolutely couldn't let himself be raised into uselessness. Forcibly dragged from bed, Pang Dahai was initially annoyed. But the moment he spotted Bai Xiao Tian beside Xiao Tian, his eyes narrowed into a smile, and his attitude shifted instantly. Big bro, who's this little cutie? Your new harem addition? Won't the ladies get jealous? Fatsi pulled Xiao Tian aside and whispered. Xiao Tian kicked Pang Dahai hard and snapped, he's the Dark Vanguard. Holy! Fatty Dahai let out a stunned exclamation before turning his gaze back to Bai Xiao Tian. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reconcile the adorable little girl before him with yesterday's Dark Vanguard. What the hell kind of contrast is this? The Dark Vanguard turned into a little girl? Not even a TV drama would dare pull that stunt. This was just too bizarre. Soon, the three of them drove out together. Bai Xiao Tian took the passenger seat. Her hands cradled her delicate cheeks as she gazed at Xiao Tian with deep affection, silently lost in thought. Xiao Tian felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze. What exactly was Go Dongxi up to? Though she appeared sweet and adorable now, knowing she was a dark pioneer made it hard for Xiao Tian to accept. Smack! Xiao Tian slapped Bai Xiao Tian across the face. Stop staring at me. Bai Xiao Tian covered her face, but instead of getting angry, she obediently nodded. Like a child who'd done something wrong, she said, understood, sir. I'll obey your orders. She turned her head to look out the window. But deep inside, a wave of exhilaration surged through her. Lord Xiao Tian is so strong. To be slapped by Lord Xiao Tian, how fortunate I am. Truly a man capable of annihilating a first heaven sovereign. Serving such a man, I could never go wrong. Thank goodness Lord Xiao Tian couldn't read minds. Otherwise, if he knew what was going through her mind right now, he'd kick her off the carriage in an instant. But honestly, a sweet, adorable little loli who constantly refers to herself as this humble servant? That contrast was even more striking than an ice queen being a succubus reincarnate. But the moment Xiao Tian recalled her true form as the Dark Sovereign, he realized this was more than he could handle.
Their mission this time was to gather heating supplies, though similar items could be found within the forbidden zones of the second heaven.
But extra preparation never hurt anyone. 3 hours later, the group pulled a cart loaded with supplies back to the villa. The trip had gone remarkably smoothly. Heating supplies were readily available throughout the entire city of Dalu, nowhere near as scarce as the materials they had previously scrambled to acquire. They encountered mutated beasts along the way, including several fusion-type ones.
Xiao Tian dispatched them all with ease. Yet as the vehicle approached the villa gates, a figure suddenly darted out from the side. It blocked the vehicle's path and knelt before Xiao Tian inside.
Please, save me. Chapter 77. Does the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist Master chase stars too? Kneeling on the ground was a young woman.
Though her head was bowed, one could still sense an extraordinary aura about her. Her long pink hair and designer attire complemented her clear, crisp voice. However, the girl was covered in blood, her breath faint and weak, as if she had just endured a fierce battle.
Who are you? Why should I save you?
Xiao Tian opened the car door and stepped out, approaching the girl and asking from above.
Bai Xiaotian and Pang Dahuai quickly followed suit.
Just then, the girl suddenly lifted her head.
A face of exquisite beauty instantly came into view.
Holy!
Fat Xi's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Goddess Chuyao? Goddess Chuyao?
Xiao Tian looked at Pang Dahai with a blank expression.
Fat Xi Ocean exclaimed in surprise, Bro, don't you follow celebrities?
This is Chuyao, the hottest goddess in the entertainment industry of our dragon nation.
The entertainment industry's goddess, Chuyao? He'd never been one to follow celebrities. Wasn't it perfectly normal that he didn't recognize her?
Pang Dahai continued talking to himself, listing off every detail about the TV dramas Chuyao had starred in and the new songs she'd released, repeating them over and over like they were his own personal treasures. By the end, Pang Dahai was flushed with excitement. It was clear this chubby guy was a die-hard fan of Chuyao.
But Xiao Tian couldn't quite wrap his head around it.
How could the Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist master be a fan, and a die-hard one at that?
Goddess Chuyao, I thought you were stationed in Sky City?
How did you end up here, seeking help from my brother? Hearing Pang Dahuai's words, Chuyao finally snapped out of her daze. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she spoke in a pitiful tone. A formidable spirit beast warrior has emerged in Sky Dome City, Wang Mingxian. He was once just a street thug, but the beast transformation ability he obtained is unprecedentedly powerful. He quickly consolidated all the power in Sky City. What's worse, he's extremely lecherous. After gaining influence and wealth, he started abusing young girls. My parents planned to send me to him to curry favor, but I refused and slipped away unnoticed. I saw Xiao Tian's name online and knew he was highly capable, which is why I came to Grand Scholar City seeking help. By this point, Chuyao's face was streaked with tears. Xiao Tian, I know you have the power to save me. If you're willing to help me this once, I can offer myself to you as repayment. Rest assured, I'm still a virgin. Holy! Fat C was nearly losing his mind. The goddess he'd always considered unattainable was now actively kneeling before Xiao Tian, begging for help. And she was offering herself to him. Why hadn't such a blessing ever fallen upon him? What level is Wang Mingxian? Maybe I can help you without needing my big brother to step in. Pang Dahuai's sycophantic nature kicked in, his face brimming with eager anticipation as he asked.
Wang Mingxian is already at level 35, Chuyao explained, glancing at Pang Dahai.
Level 35? That's higher than my big brother's level. The flames of hope in Pang Dahuai's heart were instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. He scratched his head awkwardly before retreating back behind Xiao Tian. You two talk. Keep talking. Chuyao was at a loss for words and turned her gaze back to Xiao Tian. I don't need women. Your so-called repayment holds no appeal for me. You'd best go back to wherever you came from. It wasn't that Xiao Tian was cold-hearted or ruthless. In these chaotic times, self-preservation was his paramount task. The fate of others truly held no weight for him. He wasn't some savior with a heart for all living beings, nor was he a modern-day saint blinded by kindness. What did the suffering of others have to do with him, Xiao Tian? The moment Chuyao heard Xiao Tian's words, panic seized her. She knew full well they were complete strangers. So, to seek his aid, she proactively offered her own purity as a bargaining chip. She never imagined he would reject her outright. If even this man before her refused to lend a hand, she truly had no idea where to turn next. Fatsi shook his head, a look of regret on his face. Though he desperately wanted to help, he understood Xiao Tian's character all too well. Since their leader had no intention of intervening, he must have his reasons. There was little Pang Dahuai could say. Behind them, Bai Xiaotian watched the scene unfold silently, saying nothing. Her gaze, however, was fixed on Chuyao's ample bosom. Her gaze drifted over Chuyao's voluptuous figure before drifting downward to her own flat chest. Bai Xiaotian fell silent. Let's go back. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and walked straight past Chuyao. Just then, a Rolls-Royce approached from the distance, suddenly screeching to a halt in front of the group. A middle-aged couple then stepped out of the vehicle, accompanied by 3 spirit beast warriors. That ungrateful daughter. Truly ungrateful. The middle-aged man spotted Chu Yao lying on the ground and instantly lost his temper, lunging forward to kick her.
You worthless thing. Countless women in Sky City dream of becoming young Master Wang's woman. Now that he's taken a liking to you, you actually dare to run away.
The middle-aged woman spoke with icy coldness.
Dad. Mom. You've never cared about my feelings. I refuse to be that kind of woman. You're selling your own daughter.
Chu Yao's voice was filled with sorrow, and she suddenly felt profoundly miserable. Before the dark turmoil, she had been a glamorous A-list actress with boundless promise. But no one could have imagined her parents were secretly draining her dry. Every penny she earned was pocketed by the old couple, used to buy cars and houses for her own brother. As for her, she felt like an outsider, never truly accepted. After the dark turmoil erupted, the old couple grew even more ruthless. To ensure her younger brother could serve Wang Mingxian faithfully, they actually sold her off. Come on, hurry back with us. If young Master Wang keeps waiting, none of us will get off easy. Without another word, they grabbed Chu Yao and dragged her toward the car.
Xiao Tian never paused his stride, continuing toward the villa on his own.
But just then, Chu's father suddenly called out to Xiao Tian.
Kid, what's your relationship with Xiao Yao? His tone was harsh, clearly accusatory. None. Xiao Tian gave him a cold glance before continuing on his way. No relationship? Then why would she come here looking for you?
Chu's mother chimed in, her voice dripping with bitterness.
Dad. Mom.
Chu Yao slowly rose to her feet, her voice cold.
None of this is his fault. I'll go back with you. Chu Yao understood Xiao Tian's indifference.
At this point, she had accepted her fate.
She didn't want to involve others anymore. No, he must come back with us.
Young Master Wang prefers women who are virgins. Who knows if that bastard made any advances toward you?
He must come with us. If he really did anything to you, we can at least explain it to young Master Wang and avoid being blamed ourselves. The elderly couple spoke with unwavering certainty. With a wave of their hands, the three spirit beast warriors behind them sprang into action without hesitation. They instantly stepped forward, simultaneously entering their beast forms. With an imposing demeanor, they advanced toward Xiao Tian.
Fatty Ocean saw this and silently took a few steps back. Knowing Xiao Tian as he did, these guys were about to get their asses kicked. Their own boss hadn't interfered at all. Instead of just taking away the goddess Chu Yao, they had to pick a fight with their own boss. Wasn't that like an old man hanging himself, begging for an early grave? Chapter 78, a name that strikes fear into the heart. The three spirit beast warriors moved with decisive speed. The spirit beast warrior on the left sprouted fur all over his body, his arms transforming into sharp claws. Before he even arrived, the icy chill radiating from those claws already swept out. The central spirit beast warrior's cheeks caved in, sprouting two fish gills. His entire body was covered in scales. When his fists slammed together, sparks flew. The spirit beast warrior on the right was the most revolting. Two catfish-like tentacles sprouted from the corners of his mouth, his entire head instantly swelling grotesquely. He opened his gaping maw, looking like a miniature shield machine, utterly hideous. Though only 3 in number, their simultaneous exertion created an illusion of 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses. The elderly couple watched the scene with glee, their mouths twisting into grins that stretched almost to the back of their heads. These 3 were all reinforcements dispatched by young Master Wang, absolute confidants of his. Their levels had reached a terrifying 19. While not invincible, such power made them formidable in a small place like Grand Scholar City. Aside from a few elite powerhouses and the recently rumored formidable figure, Xiao Tian, almost no one could stand against these 3. What puzzled the elderly couple, however, was that the chubby guy beside the kid showed no intention of intervening upon witnessing this. Instead, he pulled out a bag of potato chips from somewhere and began munching away with relish. By then, the trio had already closed in on Xiao Tian. Snap! Xiao Tian remained silent, not even entering his beast form. He merely waved his hand casually. The spirit beast warrior charging at the forefront, his body encased in fish scales, was flung 30 meters away. His body spun wildly out of control, smashing through several trees as thick as bowls before finally collapsing motionless on the ground. Wah! Most of his fish scales were torn off and shattered by the immense force, revealing raw, bloody skin beneath. He then reached out shakily, as if trying to say something. But Xiao Tian's single slap had not only shattered his defenses, it had shattered his internal organs as well. As he opened his mouth, blood gushed forth continuously, preventing him from uttering a single coherent word. Finally, his eyes rolled back, his body went limp, and with a final, unwilling gasp, his life completely faded away. He had been killed by Xiao Tian's single slap. Wang Defu? The other 2 spirit beast warriors instantly froze in shock. Holy! It wasn't that they were uncultured and prone to cursing, it was simply too unbelievable. A spirit beast warrior at the staggering level of 19, casually killed with a single slap. Who would believe such a thing if they heard it? And when Xiao Tian killed this unlucky bastard with a single slap, he hadn't even entered his beast transformation state. He could kill a spirit beast warrior with a single slap without entering beast form.
If he had entered beast mode, wouldn't a fart alone be enough to blow them to bits? You're Xiao Tian. The two reacted swiftly, halting their advance mid-stride and scrambling backward in panic. Across the entire Great Scholar City, if anyone possessed such staggering prowess, that person could only be Xiao Tian. This seemingly calm, easygoing, and somewhat handsome youth before them, could he truly be the Xiao Tian who recently taken the internet by storm, the ruthless fighter who annihilated a first heaven sovereign? You're Xiao Tian?
At this moment, even Chua's parents lost their composure.
Merely hearing his name sent shivers down their spines, their knees buckling as uncontrollable tremors shook their bodies.
Not for any other reason, but because Xiao Tian's online fame had reached such staggering heights. He was practically a household name. Everyone knew he was a madman, merciless and ruthless toward his enemies, often wiping out entire families without hesitation.
What was even more terrifying? He wasn't just ruthless toward his enemies, he was even more ruthless toward the Dark Overlord.
Before the Dark Overlord could fully manifest, he led his forces to its lair and launched an assault, ultimately succeeding in slaying the Dark Overlord.
Such deeds were utterly beyond the capacity of any sane individual. Why aren't you attacking anymore?
You were so cocky earlier.
Now you're scared because you know my big brother is Xiao Tian? Are you all idiots? Didn't you do your homework before coming to Dalu City? Why pick a fight with anyone else when you had to provoke my big brother?
Pang Dahai put away his potato chips and shook his head, wearing an expression reserved for the mentally challenged.
Hearing Pang Dahai confirm Xiao Tian's identity, the two spirit beast warriors nearly burst into tears. It really is that ruthless bastard Xiao Tian.
They never imagined that upon arriving in Dalu City, they'd provoke such a terrifying presence.
What a disaster. Xiao Tian, we didn't mean to antagonize you. We'll leave immediately. The two acted decisively, clasping their fists in respect toward Xiao Tian before turning to leave. But just then, Xiao Tian spoke slowly, his words plunging them into instant despair. Anyone who lays a finger on me becomes my enemy.
And those I deem my enemies, they've all been wiped out.
Run. Damn it, run. Without pausing, they sprinted away without looking back. Now that they knew Xiao Tian's true identity, they couldn't even muster the courage to resist him head-on. But how could they possibly escape in front of Xiao Tian? A few minutes later,
the two met a gruesome end at the scene. Chu's parents, witnessing this scene, were utterly terrified and collapsed to the ground.
Is this Wang Mingxian you keep mentioning really that formidable? Xiao Tian turned to the elderly couple and asked. Their teeth chattered uncontrollably.
They tried several times, but couldn't manage a single coherent sentence. They were utterly petrified. Xiao Tian shook his head, then pointed at Chu Yao and said coldly, "From now on, she's my woman. Go tell that Wang Mingxian if he has a problem with it, he can come find me. Now he can get lost." Hearing Xiao Tian would let them go, the elderly couple snapped out of their daze and stumbled toward the Rolls-Royce.
But just then, Xiao Tian suddenly kicked out. Boom! The top of the line Rolls-Royce was split clean in two by Xiao Tian's single kick. Get lost. Xiao Tian said coldly. Get out. We're leaving right now.
The elderly couple felt their throats tighten and hurriedly fled in panic.
After handling everything, Xiao Tian finally turned his gaze toward Chu Yao.
Chu Yao clutched the hem of her shirt, her heart pounding with anxiety.
She never imagined Xiao Tian's name would carry such weight.
Merely hearing his name had caused the two spirit beast warriors to lose their will to fight, while her parents had fallen to their knees in terror.
Thank you for helping me. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yao murmured timidly.
The villa still needs a maid to handle cleaning duties.
From now on, these tasks will be yours. With that, Xiao Tian turned and walked back into the villa. Xiao Tian hadn't actually wanted to get involved in this matter. Even if he had let Chu Yao be taken back, the matter likely wouldn't have ended there. Since the feud had already begun, he might as well take Chu Yao under his wing. As for her terrifying level 35 strength, Xiao Tian couldn't care less. So what if you're high level and mighty? Just because you eat more, you get to brag? You may be high level, but my legions of dark creatures aren't pushovers either. Fat C was seething with frustration. Goddesses are meant to be cherished, not treated like beasts of burden.
She offered herself to you, and you refused.
Now you're making her your maid? Once the top-tier goddess, now reduced to a maid? Fat C was utterly speechless.
Bai Xiaotian also pouted her little mouth and promptly returned to the villa. Chu Yao froze for a moment, but quickly let it go. Being a maid was fine, it was certainly better than becoming Wang Mingxian's woman. Meanwhile, on the other side, shortly after escaping the villa, Mr. and Mrs. Chu confirmed their safety and immediately pulled out their phones to make a call. They explained the situation here. A man's furious roar erupted in response.
How dare anyone? The woman my elder brother has set his sights on, and someone actually dares to interfere? Xiao Tian, is it? Compared to my elder brother, he's nothing but a petty bully. Give me his address, I'm taking men to level his villa right now. Chapter 79, The Terrifying Cold Wave. The Ice Age begins. Half an hour later, a convoy of vehicles arrived at the destination, meeting up with Chu's parents.
Leading the convoy was a striking red Ferrari.
A burly man pulled open the door and stepped out. With slicked back hair, dark sunglasses, and a cigar dangling from his lips, he exuded an air of unmistakable authority. Second young master. You finally arrived. You must stand up for us old folks. Upon seeing the arrival, Chu's parents immediately began tearfully recounting their grievances. The burly man before them was none other than Wang Mingxian's younger brother. Though not as powerful as Wang Mingxian, he had also reached the 29th level. He served as Wang Mingxian's right-hand man, and the brothers shared an exceptionally close bond. They not only shared resources and food, but also harbored a peculiar habit: sharing women. In this regard, the brothers indulged in extremely perverse practices. This was one of the reasons why Chu Yao preferred working as a maid in the villa rather than becoming Wang Mingxian's woman. You useless old fools. Can't even handle this trivial matter? What a pair of good-for-nothings. Wang Shangqian spat on the ground, then whipped his hand around to slap the elderly couple across the face. The elderly couple, struck into silence, dared only to bow their heads and moan in misery. Originally, according to the plan, Chu Yao's parents would bring her back to guard against attacks from other spirit beast warriors or mutated beasts along the way. Wang Shangqian had led his men to provide backup nearby. But after waiting for ages, Chu's parents called with devastating news. Not only had they failed to bring her back, but one of their own brothers had lost his life in the process. Wang Shangqian was now seething with murderous intent. In Sky Dome City, no one had ever dared to lay a finger on either of the brothers. During the early days of the Dark Turmoil, some had dared to do so, but those who did were later killed by the brothers. You had to be ruthless to survive, and the brothers were among the most ruthless in Sky Dome City. But compared to Xiao Tian, they fell short by a wide margin. Because Xiao Tian wasn't ruthless, he was something beyond ruthless. He was a madman. Second young master, that Xiao Tian dared to meddle. We were just about to take that rebellious girl away when he stuck his nose in. Afterward, he even had us deliver a message to young Master Wang that the girl was in his custody, and if Wang wanted her, he'd have to come get her himself. The elderly couple bowed their heads, recounting the entire incident with added dramatic flair. Who could have imagined that Wang Shangqian would raise his hand and deliver another slap? The elderly couple, both struck, reeled in dazed confusion. You two useless pieces of trash. I'm not an idiot. Don't try to embellish things in front of me. Wang Shangqian pinched a cigar between his fingers, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said indifferently that Xiao Tian dared to have the nerve to lay a finger on the woman my elder brother had his eye on, and he even killed our brother. No matter what, he's dead meat. The elderly couple submitted meekly, nodding in agreement repeatedly. Lead the way. Wang Shangqian turned and strode toward the Ferrari. Young master, Xiao Tian's power is terrifying. He even wiped out a first heaven dominator. With just our small group, we might not stand a chance. Chu's father said timidly. Are you implying I'm no match for that Xiao Tian? Wang Shangqian halted, narrowing his eyes. No, that's not what I meant. Chu's father shuddered and hurriedly tried to explain. But before he could finish, Wang Shangqian stepped back and tore off Chu's right arm with a single, brutal rip. Blood instantly gushed from the severed limb, staining his clothes crimson. Chu's father howled in agony, teeth bared. Chu's mother collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Had Chu's father not been a spirit beast warrior with physical resilience surpassing ordinary men, such blood loss would have killed him instantly. You two good-for-nothings dared to look down on me? This is your punishment. Only then did Wang Shangqian climb back into the vehicle, his voice cool as he ordered, lead the way. Inside the villa, Xiao Tian had already arranged for all the heating supplies they'd found to be brought down and stored. With the current stockpile of heating resources, they could endure at least a month even if the cold snap hit immediately. After completing these tasks, Xiao Tian began absorbing the power from the mutated beast cores. During this period, many people continued to bring mutated beast crystal cores for exchange. With the first heaven sovereign vanquished, the mutated beasts had grown increasingly powerful, yielding crystal cores with ever greater energy. However, Xiao Tian's own level was no longer what it once was. To continue advancing his level now required consuming an unimaginably vast quantity of crystal cores. Watching Xiao Tian effortlessly refine the crystal cores left Chu Yao utterly speechless. Is this even human? These crystal cores were all from mutated beasts of level 10 or higher. And Xiao Tian had just refined them outright? Even a level 30 spirit beast warrior would need at least an hour to refine a crystal core below level 10. My big brother's got the chops. Absorbing mutated beast crystal cores is as easy as eating and drinking for him. You'll get used to it soon enough. Fat C chimed in from the side, then pulled out a bag of potato chips and handed it over, winking suggestively. Goddess, I've got some chips here. Want some? Though Xiao Tian was absorbing the crystal core, he could still hear the others' conversation. He couldn't help but feel utterly speechless. Thank goodness this chubby guy was recruited as a Taoist master at Dragon Tiger Mountain. Otherwise, he'd be a total bootlicker. Thank you, but I'm currently the villa's maid. I should get back to work, Chu Yao politely declined. She then picked up the broom and began diligently sweeping every corner of the villa. Yan Ruyu and Xin Xiulan had both woken up long ago. They had heard the entire story from Fat Dahai's mouth. Xiao Tian had recruited yet another beauty, and this one was a former top-tier goddess. Not only was her beauty on par with theirs, but her aura was equally captivating. Yet rather than feeling threatened, the two women were oddly excited. They say only an ox works itself to death, never a field tilled to ruin, but no one knew Xiao Tian's terrifying nature better than they did. We can't handle this. They truly couldn't handle it. Now they had another sister to share the burden. It couldn't be better. The two women exchanged a knowing glance before picking up brooms to lend a hand and bond a little along the way. This woman could very well become their close sister in the future. They couldn't let her tire herself out. Shu Yao's stamina was best saved for when she and Xiao Tian played together. But just then, a convoy of vehicles rolled majestically up to the villa's entrance. Wang Shangqian led his men out of the vehicles and strode directly to the villa's front gate. All of this was clearly recorded by the surveillance cameras. Watching the footage, everyone instantly tensed up. Xiao Tian, get your ass out here. You dare steal the woman my boss has his eye on? Think ruling this little corner of the world makes you invincible? Come out and die. Wang Shangqian, cigar clenched between his teeth, bellowed with an air of utter arrogance. Didn't expect them to show up so fast? Fat Dahai rubbed his hands together and asked, Boss, should we go out and take them down? Xiao Tian shook his head, about to speak. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened rapidly, and then flakes of snow began to drift down. Though they were inside the villa, they witnessed the scene through the surveillance feed. What began as a light dusting soon turned into a blizzard of heavy snowflakes. The temperature across the entire city of Darren began to plummet at that very moment. Xiao Tian gazed at the snowflakes drifting outside the window and murmured to himself, the weather anomaly has begun. The massive cold snap sweeping across the entire blue star has erupted. His gaze then shifted to the surveillance feed showing Wang Shangqian and the others, a flicker of pity emerging in his eyes. You have to hand it to them, these guys sure know how to pick their moment. They had to come looking for trouble at this very moment. Well, now they're in for it. No need for him to lift a finger, they'd likely freeze to death out there on their own. Chapter 80, Teaming Up to Self-Destruct. This is weird. I thought winter hadn't even started yet? How come it's snowing already? Fat C scratched his head in confusion. It's the severe cold snap Xiao Tian warned about, Yan Ruyu said solemnly, taking a deep breath. Xiao Tian remained silent, lost in thought, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the wooden armrest of his chair. In his previous life, he had also endured a major cold snap, and as an ordinary person at that. Even ordinary down jackets couldn't provide full warmth. Without other heating sources like campfires, one could literally freeze to death. Moreover, in his previous life, Xiao Tian not only endured the bone-chilling cold of the polar vortex, but all his food froze solid, making it impossible to swallow. Even now, recalling those days felt suffocatingly hopeless. Fortunately, he was no longer an ordinary person, he was now a spirit beast warrior with the ability to protect himself. Seeing Xiao Tian offer no denial, everyone's mood grew somber. Though the villa provided ample food and drink, and heating equipment was fully stocked, allowing them to live comfortably even during the severe cold snap. Yet it was undeniable that once the deep freeze began, conditions across Blue Star would grow far more brutal. Incidents of people resorting to murder for resources, even targeting their own kin, would surge dramatically. Those bastards are done for. With this sudden cold snap, they'll probably freeze into ice sculptures. Xin Xiulan pushed her glasses up, staring intently at the screen. Wang Shangqian and the others in the footage also sensed the abnormal weather. What the hell kind of weather is this? It's actually snowing? Wang Shangqian muttered under his breath, initially paying it little mind. He continued bellowing toward the villa, demanding Xiao Tian come out to face his death. But after yelling for ages with no response from the villa, Wang Shangqian suddenly flew into a rage. Hiding like a turtle, too scared to come out, huh? Wang Shangqian flicked the cigar from his mouth, cracked his neck, and waved impatiently. A spirit beast warrior stepped forward, simultaneously entering his beast transformation state. His muscles began to swell wildly, and dark brown fur sprouted across his body. Then, he unleashed a punch toward the villa's front door. With that kind of force, even a reinforced security door would shatter easily. But when the fist struck the villa door, it remained unscathed. Instead, a piercing scream echoed. The scream, naturally, came from the spirit beast warrior. My hand. Ah! He instantly reverted to human form, clutching his right hand and jumping around in agony. Broken! After entering his beast form, his strength had surged dramatically, yet this single punch had actually fractured his own bone. Useless piece of trash. Wang Shangqian's face twisted with disgust. A spirit beast warrior, no less, couldn't even blast open an iron door, instead, he'd crippled himself. What a waste of space. He then turned his gaze to the other spirit beast warrior, pointing at him with a sweeping gesture. You go. The other spirit beast warrior nodded, stepped forward, and entered his beast form. He too unleashed a punch. Crack. This time, the iron door remained standing, but instead of screams, a bone-cracking sound echoed. The spirit beast warrior staggered back several paces, clutching his arm as cold sweat poured down his face. Broken. His arm was broken too. And because he'd exerted too much force, the recoil was so intense it shattered every bone in his entire arm. "You're a useless piece of two."
Watching his two men suffer consecutive humiliations at the gate, Wang Shangqian completely lost his temper. He pointed at them and began cursing furiously. Both men endured excruciating pain, heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. They felt wrong too. As spirit beast warriors, they had long grown accustomed to their current status and power. How could they now fail to break through even a single iron gate? Were they really just useless? Snort! Just as the two were questioning their existence, AS suddenly rang out. Everyone instinctively looked up toward the source of the sound. But where their eyes fell, there was not a single figure in sight. Instead, an ancient, leafy tree of unknown origin stood silently in its place. And that chuckle had come from the direction of the ancient tree. "Who's there?" Wang Shangqian roared angrily. But no response came for a long time. After confirming no one was hiding near the tree, he dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. "Bunch of useless trash. Even this little job needs me to step in personally." Wang Shangqian rubbed his arms, preparing to take matters into his own hands. He shook his body, initiating his beast transformation. His skin began to contract, and the hairs on his body gradually thickened and grew larger. Ultimately, they transformed into sharp, black needles. His entire body was now almost entirely covered in sharp silver needles. He had awakened the beast transformation ability of a hedgehog. His beast transformation ability was called Frenzied Steel Needles. As the name suggests, his transformed body was covered in spikes, providing all-around protection. These spikes served both as defense and offense, capable of being fired as ranged attacks. Wang Xianqian had tested the spikes' durability. Even a 300-ton hydraulic press struggled to crush them. Moreover, after firing spikes, he could continuously generate new ones, eliminating any worry of running out and becoming a spikeless hedgehog. "Open the way for me." Wang Xianqian's face contorted into a ferocious grimace as he unleashed a punch forward. Bam! His fist struck the iron gate, producing only a metallic clang. Not even a dent marred the surface. Instead, Wang Shangqian grimaced in pain, staggering back several steps. This time, even he began to question reality. This iron gate was downright weird. The two spirit beast warriors before him had nearly cried from frustration. "It wasn't that we're useless, this iron gate is just plain abnormal." Put. Just then, a soft chuckle sounded once more. Everyone turned toward the ancient tree, their brows furrowing. This time, everyone was certain it wasn't an auditory hallucination, someone was mocking them. But they had just checked, there was no one around the villa at all, only this ancient tree. Could it be, this ancient tree had gained sentience and was secretly laughing at them? Was that even possible? Soon, everyone's attention shifted back to the iron gate before them. "I heard that Xiao Tian reinforced the villa's defenses with materials from the Forbidden Zone. Looks like it's true after all." He added with a cold chuckle, "But it doesn't matter. No matter how sturdy, it's just a turtle shell. We'll break through it. If fists won't do, then I'll just use my skills instead, right? Your villa may be reinforced with special materials, but my spikes aren't for show." Wang Shangqian leaned forward, slowly raising his right arm. A spike erupted instantly, slamming violently into the villa's gate. Crash! The villa's iron gate remained unscathed. The spike couldn't pierce it. Instead, it bounced off the smooth surface, instantly deflected and sent flying off course. Thud! The spike bounced back and embedded itself in Wang Shangqian's right leg. Wang Shangqian. Thud! It was unclear what reaction Xiao Tian and the others had upon witnessing this scene through the surveillance screen, but the ancient dark tree could no longer contain itself. With a chuckle, it burst into laughter. A grotesque human face appeared on the thick tree stump. Only now, this grotesque face was laughing so hard it was weeping uncontrollably. This was too much. He was about to be laughed to death by this bunch of punks. Having lived for centuries, confined within the forbidden grounds, he'd never witnessed anything quite like this. This was too amusing. Those in the know understood they'd come to cause trouble for Xiao Tian. If you didn't know better, you'd think they'd come here to mutilate themselves and end it all. Chapter 81, Bones freeze to death on the road, Xiao Tian eats hot pot. As the ancient tree of darkness fully revealed its true form, Wang Shangqian could no longer sit still. It turned out he hadn't been hearing things earlier, someone really had dared to mock him. And the source of that mockery wasn't even human. It was a bloody tree. Rage boiling within him, Wang Shangqian immediately treated the ancient dark tree as a mutated beast. After all, plants and trees now had a chance to become mutated beasts. A tree transforming wasn't so hard to accept. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the thorn from his thigh, then raised his right hand, aiming it at the ancient dark tree. Whoosh! The barbed hook pierced precisely into the tree stump, sinking deep into the wood. It must be noted that the dark ancient tree belonged to the dark creatures. While it was technically an ancient tree, it was no ordinary ancient tree. Ordinary swords and blades couldn't leave a scratch on it, and even machine gun fire would struggle to make a dent. Yet Wang Shangqian's barbed hook had driven 3 inches deep, proof of the attack's devastating power. But that was fine. It possessed little offensive capability, but its sturdiness and resilience were undeniable.
The dark ancient tree swayed slightly, forcing the barbs to retreat.
Then, a leaf began to shimmer with faint light, releasing a colossal surge of healing energy. Soon, the gash on the stump was completely mended, restored to its original state.
I am the dark ancient tree. Our meeting is fate. I offer you this warning, I see darkness in your third eye. Bloodshed will soon befall you. If you heed my advice and depart now, you might yet avoid it. Don't be fooled by how obedient the dark ancient tree was before Xiao Tian had put on a show for outsiders, rivaling even the Fat Sea in its pretentiousness. But who was Wang Shangqian? His own elder brother was the strongest in Sky Dome City, and he himself was a top-tier spirit beast warrior. Now, the woman his own brother had set his sights on had been snatched away by another. His attempt at revenge had backfired spectacularly. If he left now, wouldn't he be laughed to death by others back home? Everyone, attack together. Kill him for me.
Wang Shangqian unleashed his full fury, his barbed spikes erupting wildly.
Hearing this, the others joined in, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the ancient dark tree. They couldn't breach the villa's defenses, but surely they could handle this mutated tree before them? The assault raged on for over 10 minutes. The truth proved they couldn't handle this mere tree before them. Their attacks proved utterly useless. Any damage inflicted was swiftly and effortlessly healed by the ancient tree. It was practically an indestructible cockroach. Who would have thought this dark ancient tree, despite lacking combat prowess, possesses such formidable defenses? Yen Tianshang exclaimed in astonishment. Back in the Forbidden Zone, the ancient tree had been thoroughly subdued by the mutated beast summoned by Xiao Tian. Back then, the group hadn't yet grasped the true extent of its capabilities. After all, the moment Xiao Tian summoned his army of mutated beasts, the dark ancient tree had immediately surrendered. Only now did they realize the ancient tree was no pushover. Facing the attacks of Wang Shangqian and his band of spirit beast warriors, it remained unshaken. Truly a dark creature, it possessed considerable prowess. Xiao Tian's eyes widened in surprise at the ancient tree's defensive capabilities. Strictly speaking, its defenses were merely adequate, not truly formidable. The attacks from Wang Shangqian and the others could indeed inflict tangible damage upon it. Its true strength lay in its ability to rapidly heal any wounds it sustained. Seems keeping this thing around has its uses. If powerful enemies come looking for trouble in the future, I can just have them fight the dark ancient tree first to wear them down. Then I'll step in. Xiao Tian murmured to himself. This world was vast. Even with his system's ability to infinitely devour genetic sequences, he couldn't guarantee absolute invincibility. He understood well the truth that beyond every person lies another, and beyond every sky lies another. If he grew arrogant, relying solely on his system and disregarding all caution, he would inevitably stumble in the most unexpected places. In short, in extraordinary times, caution was always the wiser course. Outside, the ancient dark tree continued to withstand the attacks of Wang Shangqian and the others, completely unaware of its true standing in Xiao Tian's mind. It had transformed from a moving spring into a punching bag. Wave after wave of attacks rained down, and Wang Shangqian and his men grew increasingly drained, soon losing their strength. We can't kill it. This thing is too damn strange, our attacks just don't work on it. Second young master, we should retreat for now. Better safe than sorry. Dalo City is Xiao Tian's turf. If he takes advantage of our exhaustion and strikes unexpectedly, we're in trouble. Seeing the tide turning against them, the others urgently tried to dissuade him. Wang Shangqian gritted his teeth in bitter frustration, yet he had no other choice. It seemed he'd have to swallow his pride today and seek revenge another time. Xiao Tian, I'll remember this. We'll see about that. Sooner or later, you'll pay the price. Wang Shangqian's face remained icy as he issued this threat before preparing to order a retreat. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The scattered snowflakes drifting through the air suddenly thickened, and the surrounding temperature plummeted instantly. 10 degrees. 5 degrees. 0 degrees. 5 degrees below zero. 10 degrees below zero. As temperatures plummeted, the flowers, trees, and gardens throughout the villa district were swiftly blanketed in frost at a visible pace. Even the moisture on the asphalt surfaces froze solid in a matter of moments. If one were to look down from the sky now, they would discover that the entire Sky Dome City, indeed, the entire Blue Star. From urban forests to rivers and deserts, everything was either frozen solid or blanketed in snow. The ice age of Blue Star had now fully descended. In truth, when the sudden snowfall began, many had already sensed the anomaly and retreated to shelters in time. Thus, this sudden plunge in temperature did not result in significant casualties. Instead, Wang Shangqian and his group were hit hardest. Their strength was nearly depleted, and now they were suddenly hit by this severe cold snap. They felt as though they'd been abruptly hurled into a world of ice and snow. They wanted to retreat, but their legs wouldn't obey them, as if frozen solid in place. Their limbs had become stiff as boards, as if encased in molds, making even the slightest movement an agonizing struggle. More crucially, they could distinctly feel their body heat steadily draining away in the biting wind. What the hell is going on? Why did the temperature drop so suddenly? Wang Shangqian was overcome with fear, instinctively hugging his arms as he shivered. Retreat! Retreat! He then forced himself to steady his trembling voice and barked the order. As spirit beast warriors, though severely drained and weakened, they weren't immediately frozen solid. It was Chu's father and mother, two ordinary humans, who were frozen solid in place shortly after the temperature dropped. They were dead. But they died without suffering a stroke of luck, if you will. Inside the villa, Xiao Tian had already had the fireplaces lit and the heating turned on before the temperature drop. The entire villa remained comfortably warm. Watching her parents frozen into ice sculptures on the monitor, Chu Yao felt little sorrow. The damage these two old fools had inflicted upon her was immense. They'd constantly demanded things from her under the guise of being her parents. She had long since hated them both. Her only regret now was that their deaths had been too easy. Still, they were the ones who had given birth to her. In a way, this outcome was the best possible resolution. Just then, Wang Shangqian and the others had returned to the car and were trying to start it to leave. But to everyone's despair, the car's components had frozen solid, making it utterly impossible to start. All the luxury vehicles had now turned into cold, metal boxes. Wang Shangqian crossed his arms. After several failed attempts to start the engine, he slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. What a piece of junk! Then he sneezed, huddling in the corner, shivering. Now what should he do? He had no idea. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Xiao Tian, monitoring the situation outside through surveillance, let a smirk curve his lips. He suddenly ordered, "Open the ventilation window and prepare the ingredients. The weather's nice today, let's have a hot pot." Chapter 82, I'm fuming right now. Nice weather? Hot pot? Yen Ruyu and the others first turned to glance at the snow swirling outside the window, then looked back at Xiao Tian, who wore a serious expression. They were all a bit confused. But when they saw Wang Shangqian and the others trapped in place, shivering from the cold on the surveillance feed, they all snapped back to reality. Xiao Tian was deliberately trying to make them feel miserable. Fat C, however, didn't overthink it. Hearing the words hot pot, his little eyes lit up. Come to think of it, since the day he followed Xiao Tian down the mountain, he hadn't had hot pot more than a handful of times. The moment Xiao Tian finished speaking, he was the first to jump at the chance. The villa's stockpile of supplies was substantial. Though people still traded crystal cores for provisions during this period, the villa's reserves remained overwhelmingly abundant. Ingredients for hot pot were nearly complete, gathered in under 10 minutes. Beef tripe, pork intestines, beef and lamb slices, luncheon meat, napa cabbage, snow peas. To store these items long term, they had to be kept in the cold storage, but it was still far better than having nothing to eat. Soon, the beef tallow hot pot was bubbling away. Everyone gathered around to enjoy the hot pot. Following Xiao Tian's instructions, the villa's ventilation system was activated, sending the rich aroma of beef fat wafting straight outside through the ducts. Is that the smell of hot pot? Have I frozen myself into hallucinations? It's way too cold out here, and we're all worn out. We're still wearing summer clothes, we're going to freeze to death here. We can't walk, the car won't start, there's no way out. Wait, that really is hot pot. I smell it too, it's not an illusion. The aroma of hot pot wafted out and was quickly detected by everyone. At first, they thought it was an illusion, but once everyone confirmed they smelled it, they knew it wasn't. Instantly, everyone sat up straight, their eyes fixed intently on the villa. Rolling clouds of steam were billowing from the villa's ventilation ducts. The aroma of hot pot was wafting out from there. Gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. Countless swallows echoed through the air. When hunger and cold were gnawing at them, the scent of such food would whet the appetite of any normal person. Unfortunately, having an appetite was one thing, whether they could actually eat was quite another. Gurgle. Wang Shangqian sat in the driver's seat of the Ferrari, rubbing his stomach in utter despair as his body temperature continued to drop. Damn Xiao Tian. He knew full well that Xiao Tian was deliberately tormenting them. But he also knew there was nothing he could do about it. They were trapped right where they stood, unable to leave. If they abandoned the car and fled, the freezing wind outside would only make them lose body heat faster. And the temperature drop hadn't stopped, it was still plummeting. At this rate, they wouldn't last much longer. Wang Shangqian cursed under his breath, pulled out his phone, glanced at it. Then he silently put it away. The phone had shut down temporarily due to the extreme cold. He couldn't even call for backup now. Second young master, we should lower our stance and see if we can get some food. Second young master, a true man knows when to bend and when to stretch. If we keep this up, we're all doomed. Only by staying alive do we retain infinite hope. Let's endure this humiliation now and wait for the day when we can team up with young Master Wang to take down Xiao Tian. Young Master Wang is a level 35 powerhouse. Once he steps in, Xiao Tian is as good as dead. Some began pleading with Wang Shangqian. Wang Shangqian was actually conflicted, but his pride wouldn't let him back down. Now that everyone was pleading together, it gave him a way out. After further internal struggle, he finally decided to swallow his pride and beg Xiao Tian for some food. With his decision made, Wang Shangqian was helped down from the car by the others. They struggled to the villa entrance, his legs trembling. Xiao Tian. I know I was wrong. What happened earlier was my fault. If you like that woman, she's yours. It's freezing outside. I'm not asking you to take us in, just give us some food to warm ourselves up. Let's call it even, okay? The villa's surveillance system was equipped with speakers. Xiao Tian's voice soon echoed from the speakers. Do you take me, Xiao Tian, for a fool? He'd snatched their woman and killed their men. These people were practically itching to eat him alive. Xiao Tian didn't believe that simply helping them would make them forget the past. He wasn't about to make enemies by helping them. That was playing with fire. Damn you, Xiao Tian. My elder brother is Wang Mingxian. If I freeze to death here, he'll never let you off. Seeing that Xiao Tian remained unmoved despite his own humiliation, Wang Shangxian swallowed hard and cursed furiously. The last shred of his mental defense crumbled completely. Yet Xiao Tian paid no heed to Wang Shangxian's provocation. He continued leisurely eating hot pot with the others. Still, Xiao Tian was fundamentally kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see human suffering. So he instructed everyone to collect the gnawed-on bones and toss them out together. Faced with these bones stripped nearly bare of flesh, Wang Shangxian and his men initially felt profound humiliation. But driven by hunger and cold, they cast aside their last shred of dignity. Clutching the bones, they devoured them like wild dogs starved for 3 days. They gnawed voraciously, as if fearing that eating too slowly would mean less to consume. These bones, which they would normally scarcely glance at, now tasted as sweet as honey. If Wang Mingxian finds out what you've done, he'll definitely seek brutal revenge, Xu Yao said hesitantly after a moment. If I help them now, will Wang Mingxian really leave me alone? Xiao Tian countered with a smile. Well. Xu Yao fell silent. Indeed, as Xiao Tian said, the two sides had already crossed swords. No matter what, friction was inevitable in the future. With that thought, Xu Yao fell silent, a sense of melancholy washing over her. As Wang Mingxian's younger brother, Wang Shangxian was once a powerful figure who could command the winds and rains in Sky City. Yet now he was no better than a stray dog on the street. Xu Yao looked at Xiao Tian with a complex expression, and the image of the young man before her grew even more imposing in her mind. The hot pot meal stretched on for a full half hour. During that time, Wang Shangxian pleaded repeatedly, only to be rebuffed by Xiao Tian before erupting into a tirade of curses. Half an hour passed and the hot pot was finished. Wang Mingxian and his group froze to death. Frozen to death outside the villa's gates. Xiao Tian specifically instructed Yen Ruyu to record the scene of their despair and collapse, then uploaded it online. He wasn't afraid this would enrage Wang Mingxian completely. After all, they were already enemies, and this score would be settled sooner or later. Xiao Tian's true purpose was to provoke Wang Mingxian into a full-blown rage. Daro City was his territory. The villa's defenses were formidable, and the dark ancient tree served as a formidable shield outside. Should Wang Mingxian dare to bring his men to pick a fight, Xiao Tian had plenty of ways to deal with him. Not long after the video was uploaded. Just as Xiao Tian had anticipated, the entire Sky Dome City was in an uproar. Inside a nightclub in Sky Dome City, Wang Mingxian was dining on hot pot and sipping Black Ace whiskey with his men when footage of his younger brother being frozen to death flashed across the screen. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Wang Mingxian smashed his wineglass to smithereens, then rose in fury, glaring at the 6 stunningly attractive young women beside him. You 6, whoever's best at blowing a horn, come with me to my room. The rest of you can leave for now. Hearing this, 2 of the girls looked downcast, while the other 4 beamed with delight. They were indeed skilled at blowing horns. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Wang. We'll head to your room now and await your arrival. We'll clean ourselves up and await young Master Wang's favor. To receive Wang Mingxian's favor was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Should they encounter trouble in the future, simply invoking his name could turn danger into safety. Young Master Wang, both the second young master and the third young master are dead. This is all connected to that Xiao Tian. Why don't we just go kill him? A subordinate beside Wang Mingxian asked in confusion. He's already dead. Getting worked up now won't change anything. Though Xiao Tian's strength falls short of mine, Daru City is his turf. And a kid who can take down the Dark Overlord isn't exactly a pushover. We need to plan this carefully. Wang Mingxian toyed with his prayer beads, narrowing his eyes. But my love for my brother runs deep. Xianxian's death has left me utterly heartbroken, my body burning like it's being roasted by flames. Right now, I desperately need someone to cool me down. Once everything is prepared, I'll make Xiao Tian wish he'd never been born. Chapter 83, The Goddess Throws Herself at Him. News of Wang Xianxian's brutal death in Great Scholar City and its connection to Xiao Tian quickly swept across the entire Sky Dome City. Only those in Sky City knew just how ruthless and cold-blooded these brothers were. Their methods of dealing with enemies were, in some respects, even more brutal than Xiao Tian's. Anyone who crossed them faced not only retribution but also the silencing of their associates. Remember when the brothers first rose to power in Sky City? Someone had crossed them back then. Shortly after, that person was tracked down and executed on the spot by the brothers. Not only his family and friends, but even former colleagues, bosses, and neighbors who had merely crossed paths with him were all systematically eliminated. The brothers had carried out many similar acts.
While Xiao Tian was equally ruthless toward his enemies, he operated within his own set of boundaries and principles. These two brothers, however, were the complete opposite. They had nearly lost their humanity and could scarcely be called human beings. The citizens of Sky City despised the brothers with a deep-seated hatred, yet they bowed and scraped before them, constrained by the brothers' formidable power and influence.
Now, upon hearing the news of Wang Xiangqian's brutal death, they all applauded with glee.
Many were so overcome with emotion that tears welled up in their eyes.
Yet no one dared to show their inner joy openly. The name Xiao Tian was now etched firmly into the memories of Sky Dome City's inhabitants. Inside a presidential suite in Sky City, Wang Mingxian lay sideways on the bed, puffing away on a cigarette.
Beside him lay the four stunningly attractive young women from earlier.
After venting his frustration, Wang Mingxian's anger had subsided considerably.
Glancing at the four girls beside him, Wang Mingxian exhaled a smoke ring and waved his hand dismissively.
You can all get out now.
Go downstairs and collect your supplies yourselves. Overwhelmed with joy, the four girls wept tears of gratitude. After profusely thanking him, they hurriedly dressed and scrambled out the door.
A few minutes of delay meant a generous supply of goods, a trade they were more than willing to make. Though Wang Mingxian was ruthless and had no limits in his actions, he did pay rewards for certain things.
This wasn't a sudden pang of conscience, it was simply that relying solely on brute force wouldn't get him far in the long run.
Xiao Tian differed from him in this regard. Xiao Tian always emphasized equal exchange and fair dealings.
You help me with tasks, I provide you with resources, both parties complement each other's strengths for mutual growth.
After venting his anger, Wang Mingxian felt much calmer. After some hesitation, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Within 5 minutes, I need Xiao Tian's contact information. 5 minutes later, Xiao Tian's phone number was sent over by his subordinate.
Wang Mingxian tapped the ash from his cigarette and dialed the number directly.
Meanwhile,
after finishing their hot pot, it was already late, so everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Xiao Tian, however, was gnawing on raw meat in the kitchen. After all, his current dietary restrictions meant he could only eat raw meat.
Hot pot was something he could only smell.
If he actually tried to eat it, it would become unbearable.
But just then, an unfamiliar number suddenly rang.
Since the dark turmoil began, scam calls had all but vanished, so Xiao Tian didn't think this was a nuisance call.
He narrowed his eyes before answering. Xiao Tian? A deep, resonant male voice came through the line. Is this Wang Mingxian? After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Tian asked proactively. Ha!
Never thought the ruthless bastard who wiped out 5 cities' strongest spirit beast warriors and even slaughtered a first heaven sovereign would know me. Wang Mingxian on the other end of the line let out a few cold laughs, but before he could continue, Xiao Tian cut him off. Where do you live? After a moment's thought, Xiao Tian added, or we could exchange contact info later. You can share your real-time location with me.
Wang Mingxian's expression froze on the other end of the line, his mind buzzing. He had heard of Xiao Tian's exploits. This was a ruthless man who would raid someone's home at the drop of a hat. And this guy even dared to chase down and slash the Dark Overlord in terms of guts. He was far more ruthless than Wang Ming himself. But something felt off. He had called proactively, clearly intending to confront him. Yet now that Xiao Tian had proactively asked for his contact information, he found himself unexpectedly flustered. If he gave this ruthless man his exact address now, would he just storm over with his crew and kill him? If it were anyone else, Wang Mingxian wouldn't have thought twice. But Xiao Tian couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. My brother didn't die in vain. Sooner or later, you'll pay for this. Just wait and repent for your crimes. Wang Mingxian hung up abruptly after delivering his threat, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Xiao Tian. As for giving Xiao Tian the address, that was never part of his plan. Though Sky Dome City was his turf. And though his rank far surpassed Xiao Tian's. And he was no pushover himself. But for some reason, when facing Xiao Tian even through a phone call, he could feel the other man's oppressive presence. It was an indescribable feeling. On the other end of the line, upon seeing the other party hang up, Xiao Tian's face twisted with contempt. He had expected that as the strongest in Sky City, someone far above his level, the other would at least show some guts. But no, he couldn't even bring himself to give me his address. Did he really think I'd eat him alive? He didn't eat human flesh. After hanging up, Xiao Tian ate some more raw meat before returning to his room satisfied to rest. One thing left Xiao Tian genuinely perplexed. Spirit beast warriors could fly through the air and even burrow underground. In some ways, they were similar to the cultivators in novels. But cultivators could practice fasting, abstaining from grains and sustenance, and maintain eternal composure. Spirit beast warriors, however, could not. No matter how formidable they became, they still required food and rest. He had just lain down in his room. The door creaked open as a figure pushed it gently. Under the warm glow of the lamp, Xu Yao entered cautiously, head bowed. What are you doing here? Xiao Tian shot Xu Yao a sidelong glance, set down his phone, and asked in a flat tone. Faced with the former national sweetheart, others might grovel and fawn. But Xiao Tian really wasn't that into it. He wasn't lacking in female companionship. Moreover, all his energy was focused on becoming stronger. Sister Yin and Sister Shen asked me to come. They've already told me about your situation. Xiao kept her head bowed, tapping her chest repeatedly with 2 fingers. My situation? What situation? Xiao Tian looked thoroughly skeptical. They said you have great stamina and physical strength, so they asked me to help them share the load. That's why I'm here. I'm truly grateful for what you did today. Now, I just want to help you. By the time she finished speaking, Xuyao's entire face had flushed crimson, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Xiao Tian was speechless. He hadn't expected the 2 women to spill everything. The weather anomalies had already begun, and he needed to prepare for what was to come. Moreover, the arrival of the second heaven's ruler was only a matter of time. Xiao Tian had far too many tasks to attend to. He had intended to find an excuse to send Xuyao away. After all, she was here as a maid at the villa, she should stick to her duties. But before Xiao Tian could speak, Xuyao began undressing. The nightgown fell to the floor, revealing the sexy bikini underneath. Holy! Xiao Tian caught a glimpse and his eyes went wide. This woman was unbelievable. The former national sweetheart, instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, had come to his room and was wearing a bikini. What the hell was she playing at? Trying to seduce him? What cadre could resist such a temptation? Xiao Tian wasn't an official. Though he was a spirit beast warrior, he was still a normal man. With the mood already set, refusing any further would make him less than a man. Just get it over with. What Xiao Tian didn't notice was that the instant Xuyao lowered her head, a black lightning bolt flashed momentarily in her almond-shaped eyes. And within that black lightning, a faint, elusive darkness power surged. Chapter 84, Xuyao's Beast Transformation Ability, the Pure White Lotus. The next morning. After waking up, Xiao Tian discovered Xuyao was nowhere to be found beside him. This left Xiao Tian feeling utterly bewildered. Whether it was Yan Ruyu as a spirit beast warrior or Xin Xiulan as an ordinary person. After teaming up with him, both would experience physical exhaustion. At best, they needed several days of rest. At worst, they couldn't engage in strenuous activity for nearly half a month. As a former national idol, Xuyao was undoubtedly pampered and delicate. Even now as a spirit beast warrior, her constitution likely wasn't much stronger than Yan Ruyu's. Yet after a full night of duo queuing, she still had the strength to get up on her own. Seems I underestimated her after all. Just then, the door creaked open as Xuyao entered carrying a tray. Xiao Tian stood bare-chested, revealing his sculpted physique. His flawless 8-pack abs paired with his powerfully defined waistline made him the very embodiment of the perfect male idol in any woman's eyes. Seeing this, Xuyao couldn't help but recall last night's dueling scene, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Breakfast is ready. I know you only like raw meat, so I cooked these steaks to medium rare. They should be a bit tastier than raw. Xuyao placed the tray on the table, then walked over to Xiao Tian and personally helped him dress. This feeling was incredibly surreal, being dressed by a former top-tier goddess. Even coal barons at the height of their power had never enjoyed such treatment, right? But Xiao Tian accepted it with perfect ease. After dressing, Xiao Tian casually cut off a piece of steak and chewed it. The steak had been lightly seared, leaving the interior nearly raw. As he cut into it, a rush of hemoglobin seeped out. Such a rare cut might be hard for ordinary people to swallow, but for Xiao Tian, it was just right. It melted in his mouth, leaving an endless aftertaste. It was indeed a slight improvement over eating raw meat. Seeing Xiao Tian savor it with such relish, Xuyao's anxious heart finally relaxed completely. They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. If she could truly win over Xiao Tian's stomach, she'd never have to worry about being dragged back by Wang Mingxian again. Did you make all this? Xiao Tian suddenly asked, setting down his knife and fork. Xuyao nodded, understanding exactly what he meant. Her face flushed crimson, almost dripping with embarrassment. After last night, I felt my body brimming with energy, like it had been enhanced. So I took advantage of the early hour and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After hearing Xuyao's explanation, Xiao Tian was somewhat baffled. After their double session, he wasn't tired at all, he actually felt more energetic than ever. This was the first time Xiao Tian had ever encountered such a situation. This defied all logical explanation. As Xiao Tian pondered, he casually checked his body's condition and was stunned. He discovered that the dark energy stored within him had actually weakened slightly. His dark energy had inexplicably diminished. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, suddenly rising to seize Xuyao's arm. As a former top-tier goddess, Xuyao's skin was exceptionally well-maintained, smooth and supple like silken tofu. It seemed as though even the slightest pressure could squeeze water from it. Xuyao's expression shifted slightly as Xiao Tian seized her wrist, her cheeks flushing even redder. It's daytime, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Let's do it tonight. I'm available tonight. Xuyao murmured in a voice barely louder than a whisper, her face flushed crimson. Seeing Xiao Tian ignore her, she grew even more flustered. It's daytime now, someone might see us. I'm begging you, tonight I'll agree to anything you want, I'll cooperate with you, please. But Xiao Tian still didn't respond. Xuyao had completely misunderstood Xiao Tian. He wasn't thinking about playing duos at all, he was sensing her body. This perception sent a chill through Xiao Tian's entire being.
Within Shu Yao's body lay a faint trace of dark energy, though nowhere near as vast as his own.
But it was undeniably genuine dark energy. For a spirit beast warrior to harbor even a trace of dark energy within them was utterly abnormal. After all, his own ability to absorb darkness stemmed from devouring a first heaven dominator. Shu Yao was merely an ordinary spirit beast warrior, how could she possess dark energy? Reconnecting this to the portion of darkness power he himself had lost, Xiao Tian suddenly seemed to grasp something. He abruptly released her hand and looked up, his expression serious. What beast transformation ability did you awaken? Shu Yao was confused, but she answered nonetheless, I awakened the beast transformation ability of the snow lotus. The snow lotus wasn't an animal, it was a plant. The beast transformation ability Shu Yao awakened was identical to Yen Ruyu's, both belonged to the category of plant-based beast transformation abilities. However, Shu Yao's beast transformation ability seemed even more unique, it could actually absorb dark power. Do you know what the characteristics of your beast transformation ability are? Xiao Tian took a deep breath and pressed further. I don't know. Shu Yao shook her head, speaking truthfully. My beast transformation ability has no combat power and shows no other manifestations. Xiao Tian pondered for a moment, then extended his right hand, releasing a thread of dark energy. Try absorbing this thread of dark energy. Shu Yao felt a momentary dizziness, but she complied with Xiao Tian's instruction and attempted to absorb the thread of darkness. The next moment, a white lotus pattern emerged between Shu Yao's eyebrows, directly absorbing that thread of dark energy. After absorbing the dark energy, the once pure and flawless lotus blossom began to show faint black veins. Within Shu Yao's body, that faint thread of dark energy had actually grown slightly more concentrated. Shu Yao was stunned by the changes she felt within her own body. She had actually absorbed the power of darkness. And after absorbing this sliver of darkness, she felt her spirit grow even stronger. Xiao Tian couldn't stay calm either. He even felt a touch of envy. Shu Yao's beast transformation ability was truly extraordinary. His own ability to absorb dark energy stemmed from constantly devouring genetic sequences. But her beast transformation ability could achieve this directly. Xiao Tian could now sense that Shu Yao was like a dry sponge, needing to absorb sufficient dark energy to regain its moisture. In other words, it wasn't that Shu Yao's beast transformation ability lacked special effects. Rather, she was currently in an energy accumulating phase. Once her energy reaches perfection, she might unleash a uniquely formidable power. He'd stumbled upon a treasure. It seems that from now on, whenever he enters the Forbidden Zone, he must bring Shu Yao along. After all, dark energy is the one thing the Forbidden Zone has in abundance. Just then, Pang Dahai burst in, looking frantic. Big brother, it's bad news. A brand new fusion mutant beast has appeared in our city and is heading toward the villa. It should arrive in about half an hour. Chapter 85, Bloodline Power Unleashed. Xiao Tian's brows furrowed, but soon relaxed again. Even before the first Heaven Sovereign descended, fusion mutated beasts had appeared in Diru City. The reappearance of a new fusion mutant beast held no surprise for Xiao Tian. Its direction toward the villa was even less noteworthy. After all, the entire villa had been reinforced. Spirit beast warriors found it difficult to breach, and fusion mutated beasts struggled to break through the defenses. But at that very moment, Yen Tiancheng entered from outside, his expression equally grave. We've detected 6 more fusion mutated beasts heading straight for the villa. Yen Tiancheng added, they seem to be heading straight for us with purpose, and they're all level 25. Although Xiao Tian had already subdued 16 mutated beasts and commanded an army of dark creatures, Xiao Tian himself was only level 26. Now, 7 level 25 fused mutant beasts appeared simultaneously, all converging on the villa. Even if they managed to win the battle, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Hearing Yen Tiancheng's words, Xiao Tian dared not take this lightly. After a moment's thought, he said, take me outside to assess the situation. At the same time, numerous spirit beast warriors in Dalu City also received the news. Instantly, many were filled with deep concern. 7 fusion mutated beasts, each at the formidable 25th level, were charging straight toward the villa where Xiaoshen resided. It was uncertain whether Xiaoshen could withstand their assault. Their survival thus far owed much to Xiao Tian's resources. Should Xiao Tian's side falter, their own position would be jeopardized. It was like last time when spirit beast warriors from 5 cities came to Daru City, mocking them relentlessly. Should Xiao Tian face trouble, spirit beast warriors from other cities would surely seize the opportunity, sending forces to occupy Darren City and plunder its resources. When that moment came, I wouldn't give a damn about the lives of those outsider spirit beast warriors. With this in mind, numerous spirit beast warriors from Darren City donned thick down jackets and set off for the villa. They must lend their aid. But in a corner of Darren City, 2 shadowy figures moved with palpable excitement. One of them pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Young Master Wang, the plan is proceeding smoothly. Those 7 fused mutant beasts are already heading straight for Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian has already been informed and is leading his men to the scene. A cold chuckle came from the other end of the line. Well done. Once this is over, I'll reward you handsomely. Make sure to livestream the entire thing for me. I want everyone to know the price of crossing me. The two men nodded eagerly in agreement.
After hanging up, they exhaled a puff of warm breath and hurried off in one direction. On the other end, Wang Mingxian reclined in his chair, lips curled in satisfaction.
He didn't believe this seven-headed fusion mutant beast could kill Xiao Tian.
It was merely a last-minute scheme he'd concocted to torment Xiao Tian.
Xiao Tian had indirectly killed his own brother. Even if he couldn't exact direct revenge, he would never let Xiao Tian live in peace. The true killing blow was still brewing. Once it was complete, it would be Xiao Tian's day of reckoning. Meanwhile, 7 fused mutant beasts rampaged through the streets of Duru City. Traffic lights, parked cars, and even concrete buildings along the route were smashed to pieces. Each of the 7 fused mutant beasts stood nearly 10 meters tall, like 7 small mountains mercilessly crushing the ground beneath them. With each step forward, the asphalt pavement caved in beneath their weight. Their grotesque, bizarre forms radiated a terrifying aura. Their deafening roars echoed like a Cthulhu invasion of the real world. But in the next instant, all 7 fused mutant beasts halted simultaneously. For in the direction they were advancing, several figures had appeared. Xiao Tian, accompanied by Yan Ruyu, by Xiao Tian, Pang Dehuai, and Yan Tianshang, blocked the 7-headed fusion mutant beast's retreat. It's about to begin. Both sides are about to clash. In the shadows, Wang Mingxian's 2 spies stationed in Duru City spoke excitedly. Xiao Tian is powerful, but these 7-headed fusion mutated beasts are no slouches either. Once they clash, casualties are inevitable. Young Master Wang is truly wise. By striking a deal with those 7 fusion mutated beasts, he promised them a vast supply of living prey to devour if they severely injure Xiao Tian. It turned out the sudden simultaneous appearance of these 7 fusion mutated beasts and their advance toward Xiao Tian's villa were all premeditated. Each of the 7 fused mutant beasts possessed its own sentience. It was these two who found them and negotiated terms of cooperation with the 7 fusion mutated beasts. The fusion mutated beasts required devouring humans to gain strength. Wang Mingxian promised that if the 7 fused mutant beasts could severely injure Xiao Tian, he would supply them with a large population from Sky City. Such a favorable deal was naturally impossible for the 7 fusion mutated beasts to refuse. Start the livestream. Let everyone witness Xiao Tian's fate. Without further ado, the two exchanged a glance and immediately activated the livestream, directing the camera toward Xiao Tian. Holy! What the hell is going on? Those look like fusion mutated beasts? 7 fusion mutated beasts appeared in Dalu City at once? And judging by their size, they must be high level, right? Is that figure up ahead Xiao Tian? He actually dares to confront 7 fusion mutated beasts head-on? Does he really think he can take on 7 of them? Modern fusion mutated beasts and some regular mutated beasts have developed a degree of sentience. They're no longer mindless killing machines, they're incredibly tricky to deal with. Killing a first heaven dominator was pure luck for him. Who knew he'd get so cocky, thinking he's actually invincible? Just watch. Barring any surprises, Xiao Tian is going to die here today. The livestream quickly flooded with a massive influx of viewers, all pointing fingers and buzzing with heated debate. Most believed Xiao Tian was finished. Even through the screen, everyone could feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the 7 fused mutated beasts. Gazing at the hideous fusion mutant beast before him, Xiao Tian frowned. Normally, it was unthinkable for 7 fusion mutated beasts to appear in Dalu City at once, especially ones this terrifyingly powerful. You are Xiao Tian? At that moment, the lead fusion mutant beast suddenly opened its gaping maw and spoke in human language. Its body resembled a hunting dog, yet it bore 3 heads, somewhat akin to the mythical hellhound Cerberus. Yet its body was covered in countless grotesque octopus tentacles. The sight alone was nauseating, countless tentacles writhing like maggots, stirring an instinctive revulsion deep within. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow, realizing the creature was likely sent by someone else. Who is the mastermind behind you? Xiao Tian demanded coldly. The hellhound let out a cold snort but offered no reply. A dying man knowing too much serves no purpose. I'll send you on your way now. Once you've descended into hell, you'll understand everything. With that, the hellhound raised its head and roared furiously, My name is Crimson Flame. Remember it well, for I shall be the one to end you. As the final syllable echoed, all 3 of Crimson Flame's heads opened their gaping maws simultaneously. 3 streams of Crimson Flame coalesced within their mouths, poised to erupt toward Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, however, showed no sign of panic. He drew a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then his massive frame trembled as bloodline power erupted from within him. Bloodline power, unleash. Bow before me. Chapter 86, Pursuing Wang Mingxian. As the flames within Crimson Flame's maw began to coalesce, a colossal wave of heat instantly radiated outward. A terrifying heat wave instantly engulfed the space within a 3-kilometer radius. The previously bone-chilling air nearby instantly transformed into a stifling, sweltering heat.
Even the snowflakes drifting through the air, along with the snow covering the plants, trees, and even the rooftops of buildings, dissolved into mist in an instant. At this critical moment, everyone in the live stream room held their breath in anticipation. They could almost see the scene of Xiao Tian being annihilated. Though many among them had no personal grudge against Xiao Tian, and some had never even seen his face. But such is human nature, they couldn't bear to see someone else excel beyond themselves. In a presidential suite somewhere in Sky City, Wang Mingxian, clad in a bathrobe and holding a stemmed glass, watched the livestream. These 7 fused mutant beasts may not be enough to kill you, but they can certainly inflict some damage. Xiao Tian, this is the price you pay for crossing me. The show has only just begun. I hope you'll appreciate this grand gift I'm presenting to you. Wang Mingxian's lips curled upward as he sipped the red wine in his glass, unable to resist smacking his lips. Perhaps buoyed by his elation, even the wine he'd long grown tired of now tasted exceptionally sweet. Boom! A sudden, thunderous explosion erupted within the live-streamed footage, snapping everyone back to reality. After the explosion, ripples spread across the entire screen. Witnessing this, Wang Mingxian sat up straight, leaning forward as his eyes fixed intently on the screen. As the ripples slowly dissipated, Wang Mingxian momentarily failed to steady his wine glass. With a shatter, it crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. On the live stream, Xiao Tian stood unscathed, and even Yan Ruyu and the others behind him were unharmed. The crimson flame, which had been gathering its attack, suddenly halted its motion. Now, it knelt before Xiao Tian, its massive form pressed down onto the asphalt, creating 2 enormous craters. Its immense bulk caused the asphalt pavement to collapse beneath it, forming 2 enormous craters as it knelt. Wang Defu. Wang Mingxian's jaw dropped. What stunned him wasn't just the crimson flame suddenly kneeling before Xiao Tian without warning. What truly stunned him was that, alongside Crimson Flame, the other 6 fused mutant beasts had also knelt before Xiao Tian. Damn it! Wang Mingxian wanted to bury his head in his hands and scream. Who could tell him what the hell was going on? I sent you out to cripple Xiao Tian as cannon fodder. Why the hell are you kneeling before him instead? Your servant, Shi Yan, greets you, master. Shi Yan's 3 massive heads bowed slowly, addressing Xiao Tian with utmost sincerity. The contempt in its eyes had vanished, replaced entirely by profound reverence. As if the Xiao Tian before him wasn't a human, but a legendary deity. The other 7 fused mutated beasts likewise bowed their heads in reverence, demonstrating their sincerity. Yan Ruyu and the others had witnessed Xiao Tian subduing the mutated beasts. But those were mere mutated beasts. This was a genuine fusion mutated beast of far more formidable existence. Though Yan Ruyu and the others didn't lose their composure outright, the scene left them unsettled for a long time. If Yan Ruyu and the others reacted this way, the rest were even more profoundly affected. Not far away, a group of spirit beast warriors from Deru City had just driven to the scene. Snow-blanketed Blue Star, temperatures had plummeted, and roads were frozen solid, making travel extremely difficult. Having finally made their way to the scene, they witnessed this very moment. Xiao Xin, you're truly the eternal god. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone fell silent simultaneously. Yet the reverence in their eyes toward Xiao Tian only deepened. They might have been superfluous in coming, but following Xiao Xin was absolutely the right choice. Live stream chat. The chat exploded. Holy! Is this even human? Cheat code. Xiao Tian must be cheating. Why would a perfectly normal 7-headed fusion mutant beast suddenly kneel before him? That 7-headed fusion mutant beast seems to have developed its own sentience. It can actually speak human language. And they're calling Xiao Tian their master. Who can explain this? Is Xiao Tian's beast transformation ability actually subduing mutant beasts? Even if that's the case, this is absurd. These fusion mutated beasts are all level 25. In a small town, releasing just one of these beasts would be enough to wipe out everyone. The 2 scoundrels holding their phones for the livestream were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? This isn't how it was supposed to go. You're asking me? How the hell should I know? Damn it, this Xiao Tian is insane. Just then, Xiao Tian suddenly spoke, his words instantly capturing everyone's attention. You're all here for me. There must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, right? Shi Yan gave a slight nod, 6 streams of hot air puffing from his nostrils as he replied truthfully, as you command, master. There is indeed someone behind this. That person is Wang Mingxian of Sky City. Shi Yan held nothing back, detailing their collaboration with Wang Mingxian. Holy! I knew there was a reason so many fusion mutated beasts appeared in Dalu City at once. It was all Wang Mingxian's doing. This guy's ruthless, using ordinary Sky Dome City citizens' lives as bargaining chips. His brother died because of Xiao Tian. I get why he'd seek revenge on Xiao Tian, but pulling off something that defies the very laws of heaven? That's beyond inhuman. Shi Yan's voice boomed, ensuring every word of the conversation reached every ear. The live chat exploded once more, Wang Mingxian's reputation plummeting to rock bottom. Since the dark turmoil began, many have gradually lost their humanity, resorting to any means for survival. But those were mere petty squabbles, nothing comparable to Wang Mingxian's actions. This bastard chose to sacrifice the lives of ordinary citizens in Sky Dome City for his own selfish desires. He's worse than a beast.
Especially since some viewers in the livestream were also residents of Sky City.
Their emotions were incredibly complex at that moment, but anger dominated. They suddenly felt profound sorrow at being citizens of Sky City. Xiao Tian ruled the entire Great Scholar City and was currently its strongest individual, yet he did not deprive or trample upon other spirit beast warriors or the local commoners. Instead, he chose peaceful trade with others, each getting what they needed.
In this environment, everyone in Deru City genuinely supported Xiao Tian.
In stark contrast, in Sky Dome City, anyone who angered Wang Mingxian rarely saw the next day's sun. The contrast was stark.
At this moment, many Sky City residents couldn't help but wonder, why couldn't Xiao Tian be the one ruling their city? On the spot. Upon receiving this answer, Xiao Tian felt little surprise. He had already guessed the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes from the very beginning. This merely confirmed his suspicions. I'm assigning you a task now. You must complete it. Xiao Tian lifted his head and looked at Qi Yan, speaking in a calm tone. Before the colossal form of the seven-headed fusion mutant beast, Xiao Tian's human frame appeared as insignificant as any mortal's. Yet the transcendent aura emanating from Xiao Tian was unmatched by any. By the master's command alone. The seven fused mutant beasts, including Qihan, bowed their heads in profound reverence. Pursue and eliminate Wang Mingxian at all costs.
Xiao Tian stood with his hands behind his back, his voice calm. We swear to fulfill our master's command even at the cost of our lives. Qi Yan nodded in response, then slowly rose to his feet. A pair of enormous wings sprouted from his back. His massive form then soared skyward, stirring a gust of air as he flew directly toward the direction of Sky City. The other six fused mutated beasts likewise sprouted massive wings and soared skyward.
Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned.
Wang Ming had tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a grain of rice.
He had intended to collaborate with these seven fusion mutated beasts to eliminate Xiao Tian.
He likely never dreamed his scheme would not only fail to eliminate Xiao Tian but instead land him in trouble.
Chapter 87, Allying with Darkness to eliminate Xiao Tian.
Watching the fusion mutated beasts gradually fly away, the two traders broadcasting from their corner felt intensely conflicted. Even fusion mutated beasts could be subdued so effortlessly they had to admit Xiao Tian was leagues above Wang Mingxian. With the main event ending before it even began, the pair saw no reason to linger. They were just about to shut down their livestream and return to report back. But just as they were about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Hearing that familiar voice, their bodies jerked violently, nearly causing them to kneel on the spot.
For it was none other than Xiao Tian's voice. You're already here, why leave now? The two stiffly turned to find Xiao Tian smiling warmly at them from a distance.
Though Xiao Tian was smiling, to their eyes, that smile was no different from Satan's grin.
Eerie and dangerous. Run! With no will to fight, they instinctively bolted. But though they were fast, Xiao Tian was faster still. In a flash, he blocked their path. Xiao Tian had now fused multiple gene sequences.
While some had degenerated or even vanished entirely,
his physical enhancements were permanent.
Setting aside his beast transformation abilities, purely in terms of physical prowess,
Xiao Tian was undoubtedly among the elite.
Seeing Xiao Tian blocking their path, panic seized the two men, and they attempted to flee in other directions. But Yan Tianqing and his men closed in from all sides, completely cutting off their escape routes. Xiao Tian, we're all under Wang Xiao's command.
Killing us would be disrespecting him. Are you really prepared to take things this far? Knowing their fate was sealed, they resorted to invoking Wang Mingxian's name in a desperate attempt to intimidate Xiao Tian. You two don't know what kind of temper my big brother has, do you? Fatsi shook the flab on his body, a mocking expression on his face. Well, Wang Mingxian has crossed my big brother.
My big brother will wipe him out sooner or later.
As for you two, today's disaster is inescapable.
The two exchanged a glance, their eyes suddenly flashing with a fierce resolve.
If that's the case, then we'll go down fighting. Even if we die, we won't let you off easy. Both roared simultaneously, instantly entering their beast forms. With death inevitable either way, their fear diminished considerably. If you won't let us go, then we'll fight you to the death. At that very moment, Xiao Tian moved.
The fabric on his back ripped apart instantly, exposing skin that began to writhe violently, as if something was about to burst forth.
6 tentacles, resembling spider legs, extended from his body.
Covered in black scales and shrouded in a layer of dark mist, they looked sinister and terrifying. These tentacles were originally those of an octopus Xiao Tian had devoured, but they had now evolved into the dark Qilin arms.
Their appearance bore some resemblance to Spider-Man's exoskeleton armor from The Amazing Spider-Man. Yet compared to Spider-Man's exoskeleton armor, Xiao Tian's dark Qilin arms were far more formidable and terrifying. The moment the 6 dark Qilin arms materialized, they instantly transformed into spears, lunging forward to pierce the two men clean through. Their faces contorted with despair. They glanced down at their pierced chests, then looked up in disbelief at Xiao Tian before them. Fast. Too fast. So fast they didn't even have time to react. Immediately afterward, the dark Qilin arms embedded within their bodies violently trembled. Their internal organs were instantly shattered into a mist of blood. They collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. You think you're worthy of going down with me? Xiao Tian muttered to himself before retracting the 6 dark Qilin arms. Job done. That's a wrap. The entire scene was captured live on camera, etching Xiao Tian's terror deeper into everyone's minds. 2 spirit beast warriors had been instantly annihilated by Xiao Tian with a single strike. They hadn't even had a chance to react before dying. This wasn't just terrifying, it was monstrous. While stunned by Xiao Tian's power, people also began to wonder about Wang Mingxian's situation. After all, those fused mutated beasts had already set out, and it wouldn't be long before they reached Sky City. 2 hours later, Shi Yan and the other fusion mutated beasts arrived at Sky Dome City. Using their keen senses, they successfully located Wang Mingxian's position. Without hesitation, they launched their attack on Wang Mingxian. But Wang Mingxian wasn't one to be pushed around. As a level 35 spirit beast warrior, his strength was no joke. Yet, overwhelmed by their sheer numbers, he suffered significant losses. Ultimately, he rallied his followers to join forces, successfully defeating Qi Yan and the other fusion mutated beasts. Yet the battle exacted a heavy toll. 16 of his spirit beast warriors were killed in action. He himself sustained some minor injuries. More critically, the 5-star hotel where Wang Mingxian was staying had been nearly destroyed by the battle. Damn you, Xiao Tian! Surveying the scene of utter devastation, Wang Mingxian's rage boiled over. He raised his head and roared, "I swear to heaven, I'll tear you to pieces. I'll never rest until I do." The moment he finished his words, the space before him suddenly rippled. Then, a fissure tore open in the air. A cloud of black mist, radiating terrifying dark energy, drifted out from the fissure. Witnessing this, Wang Mingxian and his group instantly entered combat readiness. Such intense darkness, this black mist couldn't be anything good. It must be connected to the Dark Overlord. Yet to everyone's surprise, the cloud merely circled them once before hovering motionless in the air. It showed no intention of attacking them. You wish to take revenge on Xiao Tian? I shall grant you that opportunity. A cold, menacing voice suddenly emerged from within the black mist. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Wang Mingxian warily eyed the mist, taking a step back. I am the sovereign of the second heaven. You may call me Dark Thicket. A second heaven sovereign? Wang Mingxian froze for a moment before quickly catching on. The entire human race of Blue Star knew about Xiao Tian's slaying of the first heaven sovereign. Now, a second heaven sovereign had suddenly appeared here, offering to help him. The motive was obvious. Xiao Tian had indirectly caused Wang Xiangqian's death, making him Wang Mingxian's sworn enemy. Xiao Tian's slaying of a first heaven sovereign amounted to a complete provocation of the Dark Sovereign clan. Though not of the same race, they shared a common enemy, creating significant room for cooperation. However, the prospect of collaborating with the Dark Sovereign would likely spark unfavorable rumors if it became public. Yet Wang Mingxian understood that Xiao Tian had now become a force to be reckoned with. Refusing to cooperate with the second heaven sovereign would only make it infinitely more difficult for him to avenge his own younger brother. The difficulty of avenging his own younger brother would become infinitely greater. After a moment of silence, Wang Mingxian lit a cigar, took a puff, and finally spoke first. Xiao Tian is no simple figure. You are merely a fragment now. How exactly do you plan to help me? Simple. A dark hedge circled Wang Mingxian once, then spoke indifferently. Half a day from now, the forbidden realm of the second heaven will open. At that time, I shall teleport you and your people into the forbidden realm. As for the great scholar market, only Xiao Tian and his select confidants will enter. The dark creatures within the forbidden realm will aid you in confronting Xiao Tian. At that moment, eliminating him will be as easy as turning your hand. As Wang Mingxian listened to the dark hedge's words, his eyes flickered, gradually brightening. If Dark Thicket truly cooperated as he suggested, eliminating Xiao Tian would indeed be as easy as turning over one's hand. Chapter 88. The Forbidden Ground opens. You're doomed. After returning to the villa, Xiao Tian resumed devouring the crystal cores of mutated beasts. If he remembered correctly, the forbidden land of the second heaven would open within the coming days. Every bit of strength he gained now would translate to greater assurance within the forbidden realm. Even after slaying a first heaven sovereign, he could now handle any foe with relative ease. In fact, he was practically unbeatable within the great scholar city. Yet Xiao Tian refused to rest on his laurels. He understood well the truth that beyond every person lies another, and beyond every heaven lies another sky. Before his rebirth, when he was still an ordinary mortal, he had witnessed countless powerful spirit beast warriors meet their demise due to arrogance, underestimating their foes, or succumbing to the allure of luxury. In this dark and turbulent era, people were like boats against the current, either push forward and keep swimming upstream, or stand still and be swept toward the edge of the waterfall. Beyond the great scholar city, there were undoubtedly many others whose strength matched or even far surpassed his own. Wang Mingxian of Sky City was a prime example. His rank far surpassed his own. Beyond these latent threats, the dark sovereigns of the second heaven also posed potential dangers. Xiao Tian had slain a first heaven dominator. As another Dark Dominator himself, the Second Heaven Dominator would certainly not let this rest. When the Second Heaven Dominator descended upon Blue Star, he would inevitably come for Xiao Tian. Therefore, enhancing his strength was both a means of self-preservation and the capital he needed to confront future crises. The grade of mutated beast crystals has risen recently, but so has my own level. To continue upgrading, I'll need an enormous quantity of crystals. Xiao Tian picked up a mutated beast crystal core and placed it on the mandibles in his palm, gnawing at it relentlessly. Crunchy, but not chicken-flavored. At his current pace, reaching level 27 would demand countless more mutated beast crystal cores. But any progress was a good thing. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Damn it, I'm swallowing. Outside Xiao Tian's room, Xiao Tian stood with her hands crossed over her chest, her expression filled with indecision. After this period of integration, she had learned to use a phone and gain knowledge about various aspects of human life. Unlike dark creatures, the human species had distinct genders. Simply put, with few exceptions, men generally like women, and women likewise like men. Once two people mutually confirmed their attraction, they would form a partnership, establish a romantic relationship, and ultimately spend their lives together. Though Xiao Tian had taken her in, she still felt insecure. Though Xiao Tian accepted her without prejudice, and Yen Ruyu and the others treated her kindly, she remains a dark creature, a biological race entirely distinct from humans. To remain by Xiao Tian's side long-term, she must undergo certain changes. Establishing a relationship with Xiao Tian and engaging in close-up interactions was clearly the best option. I just can't do it. Xiao Tian's small hand touched the doorknob but quickly withdrew. She simply couldn't overcome that mental barrier. Not long ago, she had been a dark vanguard under the First Heaven Dominator. During her campaigns across other universes alongside the Dominator, she had become the nightmare of countless beings. And now, she was being asked to submit beneath Xiao Tian's dominance. The shift was too drastic, she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. Forget it. Maybe next time. Dragon Nation people believe love grows over time. It's too soon for this now. I'll wait until brother Xiao Tian fully accepts me first. Xiao Tian consoled herself, quietly sighing in relief as she turned to leave. At that very moment, a dark beam descended from the heavens, suddenly enveloping her entire body. Xiao Tian froze in shock before instantly realizing what was happening, her expression turning pale. As a former Dark Vanguard, no one understood the nature of this beam better than she did. This was the signature move of the Dark Sovereign. And it was something even a First Heaven Sovereign couldn't achieve. Dark Summoning. Dark Summoning could forcibly transport certain entities into the Forbidden Zone. This is a technique mastered only by at least Second Heaven Sovereigns. A Second Heaven Sovereign has intervened. Just as Xiao Tian reached for the door to warn Xiao Tian, the beam suddenly began flickering rapidly. In the next instant, Xiao Tian vanished completely along with the beam. At the same time, similar events were unfolding throughout the entire villa. Yen Ruyu, Yen Tianshang, Xin Xiulan, Chuyao, Peng Dahai, and Xiao Tian were all simultaneously enveloped by the dark beam. Before anyone could react, they were instantly transported away from this place. When they finally regained their senses, they found themselves in a world shrouded in utter darkness. This realm remained gloomy, with a blood moon hanging in the sky, appearing fierce and terrifying. More crucially, the surrounding temperature plummeted to extreme lows, exhaling produced visible plumes of steam. Everything within sight was encased in a layer of frost. This place resembled a frozen wasteland, nothing but cold, nothing but bitter cold. Xiao Tian's brow furrowed slightly. He had been in the midst of devouring a mutated beast's core when he was suddenly transported here. Seeing everyone gathered, he suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Just then, a startled cry erupted. Everyone turned to look, only to see Pang Dahui standing naked, his face twisted in terror as he let out a piercing howl. Seeing this, Yen Ruyu and the other women flushed slightly and quickly turned their heads away. Even so, Pang Dahai felt utterly devastated. He had been taking a bath when suddenly a beam of light enveloped his body. When he came to his senses, he found himself here. Could anything be more absurd than this? He was still a virgin, yet now his body had been exposed. How could he ever marry anyone? Worse still, this ghostly place was bitterly cold, sending shivers down his spine. The droplets of water still clinging to his body froze solid at a visible speed. Brother Xiao Tian, this is all the work of the Second Heaven's ruler. He used his powers to forcibly transport us here. This must be the Second Heaven's Forbidden Zone. Xiao Tian pushed through the crowd to explain to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian nodded. He had already considered this possibility. That dark beam was saturated with the power of darkness. Aside from the Second Heaven ruler, Xiao Tian couldn't think of anyone else. Put some clothes on first. Xiao Tian suddenly turned to Pang Dahui, rubbing his head as he spoke. I'd love to, but my clothes didn't teleport over with me. That damned Second Heaven ruler. If this Taoist master doesn't personally slay him, I'd be unworthy of the title. Fat Dahai cursed, shaking his fist. This godforsaken place didn't even have a blade of grass, he couldn't even weave himself a straw skirt. Suddenly, Pang Dahui seemed to remember something.
He reached into his robe and pulled out 2 yellow talismans.
He then stuck them one after the other on the key entrance and exit. Huff! Only after completing these actions did Pang Dahai exhale a heavy breath. Finally, he felt a glimmer of security. Xiao Tian shot Pang Dahu a glance before scanning the crowd. This time, not only Yen Ruyu and the other women, but even Xin Xiulan, who possessed no combat ability, had been teleported inside. Xiao Tian couldn't fathom the purpose behind the second heaven ruler's actions. But one thing was certain: the opening of the Forbidden Land had been hastened. Just then, hundreds of beams of light suddenly descended from the sky, landing near Xiao Tian and the others. As the beams dissipated, hundreds of spirit beast warriors from Sky Dome City, including Wang Mingxian, materialized simultaneously at the scene. Xiao Tian. The moment Wang Mingxian emerged from his beam, he spotted Xiao Tian before him. He looked at Xiao Tian's scattered few, then glanced at the hundreds of spirit beast warriors beside him. Wang Mingxian laughed, a laugh that was unusually bright. This time, you're dead meat. Chapter 89, 200 against 7. The advantage is ours. How did spirit beast warriors from Sky Dome City end up here? Yan Tiancheng instantly sensed something was amiss. This time, the method of entering the Forbidden Zone was different from before. No so-called space-time vortex appeared. To enter the Forbidden Zone, one had to be enveloped by the black beam and then automatically teleported inside. But now, their side from Grand Scholar City numbered only 7. Meanwhile, the enemy had nearly 200 men. They were being targeted. They were indeed being targeted by the Second Heaven Dominator, and it was highly likely the enemy had even allied with the Spirit Beast Warriors from Sky Dome City. This enraged Yan Tiancheng to no end. Though he was the wealthiest man in Daru City, the business world was like a battlefield, and he had done many things out of necessity. Take those coal barons, for instance. How many of them had truly clean hands when they climbed to such heights? Yet he always adhered to his own code of conduct and principles, the fundamental integrity he believed every human should uphold. Yet now, someone had chosen to collude with the Dark Sovereign to betray their fellow humans. He was stunned. How could people sink to such depths? It wasn't just Yan Tiancheng. Yen Ruyu and the others also showed fleeting shifts in their expressions, their faces clouding over. I trust you've noticed I've joined forces with the Second Heaven Ruler. We share a common enemy, and that enemy is you, Xiao Tian. Wang Mingxian offered a cold, unhurried smile. 200 of us against 7 of you. Even if each of you could fight 10 opponents single-handedly, you still wouldn't escape today. Xin Xiulan suddenly interjected. As a human, you chose to ally with the Dark Sovereign. Aren't you afraid of being despised by others? Wang Mingxian glanced at her, his smile turning even more contemptuous. Every last one of you will die here today. Once you're dead, who will remember what I've done? Sometimes one can't be too rigid. To achieve one's goals, to exact revenge, extraordinary means are necessary. I care not for the process, only the outcome. As long as I achieve my desired result, does it truly matter who I ally with? Xin Xiulan's chest heaved unsteadily, her face drained of color with fury. Shameful. The creature before her could scarcely be called human. Xiao Tian might be ruthless toward his enemies, sometimes acting like a bloodthirsty madman. But he always had his own principles. At the very least, he would never stoop to such an absurd act as allying with the Dark Overlord. Just then, a deep, muffled voice echoed from the heavens. Xiao Tian, you dare to annihilate my Dark Clan. You have chosen your own path to death. Our Dark Clan has existed for countless ages, and you are the first to dare such an act. A sphere of light, shrouded in black mist, descended from the heavens and hovered near Xiao Tian and his companions. The orb began to writhe and shift, eventually coalescing into a human form. However, its entire body was shrouded in dense, dark energy, obscuring its features entirely. Only a vague outline could be discerned. Without needing to think, Xiao Tian knew this figure before him must be the Second Heaven Sovereign. More accurately, it was an avatar of the Second Heaven Dominator. Enough talk. Let's get straight to it. I'll have the dark creatures within the Forbidden Zone cooperate fully with you. Dark Hedge slowly raised his right hand, flexing his fingers. From the surrounding black mist, the sound of heavy, orderly footsteps suddenly echoed. Countless dark creatures, standing tall and clad in black armor, emerged from the mist. We don't need your cooperation. Wang Mingxian shook his head. This bastard killed my brother. I will avenge him personally, offering his head as a sacrifice to my brother's spirit in heaven. 200 men against 7, the advantage is mine. My men alone are sufficient to deal with them. Only felt a slight stir of displeasure, but ultimately said nothing more. Instead, he silently stepped aside. The dark creatures surrounding them remained motionless, standing their ground. My name is Wang Mingxian. Remember it well, for it will be the last name you ever hear in this lifetime. Wang Mingxian fixed his gaze on Xiao Tian once more, then leaned forward, plunging directly into his beast form as he charged toward Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian showed no fear, entering his own beast form as well. His long white hair billowed, and a black lightning bolt flashed through his pitch-black eyes. Behind him, 6 dark Qilin arms erupted violently. Boom! The two clashed instantly. Though Wang Mingxian's rank far surpassed Xiao Tian's, leveraging his superior genetic sequence. Xiao Tian managed to hold his own against the opponent for the time being. This astonished Wang Mingxian. I underestimated you. But the level gap is undeniable. No matter how strong you are, it's just meaningless struggle. You should never ever have laid a finger on the woman I desired, and you certainly shouldn't have let my brother come to harm. Today, not even a great immortal descending to the mortal realm could save you. Xiao Tian offered no reply, merely swinging his dark Qilin arm relentlessly. Kill. Ling kill, kill, kill. At the same time, the 200 spirit beast warriors of Sky City charged toward Yen Ruyu and her companions. Yen Tianqing instantly assumed a combat stance and bellowed at the group, Fat Taoist, you and I will fight them together. Ruyu, you handle the healing. With that, he entered his beast form and charged forward. After this period of growth, Yen Tianqing had reached level 23, greatly enhancing his physical strength. Charging into the crowd, he resembled a max-leveled ultimate tank with divine armor. Though his offensive power was average, the damage inflicted upon him by the group struggled to make a significant dent. This man, once the wealthiest tycoon in Deru City, now resembled a disruptive force. His muscles bulged as he charged through the ranks, instantly shattering the formation of Tianqiong City's spirit beast warriors. A golden mark appeared on Yen Ruyu's brow as she extended both hands, channeling healing energy to continuously restore Yen Tianqing's health from the rear. As for Chu Yao, she stood rooted to the spot, utterly at a loss. Her beast transformation abilities hadn't been fully developed yet, leaving her with little combat capability. All she could do now was watch helplessly. As for Xin Qiulan, she was simply an ordinary person with absolutely no combat ability whatsoever. What should I do? Pang Dehai stood beside the two women, his anxiety palpable though he could do nothing but fret. All his talismans were left behind in the villa, and he had none left on him now. Damn it! The current Grand Tiancher of Dragon Tiger Mountain, and now I can't do a damn thing. I'm such a useless piece of. Fat Dehai cursed the ancestors of the Dark Hedge clan to the nth degree. Couldn't you have given me a heads up before teleporting? At least give me a chance to prepare. Now, forget about joining the fight, he didn't even have a full set of clothes. The battle raged on. Though Yen Tianqing stood as a meat shield warrior at the front, the sheer number of spirit beast warriors in Sky Dome City proved overwhelming. Yen Ruyu could heal his wounds, but she couldn't restore his stamina. Yen Tianqing quickly began to tire. Two spirit beast warriors seized the opportunity to break through the encirclement and charge toward Yen Ruyu and the others in the rear. They're useless in combat. Take them out first. The two spirit beast warriors roared in unison. Seeing this, Pang Dehai grew frantic. If anything happened to Yen Ruyu, Yen Tianqing's side would surely collapse soon. Fat Dehai now faced the most difficult decision of his life. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and made a decision that betrayed his ancestors. He tore down the talisman affixed to the back door and hurled it forcefully forward. Lao Jun, aid me. Tai Sui, 3 commands. Swiftly, as the law commands. Heavily armored golden light array, condense. Hum. Golden light flooded the sky, briefly illuminating the pitch-black forbidden zone. Sacred chanting echoed through the void, as if performing a funeral rite for this world. Sacred chants echoed in the ears, divine light undimmed. A colossal, ethereal elephant instantly materialized. Chapter 90, The Second Heaven's Ruler's Defense is Broken. There are many types of talismans. The talisman Pang Dehai was currently using served a defensive purpose, forming an array to ward off attacks. Since the great technological explosion of humanity, supernatural entities have become increasingly rare, and the sheer scale of these talismans is too formidable. Thus, generations of celestial masters have adhered to ancestral teachings. These talismans must never be deployed lightly, except in the most dire circumstances. After all, the Dragon Nation's current strategy emphasizes faith in science. However, within the Forbidden Zone, Pang Dehai had no such reservations. Moreover, the materials and effort required to refine such talismans were immense. He had been refining this high-grade talisman since descending the mountain, yet had only managed to create 2 so far. The divine elephant's phantom slowly opened its eyes. A divine light flashed within them, and an unprecedented oppressive force abruptly formed. Then, the divine elephant's phantom extended its arms, enveloping Yen Ruyu and the others within its embrace. A blue barrier shot skyward, enveloping everyone within its embrace. Boom! Boom! Caught completely off guard, the 2 spirit beast warriors from Sky Dome City slammed directly into the barrier and were flung backward. Seeing the colossal divine elephant apparition before them, both were utterly dumbfounded. You've even conjured a divine elephant's shadow. Do you even care about fairness anymore? You're not even bothering to pretend anymore, are you? Seeing the 2 men hurled away, Yen Ruyu pressed her hand to her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to look at Pang Dehai, about to utter a word of thanks. But then she saw Pang Dehai, bare-bottomed, staring up at the divine elephant's shadow with a pained expression on his chubby face. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. She quickly turned her head away again, reactivating her healing power to tend to Yen Tianqing's injuries. This fatso really had some tricks up his sleeve, though his current state was downright pitiful. Like a pig stripped bare.
She found it truly difficult to reconcile Pang Dahuai's current appearance with his identity as the Taoist master of Longhu Mountain. Just then, figures began breaking through Yan Tianqing's defenses one after another, charging straight toward Yan Ruyu and the others. Yan Tianqing's defenses were off the charts, and with Yan Ruyu's constant healing, they found it difficult to take him down. Therefore, everyone simultaneously focused their attacks on Yan Ruyu. But the barrier held firm, deflecting every single one of their attacks. The blows struck the barrier, sending out only faint ripples without inflicting any real damage. This barrier is incredibly powerful. Shu Yao's mouth opened slightly as she murmured instinctively. If humans could develop similar defenses, facing mutant beast attacks might become far easier and prevent many casualties. Xin Xiulan murmured to herself, her eyes shining brightly. Lately, she'd been focused on developing containment devices and playing dual Q with Xiao Tian. She knew Pang Dehai's identity, but hadn't taken it too seriously. But now, having witnessed Pang Dehai's abilities firsthand, even this prodigious young woman found herself genuinely impressed. Xin Xiulan's gaze was mesmerized as she approached the barrier's edge, gently placing her hand upon it. Though not a tangible object, her palm felt the palpable pressure emanating from it. Fatso, what's the principle behind this talisman? Xin Xiulan suddenly rushed excitedly to Pang Dahuai and asked. I don't know, but I doubt it has anything to do with the Pythagorean theorem, right? Fat Dahai shrugged. Just then, a cold wind swept by, making him instinctively pull his neck in and blow a snot bubble. His master had only taught him the techniques for drawing talismans, never explaining the underlying principles. It was simply a matter of drawing specific symbols on specific talisman paper, that was all. If there was any principle behind it, it probably involved harnessing spiritual energy. But what exactly was spiritual energy? Pang Dahuai couldn't really explain it. It was somewhat akin to the force martial artists cultivated in those fantasy novels. Hearing his answer, Xin Xiulan felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed she wouldn't get any useful information out of this chubby fellow. Still, the concept of a barrier was worth focusing her research on. Once she left this place, she would immediately begin her research. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from the other side. Everyone turned to look, witnessing Xiao Tian and Wang Mingxian's battle reaching a fever pitch. After half an hour of attrition, Xiao Tian, hampered by his lower level, was gradually losing his stamina. Wang Mingxian, however, remained as energetic as ever. Ha 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 ha. I told you you're no match for me. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Xiao Tian offered no reply. He glanced back at Yan Ruyu and the others, now shielded by the barrier, then turned his gaze toward the silent observer in the distance dark hedge. Then, steeled with resolve, he unleashed a punch, seizing the moment to create distance between himself and Wang Mingxian. Then, gripping his right hand, he yanked with all his might. A tearing sound echoed. His right arm was torn off, flesh and bone together. Yet no blood flowed from the stump. Instead, the severed limb abruptly transformed into a black spear. The Black Qilin Spear. Gripping the spear, Xiao Tian radiated a faint, almost imperceptible aura of darkness. His previously listless energies surged explosively. Swinging the spear in his hand, Xiao Tian's long hair whipped through the air as he charged toward Wang Ming. Damn it! Wang Mingxian, caught off guard, had his right arm pierced clean through by the spear. The pain made him curse out loud. Is this bastard even human? What kind of sane person rips off their own right arm mid-fight, only for that severed limb to transform into a weapon? Even the most outlandish novels wouldn't dare write such a plot. But that was the least of it. Armed with the Black Qilin Spear, Xiao Tian's momentum surged like a raging river. Combined with the cockroach antennae on his forehead that sensed danger, Xiao Tian moved as if through empty space, gradually forcing Wang Ming into retreat. A wave of helplessness instantly washed over him. In that moment, Wang Mingxian panicked. His level surpassed Xiao Tian's by a full 9 ranks. A full 9 levels. Yet now he felt utterly powerless, even on the verge of defeat. This was absurd. Help me. Wang Ming struggled to withstand Xiao Tian's relentless assault before suddenly whipping his head around and bellowing at the spectators below. Useless. Omni sighed, then waved his hand. Countless dark creatures suddenly moved in unison, unleashing a torrent of darkness toward the barrier protecting Yan Ruyu and the others. Boom! As the dark energy poured in relentlessly, the originally crystal-clear barrier gradually darkened, showing signs of shattering. This is bad. The dark energy is too powerful. The barrier won't hold much longer. Pang Dahai exclaimed, his face turning pale. Xiao Tian noticed the situation unfolding, yet he showed no sign of panic. He had deliberately held back from unleashing his army of mutant beasts and the legions of dark creatures, precisely to prevent the Dark Sovereign from suddenly going berserk. Now that the enemy had made their move, he saw no reason to hold back any longer. Xiao Tian pulled out 16 containment devices and hurled them forward. Roar! Woo woo! Ha ha ha! 16 colossal mutated beasts, resembling fallen gods, crashed to the ground and began savagely tearing into the surrounding hordes of dark creatures. Immediately after, Xiao Tian shook the Yin Soul banner on his back. Over 1,000 dark creatures under Xiao Tian's command materialized simultaneously, charging toward the surrounding hordes of darkness.
The scene instantly grew more vast and chaotic.
Upon witnessing these dark creatures summoned by Xiao Tian, Dark Hedge froze in shock.
A human being, capable of summoning dark creatures? And these dark creatures actually obey his commands? How is this possible? Dark Fence's eyelid twitched and he felt uneasy all over.
He couldn't fathom how Xiao Tian had managed to pull this off.
But he knew this: the dark creatures possessed noble, proud bloodlines. To be commanded by humans now was a humiliation to the dark race. Dark Hedge's mood grew heavy.
Suddenly, he unleashed a potent surge of dark energy, attempting to control the dark creatures summoned by Xiao Tian.
In the name of the second heaven sovereign, I command you to stop. Stop. Chapter 91. This is my final line. Seeing Anli's actions, Xiao Tian's heart sank. The enemy sought to control these dark creatures. Though these dark entities currently obeyed only his commands, Xiao Tian couldn't guarantee they wouldn't be swayed by Dark Hedge. After all, his ability to command these dark beings stemmed solely from the dark power he had absorbed after devouring the first heaven sovereign. Anli, however, was a second heaven sovereign, the very embodiment of darkness itself. Darkness power swept over like a swarm of locusts, instantly enveloping the thousands of dark creatures Xiao Tian had summoned. Yet to Anli's utter dismay, the expected outcome failed to materialize. Instead of halting at his command, these dark creatures actively absorbed the dark power he released to replenish their own depleted reserves. Dark Fence trembled with rage. Though his face remained obscured, one could easily imagine his livid expression. He raised his head shakily toward Xiao Tian's direction, struggling for half a moment to utter a single word. Witnessing this, Xiao Tian finally exhaled in relief. Had those over 1,000 dark creatures successfully defected, the pressure on his side would have intensified dramatically. Now it seemed his worries had been unnecessary. Perhaps the 1,000+ dark beings only obeyed the commands of the first heaven dominator. Having absorbed the first heaven ruler's genetic sequence, Xiao Tian had gained a portion of his dark power. Thus, these dark beings would only obey his commands and remain unaffected by Dark Hedge's influence. Noticing Dark Hedge glaring at him with malice, Xiao Tian's lips curled upward. He raised his right hand and silently flipped him off. Bastard! Dark Hedge's face contorted as he suddenly transformed into a black mist, hurtling toward Xiao Tian. Though merely a clone possessing less than a tenth of the original's power, he still stood a fighting chance when teaming up with Wang Mingxian. With Dark Hedge joining the fray, Xiao Tian found himself outmatched against two opponents and quickly began to lose ground. Yet rather than feeling any satisfaction, both Dark Li and Wang Mingxian found themselves in considerable discomfort. Xiao Tian seemed to possess foresight, reacting instantly to dodge every attack the moment it was launched. Though seemingly overwhelmed and brutally suppressed, Xiao Tian suffered minimal wear and tear. Not even a single hair was out of place. In contrast, both Dark Hedge and Wang Mingxian were heavily drained. Dark Hedge's avatar had even dimmed slightly. This kid is too slippery. My true self's power in this clone is nearly depleted. We can't keep wasting it. Anli cast a glance at Xiao Tian before fixing his gaze on Yan Ruyu and the others trapped within the barrier. You hold him off. Anli suddenly commanded Wang Mingxian. In a way, the two were kindred spirits. Wang Mingxian followed Anli's gaze and instantly understood his intent. He intended to use Xiao Tian's close associates to threaten Xiao Tian himself. This was indeed the most viable approach at the moment. From what he knew, Xiao Tian was exceptionally cruel to his enemies, yet treated those close to him with extraordinary kindness. Leave this to me. I'll hold him off. Wang Mingxian nodded. Seeing this, Anli wasted no words. His body transformed into a black mist and charged straight toward the barrier below. Xiao Tian naturally sensed Anli's intent and attempted to intervene, only to find Wang Mingxian suddenly blocking his path. Xiao Tian, I am your opponent. Wang Mingxian sneered coldly. Xiao Tian frowned, then wasted no words either. Wielding his black Jilin spear, he charged forward to meet Wang Mingxian head-on. Meanwhile, the protective barrier was already teetering on collapse. Yan Tianshang, surrounded by a swarm of spirit beast warriors, was utterly exhausted. The situation had reached its most critical moment. Just then, Anli's figure appeared outside the barrier. Oh no! Xu Yao cried out in alarm. In the next instant, Dark Hedge placed his palm against the barrier. Thick, dark energy spread out from his palm. Crack! 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 The dark energy began to violently infect the barrier, like ink dripping into a water tank, swiftly staining the entire barrier pitch black. The next instant, with a sharp crack, the protective barrier shattered into fragments and vanished. The instant the barrier shattered, Dark Hedge transformed back into a dark shadow and swiftly charged toward Yan Ruyu and the others. Fatso, didn't you still have one talisman left? Yan Ruyu suddenly turned to Fat Dehai and bellowed. That's my last resort. Fatty Dehai clutched his rear with his left hand, glancing down at his last shred of modesty with extreme agony. He was, after all, a proper Taoist master. Was he really supposed to fight with his bare but exposed? But as the Dark Hedge closed in, Pang Dahu finally gritted his teeth, tore off his last talisman, and hurled it forward. 3 purities transformed calamity into thunder. Thunder god, aid me. His left hand shielding his front, his right hand forming a seal, the discarded talisman instantly shot skyward, transforming into a colossal trident. The entire trident was enveloped in thunderous light, accompanied by rolling claps of thunder that seemed to shake the very fabric of space. Unlike the previous protective barrier, this talisman was designed for attack. Moreover, talismans imbued with the lightning element were the most potent offensive artifacts among all talismans. To put it plainly, the top-tier thunder attribute talisman drawn by Fatsi's mastered the previous generation's Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist master. Its destructive power rivaled that of several mushroom eggs detonating simultaneously. Though Pang Dehai's talisman didn't quite reach that level, its offensive power was still formidable. Even a high-level spirit beast warrior like Wang Mingxian would be severely wounded if struck if not killed outright. A sudden gust of wind stirred around Pang Dehai. His index and middle fingers pressed together, his gaze sharp and commanding. He abruptly thrust his fingers downward and roared, "Thunder, come!" Crackle! The trident, carrying rolling thunderbolts like divine retribution, slammed toward the dark hedge with overwhelming force. Boom! The moment contact was made, the thunderous power within the trident erupted, instantly engulfing the dark hedge's form. Did it work? Yen Ruyu and the other women gazed expectantly toward the ripples. Pang Dahai remained skeptical. The power of his talisman was undeniable, but the opponent was a second heaven sovereign. Even an avatar wouldn't be so easily destroyed. To think a single talisman could end the battle was perhaps wishful thinking. Sure enough. Just as Pang Dahai had imagined, when the ripples dissipated, Only's figure burst forth from within. Dark Hedge appeared completely unscathed, though his form had grown noticeably dimmer, as if on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Clearly, withstanding the talisman's assault had taken a heavy toll on him, though not enough to cause this avatar to vanish outright. "You fat bastard, you're asking for death." Dark Hedge roared with fury. To withstand this attack, he had drained most of the darkness power within him. That fat bastard deserved to die. Ugliness alone is a crime, yet you're not only ugly but also fat. Now you dare lay a hand on this master. That's a capital offense. Boom! Dark Hedge's form flickered through the air, appearing instantly before Fat Ocean. He seized the man by the throat and hoisted him off the ground. Yen Ruyu and the other women finally snapped out of their daze, but it was too late to intervene. "Xiao Tian, if you don't want this fatso to die, stop now." At that moment, Yen Ruyu and the others paled simultaneously. Their worst fears had come true. Chapter 92, Desperate Counterattack, the strongest man on earth. But soon the girls flushed slightly and quickly averted their eyes. For now, Pang Dehai stood utterly naked, dangling helplessly in the air by the dark hedge. His limbs flailed instinctively. Now his rear was completely exposed, like a skinned pig lying clean and white on the cutting board, waiting to be butchered. The sight was too vivid, truly a painful spectacle. "Brother, save me!" Fatsi frantically flailed his hands, shouting at the top of his lungs. Enli's grip was no joke, and he was starting to feel the struggle for air. Here he was, the revered Tiancher of Dragon Tiger Mountain, stripped naked and dangling in midair. What a disgrace! Fatsi cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face as he struggled violently, a hot tear slipping from the corner of his eye. Xiao Tian's eyelid twitched, utterly speechless. This fat bastard had a resurrection armor on him too. What the hell was he afraid of now? Was he deliberately putting on an act, or had he genuinely forgotten he was wearing the resurrection armor? But resurrection armor was the ultimate trump card, something to be saved for the absolute worst-case scenario. After all, once used, it was gone forever. Therefore, Xiao Tian couldn't just ignore Fat Dehai's current predicament. Xiao Tian abruptly halted his assault on Wang Mingxian, who likewise stopped his movements upon seeing this. "Release him." Xiao Tian swung his black Qilin spear, his icy gaze fixed on the shadowy figure below. "I'll let him go unless you sever your own arm." Dark Thicket, gripping Fatsi, sneered. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian thrust the dark Qilin arm protruding from his back forward, instantly shattering his left arm to pieces. With his left arm shattered, the black Qilin spear slipped from his grasp and plunged straight into the ground. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Tian didn't even flinch. It was as if he hadn't severed an arm, but merely plucked an insignificant nose hair. Seeing this, even Wang Mingxian couldn't help but flinch. This guy was truly ruthless, even he felt inadequate in comparison. They say the fingers are connected to the heart, yet this kid severed his own arm and acted as if nothing had happened. Wang Mingxian knew he himself couldn't achieve such composure. Yet Wang Mingxian felt no admiration for Xiao Tian. The more frenzied Xiao Tian appeared, the more intense the murderous intent burned within Wang Mingxian. Having already provoked such a madman, if he couldn't eradicate the threat completely today, endless calamity would surely follow. No matter the cost, Xiao Tian must die today. Big brother. Seeing Xiao Tian willingly sever his own arm for him, Pang Dehai was instantly moved to tears. But the frigid air instantly froze the tears as they fell. Xiao Tian. Yen Ruyu and the other women watched with unbearable heartache. Xiao Tian was perfect in every way, his only flaw was being too kind to those around him. Now that he'd severed his own arm, his combat strength diminished. How could he possibly continue to stand against Wang Mingxian? Can we release him now? Xiao Tian asked in a flat tone. Did shattering his arm truly not hurt? It must hurt, and that kind of pain is beyond what ordinary people can endure. But who was Xiao Tian? He was the man who could forcibly tear off his own right arm and transform it into a spear. Such pain was long since familiar to him. Not enough, Dark Hedge chuckled. Yet a hint of contempt lingered in his heart. This kid possessed terrifying strength, and his beast transformation abilities were downright unnerving. Given enough time, even if his true form descended, he might feel a hint of threat. Alas, humans remained inferior creatures, swayed by emotion. To sever his own arm for a dead fat man, sometimes he truly couldn't fathom what kind of creatures humans really were. At times, humans would ruthlessly slaughter their own kind for selfish desires. Yet at other times, they'll make immense sacrifices, even give their lives for those close to them. This is nowhere near enough. I'll help you. Wang Mingxian suddenly darted forward, closing the distance to Xiao Tian. He delivered 2 rapid punches to Xiao Tian's thigh. Xiao Tian could have dodged, but he didn't. He let the fists strike his body. Thud. Thud. 2 dull thuds echoed as Xiao Tian's thighs were shattered into a bloody mist, leaving not even bone fragments behind. Xiao Tian. Big brother. In that instant, not only Yen Ruyu and the other women, but even Pang Dawai's eyes instantly reddened. This was too much. Big brother, don't worry about me. Since ancient times, who hasn't faced death? Whether it comes early or late, death is inevitable. If I die, I die. Just avenge me. This life, following you and enjoying all the delicacies, has left me with no regrets. Ever since I followed you down the mountain, I've savored so many delicacies unavailable up there: spicy hot pot, boneless chicken feet, braised pork belly. The only regret is that while we in Dragon Tiger Mountain can marry, I'm still single now. But it's worth it. After all, life always has its regrets. So, brother, don't worry about me. Kill them. Avenge me. Speak for me. Fatsi shouted with tears streaming down his face. Though he feared death, he didn't want Xiao Tian to suffer because of him. To Pang Dahai's surprise, Enli suddenly flung him aside. Xiao Tian had already lost the use of his arms, and now Wang Mingxian had crippled his legs as well. Without arms or legs, even the strongest man was no different from a useless wreck. Xiao Tian posed no threat anymore, rendering Pang Dahai utterly useless. The others could live or die, it mattered little. But Xiao Tian must die. Dark Hedge flashed forward, gripping Xiao Tian's throat and hoisting him up. Leaning close, he blew a cold breath onto Xiao Tian's face and sneered, "Boy, I admit you were strong. Too bad your horizons were so narrow. Going this far for strangers. Humans are truly foolish. But now, such talk is meaningless. The time for you to pay the price has come. Are you prepared to die?" Xiao Tian. Yen Ruyu and the others watched with grim expressions, desperately trying to break through the blockade to rescue Xiao Tian. But the numerous spirit beast warriors of Sky Dome City fiercely blocked their path, preventing them from breaking through. "Those who harm my elder brother shall be hunted down, no matter how far they flee. Dare to touch a single hair on his head, and I'll slaughter your entire family." Pang Dahua, overcome with fury, charged into the crowd bare-bottomed. Without his talisman, he was no different from an ordinary person and was swiftly knocked flying by a single slap. "Big brother, I'm so sorry." After taking a solid beating, Pang Dahua finally came to terms with his current limitations. All he could do was helplessly pound the ground in frustration. Seeing everyone acting as if they were facing life or death separation, Xiao Tian felt too exhausted to even roll his eyes. It seemed not only Pang Dahai, but even Yen Ruyu and the others had forgotten he still possessed the resurrection armor. Moreover, his genetic sequence still retained the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Forget severed limbs, as long as his heart and brain remained intact, any part of his body could regenerate. "Boy, it's time to send you on your way. You can be proud of slaying a first heaven sovereign, but next time, be more careful." And Li cut off the chatter. His right hand shot forward, palm transforming into a spear that lunged straight for Xiao Tian's heart. In that split second, flesh began violently sprouting from Xiao Tian's severed arm. Soon, his shattered limbs were fully regenerated. Before Li and Wang Mingxian could react, Xiao Tian thrust out his left hand, and the black Qilin spear instantly flew back into his grasp. Holding the black Qilin spear, Xiao Tian effortlessly pierced Wang Mingxian's heart with a single thrust. Simultaneously, the 6 dark Qilin arms behind Xiao Tian writhed violently, lunging forward to violently pierce through Dark Hedge's body. A desperate counterattack. At that moment, space fell deathly silent. Chapter 93, Your Dad's About to Die. Why? Wang Mingxian's mouth spilled blood. He glanced down at the spear piercing his chest, then looked at Xiao Tian, whose limbs had regrown. His mind felt like it was spinning. No way. First he was flying through the sky, then he pulled his arm out to form a spear, and now he can even regenerate severed limbs. You're the reincarnation of a Cthulhu-like demon god. Xiao Tian, I remember you. Dark Hedge's face twisted in bitter resentment as he spoke.
He had planned to eliminate Xiao Tian here today, to prove himself to the Dark Clan.
He'd made thorough preparations, meticulously planning every detail in advance. Yet he never imagined his plan would fall short by a single move.
The dark energy sustaining this avatar was nearly depleted, teetering on the brink of dissipation at any moment. As for Wang Mingxian, with his heart pierced through, he clearly wouldn't last much longer either. This ambush operation had failed. Xiao Tian couldn't be bothered with words and was about to finish them off completely.
At that very moment, the dark hedge suddenly transformed into a surge of dark energy, swiftly enveloping Wang Mingxian within it.
By the time Xiao Tian realized something was amiss, it was already too late.
Enveloped by this dark force, Wang Mingxian shot skyward before vanishing entirely into the darkness.
They escaped? Xiao Tian murmured softly, staring at the black Qilin sphere in his hand, still dripping with blood. This shadow clone was not the true form of the dark hedge. It was now nearly depleted and would likely dissipate on its own soon. As for Wang Mingxian, with his heart pierced through, he likely wouldn't survive much longer. If he escaped, so be it.
Xiao Tian immediately flashed over to Yan Ruyu and the others. Xiao Tian, are you okay? Yan Ruyu hurried over, grabbing Xiao Tian and scrutinizing him from head to toe. I'm fine.
Xiao Tian shook his head. With his ability to regenerate severed limbs, having his limbs disabled earlier had merely caused some pain.
Only after confirming Xiao Tian was truly unharmed did Yan Ruyu relax, then blush slightly.
She had completely forgotten that Xiao Tian possessed the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Watching his daughter whispering with Xiao Tian from afar, Yin Tianqing, currently locked in fierce combat with the spirit beast warriors of Sky City, felt deeply gratified. His daughter possessed both refinement and grace, with a curvaceous figure and quite the looks. Her only flaw was her aloofness around outsiders, as if she were an ethereal fairy untouched by worldly concerns. This had led to Yan Ruyu having virtually no friends during her university years, not even a single close female companion. Honestly, Yin Tianqing had always worried about this aspect of Yan Ruyu's life, fearing she'd struggle to make friends or find a man who truly suited her. But now, all that anxiety had vanished into thin air. Time breeds affection, that saying truly holds true. Ever since she started following Xiao Tian, Yan Ruyu's face often showed various emotional expressions, and she was no longer as cold as before. Her father was deeply gratified. But your own father is nearly beaten to death, yet you stand by and flaunt your affection with a man. Is this truly appropriate? Without Yan Ruyu's healing power, Yin Tianqing was like a spoiled brat cut off from his food supply. Facing the frenzied mob attack of Sky Dome City's spirit beast warriors, Yin Tianqing quickly began to retreat. The spirit beast warriors of Sky Dome City realized Yin Tianqing could no longer heal his wounds, so they all charged forward in a frenzy. They unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon him, unleashing every skill at their disposal. It didn't take long. Yin Tianqing was soon beaten to a pulp, his face swollen and bruised, utterly unable to fight back. Help me! Yin Tianqing clutched his head, cowering pitifully in a corner. Rain-like punches pelted his body, the pain making him grimace and nearly curse. Your father's about to be beaten to death. You're about to lose your dad. The words jolted her awake. Yan Ruyu finally snapped out of her daze. Spotting Yin Tianqing, who was wailing in pain, her expression instantly turned grim. Just as she reached out to unleash her healing power again, Xiao Tian interrupted her. I'll handle this. Xiao Tian took a deep breath, his gaze turning icy as he charged forward, black Qilin spear in hand. The spirit beast warriors of Sky City were generally of high rank, but before Xiao Tian, their status meant nothing. With spear in hand, Xiao Tian instantly plunged into the crowd. Kill! His long hair fluttering, he thrust his spear forward. 6 spirit beast warriors were instantly impaled through the chest, strung together like candied haws on a stick. Inner organs were torn apart, flesh and blood shattered. The scene was utterly bloody. Kill! Behind him, 6 dark Qilin arms danced like demons, instantly piercing the foreheads of over a dozen spirit beast warriors in the chaos. Kill, kill, kill. The scent of blood wafting through the air sent a jolt through Xiao Tian's nerves, instantly triggering his berserk state. These men were all Wang Mingxian's men, his enemies. Had Fat Dahai not swiftly activated the talisman barrier earlier, Yan Ruyu and the other women might have perished at their hands. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. They all deserve to die. Xiao Tian had no intention of sparing them. Every last one of them would die. No! It's Xiao Tian. It's Xiao Tian, the god of slaughter. Where's young Master Wang? How could young Master Wang be gone? I think I just saw young Master Wang, badly injured, being taken away by the Dark Overlord. Damn it, did young Master Wang sell us out and run? What do we do now? Xiao God, I know I was wrong. Give me one more chance. As Xiao Tian joined the fray, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Some sensed trouble and began begging for mercy. But Xiao Tian simply chopped off their heads. When dealing with enemies, killing them was the only solution. Seeing Xiao Tian showed no mercy, some in the crowd attempted a last-ditch, suicidal alliance. Until the leader had his skull crushed by Xiao Tian's fist, despair washed over everyone. All thoughts of resistance vanished.
They scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. This man is a demon. He wasn't human. Humans may defy heaven, but they can never defy the devil. In less than a few minutes, Xiao Tian had slaughtered nearly 50 people. Over 50 living, breathing people slaughtered by him just like that. Even the bloodthirsty Wang Mingxian could never have reached such depths. Xiao Tian didn't just slaughter over 50 spirit beast warriors, he crushed their very backbone. 200 men were nothing before Xiao Tian, like a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. Xiao Tian, you're terrifying. But they wanted to flee. Xiao Tian wouldn't give them that chance. He directly commanded the mutant beast army and the dark creature army to pursue, coordinating with his own frenzied assault. In less than 10 minutes, every last one of them met a gruesome end on the spot, staining the frost-covered ground crimson red. The once chaotic space suddenly fell silent. Over 200 vibrant lives were frozen forever in that instant. Over 200 elite spirit beast warriors of Sky Dome City. Gone. At the same time, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above Sky City. Dark vines wrapped around Wang Mingxian as he leapt out of it. Upon landing, Wang Mingxian began howling in agony. His heart pierced through, he could distinctly feel life ebbing away. He was dying. Though he ruled Sky City with an iron fist, his status unparalleled, the more he possessed, the more he feared losing it all. He didn't want to die. He now bitterly regretted provoking Xiao Tian. Had he known Xiao Tian was such a prodigy, he never would have allied with Dark Hedge. It was just his brother who died, not him. Why should he risk his life against Xiao Tian? But it was too late for regrets now. Shut your mouth, you noisy thing. Anli, having reformed his human form, was irritated by Wang Mingxian's incessant chatter and lashed out with a slap. This time, I miscalculated. I never imagined this boy had grown to such a level. But this matter isn't over yet. After muttering to himself, Dark Hedge suddenly turned to Wang Mingxian, as if making a momentous decision. Do you wish to avenge today's humiliation? Chapter 94, Dark Overlord? All useless. Wang Mingxian had descended into madness, laughing hysterically despite his injuries. The laughter tore at his wounds, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet he paid it no mind, continuing his maniacal laughter. The mighty Dark Lord, and yet you couldn't even handle a mere brat. Now your avatar is about to dissipate, and my time is also running out. You ask if I want revenge? Even if I did, what could I possibly do? Wang Mingxian wiped the blood from his lips, grinning widely to reveal teeth stained crimson. I regret it now, regret choosing to ally with you. You constantly spoke of despising humans, viewing them as mere ants, yet you yourself are nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Had I known this would be the outcome, I never should have made an enemy of Xiao Tian. Dark Hedge's displeasure reached its peak. How dare a human insect look down on him? He yearned to smash Wang Mingxian to death with a single blow, but his current fragmented form lacked the strength to accomplish such a feat. Moreover, Anli knew full well that what the other had said was, in a sense, true. Yet he stubbornly clung to the belief that it was his own underestimation of Xiao Tian, not Xiao Tian's extraordinary power, that had led to this. Suppressing his rage, Dark Hedge delivered another slap to Wang Mingxian and growled, I possess a method to forcibly grant myself the full might of my true body. Hearing this, Wang Mingxian froze, then abruptly lifted his head, staring intently at Anli. Is that true? Anli nodded. Hope flared in Wang Mingxian's eyes as he demanded frantically, start now? No. Anli's body floated upward again as he said indifferently, though this method defies the heavens, the cost is steep. It can only be sustained for 3 minutes. Moreover, to harness the full power of the original body, I must find a suitable vessel. If the true self gains all the power of the original body, 3 minutes would be more than enough to annihilate that Xiao Tian. However, once those 3 minutes end, the vessel's physical form will shatter. Wang Mingxian wasn't stupid, he'd already realized the other party wanted him to serve as that vessel. Truthfully, becoming this vessel didn't demand much. The stronger one's power and the greater their endurance, the more suitable they were as a vessel. Though Wang Mingxian's rank wasn't particularly high in Dark Hedge's eyes, he was currently the only spirit beast warrior present. Moreover, this avatar of Dark Hedge couldn't persist much longer, leaving no time to search for a new vessel. Are you certain you can annihilate that Xiao Tian? Wang Mingxian paused briefly before speaking up, his tone intensely serious. Eng sneered coldly, one hand clasped behind his back. Once I regain my full power, I'll crush that bastard in 3 seconds flat. Fine. I agree to be your vessel. Upon receiving the confirmation, Wang Mingxian hesitated not a moment. His heart was damaged beyond repair, he didn't have much time left. If he could take Xiao Tian down with him before dying, it wouldn't be a bad deal. Very well. I shall begin transforming your body immediately, infusing it with the power of darkness. Prepare yourself, the process will be worse than death. Worse than death? Wang Mingxian no longer cared about such things. He was already a man on the brink of death. What difference did it make if it was worse than death? It was merely temporary suffering. As long as he could drag Xiao Tian down with him, enduring endless torment would be worth it. How long will this take? 3 days. Wang Mingxian took a deep breath, then crossed his legs and sat down.
After settling into a comfortable position, he slowly closed his eyes.
Then let it begin. In 3 days, I want Xiao Tian torn to pieces. Meanwhile, after dealing with the spirit beast warriors in Sky Dome City, Xiao Tian moved to eliminate the dark creatures within the Forbidden Zone. He had actually attempted to suppress them using his bloodline power, hoping to gain control over them. But perhaps lacking the dark energy of the dark barrier within him, he failed. Ultimately, he had no choice but to annihilate every last one of these dark creatures. This battle proved exceptionally fierce. Of the 16 mutated beasts, 3 fell in battle, leaving only 13 remaining. The once nearly 1,000-strong army of dark creatures now numbered just over 900. Yet it was all worth it. In the end, Xiao Tian and his companions emerged victorious. Just then, a spatial vortex appeared behind Xiao Tian and his companions. Entering it would allow them to leave the Forbidden Zone. Xiao Tian and Yan Ruyu led the others out first, while he himself ventured deeper into the Forbidden Zone with Pang Dahuai. Within the Forbidden Zone lay a type of ore capable of sustained combustion perfect for heating the villa. Its endurance was even more impressive than that of a nuclear power plant. Bro, can I head back first? This place is freezing, I can barely handle it. Pang Dahai huddled with his arms crossed, shivering as he sneezed. Stripped of all clothing, the chill now cut through him like a knife as the heat of battle faded. You're the only one with divination skills. If you leave, who'll help me find things? Xiao Tian shot him a disapproving look and shook his head. Just tough it out. With Pang Dawai's divination skills guiding them, the two found the specific type of ore Xiao Tian described in less than 10 minutes. The ore was uniformly jet black, somewhat resembling coal, but it was not coal. It was black crystal ore. Moreover, these black crystal ores possessed a peculiar quality. Each was a perfectly square block, unlike anything found in nature. Each piece was a full palm-sized. A single palm-sized piece of this black crystal ore proved far more efficient than hundreds of tons of coal, capable of sustaining a prolonged burn. After collecting over 30 pieces of black crystal ore, the two promptly departed the Forbidden Zone. Back at the villa, Fatsy rushed straight into the bathroom to take a hot shower. Every extra minute spent in the Forbidden Zone had left the protruding parts of his body frozen purple. He was now deeply worried that the extreme cold had damaged his precious organ. As for Xiao Tian, he gathered the rest of the team for a brief debriefing on the operation. Everyone had performed well this time. More importantly, everyone's resurrection armor remained intact. Only Chu Yao and Bai Xiao Tian weren't wearing resurrection armor, but fortunately, neither of them had been harmed. I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask. Chu Yao suddenly raised her hand and whispered. Xiao Tian glanced at her, then don't ask. Chu Yao. Xin Xiulan rolled her eyes at Xiao Tian in exasperation, then took Chu Yao's small hand and smiled. It's fine, little Yao. We're all family here. If you have a question, just ask. During the battle, I saw Xiao Tian try out many different techniques. I'm just curious what kind of beast transformation ability he actually has. After finishing, Chu Yao quickly added, don't worry, I won't tell anyone else. I'm just a bit curious because normally, spirit beast warriors only possess one beast transformation ability. Hearing this, everyone present including Yan Ruyu fixed their gaze on Xiao Tian. This curiosity wasn't limited to Chu Yao, even they were deeply intrigued. Though Yan Ruyu had once asked Xiao Tian a similar question, his response had been rather vague. My beast transformation abilities are indeed not limited to just one. Xiao Tian made no attempt to conceal this, though he also refrained from revealing his ability to infinitely devour genetic sequences. Not just one. So Xiao Tian possessed more than one beast transformation ability. No wonder his performance had been so extraordinary since the Dark Turmoil began. So that's how it was. As everyone stood in stunned silence, Xiao Tian spoke again. Wang Mingxian has already been eliminated, and most of Sky Dome City's spirit beast warriors perished within the Forbidden Zone. The city must be in a state of leaderless chaos now. Rest up tonight. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to Sky Dome City to consolidate supplies. Chapter 95, Arrival at Sky Dome City. No one objected to Xiao Tian's proposal. The supplies stored in the villa were being steadily depleted, and the Grand Scholar City frequently saw people exchanging crystal cores for various goods. The villa's supplies were no longer as abundant as they had been initially. It was indeed time to restock. With Sky City now leaderless and its elite forces largely wiped out, Xiao Tian and his group faced almost no difficulty in looting supplies. Night. Xiao Tian lay on his bed, hands clasped behind his head, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Nearly half a year had passed since the Dark Turmoil began. During this time, too many events had unfolded. He had built his own faction, gained his beloved, and eliminated his rivals. He had even slain a first heaven sovereign, devouring its genetic sequence. Yet a lingering unease still gnawed at Xiao Tian's heart. Before his rebirth, he had only heard rumors of second heaven sovereigns, those who perished in the jaws of mutated beasts. He knew nothing of the third heaven sovereigns that followed, nor what events would unfold thereafter. It was as if, from the very beginning, Xiao Tian had been following a script, orchestrating events and knowing the major developments to come. But ever since the second heaven ruler descended, the script had gone haywire. It felt like having a time moment interrupted by a friend kicking down the door. It left one feeling utterly insecure.
Even in its avatar form, the second Heaven Dominator far surpasses the first Heaven Dominator in power.
Once its true body descends, it will only grow stronger.
Beyond the second Heaven ruler, there are still other rulers to face.
I wonder if my abilities will be enough to withstand them.
Moonlight spilled across Xiao Tian's face as he stared at the ceiling, muttering to himself. Ever since he had annihilated the first Heaven ruler, he had completely antagonized the Dark Clan. When subsequent Dark Sovereigns arrived, their first target likely wouldn't be world destruction but revenge against him.
This weighed heavily on Xiao Tian, the sense of impending danger overwhelming. To survive under such immense pressure, his only option was relentless self-improvement.
He must elevate his strength to a level where he could stand against the Dark Ruler, otherwise, death was inevitable. Fortunately, he possessed the system. If he could devour the genetic sequence of a first Heaven Dominator, he could certainly continue to absorb and assimilate that of a second Heaven Dominator. Just then, a knock sounded at the door.
"Come in." Xiao Tian glanced toward the doorway, puzzled as to who would seek him out in the dead of night.
A pair of small hands pushed open the door, and Xu Yao stepped inside cautiously. Behind her, Xin Xiulan beamed at Xiao Tian.
"What brings you here?" Unlike Xu Yao's reserve, Xin Xiulan was immediately at ease.
She walked over and sat down by the bed, her long legs smooth as jade in the moonlight. "I plan to begin developing barrier-related technological products soon, but I'm missing some materials."
Developing barrier-related products?
Xin Xiulan had mentioned this to him after returning from the Forbidden Zone, but Xiao Tian hadn't paid it much mind. After all, given Blue Star's current technological level, developing such things was incredibly difficult.
He never imagined Xin Xiulan was actually serious about it.
"Give me a list of the materials you need," Xiao Tian said after a moment's thought.
Regardless, it couldn't hurt him if this genius dean wanted to explore something novel. "I'll give you the list tomorrow."
"Tianqiong City happens to have all the materials I need. I've marked the addresses already."
Xin Xiulan smiled faintly, extending her pale fingers to trace circles on Xiao Tian's chest.
Xiao Tian slept shirtless as usual, his bronze-toned skin revealing 8 defined abs, a stunning physique that felt incredibly smooth to the touch.
"I feel our relationship is becoming too ambiguous. If there's nothing else, you two should head back. I need to rest."
Xin Xiulan's lips curved upward as she slowly removed her glasses and set them aside. Then she leaned close to Xiao Tian, blowing a breath of fragrance into his ear.
"I can't sleep tonight. I want to do OQ with you." As she spoke, Xin Xiulan beckoned to Chu Yao by the door. "Come join us, little Yao. Tonight, big sister will teach you some moves."
Xu Yao crossed her arms in front of her chest, her face flushed crimson. Though her heart was filled with bashful shyness, her body moved forward obediently.
Seeing this, Xiao Tian's face darkened instantly.
"They say all girls with glasses are full of surprises, and boy, was that true."
Xin Xiulan wasn't just a glasses-wearing older woman, she was also a scientist. Who would have thought she'd be so uninhibited?
Inside the room, the action was heating up, while outside, Xiao Tian leaned against the wall, eavesdropping.
"Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian."
Her eyes were dreamy, her finger bitten, her face utterly intoxicated. After that, she went to the kitchen to grab an eggplant for a late-night snack before heading back to bed. She wasn't ready yet, she was still waiting for the day she could queue up with brother Xiao Tian.
Early the next morning.
The sun was already high in the sky, yet Xin Xiulan still slept soundly.
Last night's 3-player battle had been too intense.
Even with Chu Yao sharing the burden, she was utterly exhausted. There was no helping it, a mortal's physical constitution simply couldn't compare to that of a spirit beast warrior. Xu Yao, however, rose early to prepare breakfast for Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian suddenly realized that once Chu Yao's beast transformation ability awoke, it definitely wouldn't be weak after all, her physique was truly formidable. After breakfast, Xiao Tian set out for Sky Dome City with Pang Dahai and by Xiao Tian to gather supplies. Yan Ruyu and the other women had initially wanted to join them, but Xiao Tian instructed them to stay at the villa and absorb crystal cores to level up. With the second Heaven Sovereign avatar now descended, the enemies they would face going forward would only grow stronger. Xiao Tian knew he must not only strengthen himself but also ensure those around him grew stronger. Daru City had an airport, so Xiao Tian's group headed straight there. Boarding a private jet, they flew toward Sky Dome City. On the plane, Xiao Tian stared blankly out the window. Pang Dahai had donned an eye mask and was fast asleep, while Bai Xiao Tian gazed intently at Xiao Tian. Each of the three harbored their own thoughts. 2 hours later, the plane landed successfully at Sky City Airport. The moment the plane touched down, 2 spirit beast warriors swarmed toward them. The entire Sky City is young Master Wang's territory. Upon entering his domain, you must surrender supply 6 mutated beast crystal cores per person as protection fees. The rules are clear, right? Sky City was relatively rich in resources, attracting many seeking opportunities there. Thus, during Wang Mingxian's lifetime, a rule was established. Any outsider entering Sky Dome City must pay a set number of mutant beast crystals as protection fees. Before Xiao Tian could speak, Bai Xiao Tian stepped forward. "You dare demand protection money from brother Xiao Tian?
You think you're worthy?
Bai Xiao Tian possessed a sweet appearance and had even learned to dress up. Today, she wore a pink Lolita outfit, presenting herself as a quintessential twin ponytail Lolita beauty. Yet who could have imagined that this adorable little girl was once a vanguard of the first heaven forbidden zone? After delivering this declaration, Bai Xiao Tian's expression turned icy. Her fair, delicate hand flicked forward casually. Smack! Both unlucky thugs instantly had their skulls shattered. Xiao Tian couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight. At this moment, Bai Xiao Tian's transformation was utterly extreme. Chapter 96, I'm performing a memorial service for you. Only after dispatching the two unlucky souls did Bai Xiao Tian belatedly realize. She was no longer the dark vanguard who once stood alone against 1,000 foes. Her identity now was Bai Xiao Tian, a cute little loli who regarded Xiao Tian as her master and would forever pursue him. Brother Xiao Tian. Bai Xiao Tian grabbed Xiao Tian's sleeve with her free hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she whimpered, I'm scared. Xiao Tian. Bai Xiao Tian's current appearance is actually quite adorable. But the moment he recalled her true identity, Xiao Tian felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, his skin crawling with goosebumps. If he could choose, he'd much rather Bai Xiao Tian revert to her original defiant and untamed state. Lawless or great, huh? Even though she used to be a dark vanguard, she's genuinely adorable like this now. Pang Dehui kept smacking his lips beside him. If such a twin ponytail loli were to cling to him relentlessly, he might just be able to let go of his goddess Zhu Yao. Let's leave this place first. Don't forget the purpose of our journey, Xiao Tian said calmly, gently shaking off Bai Xiao Tian's hand. Bai Xiao Tian watched it all unfold, her heart aching. Though disappointed, she held her tongue. Xiao Tian, my brother, one day, Bai Xiao Tian, will conquer your heart completely. I'll be your little girl forever. Soon, the trio exited the airport. In terms of both scale and urban development, Sky City was far beyond what Grand Scholar City could compare to. Towering skyscrapers immediately came into view upon exiting the airport. The area near the airport had once been a bustling commercial district, but due to the dark turmoil, it was now virtually deserted. The entire street was eerily quiet, not a single living soul in sight, not even a trace of a mutated beast. Xiao Tian's instincts told him something was terribly wrong. Daru City also faced the threat of mutated beasts, but its streets shouldn't be this deserted. Just as the group prepared to continue wandering to assess the situation, a series of explosions erupted ahead, accompanied by waves of beast howls. A battle was raging up ahead. Let's go check it out. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian led by Xiao Tian and the others toward the source of the noise. They still didn't know the full situation in Sky City and needed to find someone to ask for details. When Xiao Tian and his group arrived at the scene, they discovered a fierce battle indeed raging ahead, a clash between spirit beast warriors. Sky Dome City is young Master Wang's territory. You dare come here to plunder supplies? Don't you fear young Master Wang's retribution? A blood-soaked middle-aged man, propped up by his arms, roared at the three figures ahead. The trio consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. The youth leading them sported dyed yellow hair and was bare-chested, revealing his robust muscles. His physique was downright monstrous, even more exaggerated than Yen Tianqing's. His arms had undergone beastification, transforming into actual bear paws. Had this guy eaten a bear as his last meal before dying? Bears were protected animals in Dragon Nation, strictly forbidden for consumption. This guy's background must be no ordinary affair. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes. I don't want to waste words. I'll ask you one last time, where exactly are the supplies? The blonde-haired youth stepped forward, grabbed the man by the throat, and demanded coldly. I'll always be loyal to young Master Wang. If you want to know where the supplies are, you can dream on. The middle-aged man spat in the blonde youth's face. The blonde youth wiped the spittle from his face, his patience completely exhausted. Just as he prepared to crush the man's neck with his bare hands, Xiao Tian and his group approached from the distance. Before you kill him, I have some questions for him. Would you mind stepping aside? Xiao Tian stepped forward and stood his ground. The blonde youth and his 2 companions, along with the middle-aged man and the others, all turned to look at them simultaneously. Upon seeing Xiao Tian, they all froze in surprise. Xiao Tian! The middle-aged man screamed out loud. Xiao Tian's name was known throughout the entire Dragon Nation. Setting aside his ruthless methods against enemies, the feat of slaying the Dark Overlord alone was enough to secure his place in history. After all, in the eyes of countless people, the Dark Sovereign was still regarded as an invincible, formidable entity. Videos of Xiao Tian had long been circulating wildly online, so the group recognized her identity immediately. Didn't young Master Wang lead a group to hunt you down? How did you end up here? Where is young Master Wang? The middle-aged man's voice shot up an octave. They're all dead. They crossed my big brother and he took them out. What's so unusual about that? Pang Dehai casually pulled out a bag of potato chips and began munching away with a grin. But these words instantly threw the middle-aged man into confusion. Young Master Wang is dead? No wonder, after all these days, not only was there still no word from young Master Wang, but not a single one of the hundreds of spirit beast warriors who left with him had returned. They were all dead. But young Master Wang was no pushover, and he had hundreds of Sky City's elite fighters with him.
Even if things went badly, they shouldn't have been wiped out completely.
The middle-aged man's mind raced. Suddenly, he shouted at Xiao Tian, "God Xiao. If you don't mind, from now on, I, Wang Depeo, will follow you. If you can save me, I'll reveal every single supply cache in Sky City right now. I'm Wang Mingxian's right-hand man, only I know these hiding spots." After assessing the situation, Wang Depeo swiftly made his choice. "But just a moment ago, weren't you swearing eternal loyalty to Wang Mingxian? Why are you suddenly switching allegiance to my big brother now?" Fat Dahai munched on potato chips with relish, grinning as he asked.
Wang Depeo's expression darkened as he replied gravely, "Wang Mingxian has run rampant in Sky City.
Though I was his confidant, I've long despised him. For such a villain to die by Xiaoshen's hand is his fortune. Now I seek to throw my pearl into the dark waters. I beg Xiaoshen for a chance."
Xiao Tian pondered for a moment before nodding. "Agreed."
He then turned to the three blonde-haired men.
"I vouch for this man. Release him."
The three men exchanged glances, their expressions turning intensely complex. They never imagined they'd encounter this notorious figure, whose exploits were all over the internet, right here in Sky City.
They knew Xiao Tian's character well, so they hadn't dared to kill Wang Depeo outright.
Yet the thought of simply walking away left them feeling somewhat reluctant.
After a moment of silence,
the blonde-haired man stepped forward.
"You say you're Xiao Tian, but why should we believe you? Maybe you just happen to look a bit like him. Everyone knows Xiao Tian has always stayed in Grand Scholar City. Why would he suddenly show up in Sky Dome City?"
Just then, the girl beside yellow hair, dressed in a provocative backless dress, chimed in, "If you want us to give you this favor, you'd better prove you are Xiao Tian first."
Fat C suddenly felt the potato chips in his hand lose all flavor. Asking his own big brother to prove he's himself? Holy! Are these three jerks out of their minds? Was his big brother the type to play by the rules?
He pissed off his own big brother so badly that even the Dark Vanguard got chopped down.
And now you want him to prove he's himself? Isn't that just asking for trouble?
Fat C tossed aside his potato chips, clasped his hands together, and began chanting in disbelief.
"Fatso, what the hell are you doing?"
Seeing Pang Dawai's sudden outburst, the blonde-haired man frowned suspiciously.
"This Taoist priest performs one good deed daily. I'm conducting a memorial service for you lot. May you be reborn into a better life next time."
Fat C opened his eyes, casting a pitying glance at the three before closing them again to continue his solemn chant.
The Trio. Chapter 97, The Lowly Who Swore to Become Xiao Tian's Big Brother. Leave it to you. Xiao Tian turned to Xiao Tian beside him. With Xiao Tian's current strength, he didn't need to handle everything personally. Dealing with these three was more than enough for Xiao Tian to handle. "Brother Xiao Tian, I'm just a little girl. I don't know how to fight or kill people."
"I'm scared." Xiao Tian suddenly wrapped her arms around Xiao Tian's arm and began acting coy.
Earlier, when they'd just gotten off the plane, those two blind fools had threatened Brother Xiao Tian, and she'd struck without hesitation.
She had killed them, but afterward, Brother Xiao Tian's gaze toward her had felt strangely off. It took Xiao Tian a while to realize that her identity was no longer that of the Dark Vanguard. Now she was just a little girl by Brother Xiao Tian's side. This kind of fighting and killing no longer suited her. In Blue Star culture, a little girl just needed to hide behind her big brother, cooing and cheering him on.
Moreover, she was now determined to become Brother Xiao Tian's woman.
Snapping someone's skull with a slap over a minor disagreement was far too brutal. What if Brother Xiao Tian grew suspicious of her because of it and didn't take her into his harem? Where would her future lie then? Therefore, she must not intervene. From this moment on, as long as Brother Xiao Tian is present, she absolutely cannot act no matter what.
Xiao Tian had no idea what Xiao Tian was thinking.
Seeing Xiao Tian, who had just moments ago smashed a spirit beast warrior's skull with a single slap, suddenly adopt the demeanor of a young girl, Xiao Tian was utterly baffled. Were all Dark Clan creatures a little off their rocker? Earlier, when she smashed a skull with one slap, you didn't utter a sound. Now that you're asked to fight, you're scared? Does this damn Xiao Tian have a split personality or something? Is something wrong with you? Xiao Tian rubbed his temples. Brother Xiao Tian, I'm really scared. There are three of them. I'm just a little girl who can't even lift a chicken. Xiao Tian clung to Xiao Tian's arm, swaying gently. The scene could have been picturesque, but mid-sentence, Xiao Tian's voice abruptly shifted from a soft, sweet lowly tone to a deep, gruff male voice. Being called Brother Xiao Tian in that sweet, childlike voice was something Xiao Tian could tolerate, even knowing Xiao Tian's true identity. But this sudden, deep male voice calling him Xiao Tian brother left him utterly dumbfounded. Goosebumps erupted all over his body. He lashed out with a fierce kick. Caught completely off guard, Xiao Tian's body flew through the air in a sharp shape. He slammed into the crowd with a thud, knocking the three blonde-haired thugs flying without even giving them time to react. After hitting the ground, all three coughed up blood violently. Even the blonde-haired guy, who had awakened his giant bear beast transformation ability, had 3 ribs broken. The sheer force of Xiao Tian's kick was evident. The trio was severely injured.
But what was truly baffling was that Xiao Tian emerged unscathed from the pile of bodies. Though she now appeared as a soft, delicate lowly, her true form was that of the former Dark Vanguard, and her physical strength remained formidable. This is bad. Maybe spending too long in human form has made me lose control of my power. Xiao Tian scratched her head, silently musing to herself. Then she lifted her head, her large, watery eyes fixed on Xiao Tian, before scampering over to him. Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's eyelids twitched, and he kicked Xiao Tian, flying once more. Thud. Xiao Tian's body traced a graceful arc through the air before crashing heavily into the crowd once more. The three yellow-haired thugs were already badly injured. This final blow crushed their skulls flat on impact. Their bodies went limp, and just like that, they met their end in the most unexpected way. They never would have dreamed their lives would end this way. Brother Xiao Tian, I'm so hurt. Xiao Tian scrambled back up from the pile, looking utterly aggrieved as she held out her arms demanding a hug. Xiao Tian's forehead veins bulged as he leaned forward slightly. If Xiao Tian charged at him again, he'd kick the hell out of that brat. Seeing Xiao Tian's menacing stance, Xiao Tian slowly slowed her pace and finally stopped in her tracks. You're from the Dark Clan, and I'm human. There's no possibility between us. You'd best not entertain any foolish notions, we have no future together. Seeing her halt, Xiao Tian's expression gradually softened. If he didn't think this guy might still be useful, he'd have kicked him to death already. But brother Xiao Tian, love transcends race. Xiao Tian clenched her little fists, her eyes brimming with tears. Su Xian could be with a snake, Nia Kaichen could be with a ghost, why can't you be with me? Xiao Tian. Bringing Xiao Tian along might have been the worst decision he'd made since his rebirth. Fatty Dahai, who witnessed the entire scene, felt an urge to laugh but dared not. Truth be told, he was rather envious of Xiao Tian. To be pursued so passionately by a little lowly, even if her past self was a dark pioneer, wasn't such a bad thing. She had all the right curves, and she wasn't even purely human. How thrilling would it be to team up with her? Honestly, I think I'm pretty great too. My big brother already has a whole flock of birds around him. Why not consider me? Fatsi extended his chubby finger toward himself, his entire body jiggling with every tremor as he grinned. His facial features twisted into a single line. At just one glance, Xiao Tian felt her eyes had suffered infinite critical hits. She only loved Xiao Tian as a person. No other man deserved to taste her body. This shameless fatso actually had the nerve to say something like that? Even if she sewed herself up with needle and thread, she'd never give herself to Fat Dahai. Ignoring the fatso and Xiao Tian approached the middle-aged man. Seeing the three yellow-haired men die so inexplicably, the middle-aged man dared not doubt Xiao Tian's identity any longer. With such overwhelming power, there was no doubt it was Xiao Tian. Thank you, Lord Xiao, for saving my life. From now on, my life belongs to you. Feng Lonka hastily declared. Do you know all the hiding spots for supplies across Sky Dome City? Xiao Tian asked directly. I know them. Of course I know them. Feng Lonka nodded vigorously, explaining, to facilitate management, Wang Mingxian hid all the supplies in batches across different locations. As his confidant, I know every single one. I'll take Lord Xiao there right now. With that, Feng Lonka began leading Xiao Tian and the others. Along the way, he also recounted various details about Sky Dome City. After awakening his beast transformation abilities, Wang Mingxian began organizing forces to seize control of Sky Dome City's territory. The military forces were completely wiped out first, with only a small number managing to hide. After Wang Mingxian established complete control over Sky Dome City, only those who submitted to him could receive basic supplies. Thus, any spirit beast warrior in Sky Dome City with even slightly stronger abilities chose to submit to Wang Mingxian. Even then, the resources they received barely sufficed for survival. Precisely because of this, while everyone outwardly obeyed Wang Mingxian, behind the scenes, countless people cursed his ancestors to the nth degree. It could be said that Wang Mingxian's approach was the polar opposite of Xiao Tian's. Xiao Tian believed in fair trade, where each party got what they needed. Wang Mingxian, however, forced others to serve him through resource monopolization. Such a rule could never last. Chapter 98, Winning Hearts Through Virtue. Xiao Shashan. As they spoke, the group had already arrived outside a warehouse. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary storage facility. This is one of Wang Mingxian's supply depots. There are no fewer than 30 similar warehouses. These warehouses are constructed from highly specialized materials, a high-strength compound developed by the military that can withstand attacks from spirit beast warriors. Feng Lonka explained to Xiao Tian before leading the group to the warehouse entrance. Only 2 spirit beast warriors stood guard outside the warehouse entrance. After all, due to Wang Mingxian's influence, virtually no one in the entire Sky Dome City dared to cause trouble here. Seeing Feng Lonka arrive with a group of strangers, the 2 spirit beast warriors immediately grew wary. Brother Feng, young Master Wang has a rule: outsiders are forbidden from approaching the storage warehouse. These aren't our people. Bringing them here, aren't you afraid young Master Wang will hold you accountable? One of them suddenly confronted Feng Lonka. Wang Mingxian is long dead. Sky City isn't run by him anymore. Feng Lonka sneered coldly, then turned to Xiao Tian with a flattering expression. Let me introduce you. This is the legendary Xiao Tian everyone's been buzzing about online. I'm now under his wing. You should all know Xiao Tian's style. If you don't want to die, get the hell out of here now. Xiao Tian.
The two men stared in disbelief, finally noticing Xiao Tian standing nearby. The moment they saw Xiao Tian, both bodies began to tremble.
Who didn't know that Xiao Tian dealt with his enemies with extreme ruthlessness?
Provoking him would bring consequences more outrageous than offending an emperor.
Yet more unsettling than Xiao Tian's sudden appearance was Feng Lonka's earlier words. Young Master Wang is dead. Though they refused to believe it, they knew full well that Wang Mingxian had led men to Darren's city to deal with Xiao Tian. Now Xiao Tian stood here unscathed, while Wang Mingxian and the numerous spirit beast warriors from Sky Dome City had yet to return. This alone spoke volumes. Their young Master Wan was most likely truly gone forever. After a moment's hesitation, they both stepped aside to make way. Feng Lonka nodded with satisfaction. These two weren't completely stupid after all, otherwise, they would have been doomed today. Go immediately and notify the others. Sky Dome City has now been taken over by Lord Xiao. Have everyone assemble here and transport all supplies to this location. If I catch anyone hoarding supplies or disobeying orders, don't blame me, Feng Lonka, for being the first to deal with them harshly. As one of Wang Mingxian's former confidants, Feng Lonka still commanded considerable presence when facing others. The two dared not disobey and immediately departed as instructed. Seeing this, Feng Lonka turned back and looked respectfully at Xiao Tian. Divine Xiao, the supplies are inside. Shall we go in now to take inventory? MHM. Xiao Tian nodded and followed Feng Lonka inside. The warehouse contained an impressive array of supplies, diverse and abundant, and this was just one storage facility. There were no fewer than 30 such warehouses. If all these resources could be transported back to Daru City, they would be sufficient to sustain the entire population of Daru City for years without worry. It seemed this trip to Sky City had indeed been well worth it. Just as Xiao Tian and his group finished inventorying the supplies, over 20 spirit beast warriors had already gathered outside the warehouse, waiting. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky, completely blanketing the group. All 20+ individuals were spirit beast warriors, but their ranks were generally low. Some possessed barely any combat effectiveness with their beast transformation abilities. It seemed Wang Mingxian had indeed mobilized every combatant in Sky City to deal with them. What remained in Sky Dome City were nothing but a bunch of nobodies. Gazing at Xiao Tian before them, everyone felt their scalps tingle with unease. This master's approach to enemies was always to exterminate them without mercy. Young Master Wang had led Sky Dome City's entire powerful force to wipe them out. Now that the enemy had arrived in Sky City, did they stand any chance of survival? Call in Xiao Shen. Feng Long, the ultimate turncoat, bellowed at the crowd. Lord Xiao. The others dared not delay, immediately responding with respectful cries. Feng Lonka nodded, then briefly recounted the current situation and the status of Wang Mingxian and the others. Learning that Wang Mingxian and all the spirit beast warriors had been annihilated by Xiao Tian sent shockwaves through the group. Previously, they had only heard of Xiao Tian's exploits through online accounts. Now, witnessing such events unfold before their very eyes, the profound shock was impossible to conceal. Divine Xiao is merciful and unwilling to shed more blood. If you now submit and pledge allegiance to Divine Xiao, you may yet save your lives. You know better than anyone what kind of person Wang Mingxian was to us. If you want a bright future, there's only one path: follow Xiao Tian. Feng Lonka swept his gaze across the crowd before suddenly declaring in a loud voice. But before anyone could respond, a young man with a crew cut stepped forward from the crowd. His expression was unfriendly, his face dark as he glared at Xiao Tian, clearly harboring no good intentions. Lord Xiao, this fellow is also one of Wang Mingxian's confidants. His name is Wang Wei. He's been with Wang Mingxian even longer than I have. He's Wang Mingxian's most trusted man, bar none. He's always been utterly devoted to Wang Mingxian. Feng Lonka's eyelids fluttered as he hurriedly stepped closer to Xiao Tian to explain. Just then, Wang Wei's lips curled upward, revealing his trademark crooked smile. You? Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. Crack! Wang Wei's head was instantly severed from his body, flying dozens of meters away. When it hit the ground, the look of utter disbelief remained frozen on his face. Damn it! I barely uttered a single word, and his head flies off? I, Xiao Tian, prefer to win people over with virtue. If any of you still have objections, speak up now, Xiao Tian said, his gaze sweeping over the remaining men. The remaining 20-odd men exchanged glances, each of them shivering. A ruthless bastard. This guy's even more ruthless than the rumors online. Killing without a second thought? Even the legendary god of war Bai Qi back in the day didn't go this far. We swear undying loyalty to Lord Xiao, someone suddenly knelt and declared. With the first, soon came the second, then the third. Soon, every last one of them was kneeling on the ground, pledging allegiance to Xiao Tian. After settling matters at the scene, Xiao Tian wasted no time. He immediately ordered Feng Lonka to mark the locations of all the warehouses. He then ordered them to transport the supplies back to Darren City. However, Xiao Tian did not take everything. He left some supplies behind for them.
He certainly showed no mercy to his enemies, but since these people had now submitted to him, he naturally had to grant them some means of survival. Under Xiao Tian's command, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion.
Yet at that very moment,
a black beam suddenly shot down from the sky, forming a dark vortex right before Xiao Tian and his companions. Simultaneously, identical vortexes appeared across various locations throughout the Dragon Nation.
The Forbidden Lands had opened.
And this time, everyone in the entire Dragon Nation could simultaneously enter the same Forbidden Land.
Brother Xiao Tian, you've completely antagonized the Dark Clan.
With the Forbidden Land opening now, the Second Heaven ruler has surely prepared a trap.
You absolutely must not go in.
Xiao Tian stared intently at the vortex ahead, her tone heavier than ever before.
Xiao Tian nearly shook his head. To grow stronger, the Forbidden Realm was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
By not entering, he could indeed avoid many dangers, but his strength would also stagnate.
This Forbidden Land he must go. As for that Second Heaven Sovereign, he had already taken down a First Heaven Sovereign. If the other party truly pushed him to the limit, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them as well. To sum it up in one sentence, just do it. Chapter 99, Raging level up to 100. Xiao Tian, come die. At the same moment,
spatial vortexes erupted simultaneously across every city in the Dragon Nation. Previously, Forbidden Zones access through these portals existed as completely isolated realms. Xiao Tian had obtained reinforced materials for building villas on his first entry into a Forbidden Zone, and others had achieved the same in different zones. But now, everyone who steps into the passageways across the Dragon Nation will be transported to the same Forbidden Land. Simply put, what had once been a competition between cities would now become a clash among all spirit beast warriors in the Dragon Nation. Before, to reap the rewards within the Forbidden Zone, one only needed to be the strongest within their city. Now, one must become the strongest in the entire Dragon Nation. Yet the masses remain utterly unaware of this shift, proceeding as if nothing has changed. Spirit beast warriors from every corner of the Dragon Nation began pouring into the passageway. A recent cold snap has blanketed the entire blue star in frost, while the dark turmoil has nearly halted production across the planet. Now, resources were growing scarce everywhere. The people had long anticipated the arrival of the Forbidden Land, for its emergence signified opportunity. Sky City. Within a remote, abandoned building, Wang Mingxian, seated cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. His injuries had fully healed, and his power surged to unprecedented heights. Now, his entire body was shrouded in a layer of black mist, making him resemble a demon god stepping out of a movie. His eyes had transformed into those of a venomous snake, with inverted pupils that radiated an eerie chill. Most crucially, his current level had reached the 100-tier realm. What did level 100 signify? Across the entire blue star, the strongest spirit beast warrior currently active likely hadn't even reached level 50. Yet he now possessed the might of a level 100 warrior. What did this signify? It meant he was now invincible. Power, boundless power, inexhaustible and limitless. Wang Ming felt the colossal force surging within him, then suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. The laughter was wildly maniacal, sending chills down one's spine. Revenge. He would have his revenge. Xiao Tian, what will you use to stop me this time? Without exaggeration, he could crush Xiao Tian with a mere fart. He had killed his own brother and driven himself to the brink of ruin. He would make Xiao Tian wish he were dead. But at that very moment, Anli's voice suddenly echoed in Wang Mingxian's mind. Your broken body is too weak. I cannot transfer all my power to you only up to the 100th level. Though only 100, it should be more than enough to deal with Xiao Tian. But beware, this youth's methods are strange and unpredictable. Level 100 was far from Dark Hedge's peak strength. His true power far exceeded this. It was only because Wang Mingxian's body was too feeble that he could only strengthen him to this extent. Moreover, his true form cannot descend at present, so he can only transmit the maximum possible power from his core. Therefore, this body is currently under Wang Mingxian's sole control. However, since he is not operating at peak condition, the duration this state can be sustained has actually increased somewhat. It can be sustained for 30 minutes. During these 30 minutes, Wang Mingxian would possess the strength of a level 100 character and could freely wield the power of darkness. But once the 30 minutes end, Wang Mingxian's physical body will completely collapse, and his soul will vanish instantly. Xiao Tian is nothing to be concerned about. With my current strength, I could crush him like a bug with a single finger. Dark Hedge felt a slight irritation, intending to warn Wang Mingxian against complacency. But the thought of Wang Mingxian wielding level 100 power instantly dispelled that notion. Level 100 strength. Truly, a single fart could obliterate a pack of spirit beast warriors. Even if this guy was a bonehead, he couldn't fathom how Wang Mingxian could possibly lose to Xiao Tian. This time, Xiao Tian would die. It's a pity that by forcibly channeling my true power here, I'll be weakened afterward and suffer a temporary decline in strength. But as long as I can eliminate that Xiao Tian, it will all be worth it.
Only took a deep breath before continuing. The forbidden zone has opened. There's no time to waste. Let's move out immediately. Wang Mingxian sneered coldly, no need for your reminder. I know exactly what to do. With his life already counting down its final 30 minutes, Wang Mingxian felt no fear. With a wave of his hands, he tore open a spatial rift and vanished into it. Within the forbidden grounds, a blood-red moon hung high, shrouding the entire forbidden zone in a layer of black mist. At the very center of the forbidden zone, a black, ancient palace rose from the ground, exuding an air of profound antiquity. Directly before the palace lay a vast plaza stretching endlessly into the distance. At that moment, Wang Mingxian's figure crossed the rift and materialized directly in the plaza's center. Around the plaza's perimeter, numerous spatial vortexes materialized. One by one, figures materialized through the vortexes. The moment they arrived on the plaza, something felt off. This forbidden land they had entered contained not only their city's spirit beast warriors, but also spirit beast warriors from other places. Could the forbidden zones now be interconnected? But before they could ponder this for long, attention quickly shifted to the black palace before them. The palace stood with such grandeur and magnificence that the human forms gathered before it seemed utterly insignificant. Many felt a genuine sense of despair at their own insignificance. This palace was all too familiar to them. Nearly everyone had seen the footage of Xiao Tian chasing after the first heaven dominator. The black palace before them was undoubtedly the sovereign's palace. This was the sovereign's palace of the second heaven. Just then, Wang Mingxian at the front suddenly moved. Kneel. All of you, kneel before me. Wang Mingxian's gaze swept across the scene, but he saw no sign of Xiao Tian. But he showed no sign of urgency. Given Xiao Tian's temperament, he would never miss the forbidden grounds. Since Xiao Tian hadn't arrived, he'd make a grand show of power first. He now possessed such immense power, yet his lifespan was dwindling to less than half an hour. He feared nothing, held nothing back. The group of spirit beast warriors before him were nothing but a bunch of useless trash in his eyes. Kneel? Who do you think you are, demanding we kneel? Wang Mingxian's words were swiftly met with rebuttal from the others. The black aura surrounding Wang Mingxian had now dissipated, and he had reverted to his human form. We're all spirit beast warriors and you expect us to kneel before you? Who do you think you are? My father, Zhang? Wang Mingxian turned to the spirit beast warrior who had challenged him, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Without another word, a seemingly ordinary slap flew toward him, yet it carried surging dark power. A palm-shaped mark hundreds of meters wide suddenly coalesced, crashing down upon the crowd with devastating force. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the solid plaza, leaving a deep crater in its wake. The man who had dared to challenge Wang Mingxian was instantly obliterated, along with dozens of spirit beast warriors nearby, all reduced to pulped flesh. Dead silence. At that very moment, the space plunged into an endless, deathly silence. Chapter 100, the protagonist arrives, reckoning begins. The scene was as still as a frozen pond. Everyone stared blankly at the unfolding spectacle, their hearts skipping a beat. Dead. A single slap had wiped out a group of spirit beast warriors. What kind of power was this? Is this something a human could achieve? Even the bloodthirsty Xiao Tian couldn't achieve such a feat. But that wasn't the only thing that stunned everyone. After all, those present were spirit beast warriors from across the Dragon Nation, including many of high rank. Among those instantly killed by Wang Ming's single strike was a warrior boasting a full 35th level strength, yet he too was struck down without any chance to resist. Until the very last moment, that warrior never even had a chance to strike back. Who exactly was this man before them, and why was he so terrifying? What level was he? And what beast's transformation ability had he awakened? Kneel. I'll make every last one of you kneel. With a single blow, he had wiped out a group of spirit beast warriors. All the pent-up frustration Wang Mingxian had endured recently was now completely unleashed. He could describe this feeling with just one word. Awesome. So this was the perspective of those invincible protagonists who started out unbeatable in novels. I am invincible under heaven. Anyone who pisses me off gets one-handed execution. Those who align with me thrive, those who defy me perish. Though this state would last only half an hour, experiencing such a glorious moment in the final moments of his life meant he could die without regret. As Wang Ming roared, a dense, dark energy surged outward from his body. Everyone felt an invisible pressure weighing down upon their heads, causing them to kneel without resistance. Witnessing this, Wang Mingxian's grin widened. With one hand casually behind his back, his vanity swelled to unprecedented heights. We're all humans, all spirit beast warriors. We should unite to fight the mutant beasts and dark creatures. Brother, isn't what you're doing a bit underhanded? Just then, a dignified-looking middle-aged man in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Wang Mingxian instantly narrowed his eyes and turned to look. The middle-aged man, catching his gaze, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. The next moment, Wang Mingxian was already at the man's side, his hand clamped around the latter's throat, lifting him off the ground. I'm no spirit beast warrior, nor am I some lowly, insignificant human. I am a member of the Dark Clan. Wang Mingxian grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs.
Simultaneously, his back began to writhe violently as two pairs of enormous black wings sprouted from his back. The wings were sharply defined, bat-like in shape, and when fully spread, spanned a full 10 meters, instantly filling the air with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Witnessing this, every single person present felt their stomachs drop. Not human. The being before them was not human, it was a member of the Dark Clan. No wonder he possesses such terrifying strength, no wonder he lashes out at the slightest provocation. The middle-aged man realized this too, instantly entering his beast form. His blood boiled, countless silver scales instantly covering his entire body as he launched a fierce punch straight at Wang Mingxian's head. The dull thud of the punch landed, yet Wang Mingxian remained unscathed. You! The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly turned terrifying. Useless trash, you lowly, worthless creature, how dare you lay a hand on me? Who gave you the courage? Wang Mingxian sneered coldly. Then, with a burst of force from his palm, he crushed the middle-aged man's skull like a bursting beef ball. Scorching blood sprayed across the faces of those nearby, causing many to feel their stomachs churn violently. Those with weaker nerves vomited on the spot. The dark turmoil had raged for so long that every spirit beast warrior present had killed, whether willingly or not. But killing in such a brutal manner? That was something none of them had ever done. After witnessing Wang Mingxian's formidable power, everyone instantly fell silent, not daring to entertain even the slightest thought of resistance. Just then, several more figures emerged from the vortex. Wang Mingxian's eyebrows shot up at the sight of the newcomers. He recognized them all. Yan Ruyu, Yan Tiansheng, Zhu Yao. The Forbidden Zone had suddenly opened, and Xiao Tian had left the Great Scholar City. The three felt they couldn't rely solely on Xiao Tian anymore, so they chose to enter it themselves. But they hadn't anticipated that this instance would be entirely different from any they'd encountered before. Kneel. Wang Mingxian looked at the three of them, grinning widely. How are you still alive? Yan Ruyu's delicate brows furrowed tightly as a sudden sense of foreboding washed over her. Last time in the Forbidden Zone, Wang Mingxian had been severely wounded by Xiao Tian and was already on the brink of death. Yet here he stood, completely unscathed. Clearly something was amiss. Moreover, the others present were equally abnormal. Thousands of spirit beast warriors were all kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear. Though she didn't know what had transpired, Yan Ruyu's pride wouldn't allow her to kneel before Wang Mingxian, a defeated foe of Xiao Tian. Seeing the three still standing their ground, Wang Mingxian flew into a rage. He thrust his palm downward with tremendous force. Countless dark energies coalesced into a colossal hand, crashing down upon the trio. Crash! The ground beneath them cracked instantly under the force, and the three were forced to their knees with almost no resistance. Without haste, Wang Mingxian then walked toward Yan Ruyu and the others, surveying them from above. He pointed proudly at the wings behind him. I am no longer human. Let me be clear, I have received the blessings of a second heaven sovereign. Not only can I command the power of darkness, but I now possess the strength of a level 100. He intended these words to plunge Yan Ruyu and the others into despair, perhaps even drive them to their knees begging for mercy, pleading for his forgiveness. To Wang Mingxian's surprise, however, the trio remained unmoved by his words. Their dismissive gazes pierced Wang Mingxian's fragile, hypersensitive nerves like sharp needles. He was a level 100 powerhouse now. How dare you look down on me? What gives you the right? Smack! Wang Mingxian raised his hand and slapped Yan Ruyu across the face. Her once pretty little face instantly swelled red, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. But Yan Ruyu clenched her pearly teeth, forcing herself to remain utterly silent. If you admit now that Xiao Tian is a worthless piece of trash, that I, Wang Mingxian, am 10,000 times better than him, I'll let you off. Wang Mingxian stepped forward, yanking Yan Ruyu's long hair as he snarled. Dream on. Yan Ruyu sneered coldly, spitting directly into Wang Mingxian's face. Damn woman. Wang Mingxian wiped away the strawberry-flavored spit and kicked Yan Ruyu to the ground. He then approached Zhu Yao, yanking her long hair as well. Admit Xiao Tian is a good-for-nothing, and I'll let you go. Zhu Yao slowly closed her eyes, saying nothing. Damn it! Ignored once more, Wang Mingxian's rage boiled over. He slapped Zhu Yao across the face. He then approached Yan Tiansheng. Save your breath. Xiao Tian surpasses you in every way. A man willing to collaborate with the Dark Overlord? I, Yan Tiansheng, would despise you even in death. Perhaps from spending too much time with Xiao Tian, Yan Tiansheng had been influenced by his way of doing things. Yan Tiansheng now displayed an unyielding toughness. Though long past the age of understanding one's destiny, he was now consumed by a fiery resolve. Not only did he mock Wang Mingxian with his words, but he also flipped him off. In that moment, Wang Mingxian's eyes blazed crimson. The dark power within him nearly erupted, urging him to crush the three ants before him with a single punch. But in the end, he managed to suppress that impulse. Rest assured, I won't kill you now. I know Xiao Tian will also come here. Once he arrives at the Forbidden Zone, I'll deal with each of you one by one in front of him. Watching those close to you die because of me, yet being powerless to stop it, I can't wait to see the look on Xiao Tian's face when that happens. Wang Ming's words grew increasingly maniacal, culminating in a fit of frenzied laughter. Seeing this, Yan Ruyu and the others frowned simultaneously.
Wang Mingxian's mental state was clearly unstable now. At that very moment,
a fresh vortex appeared.
Countless eyes instinctively turned to see Xiao Tian emerge from the vortex, accompanied by Xiao Tian and Pang Dehai. The show begins. Chapter 101, Everyone has a resurrection armor, how can you kill them? Xiao Tian's face was now deeply etched into the souls of countless spectators.
The sudden appearance of Xiao Tian and his group silenced even the sound of breathing in the venue. Everyone held their breath, their eyes darting back and forth between Xiao Tian and Wang Mingxian, not daring to make a sound. This human traitor before them seemed to harbor intense hatred toward Xiao Tian and possess terrifying strength. Squashing a spirit beast warrior was as easy as crushing an ant.
With Xiao Tian now present, things looked grim indeed. It wasn't that they underestimated Xiao Tian, they were well aware of his terrifying prowess. After all, could someone who chased down and hacked at a first heaven sovereign be considered ordinary? But the Wang Mingxian before them was clearly no pushover either. Xiao Tian. Wang Mingxian has betrayed humanity and now wields the power of a second heaven sovereign. Leave us behind, run for your life.
Yan Ruyu snapped out of it and shouted at Xiao Tian with all her might. Yan Tianqing and the others snapped out of their daze, their eyes darting toward Xiao Tian as they urgently urged him to flee. They knew their doom was sealed today. If Xiao Tian could escape safely, his innate talent would ensure he could avenge them someday. But if Xiao Tian remained trapped here, he stood no chance against Wang Mingxian. Their sacrifices would all be in vain. Fear of death is a creature's instinctive dread of the unknown. Yan Ruyu and the others were no exception. Yet compared to their own deaths, they desperately wished for Xiao Tian to survive. Wang Mingxian, that bastard is still alive. Fat C's eyes blazed as he suddenly pulled a compass from his robe and examined it. To his astonishment, the compass needle was spinning wildly. The fiercer the storm, the pricier the fish, the faster the compass spins, the stronger the evil presence. Within Wang Mingxian's body lay a vast reservoir of dark energy. Brother Xiao Tian, Wang Mingxian is now saturated with colossal dark energy. He has absorbed most of the power of the dark barrier. He's at least a level 100 powerhouse. We're no match for him now. We still have time to leave before the passage closes. Xiao Tian tugged gently at Xiao Tian's sleeve, pleading with him. Seeing Xiao Tian remain unmoved, Xiao Tian grew frantic. Brother Xiao Tian, don't humans have that old saying revenge can wait a decade? If you don't leave now, everyone will die for nothing. She had just betrayed the Dark Clan and renounced her master. If she died here today, how could she ever face herself? If she tried to rejoin the Dark Clan afterward, they would surely reject her. With Xiao Tian dead, she'd be forced to flee too and might not even survive the escape. Xiao Tian was truly panicking. Xiao Tian, you finally showed up. Wang Mingxian lifted his head to look at Xiao Tian, his lips curling into a wicked grin. Then he turned his gaze to Yan Ruyu and the others kneeling before him, twirling his fingers. They're all injured because of you, and they'll die because of you. All of this is your doing. You're the one who ruined them. With that, Wang Mingxian suddenly snapped his fingers, and the surrounding vortexes closed simultaneously. Xiao Tian's escape route was completely sealed off. Seeing this, Xiao Tian's expression turned grim. She glanced at Xiao Tian, who remained silent beside her, and silently sighed in her heart. It seemed today was the day he would die here. Xiao Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yan Ruyu and the others kneeling on the ground, their faces swollen. His eyes grew colder and colder, his expression increasingly somber. Wang Mingxian observed it all, utterly unconcerned. What good was anger? In the past, he might have feared Xiao Tian a little, but now he was a changed man. Be angry. Because rage is all you can muster. If Wang Mingxian wished, he could strike now and kill Xiao Tian on the spot. But he did not. Killing Xiao Tian outright would be too easy for him. He wanted Xiao Tian to suffer every torment imaginable. He wanted Xiao Tian to kneel before him, begging for death. With that thought, Wang Mingxian waved a finger and said indifferently, I'm giving you one chance. Kneel and kowtow. Admit before everyone that you, Xiao Tian, are nothing but a worthless piece of trash, utterly inferior to me, Wang Mingxian. Then slap yourself 30 more times to honor my brother's spirit in heaven. I'll grant you a swift end. You shouldn't have touched them. Xiao Tian abruptly cut Wang Mingxian off, his expression betraying no emotion. Heh, you dare put on airs before me when death is upon you? Wang Mingxian sneered, his words blunt and direct. Let me tell you this, I've already attained the power of a second heaven sovereign, possessing the strength of a level 100. Though this state lasts only half an hour, after which my soul will vanish, it's more than enough time to finish you off. You have no means to resist me now. If I want you dead by midnight, you won't live past dawn. Wang Mingxian grabbed Yan Ruyu by the collar and threatened, if you don't want her to die, get down on your knees and kowtow now. Xiao Tian stood straight, unmoving. Very well. Wang Mingxian showed no anger. A smirk curled his lips as dark energy flared in his palm, coalescing into a colossal skull that lunged toward Yan Ruyu, jaws snapping open to tear her apart. Boom! Yan Ruyu's body instantly exploded into a sky-filling mist of blood. The scene was bloody and brutal, causing many to vomit on the spot.
Wang Mingxian had expected to see regret and resentment on Xiao Tian's face, but to his surprise, Xiao Tian remained utterly calm. Not only Xiao Tian, but even Yin Tiancheng and the others instantly grew cold.
Wang Mingxian unconsciously furrowed his brow, probing the blood mist with his senses.
She was truly dead. Wasn't Xiao Tian reputed to be a man of deep loyalty and honor?
How could he remain so composed and unruffled now that someone close to him had died because of him?
Intuition told Wang Mingxian something was off, yet he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong.
Just then, a suit of armor suddenly materialized from the blood mist, its pale blue glow threatening to illuminate the entire forbidden zone. A powerful suction then emerged, drawing all the blood mist into the armor. Enveloped by the mist, the armor shattered the forbidden zone space and vanished without a trace. This sudden spectacle left everyone, including Wang Mingxian, utterly dumbfounded. This is an artifact from the first heaven forbidden zone. Its wearer can be unconditionally revived once, even if they are crushed to pieces. This person has already been revived and automatically teleported outside the forbidden zone. Just as Wang Mingxian stood there dumbfounded, Onli's voice echoed in his mind. Wang Mingxian snapped out of his daze. So this woman had a resurrection armor all along, no wonder you, Xiao Tian, remained so calm.
Once he grasped the situation, Wang Mingxian felt mostly jealousy.
His strength was no weaker than Xiao Tian's, he was even the strongest spirit beast warrior in Sky Dome City. Why hadn't he gotten his hands on such a valuable item? That Xiao Tian had obtained such a valuable item was one thing, but to actually give it to a woman was beyond his comprehension. Women were like clothes to him, mere tools for venting anger. Yet Xiao Tian had given such a precious item to a woman.
Absolute stupidity. You're out of your mind. Miss Yen has a set of resurrection armor on her.
If you think you can kill her to threaten Big Brother, you're 500 years too early. Just then, Pang Dahai suddenly chimed in with a sarcastic sneer.
Wang Mingxian snapped back to his senses, letting out a few cold laughs before grabbing Yin Tiancheng by the collar.
With a sudden burst of force from his palm, he crushed Yin Tiancheng's skull.
Yen Ruyu possessed a resurrection armor, but what about the others? Such a precious item must be extremely rare. He refused to believe Xiao Tian had equipped everyone with one. Is it painful? Is it hopeless? He died because of you. Everything is because of you. Wang Mingxian flashed a victorious grin, but before he could finish his sentence, a pale blue light once again illuminated the entire forbidden zone. Damn it!
In that instant, everyone present froze in shock.
Even the smile on Wang Mingxian's face froze instantly. Chapter 102, Flesh Shatters, Beyond Redemption. Blown away, huh?
I thought you were something special, but turns out you're just a worthless little punk.
Fatsi curled his lips and raised his right hand, flipping Wang Mingxian the bird. With your level of intelligence, what good is possessing the power of a ruler? Is that supposed to be impressive?
What hurt Wang Mingxian most wasn't Pang Dahai, but Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian remained impassive, but to Wang Mingxian, that very calmness felt like blatant mockery. He'd intended to make Xiao Tian suffer by killing those around him, only to discover both men wore resurrection armor.
Wang Mingxian felt like spitting blood. Equipment that could resurrect?
No matter how you looked at it, this wasn't ordinary gear. And you gave such precious items to two outsiders.
Do you even know how to play this game? If you can't handle it, let me take over. What a waste of resources. After mentally cursing Xiao Tian's entire lineage to the nth degree, Wang Mingxian turned his gaze to the last remaining player, Zhu Yao. 2 resurrection armor sets already, he refused to believe this woman had another one on her. Xiao Tian, you'll pay dearly for your actions. Today, I'll make you regret this. Wang Mingxian snapped his fingers.
Terrifying dark energy surged forth from the wings on his back, instantly enveloping Zhu Yao. A series of eerie chewing sounds suddenly echoed, sending chills down the spines of everyone present.
Wang Mingxian didn't turn around. A true warrior never looks back at an explosion. He fixed a victorious smile upon Xiao Tian. Yet at that very moment, another flash of blue light erupted. It shattered the space enveloping Zhu Yao's body, vanishing from the spot. Dead silence. A deathly silence. Everyone present was dumbfounded, their minds churning with shock. This was special equipment with resurrection properties. Xiao Shen had actually given it to 3 outsiders. Previously, they had only heard of Xiao Tian's deeds and knew he treated those close to him well. But witnessing it firsthand now, their perception of him was utterly transformed. To give away such precious items so casually, this wasn't just being kind to those close to him, it was beyond generous. Countless people couldn't help but wonder, if they too followed Xiao Tian, might they also obtain such incredible gear? Wang Mingxian was already seething with rage, his chest heaving violently as the dark energy within him nearly overflowed. Resurrection armor. Another set of resurrection armor. Where the hell did you even get such precious items in bulk? Every single one of them actually had a resurrection armor. Wang Mingxian's composure shattered completely. He didn't covet a large number of resurrection armors. If he had even one, he wouldn't have ended up in this dire situation. He might look like he's got it made now, but once that half hour is up, he'll be utterly destroyed. If he had even one resurrection armor, this outcome would never have happened. How dare he, Xiao Tian, how dare he have all these goodies? Xiao Tian, you son of a. Wang Mingxian's last shred of restraint finally snapped, and he couldn't help but hurl curses at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian knew the other guy was boiling with rage and about to come after them. Can you open the portal? Xiao Tian suddenly turned to Bai Xiao Tian beside him. Thinking Xiao Tian had finally seen through her, Bai Xiao Tian nodded. I can open the passage, but it won't last long. Then open it. Bai Xiao Tian's heart leapt with joy. She immediately channeled the dark energy within her. As the dark energy swirled, a vortex appeared beside her. Though she had followed Xiao Tian, the dark energy still flowed within her. While she couldn't freely enter or leave the forbidden zone, opening an exit passage was still within her power. Brother Xiao Tian, let's escape together now. Bai Xiao Tian tugged at Xiao Tian, urging him to head for the exit. But Xiao Tian stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Xiao Tian? Bai Xiao Tian turned her head, tilting it in confusion as she looked at Xiao Tian. You go ahead. I still have unfinished business, Xiao Tian said calmly. Bai Xiao Tian grew anxious and was about to say more. Don't worry. My big brother isn't the type to throw his life away for nothing. If he's staying behind, he must have his reasons. Besides, he's got a set of resurrection armor on him, Pang Dehai said casually, showing no concern for Xiao Tian's safety. In his eyes, Xiao Tian was invincible. He'd even taken down a first heaven sovereign. What threat could the Dark Thorns possibly pose? Bai Xiao Tian had been worried, but upon hearing Xiao Tian also possessed a resurrection armor, her mind instantly eased. Then be careful, brother Xiao Tian. I'll wait for you outside. Giving Xiao Tian a deep look, Bai Xiao Tian knew clearly that staying now would offer limited help. Only by leaving this place could she truly support Xiao Tian. With that, she reluctantly departed the forbidden zone, Fat Dehai in tow. Wang Mingxian witnessed the entire scene. He could have stopped them from leaving if he'd wanted to, but he chose not to. Because his target was solely Xiao Tian. The others could leave, but Xiao Tian must die. Xiao Tian. Wang Mingxian strode toward Xiao Tian, each step leaving a dark rune imprinted on the ground. But Xiao Tian didn't give him a chance to even breathe. No need for chatter, just get it done. He knew he was no match for Wang Mingxian right now, but the other had harmed his people. Running away now was simply not his style. Besides, with the resurrection armor protecting him, he had nothing to lose. Xiao Tian took a step forward, entering his own beast transformation. A mass of crimson hair floated into the air, then he forcibly tore off his right arm, transforming it into the black Qilin spear. Dare to touch my people. Kill. I'll kill you. Kill. Kill. Xiao Tian's toes dug into the ground as he transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly charging toward Wang Mingxian. Wang Mingxian was stunned by Xiao Tian's audacity, but more than that, he felt exhilarated. With his current power, he was absolutely certain he could crush Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, I won't let you die so easily. I've suppressed my level to match yours. I'll show you who the true genius is. Even without my full 100 level power, I can still dominate you. Dark energy erupted within Wang Mingxian, suppressing his level to 26. The next instant, a dull thud echoed as Xiao Tian's kick sent Wang Mingxian flying. He slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Staggering to his feet, Wang Mingxian's eyes burned crimson. At the same level, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Xiao Tian. This dealt a crushing blow to Wang Mingxian's pride. Xiao Tian, you're dead meat. Wang Mingxian roared, boosting his level to 36 as he charged toward Xiao Tian once more. Boom! The two clashed once more, this time for a full 3 minutes. Initially, Wang Mingxian leveraged his level advantage to dominate Xiao Tian. But soon, his stamina began to wane, and he found himself overwhelmed by Xiao Tian. Finally, after one last clash, Xiao Tian kicked him hard, sending him crashing back to the ground. Wang Mingxian scrambled back to his feet, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. Perhaps realizing the gap between himself and Xiao Tian, he held nothing back this time. Summoning every ounce of strength, he charged at Xiao Tian with all his might. Xiao Tian's face showed no fear, yet his gaze was icy cold. Watching Wang Mingxian unleash his full fury, he gripped the black Qilin spear, silent as a black war god, and charged forward without hesitation. Boom! Bang! The moment their forces collided, Xiao Tian's physical form began to disintegrate. Moments later, a muffled thud echoed as his body shattered under the overwhelming might, exploding into a sky-filling mist of blood. Chapter 103, Evolutionary Devouring, Twin Shadow Qilins. Xiao Tian is dead? Whoa! The numerous spirit beast warriors kneeling on the ground wore blank expressions, yet they could not deny this reality. After all, they had witnessed Wang Ming shatter Xiao Tian into a blood mist right before their eyes. A series of gasps echoed through the air. A faint sense of sorrow suddenly welled up in many hearts, a palpable sense of shared misfortune. The creature before them was not only a traitor to the human race but also a madman. Xiao Tian had already been killed by him. Could it be that their turn was next? At this moment, many were secretly pondering whether they should take a desperate gamble. The enemy's power was formidable. Even if they joined forces and fought as one, defeating him would be exceedingly difficult. Yet if they simply sat and waited for death, their fate would be sealed regardless. Rather than sitting nervously waiting for death, why not take a chance? What if they managed to seize a sliver of hope? Yet just as their thoughts diverged, a savage laugh erupted from ahead. Wang Mingxian's eyes brimmed with tears as he laughed with unhinged madness. His facial features gradually contorted, then began to disintegrate and deform bit by bit. He resembled a melting snowman, every part of his body visibly dissolving, turning into streams of blood that flowed down his body. This sudden spectacle made many knees buckle and bodies tremble uncontrollably. Some faint-hearted souls even blacked out, losing consciousness. Even horror movies wouldn't dare show a scene like this. First, he swatted down a group of spirit beast warriors with a single slap. Then he took down the formidable Xiao Tian. Now he's literally melting on the spot. What the hell are you playing at? Do you have to be this brutal? Truthfully, Wang Ming hadn't intended this outcome. The half-hour time limit had simply expired. He had sustained the power of the dark hedge with his own body, and now he could no longer hold on. Half an hour has passed. Your body is about to dissolve and collapse, the dark hedge's voice echoed faintly in Wang Mingxian's mind. It doesn't matter. After a loud laugh, Wang Mingxian grew strangely calm. He held out his hands, watching them dissolve before his eyes, and found his heart oddly at peace. From the moment he made the bargain with the dark hedge, he had prepared himself for death. To avenge himself and send Xiao Tian to his end before dying, he had no regrets. My loved ones are gone. I have nothing left to cling to. It's just a pity this life must end so soon. I can't help but feel a bit of reluctance. Yet at that very moment, a faint blue radiance suddenly burst forth from the blood mist ahead. The blue light instantly bathed Wang Mingxian's face, causing him to instinctively look up. A brilliant blue light shot skyward, absorbing the entire blood mist before tearing through space and vanishing. Holy! Xiao Tian isn't dead. He has a resurrection armor too. Such precious gear, and they really have one each. Even those three had resurrection armor. We should have realized Xiao Tian would have it too. Holy crap, Xiao Tian isn't dead. The scene erupted in chaos. The news that Xiao Tian was still alive seemed to offer everyone a glimmer of hope, igniting their courage to resist. Xiao Tian isn't dead? Wang Mingxian exhaled a deep, heavy breath, his gaze fixed on his flesh dissolving before his eyes. He felt numb all over. After a long moment, he suddenly gave a self-mocking chuckle and said to Only, "Is this what you meant by avenging me?" Only remained silent, though he too was profoundly shaken. He never imagined that even after channeling most of his true power, mobilizing such a massive force, he still couldn't finish off Xiao Tian. Was this kid some kind of reincarnated loach? Slippery as hell. Useless piece of trash. Wang Mingxian's lips parted slightly as he spat out another curse. After all, he was already a man on the brink of death. Even if the Heavenly King himself appeared before him, he wouldn't hesitate to curse him out. After uttering the last two words of his life, Wang Mingxian's body dissolved completely into a pool of blood. Wang Mingxian, Sky City's mightiest spirit beast warrior, met a tragic end. The moment Wang Mingxian's body dissolved into blood, a shadowy black figure abruptly materialized in his place. It was the avatar of Dark Hedge. Unlike his initial manifestation, his form was now exceptionally frail due to the forced transmission of his master's power. More crucially, this avatar now represented the core entity itself. Should this avatar dissipate, the main body would vanish along with it. This was the price paid for forcibly channeling the main body's power. Therefore, the urgent priority was to depart this place swiftly and merge this avatar with the main body. Dark Hedge glanced at the numerous spirit beast warriors present before preparing to depart. But just then, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared. Xiao Tian and his companions emerged leisurely from the vortex. It was common knowledge that Wang Mingxian's state could only last half an hour. Therefore, after being teleported outside the Forbidden Zone via the resurrection armor, Xiao Tian and his companions planned to open a passage to re-enter. However, Xiao Tian lacked the ability to open the passage to the Forbidden Zone. Fortunately, Xiao Tian possessed the power of darkness within him. After several attempts, he unexpectedly managed to open the passageway. The moment they entered the Forbidden Zone, they caught sight of the shadowy, disintegrating form of the dark barrier. Oh no! Dark Fence's expression turned alarmed. He tore open a fissure and prepared to slip through it. But at that very moment, Pang Dehai flung a talisman from his hand. The moment it left his grasp, it transformed into a golden chain. It instantly coiled around Dark Fence, binding him to the spot. After being teleported out, he returned to the villa, not only dressed but also equipped with new talismans. Big brother, this guy's weak now. He can't escape, Fat Dehai grinned, his mouth stretching wide. Xiao Tian nodded, then turned to the others in the Forbidden Zone. The passage is open now. You can leave. Though still somewhat dazed, the group certainly had no desire to linger in this eerie place any longer. They immediately began exiting in an orderly fashion through the passage Xiao Tian had opened. Only after everyone had departed did Xiao Tian approach the Dark Hedge. Boy, release this sovereign, and I can promise you wealth and glory. The Dark Hedge's eyes darted, staring intently at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian couldn't be bothered with small talk. He lashed out with a backhand. He then reached out, grabbed the dark thicket by the throat, and hoisted it up. Detected second heaven sovereign entering critically injured state. Proceed with gene sequence extraction? The system's voice suddenly rang out at that moment. Xiao Tian hesitated not a moment. Initiate gene sequence extraction. Boom! A colossal gravitational pull erupted from the orifice in Xiao Tian's palm, violently devouring the Dark Hedge's clone.
With a look of utter terror, Dark Hedge's body gradually disintegrated, completely consumed by Xiao Tian.
Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 26. Bloodline level, 30. Genetic sequence ID 8999, Twin Shadow Qilin, Immortal Heart allows reshaping of the body using dark energy. Can enter a complete beast transformation state, gaining full attribute boosts. Absorbing dark energy increases level. Chapter 104, Rapid Leveling and the Side Effects of Dark Power. Though they'd witnessed a first heaven sovereign's power before, Yan Ruyu and the others were still profoundly shaken by Xiao Tian's brutal devouring of Dark Hedge. This was a dark sovereign's avatar, devoured alive. Across the entire blue star, Xiao Tian was likely the only one capable of such a feat. Xiao Tian, how do you feel? Only after Xiao Tian finished his consumption did Yan Ruyu dare approach to show concern. Xiao Tian's aura had shifted, radiating an indescribable eeriness while his presence grew immensely powerful. His outward appearance remained unchanged, standing still as before, yet he radiated an oppressive presence as if a demon god stood before them. This oppressive aura was something even the dark thicket had never imposed upon them before. I feel perfectly fine now. Xiao Tian snapped back to awareness, then extended his palm. The mouth-like appendage at its center began opening and closing repeatedly. He intended to test whether devouring dark energy could truly elevate his level. If dark energy could indeed grant him a level up, his future path to advancement would become far simpler. A colossal suction force suddenly erupted from the mouthparts, drawing all the dark energy within the forbidden zone together until it nearly solidified. It was then continuously sucked into Xiao Tian's mouthparts. As the dark energy was continuously devoured, Xiao Tian's level rose at a visible speed. Level 27. Level 28. Level 29. Level 30. In the span of mere breaths, Xiao Tian had ascended 4 levels. Such an ascent left Yan Ruyu and the others gaping in astonishment. This was simply absurd. Who in their right mind could leap 4 levels at once? Across the entire blue star, was there anyone who could achieve such a feat? But then they recalled that Xiao Tian had devoured a dark sovereign and possessed multiple beast-like traits. It all made sense. Xiao Tian was never an ordinary man. He'd already slain 2 dark overlords in succession. What was so strange about him absorbing some dark energy now? Yet as he continued absorbing the darkness energy, Xiao Tian gradually sensed something amiss. A sudden surge of malevolence erupted within him, fueling an urge to destroy the world. Even when glancing at Yan Ruyu and the others, his eyes blazed with intense murderous intent. Though this murderous intent lasted only an instant, it sent a chill down Yan Ruyu and the others' spines. Xiao Tian, you. Yan Ruyu took a few steps back, her words catching in her throat. I'm fine. Xiao Tian shook his head, hastily halting his absorption of the dark energy. It seemed absorbing dark energy could indeed boost his level, and quite efficiently at that. However, absorbing too much dark energy would take a toll on his mind. While increasing his strength was beneficial, Xiao Tian didn't want to become completely insane under the influence of the dark energy. It seemed he'd have to figure out a solution once he got outside. Let's head out first, Xiao Tian said, stowing away his mouthpiece and turning to Yan Ruyu and the others. Immediately, the group departed the forbidden zone together. Upon returning to the villa, Yan Ruyu and the others discovered a trending topic had already appeared online, and it involved Xiao Tian. Footage from within the forbidden zone had been recorded and uploaded online. Wang Mingxian's betrayal of humanity drew widespread condemnation. The resurrection armor worn by Xiao Tian and his companions, however, left many utterly astonished. Only now did everyone realize that such god-tier gear actually existed within the forbidden zone. Xiao God is the real deal. Without Xiao Shen, so many would have perished horribly. That guy's name is Wang Mingxian, right? He used to be the strongest in Sky City. Who'd have thought he'd be in cahoots with the Dark Overlord? That's karma for you. He colluded with the Dark Overlord. His fate won't be pretty. Xiao Tian's name was once again etched into the memories of countless souls. But Xiao Tian paid no heed to these matters. After prolonged combat, he was utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. After arriving at the warehouse and devouring over 10 pounds of raw meat, he finally returned to his room to sleep. When Xiao Tian awoke, night had already fallen. Gazing out at the pitch-black night beyond his window, Xiao Tian rested his hands behind his head and drifted into reminiscence. Both were dark and turbulent times. Back then, he'd lived like a clown, but now he was living quite comfortably. Countless times, Xiao Tian had pondered, if he were reborn without the system, could he still attain this life? The answer remained unknown. After a brief rest, Xiao Tian made his way to Xin Xiulan's room. Ever since witnessing the formidable power of the Fat Sea Talisman, Xin Xiulan had begun intensive research upon returning to the villa. But talismans weren't something you could calculate using science. Thus far, Shin Xiulan had made no progress whatsoever.
Seeing Xiao Tian push open the door, Shin Xiulan set down her equipment, smoothed out the wrinkles in her lab coat, and offered a charming smile.
I've been busy with research lately. I can only eat mushrooms myself, no seafood feast for you. You'll just have to endure it for a while. If it gets too much, go find Xiao Yan and the others. Xiao Tian's face darkened instantly. Was he really that kind of animal who only thought with his lower half? Was coming to see her really just about that?
I need your help researching something, Xiao Tian stated his request directly.
Dark power was a valuable resource. With his current genetic sequence, he could directly convert it into experience points. To simply abandon it would be a waste.
But forcing its absorption risked plunging him into utter madness, where friend and foe became indistinguishable. Therefore, Xiao Tian wanted Shin Xiulan to attempt developing a device that would allow him to ignore the influence of the dark force.
After hearing Xiao Tian's request, Shin Xiulan's eyes flickered as she lowered her head, deep in thought. Is it difficult? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. It is indeed difficult. With Blue Star's current technology, developing such a device would be extremely challenging. However, the core principle itself isn't complicated.
If you can find something capable of purifying the dark energy, I can use that to develop such a device. Shin Xiulan replied earnestly after careful consideration. Xiao Tian nodded, silently committing the matter to memory before scooping Shin Xiulan into his arms and carrying her toward the inner room. You little brat, what are you planning to do to your big sister? Carried princess style by Xiao Tian, Shin Xiulan flushed crimson with embarrassment and playfully pounded his chest. Xiao Tian glanced down at the deliciously tempting Shin Xiulan in his arms, his mood lifting considerably. He chuckled, as you wish. Tonight, I'll treat you to some mushrooms. Chapter 105, Devouring Black Ants, Extraordinary Divine Power Awakens. The next morning, Shin Xiulan was still fast asleep as Xiao Tian got up and washed. After all, not everyone could be like Xu Yao. After finishing his routine, Xiao Tian instinctively walked to the window and looked outside. The cold wave's influence continued to spread. Now, as far as the eye could see, everything had turned into a vast expanse of snow white. With temperatures plummeting daily, the entire Blue Star had now reached an unnervingly low level. If one had to describe it, it was as if every corner of Blue Star had simultaneously transformed into the North and South Poles. In such extreme conditions, even the thickest down jackets offered little insulation. The bitter cold and biting winds pierced right through the down jackets, the icy air rushing straight through the pores and up to the crown of the head. Water freezing instantly upon contact was no longer just a scene from television. Who knows how many people will freeze to death in this extreme cold, Xiao Tian sighed inwardly. But what did any of this matter to him? In times of chaos, the primary task is to look out for oneself and those close by. Even if he had the heart of a savior, he lacked the power to save others. Taking care of himself was enough. Supplies from Sky City had already been transported by Feng Lunka and his team, so the villa was now well stocked. After completing the delivery, Feng Lunka and his team returned to Sky City. Though they could live more comfortably in Grand Scholar City, Sky Dome City remained their true home. Moreover, Sky Dome City still required people to hold the fort. With the new supplies arriving, people in Dallow City continued to exchange mutated beast cores for goods. This meant Xiao Tian no longer needed to personally hunt mutated beasts for cores. My level has been stuck at 30 for a day now. It's time to level up again. But I can't recklessly absorb dark power just yet. I'll use crystal cores to tide me over for now. Xiao Tian gathered the crystal cores he'd collected during this period and returned to his room to begin absorbing them. With his level increase, Xiao Tian absorbed these crystal cores with greater ease. Soon, his level reached 35. What frustrated Xiao Tian, however, was that over 3,000 high-grade crystal cores had only allowed him to advance a mere 5 levels. If he were to reach level 40, or even level 50, how many crystal cores would be required for advancement? It would be an astronomical number. No way. He had to find a way to locate something that could evolve his dark power as soon as possible. But just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations, host, on reaching level 35. Skill slot functionality has been activated. Skill slots? Just as Xiao Tian was puzzled, a related description appeared before his eyes. Host has unlocked one skill slot. By consuming relevant plants, animals, or insects, host may acquire corresponding skills. These skills are permanently retained and can be evolved infinitely. Name, Xiao Tian. Level, 35. Bloodline level, 30. Genetic sequence ID 8999, Twin Shadow Qilin, Immortal Heart allows reshaping of the body using dark energy. Can enter a complete beast transformation state, gaining full body attribute boosts. Absorbing dark energy increases level. Skill slot 1, none. Skill devour count, 1 resets every 3 days. Gazing at the system interface, Xiao Tian's expression gradually shifted from bewilderment to delight. Skill slot. This was just like the skills in online games. Although he could now extract gene sequences to enhance himself, these sequences couldn't be permanently retained. Once a stronger gene sequence was extracted, the old one would be replaced.
This skill slot was different.
While he couldn't devour mutated beasts or similar creatures, he could consume plants, animals, and insects. But consuming them grants related skills, and these acquired skills can evolve infinitely. If one could evolve a single skill to its ultimate limit, its effectiveness would absolutely rival that of gene sequences.
Xiao Tian rubbed his hands together, already itching to try it out.
With consumption attempts refreshing every 3 days, the efficiency was already quite high.
He couldn't wait to devour something and test its actual effects.
Yet gazing at the drifting snow outside the window, Xiao Tian quickly frowned again. Outside, the bitter cold likely killed most ordinary animals. Moreover, most plants, animals, and insects outside had already evolved into mutant beasts, making it quite difficult to find ordinary ones.
As for plants, Xiao Tian's villa contained numerous ornamental specimens, but devouring them would likely yield no useful skill slots. Deciding to give it a shot, Xiao Tian pushed open the door and stepped into the villa's backyard. The backyard was a lawn, but it was now blanketed in snow, the grass frozen and withered. Finding animals or insects to devour under these conditions seems rather difficult. Xiao Tian caught a snowflake in his hand and said with a wry smile.
But just then, an ant suddenly emerged from the snow, crawling slowly toward the villa.
Ha! Xiao Tian's attention was instantly captured. An ant. Ants? In such extreme temperatures?
I recall reading reports about ants lifting objects several times their own weight.
Some specialized species can even lift hundreds of times their body weight.
Though the black ant before him was just an ordinary species, its abilities could evolve and upgrade infinitely. With that thought, Xiao Tian hesitated not a moment, scooping the ant into his mouth.
It tasted slightly sweet, with a faintly dry aftertaste.
Congratulations, host, on successfully devouring the common black ant and extracting the skill superhuman strength granting you 10-ton class power.
What does 10-ton strength represent? Some cars weigh only 1 ton. Possessing 10 tons of strength means you can lift 10 small cars at once. Consider that throughout human history, the world record limit has hovered around 500 kilograms.
Moreover, in ancient mythology, the Monkey King's golden staff weighed a mere 13,500 gene converted to tons, that's only about 6 tons. Now, with this 10-ton strength boost, even if I were transported back to mythical times, I could easily wield the Monkey King's golden staff. More importantly, with 10 tons of raw power at his disposal, a single punch could unleash 10 tons of force. 2 punches would be 20 tons, 10 punches 100 tons. With such a power boost at his disposal, Xiao Tian could effortlessly defeat any foe he encountered henceforth even without entering his beast form. This was truly breaking through all things with sheer force.
Moreover, he had gained an entirely new beast form.
Entering this state while wielding the 10-ton power boost.
Even if an aircraft carrier stood before him, wouldn't his fist blast a gaping hole right through it?
Just as Xiao Tian's heart swelled with excitement, Yan Ruyu approached with a grave expression, delivering some bad news.
A mutated beast is outside the villa, demanding to see you by name. Xiao Tian's mind went blank upon hearing this.
Although fused mutated beasts had already appeared, most lacked any semblance of intelligence, let alone the ability to communicate with humans.
And now, a mutated beast had actually come to the villa, specifically demanding to see him? What the hell was going on? Chapter 106, I just wanted to show off, don't come over.
When Xiao Tian followed Yan Ruyu outside the villa, Yan Tianshang and the others had already been waiting there for some time. Their expressions were grave, poised for a fight at any moment, their sharp gazes fixed straight ahead.
Following their gaze, Xiao Tian saw a massive figure.
It was a border collie standing upright on 2 legs, with a human-like build, its entire body covered in black and white fur.
Though a border collie, it bore little resemblance to a typical canine. Instead, it looked more human-like.
A half-beast, half-human creature evolved from canine lineage.
Had mutated beasts truly evolved to this extent? Even fusion mutated beasts retain animal traits. This was the first time Xiao Tian had ever witnessed such a phenomenon. You wanted to see me? Xiao Tian quickly regained his composure and asked. Our leader wishes to see you.
The border collie stated the purpose directly, its voice crisp and almost indistinguishable from a human's. Had he not seen its appearance, Xiao Tian might not have even suspected it was a mutated beast based on its voice alone.
Who is your leader? And what do you want with me? The border collie chuckled and replied, many mutated beasts in Dalu City have achieved the final stage of evolution.
We now possess formidable intelligence, and our physiques far surpass those of humans.
Our leader is naturally the strongest among us.
He knows you are the most powerful spirit beast warrior in Dalu City and wishes to speak with you.
Xiao Tian's interest was piqued.
With nothing else pressing at the moment, he pondered briefly before nodding.
All right.
Yan Ruyu and the others grew anxious, pulling at Xiao Tian to stop him from leaving.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Xiao Tian nodded reassuringly at the group. Then I'm coming with you. Yan Ruyu stepped forward, grabbing Xiao Tian's arm. Fatso can come with me. You all stay at the villa. Xiao Tian's gaze fell on the plump figure in the corner. Seeing Xiao Tian's firm resolve, Yan Ruyu and the others reluctantly relented. Immediately after, Xiao Tian led Pang Dahai and the others to a villa in the heart of Darren City. The villa was lavishly decorated in a fusion of Chinese and Western styles, with a large garden surrounding it. Those who once resided here were prominent figures in Deru City, but now the place was overrun by mutated beasts. The moment the two approached the villa's entrance, they spotted mutated beasts patrolling the perimeter. These mutated beasts all possessed human-like physiques, distinctly different from ordinary mutated creatures. Common mutated beasts were transformed from Blue Star's flora, fauna, and insects, driven solely by the urge to kill and possessing almost no intelligence. Attempting to communicate with them was like talking to a wall. Killing was etched into their very genes. But these mutated beasts before them possessed a lively gleam in their eyes. Upon seeing Xiao Tian and his companion, they did not immediately attack. They merely gave them a wary glance before resuming their patrol. Big brother, these mutated beasts are no ordinary creatures. Pang Dahai leaned close to Xiao Tian and whispered. Xiao Tian nodded, not particularly surprised. Even if mutated beasts had evolved sentience, they remained mutated beasts. Xiao Tian himself commanded armies of mutated beasts and dark creatures. You too, please. Bien Nudog extended his hand with a smile. Xiao Tian offered no reply, instead following Bien Nudog through the villa's entrance. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, their eyes immediately fell upon a figure puffing away on a cigarette, seated on the sofa. It was a burly man in a suit sporting an explosive hairstyle. His hair gleamed a golden yellow, giving him a somewhat anime-like appearance. Spotting Xiao Tian and his companion, the man gave a slight smile and stood up. He then calmly removed the cigarette from his mouth and clapped his hands. Snap! 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 Dozens of mutant beasts, each boasting level 30 strength, simultaneously converged from all corners of the lobby, each radiating a powerful aura. Was the enemy planning a sneak attack? Fatty Hai instantly grew alert, silently pulling a talisman from his robe and clutching it in his palm, ready for battle at any moment. Xiao Tian, however, swept a cold gaze across the mutated beasts. He didn't know what their intentions were, summoning them here only to suddenly attack. Regardless of their motives, Xiao Tian felt no fear. Fighting was his specialty. Roar! At that moment, a mutated beast with the features of a black bear let out a furious roar and charged violently toward Xiao Tian's position. Standing 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging explosively like a mountain of flesh, its charge caused the entire villa's floor to tremble slightly. But Xiao Tian merely flicked out a casual slap, unleashing 10 tons of force in an instant. With a crisp crack, the creature's skull was instantly crushed flat. Its body smashed through the villa wall and was flung dozens of meters away. Witnessing this, the other mutated beasts poised to charge froze in their tracks, staring at each other in stunned disbelief. That guy was a giant bear. Strength was his specialty, yet he'd been killed with a single slap by this frail-looking human. Holy! How brutal is that? The man with the also felt unsteady on his feet. His eyelids twitched violently as a chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He swallowed hard, about to speak, when Xiao Tian's gaze suddenly locked onto him. Without a word, Xiao Tian began striding toward him, his pace quickening with each step. Holy! The spiky-haired man's nerves were fraying. Don't come any closer. Having witnessed Xiao Tian's earlier display of power, he was now utterly intimidated. Bro, hold your fire. It's all a misunderstanding. The spiky-haired man frantically raised his hands and shouted at Xiao Tian. Seeing Xiao Tian's unrelenting advance, cold sweat poured down the man's forehead. A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I only called you here to discuss a business deal, we're not enemies. I did all this just to show off, to knock some sense into you. I never meant to actually fight. Brother! Don't come any closer, damn it, don't come any closer. Watching Xiao Tian draw nearer, the spiky-haired man felt his heart leap into his throat. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Xiao Tian abruptly halted his advance. Why go to such lengths? Killing your own brother just to show off? Was it really worth it? After hearing the story, Pang Dahai finally put away the talismans in his hand and shot the other man a contemptuous look. The spiky-haired man felt awkward under Pang Dahai's scathing retort. He wanted to argue back but couldn't find the words. He had truly miscalculated, never expecting Xiao Tian to be so reckless, daring to strike first even with their overwhelming numerical advantage. He never imagined that this human boy, who hadn't even entered his beast form yet, possessed such terrifying power. Monster! This kid is absolutely a monster. At this moment, Xiao Tian's resolve to recruit Xiao Tian reached its peak. Chapter 107, Reviewers won't let me name this chapter. Actually, I invited you here to discuss a business partnership. Xiao Tian adjusted his suit collar and tie, his lion-like eyes fixed intently on Xiao Tian as he spoke, wary that this formidable man might suddenly lunge at him. Though this was their first encounter, Xiao Tian's demeanor had already left a profound impression. The mutant beasts were all transformed from plants, animals, or insects. Even now that they possessed sentience, their violent genes remained etched deep within their bones. Yet compared to Xiao Tian, they seemed more human, while Xiao Tian himself resembled a mutated beast. Xiao Tian didn't respond directly. He walked over to the sofa, crossed his legs, and sat down.
Xiao Tian frowned slightly at this but dared not show it outwardly.
He continued, this collaboration can be mutually beneficial. I, Xiao Tian, wish to befriend you. Once this matter is settled, we can even become sworn brothers. Then, your affairs will be my affairs. Fat C couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What kind of person are you to even think about becoming sworn brothers with my big brother? Can you chase the Dark Sovereign across the land? Can you subdue the Dark Creature's army? Can you storm the Sovereign's palace? Partnering with my own elder brother is one thing, but demanding to become sworn brothers afterward? You want to hog all the glory?
If Xiao Tian were willing, those seeking to become sworn brothers with him would stretch from the Great Scholar City all the way to the Sky City. Yet here with Xiao Tian, it felt as if forming a sworn brotherhood with him were some kind of favorite tone that grated on the nerves.
Surprisingly calm, Xiao Tian tapped the armrest lightly with his fingers before suddenly addressing Pang Dahai, hungry.
Bring out the provisions to fill our bellies. Fat C hurried over eagerly, pulling a sealed piece of fresh meat from his bosom. Ever since that brutal battle in the Forbidden Zone, Xiao Tian had come to understand the importance of sustenance. During his battle with Wang Mingxian, he had held up well initially, but as his stamina drained, his stomach grew painfully empty. Had he not gritted his teeth and pushed through, Xiao Tian feared he might have fainted from hunger right there. That's why, upon returning, Xiao Tian decided to always carry rations with him ready to take a bite whenever hunger struck to replenish his energy.
Xiao Tian unwrapped the package.
Fresh blood still glistened on the raw meat.
He didn't mind it at all.
To him, the blood was like ketchup adding a unique flavor.
Crunch crunch.
Right there in front of everyone, Xiao Tian bit into the raw meat. Soon, a large chunk was gone, devoured in one go. The scene fell deathly silent. Everyone watched Xiao Tian devour his meal, yet not a single soul dared utter a sound. Instead, everyone wore peculiar expressions.
Many mutated beasts instinctively glanced at Xiao Tian.
Though they had taken human form, their essence remained that of animals, plants, or insects, endowed with senses far keener than humans.
The moment Xiao Tian produced that raw meat, they recognized it. This was lion meat. And their leader was none other than the Lion King of the grasslands. This kid eating lion meat right in front of their leader? What's the difference between that and demanding beef noodle soup by name on Oxhead Mountain? After eating his fill, Xiao Tian elegantly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Xiao Tian. What did you mean by cooperation just now?
I didn't catch that clearly. What I mean is, I, Xiao Tian, am willing to follow Xiao Shen's lead. I hope Xiao Shen will give me a chance to cooperate with you.
I truly can't manage without you. Xiao Tian swallowed hard, instantly shifting his demeanor. That bastard had eaten lion meat right in front of him, a blatant provocation. Yet he dared not retaliate. Though his rank surpassed Xiao Tian's, he held no certainty of victory should they truly clash. Xiao Tian never fought battles without absolute certainty. At this moment, he needed the other party, and lowering his stance appropriately wouldn't hurt. In truth, Xiao Tian was overthinking it.
When Xiao Tian arrived, he hadn't known Xiao Tian's identity. This lion meat was merely something he'd casually brought along before leaving. Lion meat was strictly forbidden before the Dark Turmoil, but once the chaos began, all rules had long since vanished. In the villa's freezer, alongside the lion meat, lay bear, peacock, cicadeer, and tiger meat.
I don't do things that don't benefit me. Give me a reason to cooperate with you. Xiao Tian's expression instantly turned as grim as if he were constipated.
He had investigated Xiao Tian's background and knew the man lacked for nothing in resources. He truly had nothing substantial to offer. After a moment's thought, he decided to appeal to reason and emotion. This ruthless man might be merciless to his enemies, but he treated his own people quite well, proof he had principles. If he played the victim card, why wouldn't Xiao Tian cooperate? Before the Dark Turmoil descended, I was a lion in the third zoo of the Great Scholar City. I established a territory with 3 lionesses and had 2 cubs. But a neighboring pride was ruled by 2 brothers who constantly coveted my 3 mates. I clashed with them many times, driving them back each time. Things should have continued this way, but then the Dark Turmoil began. After gaining sentience, they killed my 2 sons and abducted my 3 wives. Not only that, but I had unexpectedly obtained a crystal capable of converting dark energy into spiritual energy. I intended to use this precious item to level up, only for them to snatch it away together. Xiao Tian's expression had remained unchanged until he heard about the crystal that could convert dark energy. He immediately stood up. He had been pondering how to find something that could convert dark power to provide research material for Xin Qiulan. He never imagined it would come so easily. Xiao Tian assumed Xiao Tian was moved by his story and couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. This guy might occasionally go off the rails or become bloodthirsty, but at least he had a shred of conscience, a loyal and trustworthy soul. This was a sure thing. Just as Xiao Tian prepared to continue his emotional build-up, Xiao Tian cut him off without mercy. I can help you, but that crystal is mine once the job's done. The smile faded from Xiao Tian's face. That crystal was a valuable item, so you'd set your sights on this old man's treasure? Still, Xiao Tian didn't hesitate long before agreeing. Though reluctant to part with this unique crystal, his burning desire to avenge his wife's abduction outweighed any attachment to material possessions. Revenge consumed his every thought these past days. If Xiao Tian could truly help him achieve vengeance, one crystal was a price well worth paying.
Alright, it's settled. Just point me in the direction of those two brothers' territory. Xiao Tian cracked his neck, barely containing his excitement. Let's set out right now. Chapter 108, Treat them like elite monsters. Xiao Tian hurriedly stopped the eager Xiao Tian, forcing a wry smile.
They have overwhelming numbers, over 1,000 followers.
Otherwise, I'd have handled it myself.
The enemy boasted numerous powerful mutated beasts and nearly 1,000 men, while his own side had only a little over 500 followers. Ever since gaining sentience, he'd been steadily building his strength while recruiting followers. These 500-plus followers were hard-won recruits. He couldn't fathom how the enemy had managed to amass such a large force in such a short time.
As for Xiao Tian, he represented Xiao Tian's final chance for revenge.
While he cared little for Xiao Tian's life or death, he didn't want him to die in vain.
He had hoped these words would awaken Xiao Tian to the enemy's formidable strength.
Instead, Pang Dehai's words left Xiao Tian questioning his entire existence.
Over 1,000 men, is that a lot? What the hell? Over 1,000 people?
If each one spat at you, it'd burst your belly.
And you ask such an idiotic question? Is 1,000 people a small number?
If the enemy didn't have over 1,000 men, he would have already led his men to attack them. Xiao Tian shot Pang Dehai a look reserved for the mentally challenged. He pursed his lips, desperate to say something, yet hesitated, mindful that the fat man belonged to a vulnerable group. Staring at the arrogant Pang Dehai, Xiao Tian held his breath for a long moment, unable to utter a single word. 1,000-plus men really isn't much. Just then, Xiao Tian spoke up. Xiao Tian's gaze darted between the two men, his mindset shifting subtly.
Damn it!
He'd heard through the grapevine that Xiao Tian was a man of genuine skill. But now it seemed he was nothing more than a brute with a bit of empty strength.
1,000-plus men might not be overwhelming, but you've only got 2 people now.
Even counting my side, we barely have 500. With such meager numbers seeking vengeance, we'll likely be wiped out before we even lay eyes on the 3-headed lioness he's so obsessed with. Xiao Tian saw the worry in his opponent's eyes, but he offered no further explanation. Indeed, 1,000-plus men were insignificant before Xiao Tian. Setting aside those 13 mutated beasts, Xiao Tian still wore the ghost banner, which concealed over 1,000 dark entities within.
Xiao Tian's current strength is no longer what it used to be.
Facing ordinary mutated beasts, he could easily take on 100 of them single-handedly. To put it in more boastful terms, he could single-handedly farm them like elite monsters in a game.
Xiao Tian was never one to be arrogant. He never undertook anything without absolute certainty.
If he decided to act, it meant he had full confidence in his ability.
Time waits for no one. Either come with me now to rescue them, or point me in the right direction so I can eliminate them myself and retrieve the crystal. Xiao Tian let out a heavy sigh. After hesitating for a long while, he finally made a difficult decision. All right. I'll gather everyone and follow you immediately. Xiao Tian conceded.
Xiao Tian was the strongest ally he could find at the moment. If he let Xiao Tian go alone and he died, it would be game over. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to risk his life for his comrade.
Soon, Xiao Tian had his men ready. Over 500 of them marched in formation toward their destination. Throughout the journey, Xiao Tian's heart was filled with unease. He had already begun plotting his escape route in case of a crushing defeat. Knowing the enemy had over 1,000 men and still planning to engage directly, his confidence in Xiao Tian had significantly waned. They have over 1,000 men after all. Even if we plan to fight, shouldn't we at least strategize? On the march, Xiao Tian finally couldn't resist speaking up again. Strategy my ass. Just do it and get it over with.
You're a mutated beast, for crying out loud.
Why are you so indecisive and overthinking everything? Fat Ocean shot Xiao Tian a contemptuous sideways glance. Shocked by Pang Dehai's retort, Xiao Tian was rendered speechless on the spot. How could a mighty mutant beast like himself be looked down upon by a chubby little guy? It was outrageous. Besides, don't you humans always say, know your enemy and know yourself, and you will fight 100 battles without danger? Now I'm telling you to come up with a strategy, to use your brains, and you call me indecisive. Who the hell is the mutant beast here? Just get it done. Is that something a human would say?
Half an hour into their advance, a dark shadow suddenly dove from the sky toward the ground. A hawk-type mutated beast descended from the heavens, flapping its wings as it landed on the ground.
Xiao Tian, you know this is my big brother's territory up ahead. What are you planning to do with this bunch? The falcon's tone was supremely arrogant, its gaze toward Xiao Tian dripping with utter contempt.
In the world of mutated beasts, the law of the jungle reigns supreme. Xiao Tian had suffered a defeat at the hands of the two brothers last time, losing not only his wife but also his dignity. This led to the hawk, despite being merely a subordinate, daring to bark orders at Xiao Tian.
Xiao Tian felt that with a major battle imminent, it wasn't wise to completely sever ties just yet. He planned to brush it off with some flimsy excuse. But before he could speak, Xiao Tian interjected. Go tell your two bosses, Xiao Tian has arrived. If you don't want your kind wiped out, release those 3 lionesses and hand over that crystal capable of purifying dark power. Damn it! Xiao Tian covered his face with his hands, having lost all courage to argue. He now bitterly regretted partnering with Xiao Tian. This kid was utterly clueless about his own limitations. Could such a brute really chase the Dark Overlord through the streets? You insolent brat! Who gave you the audacity to? Hearing Xiao Tian's outrageous words, Hunter Eagle flew into a rage, pointing at Xiao Tian and about to unleash a torrent of curses. But Xiao Tian didn't give him a chance to speak. He stepped forward and tore off one of the falcon's wings. He then bit off the feathers from the wing and began gnawing on it right before everyone's eyes. Crunch! Crunch! The crisp sound of flesh and bone being torn apart echoed continuously. The bone, along with the flesh, was instantly ripped off and swallowed whole by Xiao Tian. At this sight, everyone froze in shock. The falcon froze for a moment before the pain from its severed wing finally registered, causing it to howl in agony. How dare this human, so audacious, attack me? Didn't he even know the meaning of death? The hawk opened its beak to speak, only to be silenced by Xiao Tian's fierce glare. Scram back and deliver my message. Say one more word, and I swear I'll smack you flat. Xiao Tian's voice was ice cold, sending a shiver down the falcon's spine. He dared not utter a single word, scrambling away in a hurry. As for why he didn't fly? Simple. With one wing broken, flight was impossible. Watching Falcon's receding figure, Xiao Tian felt a deep sorrow. He knew that after this incident, even if they turned tail and fled immediately, those two brothers would never let them off lightly. After today, unless they eliminated those two brothers, there would be no place left for them in Darren City. What should we do now? Xiao Tian turned to Xiao Tian, his resolve now completely shattered. Things had reached this point, and he was powerless to change anything. His original plan to rescue his 3 lionesses now seemed to risk even his own life. Wait! Xiao Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, crossed his arms over his chest, and sat down casually, his tone indifferent. Silence immediately fell over the scene. Except for Xiao Tian and Pang Dehai, everyone else felt utterly uneasy. About 5 minutes later, the ground ahead suddenly began to tremble slightly. All eyes turned simultaneously to the horizon, where a dark mass of figures appeared. Chapter 109, You'll have to find someone else. At the sight of this dark mass, Xiao Tian and his men felt a chill run down their spines. The disparity in numbers between the two sides was already staggering, and now they were utterly overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Before the battle had even begun, their morale plummeted. Many felt their legs tremble, nearly losing their balance and collapsing to the ground. Snap out of it, you cowards! Act like men! Xiao Tian bellowed, trying to rally his troops. But seeing the trembling legs of the very man shouting, Xiao Tian felt 2 black lines slide down his forehead. You're not exactly holding up any better than the rest of us, are you? And you dare call yourself Xiao Tian, with that imposing name? You're actually intimidated by this scene? Are you even a mutant beast? Fat Ocean stared at Lion Tian, clicking his tongue in disbelief. What kind of mutant beast is this scaredy cat? Xiao Tian had no time to argue with Pang Dehai. When he saw Pang Dehai's expression remain calm and unflinching, Xiao Tian was genuinely surprised. Had this fatso really grown that bold? Even he felt fear in his heart at the scene before him, yet this dead fatso remained completely unruffled. Could it be that he truly couldn't hold a candle to this fatso? Truth be told, it wasn't that Pang Dehai was as bold as a bull. It was mainly because, since following Xiao Tian, he'd seen far too many spectacular scenes. Compared to those grand spectacles, what unfolded before him now was mere child's play in his eyes. Besides, with Xiao Tian present to hold down the fort, even if the sky fell, Xiao Tian would be there to watch over it. What the hell was there to be afraid of? As the two sides drew closer, the ground trembled with increasing intensity. Only then did the crowd notice 2 figures charging at the very front. Both sported hairstyles and wore fierce expressions, though their builds weren't as imposing as Xiao Tian's. No need to guess these were the brothers Xiao Tian had mentioned. Xiao Tian, you bastard! Last time I spared your pathetic life, and now you dare come looking for death, the brothers roared with fury. We can sit down and talk this out properly. Xiao Tian took a deep breath. Though mentally prepared, he still felt a surge of fear in this moment. Talk my ass. Since you're so eager to die, we'll send you on your way today. The brothers showed no sign of stopping. They raised their arms in a battle cry, charging toward Xiao Tian and his group with overwhelming momentum. As the two sides prepared to clash, Xiao Tian's ghost banner fluttered behind him, instantly summoning over 1,000 dark creatures. Xiao Tian then tossed 13 containment devices, releasing 13 mutated beasts onto the battlefield simultaneously. Kill! Xiao Tian uttered the single word with detached calm. The 13 mutated beasts roared in unison, like terrifying machines that knew only slaughter and no fear. They charged straight ahead, leading the 1,000 dark spirits. Xiao Tian and the others were still reeling from the shock. How had so many dark creatures suddenly appeared on the scene, along with 13 mutated beasts? Just how powerful was this Xiao Tian? I told you to investigate Xiao Tian. Why didn't you tell me he had this kind of ability? Xiao Tian suddenly turned to the mutated beast beside him and asked. Boss.
I genuinely had no idea he possessed such abilities, the mutant beast replied with a forced smile.
Just then. Hold on.
Seeing the situation escalate, the two brothers halted abruptly and shouted toward Xiao Tian's group. Actually, I think we can sit down and talk this out properly. With over 1,000 dark creatures and the 500+ members on Xiao Tian's side, Xiao Tian's group no longer held the numerical disadvantage. In fact, they held the upper hand. If they truly clashed, both sides would suffer heavy losses. Xiao Tian's side didn't care much. These dark creatures were merely byproducts of devouring the first heaven dominator. Even if every last one perished in battle, Xiao Tian wouldn't feel a shred of regret. They were tools, nothing more. But it was different for the two brothers. Every mutant beast on their side was a genuine recruit. The loss of even one would break their hearts. Xiao Tian paid no heed to the brothers' pleas, and soon both sides were locked in fierce combat. Though the dark creatures' combat effectiveness was somewhat diminished after leaving the Forbidden Zone, they still fought with formidable strength. Casualties mounted on both sides.
Xiao Tian flickered into position before the brothers. You're that Xiao Tian?
The brothers stared at Xiao Tian, their voices tight with tension.
Xiao Tian offered no reply, unleashing a punch so swift it generated a sonic boom. Oomph. A mere human dares to challenge our physical prowess? You're courting death.
The brothers dismissed him with contempt. Without entering their beast form, Xiao Tian's punch held no threat in their eyes. The elder brother, Shibuken, extended a single finger, intending to block Xiao Tian's attack with just that one digit.
Boom!
The fist collided with the finger, shattering it instantly. Shibuchuan's finger cracked like a turtle shell, and then his entire right arm was blown to smithereens.
A punch packing 10 tons of force was no joke. Even Superman would have broken ribs and been left clinging to the wall. Ah, my arm!
Shibuchuan clutched his arm, howling in agony. But before his cries could grow louder, Xiao Tian's figure materialized before him like the Grim Reaper. Seeing Xiao Tian slowly raise his right fist, poised to deliver another blow, Shibuchuan was overcome with fear. Big brother, I'll help you.
Xiao Tian roared furiously, stepping in front of Shibuchuan.
His eyes reddened as he snarled at Xiao Tian, if you want to kill my brother, you'll have to step over my dead body first.
Xiao Tian slowly lowered his right hand.
Seeing this, Xiao Tian breathed a sigh of relief, convinced he had intimidated Xiao Tian. But as Xiao Tian lowered his arm, he suddenly murmured, beast form.
Boom! Twin Shadow Qilin. Xiao Tian's genetic sequence was no longer merely about simple beast transformation. His genetic makeup had long since become incredibly powerful. The moment the words left his lips, countless genes within Xiao Tian's body began colliding, then frantically reorganizing and strengthening. In the blink of an eye, a formidable dark force erupted from Xiao Tian's body, completely enveloping his form. As the darkness dissipated, Xiao Tian's figure reappeared at the scene. 2 meters tall, 5 meters long.
His entire body was covered in black scales, each plate pulsing with flowing dark runes.
Xiao Tian had transformed into a two-headed black Qilin.
Unlike the sacred Qilin of myth, Xiao Tian's dark Qilin radiated an eerie, malevolent aura, yet exuded an overwhelmingly majestic and domineering presence. Compared to the two brothers, who stood only 2 meters tall, Xiao Tian's current form resembled that of a mutated beast.
Damn it! Seeing Xiao Tian suddenly transform into this monstrous form, Xiao Tian's pupils dilated in shock, his entire being frozen in disbelief. Is this even human? This is a damn monster. He knew of spirit beast warriors and understood they could enter beast forms by acquiring animal genes. But current spirit beast warriors only partially transformed their bodies, with their primary abilities being enhanced attributes. Xiao Tian before him, however, was fully beastified. Not a single human feature remained on his body. He had transformed completely into a black Qilin. Though his own rank was higher than the opponent's, and though Xiao Tian currently showed no defensive posture, leaving him wide open with countless vulnerabilities. For some inexplicable reason, Xiao Tian was overcome by a distinct illusion. The moment he struck Xiao Tian, he would meet a gruesome death instantly. My elder brother is my only family in this world. If you kill him, I will avenge him. Xiao Tian clenched his fists tightly, gazing up at Xiao Tian in his beast-like state. Suddenly, his tone shifted. But I'm no match for you now. I also know my brother wouldn't want me to make a pointless sacrifice. After speaking these words, Anya abruptly knelt in the direction of Shibuken and bowed his head 3 times with a heavy thud. So, big brother, it's not that I won't avenge you, it's that I simply can't. For this mortal enmity, you'll have to find someone else. With that, Lion Tianya rose without hesitation and turned to flee. Chapter 110, The Real-Life Battle Royale. He ran? He ran. Shibuchuan's eyes widened. First came shock, then an indescribable rage. That bastard kept calling me big brother, but when push came to shove, he ditched me and took off on his own. Damn it! The world's cruelty couldn't be any colder than this, could it? Spare me. Shibuchuan gritted his teeth against the searing pain, lifting his head to look at Xiao Tian, his voice trembling.
At first, he hadn't taken Xiao Tian seriously, instead mocking Xiao Tian for being so desperate he'd team up with a human kid. But now he finally understood the terrifying power possessed by this frail human boy he had once looked down upon. Lion Outwin, locked in fierce combat in the distance, witnessed Lion Buchuan's pitiful state. Excitement mingled with a more complex mix of emotions. He never imagined that the very man he'd dreamed of avenging would prove so utterly helpless before Xiao Tian. The battle had barely begun, yet Xiao Buchuan had already been subdued by Xiao Tian. Moreover, Xiao Tian could effortlessly summon an army of dark creatures they wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Xiao Tian alone could indeed annihilate the forces of these two brothers. He couldn't help but recall Xiao Tian's earlier words. Point me in the direction of these brothers' lair. At the time, he had dismissed Xiao Tian as bragging, but now he realized the man truly possessed such power. Where is that crystal that can convert dark energy? Xiao Tian gripped Xiao Buchuan's hand with a slight squeeze, his expression cold as he demanded. It's on my brother's person. Xiao Buchuan's face contorted as the pressure gradually choked off his breath. A powerful sense of order swept over his heart, filling him with utter dread and despair. Having extracted the information he needed, Xiao Tian wasted no words. With a forceful twist of his palm, he snapped Xiao Buchuan's neck. His form flickered as he swiftly pursued Xiao Tian. Along the way, countless dark creatures and mutated beasts attempted to block Xiao Tian's escape. But when cornered, people unleash hidden potential. Xiao Tian was now in precisely that state. Driven by an overwhelming will to survive, the adrenaline surged through his veins. Every obstacle blocking his path was violently knocked aside. As he neared breaking through the encirclement, a flicker of excitement flashed in Ayanya's eyes. Once he broke through the encirclement, he would be saved. Then, the sky was his oyster. At worst, he'd leave Darren City forever, never to return. No matter how formidable Xiao Tian became, he'd never find him on Blue Star. But at that very moment, a thunderous roar accompanied by a bone-chilling intent to kill suddenly swept in from behind. Xiao Tian instinctively sensed something was wrong, then turned his head as if compelled by some unseen force. That single glance nearly shattered his soul on the spot, sending his spirit to the west. There stood Xiao Tian, fully transformed into his beast form. His two ferocious Qilin heads glowed with an icy, piercing light. He dug his limbs into the ground and charged forward with all his might. With every step he took, the concrete beneath his feet instantly cracked. One stump. Within a 10-meter radius, the concrete shattered completely, sinking into a deep pit. What the hell kind of force is this? Are you the freaking mutant beast, or am I the mutant beast? Even in my beast form, I'm not as badass as you. Xiao Tian peed himself 3 drops and instantly entered his beast form, transforming into a 3-meter-long male lion covered in golden fur. With a furious roar, he wildly flailed his limbs and sprinted forward with all his might. But no matter how fast he was, how could he possibly match Xiao Tian? Strictly speaking, this was Xiao Tian's first battle since obtaining the twin shadow Qilins, and Lion Tianya stood as one of the primary adversaries in this inaugural clash. Xiao Tian certainly wasn't going to let Ayanya escape. Boom! Xiao Tian stomped the ground furiously, his figure rapidly closing in on Xiao Tianya. Damn it! Xiao Tianya whipped his head around to glance behind him, his soul nearly leaping out of his body in terror. He couldn't afford to stall any longer, this monstrosity would catch him for sure. His mind raced. Spotting a passing heavy-duty truck, he lashed out with a claw, sending the multi-ton vehicle hurtling backward. He aimed to slow Xiao Tian's momentum with this maneuver. But Xiao Tian had already gained 10 tons of strength, and he was now in his dual shadow Qilin beast form. A mere truck was useless. Boom! Xiao Tian's claw struck forward, instantly crushing the truck into a heap of twisted metal. Fuel spilled from the tank, igniting into a massive explosion. Xiao Tianya whipped his head around again. Through the choking cloud of dust, Xiao Tian's massive form suddenly burst forth, continuing his relentless pursuit. Holy! He's insane, absolutely insane. When their eyes locked, Xiao Tianya felt his bowels nearly drop. That gaze was terrifying. This man was pure evil. He wanted to call the police. Blue Star prides itself on being an open world. It should have a Mutant Beast Protection Act. Mutant beasts were living creatures too, they deserved protection. If given the choice, he'd rather never have evolved into a mutant beast. He'd rather have stayed in the zoo, eating and waiting to die, rather than being hunted down by a madman at this very moment. Just then, low-rise buildings appeared ahead of Lion Tianya. This had once been an urban village, where many low-rise buildings stood haphazardly. However, due to the dark turmoil, the area was now completely deserted. Xiao Tianya's eyes lit up. He turned and charged toward the urban village. He intended to use the complex terrain of the urban village to completely shake off Xiao Tian. I've already severed ties with you, you bastard, yet you still won't let it go. Fine. Let's see who's faster, you madman or me. As his figure plunged into the urban village, Ayanya's tense heart finally relaxed. Now that he'd successfully entered the urban village, all he needed to do was use the terrain to gradually shake off this lunatic. Should he be safe now? Clinging to that sliver of hope, Xiao Tianya glanced back instinctively, filled with anticipation. That glance nearly made him himself.
A 3-story building instantly exploded, collapsing into a pile of rubble. Xiao Tian's demonic figure burst forth from the wreckage with overwhelming force. Holy! Xiao Tian's composure began to crack, but he refused to abandon even the slightest glimmer of hope. He had no choice but to keep circling around. At that very moment. Boom! Another deafening explosion echoed as yet another 3-story building was smashed to pieces by Xiao Tian's relentless charge. Xiao Tian had intended to use the complex architecture to outmaneuver Xiao Tian, but he never imagined Xiao Tian would resort to such brutal force, smashing through every building blocking his path. In less than a minute, Xiao Tian charged to Xiao Tian's side, his claws sinking into the lion's tail before yanking him violently. With a thunderous crash, Xiao let out a piercing scream as he was violently hurled to the ground. A deep crater gouged into the earth as Xiao Tian's agonized scream echoed, his body embedded into the ground. His entire body was shattered with multiple fractures. Chapter 111, Tears of Despair, Utterly Hopeless. Xiao Tian gasped for breath, his sunken chest heaving unsteadily. His eyes were filled with terror as he realized with utter despair that he had lost all feeling in his limbs. At that moment, Xiao Tian shed his beast form and appeared before him in human shape, planting his foot squarely on Xiao Tian's face. Xiao Tian said nothing. Never in his life had he felt such terror as he did today. This guy isn't human. He was a demon. A being far more terrifying than the Dark Lord himself. The last shred of hope in Ianya's heart was utterly crushed by Xiao Tian's crushing foot. Just as he opened his mouth to beg for mercy, Xiao Tian spoke first. Where is that crystal stone capable of purifying dark power? You hunted me down just for this crystal? Ianya gasped in shock, coughing violently before urgently demanding. Xiao Tian remained silent, his gaze growing even more profound, clearly acknowledging his intent. Xiao Tian. You. Bastard. Receiving this absurd answer, Xiao Tian's eyes bulged as if they would pop out. Already suffering from multiple fractures throughout his body, the surge of rage now overwhelmed him. A large mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his ruptured internal organs, spurted out. You hunted me down all this time, only for a crystal that purifies dark power? I thought you were going to wipe me out completely to silence me. It's just a crystal. Why the hell didn't you just ask for it earlier? If you'd asked me for the crystal, did you really think I'd refuse? This crystal was special, but it could only purify dark energy and only a small amount at that. It held little value for Xiao Tian. If trading this crystal could save his life, hesitating even a second would be disrespectful to himself. You wanted the crystal? Why didn't you say so sooner? You asked me for it, did you really think I wouldn't give it? Xiao Tian let out a bitter laugh, his entire body deflating like a punctured balloon. Countless curses against Xiao Tian churned in his mind, yet he dared not utter a single one. The crystal is in my pants pocket. My limbs are shattered and broken, I can't move anymore. You'll have to get it yourself. Xiao Tian wasted no words. Following Xiao Tian's instructions, he indeed retrieved a crystal from the other man's pocket. The crystal was white, emitting a faint warmth when held. On the surface, it appeared almost ordinary. After examining it, Xiao Tian extended his left hand and channeled a thread of dark energy toward the crystal. The moment the dark energy touched the crystal, it was instantly absorbed into it, then transformed into a warm current. It really worked. Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed in focus, his heart surging with elation. This crystal was the real deal. With it, developing a device capable of mass-converting dark energy was now within reach. Xiao Tian carefully stowed the crystal away, cast a glance at the barely conscious Xiao Tian, then turned and departed. His agreement to cooperate with Xiao Tian had been primarily for this crystal. Now that Xiao Buchuan was dead and the crystal was in his possession, Xiao Tian's fate was no longer his concern. Light rain had begun falling from the sky at some point. Xiao Tian stared at Xiao Tian's retreating figure, gasping for breath, utterly speechless. A trail of liquid slid down the corner of his eye. He could no longer tell if it was tears or rain. When Xiao Tian found Xiao Tian again, he discovered that the 3 still alluring lionesses had been rescued and were now embracing Xiao Tian. To be fair, these 3 lionesses now appeared human, though they retained some feline features. They were quite beautiful absolute stunners by human standards. No wonder Xiao Tian had been so obsessed with them. The battle was now over. After the 2 brothers fled, the rest scattered like birds and beasts, some dead, some escaped. Xiao Tian waved his hand, summoning back the mutated beasts and the entire army of dark creatures. He then patted Pang De high on the shoulder, and the 2 turned and walked away together. Xiao Tian. At that moment, Xiao Tian suddenly called out to Xiao Tian, his voice sincere. I owe you a favor. Xiao Tian paid no heed and continued on his way. After all, he had only agreed to help for the sake of this crystal. He didn't need the other party to be grateful to him. Having witnessed Xiao Tian's terrifying power, Xiao Tian's numerous underlings didn't grow angry over his rudeness. Anyone who crossed such a ruthless man was essentially signing their own death warrant. Boss, should we head back now? Someone suddenly asked. Of course we're going back. Get everything ready. We need to leave Darren City as soon as possible and find a new place to settle. Xiao Tian gazed at Xiao Tian's departing figure and sighed. With a ruthless man like Xiao Tian in Darren City, it's difficult for us to thrive.
And though we can now take human form, we remain mutated beasts at our core.
Human society isn't suited for us.
Many of our kind have moved to Shichong City lately.
Let's go there too. If we're lucky, we might just find a glimmer of hope. The city of Darren was bitterly cold.
Yet inside the villa, warmth enveloped the space like spring. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Tian sought out Xiao and handed over the white crystal. With this crystal, we should be able to develop what you need.
But I'll require time.
After briefly examining the crystal, Xiao looked at Xiao Tian with seriousness.
Xiao Tian understood such matters couldn't be rushed, but little time remained before the next opening of the Forbidden Zone. How long will it take to complete?
Xiao pressed her pale fingers against her chin, pondering for a moment before replying. If we work hard during this period, I estimate 5 days should suffice. After all, with this crystal, the actual work required is quite straightforward.
5 days. That was indeed quick. All right. I'll be waiting for your good news in 5 days.
If you need anything during this time, just tell me directly.
I'll get it for you. Xiao flashed a playful smile, blowing a warm breath against Xiao Tian's ear as she teased. I'm working overtime to handle things for you. Don't you have anything to offer in return? Xiao Tian smiled back, wrapping his arms around Xiaolan's waist. Once this is done, I'll queue up with you. We'll play until dawn.
Xiao instantly lost her composure, quickly breaking free from Xiao Tian's embrace and waving her hands.
There's nothing for you here right now. You should go first. I need to get back to work. Do. Until dawn?
She protested that her constitution was too frail to endure such exertion. This felt less like a reward and more like a punishment. This guy was perfect in every way, devoted to his own people, handsome and strong. The only flaw was that his stamina seemed endless.
Time flew by in the blink of an eye.
5 days later, Xiao successfully developed what Xiao Tian had requested.
And on this very day,
Forbidden Zones appeared simultaneously in cities across the Dragon Nation.
Chapter 112, Brother, help me.
Haunted by the psychological trauma from the previous incident with the Dark Hedge, few dared to enter the Forbidden Zones directly this time. After all, no one could guarantee there wouldn't be another unexpected incident. But the world never lacks for the bold. Soon, some steeled their nerves and began entering the spatial vortex one after another. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Tian had gathered all necessary supplies and led Yan Ruyu and the others into the Forbidden Zone. This time, Xiao Tian brought only Chu Yao and Pang Dahui with him, while the others remained stationed at the villa. A frigid wave was sweeping across the entire blue star. Even with the villa's high defense level and the ancient dark tree guarding its perimeter, no one could guarantee absolute safety. Moreover, Xiao Tian had another purpose for bringing Chu Yao along this time. Chu Yao's beast transformation abilities had not yet fully awakened. She needed to absorb dark energy to gradually strengthen her physique. By bringing her along, Xiao Tian also hoped to see if this opportunity could trigger the full awakening of her beast transformation abilities. After traversing the spatial vortex, the familiar scene unfolded before the trio once more. The pitch-black world held no light, save for a blood moon suspended overhead, with not a single star visible. The surrounding space was shrouded in a thick fog, visibility extremely low. Xiao Tian inhaled the murky air, then lowered his gaze to the object in his hand. It was an oval-shaped object, somewhat resembling an offensive granada purification device crafted for him by Xiao. With the device's power, Xiao Tian could purify all the dark energy into a form he could absorb. This time, he was ready to go all out. There's no immediate danger here. Try absorbing the dark energy in this area. I'll keep watch for you. Instead of rushing to absorb the dark energy, Xiao Tian turned to Chu Yao and said, "All right." Chu Yao nodded. After spending time together, she had come to trust Xiao Tian completely. She immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began circulating her energy to absorb the dark power within the Forbidden Zone. As Chu Yao released her own energy, the surrounding dark energy seemed drawn to her, actively moving toward her. It was then drawn into the space between her eyebrows. Yet as time passed, this pull not only failed to cease but grew increasingly intense. Gradually, the surrounding dark energy coalesced into a vortex, violently surging into Chu Yao's body. Witnessing this scene, even Xiao Tian couldn't hide his astonishment. This girl's absorption of dark energy was far too rapid. After absorbing the genetic sequences of the first and second heavenly sovereigns, he could indeed absorb dark energy even at this speed or faster. But absorbing dark energy at this rate? Xiao Tian estimated he would have entered a frenzied state long ago. In contrast, Chu Yao remained unscathed. Her body seemed like a bottomless pit, voraciously and greedily absorbing the dark energy within the space. Finally, half an hour later, Chu Yao ceased absorbing the dark energy. A lotus pattern emerged between her eyebrows. While lotuses typically evoke sacred purity, the pattern between Chu Yao's brows was an eerie, inky black. It radiated an overwhelmingly sinister and evil aura. The next moment, Chu Yao suddenly opened her eyes and stood up. "How does your body feel?" Only after confirming Chu Yao wasn't about to enter a berserk state did Xiao Tian speak up.
I feel great. My body is brimming with power.
Chu Yao replied after a moment's thought. Just then, a roar erupted from the nearby mist. A dark creature tore through the mist and charged toward Chu Yao. Before Xiao Tian could intervene, Chu Yao spun violently, instinctively raising her right arm. A dark vortex gradually coalesced within her palm. The next moment, dark energy surged from the surrounding area. Beneath the dark creature's feet, a lotus blossomed, formed from the gathered darkness. The lotus blossomed, instantly expanding to extend 8 petals that completely enveloped the dark creature.
Then it exploded with a thunderous boom. Holy!
Fatty Dahai, watching from the side, broke out in a cold sweat.
His admiration for this goddess he'd idolized instantly evaporated, instantly obliterating a dark entity in the blink of an eye. Is she even human? Was this still the national goddess he once admired? Moreover, ever since absorbing the dark power, Chu Yao's aura had undergone a profound transformation.
Where once she radiated innocence, now she carried an air of unfathomable depth.
Even Xiao Tian was utterly astonished, never imagining Chu Yao would become so terrifying after awakening her beast transformation ability.
Reflecting on Chu Yao's earlier attack patterns, Xiao Tian subconsciously began to ponder. If he had been in the place of that dark creature earlier, could he have withstood that assault?
Xiao Tian didn't know.
Such matters could only be answered through personal experience.
Thank you, Xiao Tian. Chu Yao turned to face Xiao Tian, her words brimming with sincerity.
She felt remarkably good now, finally no longer helpless prey at others' mercy. If only she had possessed this power back when her parents forced her into marriage, she wouldn't have been driven to such desperation.
Let's go.
See what treasures this place holds. Xiao Tian nodded, then turned and strode forward.
Chu Yao hurried to follow.
Fat C, however, trailed silently behind them, instinctively keeping a distance from Chu Yao.
The goddess was no pushover these days. Better to keep some distance. As the trio advanced, they encountered numerous dark creatures along the way.
But this time, Chu Yao could effortlessly eliminate these dark creatures without Xiao Tian needing to intervene.
Fatsi grew increasingly alarmed with each sight.
Previously, Chu Yao had been the weakest presence in the villa. Though she possessed the power of a spirit beast warrior, she hadn't fully unlocked her beast transformation abilities. Now, however, after absorbing the dark energy, Chu Yao seemed like a completely different person. He, in turn, had become the weakest one in the villa. Just then, the trio suddenly heard the sound of combat echoing ahead. When the trio followed the sound, they discovered 2 groups locked in combat. 3 individuals were clearly at a disadvantage, while the opposing group of 5 held absolute dominance. We found this Lingji first. This is outright plunder, the leading woman among the 3 spat venomously. Ha! Since the dark turmoil descended, this world has been survival of the fittest. What's wrong with seizing what's rightfully ours? The leader of the 5 men sneered disdainfully. But at that moment, all 8 suddenly noticed Xiao Tian and his 2 companions appearing nearby. All 8 froze, instinctively recognizing Xiao Tian as familiar yet unable to place him. Xiao Tian's appearance was indeed familiar to many. Yet this was forbidden territory, shrouded in thick mist, and the distance between them made clear identification difficult. Just then, the woman who seemed to be the leader among the 3 suddenly stood up and ran towards Xiao Tian. Brother, they're robbing us without reason. Help us. If you're willing to aid us, I'll pledge myself to you and serve you faithfully.
The woman knelt before Xiao Tian, feigning vulnerability.
Her pale, delicate hands tugged at his trouser leg as she lifted her head to look at him, her voice filled with pitiful pleading.
Chapter 113, Power Talks, Just Take It.
Fearing rejection, she even tugged her shoulder strap down several times as she spoke, revealing a generous amount of skin. Her appearance was quite pleasing, and combined with her pitiful demeanor and constant use of brother, any normal man would find it hard to resist. At least the chubby guy beside them had his eyes glued to her. If she'd been pleading with him, he figured he'd have agreed long ago.
But who was Xiao Tian? He wasn't some man who only thought with his lower half.
And setting aside the beauties at home like Yen Ruyu and Xinqiulan, even Chu Yao standing beside him now was in a league of her own. A woman might be pretty, but comparisons are always the most dangerous thing.
Put her next to Chu Yao for a moment, and the difference would be stark. Get lost.
Xiao Tian's lips parted slightly as he uttered the word indifferently.
Brother, you. The woman seemed utterly taken aback.
Having played her final card, all she received in return was Xiao Tian's single word, get out.
Was this man insane? Didn't he like women?
She had been the campus beauty, then the office beauty after graduation. Wherever she went, countless men pursued her.
But now, she was actually being rejected by a teenager.
Thinking she hadn't made herself clear, the woman continued tugging at Xiao Tian's pant leg, her voice dripping with feigned vulnerability. Brother, if you just help me, I'll satisfy you in any position, any way you want.
Xiao Tian's forehead veins bulged. This time, he couldn't be bothered to speak. He simply kicked the woman flying across the room. Kid, you're asking for it. How dare you hit someone? A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. What kind of man are you? What kind of man are you?
The two men beside the woman snapped out of their daze and began hurling insults at Xiao Tian.
Seeing this, Xiao Tian was so enraged he burst out laughing.
Just because he refused to help them, this group started slandering and humiliating him.
Did they think he was some kind of saint easy to push around? Xiao Tian turned to Chu Yao. Dare you kill?
Since Chu Yao had arrived at the villa, she hadn't killed a single person. In these chaotic times, even the most powerful would suffer greatly if they couldn't bring themselves to kill. Killing wasn't about satisfying personal desires, but about self-preservation.
I dare. Chu Yao nodded, then took a step forward.
Though she had never taken a life, not even slaughtered a chicken or fish. But after following Xiao Tian for so long, she had witnessed the darkest corners of human nature. Killing was for self-preservation. Now that she had awakened her beast transformation ability, she would inevitably face such situations in the future. Chu Yao extended her right hand, and a dark lotus suddenly materialized beneath the two men's feet. Before they could comprehend what was happening, their bodies were completely enveloped by the lotus petals, then exploded into a mist of blood. Two muffled thuds echoed as both men met a gruesome end, not even granted the chance to utter a single cry of agony.
Dead? The woman who had been kicked away was utterly petrified.
She never imagined anyone could possess such terrifying power.
I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly regret it and won't ever do it again.
As Chu Yao's gaze fell upon her, the woman's face drained of color.
She frantically bowed her head, desperately pleading for mercy.
Chu Yao hesitated, turning her gaze toward Xiao Tian.
But Xiao Tian didn't respond.
Instead, he smiled warmly at Chu Yao.
Huff.
Exhaling a heavy breath, Chu Yao made her decision. Slowly, she raised her hand, aiming it at the woman.
The next moment,
the woman's body was enveloped in petals, then exploded into shards of skin.
Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded approvingly.
Chu Yao was neither a saint in chaotic times nor a woman of beauty but no brains. When dealing with such people, the best approach was to eliminate them completely, cutting off any future troubles.
How does it feel to kill someone for the first time? Xiao Tian asked with a smile. Chu Yao shook her head. Perhaps I've seen too much of this sort of thing.
I felt no discomfort whatsoever. Xiao Tian nodded, then turned his gaze toward the 5 figures ahead. As Xiao Tian's gaze fell upon them, the 5 instinctively stumbled backward, terror etched across their faces. They had witnessed Chu Yao's earlier strike, how she had instantly slain 3 spirit beast warriors with a mere flick of her wrist.
This woman's strength was utterly unfathomable. The forbidden zone was fraught with danger at every turn.
Not only did they have to face dark creatures that could appear at any moment, they also had to guard against other spirit beast warriors.
Exhausting themselves here would be a loss without gain. We don't know these people.
We'll leave now and won't disturb you any further, the leader said, showing good sense. With that, he prepared to lead his companions away.
Wait. Xiao Tian suddenly called out to them. Leave the items behind.
The leader instinctively glanced at the 5 lingji mushrooms in his hands. These 5 lingji mushrooms were blood red in color, each about the size of a palm.
Ganoderma also grew on Blue Star, and there were many varieties.
But the 5 lingji mushrooms in the man's hands were no ordinary specimens, they were products of the Forbidden Zone.
Once consumed, they could instantly restore depleted strength in any level of spirit beast warrior.
Yet, as good as they were, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. After some haggling, the man finally placed down 5 lingji mushrooms.
He gave Xiao Tian and the others a nod before quickly departing with his men. Brother, these 5 lingji mushrooms contain incredibly potent life force. Consuming them can instantly heal internal injuries and replenish energy. Fang Dahai picked up the lingji, gave it a quick inspection, and exclaimed with great excitement. Put them away. Xiao Tian nodded, then led the 2 others to continue their journey.
This time, however, they encountered another unexpected incident shortly after setting off. A group of people were fighting over a peculiar crystal. The crystal glowed a pale blue, radiating a peculiar energy within. Xiao Tian recognized this crystal as an exceptionally strong material, suitable for crafting various weapons. Spirit beast warriors also required weapons, and the quality of these weapons could even determine the outcome of a battle. However, at their current stage, most spirit beast warriors were still relatively low level, so such weapons weren't necessary for now. At that moment, 3 groups were clashing, vying for the crystal. Each group comprised 6 members, and with 6 spirit beast warriors attacking simultaneously, the scene descended into utter chaos. Big brother, should we sit back and watch the fire burn, then swoop in like a yellow sparrow from behind? Fat Ocean scratched his head and suddenly suggested. No need. Xiao Tian shook his head and began walking toward the battlefield. We'll just go straight in. The tactic of watching the fire from across the river only works when the strength gap between the 2 sides isn't too great. Yet the levels of these 3 groups barely exceeded 21. Xiao Tian, on the other hand, had long surpassed them in level. With such overwhelming superiority, any scheming or trickery was pointless. With sufficient strength, they could simply charge in and seize what they wanted. Fatsi instantly grasped Xiao Tian's intent. Just as Xiao Tian and his 2 companions emerged from the mist, all 3 groups spotted them simultaneously. Before they could speak, Fat Dahai stepped forward, hands on hips, declaring arrogantly, "My big brother has set his sights on this crystal. Drop your stuff now, and you can get the hell out of here."
Chapter 114, The Descent of 18 Worlds. Staring at Pang Dahai, hands on hips and wearing an extremely arrogant expression, the three groups froze in unison. Asshole. After a moment of silence, someone suddenly blurted out. Fat C frowned, swiftly drawing a talisman from his waist and flinging it out.
He might seem harmless in front of Xiao Tian and the others, but at the end of the day, he was still the current celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain.
Boom! The talisman exploded above the three groups, transforming into countless golden threads that bound everyone in place. What the hell is that? What kind of technique is this fat guy using? I can't move. Everyone was utterly horrified.
The golden threads had secured their limbs, pinning them to the ground like figures on crosses.
The threads proved incredibly resilient. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free.
Fat C strode forward casually, approaching a middle-aged man. The earlier insult idiot had come from this man.
Think you're so tough? Fat Ocean slapped him hard across the face.
The middle-aged man yelped in pain, his eyes red with rage as he shouted,
"Do you know who I am? I'm not your father. Who you are has nothing to do with me."
Pang Daho laughed in disgust, delivering another backhand slap. The middle-aged man howled in fury, but with his limbs bound, he couldn't do a thing to Pang Dahai. "I love this look on your face, so pissed off but powerless to touch me," Pang Dahai grinned, his smile unusually bright. Then, with a show-offy tilt of his head, he taunted, "Go ahead and hit me."
"Go ahead."
Xiao Tian and Shu Yao, watching from ahead, exchanged glances before simultaneously covering their faces.
This was the 96th time Xiao Tian had questioned Pang Dahai's true identity. Let's be real, what kind of Taoist master is like Pang Dahai, basking in the slightest bit of attention and seizing every opportunity to show off?
Perhaps.
The Dragon Tiger Mountain in Daru City must be suffering from a severe shortage of genuine talent. Otherwise, how could this dead fatso become the contemporary Taoist master?
But just then, the golden threads binding everyone suddenly began to fade rapidly.
Snap! All three parties simultaneously broke free from the golden thread's constraints, regaining their liberty. Xiao Tian could swear to heaven he hadn't even had time to react, he'd merely blinked.
When he regained his senses, he found the Fat C, who had been standing 10 meters away, had somehow reappeared beside him. He looked ahead as if nothing had happened.
"Xiao Tian! Attack together! Take them out first!"
The middle-aged man stretched his limbs before suddenly pointing at Pang Dahai and barking the order. The others snapped into action as well, charging toward Pang Dahu all at once. Originally, the three sides were locked in fierce combat. Pang Dahai had suddenly burst in, restrained everyone, and even hurled insults.
How could they possibly tolerate this? Thus, they planned to temporarily unite and eliminate Xiao Tian's group first.
Unfortunately, Wu Di and the others hadn't gotten a clear look at Xiao Tian's face.
Otherwise, even if you gave them 100 dares, they wouldn't have dared to act.
Fatty C showed no sign of panic. Instead, he stood calmly in place. His big brother stood right before him. Even if these men possessed formidable strength, they wouldn't lay a finger on him.
In an instant, the middle-aged man charged toward Fat C. His hands transformed into tiger paws, poised to smash down on Fat C.
His gaze, however, inadvertently swept to the side, registering Xiao Tian's presence. At such close range, he finally got a clear look at Xiao Tian's face.
The face before him overlapped perfectly with the one etched in his memory. The middle-aged man's body trembled violently, and he let out a startled shriek, "Holy!" Then, with a casual swipe of Xiao Tian's hand, he was dead. The crowd behind him hadn't grasped what was happening. They'd only heard the middle-aged man's sudden scream before his skull was crushed. Though bewildered by the chaos, how could so many of them be intimidated by just 3 men? So they continued charging forward with all their might.
Each of them was determined to finish off the trio of Pang Dahai and his companions before resuming their fight for the crystal.
At that very moment, the second unlucky soul charged right up to Xiao Tian, finally getting a clear look at his face. Holy! Smack!
Just like the middle-aged man before him, this man let out a startled cry before Xiao Tian brutally smashed his skull.
Soon,
the third, fourth, fifth. Only when 3 men remained did they realize something was terribly wrong.
But by the time they tried to flee, it was already too late. 3 black lotus flowers bloomed beneath their feet, instantly engulfing them. With 3 muffled booms, the trio exploded simultaneously.
After dispatching the 3 groups with effortless ease, Xiao Tian stepped forward to pick up the crystal.
The 3 continued on their journey.
But this time, shortly after setting off, Xiao Tian felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. He abruptly halted, his gaze sweeping sharply around the surroundings.
"Big brother, did you spot something?" Fat Dahai couldn't help but ask. Shu Yao also looked at Xiao Tian with curiosity. "Nothing." Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and shook his head. "It just felt odd, like someone was watching us. But I didn't sense anyone else around." Xiao Tian dismissed it as a mere illusion.
But as they continued forward, that feeling of being watched not only persisted but grew stronger. This finally made Xiao Tian realize it wasn't an illusion, someone was truly watching them. Being watched without sensing the other's presence, their strength was clearly superior to his own.
And by a wide margin.
At this realization, Xiao Tian's blood began to boil, his body primed for battle at any moment. An enemy whose power far surpassed his own he had never encountered an existence of this caliber before. Heh, you truly are an unpredictable variable to have sensed our presence. At that moment, a sinister chuckle suddenly echoed from the dim space. Immediately after, a shadowy figure, entirely cloaked in mist, materialized before the three.
Darkness Dominator?
Recognizing the figure, Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and murmured instinctively. Indeed, I am the ruler of the third heaven. The ruler of the third heaven spoke indifferently, then continued, you've consecutively slain 2 of my rulers.
Well done indeed. Xiao Tian replied coolly, you didn't appear here just to spout nonsense, did you?
Truly the young upstart who slayed 2 sovereigns in succession, arrogant as ever, the sovereign of the third heaven chuckled coldly. Xiao Tian's audacity surpassed his wildest expectations.
I oversee 18 worlds I once devoured.
Their beings have been corrupted by darkness, becoming full-fledged members of my dark clan. I have now fully opened the passageways connecting these 18 realms to Blue Star. Once you leave the Forbidden Land, you will understand all this.
Consider this a grand gift from me. I hope you find it to your liking. With that, the sovereign of the third heaven laughed heartily as his figure gradually faded away. The crisis was averted. Yet Xiao Tian's heart instantly leapt to his throat. The portals to 18 worlds had been opened to Blue Star. What state was Blue Star in now? Could the villa's defenses withstand this crisis? Chapter 115, World-Ending Despair. Brother, what should we do now? Both Pang Dahai and Shu Yao wore grim expressions. The beings from all 18 worlds had merged into the darkness. Now, the portals of these 18 worlds were connected to Blue Star. Who knows what Blue Star will become next? Though the exact circumstances of those 18 worlds remained unclear, Blue Star alone housed billions of humans. The beings from the other worlds likely weren't few either. Even if each world held only a billion beings, 18 worlds combined would mean 180 billion beings. What kind of impact would the simultaneous arrival of 18 billion beings on Blue Star bring? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the end of the world. I truly underestimated the Dark Sovereign. Xiao Tian exhaled a deep breath of stale air, forcing himself to calm down. Previously, he had believed the disparity between Dark Lords was merely a matter of strength. But now he realized how utterly wrong he had been. The first heaven ruler was annihilated by Xiao Tian before its full descent could be completed. The second heaven ruler forced its descent, only to be nipped in the bud by Xiao Tian. The mediocre strength and tactics of these 2 overlords led Xiao Tian to underestimate the threat of the upcoming third heaven overlord. And now, though the third heaven dominator had yet to descend, it employed this very tactic. Linking 18 worlds. And this is merely the third heaven ruler. What kind of heaven-defying methods might the fourth heaven ruler, or even the fifth heaven ruler, possess? Xiao Tian dared not contemplate it. But dwelling on it now was pointless. Their immediate priority was navigating the crisis before them. Find the spatial vortex and leave this place immediately, Xiao Tian decided decisively. Knowing Blue Star was in peril, they couldn't stay here any longer. The trio retraced their steps and soon located the spatial vortex, successfully departing the area. In a flash, they left the Forbidden Zone and returned to Blue Star. Gazing at the city of Daru before them, all 3 froze in shock. Once a thriving metropolis, Darren's city had grown desolate after enduring the ravages of the Dark Turmoil. Yet traces of its former prosperity remained visible. Now, however, the entire city had been flattened. Nearly every tall structure had collapsed into piles of rubble. Skyscrapers, luxury apartments, residential complexes, the city stadium. Every kind of structure had been utterly destroyed beyond recognition, even the concrete pavement completely obliterated. We were only gone for less than an hour, right? Fat Ocean's mouth hung open in utter astonishment. What on earth happened to Blue Star in that time? Shu Yao murmured softly. Pang Dehuai suddenly noticed something and pointed urgently toward the sky. Brother, look. Xiao Tian looked up to see 18 enormous black holes had appeared in the sky at some unknown point. The bottomless holes rotated slowly, like monstrous maws violently spewing intense dark energy. The entire world was completely engulfed in darkness. Simultaneously, countless shadowy figures burst forth from these 18 colossal black holes at any moment, spreading like wildfire across the entire Blue Star. These shadows weren't insects or animals, they were otherworldly beings corrupted by darkness. A single glance was enough to send both Pang Dahai and Shu Yao into a state of utter terror. So many otherworldly beings. Just one glance filled them with despair. It was unimaginable that so many beings from another realm had descended upon Blue Star simultaneously. What kind of scene must be unfolding across the entire planet Blue Star right now? Let's head back to the villa first. Xiao Tian suddenly spoke up. For now, they could only return to the villa, hoping its defenses could withstand this onslaught. Xiao Tian had already maxed out the villa's defenses, and Yen Ruyu and the others possessed combat capabilities of their own. Beyond the villa, the ancient dark tree stood guard. More importantly, even with the 18 realms now connected to Blue Star, it was impossible for too many otherworldly beings to be transported over at once. The three fell silent, simultaneously rushing toward the villa. Taking a vehicle was out of the question. Everything within sight had been reduced to ruins. Even towering structures lay utterly destroyed, and vehicles on the roads had long since become piles of twisted metal. Fortunately, the villa wasn't too far away. Within 10 minutes, the trio successfully reached the villa. Other villas in the vicinity had long been reduced to rubble. Yet the villa where Yen Ruyu and the others were staying remained completely unscathed. A colossal battle was erupting outside the villa. Tens of thousands of humanoid figures were furiously attacking the villa. Their entire bodies were shrouded in dark energy, resembling walking corpses. Terrifying howls echoed relentlessly through the sky. Fortunately, the villa's defenses were sufficiently robust, reinforced in every direction with materials obtained from the Forbidden Zone. The onslaught of these otherworldly creatures could not yet breach the defenses. Beyond the villa, Yen Ruyu and the others had joined the fray. Yen Tiancheng had entered his beast form and was already battling the otherworldly creatures. Yen Ruyu remained in the rear, channeling her power to heal Yen Tiancheng's wounds. Even Shin Xiulan had pulled out a submachine gun, firing relentlessly at the otherworldly creatures. At the villa's entrance, the ancient dark tree swelled, its countless spines lashing wildly at the otherworldly creatures. Each lashing sent dozens of creatures shattering into mist of blood. But the sheer numbers of the otherworldly creatures proved overwhelming. As soon as one wave was wiped out, fresh reinforcements surged in to fill the gap. I can't hold out much longer. At that moment, Yen Tiancheng, fighting at the forefront, gasped out hoarsely. His body was already covered in wounds, and his strength was nearly depleted. These monsters, seemingly out of nowhere, suddenly appeared and began destroying the city, then launched a frenzied assault on the villa. To prevent the villa's defenses from being breached, Yen Tiancheng had no choice but to personally engage them. But he was alone, and even with Yen Ruyu's healing power, he was already pushed to his limits. Dad, hold on a little longer. Xiao Tian and the others will be back soon. Yen Ruyu shouted. Constantly healing Yen Tiancheng's body, she too had long since reached her limit. If only we'd stayed in the dark forbidden land back then. What the hell is this? The ancient dark tree felt completely numb. The relentless assault by tens of thousands of otherworldly creatures was a truly staggering sight, even for it. Even an elephant could be bitten to death by enough ants. With so many otherworldly creatures, even if Xiao Tian returned, he doubted he could change the situation. Blue Star seemed doomed. Just as everyone was exhausted and despair began to set in, Xiao Tian and his two companions finally arrived at the scene. Chapter 116, Zombie Siege. The ancient dark tree was the first to spot Xiao Tian and his companions returning, nearly moved to tears with excitement. It wasn't that absence makes the heart grow fonder. It was mainly because he'd been suffering. Currently, the only truly combat-capable individuals in the villa were him and Yen Tiancheng. Yet Yen Tiancheng, though a spirit beast warrior, wasn't particularly formidable in combat at best. He was tough and durable. He was essentially a human punching bag designed to draw fire, having slain only a limited number of otherworldly creatures. To put it bluntly, Yen Tiancheng's job is to take the hits. The dark ancient tree, however, was different. Not only did it have to endure attacks, it also had to actively eliminate these otherworldly creatures. Though his attack repertoire was far more diverse than Yen Tiancheng's, he was still powerless against the relentless tide of invading creatures. Moreover, due to its massive size, it drew the most firepower. Nearly half the otherworldly creatures present simultaneously locked onto him, unleashing a frenzied barrage of attacks. At that moment, upon witnessing the battle, Xiao Tian and his two companions immediately entered combat mode. Xiao Tian entered his beast form, charging forward and instantly annihilating a vast swath of the otherworldly creatures. Though numerous, these creatures possessed relatively ordinary strength and lacked any semblance of sentience. Unlike mutated beasts, even during the earliest days of the Dark Turmoil, mutated beasts retained some semblance of their own intelligence. These otherworldly creatures, however, had been utterly consumed by darkness. They resembled the zombies from apocalyptic films. They possessed neither the capacity for thought nor the ability to feel pain, seemingly driven only by mindless aggression. Xu Yao also joined the fray. Her jade-like hands flashed as black lotus blossoms continuously coalesced and exploded in succession. With each black lotus's bloom, another otherworldly creature fell, its blood staining the ground. Fat C wasn't idle either. He flung talisman papers from his hand, and flames instantly engulfed a vast area. Every otherworldly creature within the flames was cremated on the spot without exception. At this moment, Pang Dawai's gaze was sharp, his actions decisive and ruthless, truly embodying the bearing of a modern celestial master. As Xiao Tian and his two companions struck simultaneously, the battlefield's dynamics shifted instantly. The hordes of otherworldly beings were forced to open a gap in their ranks. Yen Tiancheng, locked in fierce combat outside the villa, spotted Xiao Tian and his companions amidst the crowd. His eyes reddened. He had already prepared himself for death.
Had Xiao Tian not returned, he would have held the line with the dark ancient tree, blocking the otherworldly creatures to allow Yen Ruyu and the other women to escape first.
Fortunately, Xiao Tian had returned. He wouldn't have to die. Xiao Tian.
Inside the villa gates, Yen Ruyu, Xin Xiulan, and the other women simultaneously spotted Xiao Tian in the crowd, their eyes lighting up.
Though they had been utterly exhausted moments before, an inexplicable surge of strength suddenly flooded their bodies.
Yen Ruyu began frantically treating Yen Tianqing's injuries. Xin Xiulan stood with one foot on the steps, wiping sweat from her forehead as she gripped the trigger of her submachine gun with both hands.
Rat-a-tat-tat-tat.
Scarlet fire dragons erupted relentlessly from the barrel, turning the otherworldly creatures in its path into honeycombs. But such attacks weren't lethal. Even riddled with holes, these otherworldly creatures could still move freely. Xiao Tian sensed something amiss. In his beast form, a single swipe of his claw could tear these creatures clean in two. But what sent chills down Xiao Tian's spine was that even split in two, these creatures retained their aggressiveness. They were like indestructible cockroaches. Are these things undead? Xiao Tian murmured softly, his brow furrowed. Brother Xiao Tian, these otherworldly creatures have been corrupted by dark power. They can no longer be called living beings. Their heads are their weak points. Only by attacking their heads will they be completely destroyed. Just then, Bai Xiao Tian appeared out of nowhere and shouted at Xiao Tian. The villa had both a front and back entrance. Yen Ruyu and the others guarded the front entrance, while she held the rear alone. Fortunately, as a dark vanguard, her innate strength was formidable. Combined with the relatively sparse number of otherworldly creatures at the rear entrance, she had managed to hold out until now. Hearing Bai Xiao Tian's warning, Xiao Tian wasted no time, smashing the head of the otherworldly creature before him with a single blow. With its skull crushed, the creature let out a final, agonized howl before falling utterly still. It really worked. Seeing the results, Xiao Tian quickly adjusted his mindset, deliberately targeting the creatures' heads. Xu Yao and the others followed suit. Fortunately, no unexpected complications arose. The otherworldly creatures whose skulls were shattered ceased moving almost instantly. However, the sheer number of these otherworldly creatures was overwhelming. Even with Xiao Tian and his two companions joining the fight, their efforts felt like a drop in the bucket. Without hesitation, Xiao Tian shook the Yin Soul banner on his body. An army of thousands of dark creatures appeared simultaneously, charging toward the otherworldly creatures. This was an unprecedented battle. A clash between the dark spirits and the otherworldly beings. Fortunately, having identified their weaknesses, the battle progressed remarkably smoothly. Within half an hour, every otherworldly creature had been utterly annihilated. Xiao Tian then recalled his dark spirit army. If you'd been any later, I'd probably have died right here. The ancient dark tree gazed at Xiao Tian with a hollow expression inside. Your blue star is so dangerous. Xiao Tian's lips twitched. Compared to Blue Star, the Dark Forbidden Zone was truly perilous. Dark creatures lurked everywhere. Even elite-level dark creatures and the Dark Sovereign's dark kin could appear. But for the ancient dark tree, the Forbidden Zone was indeed safer than Blue Star. Not a single flaw. Thanks for this time. Xiao Tian glanced at the mountain of otherworldly creature corpses piled near the ancient dark tree. After a moment of silence, he said, when I have time, I'll whip up some organic fertilizer for you to sample. Dark ancient tree. I'm a freaking dark ancient tree, not some ordinary tree from your Blue Star. I don't eat. Xiao Tian. Just then, Yen Ruyu and the other girls approached Xiao Tian. Bai Xiao Tian sweetly called out, Brother Xiao Tian, then reached out to embrace him. Fortunately, Xiao Tian pushed her away just in time. What's the current situation in the Great Scholar City? Without lingering on sentimentality, Xiao Tian inquired about the current state of the Great Scholar Market. Truthfully, we don't know what happened either. Yen Tianqing pointed at the 18 black holes in the sky. These 18 black holes appeared suddenly, and then countless beings descended simultaneously. More than half of Dalu City collapsed instantly, and countless spirit beast warriors were killed outright. Xiao Tian pressed his lips together, saying nothing. Nearly every spirit beast warrior currently in Daru City had fought alongside him, facing the threat of the Dark Overlord together. Facing such an apocalyptic disaster now, Xiao Tian could not stand idly by. I'll go outside to see if there are any survivors. You stay inside the villa and don't move around. If anything happens, call me directly. After giving his orders, Xiao Tian turned and left. Chapter 117, Traits of the Undead. In this brutal apocalypse, playing the saint may be misguided, but that doesn't mean we should abandon those who still hold on to their humanity. The spirit beast warriors of Great Scholar City had indeed revealed the darker aspects of human nature when the dark chaos first erupted. Since pledging allegiance to Xiao Tian, they hadn't committed any major transgressions. In fact, they remained ever ready to answer his call whenever needed. Therefore, at this moment, Xiao Tian felt it necessary to personally investigate the situation. Brother Xiao Tian, there are far too many of these otherworldly creatures. I'm coming with you. Bai Xiao Tian called out to him. She approached him, lifting her small face to look at him with sincere earnestness. I'll be safer alone. A large group makes us easier targets. Stay at the villa and contact me immediately if anything happens.
Xiao Tian exhaled a breath of stale air and swiftly vanished over the horizon. At the same time, elsewhere in Dalu City, similar battles were unfolding continuously.
In the hallway of an upscale villa, two spirit beast warriors stood their ground, holding off countless otherworldly creatures. Using their unique abilities, they relentlessly attacked the otherworldly creatures. They stubbornly held their ground, using the narrow corridor's terrain to block wave after wave of the otherworldly creatures. I can't hold on much longer. My power is depleted. We're going to die. The burly middle-aged man gasped, his voice hollow with resignation. His fingernails had transformed into sharp claws, each swing tearing away organs from the otherworldly creatures. Yet these creatures were like indestructible cockroaches, even pierced hearts left them unfazed. And as far as the eye could see, the stairwell below was swarming with a dense, dark mass of otherworldly creatures, stretching endlessly into the distance.
So many, and they never died.
Faced with such a situation, anyone's willpower would gradually crumble, giving way to despair.
Out of nowhere, how did these damn things even appear? They're like zombies from the movies, utterly impossible to kill.
The other man gritted his teeth and began to grumble, but then, as if struck by a thought, he blurted out, could their weak point be the same as zombies' their heads? Both froze, then tentatively launched targeted attacks at the creatures' heads.
Bang!
A claw pierced through one creature's skull. Black blood spurted onto the ground as it collapsed, utterly still. It works! Their eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but exclaim, their weak spot really is the head. But they quickly regained their composure. Though they now knew the creature's weakness, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. For every otherworldly creature that fell, new ones swiftly filled the void. Even knowing their weakness, it was hard to change anything.
Looks like we're doomed today. As their strength began to wane, they chose to retreat, gradually making their way to the rooftop of the residential complex.
Without the cover of the narrow stairwell, fighting the otherworldly creatures became increasingly difficult. I wonder if our bodies could survive a jump from here, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke up.
The other man glanced down at the streets below. Their apartment building stood nearly 300 meters tall. Even a spirit beast warrior would likely be killed instantly from such a height. Jumping from here was clearly a death sentence.
And upon looking down, both men simultaneously felt despair wash over them. Below, the streets were densely packed with creatures from another realm. They were completely surrounded. Their numbers were at least 10,000 strong. What kind of monsters are these? How can there be so many of them? Gazing into the distance, they were horrified to spot a mutated beast emerging not far away. This mutated beast was in the same predicament as them, currently being attacked by hundreds of otherworldly creatures. It quickly found itself at a disadvantage. Its massive body was torn to shreds by the otherworldly creatures, which then began to devour it completely. Holy! The two instinctively swallowed hard, completely panicked. These creatures were even more terrifying than the mutated beast itself. They didn't even spare the mutated beast. They were like starving ghosts who'd gone 3 days and nights without food, ready to devour anything that came their way. In this situation, jumping off the rooftop to end it all might be the best choice. At least it would spare them the agony. Just as the two wrestled internally, preparing to close their eyes and leap to end their lives, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. The figure's appearance instantly drew the attention of the surrounding otherworldly creatures. A vast swarm of them simultaneously closed in, encircling him. But with a single sweep of the figure's hand, a dense swarm of over 1,000 figures materialized around them. Under the assault of these thousands of figures, the otherworldly creatures began retreating step by step. The figures swiftly approached the residential buildings. The two finally got a clear look at the figure. Holy, it's Xiao Tian! Both of them exclaimed in unison, their eyes, which had been filled with despair, instantly brightening. Xiao Tian had come to save them. Hold on. Xiao Tian glanced up at the two on the rooftop, then led the dark creatures straight toward the stairwell. There was no other way. Having lost his ability to fly, this was the only means he had to reach them. With Xiao Tian's arrival, the two no longer sat idly waiting for death. They reignited their strength and fought back against the otherworldly creatures before them. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Tian reached the rooftop, eliminating every last otherworldly creature just as the two were on the verge of exhaustion. God Xiao, you're practically my own father. The moment Xiao Tian withdrew his dark creature army, the two knelt before him, clutching his trouser legs and wailing tearfully. As formidable spirit beast warriors, they had never imagined they would one day feel so utterly powerless. All right. Do you both know the locations of the others? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. Yes. The two nodded, and one of them quickly pulled out his phone and handed it to Xiao Tian. All spirit beast warriors in Deru City have formed their own group chat. We all stay in touch. Xiao Tian took the phone and glanced at it. The Loving Family of Darren City. That was the group's name. Xiao Tian's lips twitched slightly as he tapped into the group chat to take a look. At that moment, messages kept flooding into the group. Oh no, I'm surrounded. What the hell are these monsters? They can't be killed, and there are way too many of them. It's over. I just saw them tear apart and devour a mutated beast alive.
I feel like I'm next. Our city is finished. Someone save me. Chapter 118, The Rescue Operation begins.
Xiao Tian scanned the messages, getting a rough grasp of the situation for the others in Deru City. It seemed everyone else had also been surrounded by these otherworldly creatures. These otherworldly creatures weren't particularly powerful in combat, but their sheer tenacity was infuriating. Unless their heads were destroyed, they could keep moving. Moreover, their sheer numbers were terrifying. They could wear anyone down to death through sheer attrition.
Unlike Xiao Tian, who possessed that unparalleled divine opportunity, the other spirit beast warriors of Deru City couldn't casually summon armies of dark creatures. Put yourself in their shoes. Without his dark creature army, Xiao Tian would struggle to break through the otherworldly creatures' encirclement with his current strength alone. It really proves the saying, too much of a good thing can kill you. Well done, sovereign of the triple heavens.
Xiao Tian set down his phone, placed one hand over his heart, and tilted his head back to gaze at the sky. You'd better not give me a chance to catch you or you'll be in for a world of pain. After all, he'd already slain 2 dark sovereigns, effectively declaring war on the entire Dark Clan.
Given the chance, Xiao Tian wouldn't hesitate to take down another sovereign.
Lord Xiao, the entire Great Scholar City has been destroyed by these bastards.
What should we do now?
At that moment, both turned to Xiao Tian, voicing their most pressing concern. They had all grown up in Great Scholar City. After the dark chaos erupted, this place had become their last refuge. Now that Deru City had been reduced to ruins, it was clearly no longer a place they could survive. Moreover, the cold snap persisted, forcing them to find a new place to survive as soon as possible. But where could they possibly go after leaving Great Scholar City? Without Deru City, we can still go to Sky Dome City, Xiao Tian said calmly, his gaze returning to its usual composure.
Long ago, Xiao Tian had successfully subdued the entire Sky Dome City. However, Feng Lonka was currently overseeing Sky Dome City. Once matters here were settled, Xiao Tian could lead the people of Darren City to Sky Dome City. Deru City now stood alone and vulnerable, and the Villa District was no longer safe. The sanctuary needed rebuilding.
But pondering these matters now was pointless. The urgent priority was to rescue the other spirit beast warriors as quickly as possible.
Dare you come with me to rescue them? Xiao Tian suddenly asked.
The two exchanged a glance and nodded firmly.
We're your men, Xiaoshan. Whatever you tell us to do, we'll do. Soon.
The trio left the residential complex and sped toward the location of the other survivors.
Inside a fire station.
3 spirit beast warriors stood leaning against the fire station's iron gate, locked in a standoff with a group of otherworldly creatures. Though numbering only about 1,000, these otherworldly creatures were still a terrifying force for the 3 warriors. Moreover, the trio had yet to discover any weakness in the otherworldly creatures. This meant that no matter how fiercely they attacked, the creatures remained relentlessly resilient. As the otherworldly creatures relentlessly assaulted the gate, the steel doors gradually warped and deformed, visibly nearing collapse. The trio's strength was reaching its limit, yet they could only watch helplessly. Once the iron gate fell, all the otherworldly creatures would surge in at once, and their doom would be certain. We're done for. The 3 sighed in unison, despair and fear spiraling wildly within them. Even spirit beast warriors couldn't help but tremble when faced with life or death peril. But at that very moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the fire station, followed by waves of otherworldly creatures being decapitated in a single strike. In less than a few minutes, all 1,000 otherworldly creatures were slaughtered. 3 figures appeared outside the fire station's entrance. The group looked up suspiciously toward the entrance. The moment they recognized Xiao Tian's face, they instantly jumped 3 meters high with excitement.
Holy, it's Xiao Shun. Xiao Shen has come to save us.
Xiao God is such a good guy. With the dark chaos, most people can barely save themselves, yet Xiao God actually came to rescue us personally.
I told you so. Following Xiao Shen is always the right call. Xiao Shen is awesome.
The 3 of them shouted Xiao Shen is awesome at the top of their lungs, their faces flushed and necks strained, as if pumped full of adrenaline. Even their exhausted bodies seemed to regain strength at Xiao Tian's arrival. Xiao Tian was utterly speechless. He'd just arrived at the scene, defeated these otherworldly creatures, and now these 3 were shouting about how awesome he was. The feeling was truly bizarre.
Everyone okay?
Xiao Tian addressed the 3, who were now crowded around him, their excitement palpable.
If you're all right, follow me to rescue the others.
Hearing Xiao Tian intended to continue rescuing others, the trio felt greatly encouraged and chose to follow him without hesitation.
And so, the group of 6 set off once more. Their next destination was a school building. The school's exterior was already swarming with otherworldly creatures. These beings roared and frantically gnawed at the concrete walls and metal gates surrounding the school. They resembled zombies from movies, yet were even more terrifying. After all, zombies only ate people. But these otherworldly creatures would devour any living thing. Even more perverse, they gnawed through metal, concrete, and other building materials. On the school building, several spirit beast warriors were launching ranged attacks against these otherworldly creatures. Xiao Tian had already shared the information in the group chat, revealing where the otherworldly creatures' weak points were. The spirit beast warriors on the rooftop focused all their attacks on the creatures' heads. But with only 3 of them, they couldn't withstand the terrifying numbers of the otherworldly creatures. It was only a matter of time before the school was breached. Hang in there, brothers. Xiao Tian will rescue us soon. If we just hold out a little longer, we'll survive. The burly man in charge bellowed, then raised his right arm. The hairs on his forearm instantly thickened into sharp spikes, which he fired like a barrage at the otherworldly creatures below. Whoosh! 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 3 spikes pierced the skulls of 3 creatures. But new creatures quickly surged forward to fill the gaps, resuming their gnawing at the school gates. Snap! Minutes later, the gate finally gave way under the onslaught, and hordes of creatures surged in like a tidal wave. Witnessing this scene, the few people on the rooftop were nearly overcome with despair. But just then, Xiao Tian and the others arrived in time. It's Xiao Tian. We're saved. Half a day later, Xiao Tian had successfully rescued nearly all the surviving spirit beast warriors in Devour City. A small number, however, succumbed to the otherworldly creatures and were torn to shreds. As for the common folk, many had voluntarily left the city at the onset of the cold wave. Those who chose to remain in Devouring City met a gruesome end the moment the otherworldly creatures descended. Such is the nature of chaotic times. The weak face the constant threat of sudden death. Xiao Tian had experienced this very reality in his previous life. Chapter 119, Evacuating the Homeland. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in front of Xiao Tian's villa. The villa's gates were tightly shut. Occasionally, lone otherworldly creatures could be seen charging madly toward the villa. But they were all easily dealt with by the ancient dark tree outside the villa. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian and his group were inside the villa, discussing their future plans. Inside the villa's reception hall, everyone's expressions were incredibly solemn. All eyes turned to Xiao Tian in front of them, yet no one spoke. In the eyes of the people of Devouring City, Xiao Tian had long been their unquestioned leader. Now, with Devouring City reduced to near ruins by the attacks of otherworldly creatures, they were utterly distraught. At this moment, they could only rely on Xiao Tian. What are your intentions moving forward? Xiao Tian paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, then abruptly stopped and addressed the group. Lord Xiao, we'll follow your lead. Whatever you say, we'll do. That's right, we'll all listen to you. Without Lord Xiao, I'd have starved to death long ago. He gave me food to eat and saved my life. We'll follow your lead. The group shouted in unison. Their stance was simple: whatever Xiao Tian told them to do, they would do. But their current loyalty stemmed from more than just Xiao Tian saving their lives. It was also the unique personal magnetism that Xiao Tian possessed. Amidst the dark and turbulent environment, he remains true to his original aspirations, ruthless and merciless toward enemies, yet loyal and compassionate toward those close to him. Even toward strangers, Xiao Tian would not initiate conflict unless provoked. Moreover, Xiao Tian always approached matters with a win-win mindset. It is precisely this approach that elicits the reactions he now receives. If Xiao Tian were replaced by another spirit beast warrior who had risen to become the strongest in Grand Scholar City and monopolized the vast majority of resources, such a figure would not only refuse to share resources to help fellow spirit beast warriors weather the storm, but would be considered merciful merely for not actively seeking their complete annihilation. Seeing their responses, Xiao Tian nodded before turning his gaze to Pang Dehai beside him. Pang Dehai cleared his throat lightly, scanning the crowd as he spoke slowly. I believe everyone has witnessed it. The invasion of creatures from another realm has nearly destroyed our entire Devouring City. From what I understand, our city is the first to face this wave of otherworldly creatures. Other cities remain intact for now. Devouring City is undoubtedly no longer habitable. To survive, we must relocate to a new place. Sky City presents an excellent option. It also happens to be the territory of my eldest brother, a fact I trust you are all aware of. The others offered no reply, but nodded frequently. Sky City had already been brought under Xiao Tian's control, a fact known to every spirit beast warrior in Great Scholar City. I have a question. Just then, a spirit beast warrior cautiously raised his hand and spoke up. Go ahead. Xiao Tian nodded. The spirit beast warrior swallowed hard and continued. The number of creatures from the otherworld keeps growing. Their first target was Great Scholar City, and no one can guarantee they won't attack other cities. Sky Dome City is closest to Great Scholar City. If these creatures continue their assault on Sky Dome City, won't we have to keep fleeing? His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Faces turned to one another in stunned silence, the room falling into a deathly quiet. Indeed. While it was true that Devouring City was no longer viable for survival, forcing them to relocate. But if they kept relocating endlessly, it would be utterly meaningless. The root cause of this crisis was these otherworldly creatures. Unless they resolved this fundamental problem, fleeing to the ends of the earth would be futile. For sooner or later, the otherworldly creatures would catch up. Upon reaching Sky Dome City, I will establish defensive lines. Though these otherworldly creatures are numerous, they lack significant combat strength. Holding them back should pose no major problem. Xiao Tian stated matter-of-factly.
Based on his assessment, after descending upon Grand Scholar City, their next target would likely be the entire Blue Star. Barring any surprises, every city on Blue Star would face the same fate. Escaping anywhere would be futile. Their only recourse was to withstand the onslaught of these otherworldly beings. But that was merely the most basic requirement. To resolve the root problem, they must eliminate the Triple Heaven Sovereign. Only by slaying the Triple Heaven Sovereign could the black hole in the sky be sealed, thereby completely halting the invasion of the otherworldly beings. Yet to slay the Triple Heaven Sovereign, setting aside Xiao Tian's current lack of power. Even if he possessed the strength to do so, there was currently no way to locate the ruler of the third heaven. This matter required careful, long-term planning. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Having survived the dark turmoil for so long, none of them were fools. They understood clearly that under the current circumstances, following Xiao Tian's plan was the only viable choice. Lord Xiao, we'll follow your lead. They answered in unison. Xiao Tian nodded and continued, everyone, rest up and conserve your strength. Prepare to leave Darren City at any moment. Under Xiao Tian's arrangements, everyone received their rations. After eating their fill, they leaned against the villa walls to recuperate. This wasn't because Xiao Tian was being stingy, the villa simply didn't have enough space. With so many people present, there were no spare rooms for them to rest. Moreover, with numerous otherworldly creatures still roaming Deru City, a large-scale group movement would inevitably lead to conflict. Therefore, conserving energy was essential. While the others rested, Xiao Tian took the stout foreigner outside to scout the situation. Both suppressed their aura, striving to make not a sound. Walking through the city's ruins, Xiao Tian's mood was quite complex. The once thriving city had unexpectedly fallen into ruin. Once their group evacuated, Dalu City would become a ghost town. Triple Heaven Sovereign. Xiao Tian clenched his right fist, gazing up at the sky as he murmured to himself. As a native of Darren City, witnessing his hometown reduced to this state, the fury boiling within Xiao Tian was palpable. He would destroy the ruler of the third heaven, no matter what. Night fell swiftly. The pitch-black night sky was dotted with 18 black holes, each emitting a faint blue glow, resembling the gaping maws of demons. To Xiao Tian's surprise, as night fell, these otherworldly beings roaming the city's outskirts suddenly froze in place, their bodily functions ceasing. It was as if they had suddenly fallen into a deep slumber. Big brother, these otherworldly beings seem to have stopped moving. Fat Ocean whispered. I see. Xiao Tian nodded, but his mind began to ponder. Could it be that these otherworldly creatures ceased activity at night? Chapter 120, What to Do When Robbed. If this hunch proved true, it would mean discovering a solution to the otherworldly creatures. During the day when the creatures were active, one could seek out a safe shelter to hide. Then, when night fell and they ceased moving, strike one by one to eliminate them. Otherworldly creatures weren't particularly powerful to begin with, possessing low physical defenses. Deprived of mobility, they became nothing more than sitting ducks. Xiao Tian reckoned that when the time came, even ordinary firearms would suffice to eliminate them, no need for spirit beast warriors. Let's go take a look. After observing the otherworldly creatures from a distance and confirming they had ceased movement, Xiao Tian approached with Pang Dehai for a closer look. Even as they drew near, the creatures showed no reaction, standing utterly still like stone statues. Bro, these alien creatures really seem to have stopped moving. Pang Dehai waved his hand in front of the alien lifeform, his face beaming with excitement. Xiao Tian nodded, then unleashed a fist strike through the air, instantly shattering the creature before them into fragments. Though he didn't know why the otherworldly creatures ceased activity at night. But that was all they needed to know for now. Brother, let's not waste time. Since these otherworldly creatures can't move, we should clear them all out now. Fatty Dehai rubbed his hands together eagerly, already pulling a talisman from his robe as he spoke. He was ready to dive right in. But Xiao Tian delivered a sharp tap to the back of his head. With so many otherworldly creatures in the Great Scholar Market, even if they can't move now, do you really think you can kill them all? Fat Dehai froze, then realized he was right. And new creatures emerged daily from the black holes. Even if we wipe out everyone in Deru City, it'd be like drinking dew to quench thirst. It won't solve the root problem. Xiao Tian looked up at the 18 black holes in the sky. To solve the root problem, the black holes must be sealed first. But for now, Xiao Tian had no clue how to close them, nor could he find any trace of the third heaven sovereign. Let's head back first. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and swiftly returned to the villa with Pang Dehai, relaying his discoveries to the others. Upon hearing that the otherworldly creatures ceased activity at night, many immediately proposed a coordinated effort to exterminate them. After all, Dalu City was their homeland. Unless absolutely necessary, no one wished to abandon their roots. Yet after hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, they reluctantly abandoned that plan. Xiao Shen is right. Even if we wiped out every otherworldly creature in Darren City, it wouldn't solve the root problem. It seems we must still leave Darren City. I really don't want to leave. The group felt a deep sense of sorrow, but Xiao Tian knew now was not the time for grief. While the otherworldly creatures were inactive, they had to depart this place as quickly as possible. Now is the perfect opportunity to relocate. Under Xiao Tian's direction, the group began transporting supplies. While the villa still held considerable supplies, the city of Darren had now been reduced to near ruins.
Not only were there no intact buildings left, but not even a single undamaged vehicle could be seen. Everything within sight had been utterly destroyed.
Fortunately, 3 large trucks remained parked within the villa grounds. At the onset of the dark turmoil, Xiao Tian had led his men to scour the area for supplies using these very trucks. Even if the trucks were loaded to capacity, plenty of supplies would still be left behind, but there was no time to worry about that now. Whatever supplies could be taken were taken, whatever couldn't be carried had to be left behind. After a half hour of frantic activity, the group set off with equal fervor. All other worldly creatures along the route ceased their activities. Since these beings attacked indiscriminately, the mutated beasts in Deru City had been nearly wiped out.
The journey proceeded smoothly. However, burdened with supplies, the trucks couldn't maintain full speed.
At this pace, reaching Sky City before dawn seemed impossible.
Half an hour later, the trucks left Dalu City and entered the highway.
Despite the chaos of the dark turmoil causing various facilities of human civilization to lose proper maintenance, the highway to Sky City remained passable for the time being, thanks to its solid construction.
Moreover, only Xiao Tian's group of 3 trucks traveled the entire road. No other vehicles were in sight. Time swiftly passed and dawn broke.
Still some distance from Sky City, Xiao Tian arranged for the group to temporarily rest at the next server. Along the way, even on the highway, otherworldly creatures were visible everywhere. Once daylight arrived and these creatures regained their mobility, they would become a terrifying force. Even with his army of dark creatures, Xiao Tian had no desire to engage these otherworldly beings head-on. For while ordinary enemies would diminish with each battle, otherworldly creatures only multiplied with each clash. 3 trucks slowly rolled into the service area. What should have been a bustling hub now looked utterly desolate and decayed, with weeds even overgrowing the parking lot. The moment they parked, Xiao Tian suddenly whispered, "There's someone here." At his words, everyone instantly snapped to attention, their eyes darting warily around the area.
Could there be mutated beasts lurking here?
Just then, a sharp clap echoed slowly from the service hall. Immediately afterward, a group emerged from the hall, their demeanor fierce and aggressive.
Leading them was a middle-aged man in a suit. Clapping and smiling, he approached Xiao Tian.
From the aura emanating from him, Xiao Tian could sense that the man was also a spirit beast warrior. "My brother, you have keen observation. We hid so well, yet you still found us." The middle-aged man first gave Xiao Tian an approving glance before his tone shifted abruptly. He sneered coldly, "Too bad you discovered us too late. We're taking your supplies, and we're taking your lives." Behind the middle-aged man in the suit stood 13 others, all of them spirit beast warriors as well. As the middle-aged man spoke, they had already entered their beast forms, clearly prepared for battle.
"You're robbing us?"
Yan Ruyu frowned and asked.
"Isn't it obvious enough?"
The middle-aged man in the suit shrugged, his grin widening. "We've been stuck in this place for so long.
Never thought we'd stumble upon such a fat lamb like you. Talk about a godsend."
Yan Ruyu cut off his rambling and shot Xiao Tian a strange look.
Was this guy that brave?
There were only 13 of them, while their side had nearly 100 men. If you counted Xiao Tian's army of dark creatures, it amounted to nearly 1,000.
Oh. Yan Ruyu quickly understood.
No wonder they were so bold, because aside from Xiao Tian and herself, everyone else was still on the vehicle, not yet disembarked.
Just then, Pang Dahui leaped down from the carriage. After scanning the scene, Pang Dahui grasped what was happening.
He walked straight to the rear of the 3 trucks, unlocked the doors, leaned his back against the cargo compartment, and gave it a few pats.
"Hey, guys, someone's trying to rob us. What do you think we should do?" Pang Dahui's lips curled upward, revealing a smug expression as he spoke slowly. Chapter 121, We're Xiao Ji's men.
After Pang Dahui finished speaking, the group inside the truck bed cooperatively stepped out one after another. At first, the man in the suit maintained a relatively composed expression. But when he saw over 100 people standing uniformly before him, the man in the suit felt his mind go blank. "Boss, they seem to have a lot of people," a subordinate whispered to the man in the suit, his voice trembling slightly. "And they're all spirit beast warriors." Another henchman swallowed hard and stammered. The man in the suit fell silent, desperately wanting to curse. He thought he'd found a fat lamb to slaughter, but instead he'd walked right into a trap. "God, you really pick on the honest folk. Big brother, let's talk this out peacefully. Harmony brings prosperity, wouldn't that be wonderful?" The man in the suit rubbed his hands together, shedding his earlier arrogance for an instantly obsequious expression. "I preferred your earlier defiant attitude." Fatsy curled his lip, his face dripping with contempt. "Kneel." Xiao Tian approached the man in the suit with his hands behind his back, his tone commanding. "Don't push it too far." The suit and his men all paled at the words. Beside him, a henchman clenched his fists and murmured under his breath. Xiao Tian said nothing, merely giving the man a cold glance. Having followed Xiao Tian for so long, the spirit beast warriors of Darren City knew his character well. Soon, 2 spirit beast warriors stepped forward, simultaneously entering their beast forms and charging toward the unlucky soul. The unlucky guy froze in shock.
He never dreamed that a single complaint would land him in mortal danger. "Big brother, save me." In desperation, the unlucky guy scrambled to seek help from the suited man beside him. "Save you? Save your ass. Haven't you seen there's nearly 100 of them? I can barely save my own skin, let alone save your ass." The man in the suit's expression shifted slightly. Not only did he refuse to speak up for his subordinate, but he also silently took a step back. Seeing this, the unlucky guy's face instantly drained of color. He resolved to fight back with his life, but was swiftly and brutally subdued on the spot. Watching their man executed on the spot, the suit and his entourage fell silent, as if struck dumb. When Xiao Tian's gaze swept over them, every one of them trembled simultaneously and fell to their knees. Xiao Tian's nature was such that anyone who dared to lay a hand on him became his enemy. He never showed mercy to his enemies. The moment these men harbored thoughts against him, they became his enemies. Xiao Tian did not immediately strike them down. Merely forcing them to kneel was already an act of mercy. To dare question him now was to court death. Fortunately, everyone from Great Scholar City stood by his side. Handling such matters required no personal intervention from Xiao Tian. "Who are you people?" Xiao Tian asked, fixing his gaze on the man in the suit. "We're just homeless people trying to scrape by for a meal, big brother. We've come all this way, could you give us a chance?" The man in the suit pressed his palms together before his chest, pleading with a fawning expression. Had he not witnessed this man's earlier arrogance, Xiao Tian might have actually been fooled. Just as Xiao Tian was about to press further with his questions, the sound of a car engine suddenly echoed from outside the service area. Several white vans drove in unison from the service area entrance. Seeing this, the man in the suit instantly lit up with delight. But soon enough, his head drooped once more. Though fleeting, his series of expressions did not escape Xiao Tian's keen observation. Xiao Tian kicked him hard. "Who are you? Better tell the truth. This is your last chance. We're all working for Brother Xiao." The man in the suit shook his head and sighed. "Brother Xiao ordered us to ambush passing convoys here and plunder their resources. Periodically, he sends people to collect the loot. In return, he gives us some mutated beast crystal cores. As for who Brother Xiao really is, honestly, I don't know either." Xiao Tian had been studying the man's facial expressions the entire time and was fairly certain he wasn't lying. So now the question was, who was this Brother Xiao? But none of that mattered now. Xiao Tian had no connection to this man and didn't care to pursue it. Just then, the van stopped ahead, and two middle-aged men got out. Upon seeing the scene, their expressions shifted slightly. They hurriedly got back into the van, ready to flee. Xiao Tian moved with lightning speed, appearing before them in an instant. He delivered a powerful kick. With a thunderous crash, the van's front-end engine and all was instantly crushed flat under Xiao Tian's foot. Shocked, the men trembled violently and scrambled toward another van. Without a word, Xiao Tian hoisted the van with both hands and hurled it forcefully, sending it flying 10 meters away. The van slammed into the ground with a violent impact, finally exploding with a thunderous boom. The two men. "You, what are you doing? We're Xiao Ji's men. If you kill us, Xiao Ge will never let you off." They stared at Xiao Tian, their words stumbling out. But before Xiao Tian could respond, the fear in their eyes instantly gave way to a savage glint. Simultaneously, they entered their beast forms and launched punches at Xiao Tian. A sneak attack? Xiao Tian laughed. He'd seen this kind of underhanded trick countless times before. Chapter 122, Sink or Swim? You think you're worthy? The man on the left underwent a visible transformation. His features began to twist and deform, like melting wax, creating a startlingly grotesque sight at first glance. Next, his facial muscles began to twitch and swell, while his eyes gradually sunken out in an eerie manner. Moments later, his original face had transformed into a hideously grotesque chicken head. Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. Before reaching a certain level, spirit beast warriors could only transform parts of their bodies. Most spirit beast warriors transformed their limbs or torsos. Take Yen Tianshang, for instance, he could only transform his abdominal muscles, becoming a muscle titan. This was the first time Xiao Tian had ever seen a spirit beast warrior transform their head. And whether by coincidence or not, this warrior happened to be clad in black stockings and suspenders. Paired with that ferocious rooster head, it made Xiao Tian momentarily daze. Vaguely, he thought he saw a lonely old acquaintance. Just then, the rooster-headed man suddenly opened his sharp beak, poised to launch an attack. Having endured countless life or death battles and possessing the experience of 2 lifetimes, Xiao Tian instantly recognized the opponent's tactic. The man likely intended to unleash a sonic-type attack. He had encountered such spirit beast warriors before his rebirth. To most people, sound was merely a means of perceiving the world, but few realized it could also be used to attack opponents. Before his rebirth, Xiao Tian had witnessed a spirit beast warrior who had awakened the power of bats. That spirit beast warrior had unleashed a sonic assault, terrifying sound waves tearing through everything like invisible blades. Having witnessed such a spirit beast warrior in combat, Xiao Tian naturally understood their weakness. Their greatest reliance was sound itself. By silencing them, they posed no threat. Xiao Tian snapped back to reality.
Seizing the moment the man opened his mouth, he swiftly thrust both hands forward, gripping the man's jaw firmly. Then he yanked with all his might. Rip! Flesh and blood splattered as the man's beak, along with flesh and blood vessels, was forcibly torn off by Xiao Tian. The man felt excruciating agony surge from his face to his brain nerves. Before he could utter a scream, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. To Yen Ruyu and the others, this scene was nothing new. Xiao Tian's approach to enemies had always been this way. He never showed mercy. Moreover, the man had attempted to ambush Xiao Tian. Had Xiao Tian been weaker, he might well have suffered a humiliating defeat. Such an act was utterly unacceptable to anyone. Xiao Tian had merely torn the filthy mouth of his foe to shreds. Was Xiao Shun cruel? The numerous spirit beast warriors of Great Scholar City unanimously declared that Xiao Shun was still far too merciful. But the people of Grand Scholar City were used to this sort of thing. The other unlucky soul, however, was instantly scared stiff. Holy! This guy must be a demon. He just ripped his comrade's filthy mouth to shreds and acted like it was no big deal. Spare me! If you kill me, Brother Xiao will never let you off. The man looked at Xiao Tian, his voice trembling. I hate being threatened. Xiao Tian flicked his arm dismissively, his expression unreadable. Seeing this, the man's heart sank instantly, realizing the other had no intention of sparing him. If you insist on going down with the ship, then neither of us will get off easy. The man suddenly roared, his upper garments instantly shredded as his muscles swelled to grotesque proportions. Soon, he transformed into a walking mountain of flesh. The man had awakened the power of the bullfrog. Upon entering this beast-like state, his entire musculature underwent immense amplification, granting him vastly enhanced defense and strength. Muscle fearless. His eyes blazing crimson, he charged toward Xiao Tian with unstoppable force. But Xiao Tian didn't even bat an eyelid, casually flicking out a palm strike. With a sharp crack, the blow shattered the man's skull. Sink or swim together, you're not worthy? Xiao Tian conceded the man's bulging muscles were indeed intimidating, but his level was simply too low. Before absolute power, all tactics were mere flashy tricks. After dispatching these two, Xiao Tian finally returned to the man in the suit. Witnessing Xiao Tian's ruthless efficiency, the man in the suit was utterly terrified. He dared not threaten Xiao Tian with the so-called Brother Xia anymore. If Xiao Tian had the guts to kill Brother Xia's men, what else wouldn't he dare to do? Spare me. Xiao Tian folded his arms across his chest and said indifferently, give me a reason to spare you. A reason? The man in the suit trembled violently. Driven by an overwhelming urge to survive, his mind began racing frantically. Moments later, his eyes lit up with excitement. I can tell you where Brother Xia's hideout is. His base is stockpiled with resources. If you spare me, I'll personally lead you there. Chapter 123, Poor Paraquat on the Dark Ancient Tree. Hearing the man's words, Xiao Tian's eyes narrowed instantly. Supplies were always indispensable in times of chaos. Especially since they'd just left Darren City, leaving much of their supplies behind in the villa. They carried very little with them now. While this wouldn't pose a major problem in the short term, these supplies would inevitably run out over time. Moreover, considerable time had passed since the Dark Turmoil erupted. In the beginning, people could still raid stores and supermarkets. But now, virtually all supplies had been stripped clean. Recovering resources would be extremely difficult and time-consuming. If they could locate a hidden cache of supplies, it would be a tremendous help. Are you certain you know where the supplies are hidden? Xiao Tian rubbed his chin, leaning forward and staring intently at the man in the suit. The man in the suit felt a chill run down his spine under Xiao Tian's intense gaze. He nodded frantically, absolutely true. I swear to heaven may I die a horrible death if I'm lying. Xiao Tian nodded, then turned to address everyone, rest up for a day. We'll continue our journey tonight. Under Xiao Tian's arrangements, the group temporarily settled in the service area to rest. The service area had been abandoned for so long that most facilities were damaged, even the electrical circuits were completely shot. Many buildings stood precariously, looking as if they could collapse at any moment. Therefore, the group chose to set up temporary tents in the parking lot. By the time they finished setting up, the morning sun was already rising. Gazing at the ruined service area before them, Yen Tiancheng sighed, how insignificant humanity is before the vastness of the universe. Without human maintenance, the structures humanity once took pride in seemed so fragile. Dad, when did you become so sentimental? Yen Ruyu teased with a pout. This doesn't sound like you at all. Yen Tiancheng unscrewed the lid of his thermos, took a sip of tea, and sighed. Before, I was obsessed with making more money. But since the Dark Turmoil erupted and I no longer had to manage the company, I've finally begun to truly experience this world again. It's just a pity. Yen Tiancheng trailed off. As the group's CEO, his days had once been consumed by work. To outsiders, he was a successful entrepreneur. But wasn't he just another ordinary person swept along by life? Only after the Dark Turmoil erupted did he gradually begin to savor life, yet everything had changed beyond recognition. Now, all he desired was to stroll through bustling streets, immersing himself in the vibrant energy of everyday life. What once seemed like a trivial little thing is now hard to come by. Such is human nature, what comes easily is never truly cherished. On the other side, Xiao Tian leaned against the steps, chewing on a piece of raw meat as he gazed at the rising sun.
Brother Xiao Tian.
A fragrant breeze wafted over as by Xiao Tian, her hands tucked behind her back, approached with a smile and sat beside Xiao Tian.
Is something bothering you? Xiao Tian said nothing, merely shifting his hips slightly to move away. By Xiao Tian.
The smile froze on by Xiao Tian's face, but as a former dark pioneer, she was truly shameless. She quickly regained her composure, letting out a carefree chuckle before leaning in close to Xiao Tian once more.
Xiao Tian, is something bothering you?
Bai Xiao Tian leaned in, tilting her head with big, watery eyes blinking innocently as she gazed adorably at Xiao Tian.
I do have something on my mind. I'm just trying to figure out the perfect excuse to kill you. Xiao Tian still couldn't fathom how that once dominant dark vanguard had devolved into this pitiful state. Get some rest early. We still have a long journey ahead tonight. After devouring the fresh meat in his hand, Xiao Tian clapped his hands and rose to leave. Left behind, Bai Xiao Tian puffed out her cheeks in anger, gazing at Xiao Tian's retreating figure with a look of bitter resentment. Xiao Tian, one day, I will have you body and soul. After leaving Bai Xiao Tian found Xin Xiulan. Xin Xiulan was at the rear of the carriage, watering the ancient dark tree. Due to its enormous size, the ancient dark tree had been uprooted and stuffed directly into the carriage. Precisely because of its enormous size and the vast space it occupied, the group had been forced to sacrifice a significant amount of resources. Xiao Tian held no ill will toward her, however. After all, when the otherworldly creatures rampaged through the great scholar's city, it was this very tree that stood at the forefront of the villa, shielding it. Otherwise, the villa would likely have been reduced to rubble under their onslaught. For heaven's sake, what are you trying to do? I'm begging you, stop forcing me to drink all this weird stuff. Xiao Tian had barely arrived behind Xin Xiulan when he heard the ancient tree's wretched wail. What's going on? Xiao Tian approached curiously to inquire. Hearing Xiao Tian's voice, the ancient dark tree clung to him like a lifeline, suddenly bursting into tears like a wronged child. Young friend Xiao Tian, no, brother Xiao, father Xiao. Keep that girl away from me. I've bled for the organization, I've been wounded for the organization. Even if I have no merits, I've suffered hardships. That little brat dared to use me as an experiment. When I was thirsty and asked her to water me, she poured paraquat on me. Xiao Tian. Pouring paraquat on the ancient dark tree? Only Xin Xiulan would do something like that. True to her genius, even in this moment she hadn't forgotten her experiments. Facing Xiao Tian's bewildered expression, Xin Xiulan first shot the dark ancient tree a fierce glare before tucking away the paraquat. I just wanted to understand the dark ancient tree's growth limits. If I could grasp the underlying principles, it might help my future research. Hearing Xin Xiulan's explanation, the ancient tree in the carriage felt utterly devastated. Man, I've been completely loyal to you, and you've truly returned the favor. I'm a proper dark ancient tree, yet I've ended up getting doused with paraquat. What did I ever do to deserve this? Is the dark ancient tree okay? After a moment of silence, Xiao Tian finally asked. It's fine. This guy has incredibly resilient vitality. After all, it's a plant that grew in the dark forbidden land, not some ordinary weed. It's not like it could be poisoned to death by paraquat. Xiao Tian nodded. Stop now. This isn't the time for experiments. Just give the dark ancient tree some water. Don't torment it any further. All right. Xin Xiulan nodded. But deep down, she hadn't abandoned her desire to study the dark ancient tree. As a plant, paraquat couldn't even touch it. Next time, try using DDT. Chapter 124 Floor at full throttle. The sun was just rising. As the first rays of sunlight once again bathed the land, the motionless creatures of the otherworld regained their mobility. Xiao Tian had no idea what the situation was elsewhere. But the service area was now completely surrounded by these otherworldly creatures. After deciding to stop at the service area, Xiao Tian had his men clear out the nearby otherworldly creatures beforehand. Yet these creatures seemed capable of tracking the scent of living beings. Less than 10 minutes after sunrise, no fewer than a dozen otherworldly creatures approached with stiff, jerky movements. And in the distance beyond the service area, a dense swarm of otherworldly creatures roared as they slowly advanced. At first glance, the scene resembled the opening of a zombie apocalypse movie. Except the zombies in the movie had been replaced by otherworldly creatures. Bro, looks like we can't rest now, Fat Ocean remarked, standing beside Xiao Tian. The others emerged from their tents, gazing at the advancing horde of otherworldly creatures drawing nearer. Back at the villa, they could rely on its high-strength defenses to withstand the creatures' assaults. Plus, the dark ancient tree outside the villa's courtyard served as a free enforcer, providing both manpower and effort. But the service area clearly lacked such advantages. Xiao Tian was also feeling a bit of a headache. He had originally planned to hold out for a day, waiting until nightfall to set off while the otherworldly creatures were dormant. Now it seemed he had no choice but to change his strategy. Notify everyone to pack their things. We're hitting the road now.
Since lingering at the service area would still lead to being surrounded by otherworldly creatures, it was better to set out immediately and reach Sky City as quickly as possible.
Half an hour later.
Everyone was ready and back inside the train cars. As for the men in suits and the others,
with no extra space left in the cabin, Xiao Tian had them strapped to the roof. Damn it! I laid my heart out for you, and you didn't even treat me like a human being.
On the VIP open-air seats atop the roof, the man in the suit was bound tightly, resembling a human-shaped rice dumpling. The high-end fabric of his suit was crumpled and distorted by the ropes, the intense pressure making it hard for him to breathe. Though the sun had risen, the air remained bitterly cold due to the lingering cold snap. Tied to the roof, the man in the suit was already shivering violently from the cold. Once the car started moving, the biting wind would only grow fiercer. The man in the suit didn't know if he'd ever see Sky City before his last breath. No sooner had everyone climbed into the car than otherworldly creatures began closing in from all sides.
Xiao Tian wasted no words, slamming his foot down on the accelerator.
The car's engine roared to life. Like a wild horse breaking free, it plowed straight through the foremost creature, sending it flying.
The convoy was back on the road.
The road ahead was densely packed with otherworldly creatures. The sheer terror of their numbers made even Xiao Tian's scalp tingle. Though these creatures weren't particularly powerful, eliminating them in a single strike proved difficult without knowing their weaknesses. Moreover, these creatures were numerous and fearless of death. Even a powerful spirit beast warrior capable of fighting 100 alone could be worn down to death by sheer numbers.
Fortunately, they still had the truck to transport them.
Walking to Sky City would have been far too costly.
Clank!
Xiao Tian floored the accelerator, sending the otherworldly creatures along the road flying in all directions.
Unidentified fluids splattered everywhere.
Inside the truck bed, the men in suits and others were utterly despairing. The unknown fluid sprayed from the creatures splattered with vicious force, like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms falling from the sky, drenching them instantly.
Ugh!
The suit-clad man was instantly drenched in the slimy substance. His brow furrowed as he instinctively took a deep breath, only to be met by an overwhelming stench.
What the hell is this stuff?
It smells like a rural outhouse.
Ugh, I can't take it. What the hell is going on? That bastard isn't spraying us with poop water, is he? Ugh! Holy, you just puked on me. Don't spit over here.
The rest of the suit guy's crew started freaking out too.
Many people couldn't stand the overwhelming stench and started vomiting. Chaos erupted instantly. Yellow and green vomit mixed together, making it impossible to tell what was what.
Tied to the roof of the carriage, facing the sky with their backs to the floor, they had no idea what was happening.
They unanimously concluded Xiao Tian was dousing them with feces.
They felt like dying. Xiao Tian, seated at the wheel, remained oblivious to the spectacular spectacle unfolding above the vehicle. The vehicle continued its relentless advance, sending streams of unidentified liquid flying everywhere as it collided with and hurled aside countless otherworldly creatures. Soon, the sturdy front bumper was dented in multiple places. Some sections even showed signs of damage. Steel was sturdy, but it couldn't withstand the sheer numbers of these otherworldly creatures. Xiao Tian estimated that by the time they reached Sky City, these trucks would be practically written off. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any large-scale hordes of otherworldly creatures along the way. Otherwise, even flooring the accelerator wouldn't have been enough to break through the encirclement. This situation persisted for nearly half a day. Finally, as dusk fell, the group finally reached the highway exit. The three characters for Sky Dome City came into clear view before them.
Sky Dome City, we're finally here. Chapter 125, Who Says My Big Brother Is Alone? Xiao Tian recalled his first visit to Sky Dome City. Back then, most of Sky Dome City's structures were still intact.
But now, the structures near the exit were practically crumbling. As far as the eye could see, most structures had collapsed beyond recognition. Evidently, this place had also suffered destruction at the hands of otherworldly creatures. Still, compared to Grand Scholar City, the situation here was significantly better. After all, Daru City had been nearly flattened by the otherworldly creatures, its former urban landscape now reduced to ruins.
Xiao Tian snapped back to reality and slammed his foot on the accelerator.
Several otherworldly creatures blocking the path were instantly sent flying, unknown fluids spraying skyward. With a squelch, the suit-clad man and his companions were splattered in the face once more. As soon as the vehicle entered Sky City, Xiao Tian spotted people engaged in combat with otherworldly creatures ahead. Several luxury cars were parked nearby. Several spirit beast warriors were coordinating their attacks against the surrounding otherworldly creatures. But the otherworldly creatures were too numerous. As soon as one group was killed, another swarmed in to fill the gap. The spirit beast warriors stood back to back, their faces etched with despair. Surrounded by so many otherworldly creatures, they were completely trapped. Amidst the chaos of the dark turmoil, the greatest danger lay not in the mutated beasts or the otherworldly creatures, but in the darkness within human nature itself. Xiao Tian had originally intended to mind his own business. But after a casual glance, he felt he recognized the group.
Big brother, they all seem to be Foam Lunka's men. Fat Dahai suddenly spoke up from the back seat. Fong Lonka.
This man had originally worked under Ji Guoqing, but later ended up in the wrong place at the wrong time until Xiao Tian successfully recruited him. After leaving Sky City, Xiao Tian had entrusted Fong Lonka to manage the city on his behalf. Since these men were Fong Lonka's people, he had no choice but to intervene.
Xiao Tian opened the car door and stepped out.
Yan Ruyu, by Xiao Tian, and the other women saw this and were about to follow him out.
Stay in the car for now. It's dangerous outside.
Xiao Tian turned to instruct the women, then turned his gaze to Pang Dahui. Fatso, you come with me.
Fat Dahai.
Just moments ago he said it was dangerous outside, yet now he wants me to come with him.
Sure enough, even the big brother couldn't escape the truth that when women are involved, brothers are forgotten.
The truth, of course, wasn't what Pang Dahui imagined. Xiao Tian had called Pang Dahu along primarily because the bloke's talismans could inflict massive casualties. After all, he was once the Tiancher of Dragon Tiger Mountain.
Xiao Tian had no intention of letting this fatso become useless.
Reluctantly, Pang Dahai got out of the car and trailed behind Xiao Tian.
I can't go on. I'm nearly spent.
The red-haired youth wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, gasping for breath as he replied. Beside him, another youth covered head to toe in animal scales urged, hold on. We're Sky City's last hope. We must break through and seek aid from Lord Xiao. Otherwise, we're all doomed. The red-haired youth sighed dejectedly, there are far too many of these otherworldly creatures. The situation in Great Scholar City probably isn't looking good either. Lord Xiao likely doesn't have the resources to help us now. The scaled youth sighed upon hearing this. They all understood the reality. But now Fong Lonka and the others were trapped inside the military base, surrounded by the otherworldly creatures. There was nowhere left to retreat. Besides seeking Xiaoshen's aid, they had no one else to turn to. Regardless, Sky City is still Xiaoshen's territory. He won't stand idly by. Let's push through and hold on a little longer. As the two spoke, a creature from another realm suddenly charged forward with a roar. The creature swung its arms, smashing violently into the front of the Ferrari. The carbon fiber hood shattered instantly. You bastard. My Ferrari. The red-haired youth let out a curse upon seeing the damage. This limited edition Ferrari was something he'd bought with his own money before the Dark Turmoil began. A luxury car worth over 30 million. Who'd have thought it'd be so flimsy? One punch from that otherworldly creature turned it into scrap. Luxury cars are all show and no substance. If I had a choice, I wouldn't drive this piece of junk out in public. The scaled youth couldn't help but vent his frustration. Luxury cars prioritize extreme speed and aerodynamics, sacrificing safety in the process. Under normal circumstances, cruising in one certainly made a statement. But in this dark, chaotic environment, driving this thing out offers absolutely no protection. We can't stay here. There are too many creatures from another world. If we keep wasting time, we're dead meat. Get in my car, we're driving out. The scaled youth hurriedly called out to the blonde-haired youth. Both of them climbed into the Lamborghini parked nearby. The blonde-haired youth glanced at the road, now completely surrounded and impassable. He swallowed hard and asked, there are so many otherworldly creatures. Can we really break through? How else will we know unless we try? The scaled youth gripped the steering wheel with both hands, gritting his teeth. Back in the day, I was a professional race car driver. With that, he shifted gears with his right hand and pressed the accelerator with his right foot. Ready? Let's go. All right. The scaled youth seemed possessed by the spirit of a racing god. His gaze was unwavering and determined, radiating confidence and composure. V-room. The scaled youth slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The Lamborghini's engine instantly roared with a piercing screech. Then, with a loud bang, the engine exploded. Holy! The blonde-haired youth's eyes bulged in shock, his entire body frozen in disbelief. What happened to speeding out? This is ING getting killed before you even get started. What the hell do we do now? The blonde-haired youth turned to the scale-armored youth, asking with a look of despair. Wait to die. The scaled youth leaned back against the seat and slowly closed his eyes. Outside the vehicle, creatures from another realm had already gathered around, groping the car's body with their hands. The fragile bodywork proved especially vulnerable beneath their sharp claws. Soon, the Lamborghini was scratched beyond recognition. Inside, the two occupants remained eerily silent. They had exhausted all their strength and could only sit in the car, waiting for death. But then, a sudden change occurred. The outermost creatures of the otherworld were suddenly hurled skyward by an unknown force, crashing violently into the distance. Immediately after, Xiao Tian and Pang Dahai forced their way through, carving a gap in the encircling horde of otherworldly creatures. That's Xiao Shun. Holy crap, it's Xiao Shun. Both men had seen Xiao Tian before and instantly recognized him, their hearts soaring with joy. But despair washed over them when they saw Xiao Tian had brought only one companion. Xiao Shun is powerful, but there are too many creatures from the otherworld. What difference does it make if he only brought one person? Are you two okay? Xiao Tian approached the Lamborghini, tapped its roof, and asked the two. The two hurriedly got out of the car. Lord Xiao, there are far too many of these otherworldly creatures.
We might not be able to escape.
The two exchanged glances as the otherworldly creatures closed in once more, their expressions tinged with bitter humor.
Who told you my big brother was alone?
Pang Dahai leaned against the Lamborghini with his arms crossed, grinning.
Xiao Tian said nothing.
He merely turned to face the otherworldly creatures and snapped his fingers.
Immediately, black mist billowed from the Soul banner draped over Xiao Tian's body.
As the black mist dissipated, an army of dark creatures, brimming with the stench of death, materialized before the crowd.
Chapter 126, The Elder Brother Descends, Xiao the God Unrivaled.
Thick, dark energy swirled around these dark beings. This dark energy coalesced into a vast, ominous cloud, blocking out the sunlight above their heads.
Clatter!
Simultaneously, all the dark creatures turned their gaze toward Xiao Tian. With left fists pressed to their chests, they knelt on one knee, bowing their heads low before Xiao Tian. The scene resembled a gangster movie, where underlings pay homage to their boss.
Xiao Tian had just summoned the dark creature army using the Soul banner.
The surface of the ghost banner still glowed with lingering dark energy. The soul banner fluttered slowly under the influence of the dark energy. Xiao Tian stood expressionless in place, while the army of dark creatures knelt before him.
The oppressive atmosphere reached its peak. To the uninitiated, it might seem like some gangster boss had stepped straight out of a movie into reality.
Holy, is this what they call oppressive laughter pressure? Just a moment ago, he was freaking out like crazy, but now he's as steady as a rock.
Xiao God is awesome.
The blonde-haired youth and the scaled youth stared at Xiao Tian in rapt fascination, their eyes brimming with even deeper reverence. In this dark and chaotic world, most people struggle just to survive.
But Xiao Shun?
He's strutting around like a special forces elite returning from the front lines.
He was as cool as they come. Facing such a massive army of otherworldly creatures and still staying this calm? Only my brother Xiao could pull that off, right? Fat C chuckled, a surge of pride welling up within him. Hanging with brother Xiao wasn't just cushy, it was seriously impressive. Xiao Tian snapped his fingers.
The dark creature army instantly transformed into a herd of wild horses, charging toward the surrounding otherworldly beings. Both sides were non-human, both corrupted by dark power, and neither knew the meaning of fear. The moment they clashed, chaos erupted.
You punch me, I kick you.
You smashed my chest, I rammed your crown. The level of combat was low, not even street thugs could match it, but they fought fiercely because they feared death not at all.
You two still want to stay here? Seeing the two still standing there, Fat Dahai tapped the car body. We should be going. Oh, right. Snapping back to reality, both nodded in agreement. With dark creatures clearing the path ahead, they only needed to follow Xiao Tian as they strode confidently out of the encirclement of otherworldly beings. The sensation was utterly surreal. Moments ago, they'd been trapped with no escape, now they were striding out among the great demons and beasts. They were utterly speechless. If they had to say anything at all, it would undoubtedly be Xiao Tian is freaking awesome. Only after the group had broken free from the encirclement did Xiao Tian wave his ghost banner, summoning the dark army back into his grasp. After this battle,
his dark creature army had lost over a dozen more members, dwindling in numbers.
But Xiao Tian felt no pang of regret.
With the soul banner in his possession, if he could recruit such a dark army once, he could certainly recruit more. Once the dark forbidden land opened again, he'd need to find a way to restock. His current batch of dark creatures were all from the first heaven forbidden zone, generally weaker in power. If we could recruit new dark creatures within the forbidden zone of the third heaven, that would be ideal. Soon, the group broke free from the encirclement of the otherworldly creatures. Xiao Tian also inquired about the current situation in Sky Dome City. Sky Dome City's network coverage couldn't compare to that of Great Scholar City. The network here had completely collapsed, and Xiao Tian was currently unable to contact Feng Lonka. Brother Feng and the others are already surrounded by otherworldly creatures and engaged in battle.
We have no idea how things are going over there.
The two shook their heads in unison. Xiao Tian had originally planned to head to the resource stash mentioned by the man in the suit upon arriving in Sky Dome City to assess the situation. But now it seemed he had to resolve the situation with Feng Lonka and the others first. With that thought, Xiao Tian declared, "Take me to them." The two nodded and prepared to lead Xiao Tian away. But just then, a ripple rippled through the space before Xiao Tian. A spatial gate, radiating the power of darkness, slowly coalesced into existence. Seeing this, Xiao Tian's brow furrowed. The dark gate had actually appeared. Could it be that a new dark forbidden zone had opened? Before Xiao Tian could react, an irresistible, colossal suction force erupted from the gate. Xiao Tian and his three companions were pulled in without any chance to resist. This was a ruined city. As far as the eye could see, there were only crumbling walls and broken eaves. Towering buildings teetered on the brink of collapse, while asphalt pavements crumbled and weathered away. The city's architecture bore little difference to that of Blue Star. Xiao Tian frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. He had entered the dark forbidden zone countless times, but this was the first time he had encountered such a place.
Had he not known this was a dark forbidden zone, Xiao Tian might have mistaken it for some abandoned city on Blue Star. Made up your mind?
At that moment, a detached voice suddenly rang out, impossible to pinpoint its origin, as if emanating from all directions simultaneously. If you take your own life before me now, I can immediately recall the otherworldly beings. They heard the voice but saw no one. The two youths grew visibly flustered. Only Xiao Tian and Pang Dahai remained utterly composed. Xiao Tian had already recognized the speaker by their voice. It was the voice of the Third Heaven Sovereign. During Xiao Tian's previous entry into the Forbidden Zone, this individual had deliberately incited others to attack him. Now, after entering the Forbidden Zone again, the other demanded he take his own life. Are all Dark Sovereigns this brainless? Even if he killed himself, would the Dark Clan abandon their invasion of Blue Star? Clearly, that was impossible. If that's the case, what purpose would his suicide serve? Moreover, even if he did, the Dark Clan wouldn't truly cease their invasion of Blue Star. Xiao Tian wouldn't do it. Trading his own sacrifice for the safety of others. Xiao Tian was neither a doormat nor a saint in this chaotic world. Everyone harbors self-interest, and he was no exception. He simply hadn't reached that level of selflessness. Xiao Tian pressed his lips together, silently extending his right hand and raising his middle finger. Are you an idiot? Got the guts to step out and face me? If you're a man, come fight me. Chapter 127, I drop a threat and you steal the base? First update. Fatsy clenched his fists and waved them in front of his chest. His expression made it seem as though he was the one insulting the ruler of the triple heavens. That's my big brother for you, truly badass. Throughout history, the only one who dared to confront the Dark Sovereign head-on was probably his big brother. Brother, what is Xiao Shen doing? Who is Xiao Shen cursing? Whose voice is that? Two spirit beast warriors tugged at Pang Dahai's sleeve, asking cautiously. Oh. Pang Dahai glanced at them, his tone as calm as a summer breeze. Nothing major. That voice belongs to the Third Heaven ruler. He's the one responsible for all the otherworldly creatures invading Blue Star. My big brother is confronting the Third Heaven ruler. The two exchanged glances, their minds reeling. Confronting the Dark Sovereign head-on and you call that no big deal? Holy. Bro, listen to yourself, does that sound like something a human would say? The Dark Sovereign's existence was no longer a secret. But in most people's minds, the Dark Lord had long been associated with overwhelming power, possessing the ability to destroy heaven and earth. The Forbidden Zone has been open for so long. Countless souls have perished within its depths, never to return. Yet even so, no one dares confront the Dark Sovereign head-on. Then along comes Xiao Tian, who not only confronts a triple heaven sovereign right after entering the Forbidden Zone but also challenges the opponent to a one-on-one duel. That's insane. Truly worthy of the title Xiao God, one of them suddenly exclaimed. Indeed. The other nodded in deep agreement. Brother Feng has spoken of Xiao Shen many times, and I always thought his words were exaggerated. But seeing it with my own eyes, it's even more incredible than I imagined. The two men were utterly convinced by Xiao Tian's prowess. The fact that he dared to confront a triple heaven sovereign head-on already placed him above most humans. If Pang Dahai knew what they were thinking, he would have shot them a look of utter contempt. So taking on a Dark Sovereign is impressive? My big brother doesn't just dare to confront a Dark Sovereign, he chases them around like a fool. Xiao Tian's sheer ferocity left even the Third Heaven Sovereign speechless. Is this kid even human? As one of the sentient beings in the cosmos, humans feel fear when encountering unknown or overwhelmingly powerful entities. This emotion is beyond control, rooted in primal instinct. Yet the Triple Heaven ruler never once detected a trace of fear on Xiao Tian's face. This kid is nothing short of a monster who knows no fear, only relentless confrontation. In truth, Xiao Tian's temperament had always been rather steady, he wasn't the reckless, hot-blooded type. But when the sovereign of the Third Heaven reduced his hometown, Deru City, to ruins, it ignited a seething resentment within Xiao Tian. Boy, this is your final chance. Since you refuse to cherish it, prepare to regret it. The ruler of the Third Heaven paused briefly before his indifferent voice sounded once more. As the words faded, a portal appeared behind Xiao Tian and his companions. Within it, images of Blue Star materialized. Should they step through, they could return to Blue Star. It seemed. The ruler of the Third Heaven had brought Xiao Tian and the others into the Forbidden Zone merely to issue a warning. Now that the warning had failed, he naturally intended to let Xiao Tian and the others return. Perhaps the Tri-Heaven Sovereign himself understood that unless his true form descended, Xiao Tian's current strength made it nearly impossible to eliminate him through other means. This is the exit. Wonderful. Xiao Shen, let's hurry and leave this place. Once we're out, we'll be free. Upon seeing the exit, the two spirit beast warriors from Sky Dome City were overjoyed. They had thought that being dragged into this Forbidden Zone meant facing certain death just to have a chance of escaping. But now, the exit had suddenly materialized right behind them. Once they passed through it, they would regain their freedom. You go ahead. Xiao Tian didn't even glance at the exit. Fatso, is there any way to pinpoint the location of the Triple Heaven Sovereign's clone? Xiao Tian turned to Fat Dahai and asked earnestly. Having clashed with the Dark Sovereign so many times, Xiao Tian had largely figured out his patterns.
The Triple Heaven ruler hadn't attacked him yet, leading Xiao Tian to suspect the enemy had ulterior motives. Perhaps the enemy had already begun gathering a clone to guide the true form's descent. Now that they were within the forbidden zone, if they could locate and destroy the clone, the Triple Heaven ruler would be doomed. We left in such a rush this time, I can't be certain, but we can try. Fat Ocean sat cross-legged. He drew a compass from his left hand while bringing 2 fingers together in his right hand, beginning to gesture. Witnessing this scene, the 2 spirit beast warriors were utterly dumbfounded once more. The shock they felt now was several times more intense than before. When ordinary people were dragged into the forbidden zone, their only thought was how to escape. If they found an exit, they would leave without hesitation. But Xiao Tian was different. Now that an exit had appeared, Xiao Tian didn't choose to leave. Instead, he intended to confront the Dark Overlord head-on. Good heavens! How could anyone be this bold? It wasn't just the 2 spirit beast warriors, even the third heaven sovereign lurking in the darkness was dumbfounded. Is this kid even human? Is he part of the Dark Clan too? How else could he be so damn bold? Seriously. I only dragged you in to throw down some tough talk. Now that I'm done talking tough, I'm letting you out, but you won't leave. Please act like a human being. Can we just stick to the script? You're making this really hard for me. Watching the ever-evolving Pang Dahai, and beside him, Xiao Tian standing tall and straight. At this moment, the sovereign of the third heaven finally panicked. Xiao Tian's guess was spot on. He had indeed begun forging his avatar long ago, preparing for the arrival of his true self. If Xiao Tian and his companions discovered the location of his avatar, he would be doomed. He must expel these pests from his domain immediately. Otherwise, he would be caught off guard. Chapter 128, Stand Together Through Thick and Thin. Second update. The ruler of the third heaven realized he couldn't afford to stall with Xiao Tian and his companions any longer. If his avatar's location were truly divine, the fate of the previous 2 heavenly sovereigns would be his own. Damn Xiao Tian, I remember you. When my true form descends, I shall make you pay in blood. The Tri-Heaven sovereign's low, grating voice suddenly echoed. Immediately, a colossal suction force erupted from within the portal, attempting to violently drag Xiao Tian and his companions out. Xiao Tian instantly entered a full-body beast transformation, his entire form shrouded in a layer of mist as he transformed into a humanoid beast. His entire body was covered in jet-black scales, resembling a dark Qilin stepping out of mythical tales. This full-body beast transformation differed from the ordinary beast forms. Most spirit beast warriors could only transform partial body parts, remaining fundamentally human. But Xiao Tian's current state was that of a complete and utter monster. And a monstrous one at that, with an imposing and formidable appearance. Upon entering beast mode, Xiao Tian's power surged exponentially. He slammed both claws into the ground, anchoring himself firmly in place. No matter how immense the suction became, it could not budge him an inch. Upon witnessing this, Pang Dahai immediately halted his divination. He pulled a talisman from his robe and affixed it to his forehead. Haste as the law commands. Supreme Lord Lao Tzu, accompany my path. Seal. As the incantation concluded, the talisman radiated golden light, transforming into a golden barrier that enveloped Pang Dahai. Protected by the barrier, Pang Dahai's body remained immovable. This was the Dragon Tiger Mountain Special Branch's immobilization talisman. Though lacking lethal power, it effectively immobilized the body, a highly practical and easy-to-draw talisman. As for the 2 spirit beast warriors from Sky Dome City, they were in for a world of trouble. Their ranks were already low, and even after entering their beast forms, they struggled to resist the suction force. Their bodies were being relentlessly pulled toward the teleportation gate by the suction force. Xiao Tian and Pang Dahai paid them no mind. Their power was too weak. Leaving this place would actually be safer for them. Xiao God, we don't want to leave. We want to stay and fight alongside you. Xiao God, help us. The 2 shouted at the top of their lungs. The suction was so powerful it even sucked out their dandruff. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's expression softened. He hadn't expected that after meeting only once, they would go to such lengths. Standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Had such words come from the spirit beast warriors of Great Scholar City, Xiao Tian wouldn't have been surprised. After all, they had shared so many experiences, their interests deeply intertwined. But these 2 spirit beast warriors from Sky Dome City? They were mere strangers to him. Xiao Tian turned his head to look at them, then found himself speechless. The suction was too powerful. Piece by piece, their clothes were sucked away. Now they resembled plucked, bald chickens, completely stripped bare. Xiao Tian. The 2 felt utterly humiliated, yet they stubbornly resisted the suction's pull. Xiao God, we stand with you to the end. We're no cowards. Without you, we would have been drained dry by those otherworldly creatures long ago. We're staying to fight alongside you. Watching the 2 men bellow at the top of their lungs, Xiao Tian sighed. Staying here serves no purpose. Leaving now won't harm you. Seeing Xiao Tian still had no intention of intervening, their resolve completely shattered. No, Xiao Shun. The outside is swarming with otherworldly creatures. We'll die for sure if we go out. Save us, Xiao God. We don't want to go out.
Finally opening their hearts, they shouted their innermost fears into the howling wind. Xiao Tian paused, startled, before turning his gaze toward the teleportation gate. And then he saw it. Outside the portal, a vast horde of otherworldly creatures had gathered, seemingly out of nowhere. These otherworldly beings stretched as far as the eye could see, completely surrounding the entire portal. If the two were teleported out, they would be immediately surrounded and attacked by these otherworldly beings.
Xiao Tian.
Earlier, I'd been genuinely moved by these two, thinking they were loyal and honorable. Turns out they were just worried about getting beaten up by the otherworldly creatures once they stepped out, which is why they insisted on staying behind.
Fatso, do you have any extra talismans? Xiao Tian shouted at Pang Dahui. Got some, sure thing. Fatsi nodded.
He had plenty of these low-grade talismans.
Fatty Dahai pulled 2 more immobilization talismans from his robe and tossed them to the pair.
The two figures were swiftly enveloped by the golden barrier, finally freeing themselves from the pull's influence. Seeing this, they both breathed a sigh of relief, glancing back at the otherworldly creatures poised outside the portal before wiping the sweat from their foreheads.
Thank goodness they held on.
If they'd been sucked out, they'd have been finished for sure. After completing these actions, Pang Dahai closed his eyes once more, beginning to divine the location of the Triple Heaven Sovereign's avatar.
Xiao Tian remained standing in place, gazing silently ahead.
At that moment, the ruler of the Third Heaven regretted his actions so deeply he could have turned green. Had he known Xiao Tian would prove such a thorn in his side, he never would have acted cocky and deliberately lured them into the Forbidden Zone. Now look at him, he'd lost more than he'd gained.
I'm giving you one last chance. Leave now, and it's not too late.
The Triple Heaven Lord's gritted teeth voice rang out once more.
But Xiao Tian and his companions chose to ignore him completely. Fine, fine. You think I'm some Japanese guy to mess with? Triple Heaven's ruler drew a deep breath.
A surge of intent radiated outward from him, spreading rapidly toward the portal.
In an instant,
all the otherworldly beings within Sky City, as if summoned, simultaneously halted their actions and surged toward the teleportation gate.
At that moment,
the spirit beast warriors still battling the otherworldly beings within Sky Dome City were utterly dumbfounded.
Chapter 129, Plot Collapse.
Third update. Why did all these otherworldly creatures retreat at once?
No idea. Within Sky Dome City, every spirit beast warrior wore a look of utter bewilderment.
Though they didn't know why these otherworldly creatures had suddenly retreated, they knew they were saved. These otherworldly creatures were relentless, impossible to kill or drive away.
Most had long since reached their physical limits. Such relentless combat was utterly despairing, they couldn't even catch their breath.
Hardly had they slain one creature before another rushed in to fill the void.
Even Ultraman would have to sound the alarm in this situation.
Brother Foam, these otherworldly creatures are all rushing toward one location. A spirit beast warrior beside Foam Lunka reported in detail.
All heading toward one place?
Foam Lunka narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then said, "Gather the brothers.
Let's follow them and see."
He knew that the retreat of these otherworldly creatures presented a prime opportunity for their own regrouping.
Foam Lunka understood that this was merely a temporary fix.
The fact that these otherworldly creatures were retreating in unison toward a single direction meant something significant had occurred.
Following them might yield unexpected discoveries. Though utterly exhausted in body and spirit, the others understood Foam Lunka's reasoning.
Thus, without a single complaint, they all followed Foam Lunka's orders and began moving in the direction the otherworldly creatures had retreated. Initially, they remained highly cautious, maintaining a considerable distance from the otherworldly creatures.
Gradually, however, they began to relax.
They realized these creatures were solely focused on fleeing and showed no intention of attacking them.
Brother Foam, this is our chance. These otherworldly creatures won't attack us now.
If we strike now and wipe them all out, Sky City will be safe. A burly man with a bushy beard clenched his fists, his face brimming with excitement.
Xiao Wang.
Foam Lunka beckoned a youth over and instructed, "Once the battle ends, take this kid to the hospital to get his head checked."
Got it.
The youth called Xiao Wang nodded. The bearded man grew impatient.
Brother Foam, I'm not crazy, why do I need to go to the hospital?
How could you say such stupid if you weren't crazy?
With so many otherworldly creatures, even if they stood still and let us kill them, could we possibly finish them all?
The otherworldly creatures in Sky City number at least 100,000. Even slaughtering 10,000 pigs wouldn't be done in a few days. And even if they somehow managed to wipe out all 100,000 of them, the next day, new creatures would pour out of those 18 black holes.
What's the point? Absolutely not.
Foam Lunka thought this guy must have taken a blow to the head to spout such brain-dead nonsense. Soon, the group followed the alien horde to a teleportation gate. All the creatures, as if summoned, were now queuing up and surging into the portal. This looks like the portal to the Forbidden Zone.
Someone smacked their lips in suspicion. Why are these otherworldly creatures rushing into the portal?
Just as everyone stood bewildered, Xiao Wang suddenly pointed toward the portal and exclaimed, "Brother Foam, I think I just saw Xiao Shun."
Xiao Shun.
Hearing Xiao Wang's words, everyone finally focused their gaze inside the portal.
What they saw shattered their worldview. Xiao Tian and his companions fought against the suction's pull, forcibly binding themselves to the spot. From within the portal, the heart-wrenching roars of the Tri-Heaven Sovereign echoed repeatedly. "Get out! You bothersome insects! All of you, get the hell out of here!" Feng Longke's mind went blank.
Entering the Forbidden Zone meant facing trials where survival was a 1 in 10 chance. One might seize immense fortune within the Forbidden Zone, or be swarmed and killed by dark creatures.
Anyone who entered the Forbidden Zone desperately wished to escape immediately. Yet Xiao Tian and his group?
They went in and refused to leave.
They'd pushed the Dark Sovereign to the brink.
Feng Longke's eyes bulged wide.
After a long, stunned silence, he finally managed to utter a few words. I'm screwed. Truly worthy of the title Xiao God.
He always pulled off moves beyond ordinary comprehension. Within the Forbidden Zone, as countless otherworldly creatures poured in, the two spirit beast warriors grew desperate.
Xiaoshen, what should we do now?
They were barely holding their ground, let alone fighting these otherworldly creatures.
Xiao Tian offered no reply.
Instead, he charged forward in his beast form, his razor-sharp fangs tearing through the bodies of the otherworldly creatures. He instantly slaughtered over a dozen of them. What mattered wasn't that Xiao Tian had instantly killed over a dozen. It was that while doing so, he could simultaneously maintain his balance and resist the suction force.
This was something Feng Longke and the others simply couldn't achieve. Fatso, have you divined the location of the third heaven dominator? Xiao Tian bellowed in the direction of Pang Dahai. Fat Dahai opened his eyes and shook his head. It'll take a little more time. Xiao Tian exhaled a breath of stale air. Is there any way to shut down the portal? If the portal remained open, the relentless influx of otherworldly creatures would soon overwhelm him. Moreover, summoning dark entities was impossible under these circumstances. Once summoned, they would inevitably be ripped away by this suction force. I'll try. After a moment's hesitation, Pang Dahai pulled out a talisman and flung it forward.
The golden talisman instantly drifted toward the portal, suddenly transforming into a massive golden gate before it. Under Pang Dahai's mental command, the golden gate slowly closed, about to seal off the entire exit. The third heaven ruler's eyelid twitched violently, his entire being on the verge of collapse.
All I wanted was for you guys to leave. Is that so hard? This is my turf, you guys think you can just hang around here? Grow a spine. Looks like I'll have to summon a clone to fight.
The triple heaven sovereign gritted his teeth, forcibly summoning a clone. Each clone he conjured drained power from his main body. Thus, the triple heaven ruler avoided summoning clones unless absolutely necessary. But now, with the situation urgent, he could no longer afford to be so cautious. After the triple heaven sovereign's clone materialized, it did not attack Xiao Tian and the others. This clone had been hastily formed and was extremely weak. It was no match for Xiao Tian and his companions. His sole purpose in manifesting this clone was to prevent the exit from being sealed. Swish! Before the eyes of all present, the triple heaven sovereign's avatar flashed to the gate, thrusting both arms to wedge the closing doors open. Creak, creak, creak. The golden gate and the third heaven ruler's clone ground against each other, producing a heavy, grinding sound. On one side stood the Fat Sea, controlling the gate's closure. On the other, the ruler of the third heaven straining every muscle to prevent it from closing. Witnessing this scene, Feng Longke and the others outside the gate were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. This world was growing increasingly insane, they couldn't make heads or tails of it anymore. It seemed that wherever Xiaoshen was present, the plot would inevitably unravel. Chapter 130, Rebuilding the Army. I demand 10,000 dark beings. Brother Feng, what should we do? After a long silence, someone finally mustered the courage to ask. You ask me what to do? I'm the one wondering what to do. The Dark Lord wanted Xiaoshen to come out. But Xiaoshen didn't want to come out. He himself didn't know whom to help. Moreover, the portal was now surrounded by hordes of otherworldly creatures. In this situation, even if he wanted to help, he'd be powerless to do so. As if possessed, Feng Longke pulled out his phone and began recording a video. Another iconic moment of Xiaoshen was born. Such a moment was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He had to capture Xiaoshen's heroic figure on camera and upload it online, so everyone could witness Xiaoshen's awesomeness. After all, he was now Xiaoshen's man. With Xiaoshen being this awesome, anyone who dared mess with him in the future would be messing with Xiaoshen. After all, you don't bite the hand that feeds you, right? He had once followed the wrong person, but thankfully Xiaoshen held no grudges and gave him this chance to prove himself. No matter what, he had to actively promote Xiaoshen. Just then, Xiao Tian charged toward the teleportation gate, his gaze fixed on the encircling creatures from another realm. You! The triple heaven sovereign sensed danger, snapping his head up to stare at Xiao Tian. His pupils instantly contracted violently. But before he could speak, Xiao Tian's palm slammed out. Boom! The triple heaven sovereign's clone shattered instantly. After all, it was a hastily conjured clone, its power virtually negligible. After dispatching the triple heaven ruler's clone, a golden pillar of light instantly filled the entire portal, sealing all otherworldly beings outside.
Outside, Phone Lonka also stopped filming. After admiring his handiwork, he finally uploaded the video. In the footage, Xiao Tian, fully transformed into his beast form, resembled a demonic beast descended from the heavens. The terrifying aura emanating from him was almost suffocating, even through the screen. By comparison, the Triple Heaven Ruler's clone appeared rather insignificant. Phone Lonka employed an anthropomorphic filming technique, fully capturing Xiao Tian's imposing presence. In the footage, Xiao Tian descended like a celestial being, shattering the Third Heaven Sovereign's avatar into fragments with a single palm strike. The moment the video was released, it instantly caused a massive stir online. Holy crap, it's that Xiao Tian again. That dark shadow looks like the Dark Sovereign? After taking down 2 Dark Sovereigns, is Xiao God now going head-to-head with a new Dark Sovereign? What animal ability did Xiao Tian awaken? How can he enter a fully beast-like state? None of that matters. Did you guys not notice that Xiao Shen smashed this new Dark Overlord with a single slap? That figure was illusory, just a clone. Nothing to get worked up about. Easy for you to say from above. Even if it's a clone, it's still a Dark Lord's clone. Try smashing it with one slap yourself. Regardless, after this video went viral, Xiao Tian's prestige soared to new heights. The name Xiao Tian reverberated across numerous regions, becoming familiar to countless people. Brother Phone, the Forbidden Zone has been sealed off. I wonder if Xiao Tian and the others are in danger. The bearded giant beside Phone Lonka spoke with deep concern. Phone Lonka shot him a disapproving look and smacked the back of his head. What kind of man is Xiao Shen? He's someone who's slain 2 Dark Sovereigns. Entering the Dark Forbidden Zone is like coming home for him. What the hell are mere Dark Sovereigns to Xiao Shen? Phone Lonka looked at him with disappointment. Instead of worrying about Xiao Shen, you'd be better off worrying about the Dark Sovereigns. That's more realistic. Within the Dark Forbidden Land. With his clone obliterated, the portal sealed shut. The Triple Heaven Sovereign's heart grew icy cold. Leave this place now, and I shall immediately recall all otherworldly beings and seal those 18 black holes. The Tri-Heaven Sovereign's voice rang out once more, unexpectedly tinged with a hint of concession. Seeing the Dark Sovereign yield, the 2 Spirit Beast warriors from Sky City felt even greater reverence for Xiao Tian. Truly worthy of the title Xiao God. If even the Dark Sovereign had voluntarily backed down, who else on Blue Star could achieve such a feat besides Xiao God? In truth, the ruler of the Third Heaven had merely spoken offhand. He didn't believe Xiao Tian would stop here. After all, this guy had just slain 2 Dark Lords. His feud with the Dark Clan had long become a matter of life and death. Now that the enemy had a chance to locate and eliminate his condensed physical clone early, he absolutely wouldn't let this opportunity slip. But to everyone's surprise, Xiao Tian didn't refuse outright. Instead, after a moment's thought, he replied earnestly, truthfully, I also believe that harmony and mutual benefit are preferable. The Third Heaven Dominator was momentarily taken aback. Was this god of death actually agreeing to stand down? Was he dreaming? A shroud of black mist enveloped Xiao Tian's form, restoring him to human appearance. He then drew the soul-binding banner from his back. Perhaps we can strike a deal. I require an army of dark creatures utterly loyal to me. Fulfill my demand, and I will depart this place. Within the mist surrounding the Forbidden Zone, a pair of crimson eyes instantly locked onto the ghost banner. The Triple Heaven Sovereign had clashed with Xiao Tian multiple times and roughly understood the soul-binding banner's function. This artifact could absorb dark creatures and place them under Xiao Tian's command. He never expected the other party to ask him for dark creatures. It was like ancient warfare. The enemy general had already stormed the camp gates, urinated on your head, and now demanded you hand over your wife as his concubine. It was an utter insult. In the past, the sovereign of the Third Heaven would never have agreed to such an unreasonable demand. But now, he truly only wants Xiao Tian and the others to leave this place as soon as possible. I can give you 3,000 dark creatures. That's too little. 4,000. Still too little. 5,000. 5,000? Are you trying to give me pocket change? How much do you want? 10,000. Deal. The Triple Heaven Sovereign nearly ground his molars to dust. His Triple Heaven Forbidden Realm held only about 30,000 dark beings in total. Now he had to hand over 10,000 of them to Xiao Tian. Moreover, these 10,000 dark beings would henceforth be entirely under Xiao Tian's command. They would likely be used by Xiao Tian against him. The thought made the Triple Heaven ruler feel as humiliated as if he'd been cuckolded. But the stakes were already sky high, bordering on the critical. He had no choice but to agree. Deal. I hope you keep your word. I give you these 10,000 dark creatures. Now take your people and leave this place. As the Triple Heaven ruler's words faded, the pitch-black mist suddenly echoed with the rhythmic, orderly footsteps of an approaching force. An army of dark beings clad in black armor emerged from the mist, their heavy footsteps echoing as they approached Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's eyes lit up with wild delight. The dark spirits within the Yin Soul banner were dwindling, barely 1,000 remained. If he could supplement them with these 10,000 dark spirits, he would be able to summon 10,000 dark spirits to fight his enemies with a single shake of the Yin Soul banner in the future.
The very thought of it was thrilling. Once these dark beings emerged, the third heaven sovereign severed all connection with them. They now resembled disconnected killing machines. As long as Xiao Tian absorbed them into the soul banner, he would become their new master. Chapter 131, Freeloading Gear, Slaughtering the Sovereign Like a Pig. First update. Xiao Tian swung the Yin soul banner with force. A chorus of ghostly wails and howls erupted from within the soul banner, simultaneously extending countless black tentacles that enveloped the 10,000 dark creatures. In the next instant, the 10,000 dark beings dissolved into a black mist and were sucked into the soul banner. Success! Only after confirming that these 10,000 dark beings were truly under his command. Xiao Tian still couldn't contain his excitement. 10,000 dark beings. From now on, whenever he encountered a thorny problem or a formidable opponent, he could summon these 10,000 dark beings at will. Whether you're a one-on-one champion or an unstoppable force standing alone. If I summon these 10,000 dark beings to gang up on you, how would you counter that? I have fulfilled my promise. It's time for you to leave, isn't it? The voice of the third heaven sovereign rang out once more, tinged with gritted teeth venom. The esteemed dark sovereign actually conceded to a mere human brat. This is an utter disgrace. Once his true form descends, he must find that brat, pound him into mincemeat, and use him as dumpling filling. I need more dark energy. Give me some more dark energy, and I'll leave immediately, Xiao Tian said without breaking a sweat. You brat, you're a liar. You have no honor whatsoever. The near-frantic voice of the triple heaven sovereign suddenly echoed. There are only about 30,000 dark beings in the entire Forbidden Zone. I've already given you 10,000, and you still refuse to leave. You're a real bastard. If you're a man, stop dithering. Just say yes or no. If you refuse, the previous 10,000 dark beings will be for nothing. The ruler of the third heaven was seething with rage. How could someone be this shameless? Where is your moral compass? Where is basic decency? The ruler of the third heaven was consumed by a desire to kill Xiao Tian. But as Xiao Tian had pointed out, if he didn't meet Xiao Tian's demands, those 10,000 dark beings would be given away for nothing. How can I be certain that after fulfilling your demand, you won't renege once more? After a moment of silence, the Tri-Heaven Sovereign's voice rang out once more. I can swear on my honor. Triple Heaven Ruler. Though I've had little contact with you, do you really think I'm unaware of your character? You have the integrity to swear? You've already scammed 10,000 dark beings with just a few words, and now you want to keep scamming people. You have no integrity whatsoever, because you're not even worthy of being called human. Holy, is this the legendary Xiao Tian? Unflappable even as mountains crumble before him. To speak to the Dark Overlord like that, Xiao Tian is truly formidable. I'm utterly in awe of him. Two spirit beast warriors from Sky City watched with wide eyes and gaping mouths. Xiao Tian is truly fearless. If it were anyone else, they'd have been smacked to death by the Dark Overlord long ago. You have no choice. Seeing the other party fall silent, Xiao Tian pressed on with his bluff. My brothers are already divining your location. Your time is running out. Fine. I agree. The triple heaven ruler gritted his teeth. From the black mist, a black crystal floated out, drifting toward Xiao Tian. The crystal was diamond-shaped, its surface swirling with countless black patterns. It gave off an eerie, dark aura. As the rhombic crystal drifted near Xiao Tian, he could even hear a low, demonic growl. Moreover, he could feel an icy chill sweeping over him. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes, his breathing becoming slightly hurried. This rhombic crystal contained an immense power of darkness. He could use dark power to level up. If he could absorb the dark energy within the crystal, his level would instantly skyrocket to terrifying heights. After the initial shock, Xiao Tian reached out, took the crystal, and stowed it away. You can now fulfill your promise, the voice of the third heaven ruler echoed, filled with resentment. One crystal isn't enough. I need another. Xiao Tian stuffed the crystal into his pocket and said with shameless boldness. Put. The ruler of the third heaven felt a sharp pain in his chest, nearly coughing up a mouthful of blood. Don't you have any shame left? Who the hell is the villain here? Can you just act like a human being? What kind of beast are you, anyway? The dark power contained within this crystal had been separated from his very essence. Even the darkness within a single crystal is incredibly potent. You really have some nerve asking for another one. Can you act like a human being? Please, just act like a human being? The triple heaven sovereign was on the verge of tears. He finally understood why the previous two sovereigns had fallen at the hands of a mere human boy. This kid was darker than their entire dark clan. The worst part? This kid had absolutely no moral boundaries whatsoever. In a way, the previous two dark sovereigns didn't exactly deserve to fall at this kid's hands. If you're a man, stop dithering. If you don't hand it over, those 10,000 dark lords and that crystal will go down the drain. Xiao Tian crossed his arms over his chest, grinning as he spoke. After a moment of silence, the third heaven dominator finally chose to compromise. He handed over another rhombus-shaped crystal. But before the triple heaven ruler could speak, Xiao Tian preempted him. I need some gear and equipment. Got anything good here?
Xiao Tian's single sentence successfully sent the Dark Sovereign into a rage. Xiao Tian, I'll be damned. Are you even human? What kind of beastly creature are you? After freeloading off me for so much already, now you have the nerve to ask for more? For God's sake, have some shame.
The third heaven dominator's language was crude and vulgar, revealing a complete lack of manners or refinement.
But magnanimous Xiao Tian chose to overlook the insult.
If you refuse, I'll pinpoint your location and lead my men straight to your lair.
The third heaven ruler wanted to cry.
If he'd known this brat was such a scumbag, he'd never have brought Xiao Tian into the Forbidden Zone, not even if you paid him.
A few minutes later, 5 pieces of equipment drifted out of the black mist simultaneously, landing near Xiao Tian.
Gazing at the 5 pieces of gear, the third heaven ruler felt his heart bleed. These 5 pieces were no low-tier items, parting with them all at once stunned even him. He'd have loved to just toss out some junk to fool him.
But given Xiao Tian's shameless nature, such a tactic wouldn't work, it might even backfire. After stowing away the 5 items, Xiao Tian finally felt satisfied. Fatso, we should be going. Xiao Tian called out to the nearby Fat Dahai. Upon hearing this, Pang Dahai opened his eyes, stood up, and walked over. He then pressed his palms together and pointed toward the exit. The golden light pillar sealing the passage vanished instantly. Seeing the group finally preparing to leave, the third heaven ruler breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, something still felt off. If that kid could truly calculate his location, how could he be willing to leave so easily? Just as the ruler of the third heaven was lost in thought, Xiao Tian suddenly chuckled. Actually, Wang Zhong, let me tell you something. We came here in such a rush that we didn't have time to prepare many things. We couldn't possibly have calculated your location.
The ruler of the third heaven was dumbfounded. Fat C followed with a wicked chuckle. It's all thanks to you, big brother.
We just put on a show and got so many goodies.
That dark ruler really is a complete idiot.
Triple heaven ruler. It's over.
His mental state seemed to have completely shattered. All this time, the other party had been bluffing and deceiving him, and he'd actually fallen for it.
The Dark Sovereign had been toyed with and swindled by humans. His entire reputation was ruined. Chapter 132, Collecting Protection Money from Xiaoshan. Second update.
After Xiao Tian and his group departed the Forbidden Zone, the portal closed behind them. After this incident, the third heaven ruler would likely retreat into seclusion for a while. Ahead of them, hordes of otherworldly creatures still swarmed the landscape. Upon spotting Xiao Tian's group suddenly appearing, they immediately prepared to attack. Feng Lonka and the others, watching from afar, instantly paled. Damn it! Xiao Tian and the others are in danger. Charge with me, save Xiao Tian. But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The 18 enormous black holes in the sky suddenly twisted simultaneously. Countless black threads extended from the black holes, locking onto the bodies of the otherworldly creatures and pulling them back into the abysses one by one. In the blink of an eye, not a single foreign creature remained visible on Blue Star. Every otherworldly being was pulled back into the black holes by the dark threads. Immediately afterward, the black holes began to collapse inward until they vanished completely. Those 18 immense, oppressive black holes, along with the seemingly endless otherworldly beings, vanished abruptly. What just happened? The black holes vanished and the otherworldly beings were forcibly pulled back. What on earth did Xiaoshan and the others do to the Dark Lord in the Forbidden Zone? Not far away, Feng Lonka and his group exchanged stunned glances, their shock mingling with even greater admiration for Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian and his companions had barely emerged from the Forbidden Zone when this upheaval occurred. It was obvious as day that Xiao Tian was involved. Could it be that Xiaoshan had beaten the Dark Lord senseless within the Forbidden Zone, causing him to recall the black hole and the otherworldly beings? Brother, the black hole and the otherworldly beings have vanished. Fat C suddenly exclaimed. Seems my hunch was right. Opening the black hole to release otherworldly beings takes a massive toll on a third heaven sovereign. Xiao Tian showed little emotional reaction, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. He was a man of principle. Extortion and blackmail were not his true nature. His earlier outrageous demands were primarily meant to provoke the Tri-Heaven Sovereign into a rage. Once thoroughly enraged, the enemy would spare no expense to hasten the arrival of its true form. And naturally, the black hole would be sealed shut. It certainly wasn't because he wanted to fleece the ruler of the third heaven. However, Xiao Tian couldn't be certain his guess was accurate. He was merely testing the waters. After all, even if he was wrong, he wouldn't lose anything. But now it seemed his hunch had paid off. You're truly the boss, always thinking 3 steps ahead. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I knew following you would lead to greatness. That's why I defied my ancestors and decided to come down the mountain with you to do something big. Pang Daihui puffed out his belly, beaming with pride. Looks like my judgment wasn't half bad. The 2 spirit beast warriors from Sky Dome City exchanged envious glances at Fat Ocean. No wonder he was Xiao Shen's right-hand man. His foresight was truly remarkable, spotting Xiao Shen's extraordinary potential so long ago. Only Xiao Tian's lips twitched slightly speechless. The fatso was bragging again. Back when he'd taken Yen Ruyu to Dragon Tiger Mountain, the chubby guy had refused to come down with him because supplies were scarce and he was starving to the point of eating only instant noodles. In the end, he had to trade food and give the guy a good thrashing before he finally agreed to come down. Just then, Feng Lunka arrived with his men, closing in on Xiao Tian. Divine Xiao, what exactly happened in the Forbidden Zone earlier? How did the black hole vanish along with the other worldly creatures? Feng Lunka asked curiously. He was utterly fascinated. How exactly had Xiao Tian accomplished all this? Fat C let out a sly grin, stepping forward to drape an arm around Feng Lunka's shoulder as he began boasting. The ruler of the third heaven was beaten into a tailspin by my big brother. With this Taoist master here assisting and mediating, the ruler of the third heaven ultimately chose to submit to my brother. Fat C's embellished account. Upon hearing this, Feng Lunka and the others looked at Pang Dahai with a newfound respect. They had assumed this chubby fellow was merely a good luck charm Xiao Tian had brought along to attract fortune. Little did they know he was a Taoist master from Dragon Tiger Mountain and one with such formidable skills. Could someone who assists Xiao Tian be anything but extraordinary? They couldn't help but marvel. Birds of a feather flock together. Someone as formidable as Xiao Tian naturally surrounded himself with equally formidable individuals. The issue with the other worldly beings has been completely resolved. First, gather everyone back for a meeting. Then, brief me on the current situation in Sky City. Xiao Tianxuan made his arrangements. Half an hour later. At the entrance of a luxurious villa. All the spirit beast warriors of Sky Dome City, along with those from Great Scholar City brought by Xiao Tian, had gathered here. Lord Xiao, Tianxiong City currently has no ordinary citizens left. Only our dozen or so spirit beast warriors remain. This is the situation we're facing now, but... Mid-sentence, Feng Lunka's expression suddenly clouded with hesitation, as if he wanted to say more but held back. Speak plainly, Xiao Tian said coolly. There's just this person named Shana who sent people to Sky Dome City demanding protection money. She's ordered us to hand over sufficient beast cores and supplies every month. If we don't comply, she'll send people to cause trouble. Feng Lunka sighed and continued, our Sky Dome City doesn't have much in the way of resources to begin with. I didn't pay much attention at first, but that very month, they sent people over. They humiliated us, demanding we gather all the supplies by the end of the month or they'd kill us. The powerful individuals they sent were strong enough to wipe out every last one of us. But they didn't do that. Instead, they gave them a final deadline. Feng Lunka immediately realized his group stood no chance against them. So he planned to send someone to Deru City to seek aid from Xiao Tian. Who could have imagined that at that very moment, their hiding place was exposed and they were surrounded by creatures from another realm? Had Xiao Tian not arrived in time even before Xia Na's forces could reach them, they would have been annihilated by the otherworldly creatures. That's Xia Na again? Who the hell is she, acting so arrogant? Fatty Hai pulled a bag of potato chips from somewhere, munching away as he muttered. This Xia Na is quite the character. She's even more arrogant than our own boss. Demanding protection money and right on our big brother's turf. Do you know anything about that Shana's background? Xiao Tian pondered for a moment before asking. Not sure. Feng Lunka shook his head, speaking truthfully. But we do know that every city nearby was also ordered to pay protection fees. Tianlan City refused, and that very day, all their spirit beast warriors were slaughtered. Even the ordinary citizens in the city were all brutally killed, not a single one survived. Xiao Tian silently pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. After a moment, the corners of Xiao Tian's lips turned upward as he murmured, this is interesting. In times of chaos, the old order crumbles. Those with power could, in theory, do as they pleased. Xiao Tian wasn't a do-gooder, he couldn't be bothered with others abusing their power to commit atrocities. But now, they were demanding protection money and targeting him personally. That was intolerable. Bring the men in suits over here. Xiao Tian flicked his cigarette onto the ground and crushed it underfoot before suddenly speaking. Chapter 133, White-Bone Stinking Rats. Third update. Soon, the men in suits and their associates were brought over by the others. Before they even arrived, a foul stench hit them like a wave. What is that smell? Did you guys fall into a cesspool? Pang Dahai covered his nose, frowned deeply, and took a few steps back. Yen Ruyu and the others also covered their noses, falling silent. Their expressions were as if they'd stumbled upon a human-shaped pile of excrement. Even Xiao Tian found himself frowning involuntarily, his stomach churning violently. What on earth had these guys been through? That stench. Had they been riding a horse-drawn carriage? As the others stared at him like he was a monster, the suit-wearing man's dead fish eyes finally flickered with life. The sense of injustice welling up inside him grew stronger. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He burst into tears. Who could speak for them? The people before him were simply inhuman. They were the ones who strapped them to the roof. Now they despise them too. Please, just act like human beings. Where is Shana hiding the resources? Xiao Tian forced himself to speak through the stench. The man in the suit silently pulled a crumpled map from his breast pocket. He unfolded it and pointed with a finger coated in viscous liquid.
There's only one supply cache in Sky City. It's right here. The man in the suit stated truthfully. He then handed the map to Xiao Tian. But Xiao Tian merely took a step back, not reaching out to take it. The map was already saturated with the liquid, reeking of a foul stench. Seeing this, the man in the suit felt as if his soul had been struck by a critical blow, and the urge to die grew even stronger within him. Xiao Tian silently committed the hiding spot to memory before instructing those beside him, keep an eye on them. Rest assured, Lord Xiao. With us here, they won't get away with anything. The spirit beast warriors of Darren City pounded their chests in assurance. Xiao Tian nodded, then turned to Feng Lunka, come with me. The rest of you stand by here. Brother Xiao Tian, I want to come with you too. Bai Xiao Tian stood before Xiao Tian, hands behind her back, beaming with a smile. A vein throbbed on Xiao Tian's forehead as he gritted his teeth and uttered a single word, get lost. Brother Xiao Tian, please? I'm begging you. I really want to go with you. Bai Xiao Tian wrapped her arms around Xiao Tian's arm, pouting and whining. A little girl in a blue skirt, her face pure and innocent, pouting at you. Most men would likely be unable to resist such temptation, even feeling a strong urge to protect her. But Xiao Tian felt nothing but a chill run down his spine. He swung his leg out and kicked her away. Ah! Bai Xiao Tian let out a piercing scream as she was sent flying 6 meters away. Yen Ruyu and the others were long accustomed to such scenes. After all, they all knew Bai Xiao Tian's past identity and understood why Xiao Tian despised her. But Feng Lunka and the others were unaware. Truly worthy of the title Xiao God, he doesn't hesitate to strike even when facing a woman. Such an adorable little girl, I'd never bring myself to hurt her. That kick was no light blow. Feng Lunka smacked his lips and muttered under his breath. No wonder they called him Xiao the God. If such an adorable little girl had come to him acting all cute, he'd have been hooked for sure. But Xiao Shen not only ignored her, he actually kicked the little girl flying. What defines true magnanimity? This is what it means. Let's go. After sending Bai Xiao Tian flying, Xiao Tian set off with Feng Lunka. Following the location provided by the man in the suit, the two quickly located the supply cache. Their location happened to be directly above a sewer manhole cover. According to the man in the suit, the supplies were hidden beneath the manhole cover. Xiao God, I'm curious, why would Xiana hide supplies in Sky City? Feng Lunka suddenly asked, eyeing the manhole cover beneath their feet. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. To be safe, she split the resources and stored them in different places. That Xiana must have offended quite a few people. Xiao Tian chuckled lightly before instructing Feng Lunka to lift the manhole cover. Beneath the cover lay the city's drainage pipes, a pitch black void devoid of any light. The moment the cover lifted, a foul stench assaulted their senses. You have to hand it to her, Xiana was truly talented. Hiding supplies here would be nearly impossible to detect. After all, no sane person would ever crawl into a sewer. Gritting their teeth against the stench, the two men jumped in one after the other. With the vision of the spirit beast warrior, the two could barely make out their surroundings. This was a tunnel. Concrete pavement lined both sides of the tunnel, while an open sewage pipe ran down the center. The sewage within the pipe should have been transported to a treatment plant for decomposition and purification. But with the city paralyzed, the sewage had stagnated here for far too long, turning into a stagnant pool of filth. After a quick glance around to confirm no threats were present, they were about to proceed along the concrete path. Suddenly, a piercing roar erupted from ahead. The roar echoed relentlessly within the tunnel. Immediately, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared before them. A giant rat, measuring 3 meters in length, emerged from the tunnel's corner. Its eyes bulged menacingly from its face, half its body already rotted away, exposing stark white bones. Through the gaps in the bones, its internal organs were clearly visible. A skeleton stink rat. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes. Before his rebirth, Xiao Tian had been an ordinary man, living a life of constant hiding and evasion. For safety's sake, he had even taken refuge in the sewers. It was there he first encountered the white bone stink rats. Though these mutated beasts appeared terrifyingly fierce, their actual combat strength was surprisingly weak. At best, they possessed the strength of a level 6 creature. But the mutated rats' abilities were downright disgusting. They spewed foul-smelling gas from their mouths. This gas is not only intensely foul but also carries a certain toxicity. Even a small inhalation causes uncontrollable diarrhea and varying degrees of bodily decay. The crucial point is this. This gas seeps through every pore. Even holding your breath won't stop it from being absorbed through your skin. Especially in this sewer pipe, where the enclosed, airtight environment allows the gas to spread even more extensively. Therefore, encountering this mutated beast poses a challenge even for spirit beast warriors. Lord Xiao, this mutated beast is proving difficult to handle. If it sprays liquid now, we'll likely struggle to evade it. Feng Lunka cautioned. He clearly understood the bone-stinking rat's troublesome nature. Xiao Shen remained composed, suddenly speaking up, Bai Xiao Tian, come out. From the corner behind them, Bai Xiao Tian cautiously peeked out her little head, forcing a smile onto her small face. Xiao Tian, how did you find me? Xiao Tian didn't bother to answer. This little pest had been concealing her aura and secretly following them all along.
Xiao Tian likely believed her concealment was flawless, unaware Xiao Tian had detected her long ago.
Ever since devouring the Dark Overlord, Xiao Tian's perception of dark energy had become exceptionally keen.
As a former Dark Vanguard and member of the Dark Clan, Xiao Tian naturally carried the essence of darkness within her.
It was nearly impossible for Xiao Tian not to sense her. It's your turn to act. Take out this white bone stink rat, and I'll overlook your sneaky tailing. Xiao Tian pointed at the white bone stink rat ahead and spoke.
The pure and kind Xiao Tian's face lit up with delight at his words. The mutated beast before them was merely a level 6.
Dealing with it would be a piece of cake, right? Don't worry, brother Xiao Tian. Leave this mutated beast to me, Xiao Tian.
Rolling up her sleeves, Xiao Tian strode forward with her head held high toward the white bone stink rat.
Chapter 134, Being Xiaoshan's Lapdog. First update. Xiao God, are we sure this is the right thing to do? Watching Xiao Tian's retreating figure, Feng Lunka felt a pang of reluctance. What an adorable little loli. Why did Xiaoshan harbor such malice toward little girls? She used to be a Gaia Dark Vanguard, no less. Even though she's feminized now, if she pulled it out, it'd probably be bigger than yours. Feng Lunka felt a sudden chill.
He promptly gave a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration.
I think you did the right thing, Xiaoshan. Xiao Tian's lips twitched. He had no interest in engaging with this fickle-minded fellow.
His gaze shifted forward. Xiao Tian had already approached the white bone stink rat. Just then, a faint green gas suddenly erupted from the rat's mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Tian and Feng Lunka both stepped back. The gas spread like leaking natural gas, quickly enveloping Xiao Tian. Though Xiao Tian had taken human form, she still belonged to the Dark Clan. This corrosive gas failed to affect her in the slightest. This was the formidable strength of the Dark Clan. Humans, no matter how powerful, could never escape the limitations of their mortal flesh. But the Dark Clan, at their core, are beings forged from the very essence of darkness. The difference between the two was vast. Yet no matter how formidable the Dark Clan might be, they couldn't yet ignore the stench.
Holy crap, what is that smell?
Xiao Tian froze in place, her rosy cheeks instantly turning ashen.
She retched and vomited. This mutated beast had no sense of martial ethics. It actually launched a biochemical attack.
The two onlookers behind her watched the scene with deadpan expressions.
Feng Lunka gave another thumbs up, his admiration for Xiao Tian growing even stronger. Truly worthy of the title Xiao God. The Dark Vanguard is a dark creature. The white bone stink rat's attack couldn't affect it at all. What a genius strategy.
Xiao Tian gazed ahead, replying coolly, flattery is best used sparingly.
Overdoing it can backfire. Got it, I'll take Xiao God's advice.
In that moment, Feng Lunka felt exactly as he had when he first met Xiao Tian. The dormant sycophant within him stirred once more. Yes, sycophants are despised by others. But if he could flatter Xiaoshan into satisfaction, there would be nothing but benefits, absolutely no downsides. Just then, Xiao Tian retreated to the vicinity of Xiao Tian and Feng Lunka, vomiting uncontrollably. Xiao Tian recoiled in disgust, taking several steps back. Upon learning Xiao Tian's true identity, Feng Lunka also abandoned any thoughts of chivalry, covering his nose as he retreated several steps. Seeing both men instinctively step back, Xiao Tian's heart felt as if it might shatter.
Why did you come back? Xiao Tian asked. Brother Xiao Tian, it's too stinky. I just can't stand it anymore.
Xiao Tian opened her large, watery eyes and looked at Xiao Tian pitifully. She traced circles on her chest with 2 fingers.
Brother Xiao Tian, let me catch my breath first. Trust me, I won't let you down.
I'll definitely take care of this mutated beast.
Xiao Tian frowned and shook his head. I'm so disappointed in you. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's eyes flushed crimson, as if tears would spill over at any moment. With Brother Xiao Tian's strength, dealing with this mutated beast should be a piece of cake, right?
Yet Brother Xiao Tian had given her the chance. Yet she had let Brother Xiao Tian down. She deserved to die. She couldn't let Brother Xiao Tian down. She was determined to be his woman. Xiao Tian clenched her delicate fists. With her resolve solidified, she suddenly felt more powerful than Godzilla itself. She lifted her head high. Once again, she strode toward the stinking rat of white bones. A few minutes later, Xiao Tian fought back her nausea and finally managed to finish the stinking rat. She nearly vomited up all her dinner from the night before. Xiao really is a god. His PUA skills are truly masterful. Just a few simple words, and that Dark Vanguard is hyped up like he's on steroids. Feng Lunka smacked his lips, silently giving Xiao Tian a mental thumbs up. Xiaoshan was a true all-rounder.
Brother Xiao Tian didn't disappoint you.
Xiao Tian gently smoothed her airy fringe before approaching Xiao Tian, clutching her skirt hem and offering a sweet smile. But Xiao Tian covered his nose and silently backed away a few steps. I saw your performance, but you're already pickled to the bone. Stay away from me, you're giving me the stink. You're done for now. Holy crap. This is classic use and discard scumbag behavior. Xiao God is awesome. Feng Lunka stared blankly at Xiao Tian.
But Xiao Tian's reaction left him even more speechless. Xiao Tian, I understand. I won't bother you. I'll stay far away.
Xiao Tian nodded obediently, then backed up 3 meters, smiling at Xiao Tian the whole time.
No. Xiao Shen used you and then discarded you. Aren't you even a little angry? This dark vanguard who knew he was such a love-struck fool?
Feng Lunka realized that following Xiao Tian truly broadened one's horizons. Who knows what Xiao Shen did to this dark vanguard, but he's managed to mold him into this state.
Truth be told, Xiao Tian never actually did anything to Xiao Tian. It was all down to sheer charisma. After dealing with the skeleton stink rats, the two pressed onward.
They soon reached the tunnel's end. At the tunnel's terminus, numerous cardboard boxes sealed with tape were stacked. There were hundreds of these boxes.
Each one measured 3 meters in diameter.
Xiao Tian approached one of the cardboard boxes, tore open the tape, and opened it. His face immediately lit up with delight. For inside the box were all kinds of essential supplies, packed to the brim. It seemed the man in the suit hadn't lied after all. Now that the threat from the otherworldly creatures had been neutralized and they'd found so many resources, combined with the supplies in the truck's cargo hold, it was more than enough to sustain Xiao Tian and his group for at least 3 months.
Chapter 135, Xiao Shen hands out the goodies. Soon, Xiao Tian and his group returned to the villa and began loading the resources onto trucks. It took over 100 people a full 3 hours to bring all the supplies back. Seeing such an abundance of supplies, Yan Tianshang and the others were overjoyed. With these supplies, they wouldn't have to worry about survival for the foreseeable future. Xiao Shen, once Xiana finds out we've moved these supplies, she won't let it slide. Before the excitement could linger, Feng Lunka spoke with a heavy look on his face. My big brother is a force to be reckoned with. Anyone who dares challenge him is already 6 feet under. What does Xiana think she is?
Fatsi curled his lip. The other party had better pray their cover-up was airtight. Otherwise, given his big brother's temper, he'd be carrying a knife to pay a nighttime visit for its spiritual exorcism.
Feng Lunka thought it over and realized he was right.
Xiao Shen dared to chase down and crush even the Dark Lord with a blade in hand.
What the hell is Xiana compared to that?
3 hours later, all supplies were successfully moved back to the villa's warehouse, and every resource from the truck's cargo hold was unloaded.
The ancient dark tree finally saw daylight again, moved out and planted at the villa's main entrance. It resumed its role as a human punching bag. Breathing in the fresh air, the dark ancient tree felt utterly refreshed. But just then, a figure silently approached it.
The ancient tree instinctively opened its eyes and flinched.
Then, all its branches erupted simultaneously. You, what do you want now?
The ancient tree's voice trembled slightly, as if it had encountered a demon.
And indeed, it was. Standing before it was indeed a demon. I'm going to use you for an experiment.
Xin Xiulan waved the small green vial in her hand. Large characters were printed on the front of the vial.
Fa Gubrandweed killer, fast acting and super effective.
We're all under Xiao Shen's command. There's really no need to go this far, Dark Ancient Tree said, lips pressed together, speaking in a groveling tone.
Was this a distortion of morality, or the collapse of humanity? How had he, the venerable Dark Ancient Tree, sunk to this level?
If you dare to scheme against me, I'll call for help. Xin Xiulan's lips curled upward as she twisted open the cap of the small green bottle.
A pungent odor instantly filled the air.
If you dare make a sound, I'll pour this weed killer down your throat right now.
The ancient dark tree wilted instantly. This woman was pure evil. Seeing the ancient tree fall silent, Xin Xiulan nodded with satisfaction.
Then, shifting her tone, she added, but rest assured, I won't make you cooperate with my research for nothing.
I know you've always wanted the freedom to move. If you cooperate with my research, I can grant your wish. Just as expected. Hearing Xin Xiulan's sweet talk, the ancient dark tree's eyes lit up instantly.
Though he belonged to the Dark Clan like by Xiao Tian, as an ancient dark tree, he couldn't transform into human form and move freely like her. For all eternity, it could only exist in its tree form.
As for moving freely? That was pure fantasy. After all, what respectable ancient tree grows legs and runs wild through the streets? You truly have a way to grant me freedom of movement? The dark ancient tree was stunned.
If you cooperate with my research, I'll make it happen, Xin Xiulan replied calmly. For others, enabling the ancient dark tree to move freely might be impossible. But as a prodigy, she could solve it with ease.
Fine. I agree.
After pondering for a moment, the ancient dark tree finally gritted its teeth and nodded. Every time it saw Xiao Tian and the others going wherever they pleased, while it remained confined outside the villa, the dark ancient tree grew green with envy.
It yearned for freedom of movement.
If this devil could grant his wish, then cooperating with her research might be acceptable. Xin Xiulan screwed the cap back on tightly, then drew a dagger from her bosom and stepped forward.
I need a piece of your bark for research. My bark is like the clothes you humans wear. Could you please not strip me? I'm a tree with dignity.
Xin Xiulan shot him a dismissive glance.
A tree talking about dignity? Do you still want your freedom? The ancient tree endured its agony with a strange sense of joy. Finally, it closed its eyes. A single tear formed a bead and slid down its cheek. Then go ahead. Be gentle, too rough and it'll hurt me. In the villa courtyard. Once everything was in order, Xiao Tian finally gathered everyone together. Then, in front of everyone, he beckoned Chu Yao over and handed her the crystal he had managed to persuade the third heaven sovereign to give him. This crystal contains immense dark energy. It may prove useful to you. The moment it touched her hand, it released a bone-chilling cold that sent shivers down her spine. Chu Yao's pupils contracted sharply. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Xiao Tian, her eyes welling up with tears. The dark energy within this crystal would be immensely beneficial to her. It would allow her to advance her power even further. Such a precious thing she never imagined Xiao Tian would simply give it to her. He was truly too kind to her. Wiping away the tiny pearl of tears at her eye corner, Chu Yao leaned close to Xiao Tian's ear, blew a warm breath, and cooed, "Thank you, Xiao Tian. Tonight, I'll repay you properly." With that, Chu Yao flushed crimson, lowered her head, and scampered away. Chu Yao's personality leaned toward the conservative and traditional side. She wasn't as bold as Xin Xilan, nor as proactive as Yen Ruyu. Who would have thought she'd actually say something like that now? It seemed this former top-tier celebrity had already begun to respond to his initial training. Xiao Tian then turned his attention to the others. He handed each of them a prop. These items were of high quality and possessed quite impressive effects. Nearly everyone present received one. As he distributed the gear, Xiao Tian didn't even bat an eyelid. It was as if these precious items were nothing more than worthless junk in his eyes. And in truth, that was precisely the case. Xiao Tian had used plenty of these items himself, and since he'd acquired them for free, giving them away didn't sting him at all. Holy crap, Xiao God is handing out freebies. These are all items from the Dark Forbidden Zone. The Dark Forbidden Zone has opened so many times, yet I've never found a single piece of gear. Who'd have thought Xiao Shen would now be handing out gear publicly, and one for everyone? Xiao God is amazing. If I had this much gear, I'd never part with it. That's the difference between you and Xiao Shen. He's no ordinary man, he genuinely cares for those around him. That's why so many are willing to fight for him. The crowd buzzed with endless chatter. Fiddling with the still warm gear in their hands, every face glowed with excitement. With these items, their combat prowess would surge significantly. From this moment on, they too were spirit beast warriors equipped with gear. Chapter 136, Beg me to kill you? I'll grant your wish. Just as everyone was examining their gear, Feng Lonka's phone rang. The moment he answered and heard the words on the other end, Feng Lonka's expression immediately changed. God Xiao, the protection money collectors sent by Shana have arrived in Sky Dome City. This time, they brought a large force, 13 people in total. Nearly all ordinary citizens had fled Sky Dome City. The remaining spirit beast warriors in Sky Dome City numbered only a little over 10. The enemy had dispatched such a force, clearly issuing an ultimatum. If Sky Dome City continued to refuse payment, they would likely resort to force. Feng Lonka felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, Xiao Shen had arrived in Sky Dome City. Otherwise, facing that lineup, they'd have no choice but to capitulate and pay the protection money. Big brother, can we go now? We've told you everything we needed to. We've come all this way out of loyalty, can't you spare us? Hearing that Xia Na's men were outside, the men in suits and their group grew agitated. If Brother Xia discovered their betrayal, his vindictive nature would ensure they faced dire consequences. Xiao Tian glanced at the group and ordered his men to gag them. Then he turned to Feng Lonka, "Gather the brothers and come with me to take a look." Soon, Xiao Tian and his group arrived in force outside the villa complex. Parked before the compound's entrance were 3 beat-up minivans. 13 spirit beast warriors leaned against the vehicles, smoking cigarettes. Hearing footsteps approaching, all 13 simultaneously looked up. "You people in Sky Dome City have some nerve. If you don't pay the protection fee this time, you'll..." The burly middle-aged man at the front spat out his cigarette butt, spat on the ground, and raised his head to unleash a tirade. But upon seeing the procession ahead, he froze in shock. 100-strong procession, led by a young boy, marched toward them. These 100-odd individuals were no ordinary people. They were all spirit beast warriors. Holy! Wasn't it said that most of Sky Dome City had fled, leaving only a dozen or so spirit beast warriors behind? What was this group of 100 or so people all about? "Bro, that kid up front, he looks kind of familiar to me." A man beside him leaned close and whispered to the burly fellow. "Yeah, he looks familiar too. Like I've seen him somewhere before." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Xiao Tian from head to toe. The next moment, as if struck by lightning, he suddenly recognized Xiao Tian's identity. Holy, that's Xiao Tian, the ruthless bastard who chased the Dark Overlord all over the place. Everyone had witnessed Xiao Tian's ruthlessness toward his enemies through online footage. It could be said that anyone who crossed Xiao Tian, whether you were a spirit beast warrior or a Dark Overlord, you would meet a grim end. If you managed to offend Xiao Tian and he also discovered your hiding place, things would get even worse. Because the moment Xiao Tian got wind of it, he'd likely be heading straight to your place with his blade drawn. Overcome by fear, the middle-aged man blurted out in a shrill voice. "Xiao the Divine? He is Xiao Tian. Holy! Isn't Xiao Tian in Great Scholar City? Damn it, nobody told us Xiao Tian was in Sky City. He even dared to take down the Dark Overlord. What are we but nobody's in front of him? Run! Run now!
Xiao Tian had barely made an appearance before he could even utter a word, and the entire City 13 group had already descended into chaos.
Someone scrambled into the driver's seat and slammed the accelerator to the floor. The beat-up van erupted with immense traction, roaring away into the distance in an instant. 3 unlucky souls happened to be standing right in front of it. They were instantly knocked flying. Beast warriors generally possessed physiques superior to ordinary humans, but they were still fundamentally human. Faced with this sudden crisis, the 3 unlucky souls had no time to enter their beast form state. 2 suffered broken bones.
1 had his skull crushed instantly, meeting his end on the spot. As for the van driver, his panic caused him to lose control, slamming into a nearby phone booth with a loud bang.
The accelerator pedal shattered, and flames erupted instantly.
The van was engulfed in flames in the blink of an eye, and the unlucky soul inside was burned to ashes amid a chorus of agonized screams.
Witnessing this scene, Fong Lunka and the other spirit beast warriors of Sky Dome City couldn't help but flinch. Is this the legendary Xiao Tian?
Merely making an appearance, without lifting a finger, he'd already claimed 2 lives and injured 2 others.
Take them down.
Xiao Tian stood with one hand behind his back, issuing orders in a calm tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the numerous spirit beast warriors entered their beast forms and charged toward the remaining 9 individuals. The 9 fought desperately, but overwhelmed by sheer numbers, they were swiftly subdued one after another. The burly middle-aged man leading them felt a chill run down his spine as he saw everyone under control. Muscles began to split apart behind him, swiftly coalescing into a pair of black wings. Spreading his wings, the man soared 100 meters into the air.
Gazing down at Xiao Tian below, he threatened, "Xiao Tian, I'll remember this grudge.
If you dare lay a finger on us, Brother Xiao won't let you off.
You're as good as dead. If you're a man, come down and fight fair. What kind of man just farts around up in the sky?" Fat Dahai sneered with utter contempt. Come down? I'm not an idiot. Come down and offer my head? Bunch of idiots. Come up here if you've got the guts.
The burly middle-aged man, relying on his flying ability, launched into a barrage of verbal attacks. They say you're some tough guy online, Xiao Tian, but now I see you're nothing special.
Got the guts? Come get me. Aren't you so capable? Please kill me, I'm begging you. The middle-aged man felt that just yelling wasn't enough. He actually flew right above Xiao Tian's head, then unbuckled his belt, preparing to relieve himself down below. If word got out that he'd pulled this stunt right above Xiao Tian's head, he'd go down in infamy. Damn it! This bastard is way too arrogant. Seeing the man's actions, the fat man's face turned ashen with rage. His talismans had range limitations, and the man's height was now beyond their reach. The others faced the same predicament. Spirit beast warriors with flight abilities were rare indeed. Among all the spirit beast warriors present, not a single one possessed the ability to fly. In truth, the original Xiao Tian had falcon wings that allowed him to soar through the skies, but that ability had later been replaced by other powers. However, he could now acquire corresponding abilities by devouring animals. Just then, Xiao Tian spotted a sparrow nearby, bathing in a puddle. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes and unleashed a bolt of dark energy. The little sparrow, mid-cleansing, was engulfed by the dark force, its eyes rolling back as it met its end. Xiao Tian calmly approached the sparrow's corpse, opened his mouth, and swallowed the bird whole feathers and all, chewing it down. The sparrow's internal organs exploded within his mouth. The taste was rather intoxicating. Congratulations, host, on successfully devouring the sparrow. Skill acquired. Sparrow's twin wings condense wings and soar through the skies. A smirk touched Xiao Tian's lips as a pair of tiny, 3-centimeter wings suddenly materialized on his back. They looked like enlarged versions of sparrow wings. The moment he saw those tiny wings, Xiao Tian's entire body went numb. Wait. Wasn't this a bit ridiculous? Could 3-centimeter wings really support his flight? Adopting a let's give it a shot attitude, Xiao Tian attempted to flap the wings. The tiny 3-centimeter wings flapped frantically, generating a surge of lift. Xiao Tian stumbled and wobbled into the air. Though the flight was laborious, he was indeed airborne. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling of embarrassment. Soaring to 100 meters high, Xiao Tian locked eyes with the middle-aged man. Everyone knows I, Xiao Tian, have a soft heart. Since you begged me to finish you off, I'll do just that now. Are you ready? Chapter 137, The Army Strikes, Stealing the Base. Only when Xiao Tian drew near did the middle-aged man finally snap out of his daze. Xiao Shen can actually fly. The man shuddered violently, nearly wetting himself. Without hesitation, he frantically flapped his wings, desperate to escape this dangerous situation. But though he was fast, Xiao Tian was faster. Flapping his 3-centimeter sparrow wings, Xiao Tian instantly materialized before the middle-aged man. Those wings may look comical, but they're incredibly swift, faster even than my initial pair of falcon wings. Xiao Tian marveled at his own speed. It could be said that aside from their miniature appearance, these sparrow wings were flawless.
Seeing Xiao Tian suddenly materialize before him, blocking his path, the middle-aged man shuddered again. Gazing into Xiao Tian's grim, menacing eyes, the man knew he was finished. God Xiao, spare. Before the plea could finish, Xiao Tian seized the man's crown with one hand and slammed it downward with brutal force. The man plummeted like a meteor, crashing onto the ground and leaving a deep crater in the concrete pavement. On the ground, Fang Dahai and the others swiftly swarmed forward, subduing the middle-aged man in an instant. Where is Xia Na? Xiao Tian landed smoothly, flapping his small wings, his expression impassive as he demanded. His gaze conveyed that any further nonsense would be met with immediate lethal force. I don't know. The middle-aged man shook his head violently, on the verge of tears. Brother Xia is as elusive as a dragon, we only know he exists. We work for him, but we have no idea where he is. We've never even seen his face. Seeing the man didn't seem to be lying, Xiao Tian felt a hint of disappointment. If he could uncover the man's location, Xiao Tian could lead his men to raid the enemy's lair that very night. Unfortunately, the man's identity was shrouded in mystery. Even those working under him remained unaware of his exact whereabouts. Xiao Tian suddenly kicked the middle-aged man squarely in the head. The man's skull crushed under the impact, ending his life instantly. Having previously humiliated him and now begging for death, the man offered no useful information. The merciful Xiao Tian, unable to bear human suffering, decided to grant his wish and send him to the west. Adhering to the principle of seeing things through to the end, Xiao Tian ordered his men to execute the remaining dozen or so individuals. Boss, what should we do with these guys? Should we take them out too? Pang Dahai glanced at the men in suits nearby and made a throat-slitting gesture. The suit-clad man instantly felt a chill in his head, terrifying him into collapsing onto the ground. He never imagined he'd one day sense the aura of a thug emanating from a Taoist priest. Catching Xiao Tian's gaze, the man felt utterly hopeless and blurted out, Master Xiao, I don't know Brother Xiao's exact whereabouts, but I know the stash points for supplies in other cities. Boss, this guy's clearly spouting nonsense. Why not just slice him open and be done with it? Fat C remarked indifferently. Uing devil. How can a Taoist practitioner be more vicious than a demon? The suit-clad man swallowed hard and continued, we may not know Brother Xiao's details, but those of us who work for him have private connections. I not only know the locations of other supplies, but also the whereabouts of the others. Xiao Tian perked up at this. He immediately ordered someone to fetch paper and pen, write it down. The man in the suit didn't dare hesitate, quickly grabbing the paper and pen and began writing rapidly. 10 minutes later, a list was complete. It covered 6 cities, detailing the locations of hidden supplies within each city, along with a list of Xiao's operatives stationed there. It was detailed down to each person's name and strength, everything was there. Xiao Tian glanced over the list briefly and suddenly realized he had underestimated this Shana. Her influence spanned 6 cities, each with her operatives embedded. Moreover, the total number of operatives had swelled to nearly 1,000. Even Xiao Tian, after the dark turmoil erupted, had only focused on developing within the great scholar city. Xia Na, however, had expanded into 6 cities. The other party's identity might be far more complex than he had imagined. But since the feud was already set, Xiao Tian held no fear. I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Take your men and wipe out all 6 locations. Bring the supplies back to Sky City. Can you do it? Xiao Tian folded the list and asked. Wang Debao was stunned. Xia Ji's men were stationed in each of these 6 cities, with hundreds of operatives holding down the fort in every one. Xiao Shen was essentially telling him to lead a suicide mission to wipe them out and retrieve the resources? I can't do it. Xiao Shen, it's not that I'm unwilling, I genuinely can't do it. My level is too low, I stand no chance against these guys. That's simple. Xiao Tian gave his ghost banner a flick and 3,000 dark creatures materialized before him. These 3,000 dark beings radiated a murderous aura, like ancient black-armored elite troops. Any enemy daring to stand in their path would be crushed into dust beneath their feet. Clatter! After materializing, the 3,000 dark beings turned their gaze toward Xiao Tian in unison, then knelt on one knee in a deep bow. The scene was visually overwhelming. Wang Debao and the others felt a chill run down their spines. They had always thought Shana was formidable, able to build her own power in chaotic times while constantly plundering resources from other cities. More importantly, she had extorted protection money from multiple cities. How many could achieve such feats? But after encountering Xiao Tian, they now saw all that as mere child's play. Xiao Shen had already wielded his blade to chase the Dark Overlord across the land, while Xana was still collecting protection money. By comparison, it felt like child's play. These 3,000 dark beings will follow you. Xiao Tian stated calmly. God Xiao, I will never disappoint your expectations. I will complete this mission flawlessly, slaughter every last one of these beasts and return every resource intact. Wang Debao, shedding his earlier grim expression, sprang to his feet and pounded his chest, booming out his promise. With these 3,000 dark creatures, wiping out those 6 cities would be a piece of cake, right? Fatso, you'll accompany him. If you detect any suspicious movements along the way, kill him immediately. These dark creatures will only obey your commands.
Xiao Tian turned his gaze to Fat Hai. He naturally wouldn't trust Juan de Bayo, an outsider. Having Fat Hai accompany them as a supervisor was the safest bet. Big brother, rest assured. I, Pang Hai, will never let you down. I've never dropped the ball before. Fat Hai pounded his chest, hastily assuring him. Though this journey would take him far afield, the prospect of commanding 3,000 dark creatures filled him with excitement. As the celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, his duty had always been to exorcise demons and vanquish evil. Who would have thought that one day, he, the Dragon Tiger Mountain celestial master, would command an entire dark army? Chapter 138, The Royal Class Beast, the Sacred Griffin. Fatsy set off immediately, accompanied by the man in the suit and the 3,000 dark creatures, their procession vast and imposing. Hope I don't screw this up. Xiao Tian murmured softly. He had sent Pang Hai along specifically to give him some experience. Ever since this fellow descended the mountain to follow him, he'd spent his days eating, drinking, and reveling. Back when they destroyed the second heaven sovereign, he'd actually shown some initiative, staying up all night drawing talismans. But ever since the second heaven sovereign met his end, he'd fallen back into his lazy ways. This time, sending him out on an errand might just bring about some change. After handling Pang Dahai's affairs, Xiao Tian returned to his room and retrieved the black crystal to begin absorbing its essence. The darkness within the crystal was too potent. Even with the system's support, it would take considerable time. On the white bed, Xiao Tian sat cross-legged, palms pressed together, the black crystal nestled between them. As Xiao Tian continuously absorbed the dark energy from the crystal, his aura surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he ascended several levels. His level shot straight up to 45. Yet this was not the crystal's limit, its darkness remained abundant. A full day passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout that entire day, Xiao Tian remained confined within his room. As the dark energy within the crystal continued to spread, the entire room became saturated with thick black mist. This was no ordinary mist, it was condensed from potent dark energy. Under the influence of the dark energy, the room's temperature had plummeted to minus 20 degrees Celsius. Every surface in the room was now encased in a thick layer of frost. It had transformed into a veritable ice cave. Xiao Tian continued absorbing the dark energy within the crystal. However, after absorbing for a full day and night, the dark energy within the crystal was nearly depleted. The once jet-black crystal now appeared nearly transparent. Finally, half an hour later, Xiao Tian had squeezed every last trace of darkness from the crystal. The once black crystal had transformed into something as clear and pure as glass. Xiao Tian opened his eyes at that moment, exhaling a puff of warm breath. My level has reached 56. While this isn't too low, it still falls far short of the Dark Sovereign. Xiao Tian assessed his current strength, finding it several tiers stronger than before. Take a stark example. Today's Xiao Tian could easily overpower 20 versions of yesterday's Xiao Tian. Yet Xiao Tian remained grounded. His current strength still paled in comparison to the Dark Sovereign. His victories over the two Dark Overlords stemmed entirely from their absence. Their true forms had never descended upon Blue Star. Had their true bodies descended upon Blue Star and gained full power, even with his system, Xiao Tian would stand no chance. I wonder if the Triple Heaven Sovereign still has similar crystals. If I could devour a few more, wouldn't I be able to directly level up to 100? As long as he had sufficient dark energy, Xiao Tian could absorb it endlessly without fear of his foundation becoming unstable from leveling up too quickly. Moreover, with the purification device developed by Shinsholan, he wouldn't have to worry about the dark energy corrupting his mind. It seemed he had to make another trip to the Forbidden Zone if he could. But just then, a deafening explosion erupted not far from the villa, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Sitting on his bed, Xiao Tian could feel the villa tremble slightly. Xiao Tian looked toward the source of the noise, about to call out for someone to check, when Phone Lunka pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing the room frozen in ice, Phone Lunka shuddered. How had a perfectly normal villa room turned into an ice and snow wonderland? What on earth had Xiao Shen been doing all day? What happened outside? Xiao Tian inquired. Phone Lunka shivered and forced a bitter smile. It must be the commotion caused by those 3 king-level beasts. King-class beasts? Xiao Tian suddenly recalled that beasts actually had their own specialized ranking system. Once a beast reached level 50, all its attributes would be enhanced, and it could even awaken unique, formidable skills. Beasts of this caliber could effortlessly obliterate an entire city. Hence the name King-class monsters. Although reaching level 50 is extremely difficult, beasts also engage in fierce battles and devour one another, and their population is vast. Thus, reaching the King tier isn't particularly difficult. As for why no King tier beasts have appeared in Dalu City, the reason is quite simple. Xiao Tian, the living demon king, launched his beast core exchange program. Before the beasts of Great Scholar City could even begin to develop, they met their maker prematurely. By the late stages, Daru City had scarcely any beasts left, making it impossible for any to reach the King tier. These 3 King tier beasts possessed sentience and could speak human language. Their presence forced most of Tianqiong City's population to flee. Later, due to the arrival of creatures from another realm, these 3 King tier beasts vanished. Now that those otherworldly beings are gone, they've likely reappeared. Xiao Tian stood up, stretched his limbs, and said, "Take me to see it." Xiao Tian expressed keen interest in the king-tier spirit beast. Having reached level 56 himself, he now counted as a king-tier spirit beast warrior. Xiao Tian wasn't particularly fascinated by the king-tier beast itself. He was curious whether devouring a royal-class beast could grant him even more powerful genetic sequences. "Lord Xiao, those 3 beasts are all king-tier, and each possesses terrifying strength. If we get too close, we'll likely be detected, and that could spell trouble." Feng Lunka frowned and said solemnly. King-tier beasts were no ordinary creatures. Being targeted by one was no laughing matter. "Just lead me there. Don't worry about the rest," Xiao Tian said before pushing open the door and walking out. Sigh. Feng Lunka sighed inwardly. He felt Xiao Shen was getting a bit too cocky. Xiao Tian's power was undeniably formidable, but it depended on the opponent. At least against these 3 king-tier beasts, Xiao Shen's strength was utterly insignificant. He had once believed Xiao Shen to be steady and meticulous, thinking following him held great promise. Now Feng Lunka suddenly felt a bit disappointed. Soon, Feng Lunka led Xiao Tian to the territory of the 3-headed king-level beasts. From a great distance, Xiao Tian spotted an immense silhouette. This was a monstrous beast over 100 meters long, with the body of a lion and a golden-yellow hue covering its entire form. Yet upon its spine grew a pair of white, sacred feathers. Gazing at the colossal creature before him, Xiao Tian suddenly recalled a name. The Sacred Griffin. The enormous beast before them was identical to the sacred griffins of Western legend. "Lord Xiao, that's one of the king-class beasts. Now that we've seen it, let's get out of here before it spots us," Feng Lunka whispered urgently from the side. But before Xiao Tian could respond, the sacred griffin seemed to sense something, abruptly turning its head toward Xiao Tian and Feng Lunka's location. The moment Feng Lunka's gaze met the creature's pale golden eyes, his face paled. It's over. This king-level beast had spotted them. This time, they were truly in grave danger. Chapter 139, the king-class beast kneels in submission, begging for mercy. "Lord Xiao, should we make a run for it?" Feng Lunka swallowed hard, his voice strained as he asked. The king-class mutant beast was terrifying. Its sheer presence alone far surpassed ordinary mutant beasts. Under the gaze of the sacred griffin, Feng Lunka's legs went weak beneath him, his entire body trembling. It was unimaginable what would happen if such a terrifying being suddenly attacked him. He doubted even his ashes would remain. Leave? Xiao Tian smiled. If he left now, what would he consume later? With one hand behind his back, Xiao Tian deliberately strode toward the sacred griffin. His stride was steady, like an aristocratic gentleman strolling leisurely through his garden after enjoying afternoon tea. Yet with every step Xiao Tian took, Feng Lunka's heart clenched violently. "No, my lord Xiao. That mutated beast before us is a king-tier existence. Even if you're feeling cocky and looking down on everyone, couldn't you at least pick a different target? If you get cocky in front of a king-tier mutant beast, it will literally swat you to death." "Xiao God!" Feng Lunka shouted hoarsely from behind, his voice filled with urgency. Xiao Tian abruptly halted and turned to face him. "You go back first." Feng Lunka froze, utterly flustered. What was wrong with Xiao Shen today? Why did he seem determined to keep going until he was crushed by that king-level mutant beast? Seeing Xiao Tian continue walking forward as if nothing had happened, Feng Lunka gritted his teeth and steeled himself to follow. "Xiao Shen, what exactly are we doing here? This place is incredibly dangerous. Why don't we just turn back?" Feng Lunka jogged to catch up with Xiao Tian, pleading earnestly. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced up at the sacred griffin ahead, swallowing hard. The creature resembled a monster straight out of a tokusatsu film, its mere presence radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression. If not for Xiao Tian's insistence on staying, Feng Lunka would have bolted long ago given his temperament. The sacred griffin's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Tian, its golden pupils filled with disbelief. It actually sensed a profound threat emanating from the insignificant human before it. He was but an ant creature it could crush with a single swipe of its wing. How could such a being pose a threat? The sacred griffin couldn't gauge Xiao Tian's depth. Precisely because it couldn't gauge him, it hesitated to act. As Xiao Tian approached, the sacred griffin expelled 2 streams of air from its nostrils, its deep voice echoing, "The area ahead is a forbidden zone for mutated beasts. Humans are prohibited from entering." Holy! This sovereign-tier mutant beast actually spoke human language. Feng Lunka felt a chill run down his spine, his expression nearly tearful. "Xiao Tian, this one is dangerous. Shouldn't we leave?" Xiao Tian ignored the man and turned his gaze to the sacred griffin. "This is Blue Star. It's a city built by humans. Since when did it become forbidden territory for you mutant beasts? If you won't let me pass, I'll leave anyway." Xiao Tian kept walking forward, his right hand tucked behind his back, acting as if nothing had happened. Feng Lunka was scared half to death. Xiao Shen was too fierce. Not only did he dare to chase after the Dark Sovereign and slash at it, but now he was going toe-to-toe with a king-level mutant beast. Sometimes Feng Lunka wondered if Xiao Shen was the reincarnation of a street thug. That temperament of charging headlong at the drop of a hat was utterly explosive. And with Xiao Tian's words, the sacred griffin was finally provoked into fury. Human, you seek death. The sacred griffin flapped its massive wings, instantly reducing the surrounding residential buildings to rubble. Then it opened its gaping maw. A pale yellow beam gradually coalesced within its maw. Sacred breath. The sacred griffin let out a cry like a hawk's, and the pale yellow beam erupted from its maw, hurtling straight toward Xiao Tian. It's over. Feng Longke's pupils contracted as fear paralyzed him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. He didn't believe he could withstand the attack of a king-class mutant beast. Xiao Tian glanced at the coward inside helplessly. After all, these weren't the core members who'd fought alongside him all the way from Deru City. If that fat bastard Pang Dehai were here, he'd probably already be chanting sutras for the sacred griffin's ascension to heaven. Xiao Tian slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a black hue appeared in his gaze, instantly spreading to fill his entire pupils. Immediately, his entire body was enveloped in a shroud of black. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tian completed his beast transformation, entering the dual Shadow Qilin state. Though not as massive as the sacred griffin, Xiao Tian's aura now matched and even surpassed his opponent's might. In fact, it far surpassed it. After all, the sacred griffin was merely a grade 5 mutant beast, while Xiao Tian now stood at level 56, a full 6 levels above it. Xiao Tian did not evade the attack. He stood his ground, like a lofty god king surveying ants from above. He allowed the beam to strike his body. After a burst of sparks and lightning, Xiao Tian emerged unscathed. The pale yellow beam was completely deflected by the black scales covering his body. You're also a king tier. The sacred griffin's pupils contracted sharply, finally sensing Xiao Tian's true strength. His opponent was also at the king level, and far surpassed him in power. Who would have thought this seemingly just slightly handsome human before him possessed such formidable power? Run! No mutated beast is born a king tier mutated beast. Even the sacred griffin before us grew through relentless slaughter and devouring. And to have risen to the rank of a king-class mutant beast amidst the chaos of the Dark Age, the sacred griffin is certainly no fool. It understood the art of survival. When facing an opponent it couldn't absolutely defeat, or one vastly stronger than itself, there was no hesitation, turn tail and run. That was the sure bet. But though it wished to flee, Xiao Tian would not grant it that chance. Xiao Tian surged with power, his dragon-like muscles bulging as his massive frame leapt into the air. In one swift motion, he sank his jaws into the creature's wings. With a powerful yank, he tore off a large chunk of the sacred griffin's wing. Golden blood mingled with feathers dripped from the sky, leaving Feng Long below utterly dumbfounded. Wait. No one had warned him that Xiao Tian was this ferocious. This was a king-tier mutant beast. Xiao Shen actually held the upper hand in a battle against a king-tier mutant beast. Xiao Shen, how could he be this incredible? Xiao Tian's roar echoed across the battlefield, mingled with the sacred griffin's blood-curdling screams. 3 minutes later. The sacred griffin was covered in wounds, its right wing nearly torn off entirely by Xiao Tian. Its body rapidly shrank, eventually transforming into human form. With tears welling in its eyes, it slid on its knees before Xiao Tian with a thud. Big brother, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. Chapter 140, Blue Star's Premier Beast Master. A king-tier mutant beast actually kneeling before Xiao Tian. Watching the sacred griffin execute a flawless sliding kneel, Feng Longke sucked in a sharp breath. But upon reflection, given Xiao Shen's stature, a man who dared defy even the Dark Sovereign, a royal-class beast kneeling before him, hardly seemed astonishing. Xiao Tian ceased his attack and likewise shed his beast form. He approached the sacred griffin, hands behind his back, scrutinizing it closely. He hadn't expected a king-tier mutant beast to be capable of taking human form. In its human form, the sacred griffin had concealed nearly all its animalistic features. Had he not sensed it carefully, even Xiao Tian would have failed to recognize its true nature as a mutated beast. The sacred griffin felt a chill run down its spine under Xiao Tian's intense scrutiny. During their earlier battle, Xiao Tian's fighting style had been exceptionally brutal, tearing apart its right wing. They say the fingers are connected to the heart, but for a mutated beast, the pain receptors in its wings far outnumber those in its fingers. The human before it was a devil in human clothing. Spare me. After uttering these words, the sacred griffin bowed its head to Xiao Tian once more. Can all of you king-class mutants transform into human form? Xiao Tian kicked the sacred griffin and asked indifferently. Yes. The sacred griffin nodded hastily, then shook its head. Generally speaking, once a mutated beast reaches the king level, it can assume human form. However, this isn't absolute. Due to species limitations, some mutated beasts remain unable to transform throughout their entire lives, while others can do so without reaching the king level. Xiao Tian nodded thoughtfully. What species of mutated beast are you? Xiao Tian snapped back to attention and continued his questioning. To answer your question, brother, I am a hybrid born from the union of a lion and a falcon, the sacred griffin stated plainly. Noticing Xiao Tian's peculiar expression, the sacred griffin hastened to explain, my father was a male lion mutant beast, and my mother was a female falcon mutant beast. They fell in love, and that's how I came to be.
Phone Lonka felt his worldview shatter.
What happened to reproductive isolation? He'd thought the lion-tiger hybrid was absurd enough, but now lions and falcons could have offspring too? The sacred griffin's parents were quite the characters. He understood that mutated beasts were no longer pure animals in the strictest sense, but rather creatures that had undergone genetic mutations. Phone Lonka simply couldn't wrap his head around how a lion and a falcon could have taken a liking to each other, let alone produced offspring. It's like trying to plug a phone charger into a car's charging port. The hardware isn't even compatible. Big brother, spare me this once. I'll pledge my loyalty to you. I'll serve as your enforcer and fight for your cause. The sacred griffin gazed at Xiao Tian with trembling reverence. Above me are 7 elder siblings, but they all perished young. I am the 8th in our clan. If you won't mind, call me 8th from now on. 8th will serve you faithfully. Xiao Tian had originally intended to devour the creature to gain new abilities. But upon hearing the creature's offer of voluntary submission, he suddenly felt a twinge of temptation. Devouring him would grant new abilities, yet the actual power increase would be minimal. At this stage, combat strength was determined more by level than anything else. However, if he could recruit a king-tier mutant beast as his subordinate, many future tasks would no longer require Xiao Tian's personal involvement. Simply having this old 8 step in could handle it. After all, there were surely few spirit beast warriors who had reached the king level, and mutated beasts at that level were undoubtedly even rarer. King-level beings were already considered formidable. How can I trust you won't betray me? Xiao Tian asked, twirling his fingers as he spoke. Old 8's face lit up. It seemed the elder brother was finally willing to spare him and accept his allegiance. He just didn't trust him yet. Doesn't trust me? That's easily fixed. Old 8 opened his mouth and a faintly glowing bead floated out, landing before Xiao Tian. The orb radiated a dazzling light, and within it, the howl of a beast could be heard. This is my beast core. I entrust it to you, brother. Should I ever betray you, simply crush this core, I shall die instantly. Could a mutated beast's core actually leave its body? Xiao Tian had been considering an excuse to devour it, but the creature's willingness made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Tian accepted the core, briefly examined it, then stowed it away. He then asked, does removing the beast core from your body affect you in any way? Yes. Without the core, I can no longer enhance my strength. My power-ups require devouring other beasts' cores and absorbing their energy through my own core. Lao Ba stated truthfully. Xiao Tian nodded. Now that he possessed the beast core, he no longer had to worry about the other parties secretly plotting betrayal. There should be 2 more king-level mutated beasts here, right? Xiao Tian shifted the topic, getting to the crucial point. He hadn't come here to recruit followers. He had come to hunt and devour king-level beasts. Big brother, besides me, there are 2 other king-level mutant beasts here. Those 2 are incredibly powerful, far stronger than I am. At the mention of those 2 king-level mutated beasts, Lao Ba's expression suddenly became excited. Those 2 king-level mutant beasts were a mated pair, the first to dominate this territory. Old 8 was a latecomer. Upon arriving, he was quickly targeted by the pair and eventually driven to the outermost perimeter. Had it not been for this, Lao Ba would never have been discovered by Xiao Tian. Now, seeing Xiao Tian's interest in those 2 king-level mutated beasts, Lao Ba instantly became a sycophant. Big brother, I know where those 2 king-level mutant beasts are. I can take you there. Oh yeah. Seems recruiting old 8 was a wise decision, the guy really gets it. Lead the way. Xiao Tian said no more, merely waving his hand. Somewhere within the ruins of an abandoned city. Several buildings twisted at bizarre angles, propping each other up to form a colossal nest. Within the nest lay countless white skeletons. Some of these bones showed signs of weathering, while others still clung to remnants of flesh. The bones varied in size and shape. Among them were the bones of mutated beasts and the bones of humans. Amidst these skeletal remains lay 3 massive white eggs, each as large as a small car. This was the lair of the royal-class mated pair of mutated beasts. These 3 giant eggs were the fruit of their love. The 2 royal-class beasts were absent at the moment, evidently out hunting for food. Yet several figures had sneaked in, taking advantage of the empty nest. The group tiptoed their way to the 3 giant eggs. Gazing at the eggs before them, the young man leading the group's eyes gleamed. Then he burst into loud laughter. We've endured humiliation and hardship, observing here for a full 3 months. Finally, we've pinpointed the daily routines of those 2 king-level mutated beasts. If we can successfully transport these 3 giant eggs out, once they hatch, we'll be able to tame these 3 mutated beasts. These 3 eggs are the offspring of king-level mutated beasts. Who knows? They might grow into king-level mutated beasts themselves. Then I, Su Chi-chang, will be the very first spirit beast warrior on the entire Blue Star to tame mutant beasts. Besides Su Chi-chang, his numerous underlings immediately chimed in with flattery. Congrats, brother Su. You'll be Blue Star's top beast tamer. Bro Su is awesome. That Xiao God has been riding high all this time, but once these 3 giant eggs hatch, the so-called Xiao God won't even be fit to hold brother Su's shoes. P.S. Happy Labor Day, everyone. Chapter 141, Boss, he wants to kill you. Su Qiqiang was floating on air from his underling's flattery. Xiao Shun? What a joke. Once these 3 giant eggs hatch and I raise these mutated beasts to king tier, Xiao Shun will be begging for mercy at my feet. Don't waste time. Seize this chance now and move these 3 giant eggs out. When we get back, you'll all get your share. Su Qiqiang patted his chest and declared generously, when we get back, each of you gets 3 buckets of instant noodles any flavor you want. Over half a year had passed since the dark turmoil erupted. Human society had nearly ground to a halt, yet consumption continued relentlessly. Supplies were nowhere near as plentiful as they had been initially. Starving corpses littered the streets everywhere except Sky City. Before the dark turmoil erupted, 3 buckets of instant noodles were merely junk food everyone despised. But in these times, they had become a rare delicacy. Moreover, the flavor of the instant noodles matters. Sour cabbage beef flavor is the most popular. 1 pack of sour cabbage beef can be traded for 2 packs of any other flavor. Su Qiqiang promised each of them 3 buckets of instant noodles, with any flavor they desired. How incredibly generous! While others were still chewing tree bark and eating grass roots, even starving to death on the streets. But they'd already achieved instant noodle freedom. Even that recently hyped up Xiao Shun, could he afford to eat instant noodles every single meal? Could he reward his people with 3 buckets of instant noodles each at once, like Brother Su? No. Besides Brother Su, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone else this generous in the whole world. Brother Su is so generous. We knew following Brother Su meant living the high life. From now on, wherever Brother Su points, we'll strike. Working under Brother Su is a blessing we earned in a past life. The underlings launched into another round of sycophantic praise, making Su Qiqiang feel rather giddy again. Just then, 3 of his underlings stepped forward. Simultaneously channeling their power, animal fur began sprouting across their bodies. Their physiques instantly ballooned, transforming them into monstrous muscle-bound beasts. All 3 were spirit beast warriors who had harnessed the power of brown bears. Upon entering their beast forms, their strength surged to unprecedented levels. They stretched out their arms and wrapped them around the giant egg before them. With their arms bulging with dragon-like muscles straining, they slowly lifted the massive egg before them. Move quickly and carefully, don't bump or scratch it. If the shell cracks, it'll be a huge loss. Su Qiqiang urged from the side. Don't worry, Brother Su, we won't bump the giant egg. The 3 younger brothers responded with a quick laugh. The group carefully carried the giant egg toward the entrance of the nest. Su Qiqiang was already imagining the scene of him successfully taming the 3 mutated beasts. But just then, 3 figures suddenly emerged simultaneously from ahead, blocking their path. Hearing the commotion, Su Qiqiang jumped in fright, fearing the 2 king-level mutants had returned early. His heart sank only when he saw the 3 blocking their path were humans. Who the hell are you? If you don't want to die, get the hell out of my way. If you screw up my plans, I'll make sure you regret it. Su Qiqiang, his face twisted into a menacing grimace, bellowed at Xiao Tian and the others, move aside immediately. Are those mutated beast eggs you're carrying? Feng Lunka stared at the massive egg cradled by the 3 subordinates, his curiosity piqued. None of your damn business. Su Qiqiang spat contemptuously before instantly entering his beast transformation state. The flesh on his chest began to tear apart, eventually revealing a sharp beak-like mouth. Soon, his entire body was swiftly covered in a layer of grayish-black fur. This twisted, monstrous form was physically unsettling, like a demon from hell had materialized in reality. I've awakened mosquito powers. Get the hell out of my way, or I'll suck every last drop of your blood dry. Su Qiqiang's sharp proboscis snapped open and closed, emitting a piercing hiss. Mosquito powers? Xiao Tian eyed Su Qiqiang up and down with a peculiar look. This guy's got something special. He actually awakened insect abilities. Typically, most spirit beast warriors could only awaken abilities related to animals. But there are exceptions. A small number of individuals, due to certain special circumstances, can awaken abilities related to plants. Take Yen Ruyu, for instance. She awakened the healing power of sunflowers. But an insect-type ability? Xiao Tian had never seen one before. No wonder he dared to sneak into the territory of a king-class beast to steal its egg. Just then, Lao Ba beside Xiao Tian's face darkened. He suddenly lunged forward, grabbed Su Qiqiang's sharp mandibles, and twisted with all his might. Snap! The steel-hard mandibles snapped clean in 2. The excruciating pain shot straight to his skull. Su Qiqiang's face twisted in terror as he collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. My boss asked you a question. You should answer honestly. Who gave you the guts to challenge my boss? Lao Ba tossed aside the broken mandible, clapped his hands, and spoke with a chill in his voice. You dare lay a hand on our brother Su? You're asking for death. We outnumber you. Brothers, let's take him down. 3 underlings, witnessing this, were instantly consumed by rage. Seeing their boss bullied right before their eyes, Uncle could tolerate it, but Auntie couldn't. Besides, if anything happened to Su Qiqiang, what would become of their instant noodles? The trio dropped the beast eggs, their faces twisted with fury as they lunged toward Lao Ba. Lao Ba shot them a contemptuous glance.
All three were only around level 30. Such ants weren't even worth him reverting to his true form. Old 8 extended his right hand and snapped his fingers with effortless flair. Instantly, the overwhelming pressure of a king-tier beast radiated out, freezing the trio in their tracks. King class. You're a king-class spirit beast warrior. Terror gripped the trio, their expressions turning ghostly as fear made their legs buckle. They collapsed to their knees on the spot. You've offended my elder brother. How do you intend to settle this debt? Lao Ba approached the trio, his hand stroking his chin as a sinister grin spread across his face. Though Lao Ba had been thoroughly subdued by Xiao Tian, even voluntarily surrendering his beast core. But don't forget it was a genuine king-tier mutant beast. Big brother. The three swallowed hard, their eyes darting toward Xiao Tian as fear gripped them even tighter. This fellow before me is already a king-tier spirit beast warrior. What kind of power must this youth he calls Big Brother possess? Could he be an imperial-level spirit beast warrior? At this thought, all three of them shuddered simultaneously, scrambling to beg for mercy from Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian had no time for these cannon fodder. His gaze fixed on Su Qiqiang, writhing on the ground. Stop pretending. As a spirit beast warrior, don't tell me you can't endure this much pain. If you don't want to die, tell me what you plan to do with these 3 beast eggs. Sure enough. Hearing Xiao Tian cut straight to the heart of the matter, Su Qiqiang stopped his howling and sat up. His face was now ashen. He'd overheard their conversation and realized the man before him was a king-tier spirit beast warrior. To save his own skin, Su Qiqiang chose to tell the truth. We want to hatch these 3 giant eggs, cultivate mutated beasts, then trample Xiao Tian underfoot, dominate the entire Blue Star, and build our own powerful faction. Old 8's jaw dropped wide open. After a long moment, he turned to Xiao Tian with astonishment. Brother, so this guy stole the eggs to take you down? Xiao Tian. P.S. It's the last day of the month already. Time flies. My data allowance has shrunk by 99%. I wonder if I can even make it through next month. Chapter 142, The Divine Xiao pays a humble visit. Hearing Lao Ba's words, Su Qiqiang instantly stared at Xiao Tian in utter shock. You're Xiao Shun. Xiao Tian remained silent, effectively acknowledging his identity. Seeing this, Su Qiqiang's heart sank instantly. He had planned to steal these 3 beast eggs, hatch them, then trample Xiao Shun underfoot while punching all the heroes to pieces. His dreams were grand, but reality dealt him a crushing blow. He never imagined that the moment he got his hands on the beast eggs, before he could even hatch them, he'd run into Xiao Shun himself. Was there anyone in the world more unlucky than him? Was this what they meant by dying before achieving victory? Bro, did you kill him? Old 8 was already itching to jump in, fists clenched and ready to fight. Though he'd only just sworn allegiance to Xiao Tian, this turncoat's demeanor seemed utterly natural. Xiao God, you can't kill me. I have an older brother, a king-tier spirit beast warrior. If you touch me, my brother won't let you off. Su Qiqiang hastily invoked his own elder brother, attempting to intimidate Xiao Tian. As far as he knew, Xiao Tian's strength was nowhere near king level. His elder brother, however, was a genuine king-level spirit beast warrior. King-tier spirit beast warriors were an absolute rarity on present-day Blue Star. Even the famously ruthless Xiao Shun would surely show his elder brother some respect. Is a king-level spirit beast warrior really that strong? Old 8 sneered, I could crush one with a single finger. What good is a king-level spirit beast warrior? He was a king-tier mutant beast, yet he still got crushed by Xiao Shun. Big brother, this brat spews nothing but bull. Now he's trying to threaten you? I'll take him out right now and shut him up for good. Old 8 was already itching to act, twisting his arms in anticipation. Hold on. Xiao Tian suddenly called out to stop Lao Ba. Just as expected. Su Qiqiang's face lit up with delight. It seemed Xiao Tian still feared his own elder brother. He had intended to defeat Xiao Tian through his own strength to gain fame and fortune. But now his plans had been thwarted before they even began. He had made up his mind, once he returned, he would use his connections to report this to his own elder brother. He would have his big brother eliminate Xiao Tian and avenge his humiliation. Xiao God, I admit you're formidable. I admit you're ruthless. But in this world, it's all about power and connections. I may not match your strength, but I have a formidable older brother. Su Qiqiang exhaled a puff of warm breath, his confidence swelling. Once confidence took hold, his demeanor turned brazen. He was utterly convinced Xiao Tian wouldn't dare touch him. But Feng Lonka, standing nearby, held a different perspective. Would a man who dared to chase down and slash a dark sovereign truly fear a mere king-tier spirit beast warrior? The answer was no. Xiao Shun must have his reasons for acting this way. Xiao Tian's face showed no emotion. He walked up to Su Qiqiang, reached out, and pulled him to his feet. He then kindly brushed the dust off his clothes. To Su Qiqiang's eyes, Xiao Tian's demeanor was a blatant display of weakness. Su Qiqiang couldn't help but feel even more smug. Xiao Shun? Bull Xiao God. Today's encounter proved this so-called Xiao God was nothing but a bully who picked on the weak. Are you hurt? Xiao Tian didn't seem to be putting on an act, his face genuinely concerned. My men didn't know when to hold back.
I apologize. Fine. For Xiao Tian's sake, I'll overlook this.
Have him kneel and kowtow a few times to apologize.
Then this matter is settled. Su Qiqiang rubbed his arm defiantly. Old 8 gaped in astonishment. This guy truly didn't know the meaning of death. How dare he address their eldest brother as Xiao Tian? I'm his elder brother.
If I tell him to kneel and apologize, he will kneel and apologize.
Xiao Tian flashed a warm smile, then abruptly changed the subject. I wonder where your big brother is right now.
After saying this, Xiao Tian added, or if you have your phone with you, just send me his location directly.
Here it comes. Xiao Shen's true colors were finally showing. Feng Longke's expression shifted to one of sudden realization.
He knew Xiao Shen would never be intimidated by a mere king-level spirit beast warrior, because he himself was now a king-level spirit beast warrior.
Now it was clear Xiao Shen's real goal was to find out the location of the other guy's older brother.
Looks like Xiao Shen is still the same guy, the one who likes to eliminate all threats and demands your home address at the drop of a hat.
Feng Longke muttered to himself. What are you talking about? What does uproot the weeds mean? Lao Ba looked utterly confused, then clenched his fists in anger.
Big brother is being foolish. With scum like this, he should have just killed him outright. Instead, he wasted time talking to him.
I thought Big Brother was someone special, but now it seems. You just don't understand, Xiao Shen. Feng Longke cut Lao Ba off abruptly. I don't understand, Big Brother? What do you mean? Lao Ba looked at Feng Longke with curiosity, waiting for his answer.
Feng Longke stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a mysterious smile playing on his lips.
Xiao Shen's approach is exceptionally cautious and meticulous. Any enemy who provokes him is typically eradicated without mercy.
Had Xiao Shen been unaware this guy had a big brother, he might have killed him outright. But knowing the enemy had a big brother and one who was a king-level spirit beast warrior, that meant he had to eliminate every trace. This prevents retaliation from the so-called big brother later. It's Xiao Shen's consistent principle for killing. The reason Xiao Shen didn't unleash a bloodbath was to interrogate him about his big brother's whereabouts, eliminating future threats.
So that's how it is.
No wonder he's my old 8's big brother. He bit off my wing right there. I knew he wasn't someone to mess with.
Upon hearing the details, old 8 finally cracked a grin, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth.
The two deliberately kept their voices low, so Su Qiqiang naturally didn't hear them. When Xiao Tian inquired about his elder brother, Lao Ba naively assumed Xiao Tian was afraid and wanted to choose a day to come apologize.
My eldest brother resides near Sky City, not far from here. If you wish to visit, you may set out tomorrow. He'll be home all day. Su Qiqiang felt an immense surge of pride. The renowned Xiao Tian was coming to apologize personally.
If word got out, he'd gain some face too. He'd wait for Xiao Tian to come begging for forgiveness, then have his elder brother kill him. I wish to meet your elder brother immediately, Xiao Tian said with a smile.
Ha!
Seems he knows not to mess with the king-tier spirit beast warrior and can't wait to come groveling.
Fine. Fine. Follow me. I'll take you to see my elder brother right now. Su Qiqiang's lips curled upward as he patted Xiao Tian's shoulder and chuckled. Little Tian, rest assured. We become acquainted through conflict. Once we meet my elder brother, I'll plead your case and do my utmost to spare your life. Feng Longke pressed his lips together, struggling to suppress a chuckle.
Lao Ba, meanwhile, was inwardly mocking this fool who was oblivious to his impending doom. As for Xiao Tian, after a momentary pause, he nodded and smiled.
Then thank you. There's no time to waste, let's set out immediately.
I can't wait to slaughter your entire family.
P.S. A new month has begun, and I'm probably out of gold tickets. Chapter 143, Confronting a Companion-Grade Mutant Beast. Su Qiqiang summoned his 3 henchmen, hoisted the giant egg, and set off once more.
My car's waiting outside. Once we're out of here, I'll take you to meet the boss, Su Qiqiang said, striding ahead with his hands behind his back.
You might have to wait a bit.
I still have unfinished business, Xiao Tian shook his head.
He hadn't yet devoured those 2 king-level mutant beasts.
No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't possibly follow Su Qiqiang back to meet his big brother just yet.
Ha? You have business to attend to? What could possibly be more important than begging my boss for forgiveness? Su Qiqiang's expression darkened with displeasure.
But before he could say more, the asphalt beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. A series of muffled sounds echoed from the distance. As the sounds drew nearer, the asphalt beneath their feet trembled with increasing frequency.
Finally!
From behind 2 abandoned buildings in the distance, the silhouettes of 2 colossal creatures suddenly appeared simultaneously. They were enormous lizards, their bodies covered in colorful scales. In nature, vivid colors often signaled extreme toxicity. The more poisonous the creature, the more striking its hues. The 2 mutated beasts before them were clearly venomous creatures.
2 king-class mutant beasts have returned. Feng Longke nodded, his expression grave as he spoke.
But with Xiao Tian by his side, having witnessed his capabilities, Feng Longke remained composed this time.
We're done for. Those 2 king-level mutated beasts are back. We have to get out of here fast. No time. They've already spotted us, they've noticed us. We're done for. Su Qiqian's 3 young followers trembled with fear, a chill running through their bodies. Su Qiqian wasn't faring much better. Damn it! Why did these 2 king-level mutant beasts return early? We're done for this time. He inwardly cursed his misfortune, but his eyes lit up when he glanced at Xiao Tian beside him. Xiao Tian, you're the strongest among us. Hold off these 2 mutated beasts. I'll go get Big Brother to help you right now. After this, all debts between us are settled. Xiao Tian forced a polite smile. He tried to control his emotions. But as it turned out, Xiao Tian's emotions were not easily controlled. As the world's sole relentless pursuer of the Dark Overlord, he understood the art of survival. Yet, his core principle treating life and death with indifference and confronting any challenge head-on remained ingrained in his very being. The other kept calling him Xiao Tian, and Xiao Tian couldn't take it anymore. Smack! Xiao Tian's backhand slap caught Su Qiqian off guard, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. You dare hit me? My big brother won't let this slide. Su Qiqian clutched his face, staring at Xiao Tian in utter disbelief. Xiao Tian's smile vanished as he delivered another backhand slap, knocking out the rest of the man's front teeth on the other side of his face. I'm not killing you now because I want to kill your entire family. If you keep challenging me, I won't hesitate to cripple 3 of your legs right now. Xiao Tian snorted coldly, releasing a wave of icy chill from his body. Feeling that chill, Su Qiqian shuddered violently, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. He understood. He understood everything now. He'd been puzzled all along how could this ruthless man, who dared to slash even the Dark Overlord, truly be intimidated by his own elder brother's power. It turned out the man had never been intimidated by his elder brother's reputation. The reason he wanted to follow him back to meet his older brother was to slaughter his entire family to eliminate every last trace. Whoa! This Xiao Tian truly lived up to his online reputation, a ruthless individual. Even protagonists in novels usually opt to kill their enemies outright when confronted. But Xiao Tian was different. When he encountered enemies, he would first assess whether they had powerful relatives. If the enemy has no powerful relatives, he kills them outright. If they do have powerful relatives, he'll just wipe out the entire family. Now that's what you call a real badass. My eldest brother is a king-tier spirit beast warrior. Do you even know what that means? Su Qiqian forced himself to speak through his fear. If you let me go now, I won't hold anything against you. Xiao Tian slapped him again with a backhand. He then turned to Lao Ba. You draw their fire first. I'll find an opening to finish him off in one strike. Xiao Tian could sense that both of these king-level mutant beasts were stronger than Lao Ba. They were likely both around level 55. Only 1 level below his own. And there were 2 of them. Even with Xiao Tian's extraordinary abilities, taking down both would demand considerable effort. But if he had Lao Ba draw their fire first, then struck at the opportune moment for a one-hit kill, it would be considerably easier. Alright, I'll follow your lead, big brother. These 2 mutated beasts had humiliated him repeatedly. Not long ago, he'd been severely wounded by their combined attack. Now that Xiao Tian intended to take them down, Lao Ba naturally gave his full support. Lao Ba wasted no time, roaring furiously as he charged forward. After charging several hundred meters, a golden light suddenly enveloped him. The golden light grew larger and larger, eventually reaching 100 meters in size. As the light faded, a colossal sacred griffin appeared before the group. Its wings spread wide, golden feathers billowing in the wind, radiating the majestic and imposing aura of a legendary divine beast. Crucially, the aura of power emanating from the sacred griffin was in no way inferior to that of the 2 king-level mutant beasts. He's actually a mutant beast. Su Qiqian's 3 henchmen covered their mouths, stunned into a state of utter shock. As for Su Qiqian himself, he collapsed onto the ground in a heap. Gazing at the sacred griffin circling the sky, then shifting his eyes to Xiao Tian standing calmly nearby, despair engulfed his heart. He had dared to threaten Xiao Tian, relying on his older brother being a king-level spirit beast warrior. But now, a king-level mutant beast was actually addressing Xiao Tian as brother and showing him such profound respect. Just how powerful had Xiao Tian become? Was he also a king-level spirit beast warrior? Otherwise, how could this king-level mutated beast address him as elder brother and show such complete submission? At this moment, Su Qiqian finally understood that his earlier actions had likely appeared nothing more than clownish antics in Xiao Tian's eyes. And the reason the other party hadn't killed him all along was indeed to eliminate his entire family, to cut off any future threats. A snail challenging a tiger's face won't provoke the tiger's anger. For the snail was too insignificant to even register in the tiger's consciousness. Su Qiqian now felt he was that very snail in Xiao Tian's eyes. God Xiao, I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please, give me a chance. I deserve to die. I'm a bastard. I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Give me one chance. Xiao Tian turned his head and shot Su Qiqian an impatient glare. The latter's body trembled, and he instantly shut his mouth. You'd better shut up. Once we deal with these 2 king-level mutant beasts, you'd better take me to meet your big brother. I'm going to wipe out your entire family. Su Qiqiang was utterly hopeless. His helplessness had no one to confide in. If he could do it all over again, he'd never have crossed Xiao Tian. Alas, it's all too late now. P.S. A new month has begun, and I've become an out-of-favor author. My book isn't popular anymore, though it never really was. Yesterday feels like just yesterday, tomorrow is tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow is 2 days from now. Time flies so fast, yet why do gold tickets feel further and further out of reach? Chapter 144, The Benevolent Xiao Philanthropist. Lao Ba flapped his pure white wings, soaring toward the two mutated beasts. Both mutated beasts roared simultaneously and charged toward him. Old Eight's eyes narrowed at the sight. Facing two king-tier mutants vastly superior to himself, the pressure was immense. Just as he prepared to focus his attack, he was stunned to see the two king-class mutants suddenly veer away from him and charge toward his back instead. Human, you seek death. Dare to steal our young? Today we'll grind your bones to dust. Two furious roars exploded simultaneously through the air. The two king-level mutated beasts trampled the streets, charging toward Xiao Tian and his companions with devastating force. Su Qiqiang instantly wet himself, letting out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Feng managed to maintain his composure, but beads of sweat as large as soybeans formed on his forehead, and his heart felt as though it would leap from his chest. Two king-level mutated beasts charging straight at them who wouldn't be terrified? Only Xiao Tian stood perfectly still, unmoved by the storm raging around him. Seeing both mutated beasts charging toward Xiao Tian, Lao Ba lost his composure and flapped his wings urgently to intercept them. This was the big brother he had just sworn allegiance to. This was his first battle since pledging allegiance. He absolutely couldn't screw up otherwise. Wouldn't he leave his big brother with an impression of unreliability? But Lao Ba hadn't anticipated that the two mutated beasts would suddenly halt on their own 300 meters from Xiao Tian. This human is strange. The female lizard suddenly spoke. It's strange. This human seems ordinary, yet he gives me a distinctly dangerous feeling, the male lizard murmured to himself. As king-level mutated beasts, they weren't fools. Seeing them charge, the other humans were already ting themselves, drenched in sweat, yet this youth remained calm and composed. This was anything but normal. To play it safe, they halted their advance and did not continue their attack. Human, why do you show no fear upon seeing us? The male lizard lowered its head to look at Xiao Tian below, its deep voice echoing slowly. A smile played at Xiao Tian's lips as he lifted his head to meet the lizard's gaze, replying calmly, "Because I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid." The male and female lizards exchanged glances, both seeing profound shock in each other's eyes. Why was this youth before them so utterly arrogant? Because I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. Have we lost the will to wield our blades, or have king-class mutant beasts become as common as cabbages, losing their deterrent effect? Our children are still in their hands. The mother lizard suddenly spoke up as a reminder. The male lizard glanced at the three beast eggs, confirming their shells remained intact before letting out a sigh of relief. Then, turning to Xiao Tian, he commanded, "Release our children, and you may leave." Xiao Tian remained standing in place, smiling, without a word. Seeing Xiao Tian's silence, Feng naturally remained quiet as well. As for Su Qiqiang and his three henchmen, they were already so terrified their scalps felt like they were on fire, lacking the courage to utter a word. Furious that his warning was ignored, the male lizard roared, "Then die." The male lizard raised its thick foreleg, poised to smash down toward Xiao Tian and his group. Old Eight is here. If you want to touch my big brother, you'll have to ask Old Eight first. Old Eight materialized behind the two mutated beasts, opening his mouth to unleash a golden beam. The golden beam slammed into the male lizard's back. While it didn't inflict a fatal wound, it tore away a large chunk of flesh from its back. "You worthless piece of trash. I never imagined you'd mix with humans and even call one your big brother. You've brought shame upon our entire mutated beast clan." The male lizard spun to face Lao Ba, claws raised in attack. But in the instant it turned, Xiao Tian instantly entered his beast transformation state, simultaneously drawing his arm to form a spear. Xiao Tian moved with lightning speed, propelling himself skyward with sheer force. The spear, shrouded in dark energy, instantly pierced the male lizard's heart. The dark energy exploded within the male lizard, instantly shattering its heart and devouring its body. The male lizard's eyes froze, its massive body collapsing like a string puppet without support, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. A level 55 king-tier mutant beast had been instantly slain by Xiao Tian in a single strike. Gulp! Feng swallowed hard, his gaze toward Xiao Tian growing even more reverent. That's how a real man should be. Xiao God is awesome. Old Eight watched in such shock he broke out in a cold sweat. He finally understood the true power of this big brother he'd just sworn allegiance to. One strike to instantly kill a king-level mutant beast, even if it was a surprise attack, it was indeed an instant kill. If Big Brother had gone all out during their earlier fight, would his fate have mirrored that of the male lizard before him? Thank goodness I didn't try to show off. When I got knocked down, I immediately knelt and submitted. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have escaped death either. Old Eight felt immense relief. Truthfully, he harbored some resentment at the idea of a king-level mutant beast submitting to a mere human. But now, witnessing Xiao Tian's instant kill of the male lizard, that resentment vanished instantly. His big brother might be human, but he was an exceptionally formidable one. Submitting to an extraordinary human was no disgrace. At least it wasn't like those two mutated beasts before him. They wouldn't even get the chance to submit to Xiao Tian. Husband. Witnessing the male lizard's instant demise, the female screamed hoarsely. You killed my husband. I'll make you pay with your blood. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The female lizard's furious roar shattered nearby building windows with its terrifying sonic waves. But before she could strike, Lao Ba unleashed another torrent of golden beams. The female lizard was forced to turn and brace herself. In that split second, Xiao Tian appeared behind her, spear in hand. Kind-hearted Xiao Tian couldn't bear to see the suffering of the world. Witnessing the mother lizard's anguish over losing her mate, the benevolent benefactor resolved to send her to reunite with her husband below. Following the same method, Xiao Tian thrust his spear through the mother lizard's heart. For any living creature, the heart and head remain their greatest vulnerabilities. A pierced heart meant instant death for most creatures, even mutated beasts were no exception. The battle began abruptly and ended just as abruptly. Lao Ba had already transformed back into human form and landed on the ground, his expression somewhat dazed. It felt as though Xiao Tian hadn't been facing a terrifying king-class mutated beast, but merely two low-level ones. Xiao Tian reattached his arm. Truthfully, detaching his arm to form the spear had been excruciating, and reattaching it now was equally agonizing. But after so many battles, Xiao Tian had long grown accustomed to this kind of pain. Now that the battle was over, it was time to enjoy the spoils. Xiao Tian approached the massive corpse of the male lizard, then opened his huge mouth and bit directly into the carcass. Begin devouring. Chapter 145, New Skill King Class Concealment. The male lizard's flesh was foul and repulsive, reeking of putrid rot. Even its blood carried a thick, pungent sea stench. Even a pica sufferer would vomit on the spot after tasting this. But as an expert in this field, what disgusting things hadn't Xiao Tian eaten? Having started his journey by swallowing a leech whole, the flesh of a mere male lizard posed no challenge to his taste buds. Congratulations, host, on successfully consuming the royal Tianlan lizard. Skill extracted, Royal Stealth. Allows concealment of aura and movement for 1 minute. The sudden system notification echoing in his mind made Xiao Tian freeze in place. After devouring the male lizard's flesh and blood, it failed to acquire any new genetic sequences. Instead, it extracted an entirely new skill. This royal tier concealment proved to be a valuable skill, allowing him to perfectly mask his presence. With this royal tier stealth, Xiao Tian would find combat much more manageable. For instance, when facing an evenly matched opponent, Xiao Tian wouldn't need to engage in direct confrontation. He could instead wait for the perfect moment to vanish, then strike from the shadows with a lethal ambush. Similar applications abound. This royal class concealment is undoubtedly more effective than even 10-ton divine strength. The only drawback is its short duration, a mere minute. I wonder what exactly this king tier concealment does. Can opponents of the same rank detect my aura after concealment? And can those surpassing the king tier rank see through me once I'm concealed? Xiao Tian murmured to himself. Didn't he have a king tier mutant beast right beside him? Xiao Tian beckoned to Lao Ba. Lao Ba approached with an obsequious expression, eagerly asking, "What are your orders, brother?" After witnessing Xiao Tian instantly slay two king-level mutant beasts, his deference toward Xiao Tian had only deepened. I'll conceal my form shortly. See if you can sense my aura. After giving the instructions, Xiao Tian immediately activated his king-level concealment. Blue scales suddenly erupted across Xiao Tian's body. These scales rapidly grew, soon covering Xiao Tian's entire body. The blue scales then began shifting through a spectrum of colors, enveloping Xiao Tian until he vanished from sight. In reality, however, Xiao Tian hadn't vanished. He remained standing in the same spot, merely concealed from sight. To the eyes of Lao Ba and the others, however, Xiao Tian seemed to have vanished into thin air. Xiao Tian can actually cloak himself? Feng Lunka rubbed his eyes hard, his mouth agape in astonishment. Lao Ba also stared wide-eyed, straining to look ahead, but no matter how hard he peered, he couldn't see Xiao Tian's shadow anywhere. His newly acknowledged big brother had truly vanished from the spot. Can you sense my presence? Just then, Xiao Tian's voice suddenly echoed from ahead. Xiao Tian's voice snapped Lao Ba back to his senses. It turned out the elder brother hadn't vanished at all, he had merely concealed his form. Following Xiao Tian's instructions, Lao Ba closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing. Moments later, he opened his eyes and shook his head in utter astonishment. Brother, I can't sense any trace of your presence. It's as if you vanished into thin air. This technique is simply beyond belief. 1 minute passed. The blue scales covering Xiao Tian's body gradually faded away, revealing him once more to the others. Though the limits of a king-tier concealment remained unclear whether it could block the Dark Sovereign's perception. One thing was now certain, even a king-level mutant beast couldn't sense him after he'd concealed himself. What we know so far is that even a king-tier mutant beast can't sense me when I'm hidden. As for whether stronger beings can detect me, that's something I'll have to test for myself. All in all, this king-level concealment was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful skill. Xiao Tian exhaled, then turned his gaze to the corpse of the other female lizard. Both lizards belonged to the same species. By consuming the male lizard's corpse, he had acquired the king-level concealment. Even if he continued devouring the female lizard's corpse, he likely wouldn't gain any new skills. Still, Xiao Tian decided to test his luck and took a bite of the female lizard's flesh. Compared to the male lizard, the female's flesh carried a far more pungent stench. Just one bite nearly made the seasoned Xiao Tian vomit. After swallowing the flesh, the system remained silent. Seems I really can't devour anymore. Xiao Tian completely abandoned the idea of further consumption and signaled Laoba to extract the beast cores from both mutated beasts. Though the mutated beasts' bodies were massive, their cores remained normal in size. Both were king-tier beasts, and consuming their cores should yield substantial experience. But now was not the time for consumption. Xiao Tian stowed the cores away and turned to Su Qiqiang beside him. Lead the way. Take us to meet your big brother. Su Qiqiang was already terrified out of his wits. Both king-level mutated beasts had been instantly killed by Xiao Tian. If his own big brother faced this ruthless man, Su Qiqiang knew instinctively that his brother would be crushed to pieces at the slightest touch and die a miserable death. Refusing to guide them might mean instant death. If he did lead the way, his big brother would die, and he would die alongside him. Faced with the choice between dying alone or dying alongside his boss, Su Qiqiang chose the latter. He chose to lead Xiao Tian to his older brother. At least this way, he could prolong his own life a little longer. Under Su Qiqiang's guidance, the group located a large truck. Xiao Tian glanced at the 3 beast eggs and ultimately decided to load them onto the truck as well. These 3 beast eggs might prove useful. After all, they were eggs from a king-level mutant beast. Even if they couldn't use them themselves, they could be traded for a great deal of supplies. Xiao Shen, if you truly wish to eliminate the threat completely, you could simply order the brothers to handle it. There's no need for you to get your hands dirty. In the truck, Feng Lonka looked puzzled as he voiced the question on his mind. In his experience, Xiao Tian wasn't the type to engage in such tedious tasks. To eliminate all traces, he'd travel great distances just to personally wipe out an entire family. Blue Star is vast, but I'm unfamiliar with the cities nearby. It's about time I took the opportunity to explore more. Xiao Tian replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, Feng Lonka said no more. Yet the admiration in his heart for Xiao Tian only grew stronger. Truly worthy of the title Xiao God. He always thinks 3 steps ahead. No wonder he's so formidable. Some are born to command the grand scheme, while others are born spineless cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. Just as Xiao Tian and his group embarked on their path to slaughter an entire family, Fat C and the Suit Man had already led their army of 3,000 dark creatures to their first destination. The truck slowed to a stop. Pang Dahai looked up at the 3 characters Sanheishi on the sign, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Sanheishi, this is where I, Pang Dahai, will make my grand entrance and show off for the first time since descending the mountain. Chapter 146, These bastards aren't following the script. Commanding an army of 3,000 dark spirits, Pang Dahai felt like a great ancient general conquering the world. Mounting to lead the charge, dismounting to recite Taoist scriptures throughout history, I'm probably the only Taoist master who can pull off both, right? Pang Dahai stroked his double chin with satisfaction, basking in his own self-importance. He finally understood the feeling Xiao Tian must have had when commanding vast armies. It was an indescribable confidence. You'd better pray the intel you provide is accurate. Otherwise, you're in for a world of hurt. Pang Dahai's smile vanished as he glared at the suit-clad man in the passenger seat. The man in the suit shuddered violently and hastily assured him, "Rest assured, Tianshi. The information I provide is absolutely reliable." That's the spirit. Fat Dahai slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the truck roared into Sanhai City. This area seemed untouched by the otherworldly creatures. Most buildings remained intact. The towering office buildings lining the streets made it clear this had once been a thriving metropolis. Sadly, it now lay nearly abandoned. Shortly after entering Sanhai City, Pang Dahai spotted an old woman by the roadside. Her clothes were tattered, and she was quietly sobbing with her head bowed. Her long hair, untended for so long, was matted and tangled. Ordinary people still live here? Fatty Hai's expression turned peculiar. As the dark chaos progressed, the living conditions for ordinary people only grew more dire. Even those who had managed to survive rarely ventured out during daylight hours to avoid attacks from mutated beasts. But the old woman before him was an exception. The truck came to a halt before her. Pang Dahai scanned the surroundings, satisfied that nothing seemed amiss, and prepared to open the door and step out. "Master, these are chaotic times. If we get out now, thugs might rush out of the shadows to extort us. Let's just get down to business," the man in the suit hurriedly protested. "Are you an idiot?" Fat C laughed, tapping the rear compartment. "Do you think 3,000 dark spirits are some kind of joke?" Fat Dahai was practically begging for trouble now. That's the kind of thrill he craved. The man in the suit pondered it and realized he had a point. The two got out and walked straight up to the old woman.
A global cold snap had plunged temperatures to extreme lows, yet the old woman wore only a thin coat. She sobbed while shivering violently, her lips frozen pale as if she might breathe her last at any moment.
"Grandma, what's wrong? Can't you find any food?" Fang Dahai pulled a bag of pickled pork rinds from his coat and offered it to her. "We rushed out and didn't bring much. Take this bag of pork rinds to tide you over."
The old woman lifted her head, revealing a weathered face etched with deep wrinkles.
"My daughter is gone. My daughter is gone."
She murmured to herself as if struck by a tremendous blow, repeating the words over and over.
Her daughter is gone? Had someone forcibly taken her daughter?
Such atrocities were all too common in the dark, chaotic times. Chu Yao herself had been a living example. Had she not encountered Xiao Tian, she likely would have been stripped of her innocence and reduced to a plaything.
"Old man, what exactly happened to your daughter? Tell me, and I might be able to help resolve it." Fat C squatted down and spoke softly.
After all, coming to Sanhai City was primarily for gathering supplies. Lending a hand along the way wouldn't be a big deal.
"You can't help me."
The old woman glanced up at the two men before lowering her eyes again, her voice choked with emotion.
"My daughter was abducted by Wang Beishan's men.
He's the strongest spirit beast warrior in Sanhai City, commanding 18 other spirit beast warriors under him, known as the 18 Arhats of Sanhai City. Even though you're spirit beast warriors yourselves, you can't help me."
While Pang Dahai was still processing the old woman's words, he noticed the peculiar expression on the suit-clad man's face and suddenly asked, "You know this Wang Badian?" The man in the suit nodded and replied truthfully, "He's also one of Xiao Na's men, the head of Sanhai City." Hearing this, Pang Dahai couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this a case of unintended consequences?
"Grandma, I am the current celestial master of Longhu Mountain in Dalu City.
Upholding Heaven's way has always been the mission of our Longhu Mountain Taoist temple. Rest assured, this celestial master will handle your daughter's case. If you wish to save her, lead me to her now." Pang Dahai pounded his chest emphatically. Yet seeing his earnest demeanor, the old woman hesitated.
It wasn't that she judged by appearances. It was just that this fat man looked like the kind of half-crippled person who gasped for breath after every step. Could such a cripple truly save her daughter? But to save her daughter, even if the hope was slim, the old woman was unwilling to let it go.
"Can you truly save my daughter? There are only two of you. Just lead us there. Leave the rest to us." Fat Dahai patted the old woman's shoulder, his face beaming with a bright smile.
The old woman hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement.
Fatty then invited her into the passenger seat and strapped the suit-wearing man to the roof rack. It wasn't that Pang Dahai enjoyed tormenting the guy, there simply wasn't any extra space left in the truck. He couldn't very well strap the old woman to the roof, so the suit-wearing man was the one to suffer. Stiffly bound to the roof, the man in the suit stared up at the blazing sun and once again questioned the meaning of life. Back on the highway to Daru City, he'd been strapped to the roof like this, delivered all the way to Tianxiong City. Never did he expect this tragedy to repeat itself. That fat bastard really is a piece of work. After half an hour's drive, the group arrived at the gates of an abandoned university campus. This abandoned university had now become the base of operations for Wang Badian and his crew. The truck had barely come to a stop at the university entrance when two spirit beast warriors emerged from the security booth. "Who the hell are you?" The two spirit beast warriors glared at the driver's seat, where Fat Dahai sat, demanding an answer. "We're here to uphold justice." Fat C opened the door and stepped out, then swiftly reached into his robe to pull out the talismans he had prepared in advance. This time, he'd stocked up on talismans before leaving. He had no intention of deploying the dark creatures right away. These dark creatures were his final trump cards, the capital for his grandstanding. If he deployed them right away, how could he possibly show off? But before Pang Dahai could even draw the talisman, two spirit beast warriors stepped forward and slapped him across the face. "You fat slob think you're qualified to uphold heaven's justice? You're just a clown sent by the monkeys," the tall spirit beast warrior sneered. "Damn it!" Before he could even show off, he'd been slapped. Fat Ocean instantly flew into a rage, frantically fumbling in his robe for the talisman. But panic set in. His hands trembled so badly from sheer agitation that he fumbled around for ages without managing to pull out a single talisman. Seeing this, the other spirit beast warrior delivered a flying kick that sent Fat Dahai flying backward. "What the hell are you fumbling for? Haven't bathed in half a year and got lice all over you?" Fat C. This wasn't how he imagined it going. Wasn't he supposed to be playing the role of the cool guy who shuts everyone up? These two jerks aren't following the script. Chapter 147, Life's Sorrows Run Deep. The Taoist master gets electrocuted by a dog's head. "Since my brother and I are in a good mood today, you'd better get lost." The two clapped their hands, utterly dismissive of Fat Dahai. In their eyes, the fat man's brain might have been squashed out of shape by all that fat. They considered it beneath them to lay a finger on such a cripple. They couldn't be bothered. "Halt!" Fat C rose to his feet, brushing dust from his clothes. His eyes grew piercingly intense. "Don't you know the authority of a Taoist master must not be disrespected? Today, I'll show you the majesty of the current Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain." Both men halted instantly. Fat bastard, you're asking for it, aren't you? Tiancher of Longhu Mountain? I'm here to beat the crap out of the Tiancher today. Take him down. Furious, the two men charged forward. How could they tolerate this dead-weight fatso taunting them repeatedly?
Seeing them charging toward him, Fat Dahai panicked slightly. Fortunately, his hand finally fumbled for the talisman hidden in his pocket.
Vajra talisman. Fat Dahai bellowed, pulling out a yellow talisman and slapping it onto his forehead.
The moment it touched his forehead, it instantly transformed into a streak of light that enveloped his entire body. His entire body was instantly enveloped in a faint golden glow, resembling the golden-bodied arhats seen in TV dramas.
This Vajra talisman had been inscribed by Pang Dehuai before setting out. While it couldn't render him invulnerable to all attacks like in the dramas, it could withstand a certain degree of physical damage.
Now, with the Vajra talisman protecting him, these two traitors standing before him wouldn't stand a chance of breaching his defenses, even if he remained rooted to the spot.
This Taoist master stands right here. Attack me if you dare, I'll only lose if I utter a single cry. Empowered by the talisman, Pang Dahu stood with his hands on his hips, brimming with confidence.
The two exchanged a glance, looking at Pang Dahui with expressions reserved for the mentally challenged. As they approached Pang Dahai, the spirit beast warrior on the left suddenly entered a beast transformation state. His right arm instantly twisted, flesh peeling back to reveal gushing, scalding blood. Immediately, countless fish scale-like armor plates sprouted, completely covering his arm. Upon these scales, faint currents of electricity began to flow. This warrior had acquired the electric eel's beast transformation ability. Without a word, he extended his middle finger and lightly tapped Pang Dahai's chest. ZZZZT. A purple current rapidly spread from his middle finger throughout Pang Dahai's entire body. Pang Dahai felt a tingling sensation wash over his entire body, instantly transforming him into a spiky-haired mess. Young man, no honor in combat ambushing like this. Pang Daho staggered, then plopped onto the ground with a thud, completely losing consciousness. Life's sorrows are many, much like a modern exorcist getting electrocuted by a dog's head. Holy! Seeing this, the man in the suit on the car roof was stunned. Why did that fat bastard have to show off? With 3,000 dark creatures at his disposal, he had to go and show off.
Well, now he's gone, and so is his swagger. Now that the fat bastard was gone, what was he supposed to do? He knew Wang Badian, but the other guy didn't know him. And since he'd come here with that fat bastard, even if he revealed his true identity, Wang Badian probably wouldn't believe him. His own fate probably wouldn't be too pleasant either. The man in the suit held his breath, forcing himself to remain utterly silent. All he could do now was hope the other wouldn't notice him. And indeed, that was the case. The two men didn't notice the man in the suit strapped to the roof. After all, who would ever imagine a living person being tied to a car roof for no apparent reason? You old bastard, how dare you come back? Your daughter's serving young Master Wang, becoming his woman. That's a blessing countless people can only envy. This fatso must be the backup you brought in, huh? What a useless old fool, recruiting a bloated slob as backup. After dealing with the fat man, the two noticed the elderly woman in the passenger seat and immediately began hurling insults at her. The old woman trembled uncontrollably with fear, lowering her head, unable to meet their gaze. She knew that Fatso was unreliable, but never imagined he'd be such a useless piece of work. Now her daughter was utterly beyond saving. What's going on? Just then, over a dozen figures emerged from the university campus. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth. He was also a divine being. A cold snap had descended upon Blue Star, plunging temperatures to near freezing levels. Many plants and animals had already frozen to death. Yet the middle-aged man wore a leather jacket and flip-flops. Young Master Wang, it's nothing major. Just now, some fat guy claiming to be a Taoist master was ranting about acting on heaven's behalf, but we've already taken care of him. The two spirit beast warriors reported truthfully. Wang Badian raised an eyebrow, removed his sunglasses, and walked over to the obese man. He tentatively kicked him a few times. His body was so flabby that his footing felt soft. Each kick felt like punching a pile of cotton. Calling himself a celestial master? What a joke. Probably just another idiot who watches too many TV dramas. Next, Wang Badian walked to the truck, yanked open the passenger door, and dragged the old woman out by force. You old hag, you're a fool too. Thinking of bringing in a dead weight to save the day? What were you thinking? Wang Badian sneered. Seeing the old woman remain silent, he blew a smoke ring right into her face. Your daughter and I attended the same university back in the day. But back then, she was the high and mighty campus beauty, while I was just a poor kid from an ordinary family. To me, she was a saintly maiden, utterly unattainable. I won't lie, I was pathetically lowly back then. I'd carefully save every tissue she used to wipe her nose, soaking them in water for 2 months until they lost all flavor before finally throwing them away. But fate smiled upon me. When the dark chaos erupted and the world plunged into a beast-ridden apocalypse, I became a powerful spirit beast warrior. Now I can have anyone I want. Even that once unattainable saintess? She's nothing but a dog for me to ride.
I know you're seething with resentment, but your anger is useless.
This is fate. What can you do, you old fool? You're not a spirit beast warrior.
Wang Batian exhaled another smoke ring, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. The dark turmoil was a catastrophe for most, but for a select few like Wang Batian, it was paradise. For in the darkness, they gained immense power, enabling them to do things they'd never dared or been able to do before.
Young Master Wang, this truck seems to be carrying something. Should we open it up and check?
A spirit beast warrior approached Wang Batian, pointing cautiously at the truck's cargo compartment.
Wang Batian nodded. Open it up.
The spirit beast warrior immediately scurried to the rear of the truck and swung open the cargo door. A chill wind instantly swept out from the cargo area. Upon seeing what filled the cargo hold, the spirit beast warrior's face drained of color. He collapsed to his knees with a thud. Inside the truck bed, he saw countless dense, black clouds of mist. Within the churning black mist, countless pairs of blood-red eyes stared back. He scrambled backward, desperate to relay what he'd seen.
But at that very moment,
a withered arm, veiled in mist, suddenly reached out from the cargo hold and twisted the spirit beast warrior's head clean off.
Chapter 148, The Breakthrough Method Iron Hammer Talisman.
After eliminating the unfortunate victim, the withered arm shrouded in black mist suddenly grasped the edge of the carriage. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Batian and his companions, a humanoid divine being, entirely shrouded in black mist, emerged from the carriage with stiff, jerky steps.
That's a dark creature. A gasp of disbelief erupted from someone present, eyes wide with astonishment. Weren't dark beings creatures confined solely to the dark forbidden zone? How could it appear on Blue Star now? Dark creatures? How could they appear on Blue Star? This isn't the dark forbidden zone.
Wang Batian spat out the cigar in his mouth, his brow furrowing as well. But more than that, he was now even more curious. How the hell did Heba manage to smuggle dark creatures into that fat bastard's train car?
Protect Brother Wang!
Someone suddenly bellowed, and all the men simultaneously entered beast mode, surrounding Wang Batian in the center. Though these men weren't exactly upstanding citizens, they were clearly well trained.
A mere dark creature? No need to make such a fuss.
Wang Batian waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down, and declared arrogantly, across the entire Blue Star, no one capable of taking my life has even been born yet.
Bro Wang rocks. Brother Wang is mighty. That's the confidence of a true king.
Seeing this, the underlings calmed down considerably and began fawning over Wang Batian. Floating on a cloud of flattery, Wang Batian hoisted Pang Dahai like a dead dog with one hand and smacked him across the face. A sharp crack echoed as a vivid red handprint instantly bloomed across Pang Dahai's face. Fatty's puffy features contorted before his eyes slowly fluttered open. Good news. The contemporary Tiancher of Dragon Tiger Mountain has awakened.
Bad news.
He was woken by pain.
How did a dark creature end up in your carriage?
Wang Batian leaned his head close to Pang Dahai's face, threatening, if you dare lie to me, I'll kill you right now. Pang Dahai had just awakened, his head still foggy. Hearing Wang Batian's words, he blurted out instinctively, who said I only had one dark creature in my carriage? I brought a full 3,000 with me this time.
3,000 dark creatures? Do you think these things are disposable underwear? You bring 3,000 just for a casual trip? Looks like this fat bastard isn't telling the truth. Wang Batian's expression turned cold, about to press further.
A trembling voice from his subordinate cut him off. Brother
Wang.
There are more dark creatures. There are still dark creatures in the carriage.
Wang Batian whipped his head toward the train car. The exit was already obscured by thick, dark mist. Within the darkness, shadowy human figures began to emerge.
Their crimson eyes gleamed like demonic orbs, and their bodies, shrouded in dark power, resembled the form of an ancient demonic emperor.
1 head. 2. 10. 100.
Amidst the horrified stares of the crowd, a full 3,000 dark creatures emerged in perfect formation from the black mist, lining up at the very front. Seeing this, the man in the suit on the car roof let out a long sigh of relief. Now that the dark creatures had revealed themselves, he should be safe from death.
Brother, 3,000 dark creatures. A full 3,000 dark creatures. The numerous spirit beast warriors present could barely get their words out.
Some timid ones had already begun to retreat silently. These dark creatures possessed formidable auras to begin with, and there were a full 3,000 of them. Even if they fought in waves, they could still be worn down to death. Wang Batian glared with all his might, wishing desperately that this was all an illusion. But no matter how hard he stared, the dark creatures before him did not vanish. This was all real, not an illusion. That fat bastard actually managed to gather 3,000 dark creatures.
No.
Dark creatures were beings from the dark forbidden zone, belonging to the Dark Land. This was no secret on Blue Star. How the hell did that fat bastard drag these creatures out of the dark forbidden zone?
Suddenly, Wang Batian thought of someone. Xiao Tian.
Rumor has it that Xiao Tian acquired an army of dark creatures through some unknown means. But according to various online reports, Xiao Tian only had about 1,000 dark creatures under his command. Yet the dark creatures before them numbered a full 3,000.
What's your relationship with Xiao Tian? Wang Badian slapped Pang Dahai again with his other hand and suddenly roared. Big brother, Xiao Tian is my big brother. Fat Ocean was dumbfounded. You ask a question, but slapping me, what's that about? Had he really gotten addicted to hitting people? So it is. Upon receiving Pang Dahai's confirmation, Wang Badian's heart sank. He'd long heard of Xiao Tian's formidable reputation.
But he couldn't fathom why he'd been minding his own business in Sanhai City all this time, never crossing this ruthless man.
You can control these dark creatures? Wang Badian asked again. Yes. Fat C nodded decisively.
When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Order these dark creatures to retreat, or I'll kill you right now.
Wang Badian threatened, tightening his grip on the palm. Fatty Ocean felt an overwhelming suffocating pressure closing in.
In a daze, he saw his master dead for 3 years waving to him. Hearing this, Wang Badian immediately eased his grip slightly and urged, make them leave.
Keep them at a safe distance from us. Yes. Fat C nodded, appearing utterly terrified and disoriented, yet his eyes darted frantically as he devised a countermeasure.
He was plotting his next move. If I truly order the dark creatures to retreat, I'll be as good as dead.
I must find a way to escape. Once free, these 3,000 dark beings could wipe out this bunch of cowardly bastards in minutes. But how do I escape? Suddenly, Pang Dahai thought of Xiao Tian. If Xiaoshan were here, how would he break this deadlock? I recall Xiaoshan saying that every creature has absolute weaknesses. One is the head, the other the heart. If the target is a human male, then there's another fatal weakness.
Fat C murmured to himself, his gaze gradually locking onto the center of Wang Badian's crotch. Wang Badian was currently holding Pang Dahai by one arm, his full attention focused on the dark creature.
This was the moment of maximum vulnerability. Following Xiaoshan truly teaches one valuable lessons.
As the current Tiancher of Longhu Mountain, I've proven myself worthy. Never imagined I'd find a way to break this stalemate so swiftly. A smirk curled Pang Dahai's lips as a flicker of pride stirred within him. Then, his left hand dived into his robe pocket and he pulled out a golden talisman with a backhand motion.
Iron Hammer Talisman.
With a low shout, Pang Dahai crushed the golden talisman in his hand. Instantly, a massive golden hammer materialized in his grasp. The Iron Hammer Talisman, once activated, could draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy to form a hammer. This type of talisman belonged to the lowest tier, lacking the terrifying power of something like the Thunder Summoning Talisman. Yet it proved more than sufficient for handling sudden emergencies. Gripping the golden hammer, Pang Dahai narrowed his eyes and swung it with all his might, aiming straight for Wang Badian's groin. This move was called Strike at Your Groin. This is a skill this Taoist master learned from Xiaoshan. As Pang Dahai's hammer descended, the completely unprepared Wang Badian let out a muffled groan and was sent flying. Staring at the blood gushing from his groin, he froze in shock. Adrenaline surged through him, preventing him from screaming in agony. But he could feel it clearly. That part of him was shattered. At the same moment, Pang Dahai scrambled to his feet, his bulky frame unleashing tremendous potential. In the blink of an eye, he charged to the front of the dark creature army. Panting heavily, his body hunched over, he extended a trembling finger toward Wang Badian and the others ahead. In the name of upholding heaven's justice, and by the might of the thunder and lightning heavenly lord. Fat Ocean shook his head, then waved it dismissively. Forget it. Just do as I command, kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. Chapter 149, A Debt of Gratitude Unpayable, Next Life as an Ox. Were it not for his bruised and battered face, Fat Dahai would have resembled an ancient general commanding 10,000 troops. At his command, the 3,000 dark creatures surged forward like activated killing machines, enveloped in the shroud of darkness. A bone-chilling cold wind swept in with the rolling tide of frigid air. Rolling black mist obscured the sky, filling the air with a putrid stench. From within the murky haze came faint, spine-chilling wails and howls. These scenes relentlessly assaulted the nerves of Wang Badian and his companions. They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Of the so-called 18 Arhats, aside from the one whose skull had been crushed earlier, several of the remaining 17 were now cowering on the ground, paralyzed with fear. They're just dark creatures. When we entered the Forbidden Zone, I killed countless of them. Wang Badian stepped forward, raising his arms and bellowing, "Brothers, charge with me. Man can conquer nature. My fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. This is Blue Star, this is our turf, what have we to fear?" As Wang Badian's fiery words echoed out, the previously panicked 18 Arhats felt their hearts settle considerably. No wonder they were always stuck playing second fiddle to others. Brother Wang truly had got staying true to his principles at a time like this. They knew they couldn't do the same. Brother Wang is right. This is our turf, how could we possibly be intimidated by a bunch of dark creatures? Dark creatures aren't particularly strong. If we band together, slaughtering them will be as easy as cutting through butter. Charge! My fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. 17 Arhats simultaneously entered their beast forms, roaring as they charged forth, locking into fierce combat with the 3,000 dark creatures. But the battle had barely begun when they felt immense pressure. While the dark creatures were indeed weak, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. With only 17 of them, defeating these dark creatures was utterly impossible. If the battle continued, they would all be worn down and perish here.
Brother Wang, there are too many of them. Should we retreat?
A Luohan turned his head to glance beside him. But Wang Badian, who had been standing beside him moments ago, had vanished without a trace.
Holy crap!
The Arhat froze for a moment, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the battlefield. Finally, he spotted Wang Badian setting up his trap in the distance.
Holy! What happened to my fate is in my own hands, not heaven's. Wang, you just ran off like that, leaving your brothers to take the arrows for you? That's not cool.
The Arhat felt utterly crushed, finally realizing he'd been betrayed. He glanced at the other Arhats still fighting and shouted, "Stop fighting!
Brother Wang abandoned us and ran off."
Hearing this, the other Luohan finally snapped out of it, spotting Wang Badian growing smaller in the distance. "That bastard! He tricks us into fighting while he makes his own escape. I knew he was no good from the start." The Arhats vented their fury, cursing him so fiercely they wished to dig up his ancestors' graves. They too now wanted to flee this place, but the overwhelming numbers of the 3,000 dark creatures kept them firmly pinned down.
A few minutes later,
the scene finally fell silent. These 17 Arhats, driven to despair, fell one after another in battle, ultimately meeting their end at the slaughtering blades of the dark creatures.
Dark creatures and humans possessed an essential difference. Humans know fear indeed, any creature capable of independent thought can feel it.
But the dark creatures were different. Though they were living beings, they possessed no independent thought, existing only to obey human commands. In the earlier battle, the 17 Arhats grew increasingly desperate and shattered with each passing moment. The 3,000 dark creatures, however, remained utterly fearless.
They steadfastly maintained their initial formation, encircling their opponents with unhurried precision.
Thus, the battle concluded in mere minutes.
The 18 Arhats? All dead now. How utterly boring.
Fatsi curled his lips. The 18 corpses on the ground had been so corrupted by dark energy they were barely recognizable as human.
Fatsi commanded another 1,000 dark creatures. "You 1,000, pursue Wang Badian. This Taoist master demands to see him alive or dead."
The 1,000 dark creatures nodded in unison, then transformed into a black mist, swiftly pursuing Wang Badian in the direction he had fled.
"Old woman, I promise to save your daughter, and I will deliver. Do you believe me now?" Fat Dahai approached the old woman again, smiling as he spoke.
The old woman stared blankly at Pang Dahai, then nodded blankly.
From the car roof came the timid voice of the man in the suit. "I'm freezing. We're here now, could you please let me down first?" Fat Dahai turned to the old woman. "Your daughter should still be inside.
There's no time to waste, let's hurry in and rescue her." The old woman snapped back to her senses, gave Pang Dahai a grateful look, and nodded vigorously. Just in case, Pang Dahai brought 100 dark spirits with him inside, while the rest remained on standby.
The man in the suit on the roof. "Wait, I'm still tied to the roof.
Untie me first, damn it." This was a new campus, vast in area.
Fat C and the old woman split up to search. It took them 10 minutes to finally locate their target.
Inside a dorm room, a girl with an innocent face was gagged and bound to the bed in an extremely suggestive position. And she was wearing a sexy dress. Fat C pushed open the door and saw her immediately. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew tense. Upon seeing someone enter, the girl whimpered incessantly, turning her head toward the wall before closing her eyes in despair. She had assumed Wang Badian had her bound here to claim her body. But in the end, it turned out to be this fat pig who was taking her body. Though she despised Wang Badian's personality, at least his looks were tolerable. If forced to choose, she'd rather give her first time to Wang Badian than let this filthy pig have it.
"Are you alright, young lady?" Fat Ocean approached the bed excitedly and crouched down.
The girl turned her head and glared at him viciously.
"Why aren't you answering, young lady? Are you alright?" Pang Dahai grew anxious at her silence.
The girl stared at him coldly, still silent. Scratching his head, Pang Dahai finally noticed the cloth stuffed in her mouth. He swiftly pulled the cloth from her mouth.
"Ha! This rag has strawberry patterns on it, and it smells nice."
Pang Dahai examined the cloth in his hands with curiosity, even bringing it close to his nose to sniff.
"You're not one of Wang Badian's people?"
Seeing Pang Dahai examining the cloth intently, the girl finally gathered her courage to ask.
"No, I'm not. I'm here to save you." Fat Dahai replied truthfully. The girl stared at Pang Dahai in astonishment.
After a moment, she demanded, "Untie me first."
Fat Ocean nodded and swiftly untied her.
Once free, the girl suddenly snatched the rag from Pang Dahai's hands, her face flushing slightly. Because it wasn't a rag at all, it was her own. Wang Badian's twisted sense of humor was too strong, he'd actually used her own thing to gag her mouth.
But that wasn't the point.
The point was that this fat pig had just...
Never mind.
She was saved, her virtue preserved, that was enough.
"I'll never forget this life-saving favor. I have nothing to repay you with, except..."
The girl pulled a blanket over herself, then turned to look at Pang Dahai with a face like she was constipated.
Here it comes. The classic trope from novels was unfolding. Typically, after being rescued, the damsel would utter that classic line.
I can never repay your kindness, but I can offer myself in return. But what he didn't know was that the girl simply couldn't bring herself to say those words. She'd rather sew herself up than give her purity to a dead pig for a report. This debt of gratitude is impossible to repay. If there is a next life, I will serve you as ox or horse. Fat C. This isn't how the story was supposed to go. P.S. My stats have plummeted, my gold tickets are gone, and my rankings are crashing. I knew it all along. Chapter 150, No Romantic Fate in This Lifetime. Actually, life doesn't necessarily have a next life. If you truly wish to repay this kindness, you can do so right now. Fat C laughed, rubbing his nose. If Xiao Tian were here, he'd kick this fat bastard flying with one swift boot. After all, he'd been with me for so long, why did he have to look like a pig? The young girl crossed her arms over her chest and took a few fearful steps back. Wang Badian was ruthless enough to inspire fear. Fat C, on the other hand, was despicably pathetic. Seeing the fear in the girl's eyes, Pang Dahai sighed. It seemed the master hadn't deceived him. When that little old man handed me the Celestial Master's seal back then, he said I was born to be a Celestial Master, destined to have no romantic connections whatsoever. At first, I didn't believe it, but now it seems he was damn right. That little old man sure as hell got it spot on. Fat C began to admire the little old man. This ability to reveal the secrets of heaven was something he couldn't yet master, and the old man had never taught him that either. It seemed the little old man had held back some secrets. What Pang Dahai didn't know was that his master hadn't held anything back. He had already imparted everything he knew to Pang Dahai. The reason the old man had spoken those words back then was quite simple. Fat C Pirate Gill could eat like a horse. When he first arrived at the mountain, he was still of normal build, but gradually he grew plump. With that transformation into a pig-like figure, what girl in her right mind would ever fancy him? That's why the old man had declared Pang Dahai would never find romantic fortune in this lifetime. It was precisely for this reason that the old man felt at ease entrusting Longhu Mountain to Pang Dahai rather than any other disciple with greater talent. Because this gluttonous slacker, as long as he remained, would ensure the Taoist temple was always tended to. Just then, the old woman found her way here. Upon seeing the young girl in the room, the two embraced, weeping with joy. Fatty C glanced at the two of them and silently exited the room. Walking out of the dormitory, Pang Dahai looked up at the sky and sighed, "Ah, it truly seems heaven envies talent. The heavens bestowed upon me a gift for Taoist arts, yet deprived me of romantic fortune in life. Perhaps this is simply fate." After a moment of melancholy, Pang Dahai quickly regained his composure. Time to focus on the task at hand. Once I secure the resources, it's time to hit the road for the next city. Only then did Pang Dahu remember the man in the suit tied to the car roof. He returned to the school gate and untied the man in the suit. Then, following the information, the two of them located the hidden supply cache. The supplies were plentiful, not just food, but cigarettes, wine, and everything else imaginable. Even a fully loaded truck would struggle to carry it all away in one trip. Fortunately, several undamaged trucks were parked near the storage area. Fatsy directly ordered the dark creatures to load the supplies onto the trucks. He then summoned several dark creatures on the spot and taught them how to drive. Dark creatures possessed remarkable learning abilities, mastering driving in under half an hour. While they couldn't yet handle tasks like parallel parking or reverse parking into a space, they had no trouble driving normally on the road. With all this done, the group set off once more in full force, heading toward their next destination. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian and the others had already driven to the city where Su Qiqiang's older brother resided. Following the information provided by Su Qiqiang, they located a zoo. "Your big brother lives in a zoo?" After getting out of the car, Feng Lon looked at Su Qiqiang with a strange expression and asked. "This guy's older brother is something else. In this day and age, anyone with any means would choose to live in a comfortable villa. But this guy's older brother chose to live in a zoo. He's a tough customer. My older brother lives right here. The open terrain allows him to react instantly to any sign of trouble." Su Qiqiang replied truthfully, his head bowed. Now that he was actually here, his mood had strangely calmed. He knew his own chances of survival were slim. But the thought that his own big brother would be joining him down there brought him a measure of peace. With his brother by his side, he wouldn't be lonely down there. No sooner had the group reached the zoo entrance than two figures emerged from the security booth. Both wore menacing expressions, and upon spotting Xiao Tian and Feng Lunka ahead, they were about to erupt in anger. Suddenly, they spotted Su Qiqiang beside Xiao Tian and exclaimed in surprise, "Second young master. Why have you returned so suddenly?" Su Qiqiang remained silent. At that moment, they finally noticed Su Qiqiang's battered and bruised face. They instinctively turned to glare at Xiao Tian and Feng Lunka beside him, snapping, "You two, you're responsible for the injuries on my second young master." Xiao Tian couldn't be bothered with their nonsense. He snapped his fingers. Old 8 immediately understood, nodding obsequiously at Xiao Tian before turning to glare at the two men. Boom! Lao Ba flashed forward, closing the distance in an instant. With a single swift motion, both hands shot out, piercing straight through their chests and crushing their hearts. Until their very last breath, terror was etched across their faces. Before a king-tier mutant beast, they had no chance to resist.
After instantly eliminating them, Xiao Tian continued walking forward with his hands behind his back. Lao Ba followed closely at his side, eager to please. Whenever anyone appeared along the way, Lao Ba would take the initiative to eliminate them without Xiao Tian needing to give a single order.
They fought their way to the building housing the zoo staff lounge. Just then, a young man bearing a striking resemblance to Su Qichang descended the stairs, clapping his hands. Behind him followed over a dozen spirit beast warriors.
The lowest-ranked spirit beast warrior among them was around level 30.
The young man first glanced at Su Qichang, who stood silently with his head bowed, then turned his gaze to Xiao Tian ahead. He pursed his lips and chuckled softly, "So you're..." Xiao Tian suddenly exerted force with his right hand, wrenching off his left arm. Blood gushed from the severed limb, spraying directly onto the young man's face. Feeling the scalding blood on his face, the young man froze in shock. Xiao Tian, now wielding a spear formed from his severed arm, thrust it forward.
The spear instantly pierced the youth's skull, exploding outward to form a transparent hole. The youth was dead. Instantly killed by Xiao Tian. Su Qichang glanced up.
Seeing his own big brother get instantly killed like a complete fool, a bitter smile touched his lips.
"Big brother, don't blame me. Blame Xiao Tian instead. He's not human.
He was determined to kill you, and there was nothing I could do."
Xiao Tian turned his gaze back to Su Qichang.
"Where is the supply cache?" Su Qichang revealed the location with a bitter smile. At this point, he knew begging for mercy was futile. By giving the truth, he might at least die with a little peace. Having obtained the information he sought, Xiao Tian wasted no further words. The spear thrust forward, piercing Su Qichang's skull just as before. Su Rui reattached the spear to its severed arm, then turned to Lao Ba, "Go scout the skies.
If you find any survivors, eliminate them immediately." Lao Ba acknowledged the order and instantly transformed into his true form, soaring skyward.
A formidable aura befitting a king-tier mutant beast instantly enveloped the entire zoo. Xiao Tian then turned to Feng Lonka, "Load the supplies onto the truck. We're going to explore other places."
Chapter 151, I Have a Son? After gathering supplies, Xiao Tian and his group continued their journey.
But barely moments after setting off, the car suddenly began shaking violently. The group stopped to investigate. They then noticed the beast egg inside the cargo compartment was gently swaying, and spiderweb-like cracks had begun appearing on its shell. "Brother, this beast egg seems to be hatching,"
Lao Ba urgently exclaimed.
At that moment, Feng Lonka also pointed at the remaining 2 beast eggs. "Xiaoshen, the other 2 eggs are about to hatch too." Xiao Tian looked up and saw the other 2 beast eggs also beginning to sway slightly, their surfaces covered in evenly spaced cracks. He hadn't expected all 3 beast eggs to hatch simultaneously.
In truth, Xiao Tian was quite curious about how powerful these 3 royal-grade mutated beast cubs could grow.
He could forcibly suppress mutated beasts with his strength, making them submit to him. Take old 8 before him, for instance. But raising a mutated beast from scratch was something Xiao Tian had never attempted before. As Xiao Tian pondered, the 3 beast eggs shattered one after another. 3 lizards, each about the size of a palm, crawled out of their shells.
Such large beast eggs, yet the hatchlings are this tiny? Feng Lonka exclaimed in surprise.
The size of the egg doesn't determine the size of the hatchling. Some mutated beasts require substantial nutritional reserves, so their eggs tend to be relatively larger, Lao Ba explained from the side. As a mutated beast himself, he clearly understood these matters far better than Xiao Tian and his companions.
3 palm-sized baby lizards, their bodies glowing pink, made Lao Ba's mouth water.
Newly hatched mutant beast young were generally at their most delicious stage. At this stage, mutant beast hatchlings melt in your mouth, even their bones are tender.
Gulp!
Old 8 swallowed hard, forcing himself to resist the urge. These 3 beast eggs belonged to his eldest brother, he could only admire them from afar.
Unlike ordinary animals, these mutated beasts were extraordinary.
Within minutes of hatching, the 3 little ones opened their eyes. Immediately after, the 3 little ones let out a high-pitched, squeaky growl. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao Tian and the others, the 3 little ones suddenly started wrestling and biting each other.
What's going on here? Xiao Tian furrowed his brow.
Though he was a reincarnated individual, he knew little about such matters.
Feng Lonka shook his head, equally clueless.
He'd never heard of newborn cubs tearing at each other like this. Certain types of mutant beast cubs will fight each other after hatching, Old 8 sighed, his voice faint and melancholy. Only the last one standing will gain its parents' approval and be raised.
Lao Ba sighed and spoke in a somber tone. He actually had several siblings.
But he had killed them all with his teeth shortly after birth.
Upon hearing Lao Ba's explanation, Xiao Tian and Feng Lonka exchanged a subtle glance. Xiaoshen, should we intervene? Feng Lonka asked. Let nature take its course, Xiao Tian replied, shaking his head. Under the gaze of the 3, the 2 young lizards soon perished in a mutual struggle, leaving only the smallest one alive. After disposing of its siblings, the young lizard suddenly fixed its gaze on Xiao Tian ahead. It flicked its forked tongue, bounced down from the carriage, and approached Xiao Tian. With its pink head, it affectionately rubbed against his pant leg. It clearly regarded Xiao Tian as its father. The instant its head touched Xiao Tian's trouser leg, the little creature's head instantly changed color to match the fabric. Truly the offspring of a mutant beast barely minutes since hatching, yet already capable of concealing its form. Feng Lonka murmured to himself. Seeing this, Xiao Tian crouched down and gently stroked the little creature's head. Its head was incredibly smooth, cool to the touch, and felt wonderfully soothing. As Xiao Tian stroked its head, the little creature closed its eyes and began to enjoy the sensation. Interesting. This little lizard clearly sees me as its parent. Its loyalty is beyond question. If it can grow up, it'll be a completely reliable enforcer. I just wonder how far it can go. After muttering to himself, Xiao Tian decided to temporarily take the little creature in, determined to see just how far it could grow. Goo goo goo. Just then, the little creature suddenly rubbed its head against Xiao Tian's pant leg, as if trying to convey something. Are you hungry? Xiao Tian asked tentatively. Coo coo coo. The little creature seemed to understand Xiao Tian's words, frantically shaking its tiny head. Seeing this, Xiao Tian fetched a piece of raw meat from the car and handed it to the little creature. The little creature's eyes lit up at the sight of the raw meat. It tore into it with big bites, quickly devouring the palm-sized piece. After eating its fill, the little creature climbed onto Xiao Tian's shoulder as if it belonged there, curled up, and settled in for a rest. What an interesting little creature. Xiao Tian chuckled softly. After instructing Lao Ba to clear the eggshells from the cargo hold, they set off once more. Xiao Shun, there's a city not far from here called Tianhu City. It's guarded by powerful military forces from the Dragon Nation. I hear order is still being maintained there for now. Should we head over and take a look? Feng Lonka suddenly remembered something and asked aloud. Tianhu City? Xiao Tian had heard that name before his rebirth. For a long time after the dark turmoil erupted, this place had maintained the most basic order. But that didn't last long. The city was destroyed by some mysterious force. According to the timeline, Tianhu City should have been erased by that mysterious force by now. Yet now, judging by Feng Lonka's words, Tianhu City still existed. Could it be that his own rebirth had inadvertently created a butterfly effect, allowing Tianhu City to persist? Xiao Tian didn't dwell on it. Nodding, he said, then let's go see Tianhu City. Soon, the group set off toward Tianhu City. Meanwhile, Tianhu City. Unlike other cities, this one was encircled by high fortifications. Within the city itself, almost no mutated beasts were visible, and pedestrians filled the streets. Order here hadn't descended into chaos like in other cities. While other cities' streets were littered with the corpses of humans and mutated beasts, here the roads bustled with traffic. Not only were there no corpses, but even the sight of a single vagrant was absent. The primary reason for this peace is the intervention of the Dragon Nation military. Following the global beastification, many within the military also acquired corresponding beastification abilities. However, due to their limited numbers, they couldn't cover every area. Thus, only certain major cities were garrisoned by military elites. Tianhu City was one such place. Chapter 152, I want to eat 5 pounds of beef raw. When Xiao Tian and his group arrived outside Tianhu City, they were quickly stopped by uniformed military personnel. These uniformed military personnel carried no firearms or weapons. Their hands were empty. Because modern firearms were utterly useless against mutated beasts and spirit beast warriors. These military personnel were no longer ordinary soldiers. Instead, they were all spirit beast warriors. Are you from out of town? One of the military warriors approached the train car and asked. We are from out of town and wish to explore Tianhu City, Feng Lonka hastily explained. Tianhu City is not like other cities. It still maintains the order that existed before the dark turmoil erupted. Once inside the city, you must obey the law. Otherwise, you will face punishment from the enforcement squad. Can you guarantee that? The warrior turned to Xiao Tian and the others, asking again. Yes. Xiao Tian nodded in agreement. Very well. We must inspect your vehicle for hazardous materials. Once cleared, you may proceed. Are you prepared for the inspection now? The military soldier inquired once more. Xiao Tian pulled open the door and jumped out. He hadn't expected entering Tianhu City to be such a hassle. We can be inspected. Xiao Tian lit a cigarette and took a drag. Besides some supplies, there was nothing else in the cargo hold. No problem with a search. The soldier nodded and promptly led his men to open the cargo compartment for inspection. True to their military training, they were only momentarily startled by the sheer volume of supplies inside. After confirming there were no hazardous materials, they closed the door and let them proceed. If it had been anyone else, they would likely have started looting the supplies by now. It's surprising that order still prevails here after such a long period of dark turmoil. Feng Lonka remarked with a sigh. Xiao Tian remained silent, lost in thought. Truthfully, Xiao Tian had once envisioned transforming Darren City into a similar model. But he also knew that achieving this with his current strength would require gradual progress. Originally, according to Xiao Tian's projections, it should have taken no more than a year for Darren City to achieve such results.
Unfortunately, the arrival of the Triple Heaven Sovereigns later unleashed 18 black holes, flooding the city with countless invading creatures from other realms.
Daru City was completely overrun that very day. After completing their inspection, Xiao Tian and his group drove into Tianhu City. Upon entering Tianhu City, they immediately sensed its distinct atmosphere. Pedestrian streets bustled with people. The commercial district was bustling with activity.
Snack stalls dotted the streets everywhere. Xiao Tian gazed at the scene, his emotions drifting as if he had returned to the time before the dark turmoil erupted.
This is a city, Feng Lonka murmured, his lips pressed together in admiration.
To keep a city functioning normally amidst such pervasive danger, the military here must be truly formidable. There must be at least one super-powered individual overseeing this place. Otherwise, maintaining order across the entire city would be impossible, Xiao Tian nodded, voicing his conjecture. After driving around the city for a while to ensure there was no danger, they parked the car and began strolling down the street.
Xiao Shun, there's a fancy hotel up ahead. Wanna grab a bite? Feng Lonka suddenly pointed at the lavishly decorated establishment and asked. After the dark turmoil erupted, many cities had been devastated. Feng Lonka couldn't even remember the last time he'd seen a proper hotel. Sure. Xiao Tian nodded in agreement.
He was also curious to see what made this hotel different.
As soon as they stepped inside, the rich aroma of dishes wafted toward them. The waitstaff greeted them warmly and escorted them to a private room.
Gentlemen, the attendant said after pouring tea for everyone, smiling as he asked, judging by your attire, you must be visitors from out of town.
Xiao Tian nodded.
Everyone here was dressed smartly, while their own clothes looked worn and tattered. After all, in these chaotic times, clothing was merely functional, what truly mattered were supplies.
Thus, Xiao Tian and his companions had no particular concerns about their attire.
With everyone else dressed smartly while they wore rags, it was easy to spot them as outsiders.
We no longer accept money here. We take mutant beast cores instead. The prices are listed on the menu. You may take a look first. The waiter said, handing over a menu.
Feng Lonka picked up the menu and glanced at it only to nearly drop his jaw in shock. The prices on this menu were outrageously expensive. Take a simple dish like green peppers with shredded pork, for instance. Before the dark turmoil erupted, it was nothing more than a common household dish. In a cheap diner, it would cost no more than 10 or so yuan. But here, it cost a whopping 3 cores from level 10 mutant beasts.
Xiao Tian leaned in to take a look and immediately frowned. Are they robbing us with prices like this?
3 level 10 mutant beast cores were enough to level up a low-tier spirit beast warrior several times over. Seeming to notice the displeasure on their faces, the waiter explained with a smile, gentlemen, you may not be aware, but we're in the midst of the dark turmoil. Only our Tianhu city has managed to maintain some semblance of order. Many of the old breeding farms were destroyed, so ingredients of all kinds have become quite expensive.
Xiaoshan, maybe we shouldn't eat here after all? Feng Lonka set down the menu and suggested, shall we explore elsewhere? Xiao Tian didn't respond.
Instead, he picked up the menu and began ordering. Beast cores were precious to others, but Xiao Tian possessed many. Not to mention, the truck they drove here was loaded with supplies, including a large batch of beast cores.
We're already here. Let's eat first, then leave. This meal's on me. Xiao Tian ordered over a dozen dishes in succession. Only then did he hand the menu to the waiter. Please wait a moment, everyone. The fine wine and dishes will be served shortly.
The waiter collected the menu and turned to leave, but Xiao Tian called him back.
Bring me 5 pounds of fresh beef. Xiao Tian no longer ate cooked food.
Ever since acquiring his genetic sequence, he could no longer stomach human food.
Seeing the waiter's puzzled expression, Xiao Tian continued, I eat raw, not cooked. Is that a problem? No problem. Please wait a moment.
The waiter stared at Xiao Tian with a peculiar look, wiped the sweat from his forehead, then hurried away with the menu.
Chapter 153, Old 8, Slap Him.
While waiting for the food to arrive, Xiao Tian surveyed his surroundings. The decor here was indistinguishable from any star-rated hotel before the dark turmoil erupted. Had he not known the dark turmoil had already erupted, sitting in this private room, Xiao Tian might have thought he time-traveled back to the days before the chaos began.
Xiao Feng, how much do you know about Tianhu City? Xiao Tian suddenly asked. Feng Lonka shook his head. I don't know much about this place. I've only read about it online.
The Yao family holds the real power here. The military only maintains order in city operations, while the Yao family handles all the city's day-to-day affairs.
Feng Lonka paused thoughtfully before slowly recounting what he knew.
He added, all this information comes from online sources.
Whether it's true or not, I can't say. Xiao Tian gave a slight nod.
Truth be told, since the dark turmoil erupted, he had barely touched the internet. Ever since the dark turmoil erupted, he'd either been devouring all manner of mutated beasts or beating the crap out of dark lords.
He simply hadn't had the time.
Though the dark turmoil had raged for so long, reducing many once thriving cities to ghost towns.
Yet the internet had remained intact, never faltering. Seems like he should get online when he has time. Might even pick up some crucial intel. As for the Yao family mentioned by Feng Lunka, Xiao Tian had never heard of them. Before his rebirth, his abilities were too insignificant. He had exhausted all his resources just to survive. How could he have spared any energy to learn about other matters? Bro, what do you mean by the internet? Just then, Lao Ba, propping his chin in his hands, asked curiously from the side. Though old 8 had lived in the city for years, he remained clueless about many things. Xiao Tian considered explaining, but quickly abandoned the idea. Explaining the internet to Lao Ba would be like explaining Wi-Fi to a caveman, utterly pointless. The internet is like a cell phone. After we finish eating, I'll buy you one. That way, we can stay in touch easily. Lao Ba was now one of his own, and it was time to equip him with a phone. That way, if any special situations arose, they could always reach each other anytime, anywhere with the phone. Though Lao Ba didn't understand what a phone was, he trusted his big brother wouldn't screw him over. He even started looking forward to this so-called phone. While they chatted idly, the waitstaff brought out all the dishes. The raw meat Xiao Tian had ordered was also brought out by the waitstaff. Enjoy your meal, everyone. The waiter's face held a polite smile before he withdrew. Xiao Tian picked up his knife and fork, sliced the raw meat on the plate into small pieces, then speared a piece with his fork and chewed it in his mouth. The tender raw meat melted in his mouth, carrying a faint hint of bloodiness. The flavor was quite good. Seeing Xiao Tian begin to eat, Feng Lunka and Lao Ba followed suit, diving into their meal with gusto. After such a long and exhausting journey, they were ravenously hungry. Feng Lunka, being human, found these delicacies truly heavenly. Though Lao Ba was a mutated beast, he wasn't as extreme as Xiao Tian and ate with equal satisfaction. In less than a few minutes, the entire table of dishes was swept clean by the two of them. During my time in Sky City, I never went hungry, but it was mostly pre-made meals and frozen goods. It's been ages since I've had food this fresh. Even if I were to die right now, it would have been worth it. Feng Lunka rubbed his round belly, leaning back in his chair with contentment. He felt his taste buds had been reawakened. This was how a person should live. Lao Ba looked equally satisfied. Before, it had always devoured its prey raw after the kill, prioritizing freshness above all. Now, after tasting meticulously prepared meals, he finally understood what true earthly delights meant. He felt like all those years before had been wasted. Xiao Tian was also thoroughly satisfied with this meal. Most of the raw meat he'd eaten before had been frozen. Nothing compared to the freshness of today's raw meat. But just then, the private room door was violently kicked open. A youth with dyed yellow hair strode in boisterously, leading a group of people. Seeing this, Xiao Tian immediately frowned. But this wasn't his turf in Dalu City. No matter how displeased he felt, Xiao Tian kept his emotions in check for now. Damn it! I always eat in this private room, don't you people know that? The yellow-haired youth cracked his neck, glaring at Xiao Tian and his group with obvious displeasure. You're eating in my private room without permission? Did you ask this young master for permission? The blonde youth radiated a powerful aura, and a tattoo was visible on his exposed arm, clear signs of a spirit beast warrior. Standing behind the youth were two burly middle-aged men. The two men acted like bodyguards, staying close behind the youth at a short distance. Both were spirit beast warriors. Seeing someone dare to insult his big brother, Lao Ba's temper flared instantly. He shot to his feet, ready to explode. Just then, the waiter from earlier rushed in with an apologetic expression. Young Master Yao, I sincerely apologize for this. I'll arrange another private room for you immediately. Yao Qinian slapped the waiter across the face, snarling, I'm dining right here. Get them out of here immediately. If you ruin my appetite, I'll have you killed. Though seething inside, the waiter dared not retaliate. Instead, he approached Xiao Tian with a forced smile. My deepest apologies, sir. Your meal is finished. Please vacate the room now. It was clear, where there are people, there is oppression. Tianhu City maintained only the most basic order, which inevitably bred those who bullied others with their status. The man's surname was Yao. Xiao Tian could guess with his toes that he was likely from the Yao family of Tianhu City. That was why he dared to be so arrogant. The Yao family controlled the entire Tianhu City, backed by the military. Most people faced with this situation would have chosen to leave immediately. But was Xiao Tian an ordinary person? Even the Dark Overlord was no match for his blade. What sort of waves could a mere Yao family possibly stir up? Old 8, slap him. Xiao Tian clasped his hands before his chest and spoke calmly to Lao Ba. Got it. Old 8 was overjoyed. He'd long disliked Go Dongshi. Why dye your hair blonde out of nowhere? Trying to cosplay as the Lion King or something? Old 8 darted to Yao Qinian's side and delivered a sharp slap across his face. Dare to defy my elder brother? Slap. Smack. Chapter 154, bring him back to the Yao family. Yao Qinian clutched his burning cheek, retreating several steps in terror. He was utterly dumbfounded. You actually hit me? It's over. The waiter, seeing this, felt his legs go weak and immediately dropped to his knees. This was the Yao family's eldest son. If he got beaten up in the hotel, the waiter would be held responsible too. Where the hell did these three hicks come from? Didn't they know the Yao family's influence in Tianhu City? They dared lay a hand on the Yao family's heir? Didn't they know why Sun Wukong was imprisoned under the Five Elements mountain back in the day? It was precisely because he had touched someone he shouldn't have. Seeing this, the two bodyguards behind Yao Tian finally reacted, darting forward to shield him. "Young Master Yao, are you all right?" The two bodyguards asked nervously, their brows beaded with cold sweat. Lao Ba's movements were too swift, they hadn't even had a chance to react. More crucially, they never imagined the audacity of an attacker daring to lay a hand on their young master. Who in all of Tianhu City didn't know the Yao family's influence? The two bodyguards probably never dreamed that the people before them weren't afraid of the Yao family at all. Because they weren't from Tianhu City at all. One was a ruthless individual who dared to pursue and slash even the Dark Overlord. The other was a powerful mutated beast whose strength had reached the king tier. One was the most loyal retainer of Xiao Tian. Any one of these three was no pushover. Smack! Yao Tian clenched his teeth and slapped the bodyguard in front of him across the face. "Are you out of your mind? I just got slapped in the face, and you act like nothing happened?" Yao Tian spat venomously as he raged. The bodyguard immediately plastered on a sheepish smile, not daring to show the slightest displeasure. "You've messed with the wrong people. Now come with us back to the Yao residence for questioning." Both bodyguards turned to Xiao Tian and his two companions, their expressions unfriendly. He started the provocation. "Is it illegal for us to fight back?" Feng Lunka retorted with a sneer. With Xiao Xin as his backing, even if the other was the Yao family's young master, he felt no fear. The Yao family might be big shots in Tianhu City, but Xiao Xin was unmatched across the entire Blue Star. Xiao Xin's badassery was unmatched, irreplaceable, and utterly unparalleled. So the Yaos think they can bully people with their connections? Xiao Tian chimed in with a smirk. When Xiao Xin smiled, life and death hung in the balance. Feng Lunka knew this was a clear sign of Xiao Xin's anger. The Yao family was likely finished. Xiao Tian was indeed displeased. The military had chosen to collaborate with the Yao family, entrusting them with the governance of Tianhu City. Yet this young master of the Yao family was abusing his clan's influence to act with utter recklessness. Xiao Tian had always maintained a zero-tolerance stance toward such spoiled, incompetent brats. You can be arrogant in front of others. But acting arrogant in front of me? That's where you cross the line. Our Yao family values reason. All decisions will be made after a thorough investigation back at headquarters. If you wish to avoid trouble, you'd best come with us quietly now. How dare you? Lao Ba flew into a rage, ready to teach these two upstarts a lesson. Xiao Tian waved him off. Let's go with them. They had provoked him, yet now offered to bring him home themselves. This was a good thing. Old Eight instantly grasped Xiao Tian's reasoning, exhaled a breath of stale air, and fell back into position behind him. Let's go. Xiao Tian walked to the door first, hands clasped behind his back. Good for you guys for knowing your place. The two bodyguards exchanged a glance. Though the Yaos could dominate Tianhu City single-handedly, they still needed to maintain their public image. Yao Tian had clearly been in the wrong by publicly provoking them. But once they were inside the Yao residence, with surveillance cameras disabled and stun batons fully charged, teaching these three arrogant fools a lesson would be as easy as snapping a finger. Once we're at the Yao residence, you're absolutely finished. I'll have 100 ways to finish you off. Yao Tian fixed Xiao Tian with a dark, menacing stare. Xiao Tian didn't stoop to Yao Tian's level, merely casting a pitying glance at him. Soon, the three followed Yao Tian back to the Yao residence. The Yao residence was a manor located in the heart of Tianhu City. Named Riverside Manor. 3 Western-style mansions stood within the grounds. Interconnected, they resembled a colossal castle from afar. Even ancient Western princes and princesses wouldn't have lived in such a luxurious estate, would they? It seems that after becoming the nominal stewards of Tianhu City, the Yao family has reaped considerable benefits. Inside the Yao family villa, 2 middle-aged men stood with solemn expressions, engaged in casual conversation. One wore a Zhongshan suit, leaning on a cane, exuding an air of command without needing to raise his voice. The other middle-aged man wore military fatigues, his shoulders bearing high-ranking insignia. Head Yao, Tianhu City has no surplus beast cores left. All have been surrendered to the Tri-Heaven Sovereign. Yet they demand exorbitant terms, another 10,000 beast cores within this month. What course of action do you propose? The man in military attire took a drag from his cigarette and asked in a deep voice. Yao, the family head, drummed his fingers on the table and shook his head. The Dark Sovereign is not someone we can provoke. But Tianhu City truly has no surplus beast cores. I issued a bounty notice days ago, offering high rewards for powerful helpers. 3 experts are already on their way. The middle-aged man in military uniform inquired, what is the strength level of these 3? The Yao family head replied, they are all spirit beast warriors who have reached the 50th level. The middle-aged man in military uniform nodded, the gravity on his face easing slightly. Level 50, that's already considered a king-tier spirit beast warrior. The sovereign's true form hasn't descended yet, and his strength hasn't fully recovered to its peak. If they were to act, there might be a chance, but it still wouldn't be entirely reliable. Yao family head sighed bitterly. The Dark Sovereign's intimidation is too overwhelming. Many powerful figures are unwilling to risk themselves for the reward. That these three agreed to come was already beyond expectations. The middle-aged man in military attire pondered for a long moment before suddenly asking, "Does the Yao family head happen to know Xiao Tian?" Yao's eyes lit up as he nodded. The formidable figure pursuing the Dark Sovereign? This old man is certainly aware of him.
Our Yao family has also attempted to contact him, but Xiao Tian resides in Great Scholar City. Under the influence of otherworldly beings, Great Scholar City has been reduced to ruins, and our people are currently unable to reach him. The middle-aged man in military uniform sighed bitterly.
What a pity. He seems to possess unique insights regarding the Dark Overlord.
If we could enlist his aid, our chances of victory might be significantly improved. Though Xiao Tian is formidable, his strength appears to be only around level 35. Whether he intervenes or not likely won't make a significant difference. Just as the two were chatting idly, Yao Qinian returned to the villa with Xiao Tian and the other two. Father and Uncle Wang. Yao Qinian greeted the two men chatting in the lobby. The two were deep in serious discussion, merely nodding in acknowledgement without paying much attention. Noticing they hadn't acknowledged Xiao Tian's group, Yao Qinian immediately signaled to his two bodyguards. Escort them to the basement. Once we're down there, I'll properly torment them. Just as the two bodyguards were escorting Xiao Tian and his group away, the two Yao family heads, who had been conversing, suddenly fell silent. Don't you find that youth who returned with Qinian looks somewhat familiar? Yao's head of the family suddenly inquired. Seems a bit familiar. The middle-aged man in military uniform nodded.
He's rather handsome, with a unique aura somehow reminiscent of that Xiao Tian fellow.
Chapter 155, Old Master Yao's single stroke slash. Just as Yao Qinian was about to lead Xiao Tian and the others away, Yao Qinian called out to him. Stop right there. Yao Qinian's expression darkened. He instinctively glanced at Xiao Tian and the others, his voice low and threatening. If any of you dare make a move, I'll kill you right now. Xiao Tian shrugged, saying nothing. Old 8 was so furious he wanted to tear the bastard's mouth off. As for Feng Lunka, he looked at Yao Qinian with a sympathetic expression. The last person who threatened Xiaoshen like this was long dead, with weeds 3 meters tall growing over his grave. This Yao Qi dared to act cocky in front of Xiaoshen, he was probably finished. Father, is there anything else you need to instruct me on? Yao Qinian turned away, forcing a strained smile. The Yao family had remained silent, instead scrutinizing Xiao Tian standing nearby. The more he looked, the more his heart sank. This young man bore an uncanny resemblance to the photos of Xiao Tian he'd seen online. One could even say they were identical. The resemblance, it's uncanny, the Yao family had murmured in astonishment. The old man in military uniform nodded in agreement. Who would have thought two people could look so alike? The Yao family had pointed at Xiao Tian and asked curiously, "Young man, what is your name?" Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian replied indifferently. Xiao Tian? I never imagined these two would not only look alike, but share the exact same name, Xiao Tian. The Yao family had mused on the tranquility of the times, but soon realized something. No. If the youth before him merely bore a resemblance to Xiao Tian, it could indeed be called a coincidence. But now, the other party even shares the exact same name as Xiao Tian. This was far from mere coincidence. This youth before him seemed to be none other than the very Xiao Tian who had been the subject of all that online buzz. Xiao Tian? Yao Qinian was also taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, sneering, "A worthless nobody like you? You dare share the same name as the legendary Xiao Tian?" Xiao Tian felt a pang of helplessness. Could it be possible that I am the very Xiao god you speak of? My name is Xiao Tian. Is that my fault? Xiao Tian asked, somewhat speechless. Xiaoshen was a badass who dared to go toe-to-toe with the Dark Overlord. He's this young master's idol. I've always aspired to be a man as upright and noble as Xiaoshen. You, a worthless piece of trash, dare to share his name? Can you bear the karmic consequences? Yao Qinian grew increasingly irritated. Just change your name to Xiao Ergo, that suits you better. Put. Feng Lunka, standing nearby, finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. The scene was somewhat dramatic. Yao Qinian called Xiaoshen a good-for-nothing at every turn, yet he worshipped him with unshakable devotion, even going so far as to demand Xiaoshen change his name. What kind of mind-bending maneuver was this? Xiao Tian himself was at a loss for words. He never imagined that the young master of the Yao family would be his fan. But the way the other guy treated him like trash while simultaneously idolizing him, this contradictory behavior was making Xiao Tian struggle to keep a straight face. My name is Xiao Tian. Since you insulted the name Xiao Tian, change it to Xiao Ergo. Xiao Tian admitted he couldn't quite tell whether this guy was complimenting him or insulting him. Are you that Xiao Tian from Deru City? At that moment, the Yao family had leapt to his feet, pointing at Xiao Tian with eager anticipation. That's me. Xiao Tian nodded, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor. It really is you. Receiving Xiao Tian's definitive answer, the Yao family patriarch was so overcome with emotion he could barely form coherent words.
Who would have thought that Xiao Tian, the formidable figure they'd been searching for so long, would actually appear in the Yao family? How does the saying go? Good things come to those who wait. You're Xiao Shun? Yao Qinyan's expression shifted uneasily. He looked at Xiao Tian again, his voice trembling slightly. It's me. Xiao Tian shot him a sideways glance and nodded. Upon receiving Xiao Tian's confirmation, Yao Qinyan's heart shattered. An indescribable dread surged through him. Darkness clouded his vision, his legs buckled, and he found himself kneeling before Xiao Tian. It's over. The guy he'd called a good-for-nothing was actually the internet legend Xiao Tian. He had actually called his idol a good-for-nothing and demanded he change his name. And he'd even brought his idol to the Yao household, intending to teach him a lesson. Now, who on the entire internet didn't know that Xiao Tian, the ruthless legend, would slaughter an entire family over the slightest provocation? I've offended him, and then I brought him to my house myself. Isn't this like leading my entire family to their doom? Xinian, are you feeling unwell? Why are you kneeling on the ground? The Yao family patriarch frowned, his expression displeased as he asked. The esteemed young master of the Yao family had now slid into a kneeling position on the ground. What a disgrace. Father. Yao Qinian swallowed hard, his face a mask of misery. I'm exhausted. I just wanted to kneel and catch my breath. Though the Yao patriarch sensed something amiss, he didn't dwell on it for the moment. Instead, he hobbled excitedly toward Xiao Tian and greeted him warmly. I never imagined, young friend Xiao Tian, that you would know my son. It truly is an honor for the Yao family. The man in military uniform followed suit, patting the old patriarch on the shoulder. Truly, like father, like son. Who would have thought Xinian could forge ties with such a distinguished figure? It speaks volumes. At these words, old Master Yao's back straightened noticeably. He had always considered his son a good-for-nothing who lived off others, but now he realized his own perspective had been too narrow. To be connected to someone like Xiao Tian, his son, was no good for nothing at all. He was clearly the pride of the Yao family. Xiao Tian cast a glance at Yao Qinian, whose face had gone ashen, and remarked indifferently, I wouldn't exactly call us acquainted. Then how did you two meet? The Yao patriarch inquired curiously. My eldest brother just met your son during dinner, Lao Ba interjected with a sarcastic tone. Your son claimed my brother stole his private room and was yelling about dragging us back to the Yao residence to have us killed. The moment these words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned awkward. The smile on the Yao family patriarch's face gradually froze. Who was Xiao Tian? He's a hot-tempered madman, a ruthless figure who dared to chase down and slash the Dark Lord himself. Who the hell do you think you are, you little punk, threatening Xiao Tian and even bragging about killing him? Damn it all to hell. The Yao patriarch looked down and instantly locked eyes with Yao Qinian. Yao Qinian shifted his butt back a few steps, his voice trembling as he stammered, Father. The Yao patriarch closed his eyes and waved his hand. I know there must be a misunderstanding here. Say what you need to say first. Yao Qinian's face lit up with relief. He hurriedly explained, there is a misunderstanding. Actually, Old Master Yao suddenly covered his ears, I won't listen. Yao Qinian. Then, the old patriarch opened his eyes and abruptly grabbed a tang sword resting on the coffee table. Holding the blade, a flash of ruthlessness crossed his eyes. With a swift motion, he swung the sword down, severing Yao Qinian's right arm in one clean stroke. The cut was smooth and clean, revealing the old man's skill in such matters. In an instant, blood gushed wildly from the severed limb. Yao Qinian grimaced in agony, collapsing to the floor and convulsing violently. Under such agony, physiological reflexes compel one to cry out instinctively. But when pain reaches a certain threshold, the body activates a protective mechanism that silences the scream. Yao Qinian now fell into the latter category. The pain was real. But he genuinely couldn't cry out. Fon Lonka stared in stunned disbelief at Yao Qinian, whose arm had been flung 3 meters away. This old man from the Yao family was a ruthless individual. He'd severed his own son's arm over a mere disagreement. He desperately wanted to ask, is Yao Qinian even your biological son? Chapter 156, Crisis in Tianhu City. Even Xiao Tian's expression shifted subtly. Not only had Yao Qinian mocked him, but he'd also harbored murderous intent toward him. Given Xiao Tian's nature, he would absolutely exterminate such a person. But now that the Yao family patriarch had personally severed his own son's arm, even Xiao Tian was left speechless. They say blood is thicker than water, yet he could strike such a heavy blow against his own flesh and blood. The Yao patriarch was a ruthless man indeed. Young friend Xiao Tian, for the despicable deeds committed by this beast, this old man offers his sincerest apology. The Yao patriarch approached Xiao Tian, a smile on his face as he handed over the tang sword in his grasp. Just as Xiao Tian looked puzzled, Old Master Yao spoke up. If you feel this blade is insufficient to quell your anger, then strike it yourself. Xiao Tian. He took back his earlier words. This old Master Yao wasn't just ruthless, he was a wolfman, even more ruthless than the most ruthless. Father. Am I not your own flesh and blood? How could you strike your own son so viciously for the sake of an outsider? Hearing Old Master Yao demand Xiao Tian strike him too, Yao Qinian grimaced in pain.
Somehow mustering strength, he sprang up from the ground with a thud.
Our Yao family represents Tianhu City. We have the military backing us. No matter how ruthless Xiao Tian is, he's just a lone wolf. On our Yao family's turf, what kind of storm could he possibly stir up? Father, you're being foolish. How dare you? Grandfather Yao's expression darkened as he swung his blade in a backhand strike.
The Tang sword pierced straight through Yao Qinian's right arm, pinning him to the floor by the limb. Blood spurted from the wound. Witnessing this, Feng Lunka beside him frowned involuntarily, a chill running down his spine. This old Master Yao, though seemingly amiable, was no simple man. To strike such a brutal blow against his own son, no wonder he'd been chosen as Tianhu City's spokesperson. Truthfully, he understood the old man's reasoning.
Xiao Shen's temperament was already widely known across the internet.
Xiao Shen was unforgiving, holding grudges over the slightest offense, and his retaliation was extreme. Since the outbreak of the Dark Turmoil, nearly everyone who crossed Xiao Shen has met their end at his hands. You could provoke Xiao Shen, but you absolutely could not make him your enemy, much less harbor murderous intent toward him. Because with Xiao Shen's temperament, he truly would show up at your door in the dead of night, knife in hand.
Yao Qinian not only humiliated Xiao Shen, but also harbored thoughts he should never have entertained. Given Xiao Shen's temperament, Feng Lunka knew Yao Qinian wouldn't live much longer.
Old Master Yao clearly understood this too, which is why he severed Yao Qinian's arm hoping to appease Xiao Shen's fury.
That was a truly brutal move. But whether it would appease Xiao Shen's wrath, that Feng Lunka couldn't say. You are the head of the Yao family?
Xiao Tian did not take the Tang sword offered by Old Master Yao, but instead asked proactively.
Indeed, it is I. Yao Lao Lao chuckled and continued, young friend Xiao Tian, this unfilial son has received his due punishment. Why not consider this matter settled? Let it stand as a tremendous debt of gratitude owed to you by the Yao family. What do you say? The Yao family held immense influence in Tianhu City. Moreover, the city was home to numerous formidable spirit beast warriors.
As the head of the Yao family, even if Old Master Yao sought to smooth things over and earn Xiao Tian's forgiveness, he shouldn't have gone to such extreme lengths. His demeanor didn't seem like a simple plea for forgiveness, instead, it carried a hint of flattery.
Xiao Tian keenly sensed this nuance. This matter can be settled, but you must provide appropriate compensation. Xiao Tian couldn't quite pin down the true purpose behind Old Master Yao's actions.
After weighing the situation, he decided to grant the other party some face.
If young Master Xiao Tian is willing to spare this wayward son, we can discuss anything. Hearing Xiao Tian's concession, Old Master Yao exhaled a long breath of relief.
He flung the Tang sword to the ground and barked at Yao Qinian, who was still wailing like a ghost. How long do you intend to keep that up?
Yao Qinian forced himself to stand despite the agony.
Suddenly, numerous wriggling flesh buds emerged from his severed arm. These flesh-like orbs coalesced, and astonishingly, a brand new arm began to regrow from the stump. Is this regenerating a severed limb? Old Zheng gaped in utter shock. Xiao Tian was also taken aback. Recalling Old Master Yao's earlier actions, everything clicked into place for him in that moment. Though this ungrateful son of mine is hopeless and always causing trouble, he's been fortunate enough to become a spirit beast warrior. Moreover, he's acquired the octopus's regenerative ability. Any lost body part can swiftly grow back. Old Master Yao explained with a smile to Xiao Tian. Father, this is Yao territory. How could you? Yao Qilai, his arm now fully restored, approached Old Master Yao, about to speak. But his words were quick. Yao Laoi's palm was quicker. Smack! Grandfather Yao's palm sent Yao Qinian flying 2 meters away. One more word of nonsense, and you'll never be counted among the Yao family again. Old Master Yao said with a grim expression. Yao Qinian looked utterly aggrieved. Though seething with resentment inside, he dared not utter another word upon seeing the old man's fury. He stumbled to his feet and stood obediently to the side. You provoked young Master Xiao Tian. Do you even realize the trouble you've gotten yourself into? I'll deal with you properly later. Old Master Yao jabbed at Yao Qinian with a vicious finger, then turned to Xiao Tian with a broad smile. Young friend Xiao Tian, our Tianhu city faces imminent peril. Should you choose to aid us, regardless of success or failure, upon completion of the task, this old man will not only compensate your losses but also offer an additional reward. What do you say? Xiao Tian raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. Just as he'd anticipated. This old man's excessive attentiveness clearly signaled ulterior motives. I wonder what kind of reward the Yao family head intends to offer, and what exactly you require of me? Xiao Tian asked with a cheerful smile. Having weathered the storms of turbulent times for so long, Xiao Tian had long since mastered the art of concealing his emotions. By now, he could barely be called a seasoned veteran. The Triple Heaven Sovereign has made an appearance. He opened a passageway to Tianhu City, demanding we submit 100,000 beast cores monthly. Our city has already delivered 300,000 cores over the past 3 consecutive months. With only 3 days left until the next submission deadline, but Tianhu City simply cannot produce another 100,000 beast cores. Therefore, we plan to send our strongest warriors through the passageway to severely cripple the Third Heaven ruler. Old Master Yao laid out Tianhu City's current predicament without reservation. Upon hearing this,
Xiao Tian's expression gradually grew peculiar. The third heaven sovereign had actually opened a passageway to Tianhu City? He had been pondering how to locate the third heaven sovereign to enter the dark forbidden land. Who would have thought that now, the ruler of the third heaven had actually come knocking on his door? It truly lived up to that saying. You search high and low in vain, but when it comes effortlessly. Chapter 157, Refusing Low-Powered Teammates. Next, Xiao Tian inquired in detail about the situation, finally gaining a rough understanding of Tianhu City's current predicament. 3 months prior, a portal had appeared in Tianhu City. After the portal opened, tens of thousands of dark creatures poured out. However, these dark creatures did not attack the people of Tianhu City. Just as the city's residents were caught in indecision, unsure of what had transpired, the voice of the third heaven sovereign boomed through the portal, echoing across the entire city. Beginning today, surrender 100,000 mutated beast cores of level 30 or higher each month. Fail to comply, and my dark creature army shall level this city to the ground. That voice sounded like a devil's whisper. Even now, recalling it sent shivers down Old Master Yao's spine. As the spokesperson for Tianhu City, Old Master Yao understood exactly what surrendering 100,000 beast cores each month entailed. He had attempted to communicate with the Dark Overlord, but his efforts remained utterly unanswered. Subsequently, high-ranking military officials convened a secret meeting with the Yao family. None of them had any confidence in dealing with the Triple Heaven Sovereign. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to compromise and comply with the Triple Heaven ruler's demand to submit 100,000 beast cores monthly. But where could they possibly gather 100,000 beast cores each month? That very day, the Yao family mobilized all spirit beast warriors in Tianhu City to join the hunt for mutated beasts. Even with every spirit beast warrior mobilized, they still couldn't gather 100,000 beast cores. Tianhu City could choose to spend resources acquiring beast cores from other regions. The first 3 months were barely scraped through this way. Yet these 3 months of expenditures had already depleted Tianhu City's resource reserves. This month, Tianhu City managed to gather only 50,000 beast cores, a full 50% short of the 100,000 demanded by the Third Heaven Sovereign. With no other options, the city finally resolved to confront the Third Heaven Sovereign. Yet a new problem arose. While Tianhu City possessed numerous powerful spirit beast warriors, finding one who had reached the king tier was exceedingly difficult. Tianhu City possessed only 3 spirit beast warriors at the king tier level. All 3 were required to guard Tianhu City and could not be easily deployed. Thus, the Yao family issued a bounty, offering substantial rewards to invite king-tier spirit beast warriors to aid them. I can help you. Xiao Tian snapped out of his thoughts and chuckled, but only if your reward is truly tempting. He already had a bone to pick with the Third Heaven Sovereign. According to Xiao Tian's speculation, the other party was likely already gathering strength in preparation for the arrival of their true form. The Triple Heaven Sovereign's demand for Tianhu City to gather beast cores was most likely a preparatory step for this very descent. Setting aside other considerations, the unbreakable enmity between Xiao Tian and the Triple Heaven ruler alone ensured Xiao Tian would never let the ruler off the hook. But that was one matter. His enmity with the ruler of the Third Heaven was undeniable. But if Tianhu City wanted his assistance, they would have to offer commensurate compensation. That was an entirely separate matter. Regardless of success or failure, after the matter concludes, young friend Xiao Tian may enter Tianhu City's warehouse and select any 2 items. Old Master Yao looked utterly serious, seemingly concerned Xiao Tian might misunderstand, and added, our Tianhu City warehouse not only stores vast supplies but also holds many artifacts discovered within the Dark Forbidden Zone. Among them are items possessing unique abilities. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Tian nodded. Agreed. Receiving Xiao Tian's affirmative response, Elder Yao and the middle-aged man in military attire exchanged a glance, both breaking into smiles. Xiao Tian was intimately familiar with the environment of the Dark Forbidden Zone. His participation in this operation would make the mission twice as effective with half the effort. As the representatives of Tianhu City, with the city now facing such grave danger, does your Yao family not intend to make any gesture? Just then, Xiao Tian abruptly changed the subject. Young friend Xiao Tian, what do you mean by that? Elder Yao asked, puzzled. Xiao Tian looked toward Yao Qinian in the corner. He must accompany me into the Dark Forbidden Zone. Following Xiao Tian's gaze, Yao Laoye's brow furrowed, revealing a look of distress. Yao Qinian was the sole heir of the Yao family. If he entered the Dark Forbidden Land and something truly went wrong, at his age, cultivating a new heir would be utterly impossible. Very well. I agree to young friend Xiao Tian's request. As the representative of Tianhu City, our Yao family should not retreat behind the scenes in the face of such a crisis. Let this wayward son accompany young friend Xiao Tian. I only ask that young friend Xiao Tian, within his capabilities, ensure the safety of this wayward son. After a moment of deep contemplation, Elder Yao sighed softly and agreed to Xiao Tian's request. As members of the Yao family, they truly ought to make a gesture. Moreover, since Xiao Tian had forgiven this wayward son, given his temperament, it was highly unlikely he would seek revenge within the Forbidden Grounds. Dad, I don't want to go to the Dark Forbidden Land. That place is no place for humans. I'll die.
Upon hearing his father agree to let Xiao Tian take him to the dark forbidden land, Xiao Tian instantly shed his spoiled brat demeanor. Terrified, he collapsed onto the ground, wailing and crying for his parents. He was a spirit beast warrior, possessed the ability to regenerate severed limbs, and was a member of the Yao family. Yet he was so cowardly and afraid of death. The mere mention of entering the dark forbidden zone had him too terrified to even stand. Xiao Tian's eyes brimmed with contempt. Yao Qinyan's display perfectly matched his preconceived notion of a spoiled brat. Enough! Old Master Yao roared furiously. Dare utter another word, and you shall never again claim to be of the Yao clan. At that thunderous command, Yao Qinyan instantly fell silent. He could only hang his head, not daring to utter another word. At that moment, a young man dressed as a steward entered the hall and approached Old Master Yao, whispering softly, "Master, the 3 guests have arrived." Old Master Yao's eyes lit up. Exchanging a glance with the middle-aged man in military uniform, he promptly took Xiao Tian's hand and smiled. "Young friend Xiao Tian, besides you, Tianhu City has also invited 3 powerful allies this time. All 3 are spirit beast warriors who have reached the king level, each at the 55th level. Once we enter the forbidden zone, they will cooperate with you. Let's go meet them now, just to get acquainted beforehand." Xiao Tian accepted without objection, nodding his consent. Soon, the group arrived outside the estate. 3 figures stood waiting outside the estate gates. 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men had relatively ordinary appearances, the kind of common faces that would blend into a crowd without a second glance. The woman, however, was relatively young, appearing to be just over 20, with an exceptionally charming and delicate beauty. "Thank you all for your invaluable assistance. On behalf of Tianhu City, I welcome your arrival." Old Master Yao greeted them with a warm smile. He then reached out to take Xiao Tian's hand and introduced, "Allow me to introduce you to everyone. This is the young friend Xiao Tian, whose name has been circulating widely online. He will be accompanying you on this mission." Upon seeing Xiao Tian, the 3 had felt an immediate sense of familiarity. Now, upon hearing Elder Yao's introduction, they instantly understood. Their expressions toward Xiao Tian shifted. "You're Xiao Tian?" A man in a leather jacket stepped forward, sizing Xiao Tian up with a challenging gaze. He sneered, "Old Master Yao, I'm not opposed to having teammates, but everyone online knows Xiao Tian is only around level 30. Bringing along someone that weak is a dangerous move. If he holds us back once we're in the forbidden zone, we'll be in big trouble." The moment the leather jacket man spoke, a palpable tension filled the air. Chapter 158, The Scavenger God of War. The other 2 didn't directly mock him, but they didn't speak up to stop him either. It was clear they shared the same thoughts, believing Xiao Tian would slow them down. Their prejudice against Xiao Tian wasn't entirely without reason. The root cause remains that Xiao Tian reached the pinnacle of his career from the very start. When the Dark Turmoil first erupted, Xiao Tian launched a campaign to eliminate his enemies at the root. Anyone who crossed him during that period met their end at his hands. As his reputation grew, few dared to oppose him. This led to the perception that Xiao Tian possessed only around level 30 strength becoming ingrained in everyone's minds. "Dad, I agree with this guy, he makes a lot of sense." Just then, Yao Qinyan stepped forward from behind, his face aglow with excitement. But after receiving a fierce glare from Old Master Yao, the youngster instantly fell silent. He lowered his head again, standing behind the old man, not daring to utter another word. "You brat, do you know who you're talking to?" Old 8 narrowed his eyes, and a dangerous aura instantly radiated from his body. He had already developed a murderous intent toward the man before him. To dare show such contempt for his own elder brother, this kid had some nerve. Even a king-class mutant beast like himself had been easily subdued by the elder brother. How could this punk possibly have the qualifications to look down on him? "Heh, looks like you're one of Xiao Tian's lackeys. You're pathetic." After the Dark Turmoil, everyone gained beast transformation abilities. Instead of striving to make a name for yourself, you choose to be someone else's lackey. People like you are just asking for it. The man in the leather jacket turned to Old 8, his face twisted with contempt. Old 8 was instantly dumbfounded with rage. "You insult my big brother, fine. But now you're insulting me too. Do you really think I, a king-tier mutant beast, owe you any respect?" These 3 were only at level 50, barely stepping into the ranks of king-level spirit beast warriors. As a fellow king-tier being, Lao Ba could easily take on all 3 simultaneously as effortlessly as a father disciplining an ungrateful son. He could take them on single-handedly. Leave them utterly defenseless. Just as Lao Ba rolled up his sleeves, ready to unleash a pig-like brawl, Xiao Tian stepped in to stop him. Seeing Xiao Tian's stance, Lao Ba exhaled a breath of stale air and regained his composure. He knew Xiao Tian's temperament well. Since his own big brother had already stepped in, there was nothing left for him to do. After restraining Lao Ba, Xiao Tian turned to Old Master Yao. "If I deal with these 3, Old Master Yao shouldn't have any objections, right?" Old Master Yao paused, then shook his head with a wry smile. "These 3 are honored guests invited by our Tianhu city to assist us. Should any mishap occur to them here, our city would have a hard time explaining it to the outside world." Xiao Tian understood the old man's meaning and replied softly, "I only intend to teach them a lesson."
I won't kill anyone. He never considered himself particularly cool. If he were the protagonist of a novel, upon reaching a certain level of power, he'd likely choose to ignore such mockery and contempt with cool detachment. In lofty terms, this was called the contempt of a king. But Xiao Tian wasn't one to play by those rules. His style had always been simple: mess with me, and I'll mess with you. Though he held grudges, he wasn't a bloodthirsty killer. The leather jacket man had mocked him, but hadn't harbored murderous intent toward him, so Xiao Tian wouldn't kill him outright. Seeing Xiao Tian determined to confront the leather jacket man, old Master Yao looked troubled. He leaned close and lowered his voice, offering a well-meaning warning. Young friend Xiao Tian, this man possesses 50th level strength. He's already a king-level spirit beast warrior. Moreover, these three came together and know each other. If you provoke him, the other two might join in. Old Master Yao was unaware of Xiao Tian's current strength. But based on his estimation, even if Xiao Tian had made rapid progress recently, at best, he might have reached around level 40. At that level, he stood no chance against the man in the leather jacket before them. Xiao Tian understood the elder's concerns and knew he was looking out for him. Don't worry, I've got this under control, Xiao Tian said calmly. Hearing this, old Master Yao could only sigh in resignation. Since the other party insisted on provoking the leather-jacketed man, he would let them have their way. Once Xiao Tian witnessed the power of a king-tier spirit beast warrior, he would step in to mediate. You want revenge against me? At that moment, the leather-jacketed man looked at Xiao Tian with utter contempt, continuing his reckless taunt. Do you even know what a king-tier spirit beast warrior means? What does it mean? Xiao Tian chuckled. Seeing Xiao Tian smile, Bone Lunka silently mourned the man in the leather jacket in his heart. For when Xiaoshan smiles, life and death hang in the balance. This guy was in for trouble. A king-tier spirit beast warrior is fundamentally different from other spirit beast warriors. Upon reaching this rank, their abilities explode in every aspect, even unlocking corresponding skills. All beneath the king tier are mere ants. This phrase perfectly describes a king-tier spirit beast warrior. The man in the leather jacket explained with an air of arrogance. Xiao Tian offered no reply. He walked straight up to the man in the leather jacket and delivered a swift slap. Smack! The slap landed squarely on the leather jacket man's face, leaving a clear handprint across half his cheek. How dare you hit me? The leather jacket man froze, staring at Xiao Tian in disbelief. The other two exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with shock. They never imagined Xiao Tian would be even more arrogant than the online rumors suggested. He dared to provoke them, knowing full well they were king-tier spirit beast warriors. Li Zhe may only be a level 50 spirit beast warrior, but his beast transformation abilities are truly godlike. In terms of combat power, he can even rival a level 51 spirit beast warrior. Does Xiao Tian want to die? He's way too cocky. Back when the Dark Turmoil first erupted, everyone's levels were low, so Xiao Tian's arrogance was understandable. But now, so long after the cataclysm began, there's no shortage of powerful fighters. Who'd have thought he'd still dare to be so brazen? By offending Li Zhe, even if Li Zhe spares his life out of respect for the Yao family, he'll definitely skin him alive. The two men behind Li Zhe whispered to each other, both convinced Xiao Tian was finished. So this is a king-tier spirit beast warrior? And my big brother just whipped him like a stray dog. Below king tier, they're all ants. Damn impressive. Lao Ba stood behind them, reveling in the spectacle, fanning the flames with relentless mockery. Li Zhe's face darkened with each word, the killing intent radiating from him growing ever more intense. You're done for. His icy gaze fixed on Xiao Tian as he suddenly took a step back. His body underwent a violent transformation. His flesh began to peel back, revealing black scales that grew across his body. These scales were unique, resembling the armor of ancient generals, completely enveloping him. Once the scales covered his entire body, Li Zhe's aura became even more murderous. I've awakened the beast transformation ability of the scavenger fish. As a unique species, its defensive capabilities are already otherworldly, and its adaptability to extreme environments is extraordinary. It can survive 3 days without water. Having awakened this ability, I'm equally formidable. I am an immortal god. Li Zhe spoke while rubbing his hands together, advancing step by step toward Xiao Tian. You'll regret crossing me today. Chapter 159, One Punch to Smash Your Heaven-Reaching Dreams. Let's put this matter to rest. Peace is best. It's better to resolve grievances than to hold grudges. Old Master Yao hurriedly interceded. Li Zhe and his two companions were the reinforcements they had invited. Xiao Tian was also an ally in this operation. If the two factions clashed, regardless of the outcome, it would bring no benefit whatsoever to Tianhu City. Old Master Yao, it's not that I'm refusing your favor, but Xiao Tian is simply too arrogant. Today, I'll make him understand the overwhelming pressure of a king-tier spirit beast warrior. Li Zhe was determined to act. With that, he strode toward Xiao Tian. With each step he took, the scales covering his body rubbed against one another, producing a deep, resonant sound akin to clashing armor. Big brother. Seeing this, Old 8 stepped forward to block Xiao Tian. Having already become a turncoat, he should at least possess the awareness befitting one. Dealing with scum like this didn't require our big brother to lift a finger. I'll handle this. Xiao Tian shook his head. Old 8 stepped back behind him upon hearing this. Since the boss had decided to handle it personally, there was nothing left for him to do. But to everyone's surprise, Li Zhe suddenly halted his advance as he neared Xiao Tian. He then pulled out his phone and unexpectedly started a live stream. Handing the phone to the girl behind him, Li Zhe finally turned his gaze toward Xiao Tian. Since I'm higher level than you, attacking you outright would be a bit unfair. Don't say I, Li Zhe, didn't give you a chance. I'll let you take the first 3 moves. If you can seriously injure me within those 3 moves, I won't hold today's incident against you. Li Zhe's words sounded noble and righteous, as if he didn't want to bully someone with a gun, giving Xiao Tian a chance. In truth, he merely sought to use Xiao Tian to showcase his own strength. Though Xiao Tian's rank was low, his popularity was immense. He even had a massive online following. By going live now and confronting Xiao Tian face to face, if Xiao Tian appeared weak and powerless before the live stream camera, this myth would be shattered. And then I'd become the next Xiao Tian, revered by thousands. Xiao Tian is nothing. Dark lords are nothing but feeble, lowly creatures. He never thought Xiao Tian was particularly strong. He always believed Xiao Tian was just lucky. If he ever encountered a dark ruler, he'd dare to chase it down and hack away. Li Zhe had gained some online fame. He always live-streamed his hunts of powerful mutated beasts. His proactive pursuit of high-level mutated beasts had earned him a dedicated online following. His follower count had already reached 180,000. So as soon as his stream went live, thousands flooded in. Why's Brother Zhe streaming so early today? Is he going after another powerful mutated beast? Bro just took down a level 49 mutant beast last time. The thing was nearly king tier, yet he utterly destroyed it. Is he going after a king tier mutant this time? Wait, this time the target doesn't seem to be a mutated beast, it's a human. Holy crap, that kid over there looks just like Xiao Shun. Bro, that kid isn't just kinda like Xiao Shun, he's Xiao Shun. Holy crap, Brother Zhe has such influence he actually invited Xiao Shun? Is he planning to spar with Xiao Shun? Seeing Xiao Tian on screen sent shockwaves through the crowd. They never imagined Xiao Shun, who'd vanished from the internet for so long, would make his return this way. Amidst the excitement, curiosity began to stir. One was Li Zhe, a king-tier spirit beast warrior who hunted mutated beasts as effortlessly as drinking water. The other was Xiao Shun, whose reputation as a ruthless fighter had long spread far and wide. With these two facing off, who would come out on top? Some favored Xiao Tian, but more still favored Li Zhe. Their reasoning mirrored Li Zhe's. Xiao Tian was indeed formidable, but that was a long time ago. Facing Li Zhe, who had reached the king tier level, Xiao Tian simply stood no chance. Xiao Tian saw right through Li Zhe's little scheme. However, Xiao Tian chose not to expose it. Are you sure you want to give me 3 moves? Xiao Tian's lips curled upward as he asked with a mocking expression. Come at me. Let me see just how formidable the online legend Xiao Tian truly is, whether you live up to your name or are all talk. Li Zhe patted the scales on his chest, urging impatiently. This guy's done for. Feng Lunka muttered to himself. Daring to provoke Xiao Shun to this extent, the fool would be crippled if not killed outright. Then I'll make my move. Seeing the other party insist on giving him 3 moves, the kind-hearted Xiao Tian chose to oblige. He didn't enter his beast form. Nor did he detach his arm. Xiao Tian raised his right hand and delivered a single, unadorned punch straight to the opponent's chest. This punch appeared simple, and indeed, it was simple. Yet within that single punch lay the immense force of 10 tons. Not just a spirit beast warrior, even a mutant beast with terrifying defense would be either killed or crippled instantly by Xiao Tian's punch. You think you can kill me with a single punch in human form, without entering your beast state? How naive. Li Zhe's grin stretched wide. Xiao Tian's image in his mind shifted once more. He was nothing but a weakling with all show and no substance. But was that truly the case? Boom! The moment that fist slammed into Li Zhe's chest, immense force instantly surged through his scales and coursed throughout his entire body. Snap! 8 ribs in Li Zhe's chest shattered simultaneously, comminuted fractures. At the same time, the force surged wildly within his body, like a runaway horse. Every organ in Li Zhe's body suffered varying degrees of impact. Thud! Li Zhe was instantly sent flying by the punch, tumbling over a dozen times on the ground before finally stabilizing his body. When everyone looked up, they were all stunned. The scales on Li Zhe's chest remained intact, yet they were severely deformed by the immense force, causing his entire chest to collapse inward. Worse still, his features were contorted in agony, his lips turned pale, and his eyes darted wildly. He looked as if he might drop dead at any moment. Truly worthy of the title God Xiao, facing a king-tier spirit beast warrior, he didn't even need to enter beast form. A single casual punch left the opponent on the brink of death. Feng Lunka remarked with obvious envy. If only he possessed Xiao Tian's strength, he'd be smiling in his sleep. Big bro, you're awesome. Old 8 couldn't help but mutter to himself. As for Old Master Yao and the middle-aged man in the suit, they were both completely stunned. Li Zhe was a king-tier spirit beast warrior. Yet Xiao Tian had reduced him to a fool with a single punch. How could this be possible? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, old Master Yao would never have believed it was real. Brother Zhe, are you okay? The man and woman behind Li Zhe paled, rushing forward to help him up. What the hell rank are you? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Zhe gritted his teeth against the pain and stared straight at Xiao Tian as he demanded. I'm also at the king level. Xiao Tian rubbed his fists and grinned as he stepped closer. You said you'd give me 3 moves. You've got 2 left. Just hang in there a bit longer, I'll be quick. Li Zhe was utterly dumbfounded. King tier? Xiao Tian is also a king tier spirit beast warrior? Damn it! The only reason he dared act so brazenly in front of Xiao Tian was because he relied on his own king tier strength. Had he known Xiao Tian was also a king tier powerhouse, he'd never have dared to act so brazenly in front of this ruthless guy. The moment Xiao Tian mentioned he had 2 more moves, Li Zhe's ass clenched tighter, cold sweat instantly breaking out all over his body. One punch nearly turned him into a complete idiot. If he took 2 more hits, wouldn't he be beaten to death right then and there? No, no more. You win, you win. You promised 2 more moves. A man must keep his word. Xiao Tian stepped before Li Zhe, towering over him with a dazzling smile. But to Li Zhe, it looked like the devil's grin. I can't do this anymore, I really can't. My head is spinning, my stomach hurts, I need to use the restroom. Chapter 160, The Long Sleep, Xiaoshan's Final Act of Kindness. Li Zhe had never felt such utter despair in his entire life. If the power to manipulate time and space truly existed in this world, and if someone succeeded in mastering it, many would likely choose to pause time at places like subway stations or classrooms. But Li Zhe was simple-minded. He would unhesitatingly choose to travel back a few minutes and slap himself hard across the face. Why provoke anyone but this particular scourge? Seeing that Xiao Tian showed no sign of stopping, the desperate Li Zhe could only turn his gaze to the young man and woman behind him. Xiao Tian noticed this and turned his gaze toward the pair. When their eyes met Xiao Tian's piercing gaze, both of them shuddered simultaneously, feeling as if they'd been targeted by a demon. The girl lowered her head, her pretty face drained of all color. As for the boy, after a long, silent pause, he steeled himself to meet Xiao Tian's gaze. Forcing a smile, he stammered. Garlic bird, Xiao, everyone's upset. Let bygones be bygones. Lao Bai immediately stepped forward, unleashing his king-tier aura. Who do you think you are, speaking to my big brother like that? You think my big brother doesn't know how to behave, so you're teaching him how? You're discriminating against my big brother? Could it be that in your eyes, my big brother isn't human? Is my big brother human or not? Is he human or not? Don't play dumb, speak up. Though Lao Bao was a mutated beast, his eloquence was undeniable. With his first words, he pinned several heavy accusations on the youth. Old Eight's king-level aura didn't faze the youth too much. Instead, it was this barrage of rapid-fire accusations that nearly shattered the youth's composure on the spot. All he'd said was a polite remark, and now he was being hit with all these accusations? Only now did the youth grasp the true meaning of human treachery. What kind of experiences must a person endure to develop such a venomous tongue? Seeing Old Eight's performance, Xiao Tian nodded with satisfaction. This Old Eight was growing more and more like a double agent. It seemed his decision to keep this guy around had been the right one. The youth hung his head, trembling violently, too terrified to utter another word. As for the girl, already timid by nature, she watched Old Eight wildly pin the blame on the boy and grew so tense she could barely breathe. Seeing both of them cowering in silence while Xiao Tian closed in, Li Zhe felt utterly hopeless. He couldn't help but turn his pleading gaze toward Old Master Yao. Old Master Yao saw this and silently sighed to himself. I told you to back off earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Now you know better, huh? As the saying goes, he who ignores the old man's advice will suffer the consequences. Yet even Yao Lei hadn't anticipated that Xiao Tian's true strength had already reached the king level. And even that punk-style man with the yellow hair, who called Xiao Tian Big Brother, was also a king-tier powerhouse. Only now did Old Master Yao realize that many online, even himself included, had profoundly underestimated Xiao Tian. This genius, who had demonstrated absolute dominance since the early days of the Dark Turmoil, was no pushover. Young friend Xiao Tian, as the saying goes, a gentleman's virtue lies in his magnanimity. Since we've become acquainted through conflict, let's let him off this time. Old Master Yao waved his hand, stepping in as a peacemaker. I am no gentleman, nor do I possess magnanimity. Anyone who crosses me should be prepared to face retribution. I, Xiao Tian, have always been one to repay even the slightest slight. Xiao Tian glanced at Elder Yao, his tone flat. He wasn't some novel protagonist blessed by divine favor, nor did he possess any mystical hero's aura. He was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person who unexpectedly gained a system. In this chaotic age, survival demanded ruthlessness. Only then could he intimidate potential enemies, making them realize that provoking him meant preparing to pay the price afterward. Ever since the moment he bound the system, Xiao Tian had operated precisely this way. This wasn't cruelty, it was all about self-preservation in the chaos. And to protect himself, he must first establish his authority. Hearing Xiao Tian's response, Old Master Yao pursed his lips, ultimately finding no words to counter. Xiao Tian's words were blunt, but his logic was sound. Seeing Elder Yao fall silent as well, Li Zhe felt utterly hopeless. I promise to let you take 3 blows. You have 2 punches left. After that, I'll spare you. I, Xiao Tian, keep my word. Xiao Tian flexed his fist and unleashed another punch. The punch landed squarely on Li Zhe's stomach. Li Zhe felt as if a meteor had struck his stomach. His features contorted violently as bile erupted from his mouth. Xiao Tian's punch felt like it had taken half his life away. Before he could catch his breath, Xiao Tian unleashed another punch. Li Zhe let out a piercing scream as blood spurted 10 meters from his mouth. Ultimately, overcome by emotion, he was lulled to sleep by Xiao Tian and collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. Witnessing this scene, Yao Qinian, standing beside Old Master Yao, recoiled in horror and silently retreated behind the old man. A wave of dread washed over him. He finally understood just how ruthless Xiao Tian truly was. He even felt that if Xiao Tian truly intended to take revenge on him, even with the Yao family as his backing, the other would show no restraint. This man was a true madman. Though Li Zhe had sought to humiliate him and use him as a stepping stone, the kind-hearted Xiao Tian still held back, sparing him half his life. However, enduring 3 consecutive punches from Xiao Tian, each packing the force of 10 tons, was beyond the endurance of even a king-tier spirit beast warrior. Li Zhe's ribs were nearly all shattered, and his abdominal organs had suffered varying degrees of impact. He'd need at least several years of bed rest to gradually recover. Holy, did Brother Zhe just get beaten to death? No, Brother Zhe isn't dead yet, I can still see him breathing. Xiao Shen is still the same Xiao Shen. Who knew he'd already reached king tier, and he's this strong? Looks like this livestream wasn't Xiao Shen making a cameo. Brother Zhe provoked him unilaterally. TSK, everyone knows Xiao Shen's methods. Brother Zhe dared to provoke him, I respect his guts. I call him Brother Zhe with genuine respect. Seeing this outcome, the live chat erupted with sighs and murmurs, all marveling at Xiao Tian's overwhelming power. But soon after, the stream was shut down by the young girl. With the sparring concluded and Li Zhe left paralyzed on the spot, there was no point in continuing the stream. Watching Li Zhe lying motionless on the ground, Old Master Yao had him carried away, instructing his servants to ensure he received proper medical treatment before departing. It wasn't that Old Master Yao was a saint. As the head of the Yao family, he was no pushover. Li Zhe had provoked Xiao Tian himself, so his current fate was well deserved. However, they had been invited to the Yao residence. If they died on the Yao premises, it would tarnish the family's reputation if word got out. Simply put, Li Zhe could die. But he absolutely cannot die on Yao family soil. P.S. Starting now, daily updates until completion. I'm going all out, time to go wild. Chapter 161. Today, we sever our father-son bond. As the sleepyhead Li Zhe was carried away, Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze, casually glancing at the young men and women behind him. Though they kept their heads bowed, they could still feel Xiao Tian's gaze fixed upon them. Even without meeting his gaze, they felt an icy chill lock onto them. Both trembled in fear, the girl nearly wetting herself. Oh, family, who could understand? Xiao Tian's deathly stare was far more terrifying than the demonic eyes described in the Bible. Master Yao, I suddenly remembered I left in such a rush that I forgot to turn off the gas stove at home. I must return. The youth abruptly lifted his head, saluted the elderly Yao patriarch with a fist salute, then entered his beast transformation state. A row of dark brown hair sprouted from the youth's back, while his palms and soles rapidly fused together, transforming into 2 pairs of horse hooves. Immediately, the youth exhaled a hot breath and let out a snorting sound akin to a horse's neigh before galloping away on all fours. A black line slid down Old Master Yao's forehead. Any clear-eyed person could tell the stove being left on was just an excuse. Running away was the real goal. Seeing the boy had already fled, the girl could no longer sit still. I'm about to give birth. Master Yao, I must leave now. My deepest apologies. With that, the girl too entered her beast transformation. She extended both hands, which gradually became covered in blue feathers. Then, flapping her wings, she soared into the sky and swiftly vanished at the horizon's edge. Watching the two flee one after another, Old Master Yao's face darkened further. His Yao family had spared no expense to recruit 3 king-tier experts. And now look at this. One had been lulled to sleep by Xiao Tian and wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 2 or 3 years. The other 2? Both had been intimidated into fleeing on the spot by Xiao Tian's overwhelming aura of dominance. But this was entirely Li Zhe and his companion's own doing. Old Master Yao couldn't very well say anything, and could only cast a helpless glance at Xiao Tian. Before the old Yao patriarch could utter a word, Xiao Tian offered a faint smile and spoke up. Old Yao, leave the dark vanguard to me. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Elder Yao's expression softened slightly. Xiao Tian had already dealt with the Dark Overlord before and possessed relevant experience. Moreover, he was a king-level spirit beast warrior. Though the 3 external reinforcements they'd brought in were useless, Xiao Tian's presence somehow brought a sense of reassurance. Then this matter is entrusted to you, young friend Xiao Tian. Old Master Yao forced a smile. It's getting late. I'll arrange rooms for you to rest. Once you've recuperated, we'll set out for the Forbidden Land. But Xiao Tian shook his head, interrupting Old Master Yao. Take us to the teleportation gate now. Old Master Yao exchanged a glance with the middle-aged man in military attire. Young friend Xiao Tian intends to enter the Dark Forbidden Land now? Every day we delay increases the danger in Tianhu City. The deadline set by the Third Heaven Sovereign is fast approaching. We ought to depart swiftly. Xiao Tian spoke with utmost seriousness. On the surface, he was prioritizing the safety of Tianhu City. But only Xiao Tian himself knew the truth. His feud with the Third Heaven Sovereign had long been a matter of life and death. Moreover, Xiao Tian knew the Sovereign was currently gathering power to manifest his true form. Therefore, before the true form descended, Xiao Tian had to find a way to resolve the matter as quickly as possible. Xiao Tian was racing against time. Once the Triple Heaven Sovereign manifested his true form, even the current Xiao Tian held little confidence in defeating him. After all, no one knew just how powerful the Dark Sovereign's true form truly was. Very well. Since young friend Xiao Tian has spoken thus, this old man shall first express sincere gratitude on behalf of all Tianhu City's residents. Regardless of success or failure in this matter, you shall forever be a great benefactor to our city. Old Master Yao wasted no words. He gave Xiao Tian an appreciative look before leading the three of them to the teleportation gate. The portal was located within a sports stadium in Tianhu City. Originally the city's largest venue, it had once hosted major athletic competitions. Now, however, it stood precariously, with numerous areas damaged and walls bearing claw marks and torn fissures. The Triple Heaven Sovereign sent waves of dark creatures to invade Tianhu City as a warning. These marks were all left by those dark creatures. Old Master Yao explained to Xiao Tian and his companions. He then pointed to a black vortex ahead. Young friend Xiao Tian, that is the portal to the Dark Forbidden Land. Xiao Tian nodded, then glanced at Yao Qinian, who was hiding behind Old Master Yao. Catching Xiao Tian's gaze, Yao Qinian's eyelids fluttered nervously. He quickly grabbed Old Master Yao's arm. He wailed, "Father, I don't want to go in. Useless piece of trash. How did our Yao family produce such a good-for-nothing? You spend your days loafing around, only to embarrass me at the crucial moment. If you don't go in today, don't ever call yourself my son again." Old Master Yao was furious, kicking out Qinian flying with a single blow. His face was etched with disappointment. To everyone's surprise, Yao Qinian staggered back to his feet almost immediately. His eyes flickered repeatedly. After a long moment, he seemed to make a decision. He approached the old man and knelt before him. Just as everyone thought he was about to apologize, Yao Qinian made a decision that defied ancestral tradition. First, he kowtowed 3 times before Old Master Yao. "Father, these 3 bows express my deepest gratitude for your nurturing kindness." With that, Yao Qinian endured excruciating pain as he reached up and tore a lock of hair from his scalp. As the saying goes, our bodies and hair are gifts from our parents. This lock of hair is my repayment for your nurturing kindness. From this moment onward, all ties between us are severed. There is no longer any father-son relationship. After finishing, Yao Qinian stood up on his own, completely ignoring the old man's face, now pale with rage. He patted his backside and turned to leave. Feng Lunka watched the scene unfold, utterly dumbfounded. Holy! To avoid entering the Dark Forbidden Zone, this guy actually severed his father-son relationship with Old Master Yao right then and there. The Yaos were, after all, the face of Tianhu City. How could they have produced such a monster? Xiao Tian was also a bit stunned. Since the Dark Turmoil erupted, he'd seen plenty of flamboyant characters and encountered more than a few bizarre, abstract entities. But someone as utterly off the rails as Yao Qinian? Xiao Tian had to admit this was a first. The world is vast and full of wonders. Walking among humanity, surprises truly could appear at any moment, anywhere. Only when Yao Qinian had already sprinted 3 meters away did the enraged Yao elder finally snap out of his stupor. "You good-for-nothing brat!" Yao Qinian's grandfather lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar. Yao Qinian's expression darkened, and he instinctively tried to break free. But Yao Qinian's right arm instantly began to swell, transforming into a thick, black, monstrous claw that gripped him tightly. Then, ignoring Yao Qinian's struggles, Old Master Yao dragged him relentlessly toward the teleportation gate with a grim expression. As the portal grew ever closer, Yao Qinian's composure began to unravel. "I've already severed our father-son relationship. You promised me that if I severed our father-son ties, I wouldn't have to go in. The Dark Forbidden Zone is deadly dangerous. I'll surely die if I go in. Grandfather Yao, spare me. I'm just a stranger to you. Someone help me. Is there no law? No justice? Who will save me?" Xiao Tian. Feng Lunka. La Ba, damn impressive. Chapter 162, Toxic Air, 3rd update. Hearing the son he'd raised for decades address him as grandfather time and again, Old Master Yao nearly fainted 3 times. After agreeing to let Yao Qinian enter the Dark Forbidden Zone, he still harbored lingering doubts. After all, he had only this one son. If Yao Qinian met with misfortune within the Forbidden Zone, the Yao lineage would be cut off. At his advanced age, his equipment had deteriorated severely under the ravages of time. Cultivating a new heir was clearly out of the question. But now, seeing Xiao Tian go so far as to sever their father-son bond to avoid entering the forbidden zone, he instantly changed his mind. This rebellious son had been spoiled rotten by him. Even if he didn't force him into the forbidden zone today, when the day came for him to pass away and this ungrateful son inherited the family fortune. Given his nature, the entire Yao family fortune would be squandered sooner or later. Go! This ungrateful son must be sent to the forbidden land for proper reform. With this thought, the hesitation vanished from old Master Yao's eyes. Finally steeled, he gritted his teeth and forcibly shoved Xiao Tian into the teleportation portal. As Xiao Tian's figure vanished into the portal, the blood-curdling screams at the scene abruptly ceased, restoring silence to the area. After completing this, old Master Yao turned to Xiao Tian with sincere earnestness. Young friend Xiao Tian, I know well the nature of this ungrateful son. Yet he remains the sole heir of the Yao family. I implore you, young friend Xiao Tian, to ensure his safety above all else. As long as he survives, I care not for anything else. Should you bring this ungrateful son out safely, I shall reward you handsomely beyond measure. Gazing into old Master Yao's earnest eyes, Xiao Tian couldn't help but sigh. Ah, the love of parents is truly heartrending. Unfortunately, he had been orphaned at a young age and the money for his schooling had all been earned through summer jobs he took on himself. What exactly was familial affection? Xiao Tian had never truly experienced it firsthand. I'll do my best, Xiao Tian replied. No one could guarantee what might happen within the forbidden zone, so Xiao Tian could only do his utmost to ensure the others' safety. Thank you. Upon receiving Xiao Tian's answer, old Master Yao finally felt a weight lift from his heart, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he looked at Xiao Tian. Without further delay, Xiao Tian wasted no time. He glanced at Feng Lunka and Lao Ba before stepping into the teleportation gate first. Seeing Xiao Tian enter, Feng Lunka and Lao Ba followed closely behind. As the figures of the four vanished one after another into the portal, a trace of worry flashed in old Master Yao's eyes. A sword's edge comes from grinding, and plum blossom's fragrance comes from bitter cold. If your boy wants to grow and transform, he must endure some hardship. Were it not for the apocalypse, were it not for your Yao family being Tianhu City's representative and enjoying special treatment. Given what your boy has done in Tianhu City before the dark chaos erupted, it would have been enough to get him shot 30 times over. The middle-aged man in military uniform stepped forward, sighed, and spoke softly. Ah, I only hope that brat comes back in one piece. If he doesn't, well, that's just his fate. Old Master Yao's arm returned to normal. Leaning on his cane, he limped away. Within the dark forbidden zone. Pitch darkness enveloped the surroundings, the entire world shrouded in thick black mist, not a single ray of sunlight visible. The moment he stepped inside, a bone-chilling cold seeped up his thighs, piercing straight to the crown of his head. Xiao Tian had lost count of how many times he'd visited the dark forbidden zone. He was long accustomed to all this. He even closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Still the same familiar scent. Feng Lunka had also been inside the dark forbidden zone before, so he didn't seem overly shocked either. Old 8, however, being a mutant beast, was experiencing the dark forbidden zone for the first time. He couldn't help but look around curiously. He looked like a country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden. As for Xiao Tian beside them, he was an exception. The moment he saw the sky-darkening black mist and felt the bone-chilling cold seep through his soles, this guy's body went limp on the spot, and he was so scared he collapsed onto the ground. What a useless piece of trash. Old 8 sneered with utter contempt. This guy was, after all, a spirit beast warrior, yet when it came to courage, he was even worse than some ordinary people. Feng Lunka also felt Xiao Tian was somewhat ridiculous. For such a coward to dare provoke Xiaoshan felt like an insult to the deity himself. I can't do this. My heart's racing, my breathing's labored, I feel like I'm suffocating. I can't breathe. Xiao Tian clutched his head, his face deathly pale. I feel awful all over. It's like ants are crawling on me. Is the air here poisonous or something? Xiao Tian was utterly speechless. If the air in the dark forbidden land were poisonous, most of the spirit beast warriors on Blue Star would have perished the very day it appeared. Can we keep going? Xiao Tian stepped forward and kicked him, asking flatly. No way. My legs have no strength left. I can't stand up and I can't walk either, Xiao Tian said painfully. Then stay here and fend for yourself. Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and walked off into the distance with Feng Lunka and Lao Ba. He had thought that out of respect for his father, Xiao Tian might at least offer some assistance. He never expected the other to simply abandon him and walk away. Watching their receding figures grow smaller, Xiao Tian panicked on the spot. Somehow, he found the strength to spring to his feet and quickly followed after them. Ready to go now? Xiao Tian didn't slow his pace, merely glancing back at Xiao Tian with a faint tone. We can go now. I feel much better. Xiao Tian gave a sheepish chuckle, then adopted a fawning expression. Xiao God, no, Xiao brother, my life is entirely in your hands now. I was blind to your greatness and offended you earlier. Please forgive my small transgression. For my father's sake, you must ensure I leave safely. Xiao Tian knew his own strength was insufficient to guarantee his safety.
To walk out alive, he had no choice but to rely on Xiao Tian.
Playing the underdog at this moment was perfectly reasonable.
Xiao Tian heard her words but offered no reply, continuing to walk forward on his own.
Too bad the fat man isn't here.
Without him, I can't use divination to pinpoint the location of the sovereign's palace directly.
Xiao Tian surveyed his surroundings, muttering to himself. Looks like I'll have to explore on my own.
As the group wandered, they encountered numerous dark creatures. However, these dark creatures were generally weak, and their numbers weren't overwhelming either. They appeared in batches. Thus, they were easily dealt with by the group. Before they knew it, the four had been wandering the Forbidden Zone for half an hour. As for the location of the Sovereign Palace, it remained elusive. Just as Xiao Tian was beginning to think finding the Sovereign Palace was hopeless, a towering, imposing figure suddenly emerged from the mist. This figure was clad entirely in heavy black armor, wielding a massive black battle axe, and mounted upon a warhorse shrouded in black mist.
The steed possessed no flesh, merely a skeletal frame, with two blue flames flickering within its eye sockets. This eerie sight left Yao Qinian frozen in place.
But Xiao Tian's eyes lit up at the sight. The attire of this figure matched by Xiao Tian's original outfit exactly. If he wasn't mistaken, this must be the Dark Vanguard under the command of the Third Heaven's ruler.
Xiao Tian was overjoyed.
He had been fretting over the inability to locate the Sovereign's palace, yet now the Dark Vanguard had come to him of its own accord.
Unlike ordinary dark creatures, ordinary dark beings were mere killing machines, devoid of independent thought.
Extracting any valuable information from them was virtually impossible. But the Dark Vanguard was different.
The Dark Vanguard possessed independent thinking abilities. Once he subdued this one, how could he possibly fail to extract the location of the Sovereign's palace? How dare you!
The Dark Vanguard gripped the reins with both hands, its crimson eyes beneath the armor fixed intently on Xiao Tian and his companions. The word daring had barely left his lips.
Xiao Tian nonchalantly withdrew one arm, transforming it into a spear blazing with black flames.
Xiao Tian gripped the spear, unleashing a single-handed throw directly toward the Dark Vanguard.
Chapter 163, 2 punches to shatter my Vanguard spirit.
The black Qilin spear traced an arc through the air, piercing through the armor on the warhorse's head and driving straight into its brow. Under Xiao Tian's control, a surge of dark energy erupted from the spear, beginning to corrode the skeleton warhorse's body. A shroud of black mist enveloped the skeletal steed, yet its bones remained a milky white. Now, the white bones rapidly darkened. The next instant, the skeleton warhorse reared up, letting out a sudden roar before disintegrating into a pile of bone dust and vanishing. Caught off guard, the Dark Vanguard immediately tumbled backward, landing with a thud on the ground. The heavy armor collided with the ground, producing a deep, resonant thud. This sudden turn of events left the Dark Vanguard frozen in place, taking a long moment to recover.
My horse is gone. My horse is dead. You killed my horse. The Dark Vanguard looked up at Xiao Tian, his voice boiling with rage. That human insect before him had actually killed his horse. Lao Ba, standing beside Xiao Tian, felt his mouth twitch. On the surface, the Dark Vanguard's words seemed perfectly reasonable. But upon closer listening, something always felt off. It just sounded peculiar. You lowly human ants are doomed. You'll die a miserable death. Even if your god descends, he won't save you. Mark my words. The Dark Vanguard slowly raised the massive axe in his hand, pointing it directly at Xiao Tian ahead. Then, he stood up and charged straight toward Xiao Tian. As the Dark Vanguard raised his massive axe, the surrounding darkness surged madly toward it. A sharp, piercing aura grew ever more intense. Xiao Tian, however, remained unfazed. Xiao Tian extended his left hand and grasped through the air. The black Qilin spear, lying on the ground, rose up and floated back into his grasp. A few minutes later. Big brother, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. If you keep this up, my soul will scatter. Fragments of armor littered the ground. The extent of the damage made it clear these armor pieces had been shattered by immense force. Not far from the scattered armor fragments, a massive axe, snapped into 3 pieces, lay motionless on the ground. Xiao Tian gripped his black Qilin spear, his expression cold as he stared at the Dark Vanguard before him. This Dark Vanguard possessed only a 40th level strength, surpassing even by Xiao Tian, the former Dark Vanguard. This showed that even among Dark Vanguards, there were varying levels of strength depending on the specific Dark Forbidden Zone. But none of that mattered. The crucial point was that this creature's strength was far too weak for Xiao Tian's current abilities. Xiao Tian ended the battle in just 2 moves. The first strike shattered the Dark Vanguard's armor with a single punch. The second strike pierced the Dark Vanguard's chest with a spear, inflicting severe wounds. As for the third strike, Xiao Tian hadn't even had time to unleash it before the Dark Vanguard knelt down begging for mercy. Stripped of its imposing black armor, the Dark Vanguard's true form revealed itself to Xiao Tian and his companions. It was a translucent figure shrouded in darkness, its features and details indistinct, seemingly lacking any physical substance. Big brother, I truly regret my actions. My horse died well, and you killed it well. I was wrong earlier. I admit my voice was indeed a bit loud. I apologize to you here. The Dark Vanguard, shedding his former arrogance, knelt humbly on the ground, frantically kowtowing to Xiao Tian. At this moment, one might ask, as a Dark Vanguard, why are you so spineless?
The Dark Vanguard replied that he wished he could hold his ground.
But his opponent was simply too powerful. Just 2 moves shattered his Vanguard spirit. Feng Long had long been aware of Xiao Tian's formidable power and had always regarded him as his idol. Thus, this scene didn't faze him much. At most, he thought Xiao Tian was getting more and more formidable. Lao Ba felt the same way.
Even as a king-tier mutant beast, he couldn't last more than a few rounds against Big Brother.
Now that Big Brother had personally intervened, dealing with a mere Dark Vanguard was surely a piece of cake? As for Xiao Tian, he was utterly speechless with shock. Too powerful. Is Xiao Tian even human? This was a Dark Vanguard, an elite combatant from the Dark Forbidden Zone, yet he just knelt down begging for mercy. What kind of terrifying being had he offended?
Xiao Tian suddenly felt incredibly fortunate to still be alive after crossing Xiao Tian. Had he acted even slightly more recklessly back in the private room, he might have been taken out on the spot.
If you don't want to die, take me to the Sovereign's palace. Xiao Tian thrust the black Qilin spear into his severed arm, and it instantly reformed into a limb. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, the Dark Vanguard's expression flickered with hesitation. The other was a lowly human.
Taking him to the Sovereign's palace would be tantamount to betraying the Sovereign Lord.
If the Sovereign Lord discovered this, he would never be forgiven. Brother, the Sovereign's palace is too important. If I take you there, the Sovereign will kill me. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and said indifferently, if you don't take me there, you'll die right now. The Dark Vanguard froze completely. So either way, he was dead? Seeing Xiao Tian begin to roll up his sleeves, the Dark Vanguard's eyelids twitched violently. He hastily held out both hands. Brother, harmony is paramount when traveling. Violence is never the optimal solution. Since you must go to the Sovereign's palace, I'll take you there. There's no need for bloodshed. The Dark Vanguard was genuinely terrified. Without a moment's hesitation, he forced himself to stand despite his grievous injuries and led Xiao Tian's group toward a specific direction. Along the way, Lao Ba suddenly asked, Brother, this bastard seems shady. What if he's playing tricks on us? What then? Xiao Tian smiled faintly. Then we'll kill him outright.
Hearing their exchange, the Dark Vanguard leading the way shuddered violently. He had been contemplating deliberately leading Xiao Tian's group astray while secretly contacting the Overlord to report the situation. But upon hearing their conversation, he immediately abandoned that notion. He'd better stick to guiding them properly. These demons clearly intended for him to overhear their words were a stark warning.
Master, it's not that I betrayed you.
I was truly forced into this by circumstances beyond my control. Kind-hearted Xiao Tian, with just a few words, had completely won over the Dark Vanguard.
After half an hour of winding through the labyrinth, the 4 finally arrived outside the Sovereign's palace.
300 meters ahead, a majestic black palace rose from the ground, shrouded in darkness and only faintly visible.
Though opulent, the palace exuded an eerie, sinister aura.
In medieval times, palaces were often bound to imperial power, symbolizing nobility and sanctity. Yet this palace radiated eeriness from every corner. Though devoid of gruesome decorations like human heads, it belonged to the category that made one feel uneasy at first glance. Big Brother, this is the place. This is the sovereign palace of the third heaven. Dark Vanguard halted his steps, turned around, and forced a smile at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian lifted his gaze toward the distant sovereign palace, his lips slowly curving upward.
Finally arrived.
Ruler of the third heaven, I hope you're prepared for me to raid your home.
Chapter 164, I'll send you to a nice place.
Just as Xiao Tian and his companions fixed their gaze upon the sovereign's palace, the Dark Vanguard retreated a few steps without a flicker of emotion. A flash of black darted through the depths of his crimson eyes. It was channeling the power of darkness, attempting to send a message to the ruler of the third heaven. The Dark Vanguard felt rather smug, convinced its actions were flawless. Using dark energy to transmit messages was a technique only dark creatures possessed, one that outsiders would find difficult to detect.
Damned human ants. When the sovereign descends, your time will be up.
Yet before the Dark Vanguard could gloat for even a few seconds, Xiao Tian suddenly appeared before him.
You're not being honest. Gazing at the panicked Dark Vanguard, Xiao Tian sighed. You wish to contact the Overlord of the third heaven?
The Dark Vanguard's body trembled violently, his heart already filled with utter terror. This kid is seriously unnerving.
How did he know I was contacting the sovereign? Using dark energy to transmit messages, that's a method known only to dark beings. This kid must be setting me up. Humans are indeed as cunning as the rumors say. As a Dark Vanguard, I wouldn't be so easily tricked into revealing anything.
Big Brother, you must have misunderstood.
I didn't do anything.
The Dark Vanguard forced a few awkward laughs, speaking in a fawning tone. Though I'm not of the Dark Clan, I possess dark power within me too, Xiao Tian said with a mocking expression. He possessed dark power too, and it wasn't weak either. The moment the Dark Vanguard relayed the message, Xiao Tian detected the other party's actions. How laughable that this fool still didn't grasp the situation yet continued to put on a brave front. As if concerned the Dark Vanguard wouldn't believe him, Xiao Tian deliberately extended a finger, gathering a thread of dark energy. Upon seeing the flickering black flame at Xiao Tian's fingertip, the Dark Vanguard's world came crashing down. You possess dark energy too? Why didn't you say so earlier? If you'd said so earlier, I wouldn't have played these petty little games. Is it too late for regrets now? What do you think? Xiao Tian withdrew his gaze and gave Lao Ba a meaningful look. Old 8, channeling his inner second 5 guy, instantly grasped Xiao Tian's intent. He approached the Dark Vanguard and unleashed a straightforward punch. Without the protection of his armor, the Dark Vanguard was as fragile as a sheet of paper. Lao Ba's punch sent him exploding on the spot. Though both were Dark Vanguards, this one's fate was clearly far less fortunate than by Xiao Tian's. Xiao Tian had clung to Xiao Tian's leg in time, remaining by his side as the little lowly. But this one before them met a fate where not even a trace of his remains remained. The avatar of the Triple Heaven Sovereign should be within the Sovereign's palace. He might have already sensed the situation here. Everyone, be cautious. Xiao Tian issued the warning before leading the way toward the Sovereign's palace. Feng Lanka and Lao Ba saw this and hurried to follow. Can I not go in? Yao Qinian looked utterly conflicted as he shouted at Xiao Tian and the others. The palace before them was eerie and terrifying, resembling the mythical 18 levels of hell. Even standing outside and gazing at it from afar sent chills down his spine, giving him goosebumps all over. If he had a choice, he'd rather not set foot in this haunted place. It's up to you. Xiao Tian replied indifferently without turning his head. Yao Qinian breathed a sigh of relief at his words. Just then, a chilling wind swept through, sending a shiver down Yao Qinian's spine. The surroundings were shrouded in gloom, with a blood-red moon hanging in the sky. If one listened closely, faint, wailing cries could be heard. With Xiao Tian and the others gone, Yao Qinian was now the only one left at the scene. Whether it was an illusion or not, Yao Qinian felt countless pairs of eyes staring intently at him from within the surrounding mist. Being alone here seems even more terrifying. Yao Qinian shivered, then hurriedly took off running in the direction Xiao Tian and the others had gone. Upon entering the Sovereign's palace, the chill in the air grew palpably sharper. Lao Ba and Feng Lanka, both entering the Sovereign's palace for the first time, couldn't help but look around curiously. The palace interior was completely empty, devoid of any furnishings. Just then, footsteps echoed behind the trio. Yao Qinian arrived panting heavily before the trio. Didn't you want to stay outside? Why come in? Lao Ba asked with a hint of a smirk. We all came to this forbidden place together. Calling us teammates isn't too far off. I think since we're teammates, it's better to stick together through thick and thin. Yao Qinian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and exhaled heavily. Lao Ba's lips twitched, utterly unconvinced by Yao Qinian's nonsense. Just as the two were bickering, Xiao Tian suddenly raised a finger, making a shushing gesture. Seeing Xiao Tian's face turn serious, the other three immediately grew alert. At that very moment, the space ahead of the four twisted, and the surrounding darkness rapidly condensed, coalescing into a human-shaped figure. Immediately after, the voice of the Third Heaven Dominator echoed out. Well. I never expected you lot to find your way here. It seems I underestimated you. Just as Xiao Tian had anticipated, the Third Heaven Sovereign had been continuously gathering his avatar during this period. To hasten his arrival, he had deliberately opened a portal to Tianhu City and coerced the city into offering beast cores as tribute. Absorbing the power within the beast cores would significantly hasten the arrival of his true form. Originally, according to his calculations, as long as Tianhu City made one more offering of beast cores, his true form would descend upon Blue Star in 7 days. The date for the next offering drew ever closer. The Tri-Heaven Sovereign never imagined that what awaited him was not the beast core from Tianhu City. Instead, he was met by Xiao Tian, the god of death. I know your true form has yet to descend. As Xiao Tian spoke, he instantly entered his beast form, transforming into a majestic Qilin shrouded in darkness. This is no place for you to be. I'll send you to a better place. The Triple Heaven ruler's mouth twitched. This kid's silver tongue is truly sharp. The better place you speak of, if I'm not mistaken, is likely hell, right? My true form has indeed yet to descend, but even so, annihilating me is beyond the capability of an ant like you. The ruler of the Third Heaven snorted coldly, then swept his massive hand through the air. Instantly, the surrounding black mist echoed with the sound of orderly, synchronized footsteps. Over 100 dark creatures emerged from the shadows. All wielded long spears, radiating murderous intent, and astonishingly, each possessed 40th level strength. Level 40 power held no threat before Xiao Tian. Yet even for Xiao Tian, over 100 level 40 dark beings posed a significant threat. After all, 2 fists could hardly withstand 4 hands, let alone 100 dark creatures. Dark Lord, huh? I thought you were something special. Turns out all you can do is summon a bunch of grunts. Lao Ba sneered, patting his chest as he looked at Xiao Tian. Big brother, you don't need to lift a finger for these minnows. I can handle them all by myself. Lao Ba's shirt suddenly ripped apart, revealing a pair of white wings extending from his back.
With a fierce flap of his wings, Lao Ba instantly became a blur, charging headlong into the 100 dark creatures ahead. Chapter 165, The Power of Rules. With his king-tier strength, Lao Ba plunging into the horde of dark creatures was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. It was a ruthless slaughter with no suspense whatsoever. In less than a few minutes, every dark creature was slaughtered by Old 8, reduced to shards of darkness that vanished from their original spots. Not a single one worth fighting. Old 8 shook out his arms, striking a cocky pose before tilting his head at the third heaven sovereign. Hey, you! If that's all you've got, you won't escape death today. Feng Lonka pressed his lips together, words caught in his throat. Xiao Tian's face darkened. How had he never noticed before that Old 8 was such a total dork? This wasn't a king-tier mutant beast at all. Someone unaware might mistake him for an otaku who'd watched too many cheesy anime. How on earth did he come up with such cringeworthy lines? The Triple Heaven ruler, however, showed no sign of panic. Instead, he wore an expression of absolute confidence. The Triple Heaven Sovereign's composure actually stirred a sense of foreboding within Xiao Tian. As a Triple Heaven Sovereign, Xiao Tian knew the opponent must still have hidden trump cards. The ruler of the Third Heaven neither summoned more dark creatures nor attacked Xiao Tian and his companions. With his current strength, he stood no chance against Xiao Tian and his companions. Thus, he simply ceased his resistance. Not only that, but with a sweeping gesture of his hand, a coffin shrouded in dark energy materialized out of thin air. Its lid stood open. Within lay a figure. This figure was also shrouded in black mist. Though it emitted no signs of life, it radiated an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even having broken through to the king tier, Xiao Tian couldn't help but frown. The figure lying within the coffin somehow made him feel an intense sense of danger. Big brother, this corpse in the coffin isn't ordinary. It shows no signs of life, yet this oppressive feeling is overwhelming. Old 8's expression shifted slightly as he stepped closer to Xiao Tian, whispering the warning. Xiao Tian gave a slight nod and lifted his gaze toward the Third Heaven Sovereign. The Sovereign of the Third Heaven wore a broad smile, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Tian. The one lying in that coffin, that should be your physical body, correct? Xiao Tian's tone remained calm. Yet inside, he felt a surge of shock. He hadn't expected the ruler of the Third Heaven to have already condensed a physical body. If he channeled his primordial power into this form, the ruler of the Third Heaven would truly manifest as his authentic self. This is indeed my true form's physical body. If you wish to prevent my descent, then destroy this body. The Tri-Heaven Sovereign stood with hands clasped behind his back, speaking with utter arrogance. If this physical form is destroyed, the true self will vanish completely. Yet with your strength, you may not even be capable of achieving that. Xiao Tian fell silent. His mind raced. Where did the ruler of the Third Heaven draw such confidence? How could he be so arrogant? He had actually brought his physical form right before them. Though the ruler of the Third Heaven's physical form stood before him, Xiao Tian knew the ruler spoke truth. Destroying the body would indeed mean the ruler's complete annihilation. Yet Xiao Tian did not act rashly. Any discerning person could see that this scene was highly unusual. There was undoubtedly a trick involved. As if reading Xiao Tian's thoughts, the Triple Heaven Sovereign's grin grew even wilder. He made no attempt to conceal his intentions, cutting straight to the point. Do you know of the power of laws? The power of the laws? Xiao Tian furrowed his brow. This was a term he had never encountered before. Bro, do you know what this power of laws is? Old 8 scratched his head, looking at Xiao Tian with curiosity. The power of the rules, what kind of power is that? Feng Lonka murmured softly, hearing the term for the first time as well. Heh, a bunch of ants. It's only natural you've never heard of the power of the rules. Let me enlighten you. The power of the rules is a formidable force that transcends all existence. Simply put, it is the highest law governing the cosmos. No one can defy it, not even the gods. This physical body has already been imbued with the power of rules. Anyone who dares to attack this body will have their limbs shatter instantly, reduced to useless husks. At this point, the Triple Heaven Sovereign paused briefly, his expression growing even more smug. If you attack this physical body, your limbs will be shattered by the force of rules, instantly rendering you incapable of combat. Therefore, even with my physical body right before your eyes, you are utterly powerless. You can only watch helplessly as I descend upon Blue Star. The Third Heaven ruler let out several maniacal laughs. Then, without further wasting words on Xiao Tian and the others, he closed his eyes and began channeling his power once more. What the hell is this power of the rules nonsense? Talking like it's some big deal. Do you really think we're scaredy cats? Old 8 refused to believe it, immediately raising his hand to attack the corpse within the coffin. But Xiao Tian stopped him just in time. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Though he himself didn't understand what this power of rules truly entailed, acting rashly in such an abnormal situation was definitely not wise. Lord Xiao, I think we shouldn't act rashly. How about I test it first? Feng Lonka volunteered. If the power of the rules is real, your actions would be extremely dangerous. Xiao Tian shook his head, suddenly turning his gaze to Yao Qinian behind him. If memory served, this guy's beast transformation ability was regenerating severed limbs, right?
Bringing this guy to the Forbidden Zone was originally meant to make him suffer a bit as penance.
Little did I expect it would actually come in handy now.
When Xiao Tian suddenly fixed him with that searing gaze, Yao Qinian felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. He silently took a few steps back, hunched his shoulders, and stammered, "God Xiao, please don't look at me like that.
I'm scared." Xiao Tian smiled faintly, patting Yao Qinian's shoulder. "Want to atone for your sins?" Yao Qinian shook his head decisively. Xiao Tian's expression darkened instantly. He tore off his right arm, transforming it into a black Qilin spear that he pressed 3 inches from Yao Qinian's forehead.
"I'll give you one more chance to rephrase.
Do you want to atone for your sins?" Yao Qinian instinctively shook his head.
But upon seeing the spear mere inches from his face, he frantically nodded.
Satisfied, Xiao Tian withdrew the black Qilin spear.
He pointed at the corpse inside the coffin. "Use all your strength.
Attack the corpse inside the coffin."
"But what about the rules? If I touch the corpse, my limbs will shatter." Yao Qinian swallowed hard, his face twisted in reluctance.
"What are you afraid of?"
"You have the ability to regenerate severed limbs." "I do have regenerative abilities, but limbs exploding apart would hurt like hell."
"You have 3 seconds. If you don't act, I'll cripple your limbs right now. The choice is yours." Xiao Tian had no intention of reasoning with this fool. He began the countdown immediately. 3, 2, 1. Yao Qinian was on the verge of tears.
With every word Xiao Tian uttered, the pressure on him doubled.
Finally, the instant Xiao Tian uttered the final one, Yao Qinian blurted out, I'll go. I'll go."
Yao Qinian steeled himself and stepped before the coffin. Staring at the corpse within, he exhaled a heavy breath, forcing down his unease.
Then, his entire body entered a beast-like state.
He swung a fist at the corpse inside the coffin.
Boom! Chapter 166, Reborn with Severed Limbs, Headlong Charge. Yao Qinian's strike didn't inflict significant damage on the figure within the coffin. After all, his level was what it was, and his beast transformation abilities couldn't grant him much of a combat power boost. Yet as the seemingly weak punch landed, an intangible force suddenly pierced through time and space, descending from the heavens.
The sky above the Forbidden Zone had been shrouded in gloom.
Yet now, a spatial vortex appeared.
From within the vortex, a golden beam of light emerged, enveloping Yao Qinian's entire body.
Witnessing this, Yao Qinian's courage instantly shattered. "God Xiao, you wouldn't let me die here, would you?"
Yao Qinian turned to look at Xiao Tian, his smile more painful than a cry.
Xiao Tian offered no reply.
The moment the golden beam appeared, his attention was instantly drawn to it. This golden beam contained a peculiar force.
This force differed from the might of a spirit beast warrior. Even Xiao Tian had never encountered anything like it before.
"Brother, the aura within that beam is incredibly potent. I sense a threat myself," Laba said solemnly.
"I feel it too.
Before this power, I feel like a tiny boat, ready to be capsized by a raging flood at any moment," Feng Lunka chimed in.
After hearing their words, Xiao Tian's brow gradually furrowed. This force must be the rule power mentioned by the Third Heaven Sovereign.
Xiao Tian knew nothing about this kind of power. Though he knew Yao Qinian's death would be no great loss, he had at least promised old Master Yao to escort Yao Qinian safely out of the Forbidden Zone. If this fool really died under the force of the rules, he'd have a hard time explaining it to old Master Yao.
With that thought, Xiao Tian lunged forward, determined to drag Yao Qinian back by force.
But in the very next instant, Xiao Tian suddenly felt as though he'd collided with an invisible wall, his entire body rebounding back.
Rubbing his head, Xiao Tian's heart tightened.
Looking up, he saw that a golden barrier had materialized around Yao Qinian at some point. The golden barrier resembled a test tube piercing through heaven and earth, completely enveloping Yao Qinian within it.
"Is this the power of the rules too?" Xiao Tian exclaimed in astonishment.
Yao Qinian had attacked the entity within the coffin, triggering the power of the rules, which now bound him to the spot.
Under the influence of this force, no one else could even approach.
Drawing on his experience, Xiao Tian quickly pieced together the situation unfolding before him.
If that's truly the case, then things are getting tricky.
It means Xiao Tian and his group can only watch helplessly as Yao Qinian gets blasted to pieces by the power of the rules. Watching Xiao Tian get flung back by the golden barrier, Yao Qinian's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, his face already etched with utter despair. When it rains, it pours. At that very moment, the golden beam circling the sky suddenly plummeted from above, transforming into a golden lightning bolt that struck down toward Yao Qinian.
"Xiao God, save me." In his final moments, Yao Qinian let out a desperate cry. Crackle! The golden lightning bolt struck down, engulfing Yao Qinian entirely within its glow.
Witnessing this, Xiao Tian thrust his black Qilin spear forcefully toward the golden barrier.
Yet even the black Qilin spear, renowned for piercing through anything, failed to dent the golden barrier. The golden lightning descended swiftly and vanished just as quickly.
Seconds later, the golden lightning gradually dissipated. The spatial vortex in the sky above the Forbidden Zone vanished along with it. The suffocating pressure that had weighed upon them likewise receded.
Yao Qinian's figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Yao Qinian appeared utterly pitiful.
Both his hands and feet had vanished simultaneously, not severed by force, but literally disappeared without a trace. There were no wounds where they had been severed. He resembled a quadriplegic, limbs missing, yet the stumps showed no injury, the flesh having long since refused. Xiao Tian, now without limbs, lay on the ground like a human pig, his back pressed against the earth and his face turned skyward. He lay motionless, seemingly oblivious to any pain, though the sight of his vanished limbs left him momentarily stunned.
Finally, the next moment, Xiao Tian's pupils contracted as he snapped back to reality, letting out a horrified scream. Ah! My hands and feet are gone. I'm a cripple now. Xiao Tian's wails were heart-wrenching to witness. The ruler of the third heaven gloated with satisfaction, sneering, "This is the power of the rules. No one can defy the power of the rules. Not even the dark ruler himself can do it. This is the price you must pay for your actions." Xiao Tian snapped out of his daze, staring at Xiao Tian, whose limbs had vanished. His mind raced into overdrive. Though he still couldn't grasp the true nature of this power of rules. But from Xiao Tian's situation, Xiao Tian could roughly deduce a possibility. Perhaps the power of rules had different categories. This force was akin to the rules governing human society. For instance, arriving late to work results in a pay deduction. If you were actually late for work, then according to this rule, your pay would be deducted, no other punishment would follow. As for the current force of rules, the third heaven ruler had made it abundantly clear. Attempting to harm the body within the coffin would trigger the backlash of the rule force, resulting in the complete paralysis of all limbs. Does this imply that the rule force before them only cripples the limbs of its target? Judging by Xiao Tian's current ordeal, it certainly appears so. But these were merely speculations. To truly confirm their validity, Xiao Tian would need to cooperate. With that thought, Xiao Tian suddenly shouted, "Xiao Tian, you have the ability to regenerate severed limbs, right? Shout chicken feathers." Xiao Tian, who had been wailing loudly, heard Xiao Tian's prompt and immediately stopped his cries. A light bulb seemed to go off above his head. Right. He possessed the beast-like ability to regenerate severed limbs. Losing his limbs was nothing to be afraid of. Xiao Tian exhaled sharply, his mind racing. Countless octopus tentacles surged forth from his severed limbs. Twisting and interlocking, they swiftly formed brand new limbs. Xiao Tian, once missing arms and legs, stood fully restored. This kid actually possesses limb regeneration? Seeing Xiao Tian fully restored, the shadow of the third heaven sovereign's lips twitched, a sudden chill gripping his heart. After regaining his limbs, Xiao Tian glanced at the coffin beside him, his face clouding with apprehension. He was about to dash toward Xiao Tian. But Xiao Tian reached out to stop him, saying, "Try attacking the body inside the coffin again." Xiao Tian's face twisted with distress as he stammered, "God Xiao, I'll die. This rule power is terrifying. Having my limbs vanish suddenly was horrifying. If I keep attacking, I'm afraid I'll die instantly. If I really die here, you won't be able to explain it to my father." Watching the other man on the verge of tears, Xiao Tian sighed silently. This rule power only cripples your limbs. It poses no threat to your life. Otherwise, why do you think you're still alive? Xiao Tian snapped back to reality upon hearing Xiao Tian's explanation. It did make sense. But the sensation of his limbs suddenly vanishing was too unsettling. Even if it posed no mortal danger, he had no desire to continue testing it. Just then, Xiao Tian's voice continued, like a devil's whisper, coaxing Xiao Tian. By attacking the body within the coffin, you weaken its physical strength. Yet you possess the ability to regenerate severed limbs, rendering the power of the rules powerless against you. Theoretically, if you strike enough times, you can destroy this body. Once this body is destroyed, the Triple Heaven Sovereign will be utterly unable to descend upon Blue Star. It will vanish into thin air. Think about it, if you could personally destroy the Triple Heaven Sovereign, you'd become the savior of all Tianhu City. Who would dare call you a good-for-nothing playboy living off others' labor? Xiao Tian, who had already begun to waver, instantly perked up at Xiao Tian's words. It really did make sense. Chapter 167, Spin it hard. Xiao Tian wavered. After all, he possessed the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Even if he lost an arm or a leg, though excruciating, it wasn't unbearable. Moreover, the chance to personally slay a dark sovereign held immense allure for Xiao Tian. What young man doesn't dream of glory? One of the main reasons Xiao Tian had become renowned throughout the Dragon Nation was precisely because he had slain a dark sovereign. This thought made Xiao Tian wonder, if he too could slay a dark sovereign, might he not also become renowned across the land like the legendary Xiao Tian? Though he couldn't be certain that slaying a dark lord would guarantee fame, Xiao Tian felt it was worth the attempt. With that thought, Xiao Tian no longer resisted. He first lifted his head, glancing at the void that had returned to stillness, before cautiously crouching and approaching the coffin once more. Positioning himself near the coffin, Xiao Tian took a deep breath. His eyes hardened as he launched a punch directly at the figure within. Boom! Just like before, his punch failed to inflict significant damage on the figure within the coffin. Yet, immediately after the blow landed, a ripple rippled across the sky once more. A golden beam descended from the heavens, instantly enveloping Xiao Tian's body. Xiao Tian sensed something and instinctively looked up. The instant he saw the golden beam hurtling toward him, his scalp tingled violently. Damn it! After the startled exclamation, the golden beam vanished once more. Xiao Tian stared intently at Xiao Tian ahead, desperate to confirm his suspicions. However, upon seeing that Xiao Tian was not in mortal danger, merely missing his limbs as before, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. He even managed to smile. Big brother, what are you laughing at? Old 8, standing nearby, asked curiously. I'm laughing at the Dark Sovereign's incompetence. Who would have thought he'd reveal the truth about the law's power himself? Xiao Tian smiled faintly and murmured, this law power is exactly as the Dark Vanguard described. Whoever attacks the body within the coffin will be affected by the law power, causing them to lose limbs. After a brief pause, Xiao Tian continued, however, that's all it does. It only severs limbs, it won't threaten one's life. Hearing Xiao Tian's explanation and recalling Xiao Tian's ordeal, even the simple-minded Laoba grasped the situation. If that's the case, then why did the Dark Sovereign deliberately bring out the coffin for us to attack? What gives it the confidence to do that? After grasping the general nature of the law force, Laoba scratched his head and couldn't help but voice his fundamental question. This question wasn't just on Laoba's mind, even Xiao Tian himself was genuinely curious. Xiao Tian lifted his head, gazing at the Triple Heaven Ruler suspended in the sky. The Triple Heaven Ruler had overheard Xiao Tian and the others' conversation, and his expression was now dark and ominous. These human ants had actually glimpsed the very essence of the power of the laws. In truth, the power of laws is categorized into many distinct types. Though he was the Dark Sovereign, he could not control all the forces of law. The law power before him was one he had acquired at great cost and effort, enchanting it onto the coffin. He had believed that even if the backlash of this law power merely severed limbs, it would be enough to scare off Xiao Tian and his companions. Yet it backfired completely. Among these lowly humans, someone actually possessed the ability to regenerate severed limbs. He had been too careless. While the Triple Heaven Sovereign remained silent, Xiao Tian had already regenerated his severed limbs and approached Xiao Tian. Lord Xiao, just as I told you, this so-called law force couldn't kill me outright. It only severed my limbs, which has virtually no effect on me. Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Tian, unable to contain the excitement on his face. If this so-called law power was useless against him, didn't that mean he truly had a chance to personally eliminate a Dark Sovereign? If he truly succeeded in eliminating a Dark Sovereign, he'd have bragging rights for the rest of his life. Moreover, if he succeeded in this endeavor, once he left the Forbidden Land, he could finally stand tall before the old man. He had slain a Dark Sovereign who would dare call him a spoiled brat after that. You've done well, but it's still far from enough. Xiao Tian placed a hand on Xiao Tian's shoulder, encouraging him. The body within the coffin still holds immense power. You must keep attacking until every last ounce of its strength is drained. Can you do it? I can. Xiao Tian was fired up, his voice brimming with excitement. Sure, losing limbs hurts like hell, but that pain is nothing compared to the satisfaction of slaying a Dark Lord. I'd endure any agony for that. Xiao Tian's face softened with satisfaction. Bringing this guy into the Dark Forbidden Land had definitely been a wise choice. With Xiao Tian on their side, they could slowly grind down the Triple Heaven Sovereign like scraping away layers of skin. Go on. Keep attacking. I've got your back here. Xiao Tian waved him off. Xiao Tian nodded in agreement, immediately turning around and charging back toward the coffin. He unleashed a punch directly at the figure within. At this moment, Xiao Tian was completely blinded by his own fervor. He was utterly unaware that, unbeknownst to him, Xiao Tian had already used him. The boss is seriously awesome. Just a few words and he got this guy to attack on his own, Laoba said with admiration. It's not that Xiao Xin is using him, Feng Lunka explained with a smile beside him. This kid's beast transformation ability just happens to counteract the so-called law power. If he can personally slay a Dark Sovereign, it'll bring him immense personal benefit. Feng Lunka chuckled as he explained. Xiao Tian nodded. In truth, rather than saying he was using Xiao Tian, it was more accurate to describe their relationship as mutually beneficial. However, seeing the law power lose its original deterrent effect, the Third Heaven Dominator naturally wouldn't stand idly by while Xiao Tian continuously attacked the physical body within his coffin. Even if his current body possessed immense vitality and Xiao Tian's attacks dealt minimal damage. But no matter how thick the armor or how low the damage, constant attacks would eventually wear it down. No! He had underestimated these humans. He must retrieve the coffin immediately and stop this bastard from attacking any longer. With that thought, the ruler of the Third Heaven swept his hand, intending to forcibly withdraw the coffin. But Xiao Tian had been watching the ruler of the Third Heaven's every move. Almost the instant the ruler of the Third Heaven raised his hand, Xiao Tian reacted in the blink of an eye. Old 8, move. Xiao Tian looked toward the Triple Heaven Sovereign and issued his command directly. Chapter 168, The Mysterious Black Card. The moment Xiao Tian's words fell, Old 8 shot skyward, his body instantly swelling. In the blink of an eye, he transformed back into his original form. A colossal mutated beast. The sacred griffin, its colossal form obscuring the sky, appeared within the dark forbidden land. After revealing its true form, the sacred griffin flapped its wings and charged toward the black coffin. Just as Lao Ba reached the coffin's front, the triple heaven sovereign descended almost simultaneously. "You lowly beast." The tri-heaven ruler pointed at Lao Ba in his beast form, about to unleash a torrent of curses. But Lao Ba didn't give the tri-heaven ruler a chance to speak, countering with a swift wing strike. Thud! The ruler of the third heaven was flung aside like a stray dog tossed aside on the roadside. Only then did the eighth brother extend his sharp beak, snatch up the black coffin, and land back beside Xiao Tian. "Big brother, is the dark sovereign really this weak? I feel like after entering beast mode, I could take him down with a single swipe." Old 8, now back in human form, scratched his head, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He knew nothing about the dark sovereign. But the title Dark Overlord itself sounded incredibly formidable. That's why when he attacked earlier, Lao Ba dared not take any chances, immediately revealing his strongest form. Little did he expect that this so-called Triple Heaven Sovereign would prove far weaker than he'd imagined. "The Triple Heaven ruler you see before you is not the true entity incarnate," Fong Lunka explained softly from the side. Without his true self present, the Triple Heaven Sovereign was indeed no match for his peak state. However, Lao Ba was genuinely formidable. As a mutated beast whose power reached the king level, he would likely hold the upper hand even against a king-level spirit beast warrior. It was common knowledge that mutant beasts vastly surpass spirit beast warriors in physical prowess and every other aspect. Eighth brother rocks. Yao Qinian scampered over to old 8, extending his thumb in heartfelt admiration. Brother 8 was a mutated beast with king-level strength. If he could possess such power himself, he could probably walk tall without relying on his family's influence. Enough chatter. This body hasn't been destroyed yet. It's up to you now. Xiao Tian patted Yao Qinian on the shoulder. "I may be awesome, but this coffin is shrouded in the power of the laws. I can't act directly. Destroying this body depends entirely on your skill. So in a way, you're more badass than me." Lao Ba also looked at Yao Qinian, lips curling upward as he mimicked the other's gesture, proactively giving him a thumbs up. Seeing Lao Ba give him a thumbs up and declare him even more formidable, Yao Qinian's body trembled with excitement. This was a genuine king-level mutant beast. A king-level mutant beast voluntarily acknowledging that he was even more awesome. Perhaps his future truly held boundless potential. Lao Ba's words acted like an adrenaline shot, instantly making Yao Qinian's blood boil. "Go! Keep going! So what if it's the power of the laws?" Rash attacks would only cost him limbs, but with his self-healing power, he had nothing to fear. "From this moment on, I, Yao Qinian, am no longer the idle playboy waiting to die. I too will contribute to the peace of Blue Star." Yao Qinian suddenly let out a passionate shout. This abrupt outburst startled old 8 beside him into a shudder. Watching Yao Qinian, now energized as if injected with adrenaline, continue attacking the corpse within the coffin. Lao Ba leaned close to Xiao Tian and whispered, "Brother, I think this guy's mind is a little off." Xiao Tian's lips twitched, about to respond. At that moment, the Triple Heaven Sovereign, flung away earlier, began to float back into the air. Yao Qinian's punch landed, delivering another blow to the corpse within the coffin, causing its power to wane further. Simultaneously, the force of the laws surged forth, directly severing Yao Qinian's limbs. However, having learned from previous experiences, Yao Qinian didn't even flinch this time. Countless tiny tentacles surged from the severed arms, initiating the regeneration of the lost limbs. The pain of severed limbs was indeed excruciating, but once accustomed to it, the agony gradually became bearable. At this moment, Yao Qinian felt like he was the modern-day version of a werewolf. He fears nothing. Blood only fuels his excitement. Seeing his body suffer another devastating blow, the sovereign of the third heaven felt like cursing. What the hell is going on with Blue Star? How could a spirit beast warrior possess the ability to regenerate severed limbs? He never would have imagined this in a million years. Had he foreseen it, he absolutely wouldn't have acted so cocky, summoning the coffin casually. "Kid, let's each back down. You take your people and leave now, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Knowing he couldn't stop them, the Triple Heaven ruler refrained from direct action and instead sought to negotiate terms with Xiao Tian and his group. "Looks like you haven't grasped your situation yet. Do you even have the standing to negotiate terms with my big brother?" Old 8 tilted his head, glaring at the Triple Heaven ruler with utter disdain. "You cannot kill this sovereign." The Triple Heaven Sovereign gritted his teeth, his face darkening as he declared, "Even if you destroy this physical form, I will not perish outright." Darkness sovereigns, upon reaching the Triple Heaven Sovereign realm, master the dark rebirth technique. Should this body be destroyed, I shall merely fall into slumber, not be slain outright. Given the right opportunity, I shall awaken anew. And when that time comes, you shall be the first I slay. Old 8 spat contemptuously, utterly dismissing the Triple Heaven ruler's words. He dismissed it as mere bragging. Fong Lunka shook his head with disdain, paying it little heed. Only Xiao Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Though he didn't believe the words either, some things were better to believe than to dismiss. After all, the Dark Sovereign was an unknown entity to humanity.
If he truly possessed the art of rebirth, it wouldn't be entirely surprising.
However, once certain actions were taken, there was no turning back.
Even if the third heaven dominator truly possessed the art of rebirth, he would die today without a doubt.
Half an hour later, through Xiao Tian's relentless efforts, he finally succeeded in severely damaging the body. As his final punch landed, countless fine cracks began to appear on the figure within the coffin. These cracks rapidly spread across the entire body. In the next instant, the entire body shattered like broken porcelain, cracking apart in an instant.
Witnessing this scene, the triple heaven sovereign suspended in midair's eyes darkened. He knew that with the body now shattered, it was too late for words. This dead of today, I shall remember. Pray that I do not awaken, for if I do, I will hunt you down. The triple heaven sovereign clenched his fists, his crimson eyes flickering with an eerie red glow. After uttering these words, his form gradually dimmed until it vanished completely.
At that very moment,
a small black card, shrouded in demonic energy, suddenly materialized, hovering silently in the air.
Chapter 169, Xiao Tian, I thank your ancestors for generations.
Old 8 stared at the black card before him, then suddenly reached out and took it into his palm. The card felt substantial in his hand, carrying a distinctively cool, icy sensation.
Big brother, what is this thing?
Old 8 examined it carefully, unable to discern its nature, before handing it to Xiao Tian.
Xiao Tian reached out to take it.
The instant his palm touched the card, his eyes widened in shock.
The moment his palm touched the card, he sensed an overwhelmingly intense demonic energy. Within this black card lay an extremely potent aura of darkness. Beyond the darkness, Xiao Tian also sensed the faint aura of a triple heaven sovereign within the card. Whether it was due to absorbing the dark power or not, Xiao Tian suddenly had a premonition. The black card in his hand was like a cicada chrysalis. Once the time was ripe, the cocoon would hatch and a butterfly would emerge. The triple heaven sovereign was that butterfly within the cocoon, poised to transform. Could this be the so-called rebirth technique the third heaven ruler spoke of? Xiao Tian murmured to himself.
Though this was merely his own conjecture, Xiao Tian had always been a cautious man. Even if it was only conjecture, he would strive to reduce the threat to zero. Since this black card harbors such potent dark energy, could I forcefully absorb it using my genetic sequence? As he spoke, Xiao Tian suddenly clenched the card tightly in his hand, attempting to absorb its dark power.
But soon, Xiao Tian voluntarily abandoned the attempt. An intangible force within the black card blocked his absorption. Simply put, with Xiao Tian's current strength, absorbing the dark energy within the card was utterly impossible. Seems absorbing the dark energy isn't feasible. Guess I'll have to find a way to destroy it instead. Xiao Tian turned to Old 8 beside him. Little 8, do you have a way to destroy this card? Old 8 chuckled at the question. A mere black card? I can crush it with a flick of my wrist. Watch this, big brother. With that, Lao Ba took the black card from Xiao Tian's hand and clenched his fist tightly, attempting to crush it by force. But even after exhausting every ounce of strength, the black card in his hand remained completely unmoved. Holy! When he opened his palm again and saw the black card lying perfectly intact, not even slightly deformed, Lao Ba was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell was this thing made of? It was incredibly hard. With his power as a king-tier mutant beast, he could crush rebar like it was putty. Yet no matter how hard he pressed, the black card wouldn't budge an inch. It was downright bizarre. Refusing to believe it, Lao Ba tossed the card into the air, then opened his mouth and unleashed a golden beam of light. Boom! The golden beam instantly enveloped the entire card, its destructive aura seeping out from within the light. But when the light faded, the black card remained perfectly intact. Not even a single scratch remained. Bro, this card's kinda weird. I can't seem to destroy it. Old 8 picked up the black card with a dejected look and handed it back to Xiao Tian. He was clearly a king-level mutant beast, yet this black card left him feeling utterly helpless. Xiao Tian held the black card, lost in thought. Though he couldn't be certain whether the resurrection opportunity mentioned by the third heaven sovereign was connected to this black card. But one thing was certain, this black card before them was not something they could easily destroy. Forget it. Let's just keep it for now. We'll figure out something else once we're out of here. Xiao Tian shook his head, slipped the card into his pants pocket, and then turned his gaze back to the others. Beside him, Yao Qinian grimaced as his severed limbs regrew under the tentacle's healing touch. Without you this time, things might not have gone so smoothly, Xiao Tian remarked, scratching his nose. After all, it was indeed thanks to his assistance that they had succeeded in severely wounding the third heaven sovereign. And Xiao Tian's praise felt to Yao Qinian like an ancient eunuch receiving an imperial edict, being bestowed the title of invincible general. In the old man's eyes, he had always been nothing more than an uneducated, spoiled brat. To the people of Tianhu City, he was nothing more than a good-for-nothing who lived off others. For all these years, he had never once received a word of praise. It was precisely this neglect that had gradually warped his personality into one of twisted rage. Now, for someone like Xiao Tian to praise him to his face felt almost unreal to Yao Qinian. He'd always been branded a spoiled brat, yet now Xiao Shen was praising him like this. Could it be that he was no longer that good-for-nothing wastrel? Regardless of the truth, Xiao Tian was utterly exhilarated. Even Xiao Shen had praised him. Once he escaped this hellhole, he'd see who dared call him a wastrel again. Xiao Shen says I'm quite useful. If anyone dares call themselves a spoiled brat again, they'll have to deal with Xiao Shen. With that thought, Xiao Tian suddenly approached Xiao Tian and knelt before him with a thud. What do you think you're doing? Xiao Tian frowned slightly, instinctively taking 2 steps back. He couldn't quite figure out what this guy was up to. It wasn't even New Year's yet, and this guy was already kneeling before him? God Xiao, I thank you. I thank your ancestors for 18 generations. I thank your entire family. Xiao Tian spoke while proactively kowtowing to Xiao Tian. If not for the sincerity in his eyes and the earnestness of his expression, Xiao Tian might have thought the man was mocking him. Why on earth are you thanking me? Xiao Tian's mouth twitched as he suddenly asked. The old man told me to come with you to the Forbidden Zone. I thought it was dangerous and didn't want to come in. Thankfully, you, Xiao Shen, were persistent and dragged me in by force. This journey through the Forbidden Land has taught me many truths. People shouldn't be defined by labels. Before, I was called a spoiled brat, so I just gave up and wallowed in self-destruction. But now I realize that whether one becomes a wastrel or a genius like you, Xiao Shen, is entirely our own choice. I may not become a figure as great as you, but I have the right to choose my own path. Thanks to you, Xiao Shen, I grasp this truth. So I must thank you, your entire family, and thank your ancestors for 18 generations. I also thank my ancestors for 18 generations. My Yao family's forebears must have saved the galaxy in a past life, otherwise, I never would have crossed paths with you in this one. Had we never met, I might have remained a spoiled brat forever, never waking up to reality. Watching Xiao Tian's earnest expression, Xiao Tian's lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, but he ultimately shook his head. You don't need to thank me. Just know it in your heart. Now that the matter is resolved and the Forbidden Zone is about to collapse, let's leave this place first. Chapter 170, The Warning of the Fourth Heavenly Sovereign. Just as the Forbidden Land was about to collapse, Xiao Tian and the others finally located the portal leading to the outside world. Just as they prepared to step through, an unexpected change occurred. Behind them, space began to warp and collapse, as if the world were being sucked into a black hole. Xiao Tian had witnessed this scene before, though only in his dreams. Witnessing it firsthand now nearly made him wet himself on the spot. The courage he'd summoned to confront the Third Heaven ruler vanished without a trace. After all, ignoring the power of the rules to attack the corpse within the coffin merely resulted in severed limbs. But if they didn't escape before the Forbidden Land collapsed, they would meet a gruesome death right here. Yet none of that was the crux of the matter. Amidst the Forbidden Land's collapse, a faint ripple suddenly rippled through the space behind the group. Immediately after, Xiao Tian and the others witnessed a shadowy human form pass through the spatial ripples and materialize before them. The figure's outline was blurred, revealing no discernible details. Yet emanating from this figure was an aura identical to that of a Third Heaven Sovereign. A Fourth Heaven Sovereign? Xiao Tian furrowed his brow slightly and asked aloud. The dark power emanating from this being was even more formidable than that of the Third Heaven Sovereign. Xiao Tian could think of no one else but a Fourth Heaven Sovereign. Haha, since you can guess my identity, it seems you're not so foolish after all. The shadowy figure shuddered slightly, emitting an eerie chuckle. But if you're not foolish, why oppose my Dark Clan? Do you even know the consequences of opposing my Dark Clan? Though the figure hadn't directly admitted their identity, Xiao Tian was now certain. The visitor was undoubtedly the sovereign of the Fourth Heaven. Xiao Tian found himself somewhat speechless. These Dark Clan rulers, how could they be so identical to the villains in novels? They pick on the weak and then send in the big shots. Couldn't they just take them all out at once? But complaints aside, Xiao Tian could roughly guess the reason. The rulers of the Dark Clan were likely bound by some restriction preventing multiple rulers from descending simultaneously. For instance, if a second heaven ruler wished to descend upon Blue Star, they must wait until a first heaven ruler had perished. But these were merely Xiao Tian's current speculations. The truth would require further investigation. What the hell are you bragging about? Feng Lunka pointed at the Fourth Heaven ruler, sneering, is your Dark Clan so mighty? Before Xiao Shen, you're nothing but a pack of dumb dogs. From the First Heaven Sovereign onward, 3 of your sovereigns have already fallen consecutively at Xiao Shen's hands. You call yourselves the Masters of Darkness? To me, you're just a bunch of weaklings. You're the Fourth Heaven Dominator, right? I advise you to tuck your tail between your legs and get out of here. Go tell the other sovereigns to stop coveting Blue Star. It's not a place you can control. With Xiao Shen here, all your schemes and plots will be nothing but a flash in the pan, utterly useless. Feng Lunka's barrage of scathing words left the Fourth Heaven Sovereign speechless. The Dark Clan, wherever they descended in any world, were a force that struck terror into the hearts of all. As a Fourth Heaven Sovereign, he had descended upon Blue Star only to be berated by a mere human insect? Where is justice? Where was divine justice? Did they truly believe the Dark Clan was a soft target? At this moment, Xiao Tian was also a bit bewildered, staring at Feng Lunka with astonishment. He sensed this guy was doing it on purpose.
Though he possessed the system, which allowed him to devour and evolve endlessly, that still required time.
He wasn't confident enough yet to go toe-to-toe with the other Dark Overlords. Wasn't Fong Lonka's statement pushing him straight into the eye of the storm? Fine. Very fine.
After a moment of silence, the Fourth Heaven Dominator suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Xiao Tian.
Xiao Tian, is it? I remember you.
3 sovereigns have fallen by your hand.
This debt, I shall remember.
Next, I shall descend upon Blue Star and unleash the ultimate darkness upon you vermin.
When that time comes, you will be the first one I kill. After delivering this threat, the Fourth Heaven ruler's form gradually faded away.
Clearly, the Fourth Heaven Sovereign had descended here solely to deliver a threat. But one must admit, his threats had indeed taken effect. At the very least, they had instilled a palpable sense of pressure in Xiao Tian. A Third Heaven Sovereign could directly open a portal to another world, allowing beings from that realm to descend upon Blue Star.
So just how formidable was this Fourth Heaven ruler?
Though he couldn't gauge the exact extent of the opponent's power, Xiao Tian knew without a doubt that it far surpassed that of a Third Heaven Sovereign. I never expected that just after dealing with the Third Heaven ruler, a Fourth Heaven ruler would appear directly. I need to boost my strength as quickly as possible in the coming period. Xiao Tian rubbed his temples, muttering to himself. He's just a dark sovereign, yet he dares threaten Xiaoshan? Where on earth did he get the nerve?
Fong Lonka spoke with obvious indignation. Xiao Tian's lips twitched slightly as he shook his head. The Forbidden Zone is about to collapse. Let's get out first. Soon. The group passed through the teleportation gate, leaving the dark Forbidden Land behind and reappearing in Tianhu City. Outside, Old Master Yao and the others had been waiting for quite some time. Seeing Xiao Tian and his group emerge safely, Old Master Yao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since Xiao Tian and his group had returned safely, it seemed the matter concerning the Third Heaven Sovereign had been resolved smoothly. What pleased Elder Yao even more was that Yao Qinian had emerged completely unscathed. It seemed Xiao Tian had indeed kept his promise and looked after that kid Yao Qinian within the Forbidden Zone. Grandfather, I'm back. Yao Qinian waved at Old Master Yao with a wide grin.
No sooner had he spoken than he saw Old Master Yao raise his walking stick and give himself a sharp whack on the crown of his head.
Grandpa, what are you doing? Struck on the head by the cane, Yao Qinian let out a pained cry and asked with a pout, did I say something wrong? You're supposed to be the future heir of the Yao family. Look at yourself, careless and utterly lacking in decorum. What kind of example is this?
Old Master Yao scolded, exasperated by his lack of discipline. He then turned to Xiao Tian, his voice urgent. Young Xiao Tian, now that you've emerged, I wonder how matters concerning the ruler of the Third Heaven have been resolved? I took care of the ruler of the Third Heaven.
Before Xiao Tian could answer, Yao Qinian grinned again and blurted out the response first.
Yao Qinian had expected the old patriarch to react with shock, staring at him in stunned silence. Then he'd take his hand, praising, my good son, I'm so proud of you. But to Yao Qinian's surprise, Old Master Yao didn't praise him at all. Instead, he raised his cane and jabbed it straight at Yao Qinian's rear end. Holy, Grandpa, what the hell are you doing? Why are you stabbing me in the ass? What did I do to deserve this? What did I do wrong? Just because I ventured into the Forbidden Zone once, I've learned to brag? Did you take down a triple heaven sovereign? Why not just claim you're my biological father? How could I have ever given birth to such a useless piece of work? I should have just shot it at the wall back then. Yao Qinian. Chapter 171, Restoring Order to Sky City. After getting his rear end poked by Old Master Yao's cane, Yao Qinian felt utterly wronged. He hadn't been bragging, he'd stated the plain truth. Why wouldn't the old man believe him? He admitted he had deceived the old man many times before, but times had changed. He had finally told the truth once, and now he was being questioned. Yao Qinian felt more wronged than Doi herself. Old Yao, I think we should let this go. Qinian has only just emerged from the Forbidden Zone, the middle-aged man in military uniform quickly interjected, trying to mediate. Don't try to talk me out of this. No one can change my mind today. That good-for-nothing brat needs a lesson. It's my own fault for spoiling him too much before. Today, I'll make him understand what it means to speak without thinking. Grandpa Yao's stubborn streak kicked in, and he refused to back down. Though well into his 70s, he somehow found the strength to swing his cane with fierce momentum. He chased Yao Qinian around the floor. Grandpa, I'm telling the truth. Why won't you believe me? I really did kill the Triple Heaven Sovereign. That Triple Heaven Sovereign was nothing but trash, utterly powerless against me. I blew him to bits in just a few rounds. Even as he was dying, he begged for mercy, hoping I'd spare him. But I didn't agree. Yao Qinian explained while sprinting with his butt sticking out. But his explanation only made the old man angrier. That damn brat. Not only did he fail to rein himself in, he's gone and started bragging even more outrageously. Now he dared to brag right to his face. What would happen once this brat inherited the family business? The old man couldn't bear to imagine what the Yao family would become once Yao Qinian took over. Fearfully, he imagined 3 generations of family fortune being squandered by this brat. This thought spurred the old patriarch to chase even more vigorously. But his body was simply too old. After chasing for only a short while, the old man was gasping for breath, nearly unable to stand straight. Seeing the old man pause to catch his breath, Xiao Tian stopped ahead of him and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Father, everything I've said is the truth. Why won't you believe me? I'm your own flesh and blood. Is there no basic trust between father and son?" Grandpa Yao gasped for breath, unable to respond. Instead, he extended a trembling finger toward Xiao Tian. "You, don't run." Xiao Tian retorted, "I won't run as long as you don't chase me." Old Yao's eyes narrowed dangerously. "I told you not to run. If you dare run again, I'll break your damn legs." Xiao Tian retorted, "If I don't run, you'll break my legs right now. But as long as you keep chasing me, I'll keep running. I'm young and strong, I've got plenty of stamina. As long as I run, you won't catch me, and you won't be able to hit me. You." Old Master Yao's eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he was so enraged he began coughing violently. Rebellious son. What a damn disobedient son. If I'd known this good-for-nothing would turn out like this, I should have shot him into the wall back then. Just as Old Master Yao was about to rest for a moment before continuing his pursuit with his cane, Xiao Tian stepped forward. "Old Master, please calm down. In truth, he hasn't deceived you. The ruler of the third heaven has indeed perished. And we owe it all to young Master Yao." Xiao Tian, who rarely spoke up, finally defended Xiao Tian. Hearing this, Xiao Tian's eyes welled up with tears as he looked at Xiao Tian, overcome with emotion to the point of near crying. He had spoken nothing but the truth, yet his own grandfather refused to believe him. Instead, it was Xiao Tian, an outsider, who stood up for him. Now, recalling how disrespectful he'd been to Xiao Tian in that hotel suite, he wanted to go back in time and slap his past self. Though online rumors painted Xiao Tian as a ruthless man who'd storm into your home and slaughter your entire family at the slightest provocation. But in his eyes, Xiao Tian was actually a pretty decent person. "Young friend Xiao Tian, are you certain you're not deceiving me?" Old Master Yao froze, straightening his back as he stared blankly at Xiao Tian. "Every word is true." Xiao Tian nodded earnestly. He then proceeded to recount the events in broad strokes. After hearing Xiao Tian's account, the old man Yao, who had been red-faced and furious moments before, instantly felt his mood lift. His once gloomy face instantly lit up with a radiant glow. He laughed so hard he seemed to forget the world around him. Who would have thought that his own worthless good-for-nothing son would actually kill the Dark Sovereign? The Dark Ruler, no less than he'd been killed by his own son. Though Xiao Tian and the others had undoubtedly played a crucial role in the process. But that didn't change the fact that Xiao Tian had slain a triple heaven sovereign. His own son had slain a triple heaven sovereign. Who would dare call this brat a wastrel now? From now on, if anyone dared to label Xiao Tian again, he'd simply retort, "My boy may be a bit of a wastrel, but he managed to kill a triple heaven sovereign with his own hands. Can your son do the same? You brat, come here." Old Master Yao suddenly beckoned to Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian shrank his neck. "I'm not coming over. If I do, you'll beat me." Old Master Yao's face darkened. "Come here. I won't hit you." Xiao Tian still looked skeptical. "Then swear on your life." Old Master Yao. Grandpa Yao's face darkened instantly. He'd thought the kid had finally grown up and become sensible, but now it seemed he hadn't been beaten enough. How dare he make me swear? That ungrateful brat. He deserves to die. Watching this scene of fatherly affection and filial piety, Xiao Tian and his companions exchanged glances, speechless. Such family matters weren't for outsiders like them to comment on. Half an hour later, the group took their seats in the villa's grand hall. True to his word, Old Master Yao immediately allowed Xiao Tian to select several fine items. "Young friend Xiao Tian, we owe you a great debt this time. Had you not intervened, our Tianhu city might have faced grave danger." Old Master Yao looked at Xiao Tian, his face filled with sincerity. It was nothing more than a small gesture. Besides, the Dark Clan and I have long been locked in a bitter, unending conflict. Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively. Even if he hadn't intervened and let the Triple Heaven ruler continue growing unchecked, by the time the final phase arrives, once the enemy's true form descends upon Blue Star, they won't spare me either. Therefore, Xiao Tian did not save the entire Tianhu city out of some saintly compassion. His actions did indeed save Tianhu city, but they were equally about saving himself. "Old man, you're so busy writing about Xiao Shen, you didn't even thank me. I contributed my fair share this time too." Xiao Tian stood beside the old man, muttering under his breath. "If it weren't for young Xiao Tian distracting the Triple Heaven Sovereign for you, did you really think you could have slain him?" As Yao Lao spoke, his hand instinctively shot up, poised to smack Xiao Tian on the back of the head. But then he remembered that the brat really had played a crucial role, so he held back. Despite his usual lack of discipline, the kid proved reliable when it mattered most. With proper cultivation, perhaps he could still be salvaged. After exchanging a few polite formalities, Xiao Tian and his group didn't linger long before taking their leave. With the matters in Tianhu City resolved, it was time for them to move on. Thanks to the Yao family's presence, Tianhu City maintains relative stability, scarcely differing from its state before the global beast transformation outbreak. If Sky City could develop along similar lines, it might not be a bad thing. On the road, Xiao Tian lowered his gaze in thought, murmuring silently to himself.
Chapter 172, The very sight of instant noodles makes me want to throw up.
In his previous life, Xiao Tian had always fantasized about restoring the world's order to what it was before the global beast transformation outbreak. But back then, he lacked both the capability and the means to achieve it. The notion of reshaping order was nothing more than a dying fantasy. Now, though, with his own strength and connections, reshaping the world's order might still be somewhat difficult.
Yet restoring order to Sky City?
That task had become far less daunting for Xiao Tian. The primary reason Tianhu City maintained basic order was the presence of the Yao family.
Sky City lacks the Yao family, but it has him. Xiao Tian himself could serve as the cornerstone for stabilizing the order. However, doing so presents its own set of problems. To re-establish order in Sky City, Xiao Tian must prioritize ensuring everyone's survival and providing sufficient food supplies. Yet in the current environment, providing both safety and ample food was no easy feat. Though Xiao Tian could accomplish both. But why should he do so? Or rather, what benefits would this bring to Xiao Tian? Xiao Tian sought to restore order, but he was no do-gooder. Everything hinged on the fundamental premise that he could gain sufficient benefit from it. If restoring order to Sky Dome City offered him no personal advantage, he naturally saw no reason to act. If Sky Dome City's order could be restored, production could gradually resume. Then, perhaps the people of Sky City would no longer have to worry about food. Moreover, once production resumes, factories manufacturing daily necessities could restart operations.
Other supplies could then be produced in succession. At that point, Sky City could easily sell its surplus food and resources to acquire the necessary materials and spirit crystals.
Xiao Tian murmured to himself. As the ruler of Sky Dome City, wouldn't it be reasonable to levy a small tax or similar fees at that point? Xiao Tian always deliberated deeply before undertaking any action.
The more he pondered, the more viable this plan seemed.
Restoring order to Sky Dome City would bring him immense benefits. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Tian abruptly halted his steps.
"Big brother, did you spot something unusual?" Lao Ba asked, his eyes darting warily around the area. But after scanning the area, Lao Ba detected nothing out of the ordinary.
"Let's not return to Sky City just yet. I have other plans. We're heading to nearby Dawn City," Xiao Tian suddenly declared.
Earlier, during his casual chat with Old Master Yao, Xiao Tian had learned the locations of several nearby cities. There was no other choice.
With internet service down in many areas, the built-in navigation on their phones was completely useless.
As for why Dawn City was the destination, Xiao Tian naturally had his reasons.
Dawn City was once an industrial hub of Dragon Nation, dotted with all kinds of manufacturing plants.
It could be said to cover the spectrum of food and all manner of supplies.
While Sky City still stood, most of its factories and facilities had long been destroyed. To re-establish order, he must revive production across these factories. Acquiring production equipment from Dawn City was an essential step.
However, production equipment alone is insufficient. Specialized personnel are also needed to oversee manufacturing.
Finding suitable production talent during this trip would be ideal.
Once the equipment is transported to Sky City and reinstalled, production could commence almost immediately.
"Xiao Shun, what are we doing in Dawn City?" Feng Lonka asked curiously. Xiao Tian looked at Feng Lonka and Lao Ba, revealing his thoughts without reservation. Hearing Xiao Tian's plan to restore order, Feng Lonka was the most delighted of all. As a human, who wouldn't want to return to the days before the global beastification outbreak?
Even now as spirit beast warriors, they lived in constant fear and anxiety. Such days were indeed agonizing.
Moreover,
beyond that, Feng Lonka was a native of Sky City.
With Xiao Tian now aiming to restore order there, he naturally shared in the joy.
If order can truly be re-established, then we won't have to worry about supplies anymore. We'll be able to produce them ourselves.
Feng Lonka said with some excitement. He wholeheartedly endorsed Xiao Tian's decision.
As for Lao Ba, he couldn't care less about this matter. After all, he was merely a mutated beast.
However, whatever Xiao Tian said went. Whatever Xiao Tian told him to do, he did. With everything settled, the group immediately set off toward Dawn City. 3 hours later, Xiao Tian and Feng Lonka arrived above Dawn City aboard the beast-transformed Lao Ba. Surveying the structures below, Xiao Tian noticed extensive damage. Collapsed skyscrapers were visible everywhere. Looks like Dawn City took quite a hit. With the global beast transformation descending upon Blue Star, hardly any city can remain unscathed. Feng Lonka clicked his tongue in dismay.
Hopefully some factory facilities remain intact, Xiao Tian murmured softly. He couldn't care less about the city's architecture. What mattered to Xiao Tian were the factory's production facilities. Old 8. Xiao Tian extended his hand and gave Lao Ba a light tap on the back.
Head to the canned food processing plant up ahead. Lao Ba gave a slight nod, then spread his enormous golden wings and dove toward the food processing plant below. Meanwhile, inside the Blue Sky Group factory, over 100 workers in uniforms crouched on the floor, collectively slurping instant noodles. The distinctive aroma of instant noodles filled the entire workshop. Since the global outbreak of beastification, for many people, a bowl of instant noodles had become a luxurious meal. Yet the faces of these 100-odd workers were etched with disgust and exhaustion. I can't take it anymore. I can't eat another bite. One worker suddenly stood up, set down his bowl of noodles, and ran to the side to vomit. Since the global beastification outbreak, they too had gained beastification abilities, becoming spirit beast warriors. They had managed to survive until now by scavenging whatever canned food remained in the factory. Despite that, staying here meant they never went hungry, but their daily diet consisted solely of instant noodles and canned goods. Short term, it was bearable, but prolonged consumption would be unbearable for any normal person. As everyone knows, instant noodles are such that eating just one packet won't fill you up, but eating 2 packets at once is downright disgusting. Yet these people ate instant noodles for every single meal, day in and day out, for nearly half a year. We have no choice. Instant noodles and canned goods are all we can eat. And our factory's reserves will only last us another 2 weeks. After that, we won't even have instant noodles left. We'll probably have to risk venturing outside to find food. Someone suddenly spoke up, offering a well-meaning warning. Even if we run out of instant noodles in 2 weeks, I just can't stomach them anymore. The smell of them makes me want to vomit now. Li Dazhuang shook his head, his face etched with helplessness. It wasn't that he was being picky, his body had simply reached its limit from eating instant noodles meal after meal. But just then, an unexpected disturbance erupted. A violent crash echoed from outside the factory gates. In that instant, every head snapped up, eyes fixed on the factory entrance, all faces etched with grave concern. Chapter 173, Kill them all, leave not one standing. It must be Lu Chong and his crew again. Brotherly, what should we do? Everyone held their breath as one of them turned to Li Dazhuang and asked. Li Dazhuang had been the factory manager. When the global beast transformation outbreak occurred, everyone present had initially planned to flee for their lives. In the end, it was Li Dazhuang's persuasion that led them to stay together here. As it turned out, staying here was indeed an excellent choice. Because by staying here, the group at least had no worries about food and drink, unlike those outside who were struggling to find sustenance. However, there were drawbacks. For safety and to protect the factory, they were confined to the premises most of the time. No matter how comfortable the factory environment is, it can never compare to home. Staying in one place for too long would drive anyone to the brink of a mental breakdown. Fortunately, everyone managed to endure it. Moreover, under Li Dazhuang's leadership, they ventured into the Forbidden Zone and secured a batch of enhancement materials. After reinforcing the factory's perimeter with these materials, its outer defenses were now nearly impenetrable. Ordinary spirit beast warriors simply couldn't breach the factory's defenses. For the most part, as long as they remained inside the factory, they could live in relative peace. This was one of the reasons they managed to hold the factory. From that point onward, Li Dazhuang became the pillar of strength in everyone's hearts. As for the man they called Lu Chong, he had originally been the owner of a clothing store. After the global beastification outbreak, he gained the abilities of an electric eel, capable of unleashing terrifying electric currents. Leveraging this formidable beast-like power, he rapidly rose to prominence and established his own faction. Lured by the factory's vast stockpile of supplies, Lu Chong repeatedly led raids to seize them by force. But the factory's fortified perimeter always thwarted them, sending them back empty-handed each time. Undeterred, Lu Chong became fixated on the place, sending his men to harass it every few days. After all, the vast food reserves within the factory were simply too tempting. If he could seize the factory, he would gain access to a massive food supply. Just then, a violent explosion echoed outside the factory. The crew had grown accustomed to such disturbances. No doubt Lu Chong was leading another assault on the factory gates. The steel plates outside our factory have been reinforced. No matter how hard Lu Chong and his men attack, they won't break through our defenses. Li Dazhuang motioned for everyone to stay calm, whispering, "We'll just wait here. Once they're exhausted, they'll leave on their own." The others nodded in agreement, though many felt a deep sense of frustration. Time and again, they were provoked by the enemy, yet each time they could only hide inside the factory, powerless to do anything. This feeling was unbearable. Yet they all understood, Lu Chong had reached the king tier level. If they dared to charge out, death was certain. Hiding in the factory like turtles was their best option for now. Inside the factory, a deafening silence hung heavy, punctuated only by the relentless crackle of explosions. But in the next instant, the explosions abruptly ceased. Immediately after, a voice erupted in curses, "You bunch of cowards. What good is hiding in your shells? If you're men, come out and face me one-on-one." Outside the factory gates, over a dozen spirit beast warriors stood in formation. These spirit beast warriors were generally around level 30.
Such levels were considered formidable during the early stages of global beastification, but in the present era, they were merely average. At the front of the group stood a young man with a buzz cut, his skin glowing with a healthy tan. He was pointing at the factory gates, spewing a torrent of foul insults. Lu Chong unleashed a torrent of abuse at the factory gates, spewing every vile word he could possibly think of. Yet when he finished, the factory remained eerily silent, not a sound to be heard. Damn it, you bunch of cowards. You can actually stand this? Seeing his provocation fall flat, Lu Chong kicked the factory gate in fury. Who knows where these jerks got their reinforced materials? Even I can't break through their defenses. Otherwise, I'd have taken this place over long ago. Dawn City had already fallen, its order completely shattered. Lu Chong wasn't actually planning to seize the factory and restart production. After all, restarting production would require a steady supply of raw materials. With food already scarce throughout Dawn City, where would he find such vast quantities of materials? He simply wanted to get his hands on the massive stockpile of supplies stored inside the factory. Brother Lu, we should retreat. Those cowards are holed up inside and refuse to come out. There's nothing we can do about them. A tall teenager beside Lu Chong chuckled awkwardly. Lu Chong didn't respond. He spat once, then silently pulled a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. Just as Lu Chong lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, footsteps suddenly echoed behind them. Lu Chong instinctively turned his head and saw 4 unfamiliar faces. This place is now my big brother's private property. You can all get lost now. Lao Ba stepped forward, sweeping the group with a contemptuous glance before speaking in a flat tone. Hearing Lao Ba's words, Lu Chang's lips parted slightly, even the cigarette dangling from his mouth clattered to the ground. Who in all of Dawn City didn't know the name Lu Chong? And now someone actually dared to tell him to get lost. I've ruled Dawn City for so long, and I haven't seen anyone as gutsy as you in ages. Well, you've met one now. Lao Ba sneered coldly, his voice flat. Since you have, you can get the hell out now. I won't repeat myself. Lu Chong prided himself on always being arrogant. But compared to Lao Ba, he realized his own arrogance was nothing. This guy with the dyed blonde hair, he was the real definition of arrogance. Arrogance itself isn't a crime, but choosing the wrong target for your arrogance is a capital offense. Unfortunately, by being arrogant in my presence, you've already committed a capital offense. With that, Lu Chong closed his eyes and smacked his hands together with arrogant flair. Clap! Clap! The moment the applause faded, over a dozen henchmen behind him stepped forward simultaneously, entering a beast-like state. Dare to offend our brother Lu, and you've already committed a capital offense. Brother Lu needn't lift a finger. We'll show you why the flowers are so red. Cherish this moment, for you'll never see tomorrow's sun. Watching these dozen or so men spewing threats before the fight even began, and threats that were downright cheesy to boot. Xiao Tian covered his face with his hands, his expression darkening. Perhaps it was the experience of 2 lifetimes that made Xiao Tian more mature than his peers. Hearing such pretentious lines sent shivers down his spine. However, Lao Ba had already issued a warning, giving these men ample time to flee. Since they didn't know how to cherish it, they had no one to blame but themselves when Xiao Tian unleashed his killing spree. Old 8. Xiao Tian turned to Lao Ba and waved his hand. Take them all out. Leave not a single one alive. Chapter 174, it's over. Should've never pretended. Reaching king tier is so impressive? You're king tier, I'm king tier, that's no reason to act cocky in front of me. Lu Chong shook his arms, then clasped his hands before his chest and stretched them apart with a sudden jerk. Between Lu Chang's palms, a faint blue current abruptly coalesced, crackling with static. The powerful current made Lu Chang's hair stand on end, and every hair on his body instantly bristled straight. Has this guy also gained the electric eel's beast transformation ability? Xiao Tian silently wondered. Electric eels were a relatively common ingredient, though their price made them far from affordable. Therefore, throughout their journey, even Xiao Tian had rarely encountered spirit beast warriors who had acquired the electric eel's ability. Most spirit beast warriors acquired beast transformation abilities from common poultry, such as the animal transformation abilities of pigs, chickens, and various fish. Even if Lu Chong had gained the electric eel's beast transformation ability, it wouldn't hold much significance. As fellow king tier powerhouses, Lao Ba, being a mutant beast, possessed a physique significantly stronger than Lu Chang's. Therefore, Xiao Tian concluded that even with the electric eel's beast transformation ability, Lu Chong would still be no match for Lao Ba. Ha! Gazing at the blue electrical currents in Lu Chang's palm, Lao Ba sneered, Electro Boy? Lu Chang's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, I've acquired the electric eel's beast transformation ability. After prolonged upgrades, I've even gained exclusive skills. Even with your king tier strength, you won't be able to withstand a single blow from me. Hearing this, Lao Ba suddenly perked up. Then show me what you've got. Old 8 rubbed his hands together, eager to begin. Pointing to his chest, he declared, come on, hit me here. I'll give you the first strike. If you even flinch, I'll concede defeat. Hearing Lao Ba's words, Feng Lunka instantly frowned.
This guy seems to be putting on a bit too much of a show, doesn't he? Even Xiao Tian, watching from a distance, shook his head.
Even among equals, mutant beasts possessed physical constitutions far surpassing humans.
But Lao Ba's behavior was definitely overdoing it.
They were all at the king tier level at most, their physical constitutions differed slightly.
By letting Lu Chong strike first, Old 8 was essentially making things harder for himself. Xiao God, why do I feel like Brother 8 is asking for trouble?
Fong Lonka murmured, lips pressed together. Xiao Tian replied indifferently, when facing an enemy, even one weaker than yourself, you must give your all and strive for a decisive strike. Even a lion hunting a rabbit must exert its full strength. This guy keeps putting on airs, it's only a matter of time before he gets himself into trouble.
After pausing for a moment, Xiao Tian added, Lu Chong possesses the beast transformation ability of an electric eel. Electric current bypasses physical defenses and can cause significant paralysis. If that strike landed on Old 8, he'd likely suffer a heavy blow. I'll warn Brother 8 immediately. No need. Xiao Tian shook his head, gazing calmly ahead.
You can't teach someone through words alone, but one experience teaches them forever.
Let the guy take a hit. Only after tasting defeat will he learn his lesson. Seeing Xiao Tian speak thus, Fong Lonka halted his actions.
Even if Old 8 really did suffer a setback, it wouldn't really matter. After all, Xiao Shun was still present. As Xiao Shun said, letting Old 8 learn the hard way might not be such a bad thing.
Under Old 8's relentless provocation, Lu Chang's gaze grew increasingly icy until he finally reached his limit. He'd seen arrogance before, but never arrogance like this. To Lu Chong, Lao Ba's current stance was tantamount to begging for death. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. Lu Chong drew a deep breath, then abruptly raised both hands, thrusting them forward toward Lao Ba, 3,000 heavenly thunderbolts. Boom! A faint blue arc of lightning began to swell wildly from Lu Chang's palms, expanding to a meter in thickness in an instant. As the arc swelled, its color shifted from pale blue to deep purple. Purple currents shot forward through the air, coalescing into a 1-meter diameter pillar of electricity that instantly enveloped Lao Ba's body. Is this the power of a king-class spirit beast warrior? Terrifying! Fong Lonka exclaimed, his face etched with shock. Even though he was still some distance from that terrifying pillar of electricity, the powerful current spread out through the air in all directions. Every hair on Fong Lonka's body stood on end, electrified. The sheer intensity of it nearly suffocated him. Only Xiao Tian beside him stood calmly with his arms crossed over his chest. He seemed completely unaffected. Old 8 probably won't get electrocuted to death, right? Fong Lonka snapped back to reality, glancing at the current-covered figure and speaking with concern. Xiao Tian shook his head. That guy is a mutated beast after all. His constitution is formidable. This level of current shouldn't be enough to kill him outright. Just as Xiao Tian finished speaking, the purple electrical currents ahead gradually dissipated. Lao Ba's figure reappeared. Just as Xiao Tian had said, Lao Ba was indeed not in mortal danger. However, the powerful current coursing through his body left him in excruciating pain. Seeing he was unharmed, Lao Ba was about to sneer, is this all the so-called 3,000 heavenly thunderbolts can do? But in the next instant, Lao Ba sensed something was terribly wrong. He couldn't speak. Not only that, he couldn't even feel his own body. It felt as though his entire nervous system had been forcibly severed. He could no longer control his body, left standing dumbly in place. Though simple-minded, Lao Ba was still a king-level mutant beast. He quickly grasped the situation. This attack didn't cripple me, but it paralyzed me, that's why I can't move. Damn it! Realizing this, Lao Ba's face darkened instantly, his expression turning as sour as if he'd swallowed a moldy fly. He'd overlooked the paralyzing effect of the electric current. Now that his body was paralyzed, didn't that make him a sitting duck? He should have known better than to show off earlier. He should have just taken out this guy right then and there. Heh, I didn't expect your physical defenses to be this strong. I wonder what kind of beast transformation ability you've awakened. But none of that matters now. My 3,000 heavenly thunderbolts come with a built-in paralysis effect. You may not be gravely injured, but I'd wager you're unable to move now, wouldn't you? Lao Ba glared viciously at Lu Chong, offering no reply. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer. He simply couldn't speak. He had lost all control over his own body. Seeing this, the contempt on Lu Chang's face deepened. Without further ado, Lu Chong narrowed his eyes, raised his left hand, and gathered a purple bolt of lightning in his palm. Then he strode forward, charging toward Lao Ba. Lao Ba's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes darting toward Xiao Tian for help. But in his current state, he could neither utter a sound nor move his body. It seemed he could only stand there and await his death. Even with his terrifying physical defenses, if he just stood there waiting to be killed, it was only a matter of time before he was finished. Old 8's eyes darted frantically, his composure shattering instantly. It's over. If only he hadn't put on that act. Chapter 175, Absolute Domination, Merciless Slaughter. Could he really become the first king-tier mutant beast to die horribly from trying too hard to show off?
Just as Lao Ba was lost in his thoughts, Lu Chong had already charged forward. Clenching the thunder in his palm, he was about to slam it down onto Lao Ba's crown.
At the critical moment, Xiao Tian's figure appeared like a ghostly apparition, abruptly blocking Lao Ba's path.
Staring at the suddenly appearing Xiao Tian, Lu Chang's movement halted, his expression turning pale. This guy before him. How could he be so fast? He hadn't even had time to react before Xiao Tian materialized right before him. What kind of unearthly speed was this? Possessing such extraordinary speed, what kind of beastly transformation ability was this? Seeing Xiao Tian suddenly materialize before him, Lao Ba let out a long sigh of relief, his taut nerves finally beginning to relax.
Sure enough. Big brother wouldn't abandon me to my fate. Xiao Tian asked expressionlessly, without turning his head, will you keep pretending next time? His words were clearly directed at Lao Ba. Old Aide wanted to shout, no more pretending. I'll never pretend again. But the numbing effect hadn't worn off yet, leaving him utterly unable to speak. He could only stare helplessly at Xiao Tian. Occasional muffled whimpers escaped his lips. Xiao Tian understood the man's predicament and paid him little mind, immediately lifting his gaze to focus ahead. Though startled by Xiao Tian's sudden appearance, Lu Chong didn't halt his actions.
Instead, he pivoted, gripping the lightning bolt in his hand and hurling it straight at Xiao Tian's head.
Boring. Xiao Tian muttered indifferently.
Then, extending his right hand, he snatched the lightning ball right out of Lu Chang's palm.
Lu Chong? No way, bro.
The penalty ball I just channeled, you snatched it right out of my hand.
Is that even fair? What shocked Lu Chong even more was that this penalty ball contained an incredibly powerful electric current. If an ordinary person touched it, a high-voltage current would pierce right through their body, turning them into a pile of cooked meat. Even a spirit beast warrior would suffer severe electrical burns. Yet the youth before him not only grasped the point ball with one hand, but remained completely unscathed. Could it be that the beast transformation ability he awakened could block the current? But to block electricity, one would need to be an insulator. Electric eels could secrete a viscous fluid, forming a special insulating layer on their skin. Beyond that, no other creature on Blue Star could block electrical currents. Could it be that this guy's awakened beast transformation ability was also that of an electric eel? That was purely Lu Chong overthinking things. Xiao Tian's genetic sequence possessed infinite evolutionary potential. During the initial outbreak of global beastification, he had indeed consumed an electric eel. However, Xiao Tian's ability to withstand this electric shock now doesn't stem from powers gained by devouring an electric eel. It was due to his formidable physique. Xiao Tian's formidable physique allowed him to simply ignore the electrical current. How did you do that? Lu Chang's eyes widened, his voice trembling slightly. Xiao Tian offered no reply. Instead, he clenched his palm, crushing the penalty ball into shards. Whoosh! Witnessing this, Lu Chong felt a chill run down his spine. The man before him felt even more unfathomable than Lao Ba. To effortlessly deflect his attack, the opponent was at least a king-tier spirit beast warrior. Perhaps even stronger. But Lu Chong was merely stunned, not cowed. As one of the 3 strongest warriors in Dawn City, he wasn't the type to back down easily. Before Xiao Tian could respond, Lu Chang's figure shot backward, retreating to a safe distance. You're all in cahoots, aren't you? Lu Chong glared warily at Xiao Tian, his voice tight with determination. Even if we are, it doesn't matter. I possess king-tier strength. No matter how powerful you are, you can't be much stronger than me. With that, Lu Chong wasted no further words. Clasping his hands together, he roared, 3,000 heavenly thunderbolts. As Lu Chong stretched his arms, a dark purple lightning pillar, a meter in diameter, instantly shot toward Xiao Tian. It was clear Lu Chong was a ruthless individual who understood the principle of striking with full force from the outset. In this regard alone, he was far superior to Lao Ba. At least he didn't put on airs. Unfortunately, while he was indeed genuine, he had chosen the wrong target. Some people simply weren't meant to be provoked. Take Xiao Tian standing before him, for instance. King-level concealment. Xiao Tian's lips parted slightly as he silently noted the technique in his mind. The next moment, a multitude of peculiar black scales suddenly erupted from Xiao Tian's body. These scales enveloped his entire body, forming a suit of scale armor. Immediately after, the black scales began to shift and change color, until finally, their hues perfectly blended with the surrounding environment. Xiao Tian's figure vanished from his original position. Boom! A dark purple lightning pillar slammed into the concrete ground, instantly blasting a 10-meter-wide crater into the pavement. Dirt flew everywhere, swirling violently. This alone demonstrated the sheer destructive power of the strike. Yet Xiao Tian remained unscathed. Staring at the suddenly vanished Xiao Tian, Lu Chang's expression instantly twisted into utter horror. Invisibility? What kind of ability has this guy awakened? Superhuman speed, immunity to thunderbolts, and now he can even vanish entirely. Could it be that this guy didn't gain ordinary animal abilities at all, but rather alien powers?
Given the power Xiao Tian had just displayed, he'd be a six-sided warrior in any online game.
Lu Chong clenched his fists tightly, scanning his surroundings warily. At that very moment,
the space behind him suddenly warped, and Xiao Tian's figure materialized out of thin air.
Though the occurrence was abrupt, Lu Chong regained his senses and swiftly prepared his defenses.
He pressed his palms together, preparing to summon lightning once more.
But Xiao Tian didn't give him a chance to act.
He reached out, grabbed Lu Chong by the throat, and twisted with all his might.
Snap!
Lu Chang's neck snapped cleanly, his head lolling to the side as life left him instantly. Xiao Tian remained expressionless, like a deity descended from the heavens, claiming victory with absolute dominance.
After disposing of Lu Chong, Xiao Tian casually tossed the corpse aside. With his current physical strength, he could have easily crushed Lu Chong's skull with a single punch.
But that would have been too bloody, splattering blood everywhere and making cleanup a real hassle. By comparison, snapping the neck was effortless.
After disposing of Lu Chong, Xiao Tian's gaze shifted to the two spirit beast warriors behind him.
The moment they met Xiao Tian's gaze, the two spirit beast warriors scrambled backward, plopping down onto the ground.
Devil!
This guy before them was undoubtedly a demon. Their brother Lu was a king-tier spirit beast warrior, yet he'd been crushed to death with a casual flick of the wrist. Faced with such an existence, the two felt utterly hopeless, incapable of mustering any will to resist.
Please? The two rolled on the ground, trying to beg for mercy.
But before they could utter another word, Xiao Tian had already closed the distance between them like a ghostly apparition.
He snapped their necks right then and there. Absolute annihilation. Chapter 176, One Punch Breaks the Door.
Only Big Brother could pull this off. Even a king-tier spirit beast warrior is as worthless as a dirt-bound chicken or a worthless dog in his presence, utterly powerless to resist.
Minutes later, the paralysis wore off.
Old Eight, like an ancient eunuch steward, crept up behind Xiao Tian and began massaging his shoulders with eager attentiveness.
This time, it was all thanks to Big Brother.
Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble.
Now you know how to handle enemies from now on, right? I know. From now on, I won't underestimate any enemy. If I can kill them outright, I will.
I won't give them a single chance to breathe.
Lao Ba nodded frantically, grinning obsequiously.
Witnessing this, Feng Lonka beside him covered his mouth, barely suppressing a laugh. A king-tier mutant beast displaying such a fawning demeanor looked utterly ridiculous. But in the next instant, Feng Lonka's laughter vanished. Lao Ba had turned his head and was now glaring at him with vicious intensity. He had long been awed by Xiao Tian's power. Being reprimanded by him was only natural. But he, Lao Ba, was a king-level mutant beast after all, not someone to be mocked by just anyone.
Alright, that's one problem solved. Time to get down to business.
Xiao Tian shrugged his shoulders and led the two men to the factory gate. Typical factory gates were clad in a single layer of sheet metal, offering virtually no defense against spirit beast warriors. But this particular factory was different, its entire perimeter covered in black metallic material. This metal material was nearly identical to the reinforced material outside the villa in Darren City. The only difference was that the black metal before them offered even greater defensive capabilities than the reinforced materials Xiao Tian had obtained back then. These materials must be the reinforced materials unique to the Forbidden Zone. I never imagined the entire factory would be covered in this stuff.
Feng Lonka stepped closer, running his hand over the black metal with a look of astonishment.
Xiao Tian remained silent, instead calling out toward the factory interior, "Open up." As a spirit beast warrior fused with multiple gene sequences, Xiao Tian could sense the life fluctuations emanating from within the factory. It was akin to modern infrared scanning. Xiao Tian not only knew people were inside the factory, but could clearly sense how many were present. But after Xiao Tian's command, no response came from within the factory. Inside the factory, everyone huddled together, their worried gazes fixed on the iron gate. Brotherly, it suddenly went quiet outside. "Looks like Lu Chong and the others were all killed," someone said, their voice trembling. Lu Chong was one of the 3 strongest fighters in Dawn City, possessing king-tier strength. His sudden demise defied all logic. After all, the only ones who could pose a threat to Lu Chong were the other 2 spirit beast warriors who had also reached the king level. But those 2 spirit beast warriors had always maintained good relations with Lu Chong. The 3 had divided the entire Dawn City among themselves, each controlling their own territory, maintaining a relationship where they didn't interfere with each other's affairs. The idea that the other 2 had joined forces to take Lu Chong down seemed implausible. Whoever that person outside is, as long as we stay hidden inside, they can't touch us. Li Dezhuang glanced toward the iron gate and murmured softly. The entire factory had been reinforced. Even a king-class spirit beast warrior would struggle to breach its defenses. As long as they remained inside, they were absolutely safe. Hearing Li Dezhuang's words, the unease in everyone's hearts gradually subsided. They had made up their minds. No matter who was outside or what was happening, as long as they didn't go out, those outside couldn't touch them. Meanwhile, outside the factory, seeing no response from inside for a long time, Xiao Tian's expression remained impassive. Old 8, standing beside him, frowned in displeasure.
Big Brother told them to open the door, yet they pretend not to hear. Damn them! They're not fools. They don't know our intentions. Why would they just open the gate because I told them to? Xiao Tian murmured softly. Lao Ba's expression went blank as he asked blankly, if you knew they wouldn't open it, Big Brother, then why did you even bother shouting? I shouted out of courtesy. After all, moving the factory's equipment back to Sky City will definitely require manpower. If they actually opened it, that would be ideal. If not, I have other ways to get inside. Feng Lunka nodded repeatedly before asking, Xiaoshen, how do we get in? Xiao Tian, just walk right in.
Hearing this, Feng Lunka felt his wrinkled brain suddenly smooth out.
Walk in? How exactly do we walk in?
Before Feng Lunka could ponder further, he saw Xiao Tian clench his fist, spread his legs wide, and begin gathering power. As Xiao Tian clenched his fist, a terrifying force steadily built up within it.
Feng Lunka was utterly stunned.
So when Xiaoshen said walk in, he meant it literally.
Boom! The next moment,
Xiao Tian's fist slammed heavily against the solid iron gate. Under the force of Xiao Tian's punch, the solid iron gate crumpled as if it were made of modeling clay.
A massive hole was punched right through it. Not only that, the immense force caused the entire door to warp severely. Damn!
Feng Lunka pursed his lips, the two words suddenly bursting from his mouth. Xiaoshen was truly impressive. This gate was completely encased in reinforced materials, yet he'd shattered it effortlessly with a single punch.
That's our Big Brother for you. Lao Ba stared at Xiao Tian with admiration.
Losing to the boss was no disgrace at all.
At the same time,
seeing the reinforced gate smashed open with a single punch, Li Dezhuang and the others inside the factory lost all composure. Everyone jumped up from their spots as if they'd seen a ghost.
No way!
This gate was forged from reinforced materials. Earlier, even when Lu Chong had attacked it with all his might, the gate hadn't budged an inch.
Now it had been smashed open with a single punch? How was that possible?
Through the sunlight streaming in from beyond the gate, the crowd caught a clear glimpse of Xiao Tian's face. Their astonishment deepened when they realized the one who smashed the gate was merely an incredibly young boy.
Breaking an iron gate with a single punch?
That's at least a king-tier powerhouse.
But I've seen all 3 king-tier experts in Dawn City and he's not one of them. He isn't from Dawn City.
Li Dezhuang narrowed his eyes slightly as he spoke softly, gazing at Xiao Tian. At that moment, Xiao Tian withdrew his fist, his expression calm and composed as he nonchalantly walked into the factory. Witnessing this, the 100 or so people inside the factory instantly grew alert.
Many immediately entered their beast forms, ready to strike at any moment.
With the iron gate breached, their greatest defense was gone. They had no choice but to fight to the death. Just as everyone prepared to fight to the death, Li Dezhuang slowly relaxed his clenched fists and suddenly commanded, everyone, stop.
Chapter 177, Follow Xiaoshen.
Hearing Li Dezhuang's low roar, everyone turned simultaneously, staring at him with puzzled expressions. The enemy had already breached the iron gate and stormed in.
If they stopped now, wouldn't that mean sitting back and waiting for death? Li Dezhuang understood their thoughts, but he offered no further explanation.
The fact that the enemy could breach their reinforced iron door alone proved they were far beyond what this group could handle.
Moreover,
once the gate was breached, everyone's attention immediately shifted to Xiao Tian and his group. Only Li Dezhuang noticed the corpse lying not far from the iron gate. Though the distance made it difficult to see clearly, Li Dezhuang could still make out the face. It was Lu Chang's body. One of the 3 strongest warriors in Dawn City now lay as nothing more than a corpse. It was precisely this discovery that prompted Li Dezhuang to halt everyone in their tracks. After shouting those words, Li Dezhuang's gaze settled on Xiao Tian. The youth before him gave off an unfathomable aura, especially those piercingly sharp eyes.
Though he wore a smile and stood there quietly, appearing harmless as a lamb.
Yet Li Dezhuang felt an overwhelming pressure, as if an invisible mountain had crushed down upon his body.
His instincts screamed that this youth was no ordinary person.
Although everyone had been sheltered inside the factory during the earlier battle outside, unable to witness the details, but Li Dezhuang sensed that Lu Chang's death might be connected to the youth before him.
As Li Dezhuang studied Xiao Tian was equally scrutinizing him. You're a smart one. Xiao Tian's lips curved upward as he spoke with a smile. He genuinely sought to recruit skilled professionals to prepare for restoring order in Sky City. But if these people dared to turn against him, they would be regarded as enemies. When dealing with enemies, Xiao Tian would choose to eliminate them without hesitation. Even though these individuals were precisely the talents he currently needed, Xiao Tian would show no mercy whatsoever. It could be said that Li Dezhuang's low growl had saved everyone present. You can have all the food in our factory, though there isn't much left now. Li Dezhuang suddenly spoke up, ignoring the reactions of others as he immediately ordered men to transport the food. He couldn't be certain of Xiao Tian's intentions.
If the man had come for supplies, he was willing to hand them over to save his own life. Surrendering everything might leave them starving, but it also offered a chance to find new supplies.
But if they refused to hand over the food, they might not even live to see tomorrow's sun. It was a straightforward choice. I'm not here for food, Xiao Tian shook his head. Not for food? Then what brings you here? Li Dazhuang frowned. Xiao Tian didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to a large punch press, stopping in front of it. He reached out and ran his hand lightly over its surface. He then continued surveying his surroundings. Inside the factory, numerous large-scale facilities were arranged, and these facilities were largely well-preserved, showing no signs of damage. Seeing this, Xiao Tian couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. God Xiao, all the production facilities here are perfectly preserved. If we can safely transport them back to Sky City and reassemble them, we can start production immediately. Feng Lonka leaned close to Xiao Tian, his excitement palpable. Once all these facilities were transported back to Sky City, with Xiao Tian overseeing operations, the city would undoubtedly undergo earth-shattering changes in the near future. At that moment, Li Dazhuang's gaze also turned toward the production facilities ahead. You want these production facilities? Seeing Feng Lonka nod, Li Dazhuang was utterly dumbfounded. Before the global beastification outbreak, these production facilities were undoubtedly valuable assets. Any single machine cost over $1 million to build. But now that the global order had collapsed, these machines had naturally lost their original value. Many were fighting tooth and nail over food resources, and he never imagined the youth before him would covet the factory's machinery. These machines could indeed produce various canned foods. But food doesn't appear out of thin air. Production requires raw materials. In this world, social productivity had nearly ground to a halt. Finding raw materials was incredibly difficult. Noticing Li Dazhuang's confusion, Xiao Tian calmly explained, I will transport these machines back to Sky City for production. As for production materials and such, you needn't worry about them. I'll handle that myself. After speaking, Xiao Tian added, all of you, if anyone is willing to return to Sky City with me and assist in production, you will receive the protection of Sky City. Those unwilling to follow may depart immediately. I won't force you. His words were met with a ripple of murmurs throughout the crowd. Even Li Dazhuang wore a look of puzzlement. Though he couldn't fathom the young man's true intentions, given the choice, he preferred to stand on his own 2 feet. After all, he knew very little about this youth. He knew nothing about Sky Dome City either. Blindly following this stranger could easily lead to being sold without even knowing it. This was the age of global beastification, not the old days. Even blood brothers would stab each other in the back for a scrap of food, let alone this stranger before him. One must always guard against deceit. They naturally weren't willing to follow a teenager they just met. Let me introduce you. This is Xiaoshan, the very Xiaoshan who's been making waves online. I'm sure you've heard his name. Feng Lonka, keeping his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, immediately stepped forward to introduce Xiao Tian's identity. He's Xiaoshan? He's that notorious figure Xiaoshan from the internet? So it's him. No wonder he looked familiar. Who would have thought that Xiaoshan, the legendary figure, would actually come to our Dawn City? Upon learning Xiao Tian's true identity, the crowd erupted in chaos. Even Li Dazhuang's face was etched with shock. Xiaoshan. No wonder Lu Cheng met his end at his hands. So this is the legendary figure. Li Dazhuang muttered to himself, his shock mingled with lingering dread. Thankfully, he had stopped everyone in time. Otherwise, given Xiaoshan's temperament, anyone who dared lay a finger on him would have been ruthlessly slaughtered. After all, his approach to enemies was always to eliminate them completely, often resorting to silencing them by force. Offending such a ruthless man was 100 times more terrifying than offending Lu Cheng. Everyone, make your choice. Those willing to follow Xiaoshan, step behind me. Those unwilling, stay put and remain still. Only after regaining his composure did Li Dazhuang turn to address the crowd. Xiao Tian's identity had now been revealed. Now, it was time for them to make their choice. Whether to follow Xiao Tian or wander alone, it was entirely up to each individual. Chapter 178, My Big Brother is Unbeatable. Li Dazhuang's words instantly plunged the crowd into turmoil. Having previously been unaware of Xiao Tian's identity, they naturally had no desire to follow such an unknown figure. Now that they knew his true nature, many wavered. Xiao Tian was famously ruthless, merciless toward enemies, yet consistently generous to his own people. This was evident from the unwavering loyalty of the scholars of Duru City. If they joined Xiao Tian, at the very least, they wouldn't have to worry about food even after leaving the factory. Moreover, aligning with Xiao Tian would grant them protection, eliminating any further worries about their personal safety. In truth, aligning with Xiao Tian offered them virtually no drawbacks, only advantages. In the current environment, having both food security and personal safety guaranteed represented the ultimate life pursuit for many. And this very opportunity now lay before them. By choosing to follow Xiao Tian, they could secure ample food and absolute safety. None of them were fools. After weighing the pros and cons, every single one of them was deeply moved. I pledge my allegiance to Lord Xiao. A rugged man suddenly stepped forward from the crowd and approached Li Dazhuang. Once someone took the lead, the rest followed naturally. I'm willing to follow Lord Xiao too. At least we won't have to worry about food or safety anymore. Following Lord Xiao means no more living in fear. I'm in too. Me too. Count me in.
Soon, nearly all of the 100 or so workers present rallied behind Li Dazhuang, making their stance clear. Of course, there were exceptions. Some chose to leave alone, refusing to follow Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian raised no objection to this and did not make things difficult for them, simply letting them leave. He bore no grudge against these people. If they chose to follow him, he would do his utmost to protect their safety. If they refused to follow him, so be it. With everyone's stance now clear, Xiao Tian laid out his intentions without reservation. He planned to restore order to Sky City. Only then did the group finally grasp why Xiao Tian had come to Dawn City and why he had arrived at this particular location. Lord Xiao, most of these production facilities are far too massive to operate, and some machines are simply impossible to transport due to their sheer size. Transporting all these machines back to Sky City will likely prove quite difficult. After deciding to follow Xiao Tian, Li Dazhuang promptly stated his position and began analyzing the current situation. Transport whatever facilities we can. Leave behind what we can't. As long as we can ensure normal production later, that's all that matters. Normal production won't be an issue, but what about raw materials? Xiao Tian smiled. As I just said, you needn't worry about raw materials. Once the machines are moved back to Sky City, you just focus on production. I'll handle everything else. Understood. Li Dazhuang nodded firmly. With Xiao Tian's assurance, he had no further reservations. Immediately, Li Dazhuang began directing the workers to dismantle the machinery. Outside the factory, over a dozen large trucks were parked, their tanks filled to capacity with fuel. With these trucks, all production facilities could be transported to Sky City in a single trip. At Li Dazhuang's command, the workers quickly sprang into action, bustling about with great energy. As for Li Dazhuang, after some hesitation, he finally spoke up. God Xiao, there are 3 spirit beast warriors in Dawn City whose strength has reached the king level. Besides Lu Chong, there are Sima Hua and Luo Chenhai. They have a good relationship with Lu Chong. The 3 of them jointly rule Dawn City, forming a kind of mutual interest alliance. Their spies are everywhere in Dawn City. If you killed Lu Chong now, those 2 would likely already know about it. We're moving machinery here openly. What if they bring men to attack us shortly? What then? Li Dazhuang felt that since they had decided to follow Xiao Tian, certain matters needed to be made clear. He didn't know Xiao Tian's exact strength. His impression of Xiao Tian was still stuck at the ruthless guy persona stage. Xiao Tian's ability to kill Lu Chong clearly demonstrated that he was also a king-level powerhouse. But there were 2 other king-level powerhouses in Lining City. If both of them came looking for trouble, even Xiao Tian's king-level strength might not be enough to handle them. Lao Ba approached with a sneer, dismissively remarking, king-level? What a joke! In front of my big brother, king-level means nothing. Forget 2, even 5 king levels wouldn't stand a chance against him. Li Dazhuang eyed Lao Ba skeptically, convinced the man was just bragging. King level was the pinnacle of known power. Possessing such strength meant one could dominate anywhere. Yet even such a king-tier powerhouse, in the presence of this blonde man before them, seemed as cheap as cabbages in a field. What else could this be but bragging? He acknowledged Xiao Tian's strength, but he didn't believe Xiao Tian could act with impunity in front of a king-level powerhouse. Seeing Li Dazhuang's disbelief, Lao Bao offered no further explanation. Some things you won't believe until you see them with your own eyes. Had you witnessed how Lu Chong met his end just now, you might not think this way. Lu Chong was a king-tier powerhouse, yet how was he slain by Xiao Tian? Xiao Tian simply snapped his neck. Such a death was remarkably plain and unadorned. My elder brother dispatched a king-tier powerhouse with a mere flick of his fingers. So even if 2 more king-level powerhouses showed up, they'd only be brutalized by my big brother. Just focus on dismantling the machinery. Once everything is ready, I'll lead you out of here. Xiao Tian patted Li Dazhuang's shoulder, offering him a reassuring pat on the back. This factory could only produce canned goods. Canned goods had one advantage: they could be stored long-term. However, if he truly intended to restore order to Sky City, merely producing canned goods was clearly insufficient. Moreover, restoring order required not only food but also various daily necessities. Therefore, Xiao Tian needed to transport more facilities back to Sky City. Old 8, you stay here and keep watch. If anything unusual happens, notify me immediately, Xiao Tian instructed Old 8. Don't worry, boss. I'll hold the fort here. Even if those 2 blind king-tier spirit beast warriors show up, I can handle them. Old 8 patted his chest in assurance. He himself possessed king-level strength. While he couldn't take on 2 king-level powerhouses simultaneously, his powerful physique as a mutant beast meant holding them off wouldn't be a problem. Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded. Without further ado, he led Feng Lonka out of the factory. He planned to scout the nearby industrial park for his next target. Chapter 179, Who's Asking for It? Just as Xiao Tian and Feng Lonka departed the factory in search of their next target,
Sima Hua and Luo Chunhai both received reports from their subordinates, learning of Lu Chang's death. Not long after,
the two men met at a coffee shop.
the entire street's buildings lay in near total ruin, dust blanketing every surface inside and out.
Only this coffee shop remained unchanged from before the global beast transformation outbreak.
Lu Chong and his two companions would gather here whenever they had time.
It was precisely because of their protection that the place remained unscathed.
At that moment, Sima Hua and Luo Chunhai took seats by the window and each ordered a black Americano.
Sima Hua lifted his cup, took a small sip, and said calmly, "Lu Chong is dead. You should have received word."
Luo Chunhai gave a slight nod.
"Indeed, I received the news.
I also know that 3 strangers recently arrived in Dawn City. The one who killed Lu Chong is one of them."
Sima Hua downed his coffee in 2 gulps, stood up, and said, "Let's cut the chatter.
"We're moving out. Find that bastard and take him out." Luo Chunhai's lips curved upward as he stood and stretched lazily.
Dawn City has only ever had us 3 king-tier spirit beast warriors.
It's been ages since we've had a truly satisfying fight.
That kid managed to kill Lu Chong, so he's probably a king-level existence too. Too bad he picked the wrong target. He killed someone he shouldn't have. Even if he is king-tier, facing 2 of us at once, he'll be crushed from start to finish."
Just then, a mocking voice echoed faintly, "Is that so?
"Seems you two are quite formidable.
Is it too late for me to beg for mercy now?"
Both men startled at the abrupt interruption, their gazes darting toward the entrance. Then they saw 2 unfamiliar faces appear outside the gate. One of them, a somewhat handsome youth, was leaning against the doorframe with one hand, gazing at them with a mocking expression. Seeing this, both of them froze in confusion. They had brought quite a few men with them on this trip. How could these 2 suddenly appear here without any of their men noticing? A bunch of useless fools, unable to even guard the main gate properly? Instinctively, they peered out through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Foam Lanka chuckled derisively.
"No need to look, gentlemen.
Your men have all been taken care of."
Whoa!
The 2 exchanged a stunned glance, utterly speechless.
Each of them had brought over a dozen henchmen.
Even the weakest among them were at least level 30. And now they were all gone, eliminated without a sound. At this realization, both men turned their gaze back to Xiao Tian, their expressions shifting completely.
"You killed Lu Chong?" Sima Hua snapped back to reality and asked first. "Smart." Xiao Tian nodded and clapped his hands.
After leaving the factory with Foam Lanka, he had originally planned to scout around for other suitable factories to relocate to.
But by some twist of fate, they ended up in this neighborhood.
He just happened to overhear their conversation. Then Xiao Tian activated King's concealment, effortlessly dispatching the dozens of spirit beast warriors outside the coffee shop. And so, the scene before them unfolded.
"I never thought we'd have to come looking for you. You came right to us.
You're asking for trouble." Luo Chunhai clenched his fists and suddenly roared in anger.
The next moment,
Luo Chunhai's skin gradually darkened to jet black, forming a thick layer of black armor over his surface. From his back sprouted a 2-meter-long grayish-brown tail. This gray-brown tail resembled a scorpion's, with a basketball-sized venom sac at its tip. The sac appeared translucent, and with each slight sway of the tail, the green venom inside could be clearly seen. It was evident that Luo Chunhai had acquired the scorpion's beast transformation ability. Not only did he possess formidable defensive capabilities, but he also wielded terrifying venom for self-defense. Facing such an opponent was a highly challenging prospect. While he could afford countless mistakes thanks to his armor, a single misstep could allow the venom to enter your body, leading to fatal poisoning. Seeing Luo Chunhai enter his beast form, Sima Hua followed suit immediately. The next moment, Sima Hua's entire body sprouted fine black hairs, while his flesh and blood violently proliferated into rigid muscles. His muscles ripped through his clothing. In mere seconds, Sima Hua transformed into a monstrous muscle-bound beast. Chimpanzee beastification ability, ha! On the very last night before the global beastification outbreak, this guy actually ate gorilla meat.
Chimpanzees are protected animals too, aren't they? Xiao Tian calmly observed the 2's beast transformation process, silently musing to himself. To have access to chimpanzee meat, it seems Sima Hua's background isn't simple either.
We're both king-tier powerhouses.
Don't think killing Lu Chong makes you invincible.
Today, you stumbled upon us. Consider yourself unlucky. Sima Hua pounded his chest muscles, his voice booming like a gong. You chose the path to hell when paradise beckoned. Today, you die. Luo Chunhai echoed with a sinister sneer. After entering their beast forms, both men brimmed with confidence, ready for a fierce battle.
Yet the newcomers' threats failed to unsettle Xiao Tian in the slightest.
Classic pre-fight trash talk. Truthfully, proving one's prowess was simple: the stronger the power, the greater the might. The opposite was true. If you lack sufficient strength, no matter how loud your threats echo, you're still a weakling. Truthfully, none of you need to die. I killed Lu Chong. If you pretend nothing happened and don't come looking for trouble, I won't come looking for trouble either. Too bad you made the wrong choice. This will be the fuse that blows your heads off.
Xiao Tian shook his head, then placed his right hand over his left and gave it a sharp tug. Snap! Xiao Tian's left arm was torn clean off, flesh and bone torn apart. Just as Sima Hua and his companion were stunned into confusion, the severed limb was suddenly enveloped in black flames. When the black flames dissipated, the severed limb had transformed into a formidable black spear. Gripping the black Qilin spear, Xiao Tian closed one eye, aimed at Sima Hua head, and hurled it with all his might. Whoosh! The black Qilin spear shot forth like an arrow released from its bowstring, moving so fast it left after images. Sima Hua didn't even have time to react before the spear pierced through his skull. The spear entered through the center of his forehead, exited through the back of his skull, and embedded itself firmly into the wall behind him. Put! Sima Hua's eyes bulged wide as scalding blood gushed from his eye sockets. He looked toward Xiao Tian, as if trying to say something. But before he could utter a word, his body collapsed straight onto the ground, all signs of life extinguished. Truly worthy of the title Xiao God. Slaying a king-tier spirit beast warrior is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Feng Lonka watched, his heart surging with excitement. Chapter 180, Free Porters. Seeing Xiao Tian instantly slay Sima Hua in a single encounter, Luo Chenhai's eyes nearly popped out of his head, his expression one of utter disbelief. A king-tier powerhouse, simply wiped out like that? What kind of monster was this creature before him? Luo Chenhai instinctively took a few steps back. The scorpion tail that had been raised behind him now drooped silently. This time, he was genuinely terrified. He and Sima Hua were evenly matched in strength. If they fought to the death, it would only end in mutual destruction. Now that Xiao Tian could instantly kill Sima Hua, he could surely do the same to Luo Chenhai with ease. This man before him was far more formidable than he'd imagined. He'd finally met his match. He had to run. Luo Chenhai had lost all desire to fight. His eyes scanned every direction, his ears strained for any sound, as he mapped out his escape route. But Xiao Tian seemed to possess mind-reading abilities, instantly discerning his opponent's intent. You think you can run? Luo Chenhai's heart skipped a beat. Did this guy have mind-reading powers? How did he know what was on his mind? Outwardly, though, Luo Chenhai remained composed. We're both at the king tier. If you push me, I'll go down fighting. Who'll be standing at the end? Who knows? Typical words that didn't match his thoughts. Luo Chenhai was scared stiff, his tail tucked between his legs, yet he still dared to threaten him. Xiao Tian saw no point in further chatter. He extended his right hand, and the black Qilin spear embedded in the wall trembled violently before flying back into his grasp. He then raised the spear, closed one eye, and aimed it squarely at Luo Chenhai. Seeing this, Luo Chenhai shuddered violently. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. Xiao Tian had adopted this very posture moments ago before impaling Sima Hua with a single thrust. He now had no doubt whatsoever if Xiao Tian hurled this spear, he himself would face certain death. If the other party offered no chance, escape would be impossible. Hold! At the critical moment, Luo Chenhai stretched out his palm, halting Xiao Tian's motion. Seeing this, Xiao Tian halted his movement, intrigued to hear what this fellow would say. Then came this explosive remark. Do you remember? I even treated you to a meal once. Xiao Tian. That. Without another moment's hesitation, Xiao Tian hurled the black Qilin spear with all his might. Almost simultaneously, Luo Chenhai's face paled as he spun and fled. Seeing Xiao Tian instantly kill Sima Hua with a single strike, he dared not even entertain thoughts of resistance. Yet as he turned, the black Qilin spear arrived in an instant, piercing straight through his skull. Red and white fluid spattered out as Luo Chenhai collapsed instantly, all signs of life extinguished. Gulp! Feng Lonka beside him swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with shock. Another king-tier powerhouse had met a gruesome end at the hands of Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun was ridiculously powerful. Though both were king-level in strength, the gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Xiao Shun is too powerful, he's practically a king-tier assassin. Amidst his shock, Feng Lonka couldn't help but feel envious. If only he possessed half of Xiao Shun's prowess, he could likely walk around with his chest puffed out. After disposing of Luo Chenhai, Xiao Tian summoned the black Qilin spear back to his hand and reattached it to his severed arm. The black Qilin spear transformed back into his arm, and the fractured gap was swiftly repaired, restoring it to its original perfection. Xiao Tian flexed his fingers to ensure everything functioned normally before waving at Feng Lonka, who was still in a daze. Let's go. Back to business. Feng Lonka nodded and quickened his pace to keep up. Yet inwardly, he couldn't help but marvel. Instantly defeating two king-tier powerhouses, anyone else would have been bragging about it by now. Yet Xiao Shun remained utterly composed, as if crushing two king-tier experts were no more significant to him than squashing two ants. Completely insignificant. Inside the factory on the other side, Li Dezhuan was directing the workers as they dismantled the machinery. While assigning tasks, Li Dezhuan kept glancing toward the gate. He feared that Sima Hua and Luo Chenhai might charge straight in. Even though he'd learned from Xiao Tian that this blonde man calling himself Lao Ba was also a king-level powerhouse, Li Dezhuan dared not let his guard down.
After all, Sima Hua and Luo Chunhai were both king-level powerhouses.
Two king-level fighters against one, wasn't that a blow from a higher dimension?
I hope those two don't find their way here. Li Dezhuang sighed deeply, then turned his gaze to Old 8 outside the factory, sitting cross-legged on a small stool. Old 8 slumped on the stool, staring listlessly at the sky while idly picking his nose. He plunged his finger into his nostril, exerted a little pressure, and pulled out a small black ball. Then he flicked his finger, sending the little black ball flying.
Witnessing this, Li Dezhuang felt even more melancholy and sighed deeply once more.
This guy seems utterly unreliable.
Meanwhile, Xiao Tian and his companion quickly located a daily goods processing plant.
The factory was large in scale, but the cement floor had developed numerous cracks due to long neglect.
Green grass was gradually sprouting from the cracks.
It was clear this place had been neglected for a long time and had long since fallen into disrepair. The factory gates stood open, allowing a clear view of the interior from outside.
Fortunately,
despite the long period of abandonment, the machinery inside the factory remains intact.
To re-establish order, essential food supplies were crucial, but daily necessities were equally indispensable. This consumer goods processing plant must also be transported back to Sky City.
Just as Xiao Tian and his companion were about to step inside the factory,
a sudden disturbance erupted. Over a dozen youths emerged from the factory with hostile intent. This is Axe Gang territory. If you don't want to die, get the hell out.
The leader, a yellow-haired youth, stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his expression brimming with arrogance.
No wonder.
This place clearly looks like it's been abandoned for ages, yet there's not a speck of dust or trash on the ground.
Turns out it's already become someone else's base. Xiao Tian silently mused to himself.
Factories typically offered vast areas and relatively secure defenses, with fences surrounding the perimeter.
Choosing a factory as a safe house was indeed a smart move. Too bad.
This location had already been targeted by him.
God Xiao, you don't need to lift a finger against these minnows.
I can handle them myself, Fomlanka said, rolling up his sleeves and itching to get started. Throughout their journey, Xiao Tian had handled everything while he watched from the sidelines.
This made Fomlanka feel like he was just a decorative ornament.
Now, finally, he had his chance to prove himself. The group before them radiated confidence, yet their levels were generally weak.
Fomlanka was confident he could handle them.
But Xiao Tian shook his head and called Fomlanka to a halt.
There are only 3 of us on this trip. We'll need manpower to transport all this stuff back. Fomlanka wasn't stupid. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, he instantly understood.
Xiao Shen intended to use this group as laborers, mere moving machines.
Chapter 181, Triumphant Return to the City.
Seeing Xiao Tian and Fomlanka talking to each other while completely ignoring them, Huang Mao and his crew were instantly furious.
How dare just 2 people ignore the Axe Gang? This was an outrage. I'm talking to you, you deaf bastard.
Yellow Hair ripped open his shirt, drew an axe from his chest, and pointed it brazenly at Xiao Tian.
Almost simultaneously, a purple bolt of lightning shot forth. The powerful current scorched the metal blade of the axe into molten iron.
Staring at the melted stump of wood in his hand, the yellow-haired youth gaped in disbelief.
Every member of the Axe Gang was equipped with an axe.
These axes weren't ordinary tools, but special equipment obtained from the Forbidden Zone. Not only were they made of exceptionally sturdy materials, but they also possessed a natural sharpness that could cleave through many solid objects. Armed with this batch of axes, the blonde youth was able to rapidly recruit members and establish his own faction.
He named it the Axe Gang. Thanks to these unique axes, the Axe Gang held some standing in Dawn City. Yet unexpectedly, the very axes they prided themselves on were now being melted away. The blonde-haired youth looked up and saw Xiao Tian extending his right index finger, pointing directly at him. The earlier purple thunderbolt had been channeled directly from Xiao Tian's fingertip. This guy melted his axe with just a single finger. This didn't seem like someone he could afford to offend. The blonde youth's expression turned grim. His eyes darted about, and suddenly, he knelt before Xiao Tian. The others watched in stunned disbelief, their eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell are you staring at?
Get down on your knees with me and apologize to this big brother, the blonde-haired youth bellowed.
Though bewildered, the underlings obeyed their leader's command and knelt on the ground.
Only then did the blonde-haired youth turn to Xiao Tian, his voice dripping with flattery.
Big brother, I was ignorant earlier and offended you.
I sincerely apologize here.
My Axe Gang still has some supplies. If you're interested, take whatever you want.
As long as you spare our lives, we'll agree to any terms. With that, the blonde-haired man bowed his head to the ground in submission. Xiao Tian's lips twitched, his expression telling a story. This guy was a real talent. Realizing he wasn't someone to mess with, he promptly changed tactics, kneeling on the spot to beg for forgiveness. No wonder the Axe Gang had grown to such a size despite Li Ming City having 3 king-tier spirit beast warriors like Lu Chong.
This Axe Gang leader truly is a talent. All of you, rise. Xiao Tian waved his hand dismissively, showing no intention of holding these men accountable.
He had always been a kind-hearted man, reserving his ruthlessness solely for his enemies.
Xiao Tian never held back when it came to those close to him. Even to complete strangers, he would not indiscriminately kill the innocent unless provoked. Of course, this was all predicated on there being no conflicting interests between the parties. If someone threatened Xiao Tian's interests, even without any prior grudge, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them. This was a matter of principle. It's just a pity.
Such a simple matter, yet many refused to understand, insisting on making enemies with him. In the end, to protect himself, he had no choice but to eliminate them. Yet even this act of self-preservation was mistaken as cruelty, earning him the label of a ruthless individual. Xiao Tian found online bullying truly frustrating at times. I don't need your supplies. Dismantle all the equipment in this factory, load it onto trucks, and transport it back to Sky City for me. Once the job is done, I'll give you some resources as payment. Xiao Tian's voice was quiet, yet it instantly filled the blonde-haired man and his crew with elation. They had feared for their lives after offending such a formidable opponent. Instead, not only did he show no resentment, but he was actually offering them supplies as payment. And all this was contingent solely on helping transport the factory's equipment. Though they had no idea what Xiao Tian intended to do with these machines, since he'd given the order, they'd simply follow his instructions. Don't worry, boss. We'll get it done right. We'll make sure every single machine gets loaded onto the trucks. The blonde-haired man stood up, eagerly pounding his chest in assurance. All right, get to work. I'll come back later to inspect the results. Xiao Tian nodded, then added before leaving, you'd better not get any funny ideas. If I come back and find you've gone missing, I've got ways to track you down. And when that happens, you'll be in for a world of trouble. Hearing Xiao Tian's unmasked threat, Huang Mao's scalp prickled. He hastily assured him, Big boss, rest assured. The entire Axe gang pledges to you we will complete the mission. Xiao Tian waved his hand and departed with Feng Lunka. Half a day passed. Nearly 500 people arrived outside of factory gates in hundreds of heavy-duty trucks. The convoy stretched endlessly along the roadside, its sheer scale breathtaking. Loaded onto these trucks were various production machinery. These hundreds of trucks carried production equipment equivalent to over a dozen factories. Among them were machines for producing daily necessities, equipment for manufacturing various foods, and even hundreds of lathes for processing metalwork. It could be said that if these facilities were successfully transported to Sky Dome City and swiftly put into operation, Dome City could restore its original order in a short time. Fortunately, most factories in Dawn City had remained unscathed, with their production facilities largely intact. Otherwise, Xiao Tian would never have found so many machines. Let's go! With a sweeping gesture from Xiao Tian, everyone swiftly boarded the vehicles and began their journey towards Sky City. To ensure the convoy's safe passage to Sky City, Xiao Tian chose to accompany them throughout the journey. Lao Ba took the lead, responsible for reconnaissance. Xiao Tian and Feng Lunka brought up the rear, safeguarding the convoy. Should any anomaly arise, Xiao Tian and Lao Ba could respond immediately. In the truck's driver's seat, Feng Lunka drove with intense focus. Xiao Tian sat in the passenger seat. Wonder how things are going with the fat man. After all those dark creatures I sent him, barring any mishaps, he should be returning victorious by now. Xiao Tian muttered to himself. He had given Fat Dehai over 1,000 dark creatures. With such a force, they could sweep through almost anything unless they encountered a king-level powerhouse. Immediately after, Xiao Tian began contemplating the future development path for Sky Dome City. Restoring order to Sky Dome City seemed simple on the surface, but it was actually quite tricky. The production machinery was now in place, but raw materials were still lacking. However, chaos had engulfed every corner of Blue Star, severing the original material supply chains. Finding the necessary resources through conventional channels was now nearly impossible. Fortunately, these raw materials could potentially be found within the Forbidden Zone. Therefore, Xiao Tian wasn't particularly concerned about the production materials. His greatest concern now remains the retaliation from the Fourth Heaven Dominator. Chapter 182, Global Beastification Outbreak. I start working in a factory. The journey out of the city proceeded without incident. After all, Xiao Tian had already eliminated the 3 strongest figures in Dawn City. Any other powerful individuals with even a shred of strength had been forcibly conscripted by Xiao Tian to work as laborers. Xiao Tian's arrival in Dawn City had not only stripped its factories bare but also depleted its ranks of spirit beast warriors. They set out in the afternoon, only reaching Sky Dome City by the early hours of the following morning. Restricted by the climate shift, Blue Star remained bitterly cold, with scattered snowflakes drifting down. By the time the convoy of trucks reached Sky Dome City, a layer of frost had already coated the exterior. Fortunately, the vehicles were equipped with heating systems. Otherwise, traveling in such frigid temperatures would have been torture for the spirit beast warriors. Outside a villa in Sky Dome City, Dark Ancient Tree was roused by the rumble of truck engines, blinking dazedly as he looked ahead. The convoy had stopped nearby, and nearly 500 spirit beast warriors disembarked one after another.
The sight left the dark ancient tree utterly dumbfounded. Wait. Even when Li Yunlong attacked Ping'an County, it wasn't this grand an operation. What on earth is going on? Someone was attacking Sky City? At the same time,
Yan Ruyu and the others inside the villa were also startled awake, emerging from the residence.
Upon witnessing the scene before them, they all instinctively furrowed their brows.
As Xiao Tian had anticipated, Pang Dehuai had already returned to Sky City with supplies.
What's going on? Someone's trying to seize Sky City?
Pang Dehuai exclaimed in astonishment, still clutching a bag of popcorn. Skydome City was a city, but it was a small, peripheral one with virtually no resources. Therefore, any rational person would likely have no interest in a place like Skydome City.
Even if one successfully seized the entire city, the gains would be minimal. It was a classic case of putting in a lot of effort for little reward. Yan Tianqing's voice was grave. Prepare for battle. With Xiao Tian absent, we absolutely must defend this place. Daru City had already been reduced to ruins, making Skydome City their sole remaining stronghold. If Skydome City fell, they might truly be reduced to sleeping under the stars. But before preparations could be completed, Shinsholan suddenly cried out in alarm, "It looks like that little brat is back." Following the direction of Shinsholan's pointing finger, they spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. It was Xiao Tian. Phew! Upon seeing Xiao Tian, the tension that had gripped everyone instantly eased.
They'd thought someone was preparing to attack Sky City, but it turned out to be Xiao Tian returning.
At the same time, after disembarking, all the spirit beast warriors instinctively gathered before Xiao Tian.
Many of them had been forced into labor, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Xiao Tian.
Xiao Tian looked at them and smiled. "Everyone, we've arrived at Sky City. You've successfully completed your mission.
Those who wish to leave may do so at any time. I won't stand in your way.
Those who choose to stay may remain in Sky City under my protection."
Li Dazhuang and the 100 or so workers were naturally overjoyed.
Gaining Xiao Tian's protection was far better than wandering aimlessly, wasn't it?
From the moment they arrived in Sky City, they never considered leaving.
But others felt differently.
Many had been forced here and had no desire to stay in this godforsaken place.
They didn't believe Xiao Tian genuinely intended to protect them. There must be a catch.
Yet, even though they desperately wanted to leave, they weren't sure if Xiao Tian would actually let them go. So for a moment, the scene fell into silence.
Can we really leave? Just then, someone raised their hand and asked cautiously. Of course. Xiao Tian nodded.
At that moment, Yan Ruyu and the others also gathered around Xiao Tian. Staring at the endless line of trucks and the hundreds of people present, Yan Ruyu and the others were utterly bewildered. Clearly, they had no idea what was happening.
Xiao Tian didn't bother explaining further.
Instead, he called out to Pang Dehai, "Go grab a few boxes of instant noodles."
Fat Dehai nodded, wolfed down the popcorn in a few bites, and scampered off.
Soon, he returned carrying several boxes of instant noodles. Xiao Tian tore open the packaging, pulled out a cup noodle, and handed it to the speaker. "You guys helped transport supplies to Sky City.
This is your payment." Using instant noodles as payment seemed a bit meager. But consider this, in an era of global beastification, any food is incredibly precious. They hadn't done anything except help dismantle the machine and transport it back. Xiao Tian rewarding them with a single bucket of instant noodles was already a sky-high payment. Staring at the instant noodles thrust before him, the spirit beast warrior was utterly dumbfounded. He thought simply leaving would be a blessing, yet Xiao Tian actually offered an extra reward. He truly kept his word, providing supplies as payment afterward. This wasn't just any instant noodle cup, it was braised beef flavor. His absolute favorite flavor. "Thank you, Lord Xiao. Thank you, Lord Xiao." After regaining his composure, the spirit beast warrior took the instant noodles with both hands and departed, expressing his gratitude profusely. Though he knew following Xiao Tian might make life easier in the future, he was too accustomed to freedom and still preferred wandering alone. Only when the figure vanished from sight did the others realize Xiao Tian truly intended to let them go. "Anyone else wishing to leave, come forward to receive instant noodles, and you may depart immediately." Xiao Tian turned to the remaining group and suddenly added, "For those who wish to stay, I can provide food and shelter, but only if you work for me." Hearing this, someone asked curiously, "Xiao God, what exactly does working for you mean?" Xiao Tian gestured toward the trucks behind him. "You all know these are loaded with various production machinery. I plan to restore order to Sky City, and restoring order means restarting production. So if you wish to remain in Sky City, you must work for me." The crowd exchanged glances, instantly grasping the meaning. Simply put, to remain in Sky City and enjoy both food and shelter, they would have to work for Xiao Tian. And the nature of that work? Entering the factory to work. Just working in the factories, right? Xiao Shen wanted to restore order and rebuild production, so Sky City would undoubtedly be desperately short-staffed. At that moment, they finally understood why Xiao Tian had been transporting all those factory machines. But upon grasping this truth, they were left utterly dumbfounded.
It had been over a year since the global beast transformation outbreak began. Who would have thought that one day they'd find themselves working in factories amidst this global beast transformation? Suddenly, the sense of disconnection in this world felt overwhelmingly stark.
Chapter 183, The Apocalyptic Communal Meal.
Though working in a factory amidst global beastification sounded downright bizarre. But securing factory employment in such chaotic times meant no worries about food or safety. For many, it was a life opportunity that could only be dreamed of.
Thus, after brief consideration, many immediately decided to stay and work for Xiao Tian. However, a small number chose to leave.
Xiao Tian respected their choice and distributed a bucket of instant noodles to each of them. Xiao Tian intended to rebuild order. Sky City was currently short-staffed, but not just anyone would do.
Xiao Tian could certainly coerce or bribe everyone into staying to work for him.
But forcibly keeping someone was like planting a time bomb for himself. You never knew when it might explode.
Xiao Tian sought trustworthy individuals, not those harboring resentment.
Therefore, he would not interfere with their decisions. Those willing to stay were welcome. Those who wished to leave, he supported.
Soon,
nearly 100 people, after receiving their instant noodles, began leaving one after another.
Over 500 people had departed, nearly 1/5 of the total. Only a little over 400 remained.
Yet 400 plus was still a considerable number. Add to that the group in the villa who had followed Xiao Tian from Darren City.
Tianqiang City now had nearly 800 combat-ready personnel.
Moreover, these 800 plus individuals were all spirit beast warriors.
With these people, the factory should be able to start up. Skydome City still has many ordinary citizens and some weaker spirit beast warriors.
We can issue an announcement soon. Those willing to work for me will receive 3 stable meals a day and safe shelter. That should cover the initial staffing needs. Xiao Tian silently calculated for a moment, musing to himself. Of course, restoring order to Skydome City was merely the first step. Xiao Tian's ultimate goal was to transform Skydome City into a thriving metropolis amidst the apocalyptic backdrop. But to achieve that, Xiao Tian still had a long road ahead. At the very least, transforming a city into a thriving metropolis with just over 800 people was simply unrealistic. Sky City still needed to continue recruiting more personnel and technical experts across all fields. Xiao Tian planned to take it step by step. Coming back to his senses, Xiao Tian called over Yan Tiansheng. Uncle Yan, I'll leave the task of settling these people to you. After a night of travel, let them rest first. Tomorrow, we'll select suitable locations and begin installing the machinery. Xiao Tian reiterated his plans to Yan Tiansheng. Initially, Yan Tiansheng had been puzzled by Xiao Tian bringing back so many machines and so many people.
But upon hearing Xiao Tian's explanation, it all clicked into place.
Restoring order.
What an unfamiliar concept.
Ever since the global beastification outbreak, cities across the world had descended into living hells.
Survival was incredibly difficult in such conditions, not just for ordinary people, but even for spirit beast warriors.
Everyone was preoccupied with strengthening themselves to dominate and rule. Only Xiao Tian dared to dream of restoring order. But Yan Tiansheng also knew that with Xiao Tian's current strength, he truly had the qualifications to reshape the order of Sky City. If he succeeded, Sky City would soon become a unique metropolis. A city almost indistinguishable from what it was before the global beastification outbreak. Everyone would fulfill their roles, keeping the city functioning. Here, there would be no hunger, nor oppression. The very thought of such a scene was thrilling. People abroad may be inherently belligerent, craving chaos and the collapse of order. But for the people of Dragon Nation, an orderly life remains their true preference.
Young friend Xiao Tian, rest assured.
Leave this matter to me, and I guarantee it will be handled thoroughly and transparently.
I'll inspect these machines shortly and arrange for their proper placement. Fat Taoist has just returned with ample supplies, so we shouldn't lack raw materials now.
Once the machines are installed and we have sufficient manpower, production can commence within a week. Yan Tianqing assured him with a hearty pat on his chest. As the company's CEO, this kind of task fell squarely within his area of expertise. It was precisely for this reason that Xiao Tian had entrusted the task to Yan Tiansheng.
Seeing this, Xiao Tian nodded and promptly returned to his room.
These past few days away, he'd either been fighting or on his way to battle, leaving him utterly exhausted.
Now that he was finally back, his taut nerves could relax.
Back in his room, Xiao Tian first devoured 5 pounds of raw meat before lying down on the bed, intending to rest for a while. But just then, the door creaked open as a figure tiptoed inside.
Hearing the movement outside, Xiao Tian sat up in bed.
There, standing in the doorway, was Yan Ruyu. She wore a thin nightgown, her hands tucked behind her back, a smile playing on her lips as she gazed at him.
Yan, the campus beauty, what are you?
Before Xiao Tian could finish, Yan Ruyu launched herself at him like a predator pouncing on its prey, landing directly on top of him.
You've been gone so long. Do you have any idea how I've been living all this time?
Yan Ruyu straddled Xiao Tian, her face filled with feigned sorrow.
Xiao Tian.
Rubbing his temples, Xiao Tian sighed helplessly. I've been utterly exhausted lately.
I just want to rest properly now. I don't care. I'm hungry. I want a lollipop. The next morning,
everyone rose early and gathered outside the villa. Outside the villa, several large pots had been set up. One pot simmered steamed rice, another simmered beef broth.
In another pot, fragrant green peppers and shredded pork sizzled away.
The aroma of the food wafted through the air for miles, making people's mouths water. Outside the villa, nearly 600 people had gathered together, all staring intently at the food cooking in the pots. After all, Tianqiong City now had over 800 residents, and feeding them all simultaneously had become a challenge. In the end, Yan Tiancheng made the final call, set up large pots outside the villa to serve as a temporary dining hall. To be fair, with several large pots cooking simultaneously at full heat, the efficiency was surprisingly high. At least solving the meal problem for these 800-plus people was practically a piece of cake.
At that moment,
the 400 or so who had chosen to stay yesterday were now staring intently at the food in the pots. Before encountering Xiao Tian, most of these people had lived on an irregular schedule of hunger and occasional meals. Even when they managed to find food, it was mostly canned goods.
Things like instant noodles and processed sausages.
After eating such things for so long, even the most exquisite delicacies would become tiresome.
It smells so good. Such a rich aroma.
Ever since the global beastification outbreak, I haven't even caught a whiff of this kind of scent, let alone eaten a proper meal like this. Someone rubbed their hands together, letting out a sigh of longing as they followed the trail of their own drool.